to prove that dissociative identity disorder is not a mental illness. I ran up to the eerie SSS level and shouted, "I am Qin Shi Huang. Why don't you kneel when you see me?" Seeing this, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom all looked desperate, collapsing to the ground, thinking that the Dragon Kingdom would once again fall into the realm of ghosts. But just a second ago, the eerie figure was fierce and menacing, and the next second, they knelt down and shouted, "Long live the Emperor, long live, long live." It was all because of the arrival of the eerie figure that I, who had been imagining myself as Qin Shi Huang all day, unexpectedly became involved in the strange rules of the Dragon Kingdom's fate. At that moment, a doctor in a white coat picked up a megaphone and shouted in the street, "A patient with dissociative identity disorder, obsessive-compulsive disorder, and delusional disorder has gone missing from the Green Mountain Mental Hospital. This person tends to imagine themselves as other individuals and is extremely dangerous. If you see this person, remember to stay away." However, upon hearing this, the people on the street burst into laughter. The puzzled doctor followed the laughter and saw me wearing a blue-striped psychiatric gown, standing on top of the van, shouting loudly, "I am Qin Shi Huang Zhang. Now I have encountered a group of very bad people and need you to pay 3 dog heads to help me. When I return to Xianying and recall 1,000,000 troops, I will appoint you as marquises of 10,000 households and reward you with 1,000 acres of good land." This scene caused everyone to joke and laugh. Suddenly, the laughter of the crowd stopped abruptly, replaced by fear on their faces, because at this moment, a phrase appeared in the minds of the people of Dragon Country: "A new round of strange rules tales is coming, and the chosen one of Dragon Country is Zhang Xiaolong." And at this moment, the doctor in the white coat stood frozen in place, because Zhang Xiaolong was the name of that patient. In the midst of fear, the other people of Dragon Country also opened a live stream named Rules Strange Tales. Although the live stream had just started, it was already flooded with countless barrage messages, all praying that the chosen one would not be an 80-year-old lady or an actor. Otherwise Dragon Country would become a realm of mystery. At this moment, while I was passionately speaking on top of a van, I suddenly disappeared into thin air and appeared in a small wooden house. I frowned and looked around. Where have my lovely subjects gone? Because I had been receiving closed treatment in a mental hospital before, the doctors were worried that watching Strange Tales live streams would worsen my delusions, and I didn't even know what Strange Rules Tales were. As the chosen one entering the world of Strange Rules Tales for the first time, you can draw a random talent once. A sudden voice startled me. "Who are you? Answer my question quickly, or I will exterminate your 9 generations. Due to the player's severe mental illness, congratulations to the player for obtaining SSS level severe delusional disorder. And this time the delusional character is Qin Shi Huang Zhang. The positive effect is that your aura can cause physical damage to the bazaar, and the negative effect is that your intelligence decreases by 50%. How dare you call me mentally ill? I am Qin Shi Huang Zhang. Beware. I will exterminate your 9 generations." Instance description: in Dashikan village, a child named Huang Xiaoqin became popular on the internet because of his resemblance to the richest man Ho Shun, and you wanted to ride on his popularity to seek wealth. So you accepted the invitation from Huang Xiaoqin's cousin to come to Dashikan village, not knowing that this was the beginning of your lifelong nightmare. The instance officially started, and global live streaming started simultaneously. As the instance officially began, the chosen ones from various countries sat up from their beds and began to search for the rules of the mysterious world, because only by following the rules can the chosen ones from various countries successfully exit the instance. However, unlike the tense and exciting search for rules by the chosen ones from other countries, I simply covered myself with a blanket and started to snore loudly. This made the Dragon Country audience watching the live stream feel desperate, preparing to welcome the arrival of the mysterious world. The audience from other countries also began to mock. "I'm laughing to death. Are there no normal people left in Dragon Country? Why are they all elderly, weak, sick, and disabled?" At this time, the Dragon Country audience had no strength to refute, because Dragon Country had already experienced 5 consecutive defeats in Strange Tales, and most of the country had already been affected by the mysterious occurrences. Inside the Dragon Country Bureau of Strange Affairs, the director said, "Should we just give up on this strange tale and prepare for the next one?" Hearing this, a middle-aged man slammed his fist on the meeting table and said, "What a pessimistic thing to say. My Dragon Country will not give up on anyone, even if he is mentally ill. I will do everything I can to help him get through the strange tale. Give me 2 hints. Quickly explain to him what Strange Rules Tales are." Upon hearing the director's words, the others immediately rallied. Afterwards, an explanation and meaning of the strange tales appeared out of thin air in front of me, but I ignored these words because in my eyes, these suddenly appearing words and the previous strange tale voices were all the same, insulting me as a mentally ill traitor. A prompt opportunity to say only 100 words, now only the last 100 words left to send to Zhou Shaoxuan. Just then, the director suddenly grabbed the typewriter. "Your Majesty, Your people are waiting for your salvation. And if you continue to be so depraved and lethargic, your people are going to be killed by strange talk. Your Majesty, the only one who can save your people now is you. After typing the string, the chief took a long breath. Do your best. We've done what we had to do. Hearing these words, Zhou Xiaochuan, who was sleeping, suddenly uncovered the covers and jumped up from the bed. My countrymen, who are waiting for my salvation. Although Zhou Xiaochuan's current consciousness was contaminated by Emperor Qin Shi Huang, as well as the influence of his talent, resulting in his brain not working, but as a normal master personality that Zhou Xiaochuan himself possessed, it still had a certain effect on Zhou Xiaochuan at this moment. As early as the first 2 tips, Zhou Xiaochuan vaguely felt that what they said was true, and was internally wrestling with it, and the chief's remark had completely ignited his middle-aged soul. He walked to the door and saw the rule as well. Then, without looking, he tore the piece of paper with the rules on it to shreds. Rules that only I can make. At the very moment he tore up the rules, there was a knock at the door. Of a knock on the door. Zhou Xiaochuan, awake? Come and have lunch. The moment the chosen one from each country finished reading the rules, everyone heard the knock on the door. Most of the chosen, without reacting, responded. A pale hand then smashed right through the iron door, tearing those chosen who responded to it to shreds. This is going on. How could this happen? Why did my country's chosen one, Avello, die just by saying hello? It's not fair. Note rule number 2. No one here knows your real name. So if you encounter someone addressing you by your real name, please don't answer. Anyone who answers violates this rule. But this is just seeing the rules. I'm afraid the vast majority of the chosen haven't finished reading the rules. Who can react to the sudden opening of the door to kill? Everyone goes to see the joke that is Summer. I heard their chosen one that time was a psychopath. However, the viewers who flocked to Summer's livestream were instantly confused. Chuan is awesome. Is there a possibility that Chuan is just pretending to be mentally ill, but is actually a genius? Chuan is so cool with it. Only Zhou Xiaochuan stood quietly behind the door without making any response. Not because he reacted to the burst of open door killing in a split second. But, who is Zhou Xiaochuan? What does his name being Zhou Xiaochuan have to do with my Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng? Is there a Zhou Xiaochuan here? There's obviously only Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng in this room. Zhou, wearing a yellow garbage can on his head and a black garbage bag, said so. That open door kill just now directly caused the instant deaths of more than 100 countries chosen, and at this moment, there were only 30 chosen who were still engaging in strange conversations. And these 30 chosen, none of them were the elite of the chosen existences that had participated in many strange talks and survived. Zhou Xiaochuan was actually among them. This revitalized the Summer audience, which had been under pressure for a long time. Maybe the gift he drew this time is one that gives him super intelligence and cures him of his mental illness. And the remaining countries that were killed by the open door were naturally very upset. They had planned to come and see the joke of Xia, but they didn't realize they had become the joke. Ha 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 ha. The Natsukuni are just lucky. They don't really think they can get past the weird talk by virtue of being a psychopath, do they? Holy, this psycho is still sick. Actually wearing a garbage can on his head and a garbage bag. Laughing my ass off. Can't be a hobo, can it? And this time, instead of spoiling them, the Summer crowd took to their keyboards and fired right back. This is Xia's live room. Why don't you guys with Ips abroad watch it in your own live room? Ha 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 ha, their chosen are dead. The live feeds are blacked out. Where to watch? Those chosen ones who didn't respond to the knock on the door naturally dodged a bullet. But before they could snicker, the next knock came at the door. Dang, dang, dang. Yang Di Ah, are you awake? Come out for dinner. End of chapter. Chapter 3 Opening the Door to Kill, 4,000 words big chapter. Please read after. Chapter 3 Opening the Door to Kill, 4,000 words big chapter. Please read after. There's a problem. There's definitely something wrong. Rule number 2 already said that the person here only knows my screen name, but he read my real name before. So there's definitely something wrong with the person knocking on the door right now. This was the heartbeat of quite a few chosen. They were able to react in a short period of time to open the door and kill. Their mental quality was definitely not low. Sakura Nation's chosen one Leo Yoshi was sweating profusely at the moment. He was a chosen one who had cleared 3 consecutive weird tales, and was immensely experienced, but he was also sweating profusely at the moment. From a rational point of view, the person knocking on the door outside was most likely in trouble, but if the door wasn't opened, the room was an enclosed space with no room to hide or escape. Leo, don't ever open the door to your room. The knocker outside is spooky. The chosen one who just opened the door is dead. It's an instant death rule. It was during the time he was dwelling on it that Sakurakuni's Weird Tales Handling Bureau 2 moved to remind him of a reminder. Leo Yoshi set his mind and locked his eyes on the bed where he had been lying when the strange talk began. It was a simple plank bed with yellowed quilts and sheets that had obviously not been washed for a long time. The simple plank bed was leaning against the wall, and almost half of the space at the bottom of the bed was taken up by a large wooden box, obviously a single bed. The sheets on this bed were those used for a double bed, being folded in half and spread on the bed. Leo Yossi had a bright idea and spread the sheets out quickly. The spreadsheet hung down to the floor, just enough to cover the bottom of the bed. With that, Leo Yossi ignored the knock at the door and hid inside. Leo Yossi really deserves to be the superstar of my Sakurakuni. This ability to react randomly is really great. This room is empty, and the only place where one can hide is the plank bed. But if one does nothing and hides directly under the plank bed, I am afraid that the knocker will find him as soon as he comes in. That's right. I'm afraid Leo Yossi could pass 6 weird talks as well as Professor Bryant of Lighthouse Nation. Viewers in the broadcast room have been praising the wit of Leo Yossi, being able to come up with a response strategy and implement it in just a minute. It's no wonder Leo Yossi made it through 3 weird tales. And for those chosen ones who hadn't come up with a strategy to deal with it, their country's Weird Tales Disposal Bureau had taken an opportunity to tell them about Leo Yossi's handling of the situation. In this way, almost all of the chosen ones who were still alive, like Leo Yossi, ignored the knock on the door and hid under their beds. After all, that knock on the door just now called out their real names directly. This was a clear violation of Rule 2 given at the beginning of the Weird Tales. People here only know your screen name as Yang D. No one knows your real name. If you encounter someone addressing you by your real name, please do not answer, even if the person knocking on the door called out Yang D. But after all, it was the first time they had called out their real names. There was definitely something wrong with the person knocking on the door. And now the only ones still standing in front of the door were Zhou Xiaojuan from Xia and Prof. Bryant from Lighthouse. Professor Bryant of Lighthouse Nation, a black man with a bald head, was frowning at the moment. Just a few moments ago, their country's Weird Tales Handling Bureau had also utilized a reminder opportunity to tell him how Sakura Nation's chosen one, Professor Bryant, had handled the situation. However, he had just used the simulator twice and conducted a simulation. And the final result he got was that hiding under the bed would definitely kill him. And staying in the room and not responding will kill you. The simulator can only perform 2 simulations within an hour. His head cold sweat. He is now unable to perform simulations. Life and death survival can only rely on a fight to the death. With a clench of his teeth and a hardened heart, he stiffened the door to the room. The knocker who came into view was a haggard, trance-eyed old man wearing a cheap suit bought from nowhere, with cuffs still stained with water and dirt. Not bad. Okay, looks like opening the door is the only way to live. Bryant breathed a sigh of relief. Since you're awake, why don't you come out for dinner soon? Xiao Qin and Xiao Yong are waiting impatiently. With a faint glance at Professor Bryant, the old man turned on his crutches and hopped out with a limp. Wait, crutches? Professor Bryant instantly thought of it. The 7th of those 10 rules. Rule number 7, Huang Xiaoqin's father can be trusted unless he's on crutches. And, he just said little Chin and Isamu, 2 kids. Rule number 6, there is no child named Huang Xiaoyong in the village. And, Prof. Bryant, through the open door of the room, saw the scene outside the house. Black, deep, bottomless black, can't see a thing. It looks like it's already at night. Rule number 8, please note, do not leave your room after dark. It hadn't even been more than 3 minutes since I came to this weird talk world, and I actually triggered 4 rules, and the moment he opened the door, he actually triggered 3 in a row. Even Professor Bryant, who was experienced and had passed 7 weird talks, was sweating at the moment. Generally speaking, the rules of the weird world are both true and false, and in the 3 years since the weird world descended into reality, countless chosen have been killed by the false rules of the weird world. Even Prof. Bryant had no way to tell for a moment whether these rules were true or false, because the old man's words just now had directly triggered 3 rules. Inside, if there was a true rule that couldn't be triggered, then he would have to face a desperate situation of life and death. The frequency with which this rule is triggered is absolutely unprecedented. Professor Bryant gritted his teeth. Even if he was as multi-intelligent as he was, there was nothing he could do at this moment. He could only take 1 step at a time. He headed for the door. On the other hand, Leo Yossi from Sakura Country curled himself up under the bed. The bed was against the wall, which, combined with the fact that a large box was placed under the bed, caused Leo Yossi to be unable to move around despite his height of only 6 feet 6. At the moment he was nervous as hell. He had been hiding under this bed for 10 minutes. Between those 10 minutes, the knocking on the door outside became more and more urgent, and in the end, it almost evolved into a slamming of the door. Luckily, I had locked the door earlier and just hid, so he should go away on his own after knocking for a long time, right? That was all Leo Yossi could console himself with. He wouldn't dare drill out and answer the door now. With this violent slamming of the door, who knew that as soon as the door opened, his own head would go first. After a few more moments, the knocking gradually subsided. The thing knocking on the door seemed to have gone away. Leo Yossi breathed a sigh of relief, and with his hands on the ground, he tried to climb out. However, even with all his strength, he still couldn't move forward a bit. Just as he braced his hands on the ground, he felt a cold touch from his ankles. Big brother, why don't you open the door for my dad? Keep lying on my bed. Is it because you want to play with me? From the box under the bed came a boy's speaking voice, which was somewhat childish, as if he had just learned to speak, and even his Mandarin was not very standard. Right. Brother just wants to stay here and play with you. Little friend, what's your name? Let go of brother's feet first, okay? Even with his life on the line, Leo Yossi's handling of the situation was anything but calm. Really? That's great. It's been 3 years since anyone came to play with me. My name is Huang Xiaoyong. Before the words were out of his mouth, Leo Yossi felt a sudden, massive force coming from the hand that had grabbed his ankle, pulling him toward the crate. No, don't. Let's go out and play. Okay? It's dark and not fun here. Brother is an expert in playing soccer. When you go out, brother will teach you how to play soccer. Okay? What's so funny under this bed? Will you let go? Leo Yossi was so panicked that he desperately crawled out of bed. In the real world, he was a soccer superstar. His physical quality was much higher than normal people, and the A-grade talent hormone that he drew could make his strength and speed increase by 2 times in 1 minute. It was a major part of his ability to survive many times from the midst of the Weird Tales world. But this time, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free of the hand reaching out at the box. Eventually, with a scream from Leo Yossi, Sakurakuni's broadcast went black. Like Leo Yossi, the other 27 chosen ones who didn't open their doors were subjected to the same situation. There wasn't a single person that was able to break free from Huang Xiaoyong's hand inside that box. Now, the only chosen ones who were still alive were Prof. Bryant from the Lighthouse Country and Zhou Xiaochuan from the Summer Country. Bakayalu. Yossi is such a useless punk. This is great. This horrible weird talk is coming to our Sakura country. You can't blame Yossi. The difficulty of this weird talk was unprecedented. And in just 10 minutes, there were 2 dead ends. I just looked. Not only our Sakura country, but the 30 chosen ones who survived before. Now only Prof. Bryant from the Lighthouse Country and the chosen one from the Summer Country are left. Could it be that Xia's chosen one this time is an expert? This time, viewers from other countries flocked to Xia's live broadcast. As a result, Summer's livestream had actually started chatting away, with no discussion of weird talk at all, because inside the live broadcast screen, Zhou Xiaochuan stood frozen in front of the door, not reacting at all to the knocking sound outside the door, just standing frozen. He's been standing here for 10 minutes. Ha. I thought this chosen one from Xia was some kind of genius, to actually survive as well as Professor Bryant. I didn't expect it to be the dumbest of the dumb. He can't have been scared out of his wits by the weird talk, can he? No reaction at all? It's kinda hard for me to come here when our country's Leo Yossi died. Thanks to Xia for healing me. Ha. This is too funny. In the face of the taunts from the alien pop-ups, the Xia viewers were just indifferent, with little desire to retort. Having failed so many times in a row already, it had long since become numb, not to mention the fact that the chosen one this time was a psychopath. Could it be that fortune really doesn't favor the Summer Kingdom? At that moment, there was a loud bang. A loud bang. Only the knocker who knocked on the door. Uncle Huang slammed his walking stick on the door, and the huge force actually smashed a huge gap in the entire wooden door. Uncle Huang's old, vicissitude-ridden face burrowed through the gap and straightened up to stare at Zhou Xiaochuan. Yang Dia, you are obviously awake. Why don't you say yes? Zhou Xiaochuan was a bit angry and glared back. What young emperor? I'm the first emperor. I'm the first emperor of Qin. Zhang. Remember it well. People nowadays are really getting less and less big and small, actually even misremembering this emperor's honorary name. Zhou Xiaochuan's response immediately triggered the entire Xia live broadcast. Ha. This summer chosen one is really humorous. Is he a clown out of the circus? I admit he managed to make me laugh. Arigato cho Ogawa-san. Originally I was saddened by the death of our Sakurakuni's Leo Yossi, but seeing the performance of Xia's chosen one has swept away the gloom in my heart. Oh my good man. If this damn chosen one of the Summer Kingdom is Qin Shi Huang Zhang, then the chickens raised by my neighbor, Miss Jenny, are Alexander the Great. And frankly, I want to kick this friend's ass. Everyone disperse? It looks like only Prof. Bryant from Lighthouse Nation has a chance to get through the weirdness again this time. Wait, I want to see this little cutie. How to die. Ha. And at the moment, the Summerland Weird Tales Processing Bureau, the director shook his head. All members of the Xia State Weird Tales Handling Bureau, send the message out. Let's have all places prepare to deal with the new weird tales. Alas, the house is leaking. It's also hard for this Zhou Xiaoxuan, a mental illness, was actually selected to participate in the weird talks. Inside the Bureau of Weird Tales Disposal, a negative and sad atmosphere permeated all around. After all, Xia had failed 5 times in a row, and with the previous failed weird tales, there were now a full 12 weird tales within Xia. This has already put the Xia nation on edge. Director, that's not right. A minute has passed. Zhou Xiaochuan isn't dead. At this moment, an observer pointed at the screen and shouted. The other observers in the Weird Tales Processing Bureau sniffed and immediately returned to their posts and proceeded to check the screen. After a while, they all had a look of immense surprise on their faces, only to see that when Zhou Xiaoxuan finished his sentence, Uncle Huang outside the door apparently froze, and only after a long time did he come to his senses. He stuck his head back out from among the cracks and asked with a complicated look, "Have you heard any strange sounds in this room? Like someone calling himself my oldest son, Huang Xiaoyong, or something like that?" "No. This emperor has been the only one here since the beginning. Do you think this emperor is blind?" Uncle Huang nodded as if he was relieved and limped out toward the outside, leaving behind only one sentence. "It's good that you didn't hear it. Remember that my son Isamu has been staying with Xiaoqin. He can't speak, so if you hear someone calling themselves Isamu, don't answer, and come eat quickly. Xiaoqin and Xiaoyong probably can't wait." After hearing this, Zhou Xiaochuan opened the door to his room and followed Uncle Huang, who was on crutches, towards the door, and couldn't stop chanting, "You're a guy who has no manners at all towards this emperor. So when I get back to Yangcheng, I will definitely relegate you to repairing the Great Wall after I gather 1,000,000 troops." End of chapter. Chapter 4, Dead End? 4,000 words big chapter. Please catch up. Chapter 4, Dead End? 4,000 words big chapter. Please catch up. Silence. Deadly silence. The live broadcast room was instantly plunged into a deathly silence. Then, the pop-ups exploded across the entire Xia livestream. Countless pop-ups flew by like flies, expressing their shock. What's going on? How come Zhou Xiaochuan isn't dead? How come Zhou Xiaochuan isn't dead? He's not even dead even though he's gone crazy in this weird world? Zhou Xiaochuan and Dr. Bryant both opened the door, while all the other chosen ones who chose not to open the door died. So it seems that opening the door is the only way to live. Could it be that this Zhou Xiaochuan is pretending to be a tiger? His logical deduction ability can actually be similar to Prof. Bryant's? But what's going on here? Didn't the rules say that people here only know the chosen one's screen name, Yang Di? Those who didn't react in the first wave are dead. This can't be a fake rule. But the second knock on the door was really Yang Di, and we're all so preoccupied that the 2 knocks might not be the same person, or that only responding to the real name will trigger the weird killing pattern. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Which the hell guy first judged that you can't open the door? Our country's chosen one was given a hint by the Weird Tales Handling Bureau to learn from him. It's Sakurakuni's Leo Yoshi. Damn it, this guy's a smartass, and he's screwing over our country's chosen one. All of a sudden, Sakurakuni's live broadcasting room turned into a place where netizens from various countries tore each other apart and quarreled. World of Weird Tales, Boulder Village. Professor Bryant made his way cautiously and slowly to the dining parlor. It was an empty living room with hardly any furniture, except for the leftover beer bottles lying everywhere around the living room. The beer bottles were all of the exact same style and belonged to the cheapest $3 bottle of green glass beer. The cumulative pile of these leftover beer bottles actually wrapped the entire living room. The wallpaper around the living room was also yellowed and peeled off a lot, and the corners of the walls were even full of moss and cobwebs, and it looked as if the house was not living in general, in stark contrast to the surroundings. In the center of this empty living room, there was actually a huge mahogany table, as well as 5 mahogany chairs. You should know that mahogany tables and chairs are worth a lot of money. The mahogany table and chairs are so awkward in such a rundown room. If it was any other chosen one, they would definitely be suspicious and would not dare to take a seat at all. After all, the crippled Uncle Huang, Huang Xiaoyong, and the dark, bottomless environment outside were enough to trigger 3 rules. Professor Bryant also thought for a long time before pulling out his chair and sitting down. After all, the rules say that crippled Uncle Huang can't be trusted. And if that rule is true, then Uncle Huang is most likely creepy. It wouldn't be good if he didn't sit down at this time and caused Uncle Huang's displeasure. At this mahogany table sat 3 other people besides Professor Bryant. One of them, the one who came to knock on the door just now, was Uncle Huang, only to see that the part of his right leg below the knee was empty, and the suit pants he was wearing actually had a piece of it cut off, revealing the part of his knee that was broken off. 2 others were children, both with dark faces, one tall and one short. Uncle Huang saw Professor Bryant take his seat and said, "My two sons. Both of them have a little bit of intellectual problems. That little one is called Huang Xiaoqin, and the older one is called Huang Xiaoyong. If you want to shoot it, just shoot it. Remember, a live broadcast has to give me this $5,000. Professor Bryant froze, then nodded. The setup of this weird talk makes it clear from the start that he's an anchor for the purpose of rubbing off on the brothers Huang Xiaoqin and Huang Xiaoyong, and among the rules given at the beginning, the fact that he was acting as an anchor was clearly emphasized. Rule number 1, remember you are an anchor. Please be a good one. Rule number 3, please do not refuse any requests for paid pop-ups on the air. Coach Bryant took out his cell phone and signaled Uncle Huang to hand it over and transfer the money to him. Who knew that when he saw Professor Bryant's cell phone, Uncle Huang immediately changed his face and showed some fear in his expression. No, don't hold your phone so close to me. I only accept cash. Isn't that what we agreed before? Professor Bryant froze in thought when he saw Uncle Huang's reaction. He put away his cell phone, and then pulled out a bunch of brand new bills from among his pockets. Exactly $5,000. Uncle Huang didn't wait for Professor Bryant to count these bills. The color of greed flashed in his eyes, and he snatched these bills away from Bryant's hands. He dabbed his fingers with saliva and nodded when he finished counting. Not bad. No less. You're on live. Afterwards, he turned his head again and viciously shouted at the two children cowering inside the corner. You guys cooperate with the live broadcast of Yang Di. Do you hear me? You guys do whatever he tells you to do. Huang Xiaoyong, who was larger in age and stature, had a dull gaze, but was a step ahead of his brother Huang Xiaoqin's reaction. Though he was mute and unable to speak, he pressed his brother Huang Xiaoqin's head and nodded heavily twice. Seeing this, Professor Bryant opened his backpack, pulled out his selfie stick, and opened the live feed. Just as soon as the broadcast started, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared to 1 million. It turns out that this Yang Di, who has a full 10 million fans on the live broadcast platform, is a veritable big anchor. But strangely enough, although the popularity of this live room is very high, the pop-up screen is not even one. Cold and quiet. Hello live broadcast families, I have come to Boulder Village today and will bring you all together to learn about the legendary little Hushin Huang Xiaoqin. Prof. Bryant, who had a PhD in logic from the Lighthouse State but had also used the short video software from Xia, greeted the pop-ups the way he remembered those anchors from Xia. He wouldn't dare get sloppy about such things. After all, the first rule of the rules let him be a good anchor. As Prof. Bryant uttered these words, an official message suddenly floated in on the broadcast, showing a new rule. First, please address Huang Xiaoqin as Little Hushin and Huang Xiaoyong as Young Jiro, as an anchor. You can't call them by their first names. And what appeared immediately after this official message alert was a high red paid reward message. User cousin on the road rewarded the amount of 1,000. I heard that the water of Boulder Village is not clean. Little Hushin and Isaburo just drank the water of Boulder Village to become this demented look. Let Little Hushin get some water of Boulder Village and you drink it for everyone to see. Professor Bryant froze. This is a paid reward message. Rule number 2, please do not deny any requests for paid messages on the air. Rule number 3, please do not drink the village water in any way. Prof. Bryant was sweating profusely, and it wasn't as if two rules conflicting with each other hadn't come up before in weird stories, but this phenomenon of two conflicting rules being placed directly in front of the chosen one, directly forcing the chosen one to make a multiple choice question, was something that had never appeared in the previous Weird Tales. Weird Tales, it's getting harder. Professor Bryant's brow furrowed. His gifted simulator could only simulate twice an hour, and only 10 minutes had passed. In other words, there was no way for him to clear this multiple choice question, where one wrong choice could be the end of everything. Through the simulator, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Suddenly, Little Hushin Huang Xiaoqin suddenly broke away from his older brother Young Jiro Huang Xiaojun, who had been holding him, and jumped in front of Prof. Bryant's cell phone camera and sang, "Ali, Ali, Ali, Oa, open the door, open the door." The strange and eerie melody seemed to pierce Professor Bryant's heart like a needle. Following the song of Little Hushin Huang Xiaoqin, Huang Xiaoyong and Huang Xiaoqin gathered around and did a weird dance. The two men were in a deadlocked embrace, stiff as a zombie as they jumped around in front of Professor Bryant's cell phone camera. As they danced, Professor Bryant felt like his heart was being squeezed by a giant hand. His heartbeat sped up unconsciously, the pounding so loud that even he could hear it clearly. Half a minute at the most. This condition would last half a minute at the most, and he would die immediately. Professor Bryant looked at the phone screen, the paid message black system default avatar in the live feed, looked at the diametrically opposed rules, and gritted his teeth. Whatever, take a gamble. He looked at Huang Xiaoqin and gave a standard Negro-style smile, revealing his incredibly white, affable teeth. Little Hushin, pour uncle a glass of water. At this moment, the Lighthouse Nation's broadcast room was gathering 40% of the world's live viewers to watch Professor Bryant's performance. I'm going to go. This weird talk has only started for 10 minutes and the rules have been triggered so many times. The difficulty of this weird talk is really unprecedented. Yes, this time the rules still contradict each other. The opposite of both. But our Professor Bryant of the Lighthouse State must have seen which rule was false. And that's why he told little Hushin to pour the water. That's right. Lighthouse Nation's Professor Bryant has an IQ of 249 and is definitely the only survivor of this strange talk. I heard that just now. That psycho from Xia also passed the second wave of open door kills and followed Uncle Huang to the living room. Ha ha ha. You're talking about the psycho with the mental hospital clothes and the garbage bag on his head? Don't tease me. It's just luck. He'll die worse than a dog in a few minutes. In most people's minds, he, who possessed SS rank talent and a doctorate in logic from the University of Four in the Lighthouse State, was the chosen one who was most likely to pass this strange talk. They thought that Professor Bryant must have seen which of the two rules was true and which was false when he told little Hushin Huang Xiaoqin to pour the water at this moment. If Prof. Bryant could see these pop-ups right now, he would only cry and laugh. The available information was so little that even as a professor of logic he had no way of deducing the truth or falsity of the rules from such a small number of existing conditions. What's more, maybe both rules are true, or both are false, or both are half-true. He could only make one gamble now. A gamble with his fate at stake. Little Hushin, pour uncle a glass of water. After he said this, he nervously watched the reactions of everyone in the room. Huang Xiaoqin's brother, that mute young Jiro, still had a wooden look on his face, as if everything that was happening now had nothing to do with him. Uncle Huang's eyes, however, flashed with a hint of timidity that was difficult for ordinary people to detect. His blinking speed accelerated a lot, and he swallowed a mouthful of water. As for Huang Xiaoqin, he stopped dancing and staggered over to Professor Bryant, extending his hand. With his innocent eyes, he looked up at Professor Bryant. $100. Professor Bryant froze for a moment and then reacted. Huang Xiaoqin meant to give him $100, which he needed to give him if he was asked to pour water. Without thinking, Bryant reached into his pocket and pulled out a $100 bill and handed it to Huang Xiaoqin. Huang Xiaoqin snatched the $100 bill and put it in his pocket, then hummed the strange song Ali Ali and walked towards the dark depths. To Professor Bryant's surprise, Huang Xiaoqin actually brought up a somewhat worn-out wooden bowl with a small mouth missing after less than a minute. The water of Boulder Village contained in this wooden bowl looked crystal clear, with not even a hint of turbid color. Not at all like what was said in the rules that there was an abnormality. He picked up the bowl of water and seemed to want to drink it all in one go, when he suddenly slipped and fell on the ground, and the bowl of water just happened to hit Huang Xiaoqin's head. Since it was a wooden bowl, Huang Xiaoqin's head was not seriously hurt. Only the water ran down Huang Xiaoqin's messy hair, wetting his entire body, and quite a few drops of water fell into his mouth. Huang Xiaoqin, who had drunk a lot of water, suddenly clutched his head in agony. My head hurts. My head hurts from the bowl. It was followed by a frantic rolling on the ground. At this moment, Uncle Huang had already closed his eyes, and the veins on his hands and neck were bulging, as if he was making some kind of difficult decision. And Huang Xiaoyong still had that wooden look, as if the whole thing had nothing to do with him. Kobayashi, is everything alright? Professor Bryant crouched down and tried to pull Huang Xiaoqin up, but his hand was actually directly knocked away by Huang Xiaoqin. Bryant's hand was raw from the beating. As a black professor, Bryant enjoyed playing basketball in addition to studying logic. He's built up his muscles to play basketball, and he's even wearing, right now, the same number 24 jersey of a basketball star named Kobe, to be able to easily knock Professor Bryant's hand away. There was absolutely no way that this kind of strength could possibly be something that Huang Xiaoqin, a kid who was only 1 meter 2 in height, could possibly have. Creepy. However, Professor Bryant seemed to have anticipated this, squatting close to Huang Xiaoqin, who was rolling over, and said slowly, Little Hushin, the uncles and aunts in the live broadcast room really want to see Brother Yang drink the water from the Boulder Village. Will you go get another bowl for brother? And Little Hushin's answer after that made everyone who was watching Professor Bryant's Weird Tales livestream break out in a cold sweat. End of chapter. Chapter 5, Prof. Bryant's Big Gamble. Chapter 5, Prof. Bryant's Big Gamble. Huang Xiaoqin suddenly stopped rolling and stood up from the ground with a backflip. His face glowed with a strange purple color, and the pupils that were originally pure and pristine opened up tremendously, and the whites of the eyes inside actually turned directly into black. The whites of his eyes and the blacks of his eyes blended into one, and his entire eye looked eerie as he raised his head and stared at Professor Bryant with these eerie eyes. Deadpan. I don't want to. I just went to pour water, and now I have a headache. And pouring water is causing me a headache. And I'm not going to do it again. No matter what. Huang Shaoqin uttered these words in a single word in firm tone. And then, his face slowly leaned towards Professor Bryant's face. The logic of his language was clear and calm, with hardly a hint of nonsense, which was not at all like something a child could say. Professor Bryant noticed that Huang Shaoqin was getting taller. His legs were growing taller from the knees, in a very weird way, very quickly. That face of his was getting closer and closer to Professor Bryant. Little Hushan. Brother Yang also knows that pouring water is a very hard, difficult job, and Brother Yang doesn't want you to go out and pour water, but he won't allow the paid pop-ups in this Yang brother's live broadcast. He just wants to see you pouring water and then Yang brother drinking it. Brother Yang is also in a difficult situation. Prof. Bryant finished the sentence in a very rapid speech and with clear words. By this time, Huang Shaoqin's creepy one was almost on Professor Bryant's face. Professor Bryant hurriedly removed his cell phone from the selfie stick and handed the live feed to Huang Shaoqin to see. Look, I don't want you to pour the water either. That looks too tiring. And if you want money, I can just give it to you. You don't have to go to work. You don't have to put on a show for Big Brother on the air. And you can get my money. But the Big Brother of the live broadcast of the reward is not willing to. He just want to see you go to pour water. See your jokes? I cannot help it. These people are after all Brother Yang's bread and butter. Huang Shaoqin's very deep black eyes gazed at the pop-ups in the live stream. Gaze at that one message of a paid review. User cousin on the road rewarded the amount of 1,000. I heard that the water of Boulder Village is not clean. Little Hushan and Yang Jiro just drank the water of Boulder Village to become this demented look. Let Little Hushan get some water of Boulder Village. You drink it for everyone to see. Huang Shaoqin, who was not personally literate, stared at the screen of the cell phone in Professor Bryant's hand for a long time. Professor Bryant felt like his heart was going to stop beating at this moment. It was just too much. He only hoped that his gamble in the nick of time was the right one, or else he would only end up dead. Live. Big brother. Cousin. You want to see me drink water so much? Then I'll let you drink enough. Huang Shaoqin's voice suddenly raised and became very resentful. His last paragraph was actually spoken in two different voices, one of which was Huang Shaoqin's childish and incomparable voice, while the other voice was quite mature. Bryant noticed, however, that Uncle Huang had kept his eyes and mouth tightly shut from the moment Huang Shaoqin had just begun to appear abnormal, not saying a word or glancing this way at all. And Huang Shaoqin's brother, Isaburo, still had that dumbfounded look, his eyes empty and confused, completely unfocused, and his mouth never moved once. So, those two voices just now, both came from Little Hush and Huang Shaoqin alone. However, Professor Bryant was not in the mood to think about this in detail right now. He was currently focusing on Huang Shaoqin's changes. Huang Shaoqin's deep black pupils suddenly flushed red, black with a hint of eerie red, staring dead at the screen of his cell phone. Suddenly, he reached out and reached inside the cell phone screen. Professor Bryant's cell phone screen was instantly stabbed out by Huang Shaoqin's withered and rough hands. But Huang Shaoqin's hands actually didn't penetrate through the entire cell phone screen. He stuck his whole arm into the cell phone screen as if it had a huge space in it. Then, only a middle-aged man's heart-rending screams could be heard coming from within the cell phone screen. Huang Shaoqin's withered and rough hands actually yanked a head full of blood out of the middle of the cell phone screen in a hard way. It was the head probably belonged to a greasy, hairy, middle-aged man with thick skin all over his face, and that blood was flowing out of the middle of his scalp, coloring the whole head red. The head's eyes were wide open, as if it looked as if it had seen something extremely terrifying in its lifetime. With a casual hand, Huang Shaoqin threw the bizarre head to the center of this table. He left Professor Bryant's side and returned to his seat, sitting with his brother, Huang Xiaoyang. Professor Bryant, who had broken out in a cold sweat, realized that Huang Shaoqin's eyes gradually changed from black to white, and resumed their black and white appearance as before, and his sudden growth in height changed back to its original form. At the moment his was sitting by his brother's side, his eyes clear and innocent, as if nothing had happened in the party. Prof. Bryant's heart was pounding at the moment, and he knew he had made the right bet. Two conflicting rules. Besides the fact that these two rules are true and false, there is another possibility that both rules are true, both true but diametrically opposed. Then it could mean that it's two bizarre rules for killing people. In his haste, Prof. Bryant made the most dangerous move of all, which was to violate two rules at once. First, he violated Rule 3, please don't refuse any requests for paid messages in the live broadcast room. Then he violated Rule 5, please don't refuse any request from Huang Shaoqin by refusing Huang Shaoqin's request not to pour water. In the end, the pot was then dumped on the paid pop-ups in the live broadcast, drawing all of Huang Shaoqin's hatred to the paid pop-ups in the live broadcast, allowing the two to kill each other, and dissolving this situation that turned out to be certain death. He sat back in his seat and looked at his cell phone. realizing that it was actually able to clearly display the contents of the live broadcast even though it had a big hole in it. The cell phone's time display says that the time is now 19:45. The stare down with Huang Xiaoqin just now had actually gone on for 50 minutes without realizing it. However, this also meant that at this moment in time an hour had passed since he had used the talent simulator. His SS-level talent simulator can be used twice now. The reaction and operation of Professor Bryant just now could be said to be wonderful. However, the number of people in his live broadcast room had plummeted by a full 90% from 50 minutes ago. The few pop-ups on the livestream were also posting content that had nothing to do with Professor Bryant's weird talk this time. Don't look at Professor Bryant. The chosen one next door in Summerland is open for business. Zhou Xiaochuan next door directly holds Creepy down and beats him up. It feels like Prof. Bryant is not as strong as Zhou Xiaochuan. End of chapter. Chapter 6, Zhou Xiaochuan who played a deadly game. Chapter 6, Zhou Xiaochuan who played a deadly game. Just 50 minutes before Professor Bryant's standoff with Huang Xiaoqin, Zhou Xiaochuan followed Uncle Huang all the way out of the room with his eyes squinting and humming. He looked around on the way, looking very relaxed, very different from the nervousness that Professor Bryant had about everything. However, the house was surrounded by outrageous darkness. Visibility was extremely low. Even if Zhou Xiaochuan did his best to look along the way, he could never see a bit of the surroundings. The only thing visible was the little bit of road beneath his own feet. After my death, the Qin people's living conditions are so low that they can't even afford to light a lamp? Is there any mistake? What is this child Fusu up to? Hey, a Jussie in front. Why don't you have a light in your house? Can't you afford to light it? Zhou Xiaochuan shouted loudly to Uncle Huang in front of him. However, Uncle Huang was still bouncing and walking forward on his two canes, and did not respond to Zhou Xiaochuan's words in any way, and didn't even look back at Zhou Xiaochuan. It was as if Zhou Xiaochuan did not exist. Zhou Xiaochuan certainly couldn't endure this kind of anger. He shouted angrily, "Hey, old man, this emperor is asking you. How dare you pretend not to hear? Beware of this emperor executing your 9 clans." He then quickly ran forward and pulled Uncle Huang, who was bouncing forward on his crutches, into a hug. Zhou Xiaochuan directly grabbed Uncle Huang's arm on his crutches, and Uncle Huang's original bouncing pace instantly stopped, and he froze in place without moving a muscle. It was reasonable to say that a disabled person would be shaken even if he didn't fall when he was grabbed like that. But Uncle Huang stood steadily, not shaking at all, standing more stable than an able-bodied man. This emperor is asking you, do you hear me? Seeing that Uncle Huang finally stopped his pace, Zhou Xiaochuan walked up to him and condescendingly questioned him. Only Uncle Huang's head was lowered and his face was dimly colored, seemingly very similar to the eerie darkness that surrounded him. It was impossible to see his facial expression. This emperor has already come to you, and you still pretend that you can't hear this emperor? You really have a lot of guts. Seeing that Uncle Huang was still ignoring him, Zhou Xiaochuan became furious and actually slapped his hand towards Uncle Huang. Before Zhou Xiaochuan's palm could hit Uncle Huang's face, it was grabbed by a hand with festering skin, even revealing a white skeleton. This is Uncle Huang's hand. Uncle Huang still kept his head down and didn't say a word, but some blood had trickled from the corner of his mouth. Click, clack. A weird bone-breaking sound came out of his mouth. This Zhou Xiaochuan is not crazy. Follow Uncle Huang honestly walk to the living room is not on the line. Why in the end he has to be so much trouble? Does he really not care about the rules at all? The rules clearly suggest that Uncle Huang on crutches is not to be trusted. Instead of avoiding him, he took the initiative to attack him? There's no mistaking it. This is the only person who has taken the initiative to attack Creepy since I've watched the Weird Tales live for so long. Is he living too long? I told you it was just luck that Zhou Xiaochuan survived the first 2 times. Didn't you guys brush the forums? Now the #1 hot search in the forums is the identity of the new chosen one has been revealed, and he is actually a patient of the Castle Peak Mental Hospital, suffering from severe paranoia, schizophrenia, and other illnesses. Ha, Prof. Bryant's side is too tense and scary. I've come to your side of Xia to watch something light and funny. Sakura country. Sakura nation's people still have the right to be called? Where's the genius chosen one Ryo Yosi you were marketing before? What are people from other countries doing in my country's live room? Why don't you go to your own live room? It's not because your own live room is on a black screen, is it? IP belongs to Stick Country. Ha. I'm so sorry. All the mental illnesses in our country live longer than the chosen one in your country. Are the chosen one in your country even worse than the mental illnesses? Since all the chosen from various countries had died in the last open door kill, at this moment, the live broadcast room of the Summer Kingdom had gathered viewers from all over the world. There are up to 300 million people online in real time. The number of people online here is only 40 million less than in Professor Bryant's live room in the Lighthouse State. With a large number of people, it is natural to avoid quarrels. However, No matter if it was people from Xia's own country, or people from other countries who had blacked out to watch Xia's live broadcast due to the Chosen One's death, none of them felt that Zhou Xiaochuan would survive this time. I've never seen one with so much guts, actually daring to ignore the rules and directly attack Guile. And at this moment in time, the Summerland Weird Tales Processing Bureau, the director sat alone, paralyzed in his chair, deadpan, staring at the changing scene in the Weird Talk live room. The assistant director behind him patted the director's shoulder and comforted him. Chief, it's hard for someone who is a psychopath to make it this far. Although we failed again in Xia this time, we also need to do our best to save the day. Quickly give the order to have the whole country under martial law and prepare for a new Weird Talk. The rest of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau looked at the director with the same frustrated expression. The first few failures they had at least given the Chosen some advice based on their ability to help the Chosen get through it. But this time, the new Chosen One was actually a psychopath who had never known about the existence of rule geekery before. And just telling him what rule geekery really was had used up 3 reminders. Once the Chosen One fails, the corresponding Weird Tales will descend on the country to which the Chosen One belongs. A sense of powerlessness surged through the hearts of all the people in the Weird Tales Processing Bureau at this moment. However, the director, who was sitting paralyzed in his chair, suddenly stood upright from his chair. Those eyes were still looking at the screen, but there was not a trace of glimmer in his gaze. Weird story. It's not over yet. Zhou Xiaochuan is not dead yet. I just contacted the director of the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, and he told me that although Zhou Xiaochuan is mentally ill, suffering from severe delusions and schizophrenia, his IQ is extremely high at the same time. The director paused. In any case, as long as Zhou Xiaochuan is not dead, and as long as the live broadcast is not blacked out, I will not issue a nationwide martial law notice. And right now on the big screen, the situation Zhou Xiaochuan is facing is getting worse and worse. Uncle Huang's mouth kept emitting the sound of click, click, click of bones cracking, and the skeleton hand that held Zhou Xiaochuan's wrist was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, with a click, Zhou Xiaochuan's wrist was broken by Uncle Huang. Then, Uncle Huang's 2 rotting and pus-filled hands pinched Zhou Xiaochuan's neck. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Confrontation Against Weirdness? 4,000 words big chapter. Begging for favorites. Begging for catch-up reading. Chapter 7, Confrontation Against Weirdness? 4,000 words big chapter. Begging for favorites. Begging for catch-up reading. The bizarre tactics are extremely cruel. Ha 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 ha. The Chosen One of the Summer Kingdom is finally going to be killed by creepy, good death. In the end, the ones who suffer will always be the ordinary people of our summer country. My father and my son both died because of the strange talk. Brothers upstairs. I have already bought a ticket to the Lighthouse Country, and have gone through the relevant procedures. Compared to the summer country, now the Lighthouse Country is still the safest. I have not dared to continue to watch the following under the age of 18 years of age of minors to withdraw from the live room on their own. After Zhou Xiaochuan's wrist broke, the viewers watching the live broadcast had already treated Zhou Xiaochuan as a dead man. Originally, if he acted rashly in the weird world and triggered the rules, he wouldn't necessarily die. But even if Zhou Xiaochuan hadn't been killed by Uncle Huang this time, in the midst of this weird world, with his broken hand, he would have died due to blood loss. What's more, Uncle Huang's hand was still choking Zhou Xiaochuan's neck. However, the next development of the matter had thrown all the viewers off their feet and overturned their perceptions. Uncle Huang's hand's force was getting tighter and tighter, and Zhou Xiaochuan's face gradually took on an iron blue color, apparently already about to run out of breath. However, Zhou Xiaochuan's entire body, except for the change in his face, did not show at all the demeanor of a person who was about to suffocate in near death. Even the moment his wrist broke just now, he didn't even frown, as if the whole person was painless. Ever since the moment he broke his hand, Zhou Xiaochuan's face showed extreme calmness. Those black pupils gazed silently at Uncle Huang who was choking him below. A long breath then escaped his mouth. Alas! 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 He sighed 3 times in quick succession. Why would someone who was already choked and about to suffocate exhale? Why would he sigh? Naturally, it was because the 2 pairs of hands that had been choking him had been loosened. But how could the weird-looking Uncle Huang let go of his hands? Naturally, it was because his hands, which were choking Zhou Xiaochuan's neck, had been broken. Both arms, all broken. Where that arm broke, the cut was neat and tidy. Even a butcher who has slaughtered cattle and sheep all his life can't cut such a neat slit in a split second. And Zhou Xiaochuan's broken palm had returned to his hand at some point. It didn't even look out of place, and there weren't any stitches where the wrists joined. It looked as if the hand had never been broken at all. Zhou Xiaochuan turned his wrist and sighed in satisfaction. Alas! Originally, your behavior just now has been considered the crime of regicide, put in 2,000 years ago. I think I will have to execute your 9 clans. But strangely enough, My mind can't even recall a bit of the great Qin law that I formulated in the first place. He looked at the still lowered his head, the eyes of the strange color more and more thick. Huang uncled and said, I just now was thinking about how to deal with you. But I am in my mind since a little bit of Qin law have no impression. And you are useful to me at this time. I intend to spare you this time. Zhou Xiaochuan clapped his hands. How about it? Cheering? Jumping for joy? If this is 2,000 years ago, you are dead also do not know how many times to die. Alas, after 2,000 years, I have become a lot more benevolent. Years ah. Without waiting for Zhou Xiaochuan to finish, Uncle Huang, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly raised his head, and the eerie color that had been surrounding his eyes was swept away. Though the eyes were cloudy, the black mist that had been in them had disappeared. He kept standing, his mouth opening and closing, gazing at Zhou Xiaochuan as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't say it no matter what. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and lead the way for this emperor. This emperor is about to starve to death right now. Immediately. Immediately. Zhou Xiaochuan chided. Uncle Huan looked at Zhou Xiaochuan with a complicated expression, and then proceeded to walk towards the end of the darkness with a bounce. Remarkably, Uncle Huang is hopping along on his own legs. His leg strength seemed to have reached an astonishing level, and even with only one leg, he was able to move steadily forward. There was no need to even rest. He wasn't on his two crutches, and he didn't even look at the two crutches they had. It's as if they're just two extra things. If Prof. Bryant were over here, I'm afraid he'd be ecstatic with excitement, because Uncle Huang, who doesn't carry a cane, happens to trigger a rule. If this rule was correct, then the chosen one would undoubtedly have an extra helper in this strange talk, an existence that could be trusted. Rule number 7, Huang Xiaoqin's father can be trusted unless he's on crutches. Uncle Huang now dropped his crutches and was not on crutches. Unfortunately, Zhou Xiaochuan was not Professor Bryant, and he had even forgotten all about those 10 rules by now. He quickly followed Uncle Huang's pace, his mouth drooling as he chanted. Well, Luoyang roast duck, braised lion's head, open water cabbage, Longjing shrimp, East Lake vinegar fish, Dongpa meat, Wenshir tofu. Stomach is really hungry. A moment of the state banquet. I must eat a big meal. Zhou Xiaochuan's pace was relaxed, with a bright and incomparable smile on his face. Those who are watching the live stream, however, aren't necessarily having an easy time of it. Hey, what's going on with this Zhou Xiaochuan? Did I read it right? How did he reattach his broken hand? Why did that Uncle Huang's hands break instead, while Zhou Xiaochuan was fine at all? I'm under an illusion? It's still possible. It's likely to be an illusion. In the previous weird talks, there were many times that the scene of bizarrely creating an illusion and confusing the chosen one happened. This Zhou Xiaochuan is likely to have created an illusion, confusing Uncle Huang, letting him think that Zhou Xiaochuan's hand has been broken, letting his guard down, and then delivering a fatal blow. Upstairs brother, have you realized one thing? That is there a possibility? I mean possibility ha. This Zhou Xiaochuan is the chosen one of our summer country, and Uncle Huang is the weird incarnation? That's most likely the talent Zhou Xiaochuan drew. Maybe our chosen one this time has drawn an extremely heaven-defying talent. What talent is so fierce that it can do such damage to weird? Professor Bryant of the Lighthouse Nation drew a SS-level talent, and could only struggle and barely survive in the midst of the world of weird tales. Do you guys think there could be a possibility that Zhou Xiaochuan is the embodiment of weirdness? Why isn't that broadcast over? Weird Tales Processing Bureau. The staff hugged each other and cheered one after another like a heat wave that didn't stop. They who had already used up their 3 reminder opportunities were originally highly nervous and highly frustrated. And after seeing Zhou Xiaochuan's performance, the first emotion that was expressed was not skepticism, but excitement. Highly euphoric. Xia has already failed to pass Weird Tales 5 times, and Zhou Xiaochuan will be saved if he really draws a counterintuitive talent with more than enough IQ to just pretend to be a psychopath. Chief, why don't you say something? Say something. It was noticed that the director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Processing was still staring dead at the screen of his computer at the moment, not saying a word. We've probably gotten lucky this time in Xia, stumbling upon such a chosen one with a high IQ, and drawing a talent that can defuse creepy's attacks and inflict great damage on creepy. The heavens are truly not against my Xia. Yes, I've always felt that this guy should be a supreme genius. Before that, he had been pretending to be crazy. Didn't you see how easily and effortlessly he dissolved the previous 2 open door kills? Ha. Even Prof. Bryant of Lighthouse Nation is sweating in the face of weird talk. We've raised our eyebrows now. Hey, director, why don't you say something? Director, say something? However, the director was still staring at the computer screen with a deadpan stare, not saying a word. The director's assistant, as well as other staff members, were gathered around the director with anxious faces. Finally, at the call of the crowd, The director turned around, and 2 lines of hot tears flowed from among his reddened eyes. You guys, is there a possibility that this Zhou Xiaochuan he's really a manifestation of Qin Shi Huang? He then jumped up from the middle of his chair and ran through the Weird Tales handling bureau while shouting, the first emperor is mighty. The heavens will not fail my Xia kingdom. The heavens will not fail my Xia kingdom. The crowd froze for a moment. The director's assistant's voice carried some hesitation in it. Should we call the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital? Weird Tales of the World. Zhou Xiaochuan followed Uncle Huang, who had both of his arms disconnected, to the living room. Unlike the cautious Professor Bryant, Zhou Xiaochuan directly pulled out his chair and sat at the main seat of this table. Seeing this, Uncle Huang on the side had no choice but to sit next to Huang Xiaoqin and Huang Xiaoyong. On top of this mahogany table was a bright red tablecloth that was so bright red in color that it looked like human blood. Unlike the tattered furnishings around it, the tablecloth was actually brand new as well. Zhou Xiaochuan stared at the tablecloth, which was very different from his surroundings, for a long time, and then slapped the table forcefully and stood up. Humph, didn't you tell me to come and have a meal? Where's the food? Where's the rice? Luoyang roast duck, braised lion's head, open water cabbage, Longjing shrimp, East Lake vinegar fish, Dongpa meat, Wenshi tofu. Where have all these delicacies gone? His brows furrowed as he stared at Uncle Huang. Zhao Gao, you've made me very, very dissatisfied. You'd better tell me the truth. Don't do anything to hide it. Uncle Huang, who was called Zhao Gao, looked a bit unnatural, and his hands that had been chopped off before had grown back at some point. He wiped his palms with a pandering smile. Hey, Yang Di this meal it is not in a hurry first. Let us first talk about the live broadcast thing, before we are not said well. You come to my home little Hushin Xiaoqin and his brother Xiaoyong. A live broadcast it is $5,000. His face was a little red. He stood up and slowly approached Zhou Xiaochuan, his eyes fixed on the cell phone in Zhou Xiaochuan's pants, his expression a little scornful. By the way, you don't take your cell phone out for me to scan and pay. I only take cash. Zhou Xiaochuan sniffed and was so furious that he actually overturned this entire table with one hand. With a thud, the expensive mahogany table tipped over on its side. What do you mean? Do you mean to say that I still have to pay you if I want to eat? 5,000 taels of silver? I need to eat 5,000 taels of silver for one meal? How much of this goes into your pocket? Zhou Xiaochuan's face was gloomy. Then as soon as he took out the cell phone in his pants pocket. Also, this is the cell phone you were talking about, isn't it? What kind of evil thing is this? It glows and makes strange noises, and there are words on it that I can't even read. What's more, in this small square, actually shut me in. Could it be that you are using the art of witchcraft and want to harm me? He pointed to the lock screen of his own picture above his cell phone screen and questioned Uncle Huang loudly. Because of the lack of crutches, Uncle Huang could only keep standing with his back against the wall. Yang Di, what exactly do you mean by all this? Why can't I understand anything? Didn't we say it before? $5,000 a live broadcast. You shoot the 2 brothers Xiaoqin and Xiaoyong. I'll take the money. From his pants pocket, he flipped out a cell phone with a few cracked screens, pointing to the chat log on it. Look, this word for word is what we agreed on. You wouldn't want to back out, would you? Zhou Xiaochuan grabbed the cell phone in Uncle Huang's hand and slammed it, along with his own, to the ground with force, shattering it. Then, as if he didn't feel relieved enough, he vigorously stomped on the top of the cell phone twice with his own foot. From now on, this kind of witchcraft thing, don't let me see it from now on, or the next time I'll want is your life. After Uncle Huang heard these words, his pupils contracted and his face looked behind Zhou Xiaochuan in horror. What's the matter, Zhao Gao? After not seeing you for 2,000 years, you seem to have become very different from before. How much loyalty do you still have to me? To Great Qin? To be honest, I found that you have selfishness at that time. There is no problem with selfishness. Who does not have selfishness? I also have selfishness, but you 1,000 should not. 10,000 should not, to me, have any concealment. Say, you give me set up this one without any dishes of the Hongmen banquet. In the end is what intention? In the face of Zhou Xiaochuan step-by-step pressing, Uncle Huang did not have any response. His eyes were terrified, and he had been staring at Zhou Xiaochuan's back with a deadly stare, while his body, he had already hid behind Huang Xiaoqin's chair. Zhao Gao, are you very afraid of me? I am conceited that I am still a bright ruler. As long as you don't do anything to apologize to me, I will never. Before Zhou Xiaochuan could finish his words, there was a pair of cold hands on his shoulders. It's cold. It's cold. It hurts. It hurts. Why did you throw me to the ground? Why did you step on me? Yang Di, we're supposed to be good friends. End of chapter. Chapter 8, Cousin. Chapter 8, Cousin. Behind Zhou Xiaochuan, an eerie voice came. The voice seemed to carry a chilling aura of its own, like it came from the nine hells. Yang Di, shouldn't we be good friends? It was me who gave you the resources of Huang Xiaoqin and Huang Xiaoyong, letting you broadcast, letting you make money, letting you be read, letting you be famous. All of this for you. All of it was given by me. All of it is given by me. Without me, Huang Xiaoqin's cousin, how many people would know your Yang Di? Could your Yang Di have this achievement now? Dream on. The voice that came from behind Zhou Xiaochuan became more and more urgent as it spoke, and finally broke directly. At this moment, Zhou Xiaochuan only felt a powerful and cold aura that pressed against his back, making him very uncomfortable. You? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Suddenly, on Zhou Xiaochuan's body, a golden light emanated, which was like a hot warm sun, dispelling the gloomy aura behind him. He turned his head and saw a man covered in blood, a fat-looking man with a greasy face. Both eyes were empty and no longer had eyeballs. Hey, Yang Di, you're on fire now. You have so many fans. And now you want to come here to get another piece of the pie. What about me? I can only be locked inside this cell phone. I'm in so much pain. The blood-covered man's voice grew more and more violent, and in the end, it actually evolved into a miserable wail. After that, his two pairs of bloody hands grabbed Zhou Xiaochuan's shoulders. I am alone in the screen, alone in the live room. So lonely. Yang Di, you come to accompany me? Aren't we good friends? Let's be companions together in the cell phone screen. He exerted his hands, actually trying to pull Zhou Xiaochuan into the tiny cell phone next to his feet as well. The cell phone screen that Zhou Xiaochuan had previously shattered and stomped on seemed to have a suction force that matched the blood-covered man's arm, yanking Zhou Xiaochuan towards the middle of the cell phone screen. Zhou Xiaochuan didn't put up any resistance, but a minute passed, and a big man of 1 meter 8 instantly disappeared from this space. The man, covered in blood, picked up his cell phone and gave a wry smile. He. Yang Di, you alone in this cell phone screen to stay well. Brother will not accompany you. Ha 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 ha. Not only that, everything you have, everything you are is going to be mine too. The blood-covered man laughed while blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Your popularity, your traffic, your fans, your money, everything, it's going to be mine. No, it was all mine in the first place. You're the one who stole it all. And now, it's just a matter of returning it to its rightful owner. His laughter became more and more maniacal, and he bled more and more, his eyes greedily looking towards Uncle Huang and the two people in front of him, Huang Xiaoqin and Huang Xiaoyong. Hey, did Xiaoqin and Xiaoyong miss me? Did you miss cousin? Don't forget, everything you have is from me, cousin. He looked around at the stacked boxes of beer and laughed. Without me, Uncle Huang, could you drink so much beer every day? I'm the one who made both Xiaoqin and Xiaoyong famous. Now that Yang Di guy is finally dead, I've come to reclaim what belongs to me. With a scowl on his face, he raised his cell phone and aimed it at Huang Xiaoqin. Little Hushin, perform a singing for the brothers and sisters on the air. Huang Xiaoqin, who was called Little Hushin, had a reluctant look on his face. However, he was pushed hard by Uncle Huang behind him and fell in front of the man covered in blood. Cousin, I. Huang Xiaoqin's young face was so frightened that it didn't have a trace of luster, obviously very afraid of this blood-covered cousin. Hurry up and sing for me, if you can't sing well. Humph. He raised his blood-covered palm and symbolically waved it towards Huang Xiaoqin's face. The latter instantly scrunched his neck and began to sing his strange and unearthly ballad. Ali. And at this moment, the live broadcast room in Xia was also instantly blown up. I'm going to go. What's going on here? It's a little too much information. The previous copy of the description of the said, the chosen one is invited by Huang Xiaoqin cousin came to the village of Dashi, but the handover is Uncle Huang. And this is full of blood. Huang Xiaoqin cousin is out of the cell phone screen among the. Did you guys watch Professor Bryant's live broadcast from Lighthouse Nation? He saw the reward in message from a paying audience, and the name of the message was cousin. It feels like the truth of this replica is just around the corner. It's a pity that my chosen one Zhou Xiaochuan of Xia feels that the credit is lost. This time, getting so much information came entirely from what Zhou Xiaochuan got by smashing his cell phone. If Zhou Xiaochuan hadn't smashed his cell phone, then this cousin wouldn't have come out so quickly. In Professor Bryant's live broadcast, cousin was dragged out of his cell phone alive and killed by Huang Xiaoqin. But why is this Huang Xiaoqin so scared of cousin in Zhou Xiaochuan's live broadcast? I still don't think about it. Why did our summer's chosen one die so quickly? Wasn't he able to tough out Uncle Huang, the weird avatar, before? It only shows that your chosen of the Summer Kingdom are simply too inflated. Many times more than one creep exists in the Weird Tales replica, and each creep has both strong and weak strengths. And I'm afraid that what this Zhou Xiaochuan is using to deal with the weirdness is relying on the talent he drew. But as far as I know, This kind of powerful talent has a cooldown time, and I'm afraid that he's still in the cooldown time of his talent right now. Summerland, Bureau of Weird Tales Processing. For this strange talk, the information they got out through Zhou Shaochuan and other live broadcasts was similar to that of the audience watching the live broadcast. This thing has been with a simple and outlined. Uncle Huang, cousin, little Hushin Huang Xiaoqin. 3 people are tainted with weirdness. There is another Huang Xiaoqin's brother cannot see. Just how to pass the weird talk is still debatable. A respected scholar of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau analyzed. He is a professor of history at one of the top universities in the Summerland and is very knowledgeable about weird stories. Alas, Professor He, what's the use of talking about this now? All of our chosen in Xia have already failed. Another city in my country will be caught in the midst of strange talk. A young scholar in the Weird Tales Handling Bureau sighed. Professor He shook his head. Words can't be said like that. With the experience gained from this weird talk, we can hold a lecture and tell it to the whole Xia nation. To enhance our Xia people's ability to deal with weird talks, that's the most important thing. Right at this moment, the director, who had just been extremely exuberant and had run 10 laps around the Weird Tales Handling Bureau, suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Why do you all think Zhou Shaochuan is dead? Didn't we not have a black screen in the live broadcast room in China?" End of chapter. Chapter 9, The Return of Zhou Shaochuan. Chapter 9, The Return of Zhou Shaochuan. I thought we didn't have a black screen in the Summer's live room? A word from the director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Disposal. Professor He immediately rushed to the screen he was in charge of to look at it, his hand shaking as he held the cigarette. He put the cigarette to his mouth and took a sharp drag. That's right. My Summer's live feed hasn't gone black. Afterwards, Professor He coughed gently twice, seemingly realizing that he had lost his temper. Over the years, I've watched so many weird stories. I go to almost every country where the chosen one has gone through a weird story, and over the past 3 years, I've watched at least 10,000 weird stories, and there hasn't been a single one where the chosen one has died and the live feeds haven't blacked out. Professor Ho's words instantly ignited the hopes of the rest of the Weird Tales Disposal Bureau. That means Zhou Shaochuan is still alive. At this moment in the live stream, the rest of the audience had also noticed this. Strange, why hasn't Xia's broadcast gone black? When the chosen one dies, it's logical for the live broadcast to go black immediately. So why is Xia the exception? Is Zhou Shaochuan not dead? Chuan, trust Chuan. Everyone in front of the screen, raise your hands and lend your strength to Chuan. I don't want weird stories to descend on the city I live in. I hope the chosen one of the Summer Kingdom dies inside Weird Tales. IP address, stick country. Ha 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 ha. That chosen one of the Summer Kingdom has been weirdly pulled inside a cell phone. How can the Summer people still expect him to be alive? Have you guys ever seen a person get pulled into a cell phone and still come out alive? IP address, Sakuragak. 3-word review, Foley style. IP address, Sunset State. The ones upstairs. You're showing your IP addresses. Why don't you go back to your own stream? You guys don't have your own live streams to watch? Where's your country's chosen one? Ha 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 ha. Didn't the chosen one of their country die long ago? Have you guys forgotten? Especially that Sakura Nation's chosen one, Ryo Yoshi. That's called a clown, shrimp and pork heart. But telling the truth. World of Weird Tales, Boulder Village. Little Hushin Huang Xiaoqin repressed, sang out of the song Bazaar in the midst of some difficult disjointed twisted feeling. Although it was just 2 meaningless characters repeating over and over again, it gave off an extremely bizarre feeling. It's like playing an expensive violin, but playing it with a random twig picked up off the street. It's extremely incongruous. Ali, Ali, Ali. Little Hushin Huang Xiaoqin sang to the back, almost even crying and singing. The voice was also quite hoarse. Uncle Huang, on the other hand, had at this moment returned to the seat where Zhou Shaochuan had been sitting before, which was the main seat of this table. He had long ago righted the mahogany table that had been overturned by Zhou Shaochuan when Zhou Shaochuan had been pulled into the cell phone by his cousin, and subsequently laid the red tablecloth that was as bright as blood. At this very moment, he was taking a bottle of the cheapest, $3 bottle of green neck beer and pouring it into his stomach. To his left, he already had 5 or 6 empty beer bottles. Uncle Huang, a disabled person, was actually an alcoholic, and in just 3 minutes, he drank so much beer in an almost hard-drinking manner. On the other side, Huang Xiaoqin's brother, Huang Xiaoyong, who originally had a stagnant face without any expression or demeanor, was already closing his eyes at this moment, not to glance at Huang Xiaoqin, who was bouncing around. Huang Xiaoqin sang and danced, making strange and eerie singing noises while bouncing and clapping. That singing voice seemed to carry a kind of killing power in general. Bang! Bang! The beer bottles that were stacked around the room shattered one after the other, and Huang Xiaoqin's face was becoming more and more agonized. Ali! Ali! Ooh! I don't want to sing. I don't like to sing. I don't like to sing this song that I can't even understand. Huang Xiaoqin suddenly stopped singing and bawled. Cousin, who was originally staring at the live feed in the middle of his cell phone screen and gloating, instantly pulled his face down. Keep singing for me. Little Qin. Who gave you permission to stop? Then sing for me. Keep dancing. He chortled. Huang Xiaoqin cried and rubbed her eyes, saying in a voice that was almost desperate. The brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts in the live broadcast room are listening to the happy. Is it you cannot want it? You're a talentless thing. Sing for me. Cousin didn't know where he found a cane and lashed it hard at Huang Xiaoqin. You're no good. Sing for me. Keep singing. Only by singing can you get rich. Understand? That's how you eat. After being smoked, Huang Xiaoqin cried even louder. Ali, Ali, Ali. The cries were interspersed with the song and echoed again in the dimly lit room. Cousin grinned in satisfaction as he watched the numbers in the live feed. Not grinning, but cracking. He laughed so hard that he actually cracked his entire mouth open. No, to be more precise, the entire face was cracked open, revealing flesh and blood. It was horrible. User Yang D rewarded 1,000 and left a message. Maybe what he wants is not money, but valuable dignity. Ha! Cousin's laughter froze as he looked at the nickname and wondered. Yang D? Why are you still able to talk? Shouldn't you be? Already? Before the words fell, a hand in a hospital gown, over a clear black garbage bag, reached out from amongst that screen and smacked down the cousin's bloody hand that was gripping the phone. Then a clean-cut man in a hospital gown with a clear garbage bag over his body and a trash can on his head emerged from among the cell phones. Unlike the bloodied and wretched look of his cousin who drilled out, Zhou Xiaochuan drilled out with an elegant and spotless posture. What you are when you go in is what you are when you come out. You traitorous thief. This emperor has been observing you for a long time amongst this demonic creature. How dare you do such a thing to this emperor's son? He didn't even look at his cousin's cell phone, which he regarded as a treasure, and simply stomped it to smithereens. From now on, you, as well as Zhao Gao, will never again be able to harm anyone with this demonic creature, and never again be able to harm the fortunes of my great Qin, he said coldly. Cousin only reacted from his disorientation when he saw his cell phone being trampled by Zhou Xiaochuan. His eyes were bloodshot, and his entire eye actually turned bright red. What did you just do? Yang D, what did you just do? Do you know how much traffic I'll lose in my live room with this kick? How much of my money will be lost? Cousin's blood-covered hand grabbed Zhou Xiaochuan's neck as he grimaced and questioned. End of chapter. Chapter 10, Cousin's Death. Chapter 10, Cousin's Death. What is it to me how much money you will lose? All I know is that you have violated your superiors from below, and you are greatly disrespectful to me. Your disrespect has even surpassed that of Zhao Gao over there. That Zhao Gao is still useful to me and naturally can still be kept. As for you, Zhou Xiaochuan opened his cousin's hand that was choking his neck, his expression flat as if it was just a small and insignificant matter. The blood-covered cousin, after his own hand was opened, looked evidently puzzled for a moment, and felt himself somewhat incredulous. How is this possible for you? How did you make it out of that cell phone alive? How were you able to break free of my hand? He became more and more disbelieving. He was a trickster. How could he be suppressed by a human like this? Inverted Big Dipper? Zhou Xiaochuan just snorted coldly. Nothing is impossible. Just because I am the first emperor, anything is possible. Cousin shouted. The bloodstained hands once again lunged at Zhou Xiaochuan. In those hands, there seemed to be the power of millions of pounds, and the speed was also fast. Between the wind and the lightning, it was not a speed that ordinary people could dodge away. It can be said that if this cousin is allowed to run 100 meters, he can definitely run faster than Bolt. However, Zhou Xiaochuan was just a slap in the face. Slap. The slap hit this cousin in the face. Unconscionable. I am a benevolent ruler, and I should have been merciful in treating a meritorious subject like you. Lu Buwei, who made you want to commit suicide yourself? AI. Why bother? Why bother? After receiving this slap, the cousin fell to the ground and never made another sound. Subsequently, from his cousin's body, some golden light actually emanated. Then, the cousin's body actually disappeared into thin air. Zhou Xiaochuan looked calm as if none of this had happened. Afterwards, he actually looked to the sky and showed a smiling face. Well, was my wave cool? There wasn't anything in the place he was looking at. It was just a dark ceiling that he couldn't see at all. But in the perspective of the Xia audience, Zhou Xiaochuan was looking at them in this way. Zhou Xiaochuan is looking at the audience? Talking to the audience? Making faces at the audience? What is this? It had completely surpassed their understanding of the chosen. Chuan is actually really alive. Chuan is awesome. What kind of talent is Chuan's? He's so fierce that he's able to turn the tables on the weird? Even Professor Bryant of the Lighthouse Kingdom couldn't do that, right? Yes It is said that Professor Bryant of the Lighthouse Country, the talent is SS level, but he passes the strange talk is also very like a thin ice. How to Chuan this is not the same. It doesn't feel like we're watching a spooky livestream, a weird story livestream, but rather a third-rate nonsensical online book. Upstairs is right. I feel the same way. +1. +1. Ditto. Did you guys realize that the position Chuan was looking at just now? From our perspective, he was looking at the audience? Was he actually talking to the audience? Making faces at the audience? Is this still how I remember the Chosen One? I feel like Chuan doesn't look like a Chosen One who's being manipulated by weird talk anymore. He looks like someone who's on par with weird talk. It feels like he's come to experience life in the world of weird stories. It's almost the same. Others are college students experiencing society, but he's here to experience life in the world of weird stories. Xia, finally drew a SSR. I can raise my eyebrows. Ha 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 ha. Cool. Nowadays, most of the pop-ups in the live broadcast room of the Summer Country's comments about Zhou Xiaochuan were now compliments and admiration. Even the name was changed from Zhou Xiaochuan's original name to Brother Chuan, because people like Zhou Xiaochuan, who took the initiative to provoke the bazaar, who were not being chased by the bazaar but were chasing the bazaar in the middle of the world of weird talks, had really never been there before. This is too sick. The audience from other countries, even if they wanted to mock Zhou Xiaochuan a few times, they consciously closed their mouths when they saw this kind of performance from Zhou Xiaochuan. After all, Zhou Xiaochuan's performance was so perverted. If they still mocked like that, they would kind of look like they were clowns. They can only talk tough. Oh, what kind of talent is this, relying on talent to harden against weird talk? It's better for our Lighthouse Nation's Professor Bryant to be great, relying on his own logical reasoning skills and intelligence to deal with the weirdness, instead of just relying on his gold finger. IP address, Lighthouse Nation. Yes A. Yes A. This is a disgrace to humanity. What kind of talent passes for weirdness that doesn't rely on its own intelligence, but only on the luck of the draw? IP address, Lighthouse Country. This Zhou Xiaochuan haunted numbness. Just good luck. Drew a good talent is just, feel not as good as Professor Bryant a hair. IP address, Lighthouse Country. And the IP addresses of these people, without exception, show the Lighthouse state. Except for the Lighthouse people, even the viewers from other countries were grayed out and watched the live broadcast in peace. This time, the audience of Xia was not polite. Previously, they had been losing continuously and had been holding their anger, but now that they had finally relied on Zhou Xiaochuan to support their face, how could they let them manipulate them like this again? Oh, then you guys go back to watching your Professor Bryant's live broadcasts. What are you doing here in our summer broadcast room? You guys don't want to read your Prof. Bryant's demystification to see our third-rate cool writing from the Summerland, do you? I now kind of understand the kind of people who like to read third-rate cool literature, which is really cool when the bridge of this cool literature happens to their head. Yes, I can't tell you how comfortable it is to watch other countries' chosen struggling to survive and our chosen teasing the weird talk. Oh, and then no matter what, in the end we Professor Bryant and your Zhou Xiaochuan are the same through the strange talk, only the process is not the same, which has the difference between high and low. IP address, Lighthouse Country, and I, Prof. Bryant of Lighthouse Nation, have already passed 7 weird tales, and only need to pass 2 more weird tales to fulfill the conditions of the weird tales world and get out of the weird tales. IP address, Lighthouse Nation. Besides, the condition given by the weird tales world at the beginning is that as long as a country has 4 chosen ones who have passed 9 weird tales in full, the weird tales won't come down in the midst of this country. I already have 3 people in Lighthouse Nation, and as long as Prof. Bryant passes the weird tales, that would be 4, and you only have 1 of you in Xia Country. Electric Stick Brother Hogwo you, right? IP address, Lighthouse Nation. The Lighthouse Nation's audience's words were not unreasonable. Prof. Bryant was truly worthy of being a professor of logic. After the Lighthouse Nation's Weird Tales Management Bureau informed him of the information they had received from Zhou Xiaochuan, he actually quickly deduced the causes and consequences of this matter. End of chapter. Chapter 11, Prof. Bryant's means of solving the situation. Chapter 11, Prof. Bryant's means of solving the situation. World of Weird Tales, Boulder Village. Professor Bryant he looked at the red cloth table, his cousin's head, and then at the dazed Huang Xiaoyang and Uncle Huang, who didn't dare to look directly at himself, as well as an innocent-faced little Hushan Huang Xiaoqin, pondering the 2 hints he had just been given by the Lighthouse Nation's Weird Tales Handling Bureau. The one who was pulled out of the screen by Huang Xiaoqin was his cousin, who was coerced into clamoring by Huang's family, who was extremely feared by the Huang family in the midst of their experience with the Chosen One in the Summer Kingdom, in order to get traffic to his cousin. On the other hand, in other strange stories, Huang Xiaoqin has been suppressed by his cousin, and a being who calls himself Huang Xiaoyong exists among the boxes under the bed in the bedroom of the Chosen One's origin. Uncle Huang was so afraid of the existence of the box that he warned the Chosen One not to touch it, and those who did have died. Rule 7 is a true rule. Try not to violate Uncle Huang's request when triggering Rule 7. On the other hand, Cousin extremely hates the Chosen One and thinks it's you who deserves all the heat and traffic that's coming his way today. Cousin parasitizes cell phones. Those 2 short messages contain a lot of information. For each weird tale, each country's Weird Tale Handling Bureau can only give the Chosen One 3 reminders, and each reminder must not exceed 100 words, so the text is as concise as possible. Prof. Bryant looked at the information and was conceited in his mind that he already knew a good deal about this strange talk. His eyes looked towards Uncle Huang's side, only to see that he was leaning against the back of his chair and was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, as if everything was none of his business. But Uncle Huang's constantly twitching corners of his mouth betrayed him. Inside, he must be extremely panicked right now. The corners of Professor Bryant's mouth rose slightly. Then he picked up the cell phone he had originally used for live streaming and turned on the front camera, pointing it at himself. Although there was a big hole in the middle of the screen of this cell phone, that was the mark left behind when Huang Xiaoqin pulled his cousin out of the middle of the cell phone screen. But the strange thing was that even though the phone was broken like this, it still continued to display its contents normally, just as if it were brand new. At this moment, the popularity of the live broadcast room was soaring, reaching as much as 10 million, and the number of people online, too, is 100,000 plus. In stark contrast to this was the pop-ups on the air. Such a high popularity live room, actually not even a pop-up screen. The last pop-up screen were hidden in the middle of the phone cousin sent out. However, in the midst of the world of weird tales, all sorts of weird things can happen. Professor Bryant cleared his throat and slowly opened his mouth. Brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room, I, Yang Di, at this moment, am over here to apologize to you all first. I'm really sorry to you all. He then patted the phone on the table and bowed towards it. As an anchor, I am undoubtedly successful. I have contributed so much live content to you viewers, and have reaped untold amounts of money and fame, but as a person, I am a failure. He paused and bowed again to Huang Xiaoqin. I used a small child of such a young age as a gimmick to attract traffic and claptrap on the air. This seriously damages the physical and mental health of the child, who should be at a free and carefree age, and really shouldn't be treated in such a way. After saying that, he glanced at the pop-ups in the live stream. Only a scarlet pop-up drifted over. Anonymous user reward amount 10,000,000, and left a comment. So what? This pop-up was different from any of the previous pop-ups sent out by my cousin, who had paid to reward pop-ups as well, but his color was just yellow. And this time, the rewarding pop-ups were actually scarlet red, so it was like blood, scarlet and scary. Therefore, I, Yang Di, will henceforth announce my retirement from the network, and will never broadcast any more content about the Huang family, and will also take down all my short videos about him on this platform. And as for the proceeds, I will donate all of them. Professor Bryant then bowed gracefully to his cell phone and then closed the broadcast on that. And at this moment, in the corner of Huang Xiaoqin's eyes, there were teardrops sliding past, all over his body. He actually glowed with a burst of golden light. Then, his entire body just disappeared into the room, leaving behind only a white bone, a short white skeleton. This white bone arms, legs, knees or places, are very bizarre bend, not like innate, but like man-made general. Just then, a line of blood suddenly appeared in Professor Bryant's mind. Passing condition, escape Boulder Village alive. Pass rating, B. Professor Bryant's heart rejoiced as the pass condition finally appeared. There are generally only 2 ways in which pass conditions appear in the world of Weird Tales. The first is at the beginning when you enter Weird Tales, and the prompt for the copy will tell a vague pass condition straight away. And the second one is when the Chosen One has reached a certain point in their exploration of the world of Weird Tales. The replica will give the conditions for passing the level based on the information and progress the Chosen One has gotten. What Professor Bryant was getting at this moment was the second pass condition. As long as he escaped the Boulder Village, he could return to the real world alive. It's not a great place to wait, but staying alive is the most important thing. Professor Bryant smiled. It was possible to get a reward from Weird Tales World if it was an A rank or higher pass condition, but struggling to survive in the midst of Weird Tales World is hard enough. So how can you expect to get a high rating? You say, SH. What? Right at this time, Uncle Huang, who had originally pretended to be resting his eyes with his eyes closed on the side, but was actually terrified within his heart, seemed to have changed into a different person. He opened his mouth in a single word, and the sound of bones clicking and shattering came from his throat. Looking furious. You're not going live? No more videos? What about the money promised to me? What about the money promised to me? Uncle Huang stood up, his hands on crutches at some point. Rule number 7, Huang Xiaoqin's father can be trusted unless he's on crutches. Now Huang Xiaoqin's father had become the embodiment of weirdness. Professor Bryant stood up at the same time and quietly stepped back behind him. Well, I have quite a bit of savings as well, and I'm willing to pay for all the tuition for both of your children from now until grad school, as well as everything they need to eat and wear. He slowly retreated towards the bedroom he had originally come out of, a suspicion in his mind that he would have to go inside to confirm. But Uncle Huang actually looked like he had completely lost his mind now, charging towards Professor Bryant with no desire to lose his mind. Dang, dang, dang. Uncle Huang was on his crutches, bouncing and jumping, and his voice was unbelievable. Professor Bryant turned back instantly and took the road. End of chapter. Chapter 12 passing. 4,000 words big chapter. Please catch up on your reading. Please collect. Chapter 12 passing. 4,000 words big chapter. Please catch up on your reading. Please collect. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of the walking stick tapping on the ground became more and more urgent, and Uncle Huang's speed at the moment had undoubtedly reached the extreme. Puff. Professor Bryant almost had to use all his strength to close the door before Uncle Huang could chase him down. He ignored Uncle Huang's urgent knocking. He'd run a simulation through the simulator long ago, and Uncle Huang would knock for at least 20 seconds before he started slamming the door. And between Uncle Huang slamming the door and catching him, which took at least 10 seconds, this period was a total of 30 seconds, which was enough time for him to complete that idea in his mind. Prof. Bryant was a player in the Lighthouse State MBA when he was young, only to have to quit the MBA because of a scandal and become a university professor by his own wisdom. His fitness is absolutely top human. Upon arriving in the middle of the room, he ran to the bed in 3 steps and picked up the large box as soon as he could. Xiao Yong, can you hear me? I'm Yang Di. Uncle Huang is crazy. Xiao Qin and my cousin are dead. We can't stay in Bashi village anymore. Let's escape from Bashi village together. I believe you. By what you say. I'm not going to attack you. Just hold me out. Hold me and Daddy won't dare hit you. The being in the box answered Professor Bryant with hardly any thought. Professor Bryant's heart was glad. Bending down, he scooped up the box under the bed. The moment the box came out, the eager knocking at the door immediately stopped. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking faded away, until it fell on deaf ears. I want to make sure first that you are Huang Xiaoyong. Then who is sitting in the living room? Seeing Uncle Huang leave, Professor Bryant didn't rush to leave the room and immediately flee Boulder Village, but just exchanged words with the box. Both are me. I left Boulder Village with my brother because I didn't want my brother to cooperate with my cousin and continue to be teased like a monkey by others, and I was found out by my cousin. The existence within that box hesitated for a little while, then slowly spoke. The two of us couldn't beat our cousin, who even threatened us with a knife and asked us to go back and make a video of him. So my brother and I agreed under false pretenses and got into our cousin's car. Perhaps it was the cycle of heaven and retribution. When passing through the mountain road back to Dashi village, there was a sudden landslide and my cousin's car overturned and rolled down the mountain road. I passed out that time and woke up inside this box. Professor Bryant took a deep breath as he listened to the account of the presence in the box. Things hadn't gone much worse than he had analyzed. Uncle Huang and his cousin rely on the two children Xiao Qin and Xiao Yong to make videos and live broadcasts for profit. But the two children are reluctant to do so. So after Prof. Bryant gave up the live stream and destroyed his cell phone, the most powerful weirdness in this weird talk, Huang Xiaoqin's resentment, disappeared into thin air. The other child, Huang Xiaoqin's brother, Huang Xiaoyong, naturally wouldn't bear any ill will towards himself. After all, he had just redeemed his brother. In this strange talk, the two children's grievances were the strongest, and the formation of the weirdness was the most terrifying. As long as he got the box and got Huang Xiaoyong's protection, then getting out of Boulder Village would not be a difficult task. I know. I'll definitely take you out of Boulder Village, leave this sad place, and then help you find a feng shui place where you can rest in peace. Just in case, Professor Bryant didn't leave right away, but comforted Huang Xiaoyong in the middle of the box with a few words and made a promise to him. But Huang Xiaoyong among the boxes did not respond to this. Bryant gently placed the case over his shoulder and headed for the door. He gently opened the door, and Uncle Huang had indeed disappeared. And the moment he pushed the door open, the case on his shoulder let out some shimmering light, enough for him to see his way forward. He didn't realize that the back of the living room that Uncle Huang had taken him to earlier was the front door. Professor Bryant pushed open the door, and following Huang Xiaoyong's guidance, he was able to walk out of Boulder Village without any problems. After burying the box under a large tree, Professor Bryant only heard a sinister voice ringing in his ears. Lighthouse Nation Chosen 1 Bryant Kirby passes Weird Tales, The Boulder Village. Weird Tales rating, B. Prof. Bryant only felt his head spinning and bucketing in the middle of his mind as the scene in front of him changed rapidly. He then returned to his office. Ugh, I'm really tired. This weird talk is really getting harder and harder. Luckily I've already passed 8 weird talks, so if I pass one more, I'll be able to get out of weird talks for good. The most attractive thing in the middle of Professor Bryant's office was undoubtedly the large sofa. It is covered with a soft suede fabric in a gentle beige color, giving it a warm and intimate feel. The backrest and cushions of the sofa are very thick. Sitting on it seems to be surrounded by soft clouds, and every part of the body's pressure seems to dissipate at this moment. Next to the sofa was a small wooden coffee table with a cup of steaming milk on it. Professor Bryant's heavy body found the most comfortable position on the sofa, and he gently lifted the cup. The aroma and warmth of that hot milk slowly penetrated into his body, making his exhaustion and tension gradually dissipate. Bryant, who was supposed to be a professor at one of the top universities in the Lighthouse State, had no shortage of money, and having just passed the weird talk, he wanted nothing more than to take a 5-day vacation from the dean, followed by a day and a night on this couch, before he went to bed. However, he had to turn on his cell phone and check his Weird Tales live feed. Although it was a black screen, the excited people of the Lighthouse State always stopped within the broadcast after passing the strange talk to say something either complimentary or appreciative. With his excellent performance among the weird talks, he even became the national idol of the entire Lighthouse country. Not only were the most famous actresses in the Lighthouse country vying to marry him, even the president of the Lighthouse country had received him many times. With his current influence, he would have little problem being a governor in the Lighthouse State. However, after entering the live broadcast, Professor Bryant was completely dumbfounded. Not only were the people who complimented him like usual gone, but even the number of people on the air was pitifully low. Only 3 million people. You know, usually, even when the weird talk is over, there are 100 million people left in his booth, swiping compliments at the pop-ups, and scrolling down the pop-ups. None of them were even discussing him. Real-time broadcast, Zhou Shaochuan, the chosen one of the Summer Kingdom, just blew his cousin's head off with one punch. My god, this summer's chosen is so fierce. Obviously it's a weird story. It should be scary and tense, but on his site it's actually like a funny and cool article. Alas, Xia can be considered to have picked up a treasure this time. How is the talent extracted by the chosen one of this Xia so outrageous? What level is it in the end? Even our Lighthouse country's Professor Bryant's that heaven-defying talent, also only SS level. This Zhou Xiaochuan's talent, is it higher than Professor Bryant's talent? Alas, it doesn't matter. What's the use of him being powerful in Xiagua? But only one person passed the weird talks, even counting Zhou Xiaochuan. It's only 2 people, and our Lighthouse country, there are 3 people. As long as Prof. Bryant passes the weird talks, we'll be able to have 4 people who have passed the weird talks. According to the rules of the weird talks, by that time our country will no longer have any chosen one chosen to participate in the weird talks. But Xia's chosen one Zhou Shaochuan is so handsome. I want to marry him right away and get married to him. Professor Bryant watched the barrage of pop-ups drifting by without a single person discussing the wit and reasoning he had just done. None of them are complimenting themselves. Even these Lighthouse Nation viewers vaguely compared him to Zhou Shaochuan and felt that they were not as good as Zhou Shaochuan. Professor Bryant's hand was trembling as he held his teacup. As a professor at the top university in the Lighthouse State, he had always been pretentious and felt that no one could surpass him in the area of rule weirdness. Even the other 3 people in the Lighthouse Nation who have passed the weird talk have all admitted in the public media at one time or another that they are indeed inferior, because the difficulty of the weird talks is getting harder and harder. That's why none of the chosen except for the Lighthouse Kingdom had passed more than 3 weird talks before this one. And after this one, even more so, no one but Prof. Bryant himself has been able to get through more than 2 weird tales, because they all died in the strange storied Boulder Village. With a sense of comparison, Prof. Bryant opened the live stream of Summer's weird talk. After 5 minutes, he simply shut down the weird talk live. Even the teacup with the hot milk fell on his pants. That freshly heated milk was naturally piping hot, but he felt nothing, just trembling hands, muttering, "No way, no way, this is not real, this is definitely not real. I'm eyeing it, I must have eyed it. No, I should be too tired because I just passed through the weird talk just now. How could such a person exist in this world?" Professor Bryant squeezed his shoulders hard and fell into deep self-doubt after realizing it wasn't a dream. World of Weird Tales, Boulder Village. Joe slapped his cousin hard. After receiving this slap, the cousin fell to the ground and never made another sound. Subsequently, from his cousin's body, some golden light actually emanated. Then, the cousin's body actually disappeared into thin air. Zhou Shaochuan looked calm as if none of this had happened. Afterwards, he actually looked to the sky and showed a smiling face. Well, was my wave cool? Zhou Shaochuan naturally couldn't see the reaction of the outside world. Afterward, He cried as he hugged the two brothers Huang Xiaoqin and Huang Xiaoyong and cried out, "Phew Su, hoo hee, I have fought so hard about you all. You don't know that during these 2,000 years that I have been sleeping, day and night. Besides worrying about the fortune of Qin, I have been worried about you all. Luckily you are still here. You are still here. Zhao Gao, Lu Buwei are actually still alive. That means my great Qin has not yet perished. Since ancient times, there is no dynasty that has perished and the former princes and important ministers are still able to live. Well, you guys are great. Great." Zhou Xiaochuan looked at Uncle Huang who was sitting on the side, eyes closed, looking a million times more scared. "Zhao Gao, you've also done a good job, supporting the two emperors to grow up to this point. This emperor greatly has a reward, granting you 10,000 taels of gold." Afterwards, Zhou Xiaochuan waved his big hand, a golden light flashed, and the beer bottles around that room actually turned into gold. This, so much money, all for me? Yang Di? Uncle Huang opened his eyes, his hands were trembling, and his speech was shivering. "You deserve this, and from now on, you'll never have to live a life of poverty again, never have to rely on your children to garner traffic in money." Poor man. Zhou Xiaochuan shook his head. In this moment he seemed to have sobered up quite a bit, no longer immersed in the role-playing of Qin Shi Huang Yingzhang. You so much money. So much money. Ha 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 ha. I'm rich. Uncle Wang picked his cane happily and ran recklessly through the middle of the room, kissing the gold nuggets around him. His face flushed red, and then, his entire body actually burst open. In the end, all that was left was a dead bone. He's also a creepy, who just doesn't think he's still alive sometimes because he's not powerful enough. What was written in the rules before, Huang Xiaoqin's father can be trusted unless he's on crutches, is because Huang Xiaoqin's father only realizes the fact that he's creepy when he's on crutches. Other times, Huang Xiaoqin's father would consider himself a living person. Zhou Xiaochuan, however, did not look at Uncle Huang, but instead looked at the two children, Huang Xiaoqin and Huang Xiaoyong, who were in his arms with calm eyes. "I'm back. I'm awakened. And from now on, no one will be able to force you to do what you think you don't like. And from now on, you can do whatever you want. Stay free and happy all the time. This is the only thing I expect from you." After these words, Huang Xiaoqin looked in the direction of Uncle Huang's corpse and ran over. He knelt on the ground and hugged Uncle Huang's withered bones, leaving tears in his eyes. "Even if he does this to you, is he still your father? Good boy. Good boy," Zhou Xiaochuan murmured, his eyes clearing up immensely. Thanks. You." Huang Xiaoyong, who was in his arms, seemed to have used all his strength to squeeze out these few words from the middle of his throat. The voice was hoarse, as if it were the first sound a new learner of speech would make. After these words were said, Zhou Xiaochuan only felt a lightness in his body. Huang Xiaoyong's physical body gradually disintegrated and turned into a puddle of dry bones. On the other side, Huang Xiaoqin was also turned into dry bones, scratched into a monstrous, unrecognizable withered bone. And for the moment, the darkness that had enveloped the room was swept away. End of chapter. Chapter 13, Word Talk World Origin Consciousness, 4,000 words. Chapter 13, Word Talk World Origin Consciousness, 4,000 words. Via Weird Tales, Oishi Village. Weird Talk Creepy is all but destroyed, with 100% story exploration and an S-rated reward. Level S reward, the chosen one is detected to be suffering from a severe mental disorder, which has been partially mitigated for the chosen one. After this somewhat mechanical tone came out, Zhou Xiaochuan immediately felt his nerves relax. However, he was a bit teary-eyed at the moment. Mental disorders reduced? Are you kidding me? I can get through Weird Tales on the strength of my severe mental retardation. An unsettling feeling rose in Zhou Xiaochuan's heart. He felt that this reward wasn't so simple. Was Strange Talk World weakening him? Weird Tales World would actually actively cripple a chosen one? However, on the surface, he looked as normal, with a smile if any hanging at the corner of his mouth. The entire person appeared incomparably profound. He didn't actually belong to this world. He was a traveler who crossed over from the blue star of his previous life to such a world similar to the blue star. Unlike normal soul penetration, Zhou Xiaochuan's crossing this time actually retained some of the original owner's consciousness, which means that the original owner was able to influence Zhou Xiaochuan. However, this consciousness was not self-consciousness. It was Zhou Xiaochuan himself who had been controlling this body. Only, the original owner was a severe psychopath. He's heavily delusional. From time to time, he could disrupt Zhou Xiaochuan's mind, causing Zhou Xiaochuan's mind to become chaotic. However, Zhou Xiaochuan never felt that he was mentally ill or delusional. He felt that everything about him was normal, only because he did stay in the middle of Castle Peak Mental Hospital, and the doctors and nurses there, and everyone he met, thought he was mentally ill. Hey, How come I never realized I was a psychopath before? And yet I realized it at this exact moment? Zhou Xiaochuan's somewhat cloudy eyes instantly became clear, and a cold sweat broke out behind him. It was through the weird stories that he realized he was a psychopath. Level S reward. The chosen one is detected to be suffering from a severe mental disorder, which has been partially mitigated for the chosen one. This one is a reward for your own S rank clearance. The water here is really a bit deep. Is this forcibly helping me return to normal? Then accordingly, will my talent in the world of strange tales be weakened to some extent? If that's the case, can I not be so rewarded? Zhou Xiaochuan sighed helplessly. I think it's nice to be a psychopath without worrying about food and clothing. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaochuan shook his head vigorously. Nope, I'm not psychotic. I'm not psychotic. Who said I'm a mental illness? And who was talking just now? Daring, how dare you say that this king is mentally ill? A chaotic realization once again flooded Zhou Xiaochuan's mind. Oh, how did I get here? Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly looked a bit gloomy. Where are my two sons? Where have my sons Fusu and Hu Hai gone? It's been 2,000 years. After 2,000 years, I was thinking about them day and night. It's not easy to meet up with them, but where have they gone now? Zhou Xiaochuan almost let out a desperate roar, and then his entire body collapsed to the ground. Burying his head in his hands, he cried bitterly. Without you guys, the whole forest is going to be chopped up by Bald Bear. At this moment, the live broadcasting room in Xia gathered people from all over the world, and their number of viewers even reached a horrifying 500 million. What's going on here? Wasn't it said that the chosen one of the Summer Kingdom was invincible, and that they were tough on weirdness in the world of weird stories? This isn't what I wanted to see. Why am I seeing a psychopath standing in a deserted village talking to himself? Dude, you're channeling from the forum side, right? You don't know. This chosen one of the Summer Kingdom. Ah, he's a psychopath. If you don't believe me, look at the way he's dressed. Even if he's wearing the blue and white striped clothes of a mental hospital, he's actually wearing a layer of garbage bags over his body. He's got a trash can on his head. I'll be damned. This is outrageous. How can a mental illness pass for a weird story? I don't know. Anyway, Chuan is open peerless inside the world of weird talk. The four weird inside this copy of weird talk seem like his grandchildren, being casually toyed with by him. No power at all to fight back. It's the first time that I, as a viewer of weird tales don't sweat for my own country's chosen one, but rather feel a great deal of sympathy for the shenanigans inside the weird tales world. Really? It's that exaggerated? I'm a viewer from Lighthouse Country, and we've been getting a lot of Nabakawa. Get something, so I came here to take a look. Is it that much of an exaggeration? Alas, there are so many people in the live broadcast room. What's the point of lying to you? Moreover, every time there is a live broadcast of Weird Talk, there will be a Weird Talk processing bureau of each country responsible for generating the video, so when the time comes, you can just go and watch it yourself. Hey, by the way, why is Chuan still talking to himself alone in the middle of Boulder Village? I think his mental illness is getting worse. 1 minute it's Qin Shi Huang, the other minute it's Xiong de Xiong Air, the other minute it's SpongeBob SquarePants, and the next minute it's Pony Pulley. Didn't this Weird Tales of the World prompt say it helped him alleviate his mental illness? This isn't the most crucial thing. The most crucial thing is why Chuan has passed the Weird Tales but still stayed in the Weird Tales world. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's been 10 minutes since we stayed in the world of Weird Tales. Chuan's already been there alone for 10 minutes in a silly frenzy. Why hasn't he been teleported away yet? Generally speaking, 10 seconds after the beep of that Weird Tales World Pass comes out, it's time to be passed away. What's the situation? World of Weird Tales, Boulder Village. So what about this 24th reinforced concrete? His entry into Sakura's territory. The equivalent of a cold wind crossing the border and eating starch sausage, which seriously affected Mr. Daffy's mood, leading to a 1-11 by the LPL, and putting the goat village into the grasp of Pai Dixing. Zhou Xiaochuan constantly mumbled. Right at this moment, a ghastly wind blew by, and a great sense of oppression enveloped Zhou Xiaochuan's entire body. Yet at the moment, there was nothing around. At this moment, Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes once again regained clarity. Didn't I already pass the Weird Talk? And what's this feeling? Why is it still weird? He felt the hairs of sweat stand up around his body, and he couldn't help but tremble all over. This was by no means the usual weirdness, and he had never heard of weirdness that could cause such a sense of oppression. So what's this? Hello, chosen one of the Summer Kingdom. I am the incarnation of the original consciousness of Weird Tales, and due to your performance in this Weird Tales being so outstanding, you have managed to catch my attention. The voice with a huge sense of oppression spoke. He didn't have an entity and didn't know where the voice came from, but when it reached Zhou Xiaochuan's side, it was as if the voice came from all directions. The voice gave the impression as if you were locked in a dark room and then the same voice was being spoken from all sides. The source of the world of weird stories? Holy, Chuan is finished with the bull now. Even this kind of existence is bowled over by him? This is a unique thing. It has never happened before. Chuan is awesome. The origin of the weird talk world. I into you. You are gone. As if a roadside. Do you know how many of us have lost our homes because of the weird talk you made? The countless viewers in the live broadcast room were gritting their teeth and were very angry when the strange talk world origin appeared. It's only been 3 years since this weird world appeared in the real world, and it's already directly responsible for the deaths of 50 million people, as well as keeping humans all over the world living in fear that weirdness will strike anytime, anywhere. The appearance of the origin consciousness of this weird talk world was the first time since the appearance of the weird talk world. So the moment the origin of this weird talk world appeared, it had already climbed to the first of the hot searches of various software and various platforms. Hot topic number 1, Weird Tales World Origin Consciousness appeared in the live broadcast of The Chosen One of Xia. Hot search number 2, what kind of message is hidden in the appearance of the original consciousness of the Weird Tales world? Hot search number 3, shocked. Xia's Chosen One's performance was so exceptional that it actually caused the descent of the Weird Tales world's original consciousness. Not just one place in Xia, but social media all over the world is now being butchered by this news. At that instant, the number of people online in Xia's Weird Talk livestream soared to 1 billion. This is not the false data of those webcasts. This is the real thing. 1 billion people online. To realize that the entire Star Ocean continent, there is only a population of 10 billion, which is equivalent to 1/10 of the Star Ocean continent. At this moment are watching the live broadcast of the world of strange talk. Not only the folk, but the weird talk handling bureaus of various countries were also paying attention to Xia at the moment. Paying attention to Xia's live broadcast. Zhou Shaochuan at this moment can be said to be the focus of the whole world. But the world center of attention himself doesn't seem to be too serious. Oh, strange talk about world origin? My great Qin doesn't have people with 6 character names. When I first awakened, I heard that west of the Qinling Mountains, north of the Kunlun, south of the South China Sea, and east of the East China Sea, there are still heaven and earth. Could it be that you're from one of those places? When Zhou Shaochuan heard the words of the strange talk world origin, he raised his eyebrows and snapped. But I'm sorry, under the sky, there is no one who is not the king's land. Under the rate of land, there is no one who is not the king's subject. This whole world is my great Qin's land. As my great Qin's subject, why don't you kneel down? Even your whereabouts are not willing to be revealed. How disrespectful is this to me? With some anger in his words, he opened his mouth and drank. The existence that called itself the origin of the Weird Tales world in that gloomy wind was not angered by it, and that voice barely carried a trace of emotion, but it made Zhou Shaochuan from the inside feel incomparably chilled. Chosen One of the Summer Kingdom. I want to make a deal with you, a deal that will greatly benefit you, your Summer Kingdom, and you. That gloomy voice, as if it came from the 9 hells, penetrated into Zhou Xiaochuan's bone marrow. It was as if every pore in his body was hissing. Just by standing here and listening to this existence known as the source of the Weird Tales world, he felt like his muscles were dissolving and his inner soul was trembling. Humph! This emperor has long heard that you people from overseas do not understand etiquette or spells, but I didn't expect you to be so outrageous as to dare to mention trading with this emperor? All the things in this world are this emperor's. What qualifications do you have to trade with this emperor? Only if you offer something to this emperor, or if this emperor rewards you with something. And trade? Are you worthy? Zhou Shaochuan suddenly raised his head and stared dead at the sky above. Somehow, such an idea rose in his mind that the origin of that strange talk world, although the voice was said to be nearby, was actually far away. It was possible that it was just above the sky, quietly watching him. Chosen One of the Summer Kingdom. Don't pretend. You can't fool me. I know that you are in a normal mental state right now, and you haven't fallen into the point of psychosis. You should be able to communicate with me. The voice finally took on a hint of emotion, a hint of anger and teasing. Zhou Shaochuan was somewhat slightly embarrassed. He had actually come to his senses when the consciousness of that strange talk world origin spoke to him. As for why he was still pretending to be crazy, it was because he wanted to use it to test the origin of this weird talk world. As expected, this strange talk world's origin still had 2 tricks up its sleeve, actually seeing through his disguise. How and what do you want to trade with me? How can I trust you? It's kind of a deal with the devil, isn't it? Zhou Shaochuan asked tentatively. It was said to be a deal, but it was really unsettling to deal with an existence like the origin of the Weird Tales world. Who knows if he'll play some kind of word game and victimize himself? Who knew that the origin of that strange talking world would open the door and speak very directly? Lying to you? I don't have any need to lie to you, and you'll definitely want to trade with me. It would be of great benefit to you. The voice of the world origin of weird tales seemed like a seductive sound in the middle of Pandora's box. Zhou Xiaochuan would actually feel close to this voice, making him unconsciously feel that the words spoken by this strange talk world origin could be believed. However, the next words of the strange talk world origin undoubtedly gave him a bolt from the blue. I'll cure you of your mental illness. You'll be a normal person from now on. And I can just count you as having passed the weird tales and have one more person from your summer kingdom pass the weird tales. And there'll be no more chosen people pulled into the weird tales ever again. Weird Tales of the World is a little too generous in its dealings. Then what should I do? Zhou Xiaochuan prepared himself mentally. With such a generous reward, the price he needed to pay must be huge. However, the next words from the world of weird tales shocked him into not being able to speak at all. End of chapter. Chapter 14 Hogwoyu, 4,000 words big chapter. Please read after. Chapter 14 Hogwoyu, 4,000 words big chapter. Please read after. What needs to be paid for? I've already said. I will cure you of your mental illness, of everything that ails you, and that is the price you need to pay. From now on, you are a normal person. The voice of the strange talk world origin consciousness came again. Straight up, Zhou Xiaochuan passes the weird talk and counts the number of people who pass the weird talk in Xia +1, and it cures him of his mental illness. Is this the deal that Weird Tales of the World Origin was talking about making? Zhou Xiaochuan was shocked speechless. This transaction, no matter how you look at it, he is a sure thing, and can even be said to have made a lot of money. I'll go. Is Weird Tales World doing charity work? It's not fair. It's not fair. This move by Weird Tales World isn't fair at all. What makes it possible to give Xia so many benefits? You guys say there's a possibility that this Weird Talk World could be made by Xia, or else there's no explanation at all why such a thing would happen. Why are the people upstairs so sour? Why didn't you guys say anything when we lost 5 in a row in Summerland Weird Tales? Now you're barking? If you want to blame it on your chosen one's lack of skill. Unable to kill Weird Talk as a hook inside the world of Weird Talk like Archuan. Putting aside the pop-up bickering in the live broadcast room, even the Summerland's Weird Tales Handling Bureau was also in a state of boiling at this time. Great! This way, our Summer Kingdom will be second only to the Lighthouse Kingdom in terms of weird stories, and can even be said to be on par with the Lighthouse Kingdom. The director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Disposal took a long breath, picked up the coffee-filled mug on the table and drank it in one gulp, his reddened eyes curving over into a smile. He was under immense pressure because of Xia's 5 consecutive losses in the world of Weird Tales fiasco, and he hadn't even slept with his eyes closed for 2 days and 2 nights. When Zhou Xiaochuan's strange talk is over, everyone up and down our summer country will have to thank him properly. Professor, he smiled. It's that the dungeon prepared for the chosen one. Since Hogwoyu, it's finally going to move in the second newcomer. Our summer country has been a full year without anyone passing through the strange talk. I didn't expect this next one to come to a great blessing, the assistant director said. Almost everyone thought Zhou Xiaochuan would agree to this Weird Talk World's trade request. It's simply a surefire business. A unilateral gift from the world of Weird Talk to the chosen one. Anyone with no brain problems would agree. But, I don't agree. Zhou Xiaochuan pondered for a while before answering decisively. I disagree. The moment this sentence was said, it directly set off the world. Disagreeing? He doesn't agree? Why would he disagree when he's directly allowed to pass all the weird tales and never participate in a weird tale again in his life? Plus allow one more person from Xia to pass the weird tales? My god. You don't eat a roast goose when it comes to hand. So why don't you contact us, Sunset Kingdom, and we'll agree to it. Yoshi, we in Sakurakuni agree. Stick Country agrees. The Oil Kingdom agrees. We, the 3 countries, also agree. That's not agreeing with you, you little cutie. In the face of the ridicule of other countries' netizens, the netizens of the summer country are also all in a row. Although there are a lot of people who help Zhou Xiaochuan to speak, but there are also many people who do not understand Zhou Xiaochuan. Is this Zhou Xiaochuan crazy? Such a good offer, but he doesn't agree? Why doesn't he agree? Does he think it's fun to be inside the world of weird talks? What makes him not agree? This condition is of great benefit to all of us in Xia, and he is worthy of rejecting this deal on behalf of us in Xia. I'm so angry. Why is it that we in Xia are the ones who go to the weird talks? If it was my Quin brother going, he would have agreed long ago. Your Quin brother is going to join Weird Tales? What can he do in the world of weird stories? I'm afraid he might have peed his pants before the weirdness even appeared in the world of weird talk. Have the people upstairs forgotten that Chuan passed a weird talk for us in Xia and saved many of our cities from weird talk? Brother Chuan is a hero of Xia, and instead of being grateful to him, you all speak ill of him? What exactly is the ingredient that scolded Chuan? Zhou Xiaochuan's move has caused a furor on the internet, with those who support Zhou Xiaochuan and those who oppose him clamoring. Internet users are like that, very easily agitated, and as soon as there is a wind, they will run headlong into it like flies rushing to eat. In fact, the netizens can't be blamed for this, because even those highly intelligent social elites of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau were shocked and breathless by Zhou Xiaochuan's decision. Why would Zhou Xiaochuan make such a decision? With 1.8 billion people in my summer country, any other person up there would agree, right? Alas, such a great opportunity. Our summer country is so missed. This is really Zhou Xiaochuan, this child. Why make such a decision? Even Professor He, who was always gentle and refined, frowned at this moment. There's really no need to be too harsh on him. He passed the Weird Tales after all, and I'm sure he'll have his reasons for doing so. Let's just get ready to receive a reception for him. As someone who passed the Weird Tales, he's a hero of our summer kingdom, indirectly saving hundreds of thousands of lives. And he is, after all, just a child with a mental illness, isn't he? The director said slowly. World of Weird Tales, Boulder Village. I disagree. Even the Strange Talk World Origin froze for a moment after these words were spoken. Tell you what, these previous conditions remain the same, and I'll let you designate one more person to participate in the Summerland weirdness. I disagree. I can enhance your physical fitness, raise your IQ, and make you a top-notch human being. The price is simply to cure your mental illness. I disagree. Weird Tales of the World Origins kept raising the conditions, giving more and more generous offers. But no matter what kind of conditions he gives, Zhou Xiaochuan's answer is always only one. I disagree. Gradually, the voice of the Strange Talk World Origin consciousness was no longer calm, but almost hysterical, with a hint of resentment. If you don't agree, I'll get you killed in the middle of the next weird talk. I have ways of doing that. The lure did not work, and the Strange Talk World Origin consciousness actually threatened. It's not just you. The difficulty of weird talks all over the world will increase because of you. So think carefully. Do you want to accept my deal or not? Incidentally, I know you're in an extremely lucid state right now, and there's nothing wrong with your current level of intelligence. After these words were said, the Strange Talk World Origin consciousness snorted coldly. Moreover, now that it's being broadcast live across the globe, your every word and action will be fed back to the side of all humans through the live broadcast, so think carefully about it. Yet no matter what the Weird Tales World Origin consciousness says, Zhou Xiaochuan has naturally been saying the same thing since the beginning. I disagree. After about half an hour of confrontation, Zhou Xiaochuan felt that the force that had been suppressing his heart and making his mind, body and soul tremble disappeared, and after a burst of white light, Zhou Xiaochuan could only feel the scenery around him bucketing. He felt a wave of dizziness, and then his body felt like it was flying, leaving the Boulder Village. The weird talk is finally over, and he's about to return to the real world. Chuan, look at me. Chuan, can I get an autograph? My humble servant, Wu Haiba. Meet His Majesty the First Emperor. Little people. As soon as Zhou Xiaochuan opened his eyes, he heard countless noisy voices echoing in his ears. The black pressurized crowd had already surrounded the place where Zhou Xiaochuan had previously stood. After clearing the strange story, many Xia people worshipped Zhou Xiaochuan as a hero. People from other countries were just watching for fun, but for the Xia people, Zhou Xiaochuan had effectively spared them from the world of weird talk for once. There were even people who really worshipped Zhou Xiaochuan as if he were the first emperor of Qin. Your Majesty, the first emperor, bless my Xia kingdom. Your Majesty, the first emperor, bless my Xia kingdom. The sound gusts like a heat wave. Of course, there was also a part of the population that felt angry because of Zhou Xiaochuan's behavior of rejecting Weird Tales World's request. Zhou Xiaochuan, get your ass out here. Zhou Xiaochuan, why are you so capricious? Why don't you agree to the demands of the world of weird talk? Do you realize how many deaths this will cause? Can you afford all this? Sinner, you are a shameless sinner. Although this wave is a minority, their voices carry a lot of weight. Vigorous criticism always carries more weight than praise. But fortunately, no matter which wave of people, they were unable to get close to Zhou Xiaochuan, because at the place where the strange talk had started, a 500-meter radius of where Zhou Xiaochuan had appeared had been surrounded, to protect the chosen one from an angry populace. Even though Zhou Xiaochuan had already predicted this ending, he still sighed softly. The moment he crossed back, a helicopter hovering high in the sky landed next to him. A fully armed pilot opened the cabin hatch and glanced at Zhou Xiaochuan. The barn door was then opened. One pulled Zhou Xiaochuan in. You're the chosen one? I can't believe you made that decision. Zhou Xiaochuan entered the interior of the cabin, only to find that the pilot actually looked incredibly thin, like a monkey, with a very disheveled demeanor, as if he would jump off a building in the next second because he couldn't think straight. He had long hair, very greasy from lack of care, and a thick beard at the corners of his mouth. May I ask who you are? Quickly let me down. You pulled me into this helicopter without my consent. Without my consent to do so, Do you know that this belongs to kidnapping? Believe it or not, I will sue you? Zhou Xiaochuan said. Sue me? You want to sue me? The disheveled pilot seemed to have thought of something funny and laughed out softly. The helicopter was then maneuvered directly into a high-altitude climb. The helicopter didn't seem to be your average helicopter. The propellers were spinning incredibly fast. Go ahead and sue if you want to. What happens between us chosen is not under the court's control anyway. And even if you do, they won't dare to care about me. The disheveled man said so. Then I'll take you as a free driver. I'm staying at the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, Building 4, 4th floor, room 444. Take me there. Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital is right in the center of Haicheng City. It's easy to find. Just navigate and you'll be there. Zhou Xiaochuan skimmed his mouth and said, ha 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 ha. Naivety. Do you think you'll be able to go back to your old life after becoming a chosen one? It's already impossible. The disheveled man looked like he had heard the funniest thing in the world and laughed outright. Haven't you heard the populace when you first came back? Honestly, you've got a real knack for getting your first weird talk going. You would have been torn to pieces by the populace long ago if we at the Bureau of Weird Tales Disposal hadn't wiped your ass and taken you to a secluded place to give you protection. Zhou Xiaochuan froze for a moment. So you're not going to take me back to Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital? So where are you going to take me? The disheveled man seemed to be a bit impatient and waved his hand. I've said that I'm going to bring you to a hidden place to protect you. Since I said it's a hidden place, can I let you know where it is? So you work for the Bureau of Weird Tales? What should I call you? Zhou Xiaochuan sat down in the back seat and opened his mouth to ask. Ho Guo Yu. My name is Ho Guo Yu. Oh yeah. Sit tight next. I'm afraid this next part of the voyage will be unforgettable for the rest of your life? Ha 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 ha. Ho Guo Yu let out a frantic laugh. And then Zhou Xiaochuan heard the noise of the helicopter's engine drumming reach an extreme point. The helicopter's tail actually spewed out a very long flame, and then swoosh sound flew toward the front. Zhou Xiaochuan inside the cabin didn't even react. End of chapter. Chapter 15, The Bureau of Weird Tales. Chapter 15, The Bureau of Weird Tales. This helicopter is flying way too fast. It doesn't fly on propellers, its power system comes from a tail jet that propels the plane to supersonic speeds. Zhou Xiaochuan only felt his stomach turn over. However, Ho Guo Yu, who was piloting the helicopter, actually didn't feel this way at all and did a few difficult maneuvers. What with all the spinning 360 degrees and driving upside down, it turned out that nothing happened at all. The airplane didn't malfunction in any way. Zhou Xiaochuan is afraid that if he sits on this airplane for a long time, he will crash like the boss. Even if he doesn't crash, he will have psychological problems. Luckily, the plane had only been flying for about 20 minutes before it reached its destination. The helicopter hovered over the sea. Why don't you keep flying? You're not lost, are you? Zhou Xiaochuan froze for a moment and looked at the boundless sea below. There's no getting lost. The place where we chosen live, and where the Bureau of Weird Tales has its offices, is under these waters. The originally disheveled Ho Guo Yu had a flash of brilliance in his eyes. The identity of the chosen one is simply too special, too deeply connected, and easily resented, as you have been this time. Having made such a decision, you've long been on the tip of the national storm. Other places are crowded and have no way to protect us. Ho Guo Yu explained to Zhou Xiaochuan while slowly landing the helicopter. Hey, is there a problem or not? Is it really okay to just land directly on the water like that? You really aren't screwing me over, are you? Zhou Xiaochuan looked a little flustered. After all, if this helicopter landed inside the water, it would definitely be soaked and scrapped. However, as the helicopter landed at sea level, the calm waters around it suddenly formed a whirlpool that swallowed the helicopter. Being in the middle of the vortex, the helicopter was still flying steadily toward the depths of the vortex. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the fish and shrimp tumbling in this whirlpool with a somewhat complicated expression. Before long, the helicopter landed on a tarmac. It's in place. You can go down now. As soon as he finished speaking, Ho Guo Yu took his helmet off, opened the hatch and jumped down. Zhou Xiaochuan had just opened the hatch and was shocked by the sight before him. Although this place was small, it was also densely distributed with about dozens of bungalows, and at a glance it looked like a cozy little village. He looked up and there was even blue sky and sun over here. What is this? Shouldn't we be at the bottom of the ocean? Why is there an ecosystem here? Has the technology of our summer kingdom advanced to this point? Zhou Xiaochuan felt that his worldview was about to collapse. He thought that the world he had traveled over to was much the same as the one he had originally come from, just with weird stories, but it was what he'd just seen in the helicopter. And this little underwater village, that told him it wasn't so simple. This world, it wasn't as simple as he thought. Ho Guo Yu smiled. It's normal to be surprised. I was also surprised when I first arrived. Someone will naturally come to explain all this to you in a while. But it's not me. What I should do is fly a helicopter to get you here. He then stretched. Here, door number 3025 is your house. You can go in and take a look in a while. And if there's anything you're not satisfied with, just mention it, and you can basically satisfy it. Just call the police directly. Calling the police at this location will connect you to a specialized service system. He then headed for the opposite side of the door numbered 3025. I live in 3015, which is the other row of houses in front of your house. But for now, you're with me. First go with me to the headquarters of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau. The director and Prof. Ho, they have something to explain to you. Zhou Shaochuan followed Ho Guoyu's lead and walked into the Strange Talk Processing Bureau. This Strange Talk Processing Bureau sounds like a lofty name, but in fact the location of the office is just a small house on the second floor. Danyugiv is where ordinary rural people live. However, after Zhou Shaochuan walked in, he realized that there was something else inside. Just as soon as I opened the door, I found 20 or 30 people sitting in front of a monitor, watching the replay of this strange talk in various countries. Well, this time the strange talk of Oishi village really reflects the increasing difficulty of the strange world. Although it is said that this time the pastime of the strange world is shorter. The average time is just over 1 hour. But that was merely the time taken by Professor Bryant and Zhou Shaochuan, the two chosen ones who could be considered top-notch. If it was an average chosen one who wanted to pass the level, it would have taken much more time. Professor, he took a puff of his cigar and stood next to a balding, lean middle-aged man and analyzed. Yeah, I didn't realize that only 2 people actually survived this weird talk. In the past, there would have been more than 10 people who survived no matter what. The balding, lean man looked a little sad. And this time the deadly danger triggers are also faster and more intensive than the previous weird talk. The young woman wearing an OL uniform and delicate makeup said to the computer screen. Yes, the chosen have only just entered the Weird Tales and have just read the rules when the killing machine in the copy arrives straight away and eliminates 90% of the chosen at once. This is really unusual, if all future copies are of this difficulty. Alas, even if that Zhou Shaochuan has the most top-notch talent, my summer country would have to have 2 people other than him pass through the 9 strange talks in their entirety in order to be safe from the strange talks world. The decision this kid made before was just too capricious. The balding, lean middle-aged man said. Ahem, Director Ma, I've brought Zhou Shaochuan to you. Can I go home and sleep now? I've been over here helping you guys analyze the weird talks before, but I'm exhausted, and as a result, not a single message alert has been sent out. I need sleep now. I need rest. Ho Guoyu pointed to his dark circles under his eyes. After Ho Guoyu finished his sentence, all the staff members of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau stopped what they were doing and shifted their gazes to Zhou Shaochuan. Zhou Shaochuan found that all of these people carried different emotional colors in their gazes. That professor, he and the balding middle-aged man who was called Director Ma had more admiration and relief in their gazes. But among these 20 staff members, there were actually some who looked at him with malice in their eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 16 The World of Weird Talk Would Know Too. Chapter 16 The World of Weird Talk Would Know Too. Zhou Shaochuan casually found a seat and sat down, completely ignoring the gazes. He wasn't exactly sane in the middle of the Weird Tales world, but he had been mentally prepared long ago when he made that reply. All of this was happening now, and it was all within his expectations. Xiaochuan, congratulations on passing the Weird Tales. You are also the only chosen one to have survived the first round of the Weird Tales in the past half a year in my summer country. And honestly speaking, your performance in the middle of the Weird Tales world has truly bowled all of us over. After Zhou Shaochuan sat down, the balding director of the Weird Talk Handling Bureau spoke first. Zhou Shaochuan only nodded slightly after hearing this. He came into the midst of this Weird Tales Processing Bureau, and he did have a lot of questions he wanted to ask these individuals who specialized in weird tales and had studied them for 3 years. But for him, nothing is in a hurry. He was here, and would need to stay for at least another month before he would enter the world of weird tales again. This world of weird tales was supposed to convene once a month or so. Now, it might be worthwhile to see what they want to ask themselves. I know you must have a lot of questions in your mind right now, but don't be in a hurry. Listen to our questions first, and then we'll do our best to answer what you want to know. The bald chief smiled and opened his mouth. There are only 2 questions we want to ask, and the first is whether or not your performance in the midst of the Weird Tales world has anything to do with your talent. It's the talent that you were just chosen to be in the middle of the Weird Tales world. The talent that the Weird Tales world allowed you to extract. Professor, he took over the conversation and opened his mouth to ask. Zhou Shaochuan nodded. This performance does have something to do with his talent, but his talent isn't something that Weird Tales world lets extract. It's something that he brings with him. Of course, there would be no need to talk to the Weird Tales Handling Bureau about any of this. Well, that's good. That's exactly as we suspected beforehand. One more thing is that we would like to warn you not to tell anyone about your gift, including the members of our Weird Tales Handling Bureau. the director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Handling warned righteously. May I ask if there is any precedent for this? Zhou Xiaochuan said. In fact, he hadn't intended to go into too much detail about his talent, but rather intended to be vague. After all, this talent of his own came from a really strange place. Surprisingly, it wasn't given directly through the world of weird talk, but rather it existed innately on its own. Moreover, by relying on this talent himself, he had actually started a peerless inside the Weird Tales world. And it looked like it was because this talent was so buggy that even the origin consciousness of the Weird Tales world appeared at the end of the Weird Tales, wanting to take back this talent of his, so one could tell how heaven-defying this talent was. Plus, Zhou Xiaochuan ultimately still had the identity of a traveler. He was not a person from this world, not Zhou Xiaochuan himself. He was just someone who had crossed over to Zhou Xiaochuan, carrying Zhou Xiaochuan's identity and memories with him. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaochuan was a psychopath and didn't have too many relationships to tend to and deal with, and he himself was basically in a state of insanity 80% of the time, so he didn't reveal anything. However, this strange talk handling bureau actually not only did not ask for specific information about his talent, but also discreetly told him that he could not reveal his talent information? What the hell is going on here? In the face of Zhou Xiaochuan's question, neither the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau nor Prof. He answered, but instead looked at Hogwoyu, who was sitting on Zhou Xiaochuan's side. Hogwoyu sighed and got up to speak. This matter, to put it in a more complicated way, the simple truth is that the strange talk world origin consciousness, most likely, does not know what our talent is either. Hogwoyu's sentence exploded a thunderbolt in Zhou Xiaochuan's heart. What do you mean? Weren't we at the beginning of the Weird Tales that the Weird Tales world origin consciousness allowed us to extract? The moment Zhou Xiaochuan asked this, he himself sensed that something was wrong. It wasn't the same. The voice that had told him to extract his talent at the beginning of the Weird Tales was nothing like the voice of the Weird Tales world's original consciousness. There's a particularly stark difference there. Zhou Xiaochuan thought deeper into it and couldn't help but be shocked out of a cold sweat. This is something that we had originally speculated about before, but we really determined this speculation in the middle of that weird talk of yours. In the middle of that weird talk of the world's origin consciousness speaking, Hogwoyu then spoke. As for what exactly is different, you are the only one amongst those present who has come into contact with the Weird Tales world origin consciousness. Carefully describe the feelings this Weird Tales world origin consciousness gives you. Hogwoyu continued. Very eerie, very cold, with a very powerful sense of oppression, giving the feeling as if I was in the middle of an ice cellar. At that time my whole body, including the soul, felt very uncomfortable trembling. It gives me the feeling as if it can see through me and kill me anytime, anywhere. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth. Then he paused and continued. Moreover, one of the most intuitive feelings that this strange talking world origin consciousness has given me is that it's like a human being. It has a human nature. He would taunt and get angry. It was completely different from the voice that told me to draw my talents and the voice that told me the specifics of the Weird Tales when the Weird Tales copy had just begun. That was a voice that had no humanity and simply sounded like a game system. Zhou Xiaochuan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat behind his back after he finished speaking. The original consciousness of the Weird Tales world actually had humanity, actually had emotions, instead of the cold and icy robots he had previously thought. Since the origin consciousness of the Weird Talk world had humanity and emotions, it meant that the Weird Talk world was not a heavenly calamity, and that the descent of this Weird Talk world was most likely purposeful, dragging the entire human society into weirdness, into despair. What exactly is the purpose of this weird world? Why is it so powerful? Zhou Xiaochuan told him all about these doubts and analyses of his, and after saying this, the director gave him an appreciative glance. Not bad, not bad, actually able to guess so essential through such a superficial thing. To be honest, this guess we also had. And now after having your experience of contacting the original consciousness of the Weird Tales world, we feel that this guess is most likely true. But his purpose, we do not know. The director sighed. Hogwoyu continued. Since this you know, then why can't you reveal what your talent is? I think it's also good to explain it to you. If we're here to talk about what your gift is, the world of Weird Talk will know what your gift is. 2. End of chapter. Chapter 17 second issue. Chapter 17 second issue. And Weird Tales world would know? Zhou Xiaochuan froze for a moment. Could it be that the world of Weird Tales doesn't know what each chosen one's talent is either? It's very likely that, if that previous guess is true, then the existence that extracted your talent for you isn't the same person as the original consciousness of the weird world. Then it's very likely that the weird world doesn't know what your talent is. Prof. Ho explained. It's kind of an unspoken rule amongst the chosen of all nations that you can't tell even the people you're close to what your talent is. Previously, the Sunset Empire had once produced a very powerful chosen one by the name of Lubranjan. This Lubranjan, like this Professor Bryant from the current Lighthouse Nation, was a basketball player before entering the world of Weird Tales. With his amazing physical fitness and talent, he passed 7 times through the Weird Tales the hard way. That time was still when the rule Weird Talks had just begun to descend, and all the other countries had more or less failed a few times. It was only the Sunset Empire's chosen one who had passed 7 Weird Tales in a row, and there were still 2 more to go before they were out of the Weird Tales world. The Sunset Empire was very proud of itself at that time, publicizing every day that it was going to recreate the glory of the Sunset Empire of 500 years ago. And at that time, the Weird Tales handling bureaus of various countries were planning to count all the talents that had appeared and use them to study the rule Weird Tales. And that's when everyone realized how LeBronjan was able to pass the Weird Tales, time and again. It turns out that his talent is actually a SS level talent. Scapegoat doll. Prof. He went on to speak eloquently. As the patriarch of the Weird Tales handling bureau, he knows every Weird Tale well. A SS ranked talent. A scapegoat doll? What does that do? Zhou Xiaochuan snapped. Although he himself had 2 SSS ranked talents, he knew that in the midst of the draws in the Weird Tales world, the average person would basically only be able to draw B-ranked talents. The talent of Bryant, the previous Lighthouse Nation professor who had been in the limelight for so long, was also at the SS level. The talent of the scapegoat doll is indeed very perverse, even to the point of being a restraint on the laws of the Weird World attack. Its effect is that when the chosen one is attacked once from a spooky source, the scapegoat doll will help the chosen one fend off the attack once, and a scapegoat doll is able to automatically generate one in an hour. Prof. Ho went on to explain. Zhou Xiaochuan now understands just how unbelievable this talent that LeBronjan possesses is. Isn't that the equivalent of gaining invincibility once an hour? I know that you've been living amongst the Castle Peak Mental Hospital, and Dean Lin is worried about your mental deterioration, so he hasn't been able to tell you about the world of Weird Tales. So I'll explain some of the most basic things to you. That's the weirdness in the middle of the world of Weird Talk, which generally doesn't continuously come down on you. There are usually no frequent attacks, unless the plot of the Weird Tales world has been explored by you to the point of criticality, or if you've been in the Weird Tales world for too long. That's what happens. That is to say, and the shortest frequency of this fatal attack is just once an hour. This means that LeBronjan is like invincible among the copies of Weird Tales world after having this talent. Prof. He continued. Prof. He hadn't finished and was about to say next when what he said was interrupted by Hogwoyu. At that time the Weird Tales world had just appeared, and Weird Tales and the like were a lot easier than they are now. And there were a lot of Weird Tales that only needed to survive a certain amount of time in the Weird Tales world before they could return. You should never bring your experience from the previous Weird Tales world to the present, or you die without knowing how. Weird Tales world is a lot more flexible now than it was then, and a lot scarier. It's like Weird Tales world. Hogwoyu spoke up. Zhou Xiaochuan thought deeply. He still clearly remembered that his own strange story of Boulder Village. Just a minute into the story, there was a knockout kill. Professor, he nodded, apparently also recognizing Hogwoyu's words, and then he went on to speak. But after that time of counting the talents extracted from among all the rule Weird Talks, the next Weird Talk, not only did LeBronjan die in that one Weird Talk, all the chosen ones perished in that strange talk. None survived. LeBronjan was strangely attacked within the last 10 seconds of the scapegoat doll about to be created and died instantly. But at that point in time, LeBronjan was very peaceful and didn't trigger any rules at all. Of course, one of the things that struck me the most was that one of the bizarre attacks was a water ghost attacking the chosen one. But one of the chosen one's gifts in that one Weird Talk was underwater breathing, and that water ghost's attack was to hold the chosen one underwater for 10 minutes. As a result, all the chosen except the one who can breathe underwater were bizarrely pressed underwater, and only the one who can breathe underwater was attacked by another bizarre attack. Professor, he spoke up. Afterwards, the balding director of the Weird Talks Handling Bureau added, after that Weird Talks, all countries stopped publicizing the talents drawn by their country's chosen, and would also have the chosen keep the talents they had drawn secret. Our various national Weird Tales processing bureaus agree that everything we do in the real world is actually under the watchful eye of the Weird Tales world. It listens to our conversations and grasps our every move, including the conversation we're having right now, which I'm sure the world of Weird Talk is aware of. A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Xiaochuan's body. Well, this first question, we'll ask you here. This question is said to be a question. In fact, it's more about trying to tell you some basic information about the weird world, and some of the guesses we've gotten through the conversation between you and the weird world's origin consciousness. What we really want to ask you is the second question. The director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau suddenly stood up, and those cloudy eyes suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, staring at Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan instantly felt a hint of oppression from the body of this middle-aged, balding, hairy uncle who was originally scruffy and felt very casual. The question I want to ask you is actually quite simple. Why did you refuse the deal that the world of weird talk offered you? We both actually know in our hearts that this is said to be a deal, but it's really nothing more than a one-sided gift. It would have done you a lot of good and no harm, but you still refused. We want to ask you why. Sure enough, that's the problem. Zhou Xiaochuan knew that this thing he had made had caused a sensation among people all over the world. The fact that the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau would ask this question was within his expectations. End of chapter. Chapter 18 Reasons. Chapter 18 Reasons. After the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau finished his words, all the eyes in the room were once again focused on Zhou Xiaochuan. A number of them had gazes that were tinged with anger, most notably that of the assistant director. She was a young, good-looking young woman dressed in standard workplace attire, the kind of clothes the staff there would wear if you went to the social security office or something like that. Her face was painted with delicate makeup. From the moment Zhou Xiaochuan came in, her eyes were staring straight at Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan naturally also noticed this, but took this to heart. His previous approach in the world of weird tales had indeed displeased many people. However, Zhou Xiaochuan did not stutter at all in response to the question from the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau and gave a direct answer. It was answered as if he had known that the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau would ask such a question and had prepared a good answer in advance. Because the origin consciousness of the Weird Tales world has always aimed to destroy the Chosen One and let the Chosen One die in the middle of the Weird Tales world. This time, however, it made such an offer, letting me pass directly through Weird Tales, and gave me so many favorable conditions. I think that it is the Weird Tales world that is afraid of me, or of this gift that I have been given. He's afraid that after I've gone through 9 Weird Tales, I'm going to have a huge impact on the Weird Tales world. After Zhou Xiaochuan finished such a large and long string of words in one breath, he took a breath and continued. All this time, we have been passive in complying with the rules that the world of Weird Tales has set for us, but we have never thought of rebelling against it and taking the initiative to explore the secrets of the world of Weird Tales. From the Strange Talk world origin consciousness actually carries emotional color, I thought. This Strange Talk world origin consciousness, actually also like us people. It is not a mechanical system. Maybe it will also have feelings. Since the original consciousness of the world of Strange Tales has feelings and a consciousness of its own, could it actually be deceiving? The information it tells us, is it necessarily true? I'm very skeptical about that. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the crowd of the Strange Talk Handling Bureau with a resolute expression. The more the enemy is afraid of us, the more it shows that we are doing the right thing. I rejected it, and it actually kept making conditions with me. Conditions that became more and more favorable. Until the very end. It even threatened me. This is clearly abnormal. Its purpose is simply too strong. I wanted to use my gift to explore among the weird world and learn the truth about the weird world, why the weird world came into existence, what its purpose really was, and what the world would really become if the weird world was allowed to go on forever. Hard work for me. For the benefit of those who come after me. Hard work for me. For the benefit of those who come after me. After Zhou Xiaochuan finished his words, the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau as well as the staff of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau were silent and did not respond at first. For a long time, the place applauded. Good. Well said. We originally thought that you had ulterior motives, but we didn't realize that you have a blue-blooded heart for our Xia kingdom. To be honest, I've been measuring the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart. Alas, old age, the temperament is actually not as good as that of the young. The director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau was the one who applauded the most as he looked at Zhou Xiaochuan and let out such an exclamation of praise. The others looked at Zhou Xiaochuan with appreciation and admiration in their eyes. Though your intentions are good, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer for a while. The populace during this time will surely be full of people who hate you and take all the resentment from your previous experience with the effects of the rule weirdness onto the chosen. Hogwoyu spread his hands and added, "Don't ask me how I know. During the time when I was the chosen one, there were also many people who treated me as the hero of Xia, the savior of Xia. There are also some people, though, who would think that the chosen one and the world of weird tales are in cahoots, full of malice towards us chosen. These people are definitely outnumbered and have a very strong voice in the online world. You're going to have to put up with public opinion for quite some time. I would suggest that it would be best for you to check your social media accounts sparingly during this time. Why can't we tell our speculations? My reasons for doing this? That way the chosen of other countries can also take precautions. The populace will also turn their grievances from the chosen to the world of weird talk." Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth and asked, "Because after all, this is just our speculation, not backed up by actual factual evidence. Bearing in mind that we represent the crown, if we lose our credibility, then the chosen and the people behind us won't necessarily listen to us." Professor, he pushed up his glasses and answered Zhou Xiaochuan's question. Afterwards, the balding head of the bureau chief of Weird Talk Handling looked at Zhou Xiaochuan and said, "All right, all the questions we need to ask you, have been asked. I wonder if you have any questions you want to ask us? In the face of the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau's question, Zhou Xiaochuan still really had some questions he wanted to ask him. Where the hell is this place? Is it underwater? Why are the helicopters able to fly supersonically? And what's with the vortex? Zhou Xiaochuan asked a bunch of questions as if in a series of shots, but the core was still a question. That is, the scientific and technological level of the Weird Tales Processing Bureau is beyond his knowledge. Hearing this, the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau smiled, revealing a helpless expression. To be honest, for these science and technology, we only know what we know. These science and technology are all left behind by previous generations. The former? That's right. This is the crystallization of the wisdom of the ancient civilization of my Xia Kingdom. Not only my Xia Kingdom, countries like that Sakura Kingdom, Romantic Kingdom, and A Three Kingdoms have all unearthed some of the products of their ancient civilizations after the Weird Tales world descended. Among the ancient records of my summer country, there used to be immortals who moved mountains and overturned the sea and lived forever. And as far as we can see, now I suspect that is not false. Professor, he spoke with a grave expression. As a professor of history and literature, he is undoubtedly the most front-end talent in the field. The place where we now live has been found to be at least 1,000 years old, according to the archaeology of professional archaeologists. And the helicopter that Hogwoyu carried you here was even more of a product of 1,000 years ago. He paused, then spoke. If you're paying attention, you can see that above the wing of that helicopter, the words Xining 10 years are printed in movable type. The 10th year of Heining? Zhou Xiaochuan froze for a moment. It's Song Shinzong's year, but how is that possible? As if he knew what was going on in his mind. Professor, he murmured, why make such a fuss? The history of the world has always been shrouded in a great mist, not to mention the fact that the world of weird tales has appeared. So what is impossible? End of chapter. Chapter 19, A New Round of Rules Weirdness. Chapter 19, A New Round of Rules Weirdness. What was recorded in the ancient books of Xia, that the flying immortal, was actually very likely to be real? Zhou Xiaochuan's curiosity was instantly ignited. How many items from these ancient civilizations have we unearthed? Our summer kingdom has a long history. So if the records in the ancient books are true, then why should we be afraid of this strange talk? However, Professor He's next reply was tantamount to pouring a pot of cold water on his head. What you can see of this is all there is. The fighter jet where Kunitama went to pick you up, and this secret underwater base are all the legacy we've uncovered. And these are still the ones we got when Weird Tales Worldfall first started. And we haven't found any of these things since. Zhou Xiaochuan was a little disappointed. But a few words from Professor He's mouth caught his attention. All of these were obtained after the advent of Weird Tales World? Every country? Yes. We also connected the two things. And after investigating the various countries, we found that almost every country had received these gifts, except that they were minuscule. One of the best pieces was the heart protector pill that Sakurakuni had gotten. Who could protect the holder from a single attack in the middle of the Weird Tales world? But that heart protector pill was lost long ago with the death of Sakurakuni's chosen. Prof. Ho explained. What exactly is the connection between the advent of Weird Tales world and the appearance of these ancient civilization treasures? These are questions that Zhou and the staff of the Bureau of Weird Tales Processing can't get answers to yet. After Zhou Xiaochuan had finished asking questions, he declined the celebration banquet that the Weird Tales Handling Bureau intended to organize, and instead returned alone within his room 3025. Zhou Xiaochuan preferred being alone than all this socializing and entertaining. What's more, as a chosen one, he still had 8 more strange talks to go through. And even though it was said that there was roughly a month left until the next strange talk, he could by no means put his heartstrings at ease. He was able to pass the weird tales so easily, or because of the gift he himself had been given. Still, it seemed like the randomness of the talent was strong now. He had previously deluded himself into the first emperor of Qin, Zhang, so he was able to be invincible in the world of weird tales. But what exactly he was able to delude himself into, he simply could not control on his own. In fact, he now felt that his time of lucidity was getting shorter and shorter, and that he was about to go into insanity again. Zhou Xiaochuan shook his head, opened the door and walked into 3025. This was the residence arranged for him by the Weird Tales Handling Bureau. It was a small house on the 2nd floor. Although it was not big, it was decorated and furnished with everything. Very cozy. Zhou Xiaochuan forcibly restrained himself from wanting to go crazy and prepared to eat something to vent his anger. Hogwo, you told me before that if you call the police in this place, you can get whatever you want and eat whatever you want to eat? Zhou Xiaochuan pondered for a long time, and the name of a dish came to mind. Imperial Buddha jumps over the wall. Yellow stewed shark's fin. Prince Yon's house roasted deer tendon. Stir-fried phoenix tongue. Loaded tenderloin. Cherry pork. 100 birds. Stewed fatty duck. Chicken ribeye. Gouet fish shark's fin. Full house. I want a full house. Zhou Xiaochuan revealed a smile. As a chosen one, although highly stressed mentally, the country would do its best to fulfill its material needs. However, what he thought in his heart turned into, when it reached his mouth. Hello, I'm the chosen one of the Summer Kingdom. I'm SpongeBob SquarePants from Bikini Beach, and I'd like to order a delicious Krabby Patty from the King of Krusty Krab. Oh, where did you say I lived and what's the house number? I live in a big pineapple in the middle of the deep sea, and my name is SpongeBob SquarePants. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to eat a delicious Krabby Patty. It was a sleepless night for the small underwater village. It was because Zhou Xiaochuan's paranoia had kicked in. He deluded himself into SpongeBob SquarePants and took Hogwaryu as Patrick Star. When Zhou Xiaochuan knocked on the door of Hogwaryu's house and excitedly shouted, "Patrick, let's go catch jellyfish together." When Zhou Xiaochuan knocked on the door of Hogwaryu's house and excitedly shouted, "Let's go catch a jellyfish," this Hogwaryu actually agreed without even thinking. So, they broke right into the middle of the Weird Tales Processing Bureau and scratched the staff of the bureau as if they were jellyfish. And there was no one more miserable than the balding director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Handling, who was considered by Zhou Xiaochuan to be a gangster boss. Tortured by Zhou Xiaochuan, Zhou Xiaochuan stared at the big bald head of the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau and angrily shouted, "Plankton boss, why do you keep trying to steal the recipe of our King Krabby Patty's delicious crab burger? If you can't keep your sea bastard in business, think carefully about your own problems. Don't think about stealing King Crab Burger's recipe all day long." On the other side, Prof. He, who was also wearing a net for catching jellyfish, was gloating until Hogwaryu grabbed him by the neck and asked, "Mr. Krabs, where's my paycheck? $10 million a month. You have to pay me." After this cockamamie night, the next morning, Zhou Xiaochuan realized that a new resident had moved into the small underwater village, and this resident was also his old acquaintance, an old friend. He was the director of the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, Lin Qiye. Zhou Xiaochuan naturally had memories of what happened last night, but he did not want to apologize. He's all psychotic. He's all severely schizophrenic and delusional, so you guys just let him be. On the contrary, it was this new director of the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, Lin Qiye, who was always pestering Zhou Xiaochuan's side, telling him to take his medication on time, while Zhou Xiaochuan, on the other hand, was impatient every time, saying, "I am not the one who is sick. I'm not mentally ill. It's you who's sick, so leave the medicine to yourself." And Lin Qiye couldn't do anything at all because Zhou Xiaochuan, as a chosen one, needed to maintain a good level of intellect and spirituality, and taking psychiatric drugs would undoubtedly have an effect on these levels of his, so it was left at that. This also led to the fact that every night in the middle of this small underwater village, there was one more person who was tortured by Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan did just that. Following the experts that the Weird Tales Handling Bureau had brought over during the daytime for physical and logical ability training, as well as watching videos of previous Weird Tales, and going crazy at night, such calm and restful days lasted for a week. A new round of Chosen One selections detected that there is already a Chosen One in Xia. Selection failed. In this strange story, the name of the Chosen One of the Summer Kingdom, Zhou Xiaochuan. A new round of rules weirdness has actually started again, but it's only been a week since the last rules freakout. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School. Chapter 20, Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School. It was still nighttime when this rule of strange talk was summoned, and Zhou Xiaochuan was sleeping peacefully on top of the large, peaceful bed in his room. The large bed in his house was large and comfortable. He really needed to rest in this bed after a long day. During the week he lived in this small underwater village. He learned the skill of swimming in addition to doing some strength and conditioning. In the midst of the world of weird talk, there is a good chance of falling overboard. In addition, drilling wood for fire, survival skills in the wilderness, wild animal identification, what can and cannot be eaten, how to survive in the wilderness and other skills. Zhou Xiaochuan also learned a big difference. Even the Weird Tales Disposal Bureau invited Master Pei to mentor Zhou Xiaochuan for a few days. Yes, the master of survival, the Beyoncé who eats everything alive. Although this period of time was very fulfilling, it was also too tiring. So now every night, Zhou Xiaochuan had much less time to go crazy. Because I was so tired, as soon as I got home, I laid down on my bed and went to sleep. Who knew that on this day? He had just laid down on his bed when he felt as if a thunderbolt had exploded in his mind. It was like an electrifying sensation that woke him from his sleep in a flash. A blackout ensued. A mechanical beep was heard ringing in his ears. A new round of Chosen One selections detected that there is already a Chosen One in Xia. Selection failed. In this strange story, the name of the Chosen One of the Summer Kingdom, Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan, who had awakened from his sleep, was extremely irritable and very angry at the moment. However, After hearing the world of weird tales beep, a cold sweat broke out all over his body. What's going on here? Didn't it used to be about a month before the second weird talk? It's only been a week. Zhou Xiaochuan surveyed the environment of the place and realized that it was a school. The moon was dark and windy, and the slight wind blew against Zhou Xiaochuan, causing him to shiver. Yanggang No. 2 Middle School is written on the plaque outside the school gate, so it seems to be a middle school. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the locked electric retractable gate in front of the school and stumbled a bit in his mind. What's with the delay in the introduction of this rule's weird tales of weird tales? Now it was definitely out of character for him, as a student, to be standing at the entrance of the school this late. After this week's training, Zhou Xiaochuan had also gained some knowledge of some of the conventions within the weird tales world, the most basic of which was that, within the weird tales world, one should play the role that the weird tales world demanded that one play. Otherwise, there's a good chance you'll just die in the middle of a weird story. And now, Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School uniform he was wearing. He was undoubtedly a middle school student in this Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, but to be outside the school so late in the evening was very unusual. Hello students, welcome to Lingjiang No. 2 High School. We hope this campus guide will help you adapt to life at Lingjiang No. 2 High School. We hope that you will have a carefree 3 years of high school and finally get into the university of your choice. To help you adjust safely to high school life, I hope you keep everything on this campus guide in mind. First, you are a high school student. You should comply with all the duties of a high school student. Study hard, study every day, and not refuse the teacher's request. Second, the teachers in the school wear dark black uniforms. If you see a teacher wearing a plain white uniform, please stay away from them and report this to the head teacher. Third, if you see the building Yutsai building, please do not enter it, as it does not exist in the school. Fourth, if any students or teachers invite you into the Yutsai building to attend classes, please refuse them, but do not let them notice anything unusual. Fifth, please do not enter any school building at night. Sixth, lights out time in the dormitories is 22 o'clock p.m. Please make sure you are within the dormitory after lights out time, and please do not roam the campus after 2200 hours. Seventh, if you haven't returned to your dormitory after the lights out time, you can head to the 24-hour study room on the 6th floor of the library, which is a special place for good students, where no one will come to disturb you from your study, and you can rest in peace while you study. Eighth, as a senior, you are only required to take language arts, math, English, and history classes. If a teacher from another class comes into the middle of the classroom, please excuse yourself as sick and leave the building as soon as possible. Ninth, the history teacher is insane, and exposure to him will cause the mind to slip into anime. 10th, you are a student in the 7th class of senior high school, and there are only 27 students in the 7th class of senior high school. 11th, Astfa heart at $%, and at 12th, at $%. Zhou Xiaochuan's memory suddenly appeared in the middle of such a large paragraph. It was a long list of words, as if they had been ingrained in his mind, and he couldn't forget them, and there were 10 of them at once. 10 rules of weird tales. This had never appeared in any of the previous weird tales. The most rules before was the last Oishi village weird tales he had experienced, which had a total of 9 rules. And he felt that there were memories of this campus guide that were a little fuzzy. It was amazing how much he couldn't remember the second half of this campus guide, and this 11th rule, the 12th rule, and the ones after that were like a bunch of jumbled codes that he still couldn't recall no matter how hard he tried to recall them. That memory seemed like a cloudy fog. It looks like that rule Strange Talk's origin consciousness wasn't just an empty word when it said that it would do everything in its power to make me die in the middle of the rule Strange Talk. This rule Weird Talk looks like it'll be much harder than the one in Boulder Village before. Zhou Xiaochuan sighed. The previous Weird Talk in Boulder Village was murderous, but before the Weird Talk started, there would be an introduction to the copy of the Weird Talk, so that the chosen would know what they should at least do. But now, Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the blank night, as well as the tightly closed electric retractable door in front of the school. Flooded with difficult, he turned on his cell phone, which he carried with him, and glanced at the time, realizing that it was just at 21:30. That meant that there were still 30 minutes left before he had to return to his dormitory. Because of rule number 6, lights out in the dorms is at 22 o'clock p.m. Please make sure you are within the dorms after lights out time, and please don't roam the campus after 2200 hours. Although he didn't know if the rules were true or false, he definitely wasn't going to take the risk. Just as he was about to scale the fence and enter the school, the light from a flashlight shone in his face. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. You're Zhou Xiaochuan from senior class 7, right? How come you're still outside the school this late? Did you sneak off to an internet cafe without studying late? A bald, obese middle-aged man, holding a flashlight, shone it at Zhou Xiaochuan, his voice somewhat angry. Zhou Xiaochuan looked up, observing him. This balding middle-aged man was wearing a standard dark black outfit. Even though it was summer now, he was still wearing long sleeves and long pants, with a dark black blazer over it. If it weren't for his big shiny bald head, he would almost be one with the darkness. Zhou Xiaochuan noticed that on the suit on the body of this bald middle-aged man, he wore a standing sign, which had 7 big words written on it. Director of Instruction, Su Yingchun. Looking at his dark black outfit, Zhou Xiaochuan remembered Rule 2. Rule number 2. Teachers in the school are uniformly dressed in dark black teachers' uniforms. If you see a teacher in a plain white teacher's uniform, stay away from them and report this to the Dean of Instruction. If this rule was true, then this big bald guy from before was indeed a teacher, and was also the higher-ranked director of instruction among the teachers in this school. If you encounter any difficulties in school in the future, you may be able to turn to him for help. Ah, Director Su, something happened in my family. My father asked me to go back. My family's great-grandfather is sick. As a child of the family, of course, I have to go back to see. But a time of grief over the head. This accidentally came to the dormitory is about to lights out time. Look at. Zhou Xiaochuan lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake, not daring to look directly into the eyes of the director of instruction. This kind of lying trick had been used often when he was still in high school in his original world, and now he was already familiar with it. Lying was practically like not blushing, not jumping from the heart. The head teacher sighed, opened the school door and spoke. It's so late now. Come on in. This little mind of your students. Am I not clear about it, Director? Just be sure to pay attention to the time next time. Otherwise it will be hard for me to do it too. Seeing that the director was so understanding, Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was relieved and he walked into the school gates. After hearing the sound of the school gates closing, the director stared longingly into Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes and said, "You're a good student. The director is very relieved to see you. Just don't walk out of this school gate for the rest of the time, okay? There are only 7 months left before the college entrance exam. It's time to collect yourself." Afterwards, the director's eyes revealed a different color. Our Lingjiang no. 2 middle school is a boarding school after all. For the sake of your senior students, we've already transferred all of the sophomore and freshman students to other teaching buildings, leaving a separate No. 3 building for your senior students. You have to sympathize with the good intentions of the leaders. Director, I also know that you guys are stressed out, but you're already seniors. You still need to focus on your academics and know what it takes to. The director stood at the entrance of the school and rattled off his story. Zhou Xiaochuan realized that he couldn't go on like this because if he kept on gossiping with the director here, he would most likely miss the lights out time of the dormitory. He didn't know how far the dormitory was from the front door at this point in time. Although this school looks very usual at the moment, but this big night actually do not even open a street lamp. Black lights, simply can not see the road. Director, I know, I understand all of this, and I promise that I will never make such a mistake next time. But now the dormitory is about to turn out the lights. I want to rush back to the dormitory. So, the director gave an I get it look. I know. You hurry up and go back to your dormitory. The student council is going to check your dormitory at 22:30. By the way, the director reminds you, don't sneak out of the dormitory after 2200 hours and wander around inside the school. The director of instruction revealed a mysterious expression. Zhou Xiaochuan spoke. Director, first you said that the outside of the school has not been peaceful lately, and then you didn't allow me to leave the school gate after 2200 hours. Could it be that something unseemly has happened in our school? That was a bold thing to ask. And the two things of not being able to hang around inside the school at night and the director's admonition not to go out of the school were two things that could very well be involved in the substance of this strange talk. It's simply not right to push the director's buttons and ask him questions like that when there's not enough information to confirm whether he can be trusted or not. But Zhou Xiaochuan is now in a bit of a trance and fuzzy consciousness. His psychosis is back, but he wasn't directly triggering the effects of the severe schizophrenia and severe paranoia talents right now, which meant that he was simply being sick, and wasn't having an attack of schizophrenia or paranoia. This can be dangerous. Luckily, though, the director just gave him a warning look, and then his voice was a little stern. There are some things you'd better not know in such detail. Anyway, what should be said? It's all in that campus guide. You've all memorized and tested it during freshman orientation, including every monthly exam. If you can't remember, unless you're not Zhou Xiaochuan, but something else, as if the director of instruction thought of something horrible, he hurriedly turned on the flashlight and shone it on Zhou Xiaochuan's face, then slowly backed away. Hello classmates, welcome to Lingjiang No. 2 High School. I hope this campus guide can help you adapt to life in Lingjiang No. 2 High School. I hope you have a carefree 3 years of high school and finally get into your ideal university. to help you adjust safely to high school life. I hope you keep everything on this campus guide in mind. First, you are a high school student. You should comply with all the duties of a high school student. Study hard, study every day, and not refuse the teacher's request. Secondly, teachers in the school are uniformed in dark black teacher uniforms. If you see a teacher in a plain white teacher uniform, stay away from them and report this to the head teacher. Zhou Shaochuan recited the campus guide of Lingjiang No. 2 middle school word by word. The director listened to him recite half of it before he let out a sigh of relief and said to him, "It's very dark inside the school, and you probably can't recognize the road right now. So I'll just send you back to the dormitory with a flashlight so that you won't be stranded elsewhere in the school by then because you've missed the lights out time. If the principal finds out about this, he'll surely punish me for not doing my job properly." Zhou Xiaochuan's heart rejoiced. This was really a sleepy person meeting a pillow. Although this director of instruction might also be a big problem, and it was not at all certain that the director of instruction was not in danger. But now that he could not recognize the way back to the dormitory at all, following the director of instruction was really the best choice. End of chapter. Chapter 22 Dormitory Building. Chapter 22 Dormitory Building. Snap, snap, snap. It seems that in this school, it had rained recently. The sky was dark with clouds, while the ground was full of standing water. Zhou Shaochuan walked with the director of instruction in the middle of the campus, and although there was nothing weird happening around him, Zhou Shaochuan still had a weird feeling from the bottom of his heart. It's only 9:30. The school actually inside a person cannot see, and the campus is still dark. Not even a street lamp. Zhou Shaochuan looked up at the campus. The visibility in here was actually almost all zero. Walking inside the school, it was nothing to see. Moreover, the school building and dormitory here actually didn't even have a single light. Doesn't anyone here light their lamps? Just as Zhou Shaochuan was thinking, the director of teaching suddenly became very alarmed and pushed Zhou Xiaochuan's head down. For this next stretch, never look up. No matter what you hear, never look up. Especially don't gaze at the school building. Please stay sane. Everything is normal. The director's initial tone was very panicked and urgent, but after he said, especially don't look at the school building, his voice returned to its senses. It was an extreme sanity, as if it had no emotional coloring whatsoever. Zhou Shaochuan heard his words and immediately thought of that rule from before. Fifth, please do not enter any school building at night. Did it go near the school building? Zhou Shaochuan froze for a moment and immediately dismissed the conjecture. Because when I entered the school gates before, there were all the school buildings directly across from the gates. To the left of the school gates was the library, and to the right of the gates, just behind the security office, was an academic building. Even though the rule said not to gaze at any signs on the school building at night, there was no way for him to see anything on the building as far as visibility at night in this place was concerned. He could only make out the little bit of road ahead of him and the rough outline of the surrounding buildings by the dim light of the director's flashlight. Zhou Shaochuan could only follow the guidance of the director of instruction towards the front now. And but a moment later, the sound of murmuring came to his ears. This raving voice was slurred in his mouth, but Zhou Shaochuan could barely hear what he was actually saying. Ha 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 ha. What do you need to come back for when you've obviously escaped? Do you think you can still get out? This school, it doesn't exist. Ha 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 ha. But I'm real. Pony. Angry pony. Can your fist still break my nose? I'd love to show you what this school looks like now. This strange and bizarre voice rang all the way through, and Zhou Shaochuan only recognized so many 5 sentences from his slurred pronunciation. On the road, Zhou Shaochuan saw animal feed on the road several times. There were kittens and puppies, which was normal. There would have been some stray cats and dogs inside the school, and there would also be students who violated the school rules and secretly kept a few kittens and puppies inside the dormitory. However, there were also a few times when he saw the claws of a bird, and 6-legged horseshoes. That's pretty weird. First of all, how can a bird land next to a person at close range? And secondly, how can there be horses inside a school? And a horse with 6 hooves? Zhou Shaochuan was in a trance. He vaguely remembered that the vague voice had just mentioned in his ear Angry Pony. But Angry Pony is supposed to be a person's name anyway? How can it really be a horse? And the got out message, is that a hint as to who he is? There is weirdness in the middle of this school and one has escaped from the middle of the weirdness. But running back? Zhou Shaochuan was a bit puzzled. And just at this time, the director suddenly stopped his pace. Your dormitory building has arrived. Dormitory building number 4. Room 603 on the 6th floor. Please remember that dormitory building number 5 does not exist in the school. The dormitory building only has 6 floors in total. If you find a dormitory building number 5 that does not exist, or the 7th dormitory building, you can contact me by cell phone. The director's voice was mechanically incomparable and calm, completely different from the image of the amiable director Zhou Shaochuan had seen before. However, After saying this, the director left, and Zhou Xiaochuan could only enter the dormitory building. At the moment he entered the dormitory building, outside the house suddenly fell a pounding rain. The director's thin figure in the pounding rain slightly small. Zhou Xiaochuan had wanted to ask the director if he wanted to come to the middle of the dormitory building to take shelter from the rain, and the next moment the director disappeared into the vast darkness of the night. Inside the last second when the director could be seen, Zhou Xiaochuan seemed to somewhat vaguely see the director's feet, turning into bird claws. But this bird's claw is also a momentary thing. Zhou Xiaochuan does not know if he is I. He made a mental note of it all. He remembered that he had seen the bird's claw in the middle of that time when the director had made him look down. And the bird's claws seemed to be so big and tall. It was as if they had grown not on a bird's body, but on a man's. A cold sweat flared up in his mind. Then he surveyed the place. The dormitory building was somewhat dilapidated, and except for the first floor, which had lights, it was dark above the stairs, and at the doorway of the dormitory building, an old man shaking a cool fan and wearing dark black clothes looked a bit unpleasant and stared at Zhou Xiaochuan. Which building and which dormitory are you a student of? It's already 21:50. There's still 10 minutes before the lights go out in the whole dormitory building. Why are you coming back now? Zhou Xiaochuan looked a bit embarrassed. Hostel Montclair. Before it was the director looking for me, a bit of a thing. I delayed some time, so I came back late. Director? You mean Director Suing-chun? Faced with the host's question, Zhou Xiaochuan nodded. The hostel master let out a long sigh as if he was relieved. I know. You quickly go back to your own dormitory. You are Zhou Xiaochuan from 603, right? Remember this for me. You must not go out of your own dormitory after 2200 hours at night. A word of advice. Change the locks on your room's door tomorrow during the day. Don't use the school door lock. Zhou Xiaochuan secretly noted in his mind the words of the hostel master in his demeanor when he spoke, and then went upstairs in a hurry. End of chapter. Chapter 23 Dormitory Rules. Chapter 23 Dormitory Rules. Above the dormitory building, it was not as dark as Zhou Xiaochuan had seen downstairs, and it turned out that this dormitory building, except for the first floor, used all voice-activated lights. However, this voice-activated lights sometimes work, sometimes do not work. This, Zhou Xiaochuan said he understood. Many schools have dormitories that are in disrepair. The second floor, the fourth floor, and the sixth floor where I am now, where there is an even number of buildings, the sound-activated lights are off. After confirming that this was indeed the sixth floor, Zhou Xiaochuan followed the dim light in his cell phone and walked towards the front. He counted the stairs, and if where he'd come in was the first floor, this was the sixth, and the number of the first dormitory room is 601, so he pressed on, not caring about the flight of stairs above the sixth floor. It was an extra flight of stairs, completely different from the other stairs that were tattered and dusty. That staircase was brand new. At this moment, even a little cutie, all were able to see that something was wrong. Although it was said that by entering the 7th floor dormitory building, one might be able to get closer to the truth of this strange talk, but accordingly, one would also take a great risk. Therefore, he still listened to the words of the director of instruction and did not enter the 7th floor of the teaching building. Although that director of instruction, Suing-chun, was also very off. When he told Zhou Xiaochuan to lower his head and not to look, Zhou Xiaochuan felt that he was different from the previous director of instruction, Suing-chun, and had changed a lot. No longer amicable, and no longer talking to him every now and then. Even the occasional speech was not colored by humanity, but was always cold and icy. And, Zhou Xiaochuan noticed that although the head teacher did not ask him to look up, the head teacher's head was never lowered. This he could see clearly in the afterglow. Zhou Xiaochuan thought about these things in his mind and then came to room 603. 603, the director and the hostel manager said it was his dormitory. However, the words of the director of instruction and the hostel master cannot be taken at face value. Both of these guys seem to have some issues at the moment. The director, needless to say, and then the dormitory manager is a huge problem. It was clearly December and already winter, and the weather forecast on my cell phone showed that the weather was only 5 degrees Celsius, but that hostel manager was still blowing with a rocking fan, as if it was hot. It was very likely that they would name a wrong dormitory and then let Zhou Xiaochuan enter into that dormitory. Once he entered the wrong dormitory, Zhou Xiaochuan didn't even have to think about what would happen. Zhou Xiaochuan still pushed the door and entered the 603 dormitory. There was not enough information at the moment, and time was quite tight somehow. Even though there were only 5 floors of stairs, it was already 21:58 by the time Zhou Xiaochuan reached the 6th floor. There were only 2 minutes. Both the rules given at the beginning of the Weird World and the words of the director of instruction and the hostel master, which said that you shouldn't be outside of your own dormitory after 2200 hours. With this point alone, The odds were that Zhou Xiaochuan would still not take such a risk. What really made Zhou Xiaochuan push open the door and enter the dormitory was because apart from dormitory 603, the other dormitories did not have a red notice paper pasted on the door. Notes on the use of the dormitory at Yanggang No. 2 Middle School. Hello students, welcome to the dormitory of Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School. In order to ensure that you have a pleasant and safe stay in the dormitory, please read this notice carefully and follow it to the letter. First, all dormitory buildings in the middle of the school have only 6 floors and only 6 rooms on one floor, which are X01, X02, X03, X06, X08 and X12. So please do not go there if you find a room or floor that doesn't exist. Second, the student council will conduct a dormitory check between 22:30 and 2300 hours. The check is just to determine the number of people in the dormitory, so please don't be alarmed. Most of the students in the student council are freshmen and sophomores, so you don't have to be afraid of them. Third, if there is a student government bed check outside of the hours stated in rule number 2, please lie down on your bed and do not react. Fourth, the dormitories at this school are co-ed, so please do not refuse any requests from your roommate. Fifth, resident masters will only wear white. People wearing other colors are not resident masters, so please stay away from them. If the resident master is wearing black, please inform the student body president immediately and he will know how to handle this. Sixth, do not, under any circumstances, open the windows of your dorm room. And if a bird outside your dorm room is tapping on the window with its beak, ignore it. You have nothing to feed it, him, her, them. Seventh, please do not leave your dormitory after 2200 hours. In front of this rule, a parrot has been drawn with a blue water brush. Eighth, lawn, scissors, executioner, murderer. Ninth, as a school, it is normal to have stray cats and dogs inside the school. However, please remember that the animals inside the school do not talk, and it is not the animals you see that talk. 10th, after 2400 hours, please do not look out the window. If you accidentally see something out of the window, please forget it with all your might, and do not remember it. 10 rules. It's actually 10 rules. 10 more rules. Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. This, together with the rules on the campus guide that appeared in his mind before, had reached 20, and he always had a feeling that there weren't just 20 strange stories this time. When they reached the door of their dormitory, the rule paper appeared. Were the rules of this strange talk not told directly, but needed to be explored on their own? The first and seventh rules match exactly with the words of the director of instruction and the hostel master. For starters, Zhou Xiaochuan discovered 2 points where the rules of this time were different from any rules he had read in the past of the rules' weirdness. The first point is that, in addition to the black rules, there are actually blue annotations on this rule's notice paper. What was in those brackets was the blue annotation. Unlike the standard print of the black rule, the blue annotations were obviously handwritten by someone else. The handwriting is rather beautiful and cleanly written, but it is more scribbled. It seems to be written in a hurry. And the second point of difference is the 8th rule. Rules weirdness used to give out rules that were clear and at the very least understandable in their basic meaning. But this 8th rule, 8th, lawn, scissors, executioner, murderer. What the hell is that supposed to mean? A weird laugh. On top of 4 nouns? This one rule is out of place with the other 9, but like the others, it is printed in black print. That blue annotated writing also appears in front of this rule. Only, instead of giving specific text, a parrot is drawn next to this rule. End of chapter. Chapter 24 Coeducational Dormitories. Chapter 24 Coeducational Dormitories. Blue ink. An annotation. What is the parrot painted in front of the 8th rule? What is this annotator trying to tell him through the parrot? Zhou Xiaochuan immediately associated 3 points. The first point is that Rule 9 among the dormitory announcements. The animals inside the school don't talk, and the ones that talk are not the ones you see. But parrots speak, and parrots are born to speak and imitate human speech. So if this rule were true, would there be no parrots in schools? The second point is that Rule 6 among the dormitory announcements. 6th, do not, under any circumstances, open the windows of your dormitory. And if a bird outside your dormitory is tapping on the window with its beak, ignore it. You have nothing to feed it, him, her, them. Is the bird in the middle of this Rule 6 a parrot? The third point is that he saw the bird's claw on his way back to the dormitory after the director of instruction. Did the claw come from a parrot? Zhou Xiaochuan thought darkly, then opened the dormitory door. In the middle of this dormitory, 3 chandeliers were turned on, and the light shone brightly, illuminating the dormitory. Having a roommate in the middle of the dorm was something he would have expected. Only he was a little puzzled as to why the lights were bright in this dormitory. But when he looked out over this dormitory building, he felt pitch black. Zhou Xiaochuan found his seat from memory. It was a 4-room dormitory with beds and tables, but 2 of the beds, neither of which had anything on them, and there were no sheets and quilts or pillows on top of the beds, though the tables were filled with stacks of books and miscellaneous items. It seems that in this dormitory, there are only two people, me and another roommate. Zhou Xiaochuan surveyed the two remaining beds. In one of the beds, the sheets and covers and pillows were pink, and there were a couple of JK uniforms as well as low skirts folded on the bed, and Chikawa figures were hooked on hanging hooks above the cabinet. There were 3 of each, including Hachi, Gi, and Usagi. The table underneath that bed was also neatly packed. In contrast, that other bed was a bit of a mess, with books sitting limply on the table and the sheets on the bed not made neat, but lumped together. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the pink bedsheet, and a whole lot of bad chills flooded his heart. Could it be that my other roommate has a bit of a sexual orientation problem? He looked at the pink decorations on the bed, and the few dresses sitting there, and something bad came to mind. He walked over to the more disorganized side of the bed and sat down, a little puzzled in his mind. It's already 22:01, and according to the rules you can't leave the dormitory after 2200 hours. So where did this roommate of mine go? Could it be that this rule is wrong? But the director of instruction and the hostel master are emphasizing this rule. So is it possible that they are all lying to me? Maybe leaving the dormitory after 2200 hours is the only way to live? It's only then that I'll be able to access the answer to everything? Zhou Xiaochuan pondered like this, then felt something wrong in his heart. No, if the roommate isn't inside the dorm, how come the dorm lights are on? Don't you turn off the lights when you go out of the dorm? Could it be that this rule is for humans? And if it's creepy, naturally they don't have to follow it. Zhou Xiaochuan recalled the strange story of Bashi village that he had experienced before, and at that time it was the 4 people, Huang Xiaoqin, Huang Xiaoyong, Uncle Huang, and cousin, who were the embodiment of the weirdness in addition to himself. In this Boulder village, there is not a single human at all, and all 4 of these spooky, all with the desire to attack. So this time, will it be? Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was thinking, a sound of footsteps came from the balcony there. Xiaochuan, is that you? You're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. It was a lively female voice. First heard the voice, then saw the person. I saw a girl dressed in a big white bear pajamas, coming from the balcony. Although the pajamas were loose, they still couldn't cover her luscious figure. The woman, dressed in white bear pajamas, had waist-length hair that seemed to be dripping wet because she had just gotten out of the shower. She had a clear face, with a faint smile on her face, looking very bright. Although childish, it was obvious that she was already a beautiful woman. When she saw Zhou Xiaochuan sitting on the seat, she immediately rushed up and hugged Zhou Xiaochuan fiercely. Zhou Xiaochuan felt the softness and aroma of the person in his arms, as well as his breath, and for a while his heart was in turmoil. Isn't this place a boys' dormitory? Am I not a boy? Why is there a girl in my dormitory? This thought had just risen when the 4th rule in the dormitory circular was recalled in his mind. 4th, the dormitories at this school are coeducational, so please do not refuse any requests from your roommate. Zhou Xiaochuan was shocked in his heart. Co-ed? What kind of school is this? Can't deny your roommate anything. Zhou Xiaochuan pondered this request in his mind. The student dormitory is undoubtedly the second longest place one has ever stayed, and then one can't refuse her request. Xiaochuan, why are you ignoring me? Don't you want me? When she saw Zhou Xiaochuan not speaking, her willow eyebrows gradually furrowed. Did you find some other vixen outside? Already forgotten about me? Are you cheating on me? The woman's voice was almost a hoarse hiss as she said the last sentence, and her head tilted to an eerie angle, a strange smile on her face. The reason why her smile was strange was because the corners of her mouth were almost to the point of splitting next to her ears, and blood could even be seen on the edges of that split mouth. Nope, it's not right. My roommate really isn't human. He's bizarre. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was ringing with alarm bells at this moment, and his back was soaked. Based on what she said, could this woman be her girlfriend? This is a senior in high school and still in love. Planning to stage a senior high school love 100 days? Why don't you say something? Do you really have someone else? Do you really have someone else in your heart? The woman's last words were close to a deafening roar and growl, and the arm that was originally holding Zhou Xiaochuan was gradually choking Zhou Xiaochuan's throat. No. Oh, how could it be? You are the only one in my heart. Zhou Xiaochuan hurriedly explained. Oh ho ho, tell me then, what is my name? Once upon a time when you saw me, you always called me by my name affectionately. Now, how come you don't even call me by my name? The woman's hand that was choking Zhou Xiaochuan's neck loosened a bit, and then jammed violently tight. What can we do about this? Zhou Xiaochuan was anxious in his heart. After all, he was not really the Zhou Xiaochuan in this world, but he was not clear about what her name was. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Zhang Liangjin. Chapter 25, Zhang Liangjin. You can't call out my name? You actually can't even call out my name? You're not Zhou Shaochuan. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Just as Zhou Shaochuan was thinking, the woman's strength was getting stronger and stronger, almost choking him out of breath, and the wry smile on her face disappeared. That wasn't to say she was back to normal, which was even more frightening than the weird smile she had just given, because the flesh on her face was gradually festering and rotting, even revealing the white bones. Her name. What the hell is her name? The world of weird stories would never design a surefire kill. There is absolutely no such thing as an unsolvable weird story. I must have seen her name somewhere. Suddenly, a thunderclap sounded in Zhou Xiaochuan's mind. Next to the piece of paper that was the dormitory notice, the 10 rules of the dormitory, was an inconspicuous piece of white paper. At that time, his attention was all on this dormitory notice paper, coupled with the fact that there were only 2 minutes to get to the dormitory. Actually did not pay too much attention to the white paper. Now that I think about it, isn't that white piece of paper the table of students who live in this dormitory? He was still too negligent to actually notice the subtlety, but luckily, he remembered now. Senior Class 7, Zhou Shaochuan, Study Committee Member. Senior Class 7, Zhang Liangjin, Class President. Senior Class 7, Ocean Chao, Sports Committee Member. Senior Class 7, Tang Jiaqing, Psychological Committee Member. In the nick of time, he tried to recall the contents of the white piece of paper, thinking that it must be the list of students in this dormitory. There are only 3 names here and it doesn't say which one checked out and which one stayed in. Zhou Shaochuan felt the hand around his neck getting tighter and tighter. Suddenly, he was struck by an idea. The only name in here that looks like a girl's name is Zhang Liangjin. The other 2, what with Ocean Chao and Tang Jiaqing, must be boys' names. I know. You are. Zhou Shaochuan struggled to get her name out. However, in the next instant, Zhou Xiaochuan's consciousness suddenly drifted off and suddenly stopped. He tried with all his might to think, to finish what he hadn't finished, but his mind seemed to be a mush and he couldn't even manage to think at all. His eyes, too, from their initial gleam, became scattered, confused, and unfocused. You're my mom. Mom! I missed you so much. Mommy! Zhou Shaochuan didn't know where the huge force came from and broke away from Jiang Liangjin's hand. Then a bear hug embraced Jiang Liangjin, rubbing his face against her arms and called out, Mom! I miss you so much. You don't know how they bullied me when I was away from you. Woo. In Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes, hot tears actually flowed out. And for some reason, the hot tears in Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes disappeared once they touched Jiang Liangjin's body. And the weirdness in Jiang Liangjin's body disappeared. The cracked corners of the mouth, the skin that had festered to the point of falling off piece by piece, all returned intact and changed back to their previous appearance. At this moment, Jiang Liangjin turned into the bright young girl just now again, with a sweet smile on her face, happy for her boyfriend's return. Hey, Mom, what are you talking about, Ogawa? Aren't you my date? I don't remember you calling me that. What the hell? So annoying. She stomped her foot, in a tone of voice, but it was clearly sappy. But after his words, Zhou Shaochuan instead buried his head deeper and cried even more vigorously. Woo, Mom, they're all bullying me. Whoa, you have to protect me. Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's cries, Jiang Liangjin smiled hopelessly. Good boy. Don't cry. Tell mommy. Who bullied you? Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes suddenly regained clarity in this instant, but he still had a vivid memory of the chaos that was going on. Just now, did he have an attack? But this entry into the weird tales is not as straightforward as the last Ashimura, where he deluded himself into thinking he was a certain character, but the sudden onset just now had saved his life and stabilized the form. Next, good boy. Say it, why don't you stop crying? It's okay, Mom will protect you. Jiang Liangjin saw Zhou Shaochuan in his arms stopped crying and joked again. Mom, it's Director of Instruction Suing Chun, the hostel master, the parrot, and the pony who bullied me. Hearing these 4 names, Jiang Liangjin's expression gave a start, and then gradually moved in a bizarre direction, the corners of her mouth cracking wider and wider. Bad. Seeing Jiang Liangjin's unusual reaction, Zhou Shaochuan was horrified in his heart. He had originally wanted to take advantage of the time that Jiang Liangjin was back to normal to ask something out of her mouth, but he didn't realize that the information he asked for had directly irritated her. Just as Zhou Shaochuan was thinking of countermeasures, Jiang Liangjin suddenly used her own hand and viciously slapped her face twice. Then the creepiness faded from her face and she changed back to her VC appearance. Only the warm, bright smile that had been hanging over her disappeared. Zhou Shaochuan looked at her eyes, and from within her eyes, he felt a faint sadness. Director Su won't hurt you. He loves students the most. The hostel masters usually won't attack you either. Parrots in schools don't show up on their own accord. You're breaking the rules. Zhang Liangjin's voice was leisurely. Then she clenched her teeth as if she had made a major decision. Pony. Don't look at the ponies? Protect the ponies? Do not touch the pony. He doesn't know anything, but he's the only hope. Pony. Do not look at the ponies. Don't look for ponies. Protect the pony. He doesn't know anything right now, but nothing dares if it's next to him. Her emotions were unstable. A black streak covered her face, and after she was halfway through speaking, Zhang Liangjin turned her head, her voice a little hoarse. Xiaochuan, you are too tired. How could the director and the dormitory manager hurt you? There are no parrots inside the school, much less anyone keeping horses. Are you too stressed from senior year? Lie down on the bed and get some rest. It's just the time when the student council checks the dormitory. Before the words were finished, Zhang Liangjin climbed onto the bed as fast as he could. Climbed into that messy bed. Zhou Xiaochuan pupils shrink. Just now Zhang Liangjin words revealed too much information. At this time, Zhou Xiaochuan's voice suddenly came from the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau in his mind. The voice was very urgent and seemed to be facing great fear. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Zhou Xiaochuan. Quickly lie down on that pink bed. Don't stay in your seat. And don't lie down with Zhang Liangjin. Something is coming to check the bed. A minute ago, 3 chosen have already died as a result. Bury your head under the covers. Don't look like a seamer. And pretend to be asleep. The director of the Weird Talk Handling Bureau spoke quickly, and Zhou Xiaochuan immediately copied his cell phone and got into the pink bed. Then, head first, he buried himself inside that pink quilt. This pink quilt, obviously not Zhou Xiaochuan's. This is Zhang Liangjin's bed. The reason for this was that the bed had a faint smell of perfume and, above the covers, a number of skirts. More importantly, the quilt was too small to cover Zhou Xiaochuan's feet. Zhou Xiaochuan is 1 meter 88 tall. The length of this quilt is only 170 at most. Zhou Xiaochuan has to show one ankle and foot outside, buried in the quilt, pretending to be asleep. Zhou Xiaochuan repeatedly speculated on the words of the director of the Bureau of Weird Talks, and then curled his entire body up and pretended to be under the quilt. Then he tied himself up like a dumpling. Someone will come to check the bed. Zhou Xiaochuan muttered in his mind and opened his cell phone. The time displayed on the cell phone screen was exactly 22:15. Zhou Xiaochuan remembered what was on that dormitory notice paper. Rule 2. The student council will conduct a dormitory check between 22:30 and 2300 hours. The check is just to determine the number of people in the dormitory, so please don't be alarmed. Most of the students in the student council are freshmen and sophomores, so you don't have to be afraid of them. Rule number 3. If there is a student government bed check outside of the hours stated in rule number 2, please lie down on your bed and do not react. It's outside of the student council's set check-in times. And according to the rules and the hints just given, someone else will be checking in during that time. But this third rule gives too wide a range of times. In addition to what the second rule says, do I have to lie on my dorm bed and not move a muscle once I'm in the dorm? Zhou Xiaochuan analyzed in his mind. According to the hints given by the Bureau of Weird Tales Handling, someone has already died because of the third rule, but no hints are given to him on exactly how he died. Just saying pretty much the same thing as on the rules. A chosen one died a minute ago. And the timing of all the weird talk is basically synchronized, which means that this third rule was triggered randomly, which, meanwhile, Zhou Xiaochuan had just noticed a detail. That is, Zhang Liangjin, in response to his question, suddenly said to him, "Are you too much pressure in senior high school? Lie down on the bed and take a good rest." Just when the student council checks the dormitory, wasn't the message in that sentence that it was written that the rule was to hide in bed if there was a bed check outside of the Rule 2 situation? But what exactly was she trying to say below that? That hadn't even been said yet, and she'd immediately climbed onto the bed, and after that now hadn't moved a muscle, hadn't said a word. Zhou Xiaochuan just wanted to open his mouth to ask, and then thought of the Rule 3 in the middle of the bed, do not make any reaction. So he dispelled this idea, and turned to take out his cell phone. Took out his cell phone, intending to send her a message. Although it was said that she had almost killed him just now, it seemed that Zhang Liangjin was different from those who were simply maliciously creepy. And perhaps she could be used to get more information, just like Huang Xiaoqin as well as Uncle Huang in Bashi village before. He opened the chat app and realized there were only 2 contacts among his phone. Director of Instruction Suing Chun, Student Council President Che Huang. There is no contact information for Zhang Liangjin at all. At the same time Zhou Xiaochuan fumbled around in the midst of this chat software and realized that this chat software was simply strange, because this chat software has neither the function of adding friends nor searching for friends. Then where did this Director of Instruction and Student Council President get their contact information? He hastily opened the chat box between the Director of Instruction and the Student President and found that there was not a single message on it. Open the roaming log and I can't see any messages either. Is there no way to get valid information from amongst cell phones? Zhou Xiaochuan pondered. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Bang! 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 The force of the knock was so great that it almost didn't seem like knocking, but like slamming. 603 anyone? Student council routine bed check. Hearing this sound, Zhou Xiaochuan hurriedly muted his cell phone and turned off the vibration, then huddled inside the quilt and let out a deep breathing sound. He didn't answer the knock. He remembered the rules well. Rule number 2 says that the people who come to check on your bed are nothing more than underclassmen and there is no need to fear them. But rule number 3 says that if you are confronted with a student council bed check outside of the hours set by the student council, you are to lie down on your bed and not move a muscle. Since it is motionless, it cannot be responded to. 603 anyone? Student council routine bed check. 603 anyone? Student council routine bed check. 603 anyone? Student council routine bed check. The voice outside the door repeated itself many times, seeming to grow more and more impatient, and the tapping on the door became more and more urgent. After a while, though, it stopped. The dormitory was once again silent. Outside the door came the sound of heavy footsteps, which grew farther and farther away. The man who came to check on the bed outside the door is gone? Zhou Xiaochuan was alarmed in his heart, but he still composed himself and continued to let out a heavy purring sound. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang of a wooden door being broken came from the doorway. Heavy footsteps suddenly appeared in the dormitory. Tap, tap, tap. It was so sudden that about 5 minutes after the footsteps disappeared, the door to the dormitory was actually broken right through? Zhou Xiaochuan's heart rose with a burst of certainty. It was fortunate that he had not let his guard down. Otherwise he might have died by now. P.S. I apologize to you all. I've had too many things going on lately, so I'm a little late with the update. Today take a vacation. Only 2,000 words. Tomorrow I make up for it. Tomorrow update 6,000 words. I'll make sure to get 4,000 words a day. And I'm begging for your support. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. I'm sure you'll be able to help me out. I'm not going to be able to do that. End of chapter. Chapter 27. The window of the dormitory was opened. 4,000 words big chapter. Please catch up. Chapter 27. The window of the dormitory was opened. 4,000 words big chapter. Please catch up. The heavy footsteps walked under Zhou Xiaochuan's bed. Isn't there someone here? Why don't you open the door for me? Believe it or not, I'll dock your credits and give you a demerit? The owner of the footsteps was obviously very angry and loudly scolded. Silence. No one answered. Why don't you say anything? Get the hell up. Point 2. Zhou Xiaochuan, Jiang Liangjin, Chao Ocean, and Tang Jiacheng. Anyone who didn't answer is docked credits. The voice then called out. Seeing that no one responded, the voice was obviously extremely angry, and Zhou Xiaochuan detected a chilly touch coming from his own footsteps. Wake the hell up. Cooperate with the student council, or I'll give you all demerits. The only thing that responded to him was Zhou Xiaochuan snoring. If you do not respond now, you will face another bed check between 2230 and 2300 hours. The voice suddenly became a bit ghostly and seemed to be filled with fear. By that time, the things that come to check on the dormitory won't be as nice as I am. Ha 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 ha. They're a dangerous thing. An eerie laugh escaped from within his mouth. The sound didn't seem to come from a human mouth, but like something cutting through metal. Zhou Xiaochuan was still snoring, but his mind was already thinking fast. It's quite possible to have fake rules in the middle of the weird world, and the message that the rules of the weird world are trying to imply is clearly that bed checks other than those between 2230 and 2300 hours are not to be trusted. But this time the person checking the bed said that it was dangerous to check the bed from 2230 to 2300 hours. The two contradict each other. Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was weighing the pros and cons, the heavy footsteps suddenly accelerated towards the balcony. Although Zhou Xiaochuan was still pretending to be asleep and snoring, he was clearly heard opening the glass door of the balcony. Then, with a jab, he opened the balcony window all the way. Why does this dormitory smell bad? You guys go to sleep? I'll open the window to ventilate you. There was a bit of teasing in his voice. It's bad. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately remembered the rule written on the dormitory notice. Rule number 6, do not, under any circumstances, open the windows of your dorm room. And if a bird outside your dorm room is tapping on the window with its beak, ignore it. You have nothing to feed it, him, her, them. When he had just entered the dormitory, he had surveyed this dormitory. There were 4 beds in total. The one he was sleeping in now, the one that should have belonged to Jiang Liangjin's bed, was the one closest to the door. And the bed that should have belonged to him, that is, the bed that Jiang Liangjin is now lying on, is on the opposite side of him. Behind them were 2 empty, doorless bunks. Behind the 2 empty beds was a glass door with a balcony attached to the outside. The balcony of the dormitory is open and fitted with very large windows. and to the left of the balcony, is the en-suite bathroom. The windows of the balcony that Zhou Xiaochuan confirmed at the first moment he entered the dormitory were closed. But now, the presence of this bed check clearly opened the window. What can we do about this? The rules say you can't open the windows, but the rules also say you can't react or respond in any way to people checking in on you at this time of day. But if you don't respond, the dormitory window is opened, and you violate rule number 6. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart and mind were at war within him at the moment. He didn't hear heavy footsteps or the dormitory door opening again. The bed checker hadn't left yet. He was caught in the middle of a dilemma. There was no telling what the ever-open dormitory window might attract and what consequences it might leave behind if no response was made. But to respond by going and closing the dormitory windows would be a clear violation of the rules. At the moment, rewind to 20 minutes ago, to when this rule weirdness first started. A thunderbolt suddenly exploded in the minds of the director of the Bureau of Weird Tales, Professor He, the director of the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, Lin Xie, and all the other staff members of the Bureau of Weird Tales disposal. A new round of Chosen One selections detected that there is already a Chosen One in Xia. Selection failed. In this strange story, the name of the Chosen One of the Summer Kingdom, Zhou Xiaochuan. Strange story name, Rinku no 2 Middle School. This mechanical and grim beep sounded in the minds of all the Xia people. The time at this time of the day was already 1 in the morning, and most people had already gone to sleep. But after hearing the beep of this weird talk, most people took out their cell phones and opened the Weird Talk livestream. This has become a habit for people all over the world for 3 years now. In countries where the majority of nationals are too poor to afford cell phones, the state also places a large screen above each village and residential gathering place for nationals to watch the live broadcast of strange stories. The first is that the world is at risk of being drawn to be the chosen one, and it pays to watch more weird tales live. And the second and most important point is that once the chosen one fails, the corresponding weird tales will descend directly on the random city. To make sure they survive the weirdness, people also go to Weird Tales Live. At this time of the summer live broadcast, there were already a lot of people arguing. Didn't the previous weird story only happen once a month or so? It's only been a week since the last weird talk, right? What's going on? How come the frequency of weird stories has gotten faster? It must be because of that dastardly Zhou Xiaochuan, who refused the Weird Tales World Origin Consciousness to the request and made the Weird Tales World Origin Consciousness angry. That's why the speed of the Weird Tales copies appearing has accelerated. This goddamned Zhou Xiaochuan. Even if he doesn't want to live himself, I still have a family. I don't want to die. In case he fails and the strange talk descends on our head, what can we do? Alas, how did my summer country produce such a chosen one? Isn't it good to properly agree to the terms of the Weird Tales world? He passed the Weird Tales himself. And our Xia Kingdom directly counts 2 people passing the Weird Tales. Doesn't that smell good? Do you guys think it's possible that this Zhou Xiaochuan, who is actually a 50W, is a spy sent by another country? You guys don't go too far. Zhou Xiaochuan is no matter what. He is also the chosen one of our Xia Kingdom, and he also passed a weird talk for our Xia Kingdom. And you guys are talking about him like this? I think you guys are the spies. You're the 50W, right? Yeah, what that original consciousness of the Weird Tales world said was already very wrong. He was just too eager, as if he had to make Chuan get out of the Weird Tales. The decision Zhou Xiaochuan had made at the end of the Boulder Village Strange Talks had displeased many people, and at this very moment, there were a lot of people who had gathered in the live broadcast room of Xia, cursing Zhou Xiaochuan. However, there is also a large portion of people who, after thinking about it more and more during the week, stood up to support Zhou Xiaochuan. At this moment in the Strange Talk Handling Bureau, the people were also surrounded by the office with a grudging look on their faces. The computers in the office were already running. The director of the Bureau of Weird Tales disposal even sat down next to the computer he belonged to in just a pajama top, staring at the screen with a deadpan expression. It's only been a week since the last Weird Tales and a new one has begun. Does this mean that the world of Weird Tales has become even more powerful? So powerful that it has produced a qualitative change. He looked a bit grave as he spoke. Based on the results analyzed from the last Boulder Village Weird Tales, combined with the fact that the Weird Tales were getting harder and harder, the Weird Tales Handling Bureau analyzed a very scary guess. That's the world of weird talk, and it's getting stronger. This time, the only chosen ones left are Zhou Xiaochuan from our summer country and Prof. Bryant from the Lighthouse country. The two of us, Prof. He and I, will mainly observe Prof. Bryant and Zhou Xiaochuan, and the rest of us will observe the chosen ones from the rest of the countries. Without waiting for the others to answer his question, the director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Handling gave the order, because the weird talk has begun, and analyzing the weird talk, that's where the weird talk ends. After a few seconds, the computer screen appeared with dark clouds and gloomy winds in Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, and this time, the rules of the strange talk actually appeared directly on the computer screen. Zhou Xiaochuan on the computer screen, as well as the chosen ones from various countries, were all picked up by the director of instruction after almost 3 or 4 minutes of lingering at the entrance of this school. The rules this time are very strange. Actually not in the form of a notice, but in the form of memories in the chosen one's mind. And after the 10th rule, there are clearly the next 11th and 12th rules, but the chosen one can't recall them. The director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Processing had a grave expression on his face. Among the chosen of each country who were picked up by the director, a small portion of them did not trust the director and instead chose to go to the dormitory building on their own. The result was unsurprising. None of those chosen who had left the director could even safely reach the dormitory building. All of them were swallowed up by the darkness. Those live screens, not even knowing how they died, were just suddenly engulfed in darkness. There were others who, when the director asked them to bow their heads, did not do so and chose to look squarely at them, only to have the image in front of them suddenly distorted in the extreme, and the whole person was swallowed up. It had been a long walk to the dormitory floor, and a quarter of the chosen had died. This time the chosen one of the Sunset Kingdom happens to be Prince John of the Sunset Kingdom, and the people of the Sunset Kingdom are excited at the moment. Oh, my God, our elegant and wise prince will surely be able to bring glory back to our Sunset Empire through this one strange talk. Prince John passes on weird talk as easily as I kick the ass of the collared old hen. Prince John's heart was also a little fluttering. As the prince of the Sunset Kingdom, he had always been pretentious, and felt that the chosen one of the Sunset Kingdom was really too useless. If he were to participate in the Weird Tales instead, the Sunset Empire would have had a Weird Tales passer long ago. At this moment, Prince John came to the 6th floor and didn't even look at the staircase in front of him heading to the 7th floor, but directly searched for his dormitory room on the 6th floor. Standing in the doorway of 603, Prince John got a good look at the 10 rules written on the dormitory bulletin, followed by the dormitory list sheet. Flandreau Edward, David Johnson, Justin Plymouth, John George David Arthur Windsor. Disdain showed at the corners of his mouth as he looked at the 2157 time on his cell phone and muttered something. This rule freakout isn't much harder. As long as you follow the rules you'll survive. I really don't know how those chosen before them died. Prince John sneered. These commoners are such useless things. If weird talks were drawn among the nobles of my Sunset Kingdom, then my Sunset Kingdom would have passed weird talks a long time ago. After that, he pushed open the door and entered the dormitory, then casually locked the dormitory door. Dormitory check? I'll just lock the dormitory door and see how you check. The more Prince John thought about it, the more pleased he became. Prince John is just awesome. The chosen one has already lost a quarter of his men in battle, and those remaining others who survived are scared to death. I didn't expect our Prince John to be able to be this cloudy. After all, being a prince is just different from other chosen ones. Long live the prince! If I had drawn a nobleman's man earlier, my great Sunset Kingdom would have passed the strange talk long ago. Prince John couldn't see what the people on the pop-up were saying, but the look was still a little fluttering. After he pushed the door open, he was greeted by a big blonde bombshell brushing her hair. The blonde with big waves immediately rushed over and hugged Prince John when she saw him. Oh, honey, you're finally back. I missed you so much. The corners of Prince John's mouth rose slightly. He felt that his charm was too great, and there were actually women who were falling for him even inside this world of weird talks. Dear Miss Flandreau, I miss you very much too. Prince John could tell at a glance that the blonde was the Flandreau Edward on the list, as that was the only name that was a female name. Seeing that Flandreau's mouth took the initiative to kiss, Prince John responded positively, and then with a bear hug, carried Flandreau up on top of that pink bed, where Flandreau actually took the initiative to undress. Prince John's heart raged. Although he had dated a handful of women as a prince, Flandreau's face surpassed any he had ever seen. Ors 1. 3,000 words omitted here. Just when Prince John was still on a roll, the skin on the face of the Flandreau underneath him actually began to ulcerate in large chunks, revealing the white bones. John, do I look good? Good looking. Of course. My God, you are simply the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. You are my goddess. You are. What? In the middle of his words, John saw the white-boned hand of Flandreau tightening around John's neck. John's eyes widened in anger, and his eyes glazed over. But in the end he couldn't free himself from Flandreau's hands. The Prince of the Sunset Kingdom was actually strangled alive in a bizarre manner because of a spermatozoa. These people of the Sunset Kingdom were almost furious, but the chosen one this time was their prince, so they couldn't say anything, and could only go to the live broadcasts of other countries, sneering at other countries and venting their bitterness. Although the Sunset Kingdom's chosen one was said to be very bad, he was nevertheless already considered to be one of the best within this group of chosen ones, because not only did he see the rules, but he also saw the white piece of paper next to the rules and discerned that Flandreau was female. Many chosen ones, who don't even know the name of their opposite-sex roommate in the room, are strangled alive. End of chapter. Chapter 28, The Second Bed Check, Extra. Chapter 28, The Second Bed Check, Extra. There were also some chosen ones who didn't react to the bed check, didn't lie down on the bed, and were killed outright. In those 5 short minutes of entering the dormitory, a quarter of the chosen had died. Now only half of the chosen are left. Zhou Xiaochuan still wrapped his body in the quilt and didn't move a muscle, letting out a gurgling snore. After about 5 minutes, there was a sudden wail from the balcony and a yell. Ah, it's from the guy who came to check on the bed. Alarm bells went off in Zhou Xiaochuan's heart. In addition to this yelling, there seemed to be the sound of birds flapping their wings. You stinking parrot, get out of my way, the bed checker roared. Run, run, quack quack quack. Staying in the dorms will kill you. Stay in the dorm and die. From the balcony came another voice that spoke in a completely different voice than the one checking in. A parrot? That seems to be the sound a parrot makes? He told himself to run? The parrot thing comes up a lot within the rules in this weird story. First the bird's claws scene while walking with the director of instruction. Then the vaguely glimpsed claws when the director of instruction left the dormitory building. Then there are the 2 rules at the top of the dormitory notice. Rule number 6, do not, under any circumstances, open the windows of your dorm room. And if a bird outside your dorm room is tapping on the window with its beak, ignore it. You have nothing to feed it, him, her, them. If the window is not opened, a bird will tap on the window with its beak. Could this bird be a parrot? The rules say there is nothing to feed them. So maybe it's not that you can't open the window, but you have to have food that you can feed them to be able to open the window? Zhou Xiaochuan pondered in his mind. There's also Rule 9, which indirectly mentions parrots. 9th, as a school, it is normal to have stray cats and dogs inside the school. But please remember that the animals inside the school do not talk, and the ones that talk are not the ones you see. A parrot is an animal that can talk, but the rules say that it's not the animal you see that speaks. So is the parrot just an illusion and someone else is really speaking? But what made Zhou Xiaochuan feel the most palpitating was that parrot drawn in front of the rule 8 that he couldn't understand at all. The parrot drawn in blue ink. 8th, ha 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 ha. Lawn, scissors, executioner, murderer. This rule is different from the previous one not only in content but also in tone. One of the 2 sentences is an odd laugh, while the remaining one gives 4 nouns. This is the first time Rule Geek has had such fragmented and very vague rules. Any previous Rule Geek appearances have been specific and practical. Outside the balcony, the screams of the bed checker seem to have stopped. At first, the guy checking out the bed would make angry noises, as well as curse words. After about a minute, the bed checkers lost all sound and movement. Zhou Xiaochuan also did not hear the heavy footsteps and the sound of the dormitory door being opened. That means this bed checker hasn't left yet. This also led to Zhou Xiaochuan not daring to get out of bed to check. The parrot outside that window was still repeating the words in a mechanical and cold tone. Run, run, quack quack quack. Staying in the dorms will kill you. Stay in the dorm and die. Run, run, quack quack quack. Staying in the dorms will kill you. Stay in the dorm and die. Run, run, quack quack quack. Staying in the dorms will kill you. Staying in the dorms will kill you. It was a strange sound to say the least, and after about 5 minutes of ringing, there was a knock at the door. Dang, dang, dang. The student council is checking the dormitory. The student council is checking the dormitory. Are the students of 603 here? Are the students of 603 here? The door of your dormitory. Why did you break a big hole? I came straight in. A female voice sounded outside the dormitory door. Zhou Xiaochuan closed his eyes tightly. Still snoring, he had been silently counting, recording and estimating the time in his mind, and according to his estimation, it was already around 23:32, which meant that the student outside the door who had come to check on the dormitory was most likely a member of the student council as stated in Rule 2. But Zhou Xiaochuan still had his eyes closed, not daring to make any response, for no other reason than he hadn't heard the person who had checked the bed earlier walk out. What if the guy who had checked the bed before hadn't left and was just trying to figure out a way to trick him into going down there? And the cawing of the parrot above the balcony. With a creak, the door to the dormitory opened. Aha! A shrill female scream rang out. You guys, why are the windows on the balcony of your dormitory open? Why is there a man lying on the balcony of your dormitory? Why is there a parrot standing on the balcony of your dormitory? The woman spoke with a slight hysterical cry in her voice. Zhou Xiaochuan's blanket was then lifted up. Hurry! Come on! Wake up and look! Do you guys really take the dormitory announcements and the top of the student guide for granted? How did you guys survive to be seniors? Although Zhou Xiaochuan had wrapped himself tightly, the strength of this woman who had come to check on her bed seemed to be very strong, and directly jerked the quilt away in its entirety. Zhou Xiaochuan was forced to only open his eyes, and saw a pair of slender hands heavily slapping at his face. Ah, I'm sorry, Sorry senpai. I just wanted to wake you up. After realizing that Zhou Xiaochuan had opened his eyes, this young girl who had come to check on the bed was a little embarrassed. Zhou Xiaochuan sat up and looked at the young girl under the bed. She was dressed in a regular school uniform, with a single ponytail most common among female high school students, and 2 lines of tears hanging on her clean face. The sign on her chest read Student Council, Qi It's fine. Just now I slept a little heavy, but I vaguely seemed to hear someone else besides you checking the bed. Zhou Xiaochuan turned his gaze to the balcony. A parrot was found looking at him from the balcony, and the parrot's eyes actually showed a human color, with some mocking colors in its eyes. And on the balcony, a teenager in a school uniform lay in a pool of blood. It seemed that the teenager was the one who had come to check on the bed earlier. Come on, get up and come with me to close the window. Don't you read the dormitory notices? It clearly says you can't open the window. Qi Wenwen was a little flustered, and Zhou Xiaochuan jumped straight off the bed. Let's go. We'll go together. You walk in front. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth. Don't you need to get your roommate up? She's still sleeping? Qi Wenwen pointed at Zhang Liangjin's bed and opened her mouth to ask. End of chapter. Chapter 29, 2 questions. Chapter 29, 2 questions. Zhou Xiaochuan replied. We just drank too much. She drank herself out of her mind. So let's not wake her up. Wake up Zhang Liangjin? Although this Zhang Liangjin was his girlfriend, she was obviously also a bizarre incarnation, and now that she had managed to fall into a state similar to slumber, was he trying to find discomfort by going to wake her up? Oh, then why do you want me to go to the front? You are a big man. This kind of thing, it should be you who go to the front. Qi Wenwen opened her mouth to question, and there was clearly some dissatisfaction in her tone. I've had a little too much wine and my head is a little dizzy and achy for my own good. Zhou Xiaochuan prevaricated. Seeing this, although Qi Wenwen was a little reluctant in her heart, she still endured her fear and walked towards the balcony. Zhou Xiaochuan let Qi Wenwen walk in front of him. In fact, the reason was very simple, and that was that he didn't have a lot of trust in this person. Rule 2, the student council will conduct a dormitory check between 22:30 and 2300 hours. The check is just to determine the number of people in the dormitory, so please don't be alarmed. Most of the students in the student council are freshmen and sophomores, so you don't have to be afraid of them. Among the rules of this dormitory, 2 rules were devoted to the matter of bed checking, indicating that this matter was not that simple. This Qi Wenwen was from the student council, and the name student council had appeared once in the rules in addition to the bed check. Rule number 5, hostel masters will only wear white. People wearing other colors are not hostel masters, so please stay away from them. If the resident master is wearing black, please inform the student council president immediately. He will know how to handle this. Among his cell phone, the contact person also has the president of the student council, Huang Che. I do not know that this student council in the school, in fact, is considered how an organization. Zhou Xiaochuan followed Qi Wenwen to the balcony. Qi Wenwen stretched out her hand, wanting to drive the parrot away from the balcony above. Who knew that her finger was actually bitten by the parrot in one bite? Click! With a sound. The sound of breaking came from Qi Wenwen's finger. Aha! Help me! It hurts! It's dying! It seems to be sucking my blood. Qi Wenwen's voice had a sobbing tone in it, obviously suffering from extreme pain. Zhou Xiaochuan had an idea and casually copied the clothesline pole and smashed it over the parrot's head. Normally this kind of small birds, being smashed like this is absolutely unbearable, but this parrot after Zhou Xiaochuan's stick smashed down, but it was like it didn't even have the slightest reaction, biting Qi Wenwen's mouth harder and harder. Although this parrot's beak was biting Qi Wenwen, the scarlet eyes that were glowing red were one staring at Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart crossed and he reached out his hand to try to grab this parrot and throw it down. Even if it wasn't for Qi Wenwen's comfort, the parrot was a huge hazard just perched on the balcony. Even with the balcony windows closed, Zhou Xiaochuan's hand managed to grab the parrot's head, and strangely enough, the parrot didn't actually resist at all. However, Zhou Xiaochuan couldn't lift this parrot no matter what. The weight of this parrot actually left Zhou Xiaochuan with no way to pick it up directly. It's not the kind of feeling where you can't lift it with little strength. It's the kind of feeling where it's impossible to lift it at all. It's like you can't lift a grown male by grabbing him by the hair with your hands. This parrot is so small, but it's so heavy. Just between this pause and a beat from Zhou Xiaochuan, Qi Wenwen's mouth let out a mournful scream, and then her entire body turned into a cloud of blood mist and completely disappeared. Yes, not even bones were left. Zhou Xiaochuan noticed at this time that the body of the person who first came to check the bed on that balcony was also gone. As soon as he and Qi Wenwen stepped onto this balcony, they were gone. It was as if the corpse had never existed above the balcony in the first place, but had appeared on the balcony in order to attract him and Qi Wenwen to come together to investigate. At this moment, the parrot's blood-red pupils suddenly flashed a trace of extreme pain, Somehow, Zhou Xiaochuan actually felt that his five senses twisted into a ball. You've provided me with 2 food items, and you can ask 2 questions that need to be within my capabilities. The voice of this parrot speech was actually exactly the same as Qi Wenwen's before. Zhou Xiaochuan swallowed his saliva, but in his heart, it was hard to hide his joy. I have to ask, what can I do to get past this weird talk and back to the real world? If this parrot could answer this question, then Zhou Xiaochuan's weird talk this time could be considered a direct pass. At this moment, 300 million viewers had gathered in the live broadcast room of Xia to watch the strange talk together. The message that the parrot answered the question was also the only thing that triggered Zhou Xiaochuan. So far, only Zhou Xiaochuan's balcony window was open, and the other chosen had not seen the parrot. The first bed check that the other chosen faced was simply a constant temptation and warning from the checker to get the chosen to respond. They didn't even head to the balcony or open the window. Except, of course, for Prof. Bryant, who has also encountered bed checkers trying to reach the balcony and open the windows. But by some means unknown to Professor Bryant, his girlfriend, who was living with him, got up from her bed and killed the bed checker the moment he was about to open the window. I'll go. Why do Chuan's and Professor Bryant's copies feel so much harder than the others? Because they're all senior chosen and the other chosen are new, right? The parrot was mentioned in Rule 2 among the dormitory notices, which says that the chosen do not have any food that can be fed to them. But now this parrot says that Chuan provided it with 2 portions of food. Could it be that 1 portion of food is equal to the life of a human being? The parrot can answer the chosen one's questions, so it's not invincible. The information in the middle of the world of strange tales is very important. While Zhou Xiaochuan was conversing with the parrot, the eyes of the world were focused on Zhou Xiaochuan at once. The reason was simple. There were still half of the country's chosen surviving, and they were waiting for the question Zhou Xiaochuan had asked and the answer they had gotten. Intending to convey this to their chosen, I have to ask, what can I do to get past this weird talk and back to the real world? After hearing this question, the parrot's eyes, which were originally filled with blood red, actually regained their clarity in an instant. I can't answer that question, please change it. This time the parrot's speaking voice, again, sounded like the voice of the checker who had come to check on the bed before. The feeling Zhou Xiaochuan got was that the parrot didn't feel like an animal talking, but a living human being standing in front of him and talking to him. End of chapter. Chapter 30 Ways to Avoid Bed Check. Chapter 30 Ways to Avoid Bed Check. Can't answer that question? This answer did not exceed Zhou Xiaochuan's expectations, because if he could casually ask the most essential question of this copy of the strange story from the parrot's mouth, then this strange story would be too simple. When Weird World first appeared, it did happen sometimes, and that was because the underlying rules of Weird World weren't perfect enough. Can you tell me what the origin of this strange talk is? Zhou Xiaochuan continued the question. Basically, for every weird story, there is an origin, and the origin is what causes this weird story to appear, and it is also the most terrifying thing in this weird story. For example, in the last Boulder Village weird story, the source of the weird story was Huang Xiaoqin's brother, Huang Xiaoyang. Zhou Xiaochuan deduced this when he finished reading the last Professor Bryant's weird talk. So what and who is the source of this strange talk? After hearing this question, the parrot's 5 senses became agonized again. I can't answer that question, please change it. It's still the same sentence. Then I would like to ask, who in this school is alive? Zhou Xiaochuan went on to ask a question, and this time, he narrowed it down, changing the weird talk to a school. At this time, the parrot's eyes seemed to regain a trace of clarity, and then let out a few strange ho 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 ho. There's only one person alive in the school, and that's you. There's only one living person, and that's me? Zhou Xiaochuan felt like a thunderbolt had descended from the sky. That means even these student council members who come to check on their beds between 22:30 and 2300 hours are all made of weirdness? Although on top of the rules it says that they come to check the dormitory just to determine the number of people, and it also says that the people who come to check the dormitory are just freshmen and sophomores, so there's no need to be afraid of them. And this Qi Wenwen, who came to check on the bed before, behaved very kindly. He had thought that Qi Wenwen might be a human, but it turned out to be bizarre as well. He was the only human in the middle of this world? Doesn't that mean that there is no one in the world who can really be trusted? In the last weird talk, although everyone was also weird, the location of the last weird talk was just a small village, a room inside a small village. There were only 4 creeps, 2, but now this time the weird story is a school, a high school, at the very least, should have at least 2,000 students, so isn't that 2,000 creeps? If you add these animals, Zhou Xiaochuan's body was flooded with a cold sweat. As this parrot finished his sentence, the live broadcast room in Xia also exploded. I'm going. This is a weird world full of weirdos? How many weirdos are there in that high school? At least 2,000. Is that a mess? She 11 also weird? I also think she's quite nice. The saintly mother who just questioned Chuan's walking behind me, get the hell out of here. Could it be that the director of instruction and the student president are also weird? But didn't the rules clearly say above that if you encountered an anomaly you could inform the director of instruction or the dean of students? The chosen one's cell phone also has their contact information on it. The guy above. The rules only say that you can tell the dean of instruction and the dean of students, but they don't say how they'll solve the problem? Maybe they'll solve the problem for the person who brought it up? That seems to be the way it works in reality. Don't solve the problem, solve the person who asked the problem. How dare you? Weird Tales Handling Bureau. These members of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau are busy as hell, but they haven't gotten any useful information from the chosen of other countries. It was now after 2300 hours in the world of Weird Tales, and the rest of the chosen were lying in bed asleep. Even if they weren't sleeping, they made a show of sleeping and pretending to be asleep. The rules of the dormitory say that there will be other people checking the dormitory outside of the 2230 to 2300 hours period. And at this point in time, one must lie in bed with one's head buried under the covers, unable to make any reply. So there was no way for the other members of the Weird Tales Processing Bureau to get useful information from the chosen one of another country. And even Professor Bryant of the Lighthouse Nation let out a heavy snore. This time, the difficulty of the strange talk is really different from usual. Usually the most only come out 9 rules. This time, actually directly out of the 20 rules. And by the looks of it, it's not all the rules. The director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Disposal looked grave. Yeah, and according to that parrot, the only living person inside this school is Ogawa. So wouldn't the number of weirdness inside this school be frighteningly high? This is a school, Professor, he exclaimed. He sucked in a breath of cold air. One of the most bizarre weird talks that have appeared before was the knocking ghost weird talk that I experienced back then. Hogwoyu spoke faintly. That time was his 9th Weird Tales, and among the other chosen's weird tales. He only needed to be inside the classroom to prevent the invasion of the knocking ghosts, whereas Hogwoyu actually had the extra task of having to go to the Weird Tales to solve the knocking ghosts. That one time was also his claim to fame. A classroom full of people turned spooky by knockout ghosts, and he got his hands on the electric baton, the most central prop of Weird Tales, to get through Weird Tales. After that one, he passed all the rules geeks, as well as getting the nickname Brother Electric Stick. But that time there were only about 30 spooks. And the scariest of them all was the knockout ghost, which was the message that was gotten right out of the gate. But this time, there were more thoughts in Zhou Xiaochuan's mind than what the people at the Weird Tales Handling Bureau and the netizens had said. He had a horrible idea. Is the parrot necessarily credible? Is there a possibility that the parrot is giving out false information, deliberately deceiving him? It's just that it's all so confusing that it's really impossible to make inferences without enough information. I've already answered one question, and you can ask me one more. The parrot's eyes returned to that blood-filled terror, and Rusty spoke. Zhou Xiaochuan pondered for a while and opened his cell phone to look at the time on it. It's now 23:01. According to the rules in the dormitory announcement, someone else will check the dormitory outside of 2230 to 2300 hours, and within those time periods, as long as you're not hiding in your bed, burying your head in it and pretending to sleep, you're dead. Does this mean that the only time you can be active inside the hostel is between 2230 and 2300 hours? Zhou Xiaochuan spoke. Can you tell me how to prevent people from checking the bed outside the 2230 to 2300 hours time period? Can you only lie in bed and pretend to be asleep? That parrot's eyes regained a trace of clarity, but its features were extremely distorted, obviously in pain. No, go inside the school supermarket and change the locks on the doors. After that the dormitory checkers won't be able to get in. End of chapter. Chapter 31 Danger in the Dormitory. Chapter 31 Danger in the Dormitory. After the parrot said this, its body swelled and grew extremely large, almost becoming half the size of Zhou Xiaochuan. It then took a long leap toward the window and flew down. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately closed the windows and glass doors on the balcony, then went to the toilet and ran back to bed. He curled his body up and pondered the information given by the parrot. He got 2 messages through the parrot. The first rule is that there is no living person inside the school except him, and it's all spooky. And the second one is a way to avoid the bed check when it's outside the allotted time. Though he wasn't sure if the information the parrot had given out was correct at this point, the world of Weird Talk was very fond of giving out misinformation to mislead people, but with the small amount of information he was still able to grasp, he could only take these 2 pieces of information as true, and the method given by the parrot for him to change the locks on his doors and avoid bed checks outside of the allotted hours had been told to him by the hostel master when he was downstairs earlier. He was impressed that the hostel master at the time, even now in winter, was still wearing dark black short sleeves and holding a fan to keep cool. A word of advice. Change the locks on your room's door tomorrow during the day. Don't use the school door lock. Before he went upstairs, the hostel master told him this. But according to the rules given on top of the dormitory circular, the hostel master at that time was not to be trusted. Rule number 5, hostel masters will only wear white. People wearing other colors are not hostel masters, so please stay away from them. If the resident master is wearing black, please inform the student council president immediately. He will know how to handle this. Rule number 5, however, clearly states that if the hostel master is wearing black, he has to tell the student body president right away so he can take care of this. However, Zhou Xiaochuan, who was downstairs at the time, hadn't seen this rule, and naturally didn't text student council president Huang Che over this matter. But then the rules in this dormitory notice clearly contradict what the parrot said. If the words among the dormitory notices were correct, and the dormitory master would only wear white, then the man he had seen downstairs in the dormitory at the time was not the dormitory master. In that case, is he really credible when he says he's going to change out the locks on the school's doors? Besides, he was wearing dark black at the time, and the dormitory bulletin was very upfront about the need to tell the student body president if the resident was wearing black. If his words are to be believed, then the rules on this dormitory announcement are clearly fake rules. If his word is not to be trusted to replace the locks on the school's doors at the entrance to the dormitory, that would contradict what the parrot said. Zhou Xiaochuan's brows were furrowed, and he actually drifted off to sleep in the midst of his thoughts. Originally, with his alertness, he should remain awake at all times in the midst of the world of strange tales, but for some reason, a feeling of drowsiness suddenly rose up in his mind. He then fell asleep. In a daze, Zhou Xiaochuan had something wet licking his forehead. A sharp pain followed, waking him up. He snapped his eyes open, only to see that Zhang Liangjin, who was originally supposed to be lying on the bed across from him, was already lying on top of him, and her teeth, in fact, bit down heavily towards his fingers. Hiss! Zhou Xiaochuan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He ate the pain and immediately sat up from the bed. With a sharp jerk, he pulled his finger out of Zhang Liangjin's mouth. This Zhang Liangjin in front of him had fuzzy sleepy eyes, and although his eyes were open, they were dull as hell. Although Zhou Xiaochuan pulled his finger out of her mouth was still an O shape, as if he was still biting Zhou Xiaochuan's finger. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at his finger. There was a clear set of teeth marks there. Zhang Liangjin's teeth had bitten through his finger. The place of the wound was still oozing blood now. However, the current Zhou Xiaochuan did not have the time to deal with the wounds. He just stared dead at Zhang Liangjin, thinking about what exactly to do now. He had just glanced at his cell phone and it was now exactly 3:30 a.m. And the dorms didn't open until 6 a.m. To be able to get out of the dorms, that means he has to stay inside this dormitory for another 2.5 hours. This Zhang Liangjin now seemed to be forbidden, sitting dully on his body, not moving at all. Zhou Xiaochuan only dared to slowly draw his body towards the quilt, turning the quilt back to cover Zhang Liangjin. When he saw that Zhang Liangjin was still sitting motionless on the bed, Zhou Xiaochuan was relieved, picked up his own cell phone, jumped off the bed, and lay down on the opposite side of the bed that Zhang Liangjin had slept on before. Sleeping is dangerous. This was something Zhou Xiaochuan had thought of long ago, so he woke up. Zhang Liangjin somehow did not move. Otherwise, in the middle of this closed dormitory space, facing a bizarre attack, Zhou Xiaochuan really didn't know what to do. After I asked the parrot's question, I lay in bed clearly not feeling any sleepiness, and actually fell asleep without realizing it. Staying in the middle of this dormitory is dangerous, even if there are no bed checkers, but there's still 2.5 hours to go. 2.5 hours to get out of the dorm. Wouldn't it be more dangerous outside of the dorms though? Joe began to recall what was in the student guide. There were quite a few of those rules that just looked dangerous, like the crazy history teacher, the Yukon building, and the teacher in the white uniform. Zhou Xiaochuan carefully analyzed the information on the conditions that existed now, but did not get any results and remained confused. Although this time's copy of Weird Tales was not as murderous as the last time's Boulder Village, where bizarre attacks were very frequent, but this time's copy was clearly much more complicated than the last copy. It wasn't just Zhou Xiaochuan. At this moment, all the chosen people from various countries were woken up by their live-in girlfriends. Some of them felt the pain coming from their fingers, but they didn't dare to resist or pull their fingers out. Instead, they stayed under the covers, not daring to take a step out of bed. The chosen one, who did this, was slowly being eaten by his roommate. First the fingers, then the whole arm. In the process, some people also resisted and attacked their live-in girlfriends with their fists, but the hurt live-in girlfriends became more violent and simply ate their attackers alive. Others did not leave their beds after pulling their fingers out, and those who did so were eaten. Only the chosen, like Zhou Xiaochuan, who tried to be as gentle as possible, slowly withdrew his fingers and subsequently shifted to another bed, survived the attack in the middle of the night. The number of chosen ones has dwindled even further. End of chapter. Chapter 32 Classroom Rules. Chapter 32 Classroom Rules. Dawn. Xiaochuan, get up and brush your teeth and wash your face. You have to be in class at 6:30 for morning reading. Why are you still in bed now? Zhang Liangjin put on his school uniform and shouted under Zhou Xiaochuan's bed with his school bag on his back. Seeing that this Zhang Liangjin in front of him was quite normal, Zhou Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Ah, it's only 5:30 now. Doesn't the dormitory door open at 6 o'clock? Is there a need to be in such a hurry?" He tapped on his cell phone. The time now was only 5:30. The dormitory would not open until 6 o'clock. Zhang Liangjin had actually already dressed and waited for himself to go to school together. Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Zhang Liangjin revealed a wry smile. It says that the door opens at 6 o'clock, but what time it actually opens depends on when the hostel master wakes up. And doesn't Mr. Huang always ask us to be in the classroom by 6:10 for morning study? Hearing these words, Zhou Xiaochuan immediately got up and got dressed, saying as he did so, yes, I was sleepy yesterday." Zhang Liangjin laughed. "You'd better hurry. You won't want to stay in the dormitory during the day." Here, before the words were finished, Zhang Liangjin's expression darkened a bit, then waved his hand. "I'll wait for you downstairs in the dormitory. Brush your teeth and wash your face quickly. I'll wait for you downstairs in the dormitory." Wouldn't want to stay in the dorms during the day? Does it mean that the dormitory buildings are dangerous during the day? But shouldn't you come to the dormitory on your lunch break? Zhou Xiaochuan frowned and washed up as fast as he could, then carried his book bag to the dormitory floor. Bizarrely, he had rummaged through his desk, and even through the entire dormitory, and hadn't found a single textbook, not even his homework. There were a lot of books stacked on top of each other, but none of them were textbooks. Inside are nothing more than literary masterpieces like War and Peace, The Old Man and the Sea, Dream of the Red Chamber, Journey to the West, Les Miserables, Dueling Vaults, Doluwa Continent, and so on. The only textbooks that are not available are language books, English books, and math books. Are the textbooks in the class? Zhou Xiaochuan told Zhang Liangjin, who was waiting for him downstairs, about this query, and the latter actually snorted with laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, Ogawa, what nonsense are you talking about? Who goes to school with textbooks nowadays?" Zhou Xiaochuan heart. This is also true, after all, our senior high school, who still reads the textbook? Surely all do test papers and so on. He then carried his school bag and came to the bottom of the school building with Zhang Liangjin. There is no specific name written above the sign for this school building. It just says 3. Fortunately it's not Yutsai building. Zhou Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He remembered the rule, the one from the student guide. Rule 3, if you see the Yutsai building during the daytime, do not enter it, as it does not exist on campus. Rule 4, if you are invited by a classmate or teacher to enter the Yutsai building for a class, please use an appropriate reason to refuse them and return to your original classroom as soon as possible. Be careful not to let them notice anything unusual. If this Zhang Liangjin wanted to take him to Yutsai house, it would be difficult. Yesterday was still cloudy, but today the sky is clear and sunny, and the sound of students laughing and joking is everywhere in the middle of the school building, and occasionally there are a few carrying books. On the faces of the students, almost all of them were beaming with youthful smiles. Zhou Xiaochuan almost had the illusion that this place was not the world of weird tales. However, a classroom announcement at the entrance of this classroom completely brought him back to reality. It's a world of weirdness and menace all over the place. In order to ensure that students thrive inside the school, please be sure to follow the classroom rules. First, students come to the classroom to learn, not to sleep. Please do not fall asleep in the classroom. And if you can't help it, please make sure to forget what you heard in your sleep when you wake up. Remember, it's just a dream. Second, inside the classroom, one must obey the teacher, even if he is not the teacher. Third, as a study committee member, you need to go to the teacher's office more often. Fourth, due to the disappearance of the health committee member, the classroom will be cleaned by you. Please make sure to wipe the blackboard clean. Fifth, please make sure to keep your classroom clean and sanitary. If there is a crimson mark in the classroom, you must clean it up. And if you are unable to clean it up, please contact the student council to come and take care of it. Sixth, as a senior, you are only required to take language arts, math, English, and history classes. If a teacher from another class comes into the middle of the classroom, please excuse yourself as sick and leave the building as soon as possible. Seventh, please make sure at all times that there are only 27 students in the classroom. Eighth, the history teacher has gone crazy, so if he talks about the history of our school, try to empty your brain and not write down that information. Ninth, there are only 6 floors in the building, no 7th floor. If you see a stairway to the 7th floor, or if a student wants to invite you to the 7th floor, please contact the Dean of Instruction immediately and he will take care of the matter. 10th, there are only 7 classes in the senior year, and there is no senior class 8. 11th, please remember that there is no one in your class with the last name of Ma. 12th, class members can only be appointed by those who are mentally stable. Please contact the head teacher to hold a ceremony for the change of class members. Please do not allow the class teacher to hold a class committee change ceremony. I can't believe there are 12 rules again. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart skipped a beat. This time, the strange talk of rules seemed to be huge, a bit more than he had imagined. Counting the 10 rules from the previous school guide, the 10 rules in the dormitory bulletin, and now the 12 rules in the classroom, there are actually 32 rules in this strange talk at once? At most, only 9 rules had appeared in previous weird talks, and that was the last time he had experienced Oishi village. Zhou Xiaochuan's gaze was grave as he took a seat with Zhang Liangjin. They were at the same table. Zhou Xiaochuan surveyed the classroom. He was sitting in the window seat in the penultimate row on the far right, just enough to observe most of the classroom. 1, 2, 39, 40, a total of 40 seats. Zhou Xiaochuan counted the seats in this classroom and finally realized that there were actually 40 seats in the classroom. But the rules clearly say that there are only 27 students in the 7th senior class. Whose are those 13 extra seats? Anyway, Rio Jin. Let me ask how many people are in our class. End of chapter. Chapter 33 Class Committee Replacement Meeting. Chapter 33 Class Committee Replacement Meeting. It was unusual to have 40 seats for only 27 people. When Zhang Liangjin heard Zhou Xiaochuan's words, a faint smile appeared on her face again. Only that her smile was really a bit weird, as the corners of her mouth slid upward too much, as if it was a fake smile. Xiaochuan, it seems like you haven't been right at all since you came back yesterday. How many people are in our class you don't even know anymore? It's always been 40. Ha! It's only been 39 since health committee member Ma you took a leave of absence. Seeing Zhang Liangjin talking like this, Zhou Xiaochuan nodded. Sorry, I'm the study committee member. I have to collect my homework and just confirm the number of people. Zhou Xiaochuan replied. Although Zhang Liangjin had told him that there were 40 students, the classroom rules and campus guide clearly stated that there were 27 students in the 7th senior class. Who should we believe? And Zhou Xiaochuan recalled that yesterday in the dormitory, Zhang Liangjin had tried to launch an attack on him on both occasions, jeopardizing his life. Afterward, Zhang Liangjin acted like nothing happened, as if nothing had happened. The last rule in the classroom rulebook says that class members can only be appointed by people who are mentally stable. So this Zhang Liangjin in front of us, is he mentally stable? 12. Class members should only be people who are mentally stable. If you feel that someone close to you has been mentally unstable, please contact the head teacher to hold a ceremony to change class members. Please do not ask the homeroom teacher to hold a class committee change ceremony. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his cell phone and found the contact information of the director of teaching, Suing Chun, but he did not dare to contact him. After all, Zhou Xiaochuan was only suspicious. Zhang Liangjin was still living in the same dormitory as him, so in case this one move offended her, it would not be good. Besides, he didn't know whether these rules were true or not, and what would happen after contacting the director of instruction. Yesterday the director of instruction was kind enough to drop him off at his classroom, but in the middle of a rainstorm, his feet were actually bird claws. During the time that Zhou Xiaochuan was thinking, a stern light flashed through Zhang Liangjin's eyes. Xiaochuan, I feel like you haven't been in the best of spirits lately. Ever since you came back yesterday, I've felt like you're a bit off. Is the pressure of studying too much? If the pressure is too much, you can talk to me and I'll help you explain to your old class to find someone else for the position of study counselor. Zhang Liangjin said with concern on his face. Zhou Xiaochuan's back is cold. He has not thought about Zhang Liangjin to give up the position of class president. This Zhang Liangjin actually want to change his study committee already? Zhou Xiaochuan smiled. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just a little tired lately. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect my studies. I don't need to change it. After Zhang Liangjin heard Zhou Xiaochuan's words, he surveyed the students around him, and after realizing that they were either reading in the morning or reading a book, he grabbed Zhou Xiaochuan's head and kissed towards Zhou Xiaochuan's face. It's good that it's okay. Take care of yourself before the entrance exam. Zhou Xiaochuan hadn't reacted yet, so he just nodded his head After a while, it was 10 minutes past 6. A young man in a dark black suit walked in. The man wore gold-framed glasses, and he wore his hair slicked back behind his head. This young man coughed gently twice, then took his ruler and slapped it on the table. Quiet. The whole class was really quiet. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the clock behind him, which was pointing to 10 minutes past 6. 10 minutes past 6. Exactly the time that Zhang Liangjin had said in the dormitory earlier that the homeroom teacher had asked them to come to the classroom. So this person, is he the class teacher? Mr. Huang? Zhou Xiaochuan silently counted the number of people in the middle of the class. Exactly 39 people. Zhou Xiaochuan, Count the number of people and see who didn't show up for this morning study? Zhou Xiaochuan nodded, then counted the number of people in the middle of the classroom and confirmed that there were exactly 39 people. There are 39 people in total, and all are here except for Health Committee member Ma Yu, who is on vacation. Zhou Xiaochuan replied. Very well, now that it's senior year, you must not relax, and you must be on time for morning and evening study. I'll emphasize again, you must be there at 6:10 for morning study and you can't leave until 9:30 for evening study. If anyone is late or leaves early, I will contact your parents. The homeroom teacher flashed a smile after those words. For some reason, Zhou Xiaochuan actually felt that this class teacher's smile was very cruel. It's like they're trying to eat the students who break the rules and don't show up on time. Well, since everyone is here, let's use the evening study hall to have a short class meeting. The class teacher, Mr. Huang, tapped the podium with a ruler, and then on the blackboard, he wrote a few large words. Assembly for the election of health commissioners. Assembly for the election of health commissioners? Zhou Xiaochuan's heart jumped and a bad feeling rose. This homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, would speak for a while and then let out a weird laugh of ha 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 ha, as if with a mocking meaning. Sure enough, it's time to pick a new health committee member. But among the classroom rules, it clearly says that the classroom teacher cannot be allowed to preside over the meeting of the class committee change. What kind of things will arise if this class teacher, Mr. Huang, is allowed to preside over the class committee change ceremony? Zhou Xiaochuan did not dare to bet. He took out his cell phone in his desk and tapped on the chat box of Director of Instruction Suing Chun. He planned to contact the Director of Instruction, Suing Chun, to preside over this changeover ceremony. First stall the class teacher, Mr. Huang, and send a message to wait for the Director of Instruction to come over. However, before his message could be sent, he was stopped by the voice of the homeroom teacher. Zhou Xiaochuan, why did you bring your cell phone to school? How dare you? As a member of the study committee, instead of setting a good example, you secretly brought your cell phone inside the school, and you dare to use your cell phone in front of me? End of chapter. Chapter 34 Threats from the Class Teacher. Chapter 34 Threats from the Class Teacher. Hey, do you want me to give you a break from school? If you don't want to, hand over your cell phone. He. The class teacher, Mr. Huang, let out that weird laugh again, as if he wanted to eat Zhou Xiaochuan alive as a whole. Zhou Xiaochuan's body unconsciously shrunk back a bit when he heard these words. Hearing the words of the class teacher, Mr. Huang, and being watched by the class teacher, Mr. Huang, it was as if he felt like he was being stared at by a tiger in the middle of the forest, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Teacher, didn't I just return to school? Yesterday night 9:30 only to the school gate. Almost missed the time to go back to the dormitory, or the director of the teaching staff to send me back to the school. That time inside the school also rained heavily. Do not believe you can go to ask Mr. Suing Chun. He knows. That's why I wasn't able to give you my cell phone in the first place. And I'm pulling it out now so I can turn it in. As he spoke, Zhou Xiaochuan had already walked to the podium, turned off his cell phone and placed it on the podium. It was only after these words were said that the class teacher's eyes were a little kinder, but being stared at by him, Zhou Xiaochuan still had an extremely uncomfortable feeling, and his heart was furtive. Zhou Xiaochuan student, you left school for a week. I'm worried about whether you can keep up with your homework. Let's do it this way. You come to my office today at noon. I'll have a chat with you. Don't be scared. He. It's just a simple chat. Nothing horrible will happen. He let out that sinister laugh again. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded and promised first. Okay teacher. I know. I'll come to your office after lunch to find you. Seeing Zhou Xiaochuan agree so dryly, the smile on Mr. Huang's face became even more intense. Zhou Xiaochuan student, just in case you forget, my office is on the 7th floor of this teaching building, next to the 8th class of the senior high school, before 1 o'clock at noon. Make sure you come to my office to look for me, or else. After Mr. Huang finished speaking, he didn't look at Zhou Xiaochuan, but instead turned to the blackboard and wrote the names of the other students. But what Mr. Huang said brought Zhou Xiaochuan an extreme sense of horror. 7th floor? The 7th floor of the school building? Next to the 8th class? That's 2 rules triggered at once. Rule 9, there are only 6 floors in the building. No 7th floor. If you see a stairway to the 7th floor, or if a student wants to invite you to the 7th floor, please contact the Dean of Instruction immediately and he will take care of the matter. Rule number 10, there are only 7 classes in the senior year, there is no senior class 8. If both of these rules were true, Then the 8th senior class and the 7th floor of the teaching building were definitely very dangerous places. Although last night's parrot had told him that there was no longer anyone alive inside this school other than himself, at least the people in this classroom, in this building, hadn't shown any definite aggression towards him. If they reached the 7th floor of the school building, or the neighborhood of the 8th senior class, would they be directly attacked by the weirdness? And this weirdness was definitely one of the more powerful weirdnesses amongst the copies of this weird talk. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart flushed with a cold sweat. And one of the most difficult things about this matter was that there was no way he could not go to his homeroom teacher's office. Because if you don't go to your homeroom teacher's office, you'll be breaking the same rules. Rule number 2, inside the classroom, you must obey the teacher, even if he is not the teacher. Rule number 3, as a study committee member, you need to go to the teacher's office more often. This brings us to a situation where the 4 rules contradict each other. And Rule 9 informed him that he needed to inform the director of instruction if he saw one on the 7th floor of the building, or if someone invited him to the 7th floor of the building. The problem was that his cell phone had been taken away from him. So how was he going to inform the dean of instruction? Zhou Xiaochuan was caught in a dilemma. But before he could think of a solution, the class teacher, Mr. Huang, had already written the words on the blackboard. 2 large blackboards with the nicknames Study Committee and Health Committee. The class committee inside the class is very important for the management of the class. I don't think you guys want to lack a class committee, right? Mayu has already taken a leave of absence to go home and hasn't come to school for at least half a year. During this period of time it's been study committee member Zhou Xiaochuan who has taken over his position and assumed his position. After these words were said, Mr. Huang's voice suddenly became a bit fluttery and seemed to be somewhat inaudible. But then, as of now it seems, Zhou Xiaochuan students' psychological pressure seems to be a little too much, resulting in even the duties of a study committee member can't do well anymore. Not only can't lead by example, but also bring a cell phone to the inside of the classroom. The class teacher, Mr. Huang, was speaking in an increasingly bizarre voice. Since Zhou Xiaochuan has no way to take up the duties of the study member, and the position of the health member is vacant due to student Mayu's prolonged leave of absence, I've decided to hold a general meeting to change the class committee elections. Reselect the 2 positions of study member and health member. The class teacher's sinister voice seemed to fill this classroom on all sides, causing every cell in Zhou Xiaochuan's body to tremble. Anyone who wants to run for these 2 positions, please write your names underneath them, and then support whoever you support by writing positive strokes underneath their name. And everyone can only have 1 vote for each position. After the class teacher finished his gloomy smile, he glanced at Zhou Xiaochuan and Jiang Liangjin beside Zhou Xiaochuan, revealing a lewd and impish smile. Class members can be part-time. Some particularly outstanding students served as other class members. If you want to work together to take the position of study member and health member, I will not stop you. As he said this, his eyes were running towards Jiang Liangjin's side every now and then. It seems that the homeroom teacher wants Jiang Liangjin to be the class member this time. However, Jiang Liangjin was unmoved, still sitting in her seat next to Zhou Xiaochuan, wandering off into the sky. Only 2 minutes had passed, and one after another, 4 people had already written their names next to the study committee, and 5 people had written their names next to the health committee. Just then, Zhou Xiaochuan stood up, striding towards the podium, then picked up the chalk, and wrote his name boldly right underneath the study member and psychology member. Wrote the 3 words Zhou Xiaochuan. End of chapter. Chapter 35, The Price of Failing to Run for Class Council. Chapter 35, The Price of Failing to Run for Class Council. You also want to come and run for the class committee? The homeroom teacher let out that impish smile again, a sound that made Zhou Xiaochuan's heart grow fuzzy. Yes, teacher. I also want to contribute to the class. There's nothing that says I can't run for the class committee, right? Zhou Xiaochuan replied with a smile. When Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes and the class teacher's eyes met, Zhou Xiaochuan felt as if he had jumped into a cold shower inside an ice hole in the winter in the north. When it was a dozen degrees below zero, his body was frozen. He didn't feel a thing, and the body was numb. Dare to run for office. You'll regret it, After these words were said, the class teacher suddenly licked his tongue, his eyes staring dead at Zhou Xiaochuan. In that case, then the voting for the class council election meeting is chosen to begin. Zhou Xiaochuan slowly backed up and returned to his seat. Those who are going to run for the class committee can't vote for themselves, plus Zhou Xiaochuan. There are 6 people who are going to run for the class committee. 5 of them were trying to run for both positions, and 1 was only running for health committee. Zhou Xiaochuan saw his acquaintance on top of this blackboard, Ocean Chao and Jasper Tang. Chao Hai Yang is the sports committee member, dark-skinned, with short hair inches, although it is winter, but actually wearing short sleeves and shorts, and his head has been sweating. Tang Jiacheng is the psychology committee member, wearing the same gold-framed glasses as the homeroom teacher, and unlike Chao Haiyang, he looks very civilized and has fair skin. The reason why they were Zhou Xiaochuan's acquaintances was because both of them were Zhou Xiaochuan's roommates. Their names both appeared next to the piece of paper that was the dormitory announcement. They didn't live in the dormitory, though. Their beds and seats were empty, piled high with the miscellaneous belongings of both him and Jiang Liangjin, who had obviously been gone for a long time. Now, instead, the two of them were sitting in their seats. These two were at the same table and looked like they were still close, often exchanging words together. Now there were already people going up to vote one after another, and among the 6, everyone else had 0 votes, and only Zhou Xiaochuan, Tang Jiacheng, and Chao Ocean had votes, and it's a tie between the 3, all 11 votes. Liang Jin, do you know why Tang Jiacheng and Chao Haiyang both don't live in our dormitory anymore? Zhang Liangjin was the last to vote, and she cast her vote for Zhou Xiaochuan without even thinking about it. Seeing Zhou Xiaochuan inquiring like this, the corners of Jiang Liangjin's mouth rose slightly. What don't you remember? They didn't live in the same dormitory with us in their first year of high school. Now they live on the 7th floor. At that time, the two of them were in school. On the 7th floor? But the dormitory rules say that dormitories in the middle of the school don't exist on the 7th floor. The highest is only on the 6th floor. This, before Zhou Xiaochuan could continue to think about it, he realized that Jiang Liangjin's face had changed dramatically. Jiang Liangjin originally had a faint smile on her face. Her 2 eyes curved like crescent moons, looking very cute, but halfway through her words, her face became more and more bizarre, and the curve of her mouth widened. She stopped talking, her head tilted over her right shoulder in an exaggerated range. Ha 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 ha. Xiaochuan, have you forgotten? They will change dormitories entirely because of you. Her speaking voice became more and more bizarre, and in the end, she actually let out a laugh that was just as strange as the class teacher on the stage. A great amplitude, tilting it over the right shoulder. Their heads, at this moment, all turned to look at Zhou Xiaochuan. The homeroom teacher, who was on top of the podium, also had a gleam of blood in his eyes. As the homeroom teacher was talking, she picked up a red chalk and wrote a big horizontal line under the names of the study committee member, Tang Jiacheng, and the health committee member, Chao Haiyang. Afterwards, the director actually opened his bloody mouth. His mouth grew, his chin resting directly on the ground, and the inside of his mouth was full of sharp, pointed teeth, just like a shark. The inside of his mouth was actually full of reddish-pink flesh. Subsequently, Zhou Xiaochuan actually saw the 4 people who had previously competed for the study and health members walking towards the homeroom teacher like they had lost their minds. Their eyes were dull, their heads were tilted next to their right shoulders, and their mouths kept making he noises as they lined up one by one in front of the homeroom teacher's podium. As losers who failed to run for the class council, you, have to be eaten by me. The homeroom teacher let out a miserable roar and turned into a bite that swallowed one of the students. Crunch, crunch, crunch. He made chewing noises in his mouth, and as he ate, blood oozed out from the inside of his mouth. While eating one in his mouth, his eyes were still looking at the others in the queue behind him. Greed in his eyes. Is this eating out of the bowl and looking into the pot? Right at this moment, Zhou Xiaochuan realized that his hair, which was originally combed meticulously and coated with hair oil, actually slowly exploded and became frizzy, and also grew longer and longer, and in the end, it actually turned from black to white. Not only that, but his nails also became longer and thicker, reaching an exaggerated point where they were at least half a meter long. His skin grew slack and wrinkled, drooping over his face, and then his skin, like paper, crumbled into pieces and fell to the ground. At this moment, where does he still look like a senior intellectual, like a graceful people's teacher? He was almost like a creep from hell, terrifying, like he wanted to devour everything in sight. Looking at the class teacher's greedy eyes, Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was flooded with goosebumps. Classroom rule number 12, please do not allow the classroom teacher to hold a classroom committee change ceremony. Please don't let classroom teachers hold a class committee change ceremony. But now, end of chapter. Chapter 36, Desperation. Chapter 36, Desperation. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart alarm bells ringing. That classroom rules clearly told him, cannot let the class teacher to preside over the class committee replacement meeting, but now the class teacher has successfully presided over the class committee replacement meeting. He didn't stop it in time. So now, the homeroom teacher became more and more bizarre and his stature became more and more gigantic. He arched his back and prostrated himself on the ground, yet his height almost reached 2.5 meters. In but 2 minutes, he had swallowed his first classmate into his stomach, then licked his tongue with intent as the next one automatically walked inside his mouth for him to feast on. The most bizarre and frightening thing was that all the students in the class were now in a deathly silence, as if they were used to all this and didn't find it strange. Not only that, all of the students in the class now turned their heads to look at Zhou Xiaochuan. Their gazes were dull, blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and a hint of greed flickered in their eyes from time to time. Not creepy. Seeing how bad the situation was, Zhou Xiaochuan now just wanted to get out of this classroom. Although the second rule of the classroom rules states that you have to listen to the teacher's requests. It's morning study time and the homeroom teacher has made it mandatory to stay in the classroom for morning study, and by rule you can't leave the classroom. But things have come to such a pass that to not leave is to wait for death. However, no matter how hard Zhou Xiaochuan tried, he could not take half a step away from this seat. He was limp with all the power that seemed to be underutilized. Under the gaze of the class's weird eyes, Zhou Xiaochuan's body went limp and he slumped on the table, unable to move a muscle. Hey hey hey, hey 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 hey, hey hey hey. The entire class gazed at Zhou Xiaochuan almost frozen, but Zhou Xiaochuan was unable to detach himself from this classroom. While on the podium, the class teacher in the guise of a demon was devouring those 3 remaining students. The situation, without exception, has reached a very dangerous point. At this moment, the Summerland's Weird Tales Processing Bureau, the 2 people, the director and Professor He, had very grave faces as they stared at the screen. Is there any news from the chosen ones of other countries? The director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau asked the question, and whoever it was could see that Zhou Xiaochuan was now in a kind of deadlock. Weird Tales Handling Bureau has 2 reminders left. No, there were only 23 countries chosen left alive, and of the 60 chosen that were originally left when they entered the dormitory, many were killed by their cohabitating roommates by the next morning. There were also chosen ones who were forcibly invited by other students to the Yutsai building because they didn't follow along the next morning when their live-in roommates invited them to head to class together, and they were eaten in the Yutsai building. The assistant director was sweating and analyzing. Within the remaining 23 chosen ones, it is estimated that there are only 5 left who can survive, because they contacted the director of instruction as soon as the classroom teacher came in, allowing the director of instruction to come in and hold the class committee change assembly. The last rule among the classroom rules is true. The class teacher cannot be allowed to preside over the class committee replacement assembly. It must be organized by the director of instruction. The director of instruction is fair. The director's assistant analyzed, her brows furrowed as if she could no longer bear to see Zhou Xiaochuan's end. Well, all 5 of these people were in the class committee replacement ceremony in the presence of the director of instruction, whose election was absolutely fair, or biased in favor of the chosen one. Hogwoyu on one side nodded. Under the changeover ceremony presided over by the head of the teaching staff, although it was also said to be a tie, the head of the teaching staff ended up giving his vote to the chosen one, enabling the chosen one to serve as a member of the class. And after the changing ceremony, no students inside the class were harmed. The director of instruction among this strange talk may be trusted. Hogwoyu went on to analyze. The fact that the head of the teaching staff favored the chosen one was already a definitive message, not only during this class committee change ceremony, but also the first night before. When they first arrived at the school, the head of the teaching staff had shown kindness to the chosen one. But what's the use of knowing this now? Zhou Xiaochuan was now in a desperate situation. Although they could tell Zhou Xiaochuan that the director of instruction could be trusted, Zhou Xiaochuan no longer had a way to contact the director of instruction, and his entire body was lying on the table, obviously unable to move. Have you guys noticed that this time around? Not only are there a lot more rules and the map is a lot bigger than the previous Weird Tales, the most crucial point is that the talents of the chosen one seem to have been weakened a lot. Professor He spoke up at this time. He had already realized that something was wrong. In the previous strange talk, Zhou Xiaochuan utilized his talent to swim all the way to the dragon. But now this strange talk, his talent only seemed to have saved his life when he entered the dormitory on the first day and faced Jiang Liangjin's questioning, and also extracted some information from Jiang Liangjin's mouth. Other than that, he hadn't used his gift. Yeah, well, in the past, with all the weird stories, many of the chosen could hold out for a while in the face of bizarre attacks, because they had the talent to do so. But inside this one weird talk, any chosen other than Zhou Xiaochuan who was attacked once by the weirdness almost never succeeded in surviving. The director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau was filled with sadness as he continued. Although it is said that we have been psychologically prepared for the words of the Weird Tales world origin consciousness threatening Zhou Xiaochuan, and that we have predicted in advance that this Weird Tales would be very difficult this time around. But we didn't think that it would be difficult in this way. All up and down the Weird Tales Disposal Bureau, a wave of some despair fell over them. Alas, had I known that this time's Weird Talk was so difficult, if only Zhou Xiaochuan had directly agreed to the request of the Weird Talk world's origin consciousness at that time, although it's possible that he might have ulterior motives. but this can also be counted as 2 more people who have passed the weird talks in my summer country. The assistant director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Handling complained. Her words also reflect the hearts of many. End of chapter. Chapter 37. I'm driving matchless in the world of weird tales? 4,000 word chapter. Begging for a catch-up read. Chapter 37. I'm driving matchless in the world of weird tales? 4,000 word chapter. Begging for a catch-up read. World of Weird Tales. Spirit River 2. The homeroom teacher quickly swallowed all 4 students on stage. After he ate the 4 students, his appearance changed slightly. Long frizzy white hair dragged almost to the ground, covering his eyes. His stomach had become extremely swollen, bursting through what had been a straight suit, and his thin, thick fingernails were constantly clawing at the blackboard in what seemed to be extreme pain. He was also extremely swollen, and although he was lying on his back, his head could almost reach the ceiling. Although Zhou Xiaochuan wanted to escape, he couldn't use any strength in his body, so he could only stay on the table, barely lifting his head and observing the homeroom teacher. Grunt, grunt, hey hey hey, hey hey hey. The class teacher's mouth kept making swallowing noises, as if he was still chewing on the classmates he had eaten earlier. Hey hey hey, Zhou Xiaochuan, why don't you come up here? Why don't you come up and let me eat you? As the price for failing to run for the class council is to be eaten by me. Hey hey hey, hey hey hey. The homeroom teacher stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, the bloated, massive body apparently trembling constantly from excitement. Hey hey hey, hey 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 hey. I told you there would be a price to pay for failing to run for class council, but you didn't listen and had to run for class council. Hey hey hey, eat you so I can. Why don't you come up? The homeroom teacher practically roared with rage after the last sentence. Meanwhile, all the students' gazes were staring at Zhou Xiaochuan at the moment. Feel grateful. So many classmates. But inside their mouths they only made one identical sound and said the exact same words. So creepy. Zhou Xiaochuan felt a strange power covering his body, filling his 7 souls and 6 spirits, and his body walked towards the podium without his control. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart. He felt an extremely strong paroxysm of pain coming from his body. He completely lost control of his body and even lost his consciousness. He just felt like he was all over the place, with no spirit at all and no power at all. Just at this time, a thunderbolt exploded in his ears. He felt his mind becoming more and more sluggish, and finally, a chaotic feeling filled his entire body. Save me! So scary! I want to go home! Zhou Xiaochuan actually fell on the ground and cried bitterly at this time. While crying, he actually rolled on the floor. This scene, however, called the surrounding students and the class teacher on the stage to freeze. Only Zhou Xiaochuan just rolled around on the ground by himself, crying as he did so. I want to go home! I want to go home! This teacher is bullying me! This teacher is bullying me. Oh. However, he rolled like this and actually rolled on top of the podium by accident. The homeroom teacher was delighted to see Zhou Xiaochuan delivering the door even though he had escaped control. He stuck out his slender tongue and shot it directly at Zhou Xiaochuan. That tongue was actually already half a meter long, with a whitish body that was covered in sharp barbs. The class teacher's tongue rolled up Zhou Xiaochuan's entire body like a chicken roll, then tried to swallow him into his stomach. Han ha ha ha. Han ha ha ha, han ha ha ha. Amidst the weird laughter of so many students in the middle of the classroom, Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly grabbed the class teacher's tongue with both hands with great force, and then with a forceful tug, ripped off his miserable white tongue directly. The bloated body of the homeroom teacher immediately let out a sharp and miserable wail. Not only the homeroom teacher, but the entire class was letting out the same miserable wail as the homeroom teacher at this moment. This miserable shriek resounded through the class. Zhou Xiaochuan, however, didn't pay any attention to these people's shouts, but instead grabbed the half-meter-long tongue and shoved it into the class teacher's mouth that was still dripping with white blood in one go. Give it back, Zhou Xiaochuan said with a sobbing voice. Zhou Xiaochuan frowned as he couldn't fit such a large tongue in the class teacher's mouth, then kicked his foot towards the class teacher's mouth. It was obvious that Zhou Xiaochuan's kick had caused great pain to the class teacher, who stretched out his hands and tried to grab Zhou Xiaochuan. Those hands were withered as if there were only bones left. Yet there seemed to be 1,000 pounds of strength in the hands as they attacked towards Zhou Xiaochuan. Han ha ha ha, han ha ha ha, han ha ha. At the same time, the mouths of the entire class all once again emitted this ha ha he eerie laughter. 8 of the students got up from their seats directly after making those laughs. They also grew long, white, frizzy, trailing hair, and their bodies swelled extremely large, becoming similar to the homeroom teacher above the podium. Only they weren't as tall as the class teacher. They just swelled up to about 2.5 meters tall before creeping on the ground and attacking Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan, however, did not even look at them and continued to use his foot to viciously kick the homeroom teacher in the mouth. As for the class teacher's hands that attacked towards Zhou Xiaochuan didn't even look at them and directly ignored them. He let these hands keep clawing at him, leaving bloody marks on his body, without giving up on the classroom teacher. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. The class teacher's face had already been kicked by Zhou Xiaochuan to the point of deformation, that almost no longer had any strength to launch another attack on Zhou Xiaochuan. Inside his mouth, all that was left was a whimper. Zhou Xiaochuan looked deeply at the homeroom teacher, and then punched towards the bridge of the homeroom teacher's nose. Pang! There came a loud sound of breaking bones. A miserable shriek came out of the class teacher's mouth, and then all of his flesh and blood melted into a puddle of pus and blood, which melted onto the wooden floor, staining it a deep red color. The remaining 8 students only dared to surround Zhou Xiaochuan in the middle of the podium, not daring to make any moves, as if time had stood still. At this time, another eerie laughter came out from the class. Only this time, the eerie laughter no longer came from the other students and teachers in the class, but from Zhou Xiaochuan. Oh no! Hey! Hey! From Zhou Xiaochuan's mouth, he once again spat out a weird laugh. Classmate Tang Jiacheng, classmate Chao Haiyang, we're still roommates. Why do you guys want to eat me out of you so badly? He. Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes looked at the 2 people among the 8 students, Tang Jiacheng and Chao Haiyang, who were the first students to turn into monsters and the first to rush up. Only looking at Zhou Xiaochuan's formidable performance, they didn't dare to move. Seeing that these 2 people did not speak, Zhou Xiaochuan's mouth again issued a he. Strange laughter. This time, the sound was actually 70 to 80% like the one the homeroom teacher had made earlier. Since you won't talk, I'll break your noses. Zhou Xiaochuan slammed his 2 fists down, and the sound of bones breaking came again. The 2 people, Tang Jiacheng and Chao Haiyang, were instantly transformed into 2 puddles of pus and blood on the ground. 4 punches broke the noses of the remaining 6 people. Just like that, the 8 monsters that had originally surrounded Zhou Xiaochuan had just abruptly turned into 8 puddles of pus and blood. Their blood stained the wooden floor of the classroom bright red. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the bright red wooden floor, and a thoughtful look appeared within his gaze. Classroom rule number 5, please make sure to keep your classroom clean and sanitary. If there is a crimson mark in the classroom, it must be cleaned up, and if it cannot be cleaned up, please contact the student council to come and take care of it. Is this crimson pus and blood the crimson mark spoken of in the rules? And Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the number of people in the middle of the class, which was now exactly 27 in total. 4 were eaten by the teacher and 8 were killed by Zhou Xiaochuan. And originally, there were 39 people amongst the class, so that would make it exactly 27. This is perfectly in line with what is stated in the rules, that there are 27 students in the 7th class of the senior year. This incident happened too abruptly, from Zhou Xiaochuan losing his ability to resist and being controlled by the class teacher to the podium, to Zhou Xiaochuan going crazy, to Zhou Xiaochuan beating the class teacher to death along with 8 classmates. It only took 3 minutes. At this moment, Xia's live broadcast room directly exploded. What's going on here? Why is this chosen one turning on no doubles inside Weird Tales world? He beat Creepy to death with his fists. Wasn't he incapacitated just now? What's going on here? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Can someone explain to me why he just laughed exactly the same way as the homeroom teacher's ha laugh earlier? To who the hell is Creepy? Didn't you guys see the last weird story? In the last Boulder Village story, Zhou Xiaochuan also drove the same way to get through. Only last time he was without any reasoning and fantasized himself as Qin Shi Huang. This time I had thought his talent was limited, but I didn't expect it to still be so fierce. End of chapter. Chapter 38, The Headmaster's Words, 4,000 words. Chapter 38, The Headmaster's Words, 4,000 words. As for the other countries' Weird Tales handling bureaus, they watched Zhou Xiaochuan's live broadcast as if they had found a life-saving straw. They used a chance prompt for the remaining 18 chosen ones who were being controlled by the class. Cue these chosen. The homeroom teacher and the students inside the class are attackable. As long as they were beaten into pus and blood, they would be able to escape this death. Wolf, the chosen one of the Woolly Bear Nation, is currently huddled in his desk, watching his classmates on the stage being eaten by the homeroom teacher one by one, and listening to the sinister and more than anything else he is terrified. After those students were devoured, the homeroom teacher swelled to an extremely bizarre appearance. Wolf classmate, didn't you also run for class council? Come on up here. The price for failing to run for class council is to be eaten by me. the homeroom teacher's eyes, which only had the whites of his eyes, stared dead at Wolf and opened his mouth. Wolf, at this point, couldn't control himself and headed for the top of the podium. Just as he was despairing, he heard a prompt from his country's Weird Tales Handling Bureau. You can attack the homeroom teacher and your classmates. If you kill the homeroom teacher and all the classmates who are caught in the anomaly, you can escape this crisis. The first one in the first row, the second one in the third row, the fourth one in the third row, the fifth one in the fifth row, the third one in the sixth row, the fourth one in the sixth row, and the fifth one in the sixth row are abnormal classmates who will rush up and attack you when you attack the homeroom teacher. After this one beep, Wolf's expression cleared considerably. With all his strength, he lunged at one of his nearest classmates. This Wolf was a weightlifting champion of the woolly bear nation, all muscle, and his blow was certainly unstoppable. The fist the size of a sandbag violently slammed into that third row, fourth classmate that the Weird Tales Handling Bureau had given a hint to earlier. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. With all his strength, Wolf slammed up towards the face of this classmate. If it was a normal person who had received such a horrible punch from Wolf, he would have already had his eyes glazed over and fainted. But this classmate actually didn't have any reaction at all. Instead, he just looked at Wolf dumbfoundedly and Not only the student, but the entire class turned their heads toward Wolf at this moment. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Wolf used all his strength and kept knocking the head of this classmate. However, there was actually no damage at all on this classmate's head. Not even a little bit of blood came out. This classmate has a weird smile on his face. Wolf's heart is full of fear at the moment. He did not notice that this classmate's mouth is getting longer and longer at the moment. By the time he paid attention, the classmate had actually taken a bite out of Wolf's arm. The teacher at the podium then stuck out his immense tongue, and as soon as he did, he rolled Wolf back and swallowed him. Wolf, a 200-pound muscle-bound man, actually did not have any resistance at all, and was just eaten into the stomach by the homeroom teacher, and the live broadcast of the Woolly Bear Nation was instantly blacked out. Not only Hairy Bear Country, but the other 17 chosen ones who didn't call the head teacher to preside over the class council replacement meeting in time also received the same prompt from the Weird Tales Handling Bureau to attack the class teacher. The result, however, was that all of the chosen ones from these countries died and none survived. Attacking Creepy seemed to be something that only Zhou Xiaochuan could do, and all the others lost their lives after attacking Creepy. What is this? Only Xia's chosen one Zhou Xiaochuan can launch an attack on Creepy? Other chosen ones will just die if they learn him? This is not fair at all. What makes Summer's chosen one capable of doing this? No wonder the chosen one of the Summer Kingdom is so emboldened. He wouldn't have any dealings with the world of weird tales, would he? Could he be a traitor amongst the humans? Almost have to. This strange world is so powerful, directly from the reality of the draw people to the other world. The world so many experts have studied for 3 years what did not research out. This kind of existence still need to trade with others? It's really useful. Wasn't he the one who made a deal with Zhou Xiaochuan after that weird talk in Boulder Village? Only to be rejected. The viewers from various other countries, after seeing their chosen one die, all ran to the live broadcast room of the Summer Country again to watch Zhou Xiaochuan's performance. The live broadcast room of the Summer Country was once again overcrowded. At this moment, Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was palpitating after he would have killed that class teacher and the 8 students. The situation just now was too urgent, and although it seemed that he was very relaxed, just at that close moment when he was about to completely lose consciousness, he detected a chaotic feeling invading his mind, so he fell back into the same trance and confusion he had been in before. Simply put, it was another episode of psychosis, and that's how he was able to handle this crisis. However, Zhou Xiaochuan vaguely felt that in this copy, every psychotic episode would bring him a feeling of extreme emptiness and fatigue, like he had lost something in his own soul. My talent seems to only be triggered passively at the last moment of a life-threatening situation, and at this time I am in control of the body's initiative. But I don't know why. It always feels like a piece of my soul is missing when I trigger this talent, Zhou Xiaochuan fixedly said. But now was not the time to think about that. He grabbed the mop at the back of the classroom and used it to mop up the crimson blood left on the floor from the deaths of the homeroom teacher and the 7 students. But he realized he couldn't drag it out no matter how much he tried. He used various methods and was never able to mop up the blood. Rule 5, please keep the classroom clean and sanitary. If there is a crimson mark in the classroom, it must be cleaned up. And if it cannot be cleaned up, please contact the student council to deal with it. Zhou Xiaochuan let out a long sigh and took out the cell phone on the podium, opening the chat box of the student council president, Huang Che, and explaining the situation to him as required by the rules. Zhou Xiaochuan then sent another message to the director of instruction, Suing Chun, inviting him to preside over the ceremony for the change of the class committee. After all, there is more than just a lack of study members and health members now. With the deaths of Tang Jiacheng and Chao Haiyang, there is a lack of sports members and psychology members in the class. The way this comes down, it's 4 class positions that are open. Zhou Xiaochuan still vaguely felt that if a class lacked class members, something horrible would happen. Classroom rule number 12, class members should only be people who are mentally stable. If you feel that someone close to you has been mentally unstable, please contact the director of instruction to hold a class member replacement ceremony. Please do not allow the homeroom teacher to hold a class committee change ceremony. If there is a lack of class committee members, or if the class committee members are mentally unsound, it is necessary to hold a class committee change ceremony. So what would happen if it is not held? Zhou Xiaochuan wouldn't dare to make this attempt. After sending the message, Zhou Xiaochuan sat back in his seat again, and found that the students inside the class were seriously looking at their books in self-study. Some memorizing ancient poems, some doing math problems, as if the scene just now didn't happen. Liang Jin, did you see where the homeroom teacher went? Zhou Xiaochuan tentatively asked his deskmate Jiang Liangjin. Homeroom teacher? Yeah, Mr. Huang didn't come to watch morning study this time? How strange. Why do I vaguely feel like he should have come? But then again, it's like he didn't show up at all. Jiang Liangjin glanced at Zhou Xiaochuan and then said. Her tone was calm, not like she meant to lie. It seems that the classmates have lost their previous memories straight away? They forgot about the classroom teacher's cannibalism? Then I would like to ask you a question. That is, how many students are there in our class in total? To confirm this guess, Zhou Xiaochuan then asked. Our class has always been 40 students, except that Xiao Ma, Tang Jiacheng, Chao Haiyang and 13 of them took a leave of absence, maybe to go to an outside tutorial class. So there are only 27 who came to school, Jiang Liangjin said. After saying that, Jiang Liangjin looked at Zhou Xiaochuan with a suspicious face, vigilance written all over his eyes. Hey, why are you even asking about something so basic? Have you been under too much pressure to study lately? If you've been under too much pressure to study lately, you can talk to Mr. Huang and ask him to change the study committee. Anyway, now that the 3 positions of health member, physical education member, and psychology member are vacant all at once, Mr. Huang had planned to hold a class committee replacement meeting. After Zhou Xiaochuan heard these words, he quickly waved his hand and laughed. No, I just see that our class is just 27 students in school, but there are 40 chairs. Isn't that a bit too much space? I was wondering if I should move these tables and chairs out. When he heard Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Jiang Liangjin's pupils shrank and he hurriedly interrupted. Hey, have you forgotten what the principal instructed us when we first entered the school in senior year? The seats inside the class should never be moved. What did the principal tell you? Zhou Xiaochuan had only intended to put this matter off, but Jiang Liangjin's words made Zhou Xiaochuan catch a key point. The words instructed by the principal at the beginning of the school year, and this obviously somewhat fearful look on Jiang Liangjin's face? I really kind of forgot. After all, this is already freshman year of high school, and we're all seniors now. So much pressure to study. I really kind of can't remember what the principal told us in freshman year. Can you recapitulate it for me? Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth and asked. Jiang Liangjin looked skeptical and carefully sized up Zhou Xiaochuan, then pinched Zhou Xiaochuan's face harder and said, You didn't wake up, did you? The words instructed by the principal, but every student in our school has to recite them out. You say you forgot? Zhou Xiaochuan shook his head somewhat apologetically. I'm really. Jiang Liangjin stretched out his fingers and blocked Zhou Xiaochuan's mouth. There are some words that are better left unsaid. She looked around and after making sure that after everyone was done reviewing and no one had turned their gaze this way, she gazed into Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes and said in a single word, It's just too obvious that you can't even remember these things, so don't let other people know about it. If she had deep meaning, she stared at Zhou Xiaochuan for a long time, until Zhou Xiaochuan felt his scalp go a little numb before she smiled sweetly, removed her gaze, and put her head to Zhou Xiaochuan's ear, whispering, It's all right, I will protect you, don't worry. She then wrote a long series of words in the blank space of her language textbook with a pen and blue ink. First, a class must have a class committee, which needs to assume its duties, and if a class loses its committee, a new one must be elected. Second, seats in the class cannot be moved. Third, do not eat any food from unknown sources other than those provided by the school and cafeteria. Fourth, what you need to do more than studying is to follow the rules of the school. The school doesn't care about your academic performance. It only cares about your ability to follow the rules. Fifth, this school is normal, and it must be normal. If you have the dangerous thought that this school is not normal, contact a psychologist immediately for counseling. Sixth, blue ink writes more believably than black ink. which distorts black, but which is afraid of blue. 7th, all creatures need to follow rules, but the rules are more favorable to it. 8th, live with hope until the day the entrance exams are over. Remember, the whole strength of mankind lies in waiting and hoping. Students, go for it. Zhou Xiaochuan frowned, looking at the paper. That's a lot of information to reveal in that piece of paper. It's a piece of paper similar to the rules, but different from them. The difference was that the rules on this piece of paper were written by his deskmate Zhang Liangjin himself, and the ink used on this piece of paper was blue, not the black ink that had been used in the original rules. Also, the tone varies. Number 8 is even a straight-up motivational chicken soup. Zhou Xiaochuan revealed a contemplative color within his gaze as he looked at Zhang Liangjin. Zhang Liangjin's eyes were always looking at the language textbook, but her hand, however, was pointing at the blank space in the middle of the language textbook. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately understood and picked up the water pen with blue ink that Zhang Liangjin used to write with before and wrote on the textbook. What does the 6th rule mean? Could it be that the black rule is untrustworthy? Must the words of blue ink be trustworthy? And who is it? 4 questions in a row almost summarized most of Zhou Xiaochuan's doubts among these 8 rules. However, Zhang Liangjin's next reply was a huge disappointment to Zhou Xiaochuan. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Cleaning Up the House, 4,000 words big chapter. Chapter 39, Cleaning Up the House, 4,000 words big chapter. Zhang Liangjin's face was weird. After seeing the words Zhou Xiaochuan had written down, he kept staring at Zhou Xiaochuan, the corners of his mouth grinning, forming a very weird amplitude. The reason why it's weird is because she's almost cracking to the sides of her cheeks. She picked up a black water pen and wrote this in black ink in her language book. Why should I tell you? How come you don't even know that? You're not Zhou Xiaochuan. Who the hell are you? No matter who you are, you should submit to it. It is eternal. It is immortal. It is the greatest being in the human world. When it awakens from its slumber, it will reign over the world and devour everything. This time, Zhang Liangjin's handwriting was clearly different from the previous crispness when he had used blue ink, but instead, it was a dragon's flutter with a strange twisted feeling at the same time. It gave the impression that it was as if it had been written with chicken claws on paper. When Zhou Xiaochuan saw this, he happened to meet Zhang Liangjin's eyes, only to see a color that was both fervent and greedy in Zhang Liangjin's eyes. This kind of eyes, he had seen it before amongst the school. It was the color of the eyes of the previous homeroom teacher and among those 7 students who were strangely contaminated. Her pair of originally extremely good-looking Danfang eyes had turned a little scarlet at the moment, staring at Zhou Xiaochuan with a deadly stare, as if she wanted to eat Zhou Xiaochuan alive. Zhou Xiaochuan was just about to react when he saw Zhang Liangjin's eyes regain clarity. She looked down at the distorted black text on the language book, revealing an expression of extreme fear. I can't help myself. I can't say too much to you. It's on to me. Zhang Liangjin picked up a blue water pen and wrote these words on the textbook. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaochuan knew that Zhang Liangjin was back to normal. This Zhang Liangjin's identity in the copy is my girlfriend, showing me strong goodwill and providing me with a lot of information. But she is in an unstable state and often loses control. Zhou Xiaochuan frowned and analyzed. Zhang Liangjin had almost fatally threatened him twice in the middle of the dormitory, and lost control once in the classroom, but then offered him a lot of help that seemed to be tinged with goodwill. And from the fact that the out-of-control Zhang Liangjin was using a black water pen while the sober Zhang Liangjin was using a water pen with blue ink, Zhou Xiaochuan was now certain that the words Zhang Liangjin had told him about the principal were highly credible. 6th, blue ink writes more believably than black ink, which distorts black, but which is afraid of blue. Fear of blue. Zhou Xiaochuan recalled that among the dormitory rules, there were some blue annotations. Among them, in front of that rule with unclear descriptions and weird language logic, a blue parrot had been drawn. What's this hinting at? That parrots are important? Zhou Xiaochuan thought for a moment, picked up a pen with blue ink, and wrote a paragraph in his language textbook. Can you tell me what the 8th rule among the dormitory rules means? Rule number 8. Ha 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 ha. Lawn, scissors, executioner, murderer. I don't know what this rule means, but there's a parrot drawn in front of it. I met the parrot in the middle of the dormitory, and after offering him food, it told me 2 pieces of information. Is a parrot to be trusted? After writing, Zhou Xiaochuan pushed the book in front of Zhang Liangjin. However, after Zhang Liangjin saw these words in blue ink written by Zhou Xiaochuan, a sense of extreme fear actually appeared in his eyes. She hastily closed her language book, then opened a pink notebook and wrote in it, "Don't ask me. It's watching." After she finished writing, she hurriedly closed the notebook after making sure Zhou Xiaochuan took a look at it, and then with her eyes looking straight at the words on the notebook, she began to memorize them. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at Zhang Liangjin's fearful appearance and had some calculations in his heart. She provides me with information and is herself in danger. After coming to this conclusion, Zhou Xiaochuan knew why she always became weird so often. She became weird a total of 4 times. And 2 of them were after giving Zhou Xiaochuan tons of information. She's risking her life to give Zhou Xiaochuan information? What is this it she speaks of? Is it the source of the weirdness in this world? Zhou Xiaochuan vaguely felt that if he could figure out who this it was, then he would be one step closer to figuring out the truth about this school. Summerland, Bureau of Weird Tales Processing. Director. We compared the information of chosen ones from other countries and found that the girlfriends of chosen ones giving information to the chosen ones is something that only Zhou Xiaochuan has. The girlfriends of chosen ones from other countries don't provide information to chosen ones. The only 2 different ones are Professor Bryant, the chosen one of the Lighthouse Kingdom, and M.S. Winter Sheridan, the chosen one of the Sakura Kingdom. Professor Bryant seems to have made some sort of deal with his girlfriend to protect him when necessary. And M.S. Winter Sheridan doesn't know what kind of manipulation she used. Her boyfriend is now obedient to her. It's just that her boyfriend lost the ability to speak. Director Booster reported with a book in hand. Well, is that so? That means all the other chosen ones can't get the girlfriend's tip, and only Zhou Xiaochuan can get it. Could it be that there is some kind of prior condition here? Did Dong Xuelian and Bryant show anything different from the other chosen? Professor, he pushed up his glasses and said, "Nope, they don't do anything special to their partner, as if they are somehow available to them." Hearing this, the director slammed the table and said, "Impossible. Zhou Xiaochuan, Bryant, Dong Xuelian and the 3 of them must have done something different from normal people, so they were able to get help from their mates. We must find out what they did. Perhaps there is a hidden message from this copy of Weird Tales to be gleaned from it. This copy has been going on until now, and the rules are almost 50, yet there is still no clear picture of the level. Even many of the things described in the rules have yet to appear, indicating that this Weird Tales is huge beyond our imagination. This is a price we can never afford to pay if we let such a strange talk come to our country. It must be found for me." As the director's order was issued, 3/5 of the staff began to get busy. The remaining 2/5 of the staff, naturally, were factually concerned about the situation of the remaining 6 chosen who were still alive. The other countries' Weird Tales handling bureaus had also conveyed the information they had gotten from Zhou Xiaochuan's girlfriend Jiang Liangjin's side to their chosen ones as briefly and correctly as possible using hints. Now there were only 6 chosen ones left in the midst of the Weird Tales world. The other 5 chosen ones were in a normal situation, as they had doubled up as study and health committee members after the election of the class committee. Then, just like an ordinary student, they went to morning study and finished all the morning classes, during which nothing unusual actually happened at all. It was as if they weren't in the middle of the world of weird stories, but were real high school students, studying hard and preparing for the college entrance exam. The teachers were also doing their job. It's all too normal, so normal that it's a little abnormal. This is Weird Tales world. Unlike the other 5 chosen, Zhou Xiaochuan's morning could be described as perilous and thrilling. Zhou Xiaochuan at first, like other students, also looked at the textbook, a little drowsy, but still to be strong spirit. Dang, knock. Just at this time, a knock sounded on the door. Then an obese man with a somewhat balding head opened the door to the classroom, dressed in a white classroom outfit, with the word Su Wing-chun written on a name tag on his chest. It's the Dean of Instruction. Senior Class 7. The 4 positions of sports member, health member, psychology member, and study member are missing, right? A machine tone without any emotional coloring was spat out from the middle of the head teacher's mouth. At this time, Zhou Xiaochuan stood up, nodded, and replied, "Right, director. Our class teacher here, Mr. Huang, is also out of town, so I'm troubling you to preside over the class committee change ceremony." Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, the director of instruction looked a little weird. His 2 eyes squinted into a slit with a smile, giving off a look that didn't have any feeling of kindness at all, but instead was doubly terrifying. "Student Zhou Xiaochuan, where your homeroom teacher is, you should know best in your heart, right?" At this time, Zhou Xiaochuan was shocked out of a cold sweat when he saw the white clothes on the director. He had just entered this copy of Weird Tales when the campus guide appeared in his mind. Campus guide number 2. Teachers in the school are uniformly dressed in dark black teacher uniforms. If you see a teacher in a plain white teacher uniform, stay away from them and report this to the director of instruction. Stay away from the teacher in the white teacher's uniform and report this to the director of instruction. But the campus guide doesn't say what to do if the person in the white teacher's uniform is the director of instruction, does it? Zhou Xiaochuan was paying attention and concentrating at the moment, intending to roll over the window and escape if the situation was not right. This was nothing more than the 2nd floor, with a soft lawn below, and his body had been worked out so that he wouldn't be hurt much if he jumped from here. While it is certainly inappropriate to escape from a classroom during the middle of a lesson in front of the head teacher and the entire class, there is nothing in the rules that says you can't do so. It's better than staying in the middle of a classroom and waiting to die. Who knows? Just as the director of instruction was looking at Zhou Xiaochuan with that weird look in his eyes, another knock sounded outside the door. Two students with red armbands on their right hands, which had the words Student Council written on them, pushed open the door and entered the classroom. In both of their hands, one held a mop and the other a bucket. The head of that mop was actually an old woman's head. The place used to mop the floor was this old woman's hair. The woman's eyes widened tremendously and seemed to be filled with resentment as she stared at the head instructor dead in the face. And the bucket the other student was carrying was not a flutter bucket. Zhou Xiaochuan looked over and the bucket was almost full to the point of overflowing with blood. Mr. Su, goodbye. It's been a long time. Have you succumbed to it as well? This woman on the mop actually opened her mouth and said to the director of instruction, word by word, gritting her teeth, as if she was strongly restraining her anger, thinking of eating the director alive. The student council member stained the head of his mop with blood and then struck at the director. The instructional director's original wry smile froze, and his face retreated behind him in fear. Everyone, director, I'm going to go to the restroom first. I'll be back in a while to give you the class committee change ceremony. After saying these words, the fat body of the director of instruction actually swooped toward the window like a flying swallow. With a thud, he landed on his ass, landing hard on the lawn. Zhou Xiaochuan looked out the window, and the director of instruction actually did not even stay for a moment, not even looking at it and running off into the distance. While running, he was rubbing his ass. Zhou Xiaochuan broke into a sweat. If it wasn't for the timely arrival of these two people from the student council, then it would be himself who would be fleeing like the director right now. It seems that these members of the student council have some restraint against shenanigans, so if you see shenanigans in the future, you can call on your fellow student council members to help. Zhou Xiaochuan secretly made a note of this in his mind, but looking at the cold faces of these two student council members, holding this old woman's head full of grievances, dipping it in blood and mopping the floor, he shuddered again straight in his heart. But are the student council members really okay? They really didn't even look like a normal person with this appearance off. Even though they repelled the director of instruction dressed in white, won't they attack themselves? In addition to this, Zhou Xiaochuan also found a bizarre point. That is, whether it was just now the director of teaching pushed the door in, saying that he wanted to hold the class committee replacement meeting again, or the student council members knocked on the door and came in, holding bloodstained mops to drive the director of teaching to the skipping floor. These two such a big commotion. The students inside the class actually did not have the slightest reaction, or quietly holding the book and reading and reviewing. Tarzan crumbles before it without changing its color. The moose rises to the left without shifting its eyes. These students, it seems, are a little too calm. Zhou Xiaochuan turned his head again to look at his deskmate Zhang Liangjin, who was also still resting her cheeks, memorizing the words in her notebook, and hadn't raised her head to look outside at all. Was this a bit abnormal? These students hadn't attacked him like the 7 incarnations of creepy from before, but their reactions were a bit too flat. It's like these students don't look like real people, but like a bunch of puppets. We have cleaned the floor and the dark red marks have all been removed. Who is the health committee member in your class? At this time, the student council member spoke up. Hearing these words, Zhou Xiaochuan immediately stood up and walked to the front of the podium. Our class health committee member has taken a leave of absence, and I'm taking the position for the time being. End of chapter. Chapter 40, Mop's Words, Second Run for Class Council. Chapter 40, Mop's Words, Second Run for Class Council. You, very good. Well done. As Zhou Xiaochuan walked next to the podium, the mop held in the hands of the two student council members spoke. Zhou Xiaochuan was a bit surprised in his heart and opened his mouth to ask, who is this? This mop, at first glance, was a very weird existence, but it was able to expel the director of instruction dressed in white and save his life. So maybe it was possible to communicate and communicate. Two members of the student council placed the mop on the podium, which was instantly covered in red water from the mop. The mop let out a hearty laugh. This was different from the classroom teacher, the head teacher in a white classroom uniform, who made a voice that was so eerie, but this voice sounded like a normal person laughing out loud. I'm the vice principal of this school. My name is Zhang. Just call me Principal Zhang. Zhou Xiaochuan's eyebrows jumped. This mop is actually the vice principal of this school? Principal Zhang? If it was the vice principal, then this mop's position must not be low amongst this school, and she would definitely know more. Principal Zhang, I would like to ask why this school has become like this? How can I leave the school? Zhou Xiaochuan directly opened the door and asked Principal Zhang, hoping to get an answer from it. As could be seen from the fact that she had scared off the headmaster of the teaching staff earlier, as well as being used by the members of the student council to clean up the filth in the middle of the classroom. This principle could probably be a help to him in the middle of the copy. Hearing this question from Zhou Xiaochuan, Principal Zhang's face once again became tangled and pained. You are a brave child, and also possess the wisdom to defuse many of the crises in this school. But courage and wisdom alone are not enough to survive in the midst of this school. You have to have a good heart and you have to learn to wait. All the power of mankind is contained in 2 words, wait and hope. Her bloodshot, very empty-looking eyes stared at Zhou Xiaochuan for a long time before she finally said this. Wait and hope? What does this mean? Why don't you give a specific answer and say these chicken soup-like words? Wait and hope? Wait and hope. Zhou Xiaochuan remembered that he had once heard these words in Jiang Liangjin's mouth before. That's what the principal said. 8th. Live with hope until the day the entrance exams are over. Remember, the whole strength of mankind lies in waiting and hoping. Students, go for it. Could there be some deeper meaning in those words? Can you please be more specific? Like how to escape this school and how to end it all. After Principal Zhang heard Zhou Xiaochuan's words, he revealed a very pained expression again, as if he was enduring great pain. Don't ever run away from this school. Don't go over the guardrail or it's all over. Find the pony. As the words came out in general, Principal Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood. The student council members immediately used wet towels, lying on the ground to soak up this blood, and then wrung it inside a bucket of water. Principal Zhang slowed down and then said, if you encounter a crisis that cannot be solved or circumvented, go to the study room on the 6th floor of the library, where it is safe. After saying this, the student council member stuffed the mop inside the bucket and left the classroom carrying the bucket. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the way the student council members left and actually vaguely felt that they were filled with fear just now. Although these student council members, all of them had cold faces, like machines, Zhou Xiaochuan saw fear in their small movements. They had just left in such a hurry that even the towel that had just sucked up the blood spit out by Principal Zhang had been left on the podium. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart moved, and he collected this towel and put it into his school bag. Then he sat back in his seat and pondered the information he had just gotten. The rules say that if the dark red mark inside the classroom is not clear, you can contact the student council president to send someone to take care of it. And after Zhou Xiaochuan contacted the student council president, he did send someone to deal with it. And this student council member, it seemed, still had a relatively powerful restraint on weirdness. Their means of restraining the weirdness would be that Principal Zhang and her blood. The performance of the student council members who had just held a bloodstained mop and directly scared away the director wearing a white teacher's uniform had really stunned him. Everyone inside the school, though, seems to be less than normal, tainted by weirdness. Only some of the shenanigans don't necessarily hurt him, they help him. And the words that just came out of that Principal Zhang's mouth provided a lot of information. She said never to go over the school fence and go outside the school. That way everything would be over. What exactly does this finished mean? Zhou Xiaochuan was in deep thought. Before, when he first came to this school, at the school gate the director told him that the outside of the school was very dangerous and told Zhou Xiaochuan not to take any more leave to go outside. But this school is literally killing people everywhere. Can the outside of the school be more dangerous than the inside of the school? Zhou Xiaochuan mused that the most dangerous place could sometimes be the safest. And even if it wasn't the safest, it must be hiding very crucial information. As has been the practice with previous rule weirdness, it is possible for fake rules to exist among the rules given by the weirdness. For example, the rules say that there is no such person as Xiaomai inside the class, but Jiang Liangjin, who is the class president, says that Xiaomai is the original health committee member who just took a leave of absence a long time ago. The bloodstained mop, which is manipulated by the student council, is a direct statement that the ponies are the key to everything. In that case, where would the ponies be? Zhou Xiaochuan was struck with a bold idea. The 7th floor of the dormitory, the 7th floor of the teaching building, the 8th class of the senior year, the youth side building. These places that the rules say don't exist are most likely the places where Xiaomai is. Maybe some of the places that the rules say you can't go to are places that you can and must go to. And only by going to such places can you find a way out of this strange talk. Zhou Xiaochuan pondered for a moment. There are only 2 time slots in the school schedule that allow for a greater degree of freedom of movement. The first time period is the lunch break from the end of class until the first class of the afternoon. From 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which is a total of 2 hours. The second time period is between the end of afternoon classes and the time of evening study sessions. That's 2 hours from 5 p.m. M. to 7 p.m. M. 2. We must use these 4 hours to explore the school. If we keep sitting around waiting for creepy to attack, then it will definitely be a dead end. Zhou Xiaochuan fixed his mind and made up his mind that he was going to explore the school. But it's a little too dangerous and noticeable if you go alone. To stay safe in a place where weirdness is everywhere, you have to act normal in addition to following the rules. There are a lot of chosen ones who act very nervous and scared when they start out in the Weird Tales world. And in the middle of the Weird Tales world, showing such obvious abnormal emotions or doing obvious abnormal behaviors would attract murder. It would attract the attention of the weird. For example, if Zhou Xiaochuan was sneaking around inside the school by himself, it was obviously an abnormal behavior. So, Zhou Xiaochuan looked at Jiang Liangjin, who had been staring at his laptop long ago, memorizing words. Then, took her hand. Rio Jin, what are you going to do on your lunch break? Jiang Liangjin gave Zhou Xiaochuan a very puzzled look. Zhou Xiaochuan noticed that her eyes were very clear and shining brightly. I've got nothing to do after lunch break. What's wrong? Well, I was going to say, let's take a stroll inside the school. If we keep on studying all the time, we might not be able to learn well. Instead, if we take a walk once in a while, we might improve our academic performance, because it eases the mood. It's backed by science. And, I would love to take a walk with you inside the campus. After Zhou Xiaochuan said this, he saw Jiang Liangjin snort out a laugh. Fine, I can walk you around campus at lunch. Afterwards, Jiang Liangjin's eyes suddenly became somewhat sharp, as if they could directly pierce Zhou Xiaochuan's heart. However, if you encounter any danger, I may not necessarily be able to protect you. I might attack you if you're going to some special place. After saying this, Jiang Liangjin's face reverted back to that cold and icy look. No matter how Zhou Xiaochuan spoke to her, she did not respond anymore. If it's going to a special place, it will attack me? Is this special place the 7th floor of the dormitory building? The 7th floor of the teaching building? The 7th class of the senior year? The dormitory room that doesn't exist? And the Youth Sai building? All of these places? Zhou Xiaochuan thought as he rested his cheeks. Going to these places is an obvious violation of the rules, but violating the rules can also pay huge dividends. These dangerous places must lurk the secrets of this school and the key to this strange talk. Thinking about it, a knock on the door interrupted Zhou Xiaochuan's thoughts. Push open the door. Is a middle-aged bald man wearing a dark black teacher's uniform. Dark black classroom uniform above the nameplate. Written precisely Su Yingchun 3 words. It's the head teacher. And it's the dean of instruction in dark black. So it seems to be a real teacher. Is your class vacant of a class committee? Who is the class president? Report back and I'll preside over the class committee change ceremony. The head teacher frowned, looked at the number of people in the class, and then wrote on the blackboard the words class committee change ceremony. Jiang Liangjin stood up and reported to the director of instruction. Yes, director. We're all of a sudden missing 4 positions in our class: health member, physical education member, psychology member, and study member. After that, she just sat down and continued to memorize the words from her notebook. The head teacher frowned and shouted, "What's going on with this class of yours? Senior class 7. How can you be without 4 class members at once?" The principal had instructed the class committee to be the key to the operation of a class, to maintain the stability of a class. So many class members are missing all of a sudden. Where's your homeroom teacher? What does he do? And it should be morning study time now, right? Where did he go? After being lectured by the director of instruction in such a way, the students still buried their heads on top of their desks, completely ignoring what the director of instruction was saying. Zhou Xiaochuan, you're the one who sent me a message asking me to preside over the class committee replacement meeting, right? Tell me, why is your class missing so many class members all of a sudden? And now that it's clearly morning study time, where has your homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, gone? How dare you neglect your duties after managing your class like this? Seeing that no one responded, the director of instruction said to Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately stood up and said, "Director, actually, our homeroom teacher was watching the morning study before, but we asked him to hold a change ceremony, and during that change ceremony, he and 7 students, all, disappeared." Zhou Xiaochuan explained. The director of instruction's eyes glazed over, looking at Zhou Xiaochuan with a look of having seen something bizarre. What did you say? You let the homeroom teacher hold a changing of the guard ceremony? Aren't the classroom rules clearly written that you can't let the homeroom teacher hold a changing of the guard ceremony? What the hell are you doing? The director of instruction spoke halfway, then suddenly, as if he remembered something, his pupils dilated and looked at Zhou Xiaochuan incredulously. Let the class teacher held a ceremony for the change of the class. Then how come you're still here? You're actually fine? What about the homeroom teacher? Where did the class teacher go? Zhou Xiaochuan smiled bitterly and replied, "The class teacher left a crimson mark on the ground, and I told the student council to bring Principal Zheng to clean it off." After hearing this, the director of instruction slapped his head and looked deeply at Zhou Xiaochuan. The director is a language teacher, and now I'm going to teach you the saying that if the wood shows, the wind will destroy it. Honestly, follow the rules and wait on hopefully, and you might be able to escape from all this. If you attract its attention, it will be difficult to get out of here. After saying this, the head teacher wrote 4 names on the blackboard: Health Committee, Psychology Committee, Study Committee and Sports Committee. Then, looking at Zhou Xiaochuan, slowly said, "Sometimes you don't know whose mental state inside the class is stable. Perhaps the mental state of everyone in the class is unstable. At this time, you have to take the position of the class committee in your own hands. Now, those of you who need to run for class council, write your names on the board." Hearing the director's words, Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes lit up. For once, the director of instruction was reminding himself that he had to run for class council. And the rules clearly say that if the class council is in the hands of someone who is mentally unstable, there are very serious consequences that can happen. Zhou Xiaochuan walked up to the podium and wrote his name under all the members. End of chapter. Chapter 41 New Rules. Chapter 41 New Rules. After Zhou Xiaochuan finished writing his name and walked down, there actually wasn't anyone in the class who, like Zhou Xiaochuan, walked up to the podium again and wrote his name on the blackboard. This also meant that Zhou Xiaochuan was the only one who wanted to run for the class committee. Other than that, everyone else was studying with their heads down as if they hadn't heard the director of instruction. The director of instruction looked around in all directions, knocked on the podium, and said loudly, "Does no one want to run for the class committee? Then you don't need to vote. By default Zhou Xiaochuan alone will be the health member, physical education member, psychology member, and study member. Are there any objections?" After saying this, the head teacher paused, waiting for the students' responses. After about 2 or 3 minutes, there was still no response. The director of instruction's gaze was like a torch as he scanned the entire class, then sighed and said, "In view of these words, by default, Zhou Xiaochuan alone will serve as the health member, the sports member, the psychology member, and the study member, and I believe that Zhou Xiaochuan's classmates will do their duties diligently and conscientiously." After saying this, he looked deeply at Zhou Xiaochuan again. "Since you alone serve as a member of so many classes, and the individual class members have rules they need to follow, I've posted the rules on the bulletin board, so go read them yourself." The director of instruction casually pinned a few sheets of paper to the class bulletin board and then walked out of the classroom. After the director of instruction left, Zhou Xiaochuan walked over to the bulletin board and saw the rules. Rules for health commissioners. I, as the class health committee member, please make sure that the class is hygienic. It is a matter of life and limb for the whole class. 2. Please wipe the blackboard clean after the teacher finishes the lesson. 3rd, after a crimson mark has appeared in the classroom, please be sure to clean up the crimson mark as soon as possible. And if you are unable to clean it up, please contact the student body president, who will send someone to clean it up. For all you are doing is ensuring the lives of the class. And if necessary, your life is more important than the lives of the other students. So please wait with hope that the day will come when everything will come to an end. Rules for study group members. I, as a classroom academic member, please make sure that you are a good role model for the students and behave positively during class. 2. As a study committee member, you need to go to each teacher's office more often and talk to each teacher. 3rd, as a member of the study committee, you need to keep an eye on the learning situation of individual students. Generally, students in this school study quietly, but if a student appears to be refusing to study and questioning the meaning of learning, as well as beginning to self-harm, please contact the student council or the director of instruction immediately. They will take this student to see a psychologist. For all you are doing is ensuring the lives of the class. And if necessary, your life is more important than the lives of the other students. So please wait with hope that the day will come when everything will come to an end. Rules for sports commissioners. First, as the P.E. member of the class, you should be the strongest person in the class. And if you are in danger, you need to stand up for yourself. And accordingly, you are the easiest target of it. Secondly, as a P.E. committee member, you need to know that the school only has a large playground next to the cafeteria, and there is no basketball court or small playground next to the basketball court. So if the PE teacher wants to take you to a non-existent place for class, please give your consent. The class will then be taken to the large playground by the cafeteria. 3rd, every morning at 5:30 a.m. and every afternoon at 5:30 p.m. Please meet promptly at the large playground next to the cafeteria, where all P.E. members of the entire school are required to do an hour-long P.E. stretch. Due to the time conflict, you can skip the morning study hall. 4th, all you are doing is ensuring the lives of the class. And if necessary, your life is more important than the lives of the other students. So wait on with hope that the day will come when everything will come to an end. Rules for psychologists. First, as a psychological committee member in your class, you need to keep an eye on the psychological problems of your classmates. If you find a student refusing to study or questioning the normalcy of the school, please contact a member of the student council and, accompanied by a member of the student council, send this student to the office of the psychological teacher. Ms. Su. Second, as the class psychologist, you must be mentally strong. In no way does the 7th floor of the dormitory building, the 7th floor of the school building, the 8th floor of the senior class, the small playground, the basketball court, or the 6th floor of the library exist within this school. This school is absolutely normal, and it should be normal, so please keep that in mind. Third, you can try chatting with Ms. Su, your psychology teacher, on your cell phone to get some information, but please be careful not to trust her completely. Fourth, please do not spend more than 5 minutes alone with your psychology teacher, Ms. Su. Fifth, all you are doing is ensuring the lives of the class, and if necessary, your life is more important than the lives of the other students, so wait on with hope that it will all come to an end. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the 4 notes and frowned. Another 4 rule sheets. Another 19 rules. It seems that being a class member does allow you to get more information and take on more tasks. But aren't there a little too many rules in this weird talk? Perhaps the rules within this weird talk are less about restrictions and more about giving information? For example, among the rules for the psychology committee member, a character, Ms. Su, the psychology teacher, is mentioned as a person through whom information can be obtained. Being the physical education committee member, one gets the information that a small playground as well as a basketball court does not exist inside the school. If every class member has such a copy of the rules, wouldn't it be a good idea to get all of these class members to get more rules? Psychological committee, health committee, sports committee, study committee, these are the ones he already serves. Looking at the class committee table inside the class, there were 3 remaining class committee positions: the class president, the disciplinary committee, and the arts and culture committee. The class president was naturally his girlfriend Jiang Liangjin, but who were the disciplinary and arts and culture members? This bulletin board has a list of class members, and it only says what class members there are, but not who they are. With a glance of his eyes, Zhou Xiaochuan discovered that on top of these rules posted by the director of instruction, there was actually a brand new course schedule that was posted on this bulletin board. This curriculum, which was not there before, when he just came to the classroom, he had long ago observed all around the classroom, and this classroom had nothing but the front and back blackboards, 40 tables and chairs, as well as the podium. There wasn't even a computer or anything inside the podium cabinet. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at this curriculum and found something different from the rules. End of chapter. Chapter 42 Schedule. Chapter 42 Schedule. Senior Class 7 Schedule. Wednesdays, 6:30 to 7:10 a.m. Morning Study Session. Languages from 7:20 to 8 o'clock. Languages from 8:10 to 8:50. 9 to 9:40 English. Math from 10 to 10:40. 10:50 to 12 p.m. Sports. Lunch break from 12 to 2. Free time. Students can go back to the dormitory to rest or study in the classroom, but you may not loiter in the school. There will be a student council with red armbands patrolling. If you are caught, you will be taken to the director of instruction's place and criticized and educated. And I'm sure that you won't be willing to bear the consequences of this. The words in parentheses are annotated in blue ink and are written very neatly. History from 2 to 5 o'clock. Free time from 5 to 7 o'clock. You may not go out of the school. You may wander around inside the school, but watch the scale. The text in parentheses is likewise annotated in blue ink. Late night study from 7 to 10. Lights out at 10:30. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at this class schedule and immediately noticed the abnormality. The first and most obvious anomaly is that there are blue annotations in addition to the words marked in black among this curriculum. This piece of paper was put on him by the director of instruction. Could this be an annotation written out by the director of instruction? Zhou Xiaochuan secretly wrote these down. So it seems that even though the parrot gave out the information that everyone inside the school was creepy, some of the creepiness could still be helpful to him. But within a day of coming over to this weird world, 3 people, the head teacher, Jiang Liangjin, and Principal Zheng, had shown him kindness, and the blue ink gives out words that are highly credible based on the information available now. For among the words of the schoolmaster had been mentioned, blue ink writes more credibly than black ink. It distorts the black, but it is afraid of the blue. The reactions Jiang Liangjin gave at normal times as well as abnormal times confirmed this. However, if a subconscious mind is formed and this is taken as true, it may lead to a life-threatening situation. Thinking about it, Zhou Xiaochuan decided to question the parrot one more time tonight, at the cost of the student union bed checkers. As for the other 2 anomalies here, that's the course schedule. I can't believe I only have history class in the afternoon, and the history class was 3 hours straight at once, without any breaks in between. Zhou Xiaochuan, however, remembered that when he had just entered the school, the campus guide that appeared in his mind specifically had an article about the history class and the history teacher. 9th, the history teacher is crazy. Make sure you stay away from him. When the history teacher tells you about the history of our school, You'd better not try to listen, or your spirit will fall into abnormality. The history teacher was mad and made sure to stay away from him, but there were 3 hours of history lessons in the afternoon alone. How could he stay away? But what really made Zhou Xiaochuan feel a chill on his back and a cold sweat on his body was still another irregularity. That's where gym class appears in the middle of this schedule. The last class of the morning is P.E., and it's 70 minutes long. This was completely different from the student guide that he had gotten when he first entered this copy of Weird Tales, which clearly stated that there was no gym class in their class. 8th. As a senior, you are only required to take language arts, math, English, and history classes. If a teacher from another class comes in the middle of the classroom, please excuse yourself as sick and leave the building as soon as possible. If another teacher comes into the classroom, please excuse yourself as sick and leave the building as soon as possible. But he's the P.E. committee member. One of the rules of the P.E. committee is to take the students to P.E. class. Second, as a member of the P.E. committee, you need to be well aware that this school only has a large playground located next to the cafeteria, and that there is no basketball court or small playground next to the basketball court. So if the P.E. teacher wants to take you to a class in a location that doesn't exist, please give your consent under false pretenses. The class will then be taken to the large playground by the cafeteria. What can be done when there is a contradiction in these two rules? Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the time. It is now exactly 7 o'clock. There are still 10 minutes under the morning study. There are still 20 minutes to start the language class. This question can only be a moment in thinking. After all, now get too little information to be able to judge the authenticity of the two rules. Maybe these two rules are true? It is also possible that both are false. And at this moment, these 19 rules that Zhou Xiaochuan had gotten, as well as the information given by the Director of Instruction and Principal Zheng earlier, once again made the world boil. There were still 5 other chosen that still survived. But other than Zhou Xiaochuan, all the other chosen were regular in their morning studies. And their morning studies even had the presence of a homeroom teacher. And there were still 40 students inside their class. They didn't gather as much information as Zhou Xiaochuan did. Even Prof. Bryant didn't get that much information. Chuan is awesome. We watched inside the live broadcast of the chosen one from other countries. They will only stay inside the classroom. Honestly, follow the rules. Play that same old thing. I want to ask if your old ways can touch Chuan. Oh, don't forget that the greater the gain, the greater the risk. Your Zhou Xiaochuan had once held the position of 4 class members. I think he doesn't know the sky and the earth. In the end, I guess even don't know how to die. How long do you think Zhou Xiaochuan will live? I think he'll be dead by the time he gets to gym class at noon today. And he'll last until the lunch break at noon at the most. Ha 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 ha. I feel the same way. This Xia person is just too arrogant. You people pretty much get it. Looking down on Chuan so much. But your Weird Tales Handling Bureau still collects the information that Chuan gets and sends it to the chosen one, doesn't it? I'll give you an old saying from our summer country. Put up the bowl to eat. Put down the bowl to curse X. Nasty. Shameless. The viewers inside the Weird Tales live room were swearing at each other at all times. And this had become the norm after the arrival of Weird Tales World. But just like what the viewers from other countries had said, the Weird Tales Handling Bureaus from other countries had indeed conveyed the rules Zhou Xiaochuan had gotten from them to their chosen. It was only because there was a restriction on conveying information. Only 100 words could be conveyed. So the information that these chosen ones received was incomplete. They only got the most crucial information. Or rather, the information that their Bureau of Weird Tales Processing considers most critical. The 4 remaining chosen are now Professor Bryant from the Lighthouse Country, Francis from the Romantic Country, Su Haolong from the Stick Country, and Dong Shuelian from the Sakura Country. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Rules for Class Presidents. Chapter 43, Rules for Class Presidents. After Zhou Xiaochuan returned to his seat, he didn't rush to do anything else first, but observed Jiang Liangjin. After seeing her still burying her head in her pen, Zhou Xiaochuan smiled and tentatively asked, Liangjin, isn't it true that every class committee member has that one rule that belongs to them? Upon hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's question, Jiang Liangjin snapped his head up and stared at Zhou Xiaochuan. After sizing up Zhou Xiaochuan for a while, and even looking at Zhou Xiaochuan a little bit furtively in her heart, she softly said, Yes, what are you asking for? Zhou Xiaochuan then tried. Then, can you show me your rules as class president? I'm just a little curious and want to take a look. Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Jiang Liangjin's eyes danced for a moment, then gradually became more and more bizarre. What did you say? You want to see it? From her mouth spat out a sinister laugh similar to that of the previous homeroom teacher, and Zhou Xiaochuan's heart jumped as he extended his hand inside the pocket of his school uniform, intending to take out the towel stained with Principal Zhang's blood and attack if Jiang Liangjin attacked him later. Although it was uncertain if this thing could cause damage to Creepy, But judging from the reaction of the white uniformed head teacher earlier, Creepy should be very afraid of this thing. However, with the passing of that sinister laughter, Zhang Liangjin's complexion became a little clearer again. She looked at the watch on her hand and the time was showing 7.5 minutes. There's still 5 minutes to go before morning study, so keep an eye on your classmates for me. Supervise them to study properly, and if anyone is noisy, you make a note of it. Tell me when I come back. I'm going to use the restroom. She then pulled out a packet of napkins from the middle of the drawer, and the moment the napkin was pulled out, an A4 sheet of paper was pulled out with it and fell to the floor. Only she didn't seem to notice this, and took her napkin and ran outside in a hurry. Zhou Xiaochuan's mind moved and picked up the piece of paper. This is an A4 sheet of paper with the rules of the class president written on it. She is helping me? She can't offer her rules to me directly herself, but she can offer them to me by way of this hint. Zhou Xiaochuan was instantly filled with gratitude towards Zhang Liangjin's heart. In his opinion, Zhang Liangjin's level of trustworthiness was now the highest inside this copy. She has offered him help many times, but she gave him this paper accidentally, which means he can't read it openly. It was essential to read through this paper and subsequently write it down before she returned. Zhou Xiaochuan gazed at the rules on this piece of paper and realized that the class president's rules were really a bit more than the other class members. Class president's rule number 1, as the class president, you should be the person with the highest overall quality in the class. You are the bridge between the students in the class and the class teacher, and you are also the class teacher's helper. Please make sure you are mentally healthy. Rule number 2, as class president, you have the right to order the students in your class to do anything for you, even if it seems to jeopardize their lives, so make good use of it. Number 3, your homeroom teacher is dead, so please don't believe anything he says. The only way you can communicate with him now is through a chat app on your cell phone. Any classroom teacher other than the chat app on your cell phone is not to be trusted. Article 4, as the class president, you are the leader of all the class members, and you have the right to ask the homeroom teacher to replace a member of the class if you find that someone in the class is mentally unstable or incompetent. Article 5, as a class president, please come to the class president meeting organized by the school every Wednesday before 12:30 p.m. in room 303, 3rd floor of No. 3 teaching building. Article 6, as a class president, you are required to always recognize the number of your classmates. Each class in this school has a total of 40 students, so if there is a discrepancy in the number of your classmates, please report it to the homeroom teacher immediately. Article 7, you are the class president, and you are the student with the strongest overall quality among the students, so please keep yourself rational and sober at all times. If you see a classroom that doesn't exist, a building that doesn't exist, a dormitory that doesn't exist, a playground that doesn't exist, or a student who shouldn't be there at all, tell your homeroom teacher, the dean of instruction, the president of the student council, and the psychologist at the same time. After the student council sends someone or the dean of the faculty to deal with the matter, follow the counselor to see a psychologist. Rule number 8, please make sure that you hold a weekly rules test in the class, which consists of having the students mime all the rules. Please make sure that each student mimes all the rules completely and correctly. Article 9, you are the class president. You are the student with the strongest overall quality among the students, and you should remember that everything we do is for the protection of our classmates, so if their lives are in danger, please protect them at all costs. However, your life is more precious than other students, so please preserve yourself well. Wait on with hope that everything will come to an end. It is the most benevolent being in the world. It is not as terrible as they say. Submitting to it, you will get great joy, great pleasure. If you continue to be so defiant, only endless pain awaits you. Hey 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 hey, hey hey hey, hey hey hey. After Zhou Xiaochuan finished reading this rule paper, he stuffed it inside Zhang Liangjin's desk without leaving a trace, then took a deep breath. This sheet of class president's rules was really much more complicated than the rules of other school committees, but while it was complicated, it also revealed more information. The first thing was that, as class president, she seemed to have a very close relationship with her homeroom teacher. After all, there were many rules amongst the class president's rules that stated the need to contact the homeroom teacher if something unusual occurred. But there are contradictions in the rules. The rules clearly say that the homeroom teacher is dead and please don't believe anything he says. But then there are so many rules that require the class teacher's help. The rules clearly say not to trust anything the classroom teacher says, yet they say the classroom teacher on the cell phone chat app can be trusted. This is simply self-contradictory. But, Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. This one contradictory point amongst the rules, instead of giving him a great deal of psychological pressure and threat, because the homeroom teacher has been taken out by him, what really creeps him out is, end of chapter. Chapter 44 Rules of Conflict. Chapter 44 Rules of Conflict. What really creeped him out was still the fact that the rules actually said that the class president could order his classmates to do anything. even if it seemed to threaten their lives. So what if the next time Zhang Liangjin was infested with weirdness? Instead of attacking him, he ordered him to kill himself? Why does the squad leader have so much power? Zhou Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes. He had now read 5 copies of the class committee's rules, which were different in many places, but there was actually one rule that was the same. That appeared on top of every class committee's rules. All you are doing is to ensure the lives of the whole class. And if necessary, your life is more important than the lives of the other students. So please wait on with hope that the day will come when everything will come to an end. The first 4 copies of the class president's rule are all the same, and this rule appears in all of them. Only the class president's rule is different, not having exactly the same formulation, but expressing a meaning similar to this rule in all of them. Among the rules of the class president, it says so. Article 9, you are the class president, and you are the most well-rounded student among the students. You must remember that everything we do is for the protection of your classmates, and if their lives are in danger, please protect them at all costs. However, your life is more precious than other students, so please preserve yourself well. Wait on with hope. Everything will come to an end one day. Everything the class council does is to protect the students in the middle of the class? Zhou Xiaochuan's intuition and experience told him that this was feared to be true. It was because after Zhou Xiaochuan had killed the class teacher and the 7 students, they had left crimson marks on the wooden floor of the class. And according to the rules of the health committee, the crimson marks must be dealt with in a timely manner. And if they can't be dealt with, the student body needs to be contacted to take care of them. For that matter, if the crimson mark was never dealt with, it was possible that the homeroom teacher and those 7 extra students would still be resurrected. At that time, the other students in the middle of the class might attract danger again. I'm afraid that what is proposed above these class committee rules to protect students is true. What's more, the 5 rules, together with the principal's instructions and vice principal Zhang's words, all mention the words wait and hope. This word Zhou Xiaochuan is a former life as the University of Chinese Language and Literature undergraduate students. Of course, know that is from the French writer created by the popular novel The Count of Monte Cristo. But such a strange world. And how can be in French writer created by the popular novel The Count of Monte Cristo have a relationship? Could it be that this waiting on with hope is the literal meaning of the word? The day when everything ends is the day of the college entrance exam? As long as you live until the day of the entrance exam, everything will be over? But if that was the case, then this time's copy of Weird Tales was too difficult. Surviving for half a year in the middle of such a difficult copy? In the previous Weird Tales worlds, there were actually not a few quests that required one to survive for a period of time in the Weird Tales world before being able to pass the level. Most of the quests even had the option of surviving for a certain period of time in the quest world to pass the quest. That kind of weird talk, though, is only 7 days at the longest, and the frequency of weird attacks would become correspondingly very low. It's completely different from this time of weird talk. Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was thinking, Zhang Liangjin had already returned from the bathroom. Zhou Xiaochuan glanced at the time. The time at the moment was exactly 7:10. Ding bell. The somewhat shrill bell for the end of class rang. However, the students did not want to leave the class at all. Not even those who went out to go to the restroom. Still sitting in the middle of the classroom, burying their heads in hard reading like dead people. It was as if they were not a group of living human beings, but just puppets who only repeated mechanical tasks. Seeing Zhang Liangjin return, Zhou Xiaochuan snapped. Liangjin, how many people do you think are in our class? Zhang Liangjin had just sat down when she heard this question from Zhou Xiaochuan. Her willow brows slightly furrowed as she seemed to be a bit unpleasant. You've asked me this question before, didn't I tell you? There are a total of 40 students in our class. But since the health committee member Ma Yu Xiaoma, 13 students have taken a leave of absence to go to an outside tutoring institution. So there are only 27 students left in the class now. I said, what's wrong with you? Obviously it's a question that was asked a couple of minutes ago, and you have to ask it again and again. Aren't you in a somewhat abnormal mental state? When Zhou Xiaochuan heard Zhang Liangjin's words, he quickly waved his hand and said, No, I just suddenly want to ask. Zhou Xiaochuan certainly did not ask this question without a reason, and that was because Zhang Liangjin's class president rules clashed with the campus guidelines imprinted in his mind. The 10th rule in the campus guide says, you are a student in the 7th class of the senior year, and there are only 27 students in the 7th class of the senior year. But that's what Zhang Liangjin's class rules say. Article 6, as a class president, you are required to recognize the number of your classmates at all times. Each class in this school has a total of 40 students. So if there is a discrepancy in the number of classmates, please report it to the homeroom teacher immediately. On the one hand, it says 27 men, and on the other it says 40 men, which is true and which is false. Xiaochuan, let me ask you, how many classes are there in our senior year? Without waiting for Zhou Xiaochuan to continue his thoughts, Zhang Liangjin opened his mouth and asked, "There's only 7 classes in all grades. What's wrong?" "Well, okay, then let me ask you again. Our academic and dormitory buildings, what's the highest floor?" Faced with Zhang Liangjin's question, Zhou Xiaochuan also reacted to the fact that the girl was questioning herself. After all, it was among the rules of the class president. Article 4, as the class president, you are the leader of all class members, and you have the right to request the class teacher to replace a member of the class if you find that the member is mentally unstable or incompetent. It's all on the 6th floor. What's wrong? Zhou Xiaochuan mother and child solo, which has seen this scene, immediately blushed. Luckily, though, the scene didn't hold for long before it was called off. Zhang Liangjin, Zhou Xiaochuan, my language class is already in session, and you're still making out here? Aren't you taking the classroom too seriously? End of chapter. Chapter 45, Strange Tales from the West? That's not right. Chapter 45, Strange Tales from the West? That's not right. Hearing this, Zhang Liangjin immediately broke away from Zhou Xiaochuan's embrace, then took out her language textbook and flipped through it as if nothing had happened. Zhou Xiaochuan, on the other hand, raised his head to survey the source of the voice. It was an exquisitely dressed young male, with a big back head erected, gold-framed glasses, a hint of a smile in his expression, wearing a straight black suit, looking very competent. Seeing Zhou Xiaochuan gawking, the language teacher's ruler tapped towards the podium and said, "I've heard about it. Zhou Xiaochuan, you didn't come to school for a week and ended up campaigning for the 4 positions of study member, health member, psychology member, and physical education member the moment you arrived at school. In that case, then you will now read this text aloud to me." Zhou Xiaochuan froze and hurriedly looked at Zhang Liangjin with a look of help. "A text? A senior in high school and you're still studying texts? Shouldn't you be in the middle of endless brushing? And, Zhou Xiaochuan just crossed into this copy. Simply do not know the teaching progress of the language teacher. Zhang Liangjin turned the language book to page 60 and pointed it out to Zhou Xiaochuan, who then turned his own book to the corresponding position as well. He picked the book up and was about to recite it when he realized something was wrong. The name of the text is called Strange Tales of the West. It starts with Rulai is dead, and all the gods and Buddhas in heaven are dead. In the world of Journey to the West, if you want to survive, you must abide by the following rules. There was no Sha Sang among the scripture-taking team. Porky Pig is very gluttonous. When he says he is hungry, please give him meat as soon as possible. The Monkey King doesn't always protect you. Buddha is not a human being. The true sutra has disappeared. There is no true sutra at all from Buddha. Please find the true sutra. That's the key to crack everything. Zhou Xiaochuan was stunned. The language textbooks in the middle of this world told strange stories? Zhou Xiaochuan, what are doing? Why don't you read? It's about to be the college entrance exam, and you're still making love to each other in school, affecting the studies of Zhang Liangjin, who is a good student. Tell me about you. Seeing that the language teacher began to scold, Zhou Xiaochuan immediately read. It was just that the more he read, the more groggy he felt, and the more he read, the more he felt as if he were about to fall into a deep sleep. Gradually, he felt the eyelids on his body fighting. "Master, this is not the way to fetch the scriptures. Where are you taking us?" Opening his eyes, Zhou Xiaochuan only saw a hairy-faced legong-mouthed monkey, opening his pair of crimson eyes and staring at himself with a deadly stare. It seemed to be filled with killing intent in its eyes. This is? Zhou Xiaochuan looked around, only to see that he was in a forest, and he was currently sitting by a river to rest. Around him sat a pig-like creature with a black face and short hair, a long beak and large ears, dressed in a short greenish-blue shirt, and a large man with ruddy, bushy hair of the elders, and 9 skulls hanging from his dark neck, and behind them, a white horse carrying baggage. Zhou Xiaochuan was shocked in his heart, and quickly looked into the water, and not surprisingly what was seen in the water was a big bald head that rubbed brightly. Reading a weird story about traveling to the West and actually traveling to the world of the West? So those rules you read before? Are they also the rules of this world? Could it be that this is also a test in the midst of this strange talk? Must you follow the rules of this textbook and then pass this westward journey? Zhou Xiaochuan was in deep thought, and at this moment, all of the weird talk live streams in various countries blew up. I'm going. What's going on here? Why is our Sakurakuni's chosen one? Winter Yukarin, falling asleep in the middle of a weird story? The teacher asked her to read the text, and she fell asleep while reading it. Francis of my romantic country too. Our Professor Bryant of the Lighthouse State has also fallen into a deep sleep, and he is now in the midst of the classroom with his head bowed, making a heavy snoring sound, and the whole class is looking at him with a very strange look, as if he were looking at an alien. There are 5 chosen remaining in the world, and all of them have entered this state. Just as the viewers were astonished, the screen turned in the live broadcast. In the live broadcast room of the summer country, What appeared was the image of the strange tales of the journey to the west that Zhou Xiaochuan was reading aloud just now. And the protagonist was none other than the Tang monk with a bare head. While the live broadcast room of the Sakura country, there appeared the Yachi Orochi weird tales read aloud by Winter Snow Lotus. And the live broadcast room of the Lighthouse country, there appeared the Jesus weird tales read aloud by Prof. Bryant. The live broadcasts in each country. The weird talk screen was converted from the Spirit River No. 2 middle school weird talk. It converted into another weird talk. Another weird talk that the Chosen had read about in their textbooks. At this moment, the Summerland's Weird Tales Processing Bureau, the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau, stared at the image in the display, worry in his gaze. A strange journey to the west? This is a mythical world. All the previous weird tales could be based on the real world, and this has entered the mythic world? He opened his mouth. In this journey to the west weird tales, each of them are gods and demons that can move mountains and seas. Zhou Xiaochuan, an ordinary person. It's hard to survive in this world, isn't it? There is also a sky full of gods and Buddhas transformed into weirdness. This, Green Mountain Psychiatric Hospital Dean Lin spoke. At this moment, even the most knowledgeable professor, he couldn't help himself at this moment. Is this weird talk too difficult? There's a weird story inside a weird story? You have to pass this bookish journey to the west weird tales before you can return to reality and pass the Linjiang No. 2 middle school weird tales again? Weird tales of the world. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the surrounding disciples who were showing ill will and impatience. And for a moment, he was a little unsure of what to do. Master, are we going to get scriptures from the west or not? It's almost dark now. Let's find a place to rest first. I'm starving to death. Inuyasha is hungry, which is mentioned in the first paragraph of the textbook. Porky Pig is a glutton, and when he says he is hungry, please give him meat as soon as possible. Piggy wants meat, but he's a monk. How can he bring meat for dry food? Should I cut off my own flesh and give it to him? That's got to be dead. Zhou Xiaochuan was caught in a dilemma, and at the same time, a huge doubt arose in his mind. There's still a weird story among the weird stories? You can't pass the westward journey before you can pass the Linjiang No. 2 middle school's weird stories? That's a bit too hard, isn't it? It's the equivalent of having to get through 2 weird tales in the middle of a single weird tale, and probably more than twice, because there can't be just one text in a language book. Moreover, this journey to the west is full of demons and devils, and the gods and Buddhas are inferior to dogs. Facing the gods and Buddhas turned into weird. This is also too superb. Seeing that Zhou Xiaochuan did not respond, Piggy's face grew worse and worse, almost growling. Master, I'm asking you words. I'm hungry. After saying these words, Piggy Beiji, who had a face full of black hair, slammed his pig's head directly into Zhou Xiaochuan's face. Piggyback looked at Zhou Xiaochuan as if he was looking at a delicious food. End of chapter. Chapter 46 Intentions of the Language Teacher. Chapter 46 Intentions of the Language Teacher. It's not right. This is absolutely not right. There must be a way of life in the midst of strange tales. There must not be a situation of certain death. If you really need to go through the Western weirdness in order to get back to Linjiang No. 2 and go through the original weirdness, it's too hard. Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly thought of a rule among the thousands of clues. That was the first of the classroom rules. First, students come to the classroom to learn, not to sleep. Please don't fall asleep in the classroom. And if you can't help falling asleep, please make sure to forget what you heard in your sleep when you wake up. Remember, it's just a dream. It was while reading the text aloud that he remembered that he gradually became aware of drowsiness, and then his eyelids became more and more droopy. And then he came here. He came here after falling asleep. This isn't real. This is the dream world. It's all a lie. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaochuan's teeth snapped toward his tongue. Ah! Zhou Xiaochuan let out a miserable scream as the scenery around him was fading. Sun Wukon's eyes suddenly exploded with golden light, and his body was filled with black aura. You're not the master. Who are you? Where did our master go? Hearing Sun Wukon's words, Zhou Xiaochuan's expression froze, his mouth opening and closing to say something, but his consciousness gradually sank, unable to open his mouth no matter what. Ah! Zhou Xiaochuan exclaimed, throwing the book in his hand to the ground. Zhou Xiaochuan, you don't read the text aloud in class. You can fall asleep while standing. Not only do you fall asleep, but you also yell and disrupt the class? The language teacher was very angry. The ruler was tapped and his eyes looked straight at Zhou Xiaochuan. Looking around at the bright classroom and at his classmates who were silently watching him, Zhou Xiaochuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Although this place was full of weirdness, it was better than the previous one, the journey to the West World. If he really held on to pass the Western Journey Weird Tales and then answered Linjiang Second Middle School, I'm afraid he would have died without knowing how. He took a quick glance at the textbook and scanned the entire text, then said, Ah, teacher! I screamed out because the storytelling was so wonderful and engaging. and squinted because I was impressed by the story. Not asleep. The corners of the language teacher's mouth twitched, obviously not believing Zhou Xiaochuan's words at all. Hey, I didn't realize that in the end, all four masters and disciples intentionally let themselves be contaminated by the weirdness, tricked Buddha's trust, went into the spirit mountain to save the corpse of the future Buddha, and allowed the Tang monk and the future Buddha to combine and become the real future Buddha Maitreya, saving this Western world. Zhou Xiaochuan sighed. Alright, who doesn't know this story of the strange journey to the West? I'm going to ask you a question. If you answer it, you sit down. If you can't answer it, it means you have a problem with your attitude towards learning. You're going to stand and read the text all the way until this class is over. The language teacher faded. Let me ask you, the bizarre origin of the Western world. What is it? He suddenly gazed like a torch, looking deeply at Zhou Xiaochuan, as if he meant something. What is the bizarre origin of the Western world? Zhou Xiaochuan froze. What exactly was it that was able to cause the gods and Buddhas in the sky to be contaminated to the point that the Tang monk needed to open a new world in order to put an end to everything? Zhou Xiaochuan's mind instantly recalled those ancient gods. But before Zhou Xiaochuan could open his mouth, he heard the language teacher shout angrily, "You still need to think about such a simple question? This is a simple giveaway question in the middle of the college entrance exam. The teacher who came up with the question tried his hardest to give you the score. And you don't want it?" He slapped his ruler and said, "Listen to me carefully. Knowledge is all connected. And even if your purpose is not to take the college entrance exam, this knowledge is still useful to you. The cause of the strange stories of the West is Pangu. It's Pangu who opened up the heavens and opened up the earth. After your class, copy the word Pangu 100 times, and make a good note of it." Zhou Xiaochuan nodded helplessly, but he always had a vague feeling that there was something in the language teacher's words. Even if your purpose isn't the entrance exam, this knowledge will serve you well? Was he implying something? Is Pangu the cause of the weirdness of the Western world? Pangu is the source of the weirdness of the Western world? But what does that have to do with this weird talk? Or is it that the knowledge he refers to is not that the cause of the strange tales of the West is Pangu? Rather, he was referring to something else? Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was thinking hard, the language teacher shouted, "Zhou Xiaochuan, what are you gawking at? Since you didn't answer the question, go ahead and read the text to me." Starting with the three strange kingdoms, Zhou Xiaochuan could only do what he said. Three kingdoms' weird tales. In fact, Zhuge Liang borrowed not the east wind, but some kind of horrible existence. The Bronze Sparrow Tower locks up that same existence. Don't trust Lu Zhen. He ate it. Red Mansion weird tales. What Jia Baoyu carries is not a psychic jewel, but water margin weirdness. Every time Zhou Xiaochuan read a weird story, he would fall into a bout of slumber and subsequently come to the world of the textbook. However, every time he came to this textbook world for a split second, he would grit his teeth and detach himself. So after reading a lesson, he was fine at all. After reading the water margin strange story, the bell finally rang. Zhou Xiaochuan collapsed into his chair as if relieved and took a sip of water from his water cup. Reading the text for 40 minutes in one breath had really made him a bit overwhelmed. But in those moments afterward, the language teacher didn't say anything else. Just let Zhou Xiaochuan continue reading. And after class was over, the language teacher walked out of the classroom. The language teacher didn't mean to target you. He was probably trying to tell you something. Just then, Zhang Liangjin looked at Zhou Xiaochuan and said, "I feel the same way. What do you think the message he's trying to tell me is?" This was something Zhou Xiaochuan had already thought of. Although there was not a single living person in this school, there were still some people who released goodwill towards him. For example, this Zhang Liangjin in front of him. However, they were all restricted by some sort of existential power, many times unable to give information directly. Zhang Liangjin smiled helplessly. "Honestly, I don't know. But he can't just let you read the text alone for no reason. You probably don't know him. Forget it. In these 3 years of high school, he's never drawn a single classmate to answer a question. It's always been a self-contained lecture." Hearing Zhang Liangjin's words, Zhou Xiaochuan was completely sure that the language teacher did have ulterior motives. But what exactly did he want to tell Zhou Xiaochuan? Ding bell. The class bell rang again, and Zhou Xiaochuan felt that this time for class to end seemed abnormally short. The time for class to end was definitely not 10 minutes, but at most 2 minutes. But 10 minutes had passed on the clock. The language teacher appeared inside the classroom again at an unknown time. He knocked on the blackboard and said, "Class, end of chapter." Chapter 47, Weird Tales in the Midst of School. What happened to Pony? Chapter 47, Weird Tales in the Midst of School. What happened to Pony? After the language teacher called class, he flipped through his book and then spoke. "So, today we're going to analyze, in depth." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhou Xiaochuan. "Teacher, I think it's not enough to understand knowledge from textbooks. but to combine it with our concrete life realities can better help us understand the knowledge in textbooks. Zhou Xiaochuan raised his hand, stood up, and spoke in a single breath, not giving the language teacher time to react at all. Oh, are you having a problem with the way I teach the class? It's fine. We can have opinions. So how do you want me to incorporate the realities of our lives? In the face of Zhou Xiaochuan's interruption, the language teacher actually didn't have any opinion at all, but instead asked very calmly. Zhou Xiaochuan paused, then revealed a smile. For example, all the weird stories we tell in our textbooks are far from our lives. Can the teacher tell us about the weird stories in our school? Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth. The language teacher at the moment was wearing a black uniform and could be trusted. He was also giving himself information if anything in the previous lesson. So Zhou Xiaochuan's opening now was testing the language teacher, to see if he could provide himself with more information. The language teacher looked at Zhou Xiaochuan and revealed a faint smile. I think student Zhou Xiaochuan's proposal is very creative. Then let's talk about the weird stories in our school according to Zhou Xiaochuan's classmates' opinion. At this point, the language teacher's ruler tapped and said very seriously, what I need to tell you, though, is that what I'm talking about is purely fictional, a created work of literature. You guys read and understand as much as you can about it, but definitely don't take it at face value. Our school is normal, as it should be. If you encounter something in the middle of the school that is not normal or even what could be described as weird, please contact your homeroom teacher, the director of education, the student council, or the psychologist. After saying this, which was something like a disclaimer, the language teacher opened her mouth and told a gruesome horror story. Our school had a student named Pony about 10 years ago or so. He was born into a somewhat impoverished family, with his parents working outside the home, and was raised by his grandparents. As soon as the language teacher opened his mouth, Zhou Xiaochuan extracted an extremely crucial piece of information from it. Pony, a student named Pony. Among the rules, it was mentioned more than once that there was not a single student called Xiaoma in this school, while the previous vice principal, Zhang Xiaochuan, told Zhou Xiaochuan to find Xiaoma before he could end everything. And inside this class, there used to be a student named Ma Yu, who was the original health committee member, only that he later took a leave of absence for unknown reasons. After he took a leave of absence, more and more students took a leave of absence to go to an off-campus tutoring institution. At least that was the case within the information Jiang Liangjin had told him. Xiaoma's classmates are more precocious than other students because their families are more difficult. He often wakes up early to accompany his grandmother to sell apples. However, the twine is made to be broken, and the bad luck favors the bitter ones. Because Xiaoma's family is more difficult and his personality is more introverted, so he became the target of some people's school bullying. At this point, the language teacher paused for a moment before continuing to speak. Oh yeah, let me add a bit. This Xiaoma student, is a student of senior class 8, which is on the 7th floor of the highest Yutsai building. Listening to what the language teacher said, Zhou Xiaochuan immediately pricked his ears up. Dude, is this story stacking buffs? The rules say that there is no Yutsai building in the school. The highest school building is only the 6th floor. There is no 7th floor. There is no senior class 8 in the school. And there is no classmate named Pony in the school. This story is going against all of them at once. The bullies, in addition to punching and kicking him from time to time and demanding money for living expenses, went even further by making him accompany them all the time to participate in some urban weirdness stories. They forced Pony to be the first one to participate in the urban weird talks and test the truth of the weird talks. Pony is thus forced to summon the pen fairy, participate in elevator stories, and so on. Luckily, none of the weird stories were very truthful, and nothing happened along the way. This also allowed the bullies to get more and more carried away. And finally, they came across a very hot weird story from a forum on the internet. The language teacher said here with a somewhat mysterious look, and then said miserably, the reason why this weird talk is hot is because the publisher gave a sky-high reward. As long as you film the whole process of this weird talk going on, you can get the 100,000 yuan bonus given by the publisher. Not to mention for a high school student, even for an adult like a teacher, $100,000 is a huge sum of money that's hard to turn down. But at that time, despite the heat, the only ones who took the video were the bullies and Pony and the others, because the conditions of this weird talk were just too harsh. The language teacher finished his next words in a single word. This strange story requires participants to enter alone into an abandoned building that must not have any sunlight coming in. Participants must then place 3 drops of blood from their palms on each of the 4 corners of the building. A candle is then lit in the center of the building. This candle, which cannot be a normal candle, must be a finger of the participant. Afterwards, the participant kowtows to this heel candle. Then they can be guided by the gods, and the gods will fulfill a wish of the participant. After saying this, the language teacher sighed deeply. These bullies, 3 of them in total, immediately tried to coerce Pony into going along with them to participate in this weird story after seeing it online. And the key thing is that we have just such an abandoned building inside our school. The school administration had planned to build a gymnasium on the side of the small playground and basketball court, but because of the money, there was no agreement with the developer. As a result, the gymnasium was abandoned after seeing half of it. At that time, many students liked to skip class to have fun in the abandoned gymnasium. Couples also liked to sneak into abandoned gymnasiums to do some unseemly things. In case anyone else was in the gym, the bully picked a perfect time to do it. That was half an hour after lights out in the dormitory. Because these three bullies were in the same dormitory as Xiao Ma, and the father of one of the bullies was the dormitory master. It was naturally convenient to give them a pass. It was the 10th of March when it happened, and the moonlight was very, very pale at that time, and the ghastly white moonlight shone on the faces of the four men as if the devil were dancing. End of chapter. Chapter 48 The Weird Language Teacher. Chapter 48 The Weird Language Teacher. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaochuan felt that vaguely everything was strung together. Abandoned gymnasiums. That's something not mentioned in the rules, but the small playground and basketball court next to the abandoned gymnasium are mentioned in the rules. P.E. Committee Rule Number 2, as a P.E. committee member, you need to be well aware that this school only has a large playground located by the cafeteria, and that there is no basketball court or small playground next to the basketball court. So if the P.E. teacher wants to take you to a class in a location that doesn't exist, please give your consent under false pretenses. The class will then be taken to the large playground by the cafeteria. The basketball court and the small playground next to the basketball court did not exist inside the school. The 8th class of the senior year did not exist inside the school. The 7th floor of the school building did not exist, and there was no student called Xiao Ma. But inside the story told by the language teacher, it all came out. If the story told by the language teacher is true, then he should be trying to somehow reveal the origin of the world of weird talk for me this time. Just according to this story of his. The ending is most likely that Pony managed to summon that so-called god and then made a wish to the god for the death of these bullies. Zhou Xiaochuan analyzed it this way, but he always had a feeling that this matter wasn't that simple, because if it was Pony who ended up making a wish to the gods, it wouldn't be so bad that an entire school would turn out like this. It's not like the other ones in the school have anything to do with him. Also, what about the parrots in the school? Why is it that a teacher dressed in black can be trusted and one dressed in white can't? Why would Pony spread to so many people if they wish to kill bullies? There's definitely more to the school's weird story than that. However, according to this story told by the language teacher, it is possible to know a general framework, as well as a basic head start, which is better than being clueless. Zhou Xiaochuan silently analyzed. Nope, it's so quiet all around? Why did the language teacher's voice stop talking? He stopped in the middle of his speech? Where's the most exciting and crucial part of the story? Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly realized that something was wrong, and when he looked up, he realized that the eyes of the entire class were on him, including the language teacher. That gaze was filled with greed and spite. Naturally, it's that guy named Mayu who gave his life to the Great Lord, allowing the Great Lord to manifest in this world. The Great Lord, you must also submit to the Great Lord for me. It is omniscient, omnipotent. It is simply God. The language teacher suddenly let out a hysterical roar as he ripped the black suit off of him, revealing the white shirt inside. Originally, you have waited until the last hope. I have let you enjoy the vacation forever, but in the end, you actually still do not know how to come back. Looking for death. After saying this last sentence, the language teacher was like a cannonball that had been shot out, and actually crashed straight into Zhou Xiaochuan. His facial features were very hideous. Black blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his 2 hands looked like the claws of a bird as they came at Zhou Xiaochuan. From the podium to Zhou Xiaochuan's seat, the language teacher only used 3 seconds. He was so fast, but Zhou Xiaochuan's speed was even faster. While the language teacher was speaking, he wrapped the towel, which was stained with Vice Principal Zhang's blood, around his hand, and then dodged sideways to avoid the language teacher's grab. And then his fist, which was wrapped around the towel, threw a punch at the language teacher's face. This towel stained with Vice Principal Zhang's blood was particularly lethal to language teachers. As soon as he touched it, he let out a ah. Then, with hands that looked like bird claws, he clutched his head and rolled around on the ground, crying in pain, as if he had suffered a great deal of pain. Zhou Xiaochuan naturally will not let go of this good time. He to the language teacher's stomach bump. He threw 2 punches at the language teacher's stomach. The language teacher stopped struggling immediately. Zhou Xiaochuan carefully removed the bird scratch that the language teacher had used to cover his face, and found that the skin of the place where he had been punched by Zhou Xiaochuan's fist had rotted away, revealing the white bones. This towel is extremely lethal to creepy. Or maybe Vice Principal Zhang's blood is extremely lethal to weirdness. It didn't take long for the language teacher's body to disappear into a puddle of blood. It didn't take a moment for this blood to seep into the floor either, turning into a crimson mark. Zhou Xiaochuan thought about it and took out the towel that was stained with Vice Principal Zhang's blood and wiped it on the floor that had crimson marks, and as soon as the towel touched the crimson marks, the marks disappeared. And the towel, which had been bright red, had faded considerably. The things incarnated by Creepy would turn into crimson marks if they died. And Vice Principal Zhang's blood not only did tremendous damage to Creepy, but also cleansed these crimson marks. Zhou Xiaochuan silently noted it down and then, according to the rules, sent a message to the director of instruction, telling him that he had encountered a teacher in a white uniform, and then he returned to his seat. The commotion that had just occurred was very loud, but the students continued to sit in their chairs and study without saying a word, not even raising their heads to look at it. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Zhou Xiaochuan almost ignored these classmates as they were basically just as dull and rigid as the NPCs with fixed programs inside the game. Other than Zhang Liangjin, the others were actually unable to even communicate. After he returned to his seat, he began to sort through what had just happened. The mutation of this language teacher just now happened after telling the story of the ponies. Everything was normal before this, and after telling the story of the ponies halfway through, he was suddenly contaminated by a weird contamination that tore off that black uniform that symbolizes a normal teacher, and fell under the state of being contaminated. The similar situation also happened to Zhang Liangjin. It seems that although some people in this world aren't controlled by the weirdness, as long as they divulge too much crucial information, they will be targeted by it and thus fall into madness. Zhou Xiaochuan analyzed. In addition to the story of the pony that the language teacher had just recounted giving Zhou Xiaochuan a lot of information, the language teacher, who had been bizarrely invaded, had also divulged a lot of information. It says Zhou Xiaochuan has waited until the last hope, has managed to leave the school, only to return. Could it be that the protagonist of the original copy of this Weird Tales has managed to break away from the Weird Tales, only to end up back in this Weird Tales world for some reason? No wonder this school is full of dead people other than yourself. End of chapter. Chapter 49 Advice from the Head Teacher. Chapter 49 Advice from the Head Teacher. After cleaning up the language teacher's blood, Zhou Xiaochuan sat down in his seat. His expression was a bit dull as he thought about what was in this copy. The students in the class, too, were like puppets, only knowing how to look at the textbooks on their desks, as if everything that had just gotten intense had never happened. Even if it was Zhang Liangjin, when Zhou Xiaochuan questioned her, it was as if she didn't hear and didn't react. Knock, knock, knock. After about 5 minutes or so, a heavy knock came through the door. Then a balding middle-aged man wearing a dark black uniform pushed his way in. That person was none other than Director of Instruction Suing Chun, and he was wearing dark black clothing that could be trusted. Zhou Xiaochuan, how long has it been? Why are you looking for me again? Suing Chun's voice was filled with impatience towards Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan hemmed and hawed, stood up, and slowly said from his seat, "Teacher, we originally had a normal language teacher during the first language class, but it turned out that when it came to the second language class, the language teacher came and attacked me in white." After saying this, Zhou Xiaochuan even revealed an expression of fear afterward, as if he was scared of what had happened before. "Well, if that's the case, then it's not too bad that you followed the rules and came to me to deal with this matter. Then, if that's the case, why is the language teacher missing now? Where did he go? Did any of the students get hurt because of this?" In the face of the Director of Instruction's questions that were like a barrage of questions, Zhou Xiaochuan smiled helplessly. "Where did you say he went? If I hadn't taken care of the language teacher, with this efficiency of yours, I'm afraid our whole class would have died under this language teacher." Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, the Director of Instruction's tiger body shook. "You mean you took care of the language teacher all by yourself?" His pupils widened and he looked incredulous. "Or what? He'd be reduced to a puddle of blood on the floor by now." Zhou Xiaochuan said, Blood water? Where is that blood water? I don't see a single stain on the floor at all." After hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, the Director of Instruction walked around the classroom, only to find nothing. "Director, if the blood remains here now, isn't it the crimson mark that the rules say it is? Crimson marks can't be left in the class." Zhou Xiaochuan then replied. The director was about to choke on him a little. You brat, don't act recklessly just because you have a little bit of skill. You look like this." The Director of Instruction looked at Zhou Xiaochuan with a complex expression, then let out a long sigh. "Inside this school, if you act too strikingly, it is absolutely going to attract its attention, and the deeper you attract his attention, the more difficult it will be for you to escape this school. There are times when it's better to step down and be a student, harboring a wait and a hope to the last moment. It's probably only good not to explore what's really going on behind the scenes of this school. After the director finished all this, he looked at Zhou Xiaochuan meaningfully. Zhou Xiaochuan was similarly thoughtful after hearing the director's words. Listening to this meaning of the director. As long as one doesn't go actively exploring the secrets of this school, but rather harboring the hope that by waiting until the last day one can pass this strange talk, his own many previous searches to touch the truth of this strange story were wrong instead? This way it will instead make it harder to get through the world of weird talk? Will it attract the attention of the original consciousness of the world of weird tales? Zhou Xiaochuan pondered over the words of the director of instruction. And just as he was gradually about to take the director of instruction's words at face value, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded in his head. It's not right. It's not right. Everything is wrong. The head teacher doesn't even know he's the chosen one. He thinks he's just a normal person in the world of weird stories. An ordinary student in this school. The average student at this school can leave by waiting with hope, following the rules until a particular moment, and then breaking away from the school. But what about the chosen one? Can the chosen one really get past the weirdness this way? And, the more Zhou Xiaochuan thought about it, the more he felt his cold sweat came out. Whether it's the parrot last night or all the things that have been going on inside the school in the past few days, they all react to one fact. That is, there is not a single living person inside this school at all. If what the head teacher said about waiting on with hope really worked, why had everyone inside the school, including him, died? Will waiting and hoping really get him past the weirdness? Or is it passive waiting and negative hope that only adds to everything? Waiting until the last moment. Is the dawn really bound to come? Zhou Xiaochuan furrowed his own brows as he thought of a blind spot. That's a fact that the otherwise normal language teacher inadvertently spilled out when he was weirdly invaded. The original Zhou Xiaochuan had once escaped from this school by virtue of waiting and hoping, but for some unknown reason, he had once again returned to the school. Could it be that with all the waiting and hoping for the end of everything, it won't come to a true end? Will the weirdness finally pull him back to school? After Zhou Xiaochuan figured it all out, he felt like he was much clearer through and through. Director, I know you're looking out for my best interests, but I have my own opinions. I'm not at liberty to say more about the specifics, Zhou Xiaochuan responded. On top of that, Zhou Xiaochuan actually has a concern. That is, the rules given out in the world of weird tales would definitely appear to be fake rules to confuse the chosen. However, as far as the information we've seen so far, the rules given out in the world of weird tales now are actually all true. At least Zhou Xiaochuan couldn't pick out a single fault. Even if it was a question of conflicting numbers, it could be understood in terms of original and existing numbers. So could it be that this time the fake rules that have appeared in the midst of the world of strange tales are working from this waiting and hoping? After all, this waiting and hoping is one of those strange stories that appears many times at once, and all of them are out of place with all the other rules. And this one recurring rule, while seemingly very simple, actually reveals a way to get through the level. By waiting through this weird talk? By not actively exploring the weird story? Are you kidding me? In the midst of all the weird stories, if you don't take the initiative to reach out and explore the hidden places in this weird story, then you will surely not even know how to die. After hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, a look of helplessness appeared on the director of instruction's face before reaching out to his back, actually pulled out a blood-stained white towel. End of chapter. Chapter 50 The Head Teacher's Gift Gym Class. Chapter 50 The Head Teacher's Gift Gym Class. Zhou Xiaochuan shivered involuntarily when he saw the director of instruction pull out this blood-stained towel. He could feel that the blood on top of this blood-stained towel was a much brighter, thicker red than the one on his hand. That is to say, this towel is much more powerful than the one he has. Looking at the director of instruction who took out this towel, Zhou Xiaochuan took small steps and slowly stepped back. I don't know if the blood-stained towel will do any harm, but you can't be too careful. Alas, Zhou Xiaochuan student, perhaps you have your way to break the situation. The director is already old. Here is really sunk for a long time. I can only give you some insignificant help. After the head instructor finished speaking, a slight sadness appeared in his eyes. He gently placed the blood-stained towel on the podium. Don't worry, no one else will dare to touch this towel. The contents within this towel are enough for you to deal with most situations. Even going deeper into places that don't exist can save your life. The head instructor held up his glasses after he finished. You don't need to be contacting me in the future when something comes up where you need to contact me in the middle of the rules. And if you still see me in school afterward, please be wary, even if I'm still in my black uniform. After he said those words, he resolutely pushed the door open and walked out of the classroom. Before he could recall what the director said, Zhou Xiaochuan rushed up and shouted, "Director, where are you going?" He realized that even though the door wasn't locked, he couldn't even get out of the classroom through the classroom door. Maybe it's because it's class time and that's the limit the rules place on students. If all things are equal, the truth is hidden where it is not. At the last minute, Travel to the Yukon again. The parrot will provide you with information. After saying those 3 words, the director outside the door let out a wail of pain. A lot of profanity then instantly exploded from his mouth. You triple X's. Don't think we'll give in to you. How could we humans lose to an XX like you? Just wait. You'll get what's coming to you sooner or later. You child-bearing no XX. The director's expletives drifted further and further away until they could not be heard at all. However, the information left behind by the director was very rewarding for Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan first took down the blood-stained red towel that the director had placed on the podium and placed it inside the right pocket of his school jacket, then sat back in his seat and began to think. The director's state probably couldn't support him anymore to continue protecting the students, so he gave himself the red towel that he relied on to protect the students and eliminate the weirdness. And he was afraid that he couldn't hold out early because he had revealed too much information and was invaded by the creepy. The director's departure meant that there was one less person he could turn to and trust in the school. The rules clearly said that he could ask the director of instruction or the student council president for help, and now only the student council president was left. As for the information left behind by the director of teaching, Zhou Xiaochuan has actually long been expected. The rules say that the place that does not exist, although dangerous, but also must hide the most important and most critical information. And this, the most dangerous, but also the most important place, is the director of teaching just said Yutsai building? Third, if you see the Yutsai building in the daytime, please do not enter it, as it does not exist on campus. According to the information made in the campus guide, the Yutsai building only appeared during the daytime. So if you wanted to go to the Yutsai building, then you could only go there during the lunch break in the middle of the day. However, the Yutsai building, as a place that the director had handpicked as the last place that needed to be traveled to, the level of danger must be far greater than the other places, so it was absolutely impossible to go there today. Zhou Xiaochuan now decided that today, he would head to the 7th floor of this teaching building and head to the 8th senior class, go to Ponyboy's previous class to find out what's going on. After the attention was set, a bell dinged and the language class was over. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at his deskmate Jiang Liangjin, who was still doing his homework even after class ended, took out the red towel that he had picked up from the student union side earlier and waved it in front of Jiang Liangjin's eyes, then laughed. Liangjin, I've decided. Let's go to the senior class 8 on the 7th floor of the teaching building at noon today and stroll around. I don't know whether it was because of Zhou Xiaochuan's words or because of the red towel in Zhou Xiaochuan's hand. Jiang Liangjin's pupils suddenly shrunk, and then he said with some hesitation, well, our school's teaching building doesn't have a 7th floor, and there's no senior 8 class in the senior year. You, don't worry, just follow me when the time comes. Zhou Xiaochuan directly interrupted Jiang Liangjin's words and gave her a confident smile. Alright then, I'll listen to you in everything. After Jiang Liangjin said this, he lowered his head and wrote his homework. After convincing Jiang Liangjin again, Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was much more at ease. The reason why he had Jiang Liangjin accompany him was because it would be too abrupt if he wandered around the campus alone. Of course, more importantly, Zhou Xiaochuan felt very clearly that Jiang Liangjin was different from the other students. The other students are basically monotonous, puppet-like people, but Jiang Liangjin is communicative in many cases. Moreover, Jiang Liangjin had shown herself kindness more than once, revealing a lot of crucial information to him, and she had also promised to do her best to protect herself if she encountered a bizarre attack. Of course, the most crucial thing was that even if Jiang Liangjin lost control, he possessed a red blood-dipped towel to give countermeasures. Ding bell, ding bell. I don't know if it was Zhou Xiaochuan's illusion, but he always felt that the time to get out of class was passing particularly fast. Maybe it wasn't the end of class. It was the fact that time passed faster in this school than it did in his real world. 9 o'clock. According to the information on the schedule then this class is English. What is English class? When it's about reading the rules and weird stories in a language book and then getting information out of them? As long as the English teacher who will come in later is a teacher wearing a black uniform, then he will definitely be able to provide useful information to Zhou Xiaochuan. The rules of the strange talk will not create an unsolvable situation. If the more difficult the strange talk is, then the help that can be obtained will not be less. Who knows? The next moment, pushed the door in a young man with an inch hair, facial flushing, with a very lewd squinting eyes. He shouted, English teacher, math teacher is sick. For the rest of the morning, all follow me to the basketball court next to the small playground for gym class. He was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with blood from who knows who hanging from the corner of his mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 51, The Gym Teacher. Chapter 51, The Gym Teacher. The fact that this gym teacher was wearing white short sleeves and no black uniform clearly had something to do with the shenanigans, and the campus guide simply stated that there was no gym class among the seniors. 8th. As a senior, you are only required to take language arts, math, English, and history classes. If a teacher from another class comes in the middle of the classroom, please excuse yourself as sick and leave the building as soon as possible. However, Zhou Xiaochuan did not have any way to take a leave of absence at all. Anyone could take a leave of absence, but not him, even if the rules required him to take a leave of absence, because he's the sports commissioner, and that's how the rules for sports commissioners are written. P.E. Committee rule number 2, as a P.E. committee member, you need to be well aware that this school only has a large playground located by the cafeteria, and that there is no basketball court or small playground next to the basketball court. So if the P.E. teacher wants to take you to a class in a location that doesn't exist, please give your consent under false pretenses. The class will then be taken to the large playground by the cafeteria. He had to take his students to the large playground by the cafeteria for class. Zhou Xiaochuan is sweating a bit. In the face of these two conflicting rules, he had been a bit at a loss for words, and had planned to deal with these two conflicting rules after he had finished his English and math classes and accumulated enough information. But he hadn't expected that the gym teacher, an old 6, would actually come to class early. The English and math teachers are sick, so English and math classes are switching to P.E. But it's senior year. Zhou Xiaochuan faked a smile. Okay teacher, I'm the new physical education committee member of the senior class 7. Why don't you go to the small playground first? I'll bring the students to the small playground later. According to what the rules said, he absolutely couldn't bring his classmates to the small playground with the gym teacher, so something horrible might happen. But it wasn't good for him to reject the gym teacher directly, so he could only think of a way to sidetrack the gym teacher. Unexpectedly, the gym teacher did not do what Zhou Xiaochuan wanted, but licked his tongue and looked at Zhou Xiaochuan with a salivating expression. You're a new P.E. member, do you know where the small playground is? And this school is extremely dangerous even in the daytime. It's better for me to take you guys there. Don't worry, I'm a physical education teacher, the most physically fit of all the teachers. I'll protect you. He subconsciously licked his tongue when he said the words protect. When he says protection, he definitely doesn't mean protection in the true sense of the word. But Zhou Xiaochuan also absolutely could not explicitly reject his request, so he could only nod his head and pretend to agree, and then think of a way after he went out. However, just at this time, one of the students suddenly stood up. Teacher, my stomach is a little upset today. I want to stay inside the classroom and rest. After the physical education teacher heard this student's words, he could only sigh helplessly as if he was very sorry. Alas, this student, it's too bad that there's no way to participate in gym class, so you can rest inside the classroom. After the physical education teacher said this, instantly another student stood up and spoke. Teacher, my stomach hurts a bit today. I want to stay inside the classroom and rest. After hearing this student's words, a dark aura rose on the gym teacher's face. Xiao Weiwen student, I remember that this is the third time you've had a stomachache since this semester. You've already had 8 headaches before. Alas, forget it, stay inside the classroom and get some rest. After this student's words, another student actually stood up and asked the gym teacher for a leave of absence. One by one, students, one after another, asked the physical education teacher for leave of absence. And in a short while, all the students except Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhang Liangjin actually succeeded in asking for leave of absence on the pretext of physical discomfort. Every time he promised his classmates to take a leave of absence, the black aura on the gym teacher's face became a thicker layer. And by now, the black aura on the gym teacher's face had even directly blackened his face. His face at the moment had a slight reddish color amongst the black, and his 2 eyes were also open in a bizarre way that was huge. Looking at these students taking their leave, Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly remembered a rule in the campus guide. 8th. As a senior, you are only required to take language arts, math, English, and history classes. If a teacher from another class comes in the middle of the classroom, please excuse yourself as sick and leave the building as soon as possible. These students among the class, like Zhou Xiaochuan, were required to follow the rules, so when they encountered the physical education teacher coming to physical education class, they directly called off the physical education class on sick leave. Even though I'm the P.E. committee member and the rules say that I need to bring the students to the big playground next to the cafeteria for the lesson, but as long as the whole class is excused, then won't this P.E. class not be able to go on? Wouldn't that directly defuse the crisis? The more Zhou Xiaochuan thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. Then he mimicked the way the other students did, stood up, and said to the teacher, Teacher, my head is a bit uncomfortable, probably because I didn't sleep well last night so I fell on a pillow, and I would like to take a leave of absence to rest inside the classroom. After saying that, the physical education teacher stared dead at Zhou Xiaochuan with a stare of prey. Oh, you're also not feeling well and want to take a leave of absence? After hearing the questioning voice of the physical education teacher, Zhou Xiaochuan screamed out in his heart for no seconds. After all, when the previous students took their leave, the physical education teacher had been dissatisfied, but still directly agreed. There had never been a situation where such a questioning had occurred. Yes, I really have a very bad headache. Even though I've just taken an ibuprofen, I still feel like I have an unbearable headache. Although he knew that the result might not be good, Zhou Xiaochuan still replied calmly. After all, even though it's pretending, it's important to act like you're pretending. Who knew that after hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, the physical education teacher's expression actually started to become more and more off. Oh, it's okay for others to take a leave of absence, but you, as a member of the P.E. committee, are actually taking a leave of absence too? As a student of this school, you should know that it doesn't matter if all the students in gym class take a vacation. Only the gym committee member and the class president can never take a vacation. Once you all take a vacation, then my gym class directly won't be able to go on. After saying these words, this physical education teacher stared at Zhou Xiaochuan with a deadly stare. The killing intent in his eyes was on the verge of condensing into substance. Being a student of this school, everyone would know this, and even remember it more firmly than the campus guide. How could you not know? Unless you're not Zhou Xiaochuan at all. Who are you? End of chapter. Chapter 52, The Name of the Gym Teacher. Chapter 52, The Name of the Gym Teacher. In the face of the physical education teacher's words, Zhou Xiaochuan froze, and all he could feel was a cold sweat running down his face, because although he was Zhou Xiaochuan, he was not the Zhou Xiaochuan of this world, and there was nothing wrong with the gym teacher's doubt. Who the hell are you? I've long since seen that you're different from all the other students inside this class, said the man, his head tilted to an extremely bizarre point. A normal person would never be able to twist their head to such a point. Tell me, what is my name? If you can't say it, it means that you're not Zhou Xiaochuan at all. Said the physical education teacher, slowly striding towards Zhou Xiaochuan. As he walked, blood from the corners of his mouth stayed down his crooked head in a horrific scene. Zhou Xiaochuan even felt that the so-called math teacher and English teacher were sick was just an excuse, a front for this gym teacher. And the truth was that the gym teacher had eaten the math teacher and English teacher. Say what do you say my name is? If you can't say it, The physical education teacher gradually approached, and was about to arrive next to Zhou Xiaochuan's seat. If you can't answer, you'll definitely get eaten by this gym teacher. But Zhou Xiaochuan did not have the slightest look of panic. His two hands were inserted into the left and right pockets of his uniform jacket, looking very tuggy, not taking this teacher seriously at all. Why don't you say something? How dare you ignore my question? As a student, where did you get such audacity? I think you don't want to die. The black aura on the gym teacher's face was thick as he gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. He was clearly furious to the extreme. However, this was not that Zhou Xiaochuan was really arrogant, but he was really emboldened. He now possessed two blood-stained towels that had a restraining effect on shenanigans. The one in his left pocket that he had gotten from the student council and the one in his right pocket that he had gotten from the dean of instruction. And now he wasn't afraid of this gym teacher at all. Suffice it to say, he was now waiting for the gym teacher to actually come to his side and deliver the killing blow. Just as the gym teacher was pressing forward, and Zhou Xiaochuan was waiting to be taken by surprise, Zhang Liangjin was quick on his feet and pushed a small written note onto Zhou Xiaochuan's desk. There were only 3 big words written on the note. Ding Jidong. This Zhang Liangjin, could it be that he was hinting at Zhou Xiaochuan's gym teacher's name through this note? Zhou Xiaochuan only briefly thought for a moment and immediately spoke. I know what your name is. Your name is Ding Jidong. After saying these words, the gym teacher's expression briefly froze for a moment, and then that head, which had been weirdly twisted to a certain point, returned to normal. Well, it seems that you really are Zhou Xiaochuan. It was the teacher who misjudged you. In that case, follow the teacher to the small playground next to the basketball court for class. The physical education teacher looked somewhat struggling. The look in his eyes was still incomparably resentful, but his body was unable to move a step towards Zhou Xiaochuan anymore. His eyes were still dead set on Zhou Xiaochuan, but his body was slowly walking towards the classroom's door. By the looks of it, he was clearly a million times more reluctant. Looking at this bizarre scene, Zhou Xiaochuan pondered for a moment and thought that it was a function of the rules. The rules in this rule weirdness, in addition to being useful to the chosen one, also had a great limiting effect on the weirdness. As long as he answered the trick question correctly, then Tricky couldn't do anything to him. Originally, he did intend to use the bloodstained towel and directly take on this gym teacher, directly getting tough with him, so that he could defuse the crisis of the whole morning, and also have 3 whole extra hours of activity time. But the downside is just as obvious if this is done. That would be the loss of the gym teacher as a breakthrough, a chance to investigate the non-existent basketball court as well as the small playground. He looked over to Zhang Liangjin and cast a grateful look at him. However, the current Zhang Liangjin had already stood up and left her seat, taking off her entire school jacket and wearing a short-sleeved school uniform. Even though it was just a plain school uniform, it emphasized her beautiful figure with a delicate quality. Ogawa, what are you waiting for? Get ready, it's time for gym class. After saying this, she took her own water cup filled with water and picked up Zhou Xiaochuan's water cup, went to the water fountain at the end of the classroom and filled it up, handing it over to Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan took the water cup and said thank you to Zhang Liangjin. Without waiting for Zhang Liangjin to respond, he heard the physical education teacher impatiently say, "Are you guys done? This class has already passed 5 minutes. Are you still going to have physical education class or not?" The gym teacher spoke in an extremely hoarse voice, as if he had something stuck in the middle of his throat. The two of them, Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhang Liangjin, didn't dare to delay, immediately striding forward and walking behind the physical education teacher. The physical education teacher's expression was a bit unhappy, but he didn't make things difficult for the two of them, Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhang Liangjin, but pushed open the door of the classroom and walked out. The two of them, Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhang Liangjin, could only keep up and follow him to the small playground. Although Zhou Xiaochuan had been told in the rules to find a time to escape, this current gym teacher, the way he walked was simply bizarre to the extreme, and Zhou Xiaochuan could not possibly have a chance to make an escape. This physical education teacher was actually facing Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhang Liangjin, walking backwards. His eyes were still dead set on Zhou Xiaochuan, and he could not hide the color of resentment within them. At this moment, the Summerland Strange Talk Processing Bureau, the director took a sip of tea and sighed lightly as he looked at Zhou Xiaochuan's situation above the screen. AI. Right now we can barely offer Zhou Xiaochuan any help. The situation that Zhou Xiaochuan has encountered is simply completely different from everyone else's. His exploration of this copy has long since left the other chosen far behind, and I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Professor, he nodded. That's right, Zhou Xiaochuan has already screwed over 3 teachers. The homeroom teacher, the language teacher, and the director of instruction were all killed by him, and he also got 2 bloodstained towels from them that have a restraining effect on the bazaar. This is something that none of the other chosen have gotten. The worry on the face of the director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Handling intensified. On top of that, the English and math teachers being sick, and all of the morning classes being in gym, is also something that didn't happen with the other chosen, who were all in regular classes. Perhaps the strange talk Zhou Xiaochuan is facing this time is going to be harder than all the other chosen. End of chapter. Chapter 53, Werewolves. Chapter 53, Werewolves. At this moment, almost half of the people who were watching the Rules Weird Talk livestream were in Zhou Xiaochuan's live room, for no other reason than because the other 4 chosen's weird talk was just too boring. It was just a rules and regulations lesson. However, the reason why the other 4 chosen were able to survive until now was also finally known by the viewers among the Strange Talk livestream at this moment. It's a simple reason to say, but it's pretty hard to notice if you want to. The 4th rule among the rules of the dormitory. 4th, the dormitories at this school are coeducational, so please do not refuse any requests from your roommate. Roommates are also students and need to abide by the dormitory rules that students should abide by. So naturally, not only does the chosen one need to listen to his roommate in the dormitory, it is the roommate who must listen to the chosen one inside the dormitory, and the 2 parties are naturally given checks and balances. And after getting out of the dormitory, the other 4 chosen used this rule to get their roommates to give the chosen a lot of tips and help, so they were able to settle down in the middle of the classroom at the moment. Among these 5 chosen, the only outlier was Zhou Xiaochuan. He was the only one who didn't teach the class in a regular manner, but instead got 3 teachers killed at once. It's still our summer country's Chuan who is powerful, unlike your country's chosen one who only acts as a turtle and cowering, not taking the initiative to explore the truth of this strange talk. Yes, this is what our Chuan brother calls a real man's behavior. What kind of cowardice have the chosen ones of other countries become? They've got no eyes to see. So what if your Zhou Xiaochuan from the summer country explores more? The more you explore, the more information you know, the more risks you encounter. Sooner or later, there will come a time when he will die inside this strange world because of his curiosity and exploration. You're cursing me again, aren't you? Cold knowledge, my brother Chuan could have broken away from the rules of Weird Tales a long time ago. It's just that he didn't want to break away from it. You should all know that brother Chuan once traded with the Weird Tales World Origin Consciousness, right? It's just that he doesn't care to trade with such things. Summerlander, if you don't say it, I really haven't thought about it. This Zhou Xiaochuan of yours actually refused the request of Weird Talk World. I deeply suspect that this Zhou Xiaochuan and Weird Talk World are in cahoots. Otherwise there's really no way to explain why he was able to punch and kick at creepy World of Weird Tales, Spirit River 2. Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhang Liangjin followed the gym teacher like this for a long time, and the gym teacher kept facing them squarely. walking backwards. Although this was indeed very strange. Over time, after realizing that the gym teacher did not show any aggression during this journey, Zhou Xiaochuan also relaxed his mind. However, his hands remained tucked tightly in the pockets of his shirt, ready to throw the bloodstained towel at a moment's notice. This section of the road to the small playground was actually out of breath long. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the watch on his hand and realized that without realizing it they had already walked for 20 minutes. From the classroom out of the teaching building, only 3 minutes. From the bottom of the teaching building to the student dormitory, only 2 minutes. But from the student dormitory to the back, want to walk to the small playground, actually 15 minutes have not yet walked to. If this was a college, then it would be possible. But it's a high school. Is high school that big? Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhang Liangjin they were currently weaving through a forest, and the sight of the modern buildings around them was all but invisible. In its place, there was an extremely primitive forest. Zhou Xiaochuan even saw huge animal footprints on the ground from this forest, and the size of this huge animal footprints, very much like the footprints of an elephant. Whose high school has a forest this big inside? Who has footprints like this inside their high school? Zhou Xiaochuan was again reminded of the strange dormitory stories he had seen before. Ninth, as a school, it is normal to have stray cats and dogs inside the school, but please remember that the animals inside the school do not talk, and the ones that talk are not the ones you see. As a school, it is normal for there to be stray cats and dogs inside the school, but for such a huge footprint to appear out of nowhere, it doesn't seem like a normal phenomenon at all. However, due to the restrictions of the rules, Zhou Xiaochuan could only follow the physical education teacher and walk towards the small playground. After about another 20 minutes of walking, until the moment the dismissal bell hit, the physical education teacher suddenly stopped and revealed a rather bizarre smile to Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhang Liangjin. The gym teacher licked his tongue and spoke. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the barren scene around him, not to mention the playground here. All around were giant trees in the sky. There was no place to move around. Teacher, is this the little playground? But where are we going to have gym class? There doesn't seem to be a place for us to move around. Does there? Is it hard for us to practice climbing trees here? Zhou Xiaochuan snapped. Who knows? After the physical education teacher heard Zhou Xiaochuan's words, as if he had heard some heavenly joke, he actually held his belly and laughed up to the sky. Ha 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 ha. Bringing you guys to gym class? You guys are really too naive as well. Don't you guys know that senior students only need to take language, math, and English as well as history classes, right? That's what's written in the student code. All the other students took a vacation. I couldn't do anything to these students due to its will. But you guys are really stupid enough to follow me to gym class? Ha 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 ha. To be honest, if we were on the road and hadn't entered this forest yet, I wouldn't necessarily be able to kill you guys even if you escaped. After all, it loves students who follow the rules. I dropped my head and kept staring at you guys just to scare you. But now, well, since you've already entered the woods, you'll have to be eaten by me. He 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 he. After saying this, his mouth turned into sharp fangs, and his eyes directly turned bright red, with a strong look of greed on his face, as if these two people in front of him had long since turned into delicious lambs. Not only that, the black chi all over his body had condensed into substance at the moment, and smooth and dark wolf fur actually grew out around him. He's actually a werewolf? Zhou Xiaochuan looked up to the sky. The sky actually didn't know when it had gotten dark. Obviously it was only less than 10 o'clock in the morning, and there was a scarlet full moon hanging in the sky at the moment. Full moon. Werewolf transformation? Zhou Xiaochuan couldn't help but take 2 steps back, ready to pull out the 2 bloodstained towels in his pocket. End of chapter. Chapter 54, Zhang Liangjin in red clothes. Chapter 54, Zhang Liangjin in red clothes. The gym teacher, who had turned into a werewolf, let out a wolf howl under the full moon. However, Zhou Xiaochuan didn't react at all, just looking at him faintly with slanted eyes, his hands in his pockets, his expression indifferent. Seeing Zhou Xiaochuan's reaction, the physical education teacher also froze for a long time. You guys are too stupid. If you had just obeyed the rules and directly escaped, I might not have been able to catch up with you. But now, after arriving here, it will be absolutely impossible for you to escape out of the palm of my hand. He then revealed a cruel and terrifying smile, and his mouth, which was already covered in wolf hair long ago, opened up and filled with the blood of an unknown person. Combined with the surrounding gloomy and incomparable environment, it looked horribly creepy. However, Zhou Xiaochuan was still looking as usual, just looking at him faintly with his hands in his pockets. You'll be killed by me soon, the gym teacher roared as he bared his sharp claws and teeth. Zhou Xiaochuan, however, did not have any reaction, still just sticking his hands in his pockets and gazing at him with slanted eyes. Not only Zhou Xiaochuan, Zhang Liangjin next to Zhou Xiaochuan also did not react at all. Since entering this jungle he did not say a word and seemed very quiet. This one got the gym teacher all rattled. They were already in a situation of certain death. How come they didn't panic at all? You guys, are you really not afraid of death at all? The gym teacher's voice hissed, his size gradually expanding to 2 or 3 meters tall as he snarled as he picked up a giant tree beside him. Zhou Shaochuan, however, just didn't care. Put out his hand that was stretched inside his left pocket, put up his little thumb, and hooked it at him. If you have the ability, you come over. Afterward, Zhou Shaochuan quickly put his hand back into his left pocket, sticking his hands into his pockets with an indifferent look. In fact, Zhou Xiaochuan's this was already an incomparable display of caution. From the school, he had entered an inexplicable forest that didn't even look like a modern civilized society. The time had also been misplaced into the night. There was a scarlet blood moon in the sky, and the gym teacher had turned into a giant werewolf. Perhaps this gym teacher was even stronger than the homeroom teacher he had encountered before. So Zhou Shaochuan had his hands in his pockets, and inside his left hand pocket was the bloodstained towel he had gotten from the student union, and in his right hand pocket was the bloodstained towel he had gotten from the director of instruction. Once this werewolf gym teacher tried to make any moves, Zhou Shaochuan would immediately throw the towel out. However, all these behavioral moves of Zhou Shaochuan turned out to be a great provocation in the eyes of the physical education teacher. He. Food like you guys, I like to eat the most. In that bird school, it has been controlled by it all the time, but I haven't eaten real meat for a long time. You can rest assured that I will chew and savor your meat. He. As soon as he finished saying this, the gym teacher came flying up with a single healthy step. He looked hideous and opened his bloody mouth, as if he was ready to swallow Zhou Shaochuan and Zhang Liangjin whole in one gulp. Just when Zhou Shaochuan was planning to draw out the blood-stained red towel in his right-hand pocket that he had gotten from the director, Zhang Liangjin next to him had already turned into a red shadow and flew out. Wait, a red shadow? Zhou Shaochuan quickly drew out 2 towels from among the 2 pockets of his clothes, and after wrapping his fists up, he took 2 steps back before he dared to survey the situation in front of him, only to see that the school uniform on Zhang Liangjin had turned into a tattered red dress at an unknown time. Her hair had also grown extremely fast from the original over-the-shoulder to waist-length hair, and her long hair actually wasn't draped behind her, but in front of her, covering her face. Her skin was also white and creepy, like a white sheet of paper, with some ulcers on her body. It could be said that her image instantly changed from an innocent, cute, sunny and gentle female high school student to a ferocious and creepy female creep. And at the moment, the red clothes on her body fluttered as she floated in the air, actually wrestling with this gym teacher who was disguised as a werewolf. Her figure did not get bigger, still more than 1 meter 6, but in the face of the werewolf whose body had swelled to close to 3 meters, there was not the slightest bit of inferiority, but instead, in the midst of this tussle, she actually vaguely occupied a slight upper hand. Her long, thin nails kept digging into the gym teacher's chest, while her teeth actually went straight for the gym teacher's neck. Ahem, what are you doing? I realized that I also didn't know that you and I are of the same origin. How about this? I can share the body of this Zhou Shaochuan in front of me equally with you together, and we'll eat him together. The werewolf's original hissing, hoarse voice was gone, and he was now speaking in exactly the same voice as before he had turned into creepy, and the arrogant look in his tone had disappeared without a trace, leaving only supplication. However, after hearing the werewolf's words, Zhang Liangjin seemed to become even more angry, and her voice was filled with a spiteful color, almost as if she was gnashing her teeth. What did you just say? Eat what? Zhang Liangjin frantically used his own teeth and bit the werewolf's throat. Her teeth, deep into the werewolf's bloodstream, took a bite into someone's aorta. Although her mouth had tightened around the gym teacher, her mouth was actually able to speak without being affected at all. Who do you say? You really want to eat? The voice was so cold that it seemed to come from the 18 layers of hell, and hearing Zhang Liangjin's voice gave Zhou Shaochuan a feeling as if he had fallen into an icehouse. Let us do it this way. We don't split it 50-50 anymore. We split it 70/30ths. Oh no. We split it 2/8. You 8 and I 2. Okay? We eat this human together. The gym teacher said coyly. At this time his previous arrogance had all but disappeared, and his entire person looked very shriveled. His original 3-meter height, which had swelled up due to his wolf humanization, had also curled down to about 1 meter. He didn't even have the same normal human adult male form that he had before he took on the guise of creepy. What did you say? Who are you going to eat? After the red-clothed Zhang Liangjin heard the gym teacher's words, she instead looked like she had gotten even angrier, her tone filled with resentment. You little girls, you don't go too far. Here after all is my territory. If there is no me, a mouthful of meat can't be eaten. Now let you eat 80%. You are still Ugh 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 ugh. Forget it, this person I'll give you all to eat. I don't want a bite. The gym teacher was helpless. The main reason was that he was simply no match for Jiang Liangjin, who had now completely degraded from a gigantic werewolf to the appearance of a wolf cub. End of chapter. Chapter 55, The Gymnasium. Chapter 55, The Gymnasium. Who knew that after he said this, he had instead completely enraged Jiang Liangjin, only to see Jiang Liangjin open his bloody mouth and swallow the gym teacher in one gulp. Afterward, a ball of black gas rose from the top of Jiang Liangjin's head. Zhou Xiaochuan seems to feel the bloody clothes on Jiang Liangjin's body a little more brightly colored. After devouring the gym teacher, this forest that seemed lush and almost endless disappeared without a trace in an instant, and the scarlet blood moon in the sky also disappeared with the disappearance of the gym teacher. Zhou Xiaochuan looked around and realized that he was standing next to an abandoned field. It was an abandoned arena building up to 4 stories high, with a huge battlefield area and quite an imposing build. At the entrance of the venue, there was a rusty notice with the word gymnasium written on it. This is the gym? The gym that the rules say doesn't exist in Linjiang No. 2. Zhou Xiaochuan looked around and realized that the place where he was standing was exactly the playground. The size of this playground, however, was far smaller than the normal standard 400-meter playground. If you look at it that way, this is the little playground. Zhou Xiaochuan stroked his chin and pondered. I didn't expect this gym teacher to actually bring him and Jiang Liangjin together to the small playground for class. It was just that he had dragged the two of them into a place similar to an illusion, trapping them in a seemingly endless forest. But it was actually still the small playground. Zhou Xiaochuan looked far and wide, and realized that there was nothing left at the playground except for him and Jiang Liangjin. But all around, the sounds of many students laughing and joking could still be heard. Although there was the sound of giggling, Zhou Xiaochuan searched for a long time and could not find where the giggling sound came from. Moreover, Zhou Xiaochuan noticed that the color of the small playground and gymnasium seemed to be a bit yellowish, but it was not dusk at this time. Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was thinking, Jiang Liangjin slowly floated down from the sky, drifting towards Zhou Xiaochuan's direction. Zhou Xiaochuan's complexion was filled with nervousness as he took 2 steps back, placing his 2 fists wrapped in blood-stained towels in front of his chest in a fighting stance. After all, the current Jiang Liangjin was truly frightening. The long hair that covered the entire face, the skin that had festered and corrupted and blanched, and the red clothes that were dyed like blood. Zhou Xiaochuan even had doubts as to whether he could defeat Jiang Liangjin just by relying on these 2 red blood-stained towels. After all, when she had just tackled the gym teacher, her performance was just too easy, and it could simply be said that she had crushed the gym teacher one way or the other. The sense of oppression that the gym teacher gave Zhou Xiaochuan was already very powerful and terrifying, but he was able to create such a large area of environment that was bizarre. At least the strength was a bit more powerful than the class teacher, and such a powerful gym teacher was actually swallowed into Jiang Liangjin's stomach so easily. Not only that, after Jiang Liangjin swallowed this gym teacher, his strength must have become even more powerful. How come I didn't realize this little girl was so good before? However, just as Zhou Xiaochuan was standing by, Jiang Liangjin landed on the ground, and then Zhou Xiaochuan only felt his eyes suddenly turn white. When she opened her eyes again, Jiang Liangjin had already detached herself from her previous bizarre appearance, and had changed back to her previous appearance of a bright and cute high school girl wearing a school uniform. She bounced to Zhou Xiaochuan's side, took Zhou Xiaochuan's hand and laughed. Xiaochuan, it seems like the physical education teacher has to leave first. The next physical education class plus the lunch break is 4 hours of free time. Where are we going to go to hang out? Jiang Liangjin smiles brightly, as if a normal early love high school girl, when she wants to secretly hang out with her boyfriend inside the school. If Zhou Xiaochuan hadn't seen the way Jiang Liangjin had just turned into a red-cloaked creep and devoured the gym teacher, he would have taken it seriously. He also really didn't think that this little girl could actually have such a skill, although she had long known that Jiang Liangjin was a special being compared to her other classmates. After all, she was her roommate and the class president of the entire class, and all the other students inside the class were like puppeteers who were not able to communicate. Only Jiang Liangjin was not only able to communicate, but also able to reveal a little hint to her from time to time, and even help him. Only, Zhou Xiaochuan had always thought that she was just an ordinary creep in the middle of the campus. At best, she was about the same as a language teacher. After all, he had always been able to suppress her before, but he had never thought that her fighting strength was actually so outrageous. With that red dress, Zhou Xiaochuan even felt that even if he took the bloodstained towel left behind by the director of instruction that hadn't been used yet, he wouldn't be able to defeat her. In the face of Jiang Liangjin's kind question, Zhou Xiaochuan could only force a smile and ask tentatively, "It's fine. Wherever you want to go, let's go. I'll listen to you." Jiang Liangjin, however, frowned. And the hand holding Zhou Xiaochuan's arm became even more forceful. You say you, a big boy, and you don't have any opinions. No, you have to tell me where you want to go shopping. Zhou Xiaochuan skimmed her face and realized that her face seemed to have become a little whiter than normal for her, and her skin had become a little wetter and more wrinkled again. And the school uniform she was wearing actually vaguely appeared to be the color of blood again. Zhou Xiaochuan's alarm bells went off in his heart and he hurriedly said, "Isn't this a gymnasium? Didn't I see on the rules of our school that there is no gymnasium inside the school at all? But yet there is a gymnasium here. I think it's kinda curious. Why don't we just go in and take a look?" Zhou Xiaochuan asked tentatively, while in reality, he had already clenched his fists long ago, ready to slam them on Jiang Liangjin's body if the situation was not right. Although Jiang Liangjin was his girlfriend, when his life was at stake, how could he allow compassion? Who knows that Jiang Liangjin frowned? Don't. I think it's too scary inside the gymnasium, and this little playground side too. It's a bit scary. This place is the place I'm most scared of inside the school besides the Yutsai building. I don't dare to go here now. Let's go somewhere else first. How about we go to the cafeteria to eat first? After listening to Jiang Liangjin's words, Zhou Xiaochuan sweated for a while. Didn't you say you wanted me to make a decision? How come I made a decision and you're denying me? Hey, woman. However, Jiang Liangjin's words allowed Zhou Xiaochuan to capture a key message. The gym is the place that scares her the most besides the Yukon building? With these words, was Jiang Liangjin implying that the gymnasium was the most dangerous place besides the Yutsai building, so that Zhou Xiaochuan should not set foot in it first? End of chapter. Chapter 56 Commissary Rules. Chapter 56 Commissary Rules. Jiang Liangjin could easily devour even a terrifying gym teacher like that, yet at this moment, he was cautioning Zhou Xiaochuan to never set foot in the gym? Of course, influenced by the Weird Tales world origin, or something else. Jiang Liangjin was not able to tell Zhou Xiaochuan directly, and all hints could only be as cryptic as possible. However, there was actually no need for Jiang Liangjin to remind him, because Zhou Xiaochuan himself could tell that it was not that simple in this gymnasium. Because among the stories that the language teacher had previously told Zhou Xiaochuan, it was in the middle of this gymnasium that Xiaoma's classmates had summoned the bizarre existence. It was very likely that Xiaoma's classmate, too, had died in the middle of the gymnasium. The importance of this gymnasium in this strange story cannot be overstated. Of course, accordingly, there is definitely a very scary danger lurking inside. Zhou Xiaochuan decided that it would be better to explore this school for a little while longer, and after learning more information, he would come back to explore this gymnasium. So, he smiled and said to Jiang Liangjin, "I also want to eat. It just so happens that we haven't even eaten breakfast yet in the morning in order to catch up with our early morning study. But it's only 10 o'clock. Is there any food inside the cafeteria?" Jiang Liangjin nodded his head full of concern. "Of course there is. Our school is different from other schools. As long as you want to eat, there will be food in the cafeteria no matter what time of the day. Hey, come on, let's go to the cafeteria. I'm starving." After Jiang Liangjin finished his words, he grabbed Zhou Xiaochuan's hand and ran towards the cafeteria. At this moment in the school, in addition to Zhou Xiaochuan and Jiang Liangjin actually cannot see other students and teachers. As if the large school, only Jiang Liangjin and Zhou Xiaochuan, two people. The two of them ran wildly through the middle of the school, which was so quiet that even the sounds of students reading and teachers in class couldn't be heard. Zhou Xiaochuan and Jiang Liangjin ran for a while and finally ran from the school building to the cafeteria. This cafeteria is decorated to pick up and run down, and there are actually cobwebs in the corners of the doorway, and outside the cafeteria, there was a kiosk. Zhou Xiaochuan instantly remembered the way the parrot had told him earlier to avoid the student union checking inside the dormitory at night. That would be a trip to the school kiosk for a new lock. "Liangjin, you wait here for a while, I'll go to the kiosk to buy a new lock. The locks in our dormitory seem to be broken. Do you remember last night? We obviously locked the door, but the dormitory checkers were still able to get in? It's still quite dangerous to think about." After Jiang Liangjin heard Zhou Xiaochuan's words, he just nodded and said, "Then I'll wait for you at the entrance of the cafeteria. I don't feel comfortable with you going into the cafeteria alone." Hearing Jiang Liangjin's words, Zhou Xiaochuan's heart jumped. What's that supposed to mean? You don't trust me to go to the cafeteria alone? Could it be that there is great danger, great terror, in the midst of the cafeteria? Zhou Xiaochuan looked deeply at Jiang Liangjin standing at the entrance of the cafeteria. This time of the day it was 10 o'clock in the morning. The weather was very sunny. The bright sunlight irradiated on Jiang Liangjin's face, appearing to be very bright and colorful. And behind her, the cafeteria could be seen roughly through the glass doors. It was no different from a normal school cafeteria, with one window for taking meals already. Isn't it just going to the cafeteria for a meal? What's so unsettling about it? Could there be something inside the cafeteria? Zhou Xiaochuan asked tentatively. Although, he knew that Zhang Liangjin was not able to reveal too much information to him because of the limitations of the rules, but even getting the little information that Zhang Liangjin had vaguely revealed was extremely helpful. Who knew that after Zhang Liangjin heard Zhou Xiaochuan's words, she just blankly glanced at him, then spoke, "If we enter the cafeteria together later, there will be rules at the entrance of the cafeteria, so as long as we abide by the rules of the cafeteria, the dangers we encounter can be reduced." Reduce the dangers encountered? That is to say, inside the school cafeteria, even if you follow the rules, you can still be in danger? Zhou Xiaochuan was still trying to figure out the meaning of Zhang Liangjin's words. Zhang Liangjin impatiently pushed Zhou Xiaochuan. Hurry up! Hurry up! Don't you want to go to match the locks for our dormitory? Hurry up and go! I'll wait for you here. I'm already starving. I didn't even eat breakfast. Seeing Zhang Liangjin like this, Zhou Xiaochuan vaguely felt something wrong in his heart. The Zhang Liangjin before couldn't wait to stick with himself every day, but now it seems like he wants to drive himself away. However, there was nothing else he could do but take one step at a time, so he headed into the kiosk in front of the school cafeteria. As soon as he entered the kiosk, he saw the older man sitting at the kiosk cash register. This Moncler outlet store has an inch hair, a refined face, and looks very energetic. Moncler outlet online. Seeing Zhou Xiaochuan walk in, he immediately coughed twice, patted the cashier's table, and shouted, "Classmate, what do you want to do in the kiosk?" When Zhou Xiaochuan heard this, he was still a bit puzzled. What else could he do if he didn't come to the kiosk to buy something? However, in the next second, Zhou Xiaochuan understood this kiosk grandpa's intentions. He tapped the table because there was a red notice paper on it. Rules of the Rincon 2 Commissary. Hello classmates, as a student of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, you can buy almost everything you need in the kiosk, except that in order to ensure the long-term operation of the kiosk, you need to be among the kiosk and follow some rules. First, as a student, please come to the kiosk during class time or break time. If you are in danger during class time or break time, then you can take refuge in the kiosk for a while. However, please do not come to the kiosk during class time. Secondly, there is no foodstuff called sauerkraut beef-flavored instant noodles, let alone roasted starch sausages, in the kiosk. Third, if a kiosk owner sells you instant noodles with sauerkraut and beef flavor or grilled starch sausage, refuse him. Go straight out of the kiosk and do not turn around no matter what he says. After leaving the kiosk, go to the cafeteria immediately. Fourth, in order to keep the kiosk in order, only 2 people can be in the kiosk at the same time. The kiosk attendant is very dedicated and will not leave his or her post. So when you see someone other than the attendant in the kiosk, go straight out of the kiosk and go to the cafeteria. Also, since only 2 people can be in the kiosk at the same time, do not enter the kiosk with your partner. Fifth, the value of the existence of the commissary is to serve the students. The commissary never exists to kill classmates or to do things that are harmful to them. Have fun shopping among the kiosks. I'm sure you'll feel the care and warmth of the school here. End of chapter. Chapter 57, The Grandpa's Deal. Chapter 57, The Grandpa's Deal. Commissary rules? Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. It seemed like he had violated one of the rules from the first moment he entered. He took out his cell phone and looked at the time on it. It was exactly 10:11. The time for class. It was time for gym class. And even though the gym teacher was no longer there, he shouldn't be in the commissary during school hours. According to the rules, first, as a student, please come to the commissary during class time or break time. If you are in danger during class time or break time, then you can take refuge in the kiosk for a while, but please do not come to the kiosk during class time. This rule, if true, would make the kiosk arguably as much of a student sanctuary as the study rooms on the 6th floor of the school library. I'm entering the kiosk during class time now, and I don't seem to have encountered any dangers. If I encountered any tricky dangers that would be difficult to deal with, Zhang Liangjin wouldn't have just let me go in like that. Zhou Xiaochuan fixed his mind and spoke. Grandpa, it's like this. The door lock of my dormitory is broken. I want to get a new one. The grandfather raised his head from the recliner, sized up Zhou Xiaochuan, and spoke without haste. The door lock. I have it here, but it's very expensive. After saying that, he pulled out a metal lock from among the drawers and placed it on the table. Moncler, it's fine. I'm willing to buy it for any amount of money, as long as it's within a reasonable price. Hearing Moncler Outlet Store the words, Zhou Xiaochuan was not surprised and promised. Moncler Outlet Store, that's really normal. For practical reasons, there is no kiosk that opens inside a school that isn't expensive. And in terms of rule weirdness, the door lock is obviously an important prop, because if you have it, it's the equivalent of spending time in the dormitory without having to pay attention to the student council's bed checks. From what I've seen so far, the chosen are the only ones in their dorms who will be attacked by the occasional creepy infestation outside of closing the balcony windows. but the roommate attacks are better dealt with. The biggest reason why the chosen one was struggling in the middle of the dormitory was that they needed to face the student council's bed check. That checking the dormitory outside of the specified time was clearly abnormal, and if one was still active in the dormitory during their checking time, they would clearly encounter an attack. This resulted in the chosen one only being able to lie in bed during their time inside the dormitory, wasting so much time for nothing. But getting this door lock solves all that, so the difficulty of getting such an important prop must not be low. After hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, he greedily licked his lips and spoke. I'm not short of money. I can give you this door lock directly. I just need you to help me bring one thing. After Moncler Outlet Store saying that, he took out another golden key from among his pockets and pushed it in front of Zhou Xiaochuan along with the door lock. Moncler Outlet Store online. I can give you the lock and the key to the door lock first. I just need you to bring me one thing. But you must bring it to me within a day or else. Moncler Outlet Store. A sinister laugh escaped. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the door lock and key in front of him and felt a bit of a dilemma. It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. If this Moncler Outlet Store charge a very high price to sell this door lock, Zhou Xiaochuan would not be alarmed instead. But this Moncler Outlet Store actually gave the door lock and key directly to himself. Then there is a big problem. In the middle of the weird world, how could you possibly get such a powerful prop so easily? And this Moncler Outlet Store also gave him a request. It said it was bringing one thing, so that one thing would never be simple. Even for that matter, trying to bring this thing to Moncler Outlet Store you will definitely encounter great danger. Otherwise Moncler Outlet Store it would inevitably not be so simple to hand over the key and door lock to himself. I'm Moncler. Don't know what you want me to bring you. Let me see. If it is within my power, I will help you bring it. Zhou Xiaochuan spoke tentatively. Who knows? After Zhou Xiaochuan finished the sentence, Moncler Outlet Store he actually stood up directly from the recliner, and put the key and door lock into Zhou Xiaochuan's pocket in a swift manner. Zhou Xiaochuan only felt that his body seemed to have been struck by a bolt of lightning, and an endless chill surged up from his heart. The chill came from the very key and lock that had been Moncler Outlet Store put in his pocket. Zhou Xiaochuan just put his hand out of his pocket, wanting to take this key and door lock out and return it to the grandpa, but as soon as he touched the key and door lock, his hand quickly popped away as if he had been electrocuted. Moncler Outlet Online. Long ago, he lay down on his recliner again, a pair of eyes seemingly smiling and staring at Zhou Xiaochuan. It's useless. I gave this door lock and key to you. It has already been considered to have signed an agreement with you. This key and door lock are already yours. And you, too, must help me bring back what I want within a day. Moncler Outlet Online. There was a pause, and his eyes went toward Zhou Xiaochuan's pockets. You actually have 2 contaminants, so you should be able to barely fulfill my deal as well. Zhou Xiaochuan was horrified. It is not difficult to know. Moncler Outlet Online. The pollutants in his mouth. It is Zhou Xiaochuan pocket inside the 2 bloodstained towels. This Moncler Outlet Store can actually detect that he has a bloodstained towel on his body? In Zhou Xiaochuan's heart, his vigilance towards this Moncler Outlet Store has gone up another level. Grand Master, I wonder what you want me to bring back for you? Zhou Xiaochuan asked tentatively. A greedy look suddenly shot out from within Moncler Outlet Store, the eyes that seemed to be laughing. I want meat. I want mutton. I want mutton from window number 4 of the cafeteria. Within a day. You have to get me the mutton from the side of window number 4 in the cafeteria. Moncler Outlet Online. The previous calm and wise is gone. He spoke in a very urgent voice, giving Zhou Xiaochuan the feeling as if it was one of those addicts seen inside the movie who are addicted. Okay, Moncler. I know. Then I'll leave first. I promise to bring you back the mutton within a day. My classmates are still waiting for me. I'll leave first. Bye. Zhou Xiaochuan didn't want to stay here in this kiosk for a moment. Although Moncler Outlet Store he hadn't shown pure malice towards him yet, but from all appearances, this Moncler Outlet Store wasn't simple. Who knows? After hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, the Moncler Outlet Store suddenly came back to his senses and mysteriously said to Zhou Xiaochuan, Hey, classmate, don't be busy leaving yet. Our store's instant noodles flavored with pickled vegetables are delicious. Do you want one? The starch sausage in our store isn't bad either. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaochuan's heart jumped. Surely there was no way to get out of this kiosk so easily. End of chapter. Chapter 58, Forced Buying and Selling. Chapter 58, Forced Buying and Selling. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately looked at the rule paper after hearing Moncler Outlet Store the words. The piece of rule paper on which the rules of the commissary were written is still on the table, next to the Moncler Outlet Store hand, where the rules among the commissary are clearly noted. Second, there is no food named sauerkraut beef-flavored instant noodles, let alone roasted starch sausage, in the kiosk. Third, if a kiosk owner sells you instant noodles with sauerkraut and beef flavor or grilled starch sausage, refuse him. Walk straight out of the kiosk and don't turn around no matter what he says. After leaving the kiosk, go to the cafeteria immediately. Now Moncler outlet store, it is obvious that he is selling him pickled beef-flavored instant noodles. Oh, Moncler, I'm sorry, I'm not much of an instant noodle eater, and I'm on a date to go to the cafeteria with my classmates. Zhou Xiaochuan hastily refused and then walked straight towards the door. Who knows? Moncler outlet store actually stood up from the chair and pulled Zhou Xiaochuan's hand. Classmate, I can give you a bucket of sauerkraut and beef-flavored instant noodles to try for free, and I'll also give you 2 starch sausages. Seeing as you come to me often, you can eat them in the middle of the dormitory when you're hungry at night. The Moncler outlet store grabbed Zhou Xiaochuan's hand and unrelentingly hung a red bag on Zhou Xiaochuan's wrist. Moncler outlet store won't harm you. This old alters sauerkraut flavor instant noodles, but the instant noodles among the best in addition to this starch intestines. Very delicious. You are young, still growing your body. You should eat more of this healthy food, and eat less of those unhealthy meals from the school cafeteria. Moncler outlet store said relentlessly, while his hand tugged Zhou Xiaochuan even tighter. Zhou Xiaochuan heart a burst of slander. This Moncler outlet store, in order to promote their own store, is really anything? Actually, even instant noodles and starch sausage such as junk food is healthy, can be said. However, he remembered the rule of walking straight out of the kiosk. His head still did not turn back, and his feet were still moving towards the outside of the kiosk. However, his body was now under Moncler outlet store control and there was no way for him to take a step forward, which made his whole appearance look very strange. Master, I really don't need these 2 things. Just keep them for yourself and sell them to someone else. I don't like them. Thank you for your kindness. Zhou Xiaochuan then refused. Who knows? After saying this, the Moncler outlet store face changed. What do you mean? Melon child, would your grandpa still harm you? If you're told to take it, you take it. Where's all the talk? Do you think that with those 2 contaminants, you can run amok in the middle of this school? Moncler outlet online, the tone of his voice instantly became grim. It seemed that if Zhou Xiaochuan didn't accept this old alter sauerkraut beef instant noodles and starch sausage, he was going to beat Zhou Xiaochuan up on the spot. From his tone, although it did not reveal a piercing killing intent, it made Zhou Xiaochuan feel a chill. After remembering Moncler outlet online his previous behavior, as well as the fact that Moncler outlet online he actually knew that Zhou Xiaochuan possessed those 2 bloodstained towels, Zhou Xiaochuan could only agree. Moncler outlet online. Then I'll respectfully accept what you've given me. After saying that, he took the red bag containing the old sauerkraut-flavored instant noodles as well as the starchy sausage that Moncler outlet store had given him in his hand. The moment Zhou Xiaochuan made this move, Moncler outlet store he let go of Zhou Xiaochuan's hand, and Zhou Xiaochuan immediately felt that the 1,000 pounds of pressure on his body disappeared. Classmate, don't forget the deal between the 2 of us. It's now 10:23. If you haven't been able to bring me the mutton inside the cafeteria by 10:23 tomorrow, you'll be killed by that door lock. Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was about to walk out of the doorway of the kiosk, Moncler outlet online he finished the sentence in a flat tone. Trust me, no one inside this school will be able to save you if they don't fulfill the deal I made with you. After listening to Moncler outlet store this sentence, Zhou Xiaochuan walked out of this kiosk with a heavy heart. He had certainly anticipated before that there would be danger among the kiosks, but he hadn't thought that there would actually be such a dangerous Moncler outlet online shop among the kiosks. If the language teacher was a creep that he or she could easily deal with, the homeroom teacher and the gym teacher were creeps that he or she would have to pay a price to deal with. But this commissary Moncler outlet store, I am afraid that Zhou Xiaochuan currently has no way to deal with the bazaar. And what he said about no one inside this school being able to right themselves if they didn't get the deal done, odds were it was true. It's an extremely scary curse. Zhou Xiaochuan touched the door lock amongst the pockets of his school jacket, only to feel a bone-chilling chill surging through his heart. If you want to fight this curse hard, unless you become psychotic again. But for some reason, since entering this weird talk, he felt much more mentally lucid, and he was even able to think logically in a very complex way. And his paranoia is only triggered in a moment of crisis. This question was not only puzzled by Zhou Xiaochuan, but also by the entire network watching Weird Tales, as well as the Weird Tales handling bureau. I'm not sure if you've noticed that my brother Chuan seems to have recovered from his mental illness, but I'm not sure if you've noticed that I've recovered from my mental illness. Last copy, he was fantasizing that he was the first emperor of Qin, but now that he's in this copy, he's acting like a normal person, reasoning, taking risks, and being cautious. It's and the rigor of Chuan's reasoning. I feel like it's no match for Professor Bryant next door. Did the world of weird stories really cure his mental illness? Come on, and cured his mental illness. Do you remember last night when Zhou Xiaochuan's roommate wanted to kill Zhou Xiaochuan because Zhou Xiaochuan didn't know her name? The result was that Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly had a psychotic episode and cried out for her mom, and she instantly stopped moving? Do you guys still remember this morning's class teacher because Zhou Xiaochuan didn't call the director of instruction to preside over the class committee change ceremony? but instead let the class teacher preside over the ceremony himself. So the class teacher suddenly bizarrely transformed and tried to devour Zhou Xiaochuan, and as a result, he was knocked down by Zhou Xiaochuan with a few dry punches? If you ask me, this guy is not recovering from his mental illness, but his mental illness has gotten even worse. He can control whether he is mentally ill or not anytime, anywhere, and at this very moment, the Summerland's Bureau of Weird Tales Handling is taking on this very topic. I don't think it's Zhou Xiaochuan's psychosis that's disappeared, or really diminished, but rather this copy of Weird Tales that has weakened the Chosen One's talent. As the electric stick brother Hogwoyu, who had cleared 9 times of weird stories, he naturally had the most to say about this kind of thing. End of chapter. Chapter 59, The Disappearing Zhangliang Jin. Chapter 59, The Disappearing Zhangliang Jin. After Hogwoyu stated this conclusion, it immediately caused a discussion in the Weird Tales Handling Bureau. Xiao Ho, why do you say that? I clearly feel that it is Zhou Xiaochuan who has taken his mastery over his talent to a higher level, and is controlling his talent on his own. Last time, during the strange talk in Boulder Village, he was unable to control his talent and kept himself in a state of chaotic mental illness. But this time, his mental illness only triggers when he's in danger, which looks more like he's actively controlling his mental illness. Professor He, who was resting his cheeks on one side, spoke. Hogwoyu was silent for a while, then continued to speak. Do you guys remember the knockout ghost weird tales of Dachang City? Which was my last weird tale. Within that weird talk, my talent was weakened and reduced to the extreme by the world of weird talks. It simply couldn't be utilized in the same way as the first few weird tales. He paused, then said, since all of our talents are required to be kept secret, I can't reveal to you guys what exactly my talent is, but I can tell you all very clearly that from my experience of participating in the weird tales, the 4 chosen who have survived other than Zhou Xiaochuan have not used their talents. Whether it's Professor Bryant of the Lighthouse Country, Su Haolong of the Stick Country, Dong Xuelian of the Sakura Country, or Francis of the Romance Country, none of them have ever used their talents. The director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Processing was a bit confused, scratching his head as he spoke. Can you tell us how you determined whether or not they were using their gifts? Hogwoyu spoke without even thinking. The chosen will pause for a couple seconds or so when they use their talent. Although they don't stand still in the middle of the Weird Tales world, in our real world here, they just pause for a second or two when they see the scene on Weird Tales live on the screen. It was also something I stumbled upon when I returned to the Weird Tales Processing Bureau after one of my passes through the Weird Tales to review the Weird Tales I had experienced. Since this discovery didn't have any substantial effect, I kept it to myself. Hogwoyu then spoke. I have always had a speculation before, and that is that in the last weird tale that the Chosen One goes through, the talent of the Chosen One will receive a great degree of weakening, or even equal to about 0. This speculation I originally wanted to wait until the second Chosen One capable of clearing the 8th weird tale appeared in my summer country before saying it again, but I didn't expect that. However, right now, not only is the talent of Professor Bryant, who is in the middle of his 8th weird tales, suppressed and weakened, but even the talents of the other 3 first-time entrants to weird tales, as well as Zhou Xiaochuan, a newcomer who is entering weird tales for the second time, have all been weakened. Perhaps the world of weird tales is undergoing some terrifying changes that are unexpected to all of us. Hogwoyu's words were undoubtedly smashing another huge stone in the hearts of the already unsettled crowd. Zhou Xiaochuan, after walking out of the middle of the kiosk, wanted to look for Zhangliang Jin, who had promised to wait for him at the entrance of the cafeteria. However, he found that there was no one left at the seat where Zhangliang Jin had been standing earlier. Zhou Xiaochuan could only wait for Zhangliang Jin at the entrance of the cafeteria with the red plastic bag containing the old pickled vegetable noodles and starchy sausage. It can't be helped. The little girl might have gone to the bathroom? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. However, Zhou Xiaochuan had been waiting in the same place for 20 minutes, and still had not waited for Zhangliang Jin to return. At the moment, the time in his cell phone showed that it was now 10:50. 50 minutes ago, when he and Zhangliang Jin arrived at the school's cafeteria door together, there were still only a few teachers dining inside the cafeteria. But now, when Zhou Xiaochuan looked into the glass door of the cafeteria, he saw that about 1/3 of the cafeteria was already filled with people. Could it be that this little girl is waiting for me to wait impatiently? Go in first to eat? Not to I into this kiosk around is only 10 minutes of time. Zhou Xiaochuan thought about it and suddenly smelled a trace of weird atmosphere from it. Could it be that Zhangliang Jin wasn't not waiting for him, but had encountered some kind of danger? Zhou Xiaochuan's intuition told himself that this possibility was not small, but on the contrary very likely. After all, inside the school, there were dangers that could be fatal almost everywhere, because he is the only living person inside the school, even if Zhangliang Jin wasn't a living person and was a creepy. But in the middle of this school, creepy was also in danger, and it was obvious that the creepy had divided camps among them, and were going to attack each other. For example, the Dean of Instruction in his black uniform, and the members of the Student Council, are clearly in two camps, along with the creepy ones in other clothes. One would offer help to the chosen one, while the other would be undead to the chosen one. Moreover, judging from this matter of Zhang Liangjin devouring the gym teacher, it seems that the weirdness amongst this weird talk, after killing each other and devouring each other, is still able to upgrade. Zhou Xiaochuan couldn't help but get worried for Zhang Liangjin. Although he said that Zhang Liangjin was also a trickster and had tried to make a move on him many times, but the person had also given him crucial information many times, and had also protected himself from the gym teacher's attacks. Zhou Xiaochuan, in his heart, was seeing Zhang Liangjin as an object that could be trusted somewhat, not to mention the fact that this little girl, in the middle of the setting of this weird talk, is also his girlfriend. Of course, more importantly, Zhang Liangjin's powerful fighting strength was a big guarantee that he dared to roam around in the middle of the school. Without Zhang Liangjin, his only means of saving his life would be those two blood-stained towels. I'm afraid it's a bit inadequate in the face of the plethora of shenanigans in the middle of this school. This little girl, Zhang Liangjin, where on earth has she gone? Could she have encountered any danger? Zhou Xiaochuan observed the ground around him and realized that the ground was clean and tidy. Not even a single scratch or dirt. Not at all like someone had erupted in a violent conflict here. Yo, student Zhou Xiaochuan, shouldn't you be in class at this hour? Why are you hanging around outside the cafeteria? Did you skip class? A familiar voice interrupted Zhou Xiaochuan's thoughts. Zhou Xiaochuan looked up and saw a bald middle-aged man with a big belly and a greasy face, looking at himself with a smile. That bald middle-aged man was exactly what the director of instruction looked like, and what he was wearing was a black teacher's uniform. But didn't the head teacher die after handing over the bloodstained towel to himself? Why did he need him here? End of chapter. Chapter 60, Human Skin. Chapter 60, Human Skin. The director of instruction looked at him with a smile, his complexion filled with affection. The director invites you to dinner. However, Zhou Xiaochuan broke out in a cold sweat behind his back after hearing the director of instruction's words. He clearly remembered that the head of the teaching staff had said this before he died. You don't need to be contacting me in the future when something comes up where you need to contact me in the middle of the rules. And if you still see me in school afterward, please be wary, even if I'm still in my black uniform. And now this director of instruction, even though it was said that he was wearing a black uniform, but it revealed eeriness everywhere. For example, the weather is clearly sunny now, but the pants leg of the head of the teaching staff, why is it already wet? Also, why is the director not wearing the name tag that symbolizes the teacher's mark in the school as well? Zhou Xiaochuan remembers very clearly that the director of instruction and the language teacher, when they appeared, both wore name tags. The name of the head teacher is Su Yingchun, and the name of the language teacher is Xu Mingming, but the head teacher at the moment, although wearing a dark black teacher's uniform, was not wearing a name tag at all. Director, I have a question I want to ask you. Zhou Xiaochuan spoke, and one hand went into his right hand pocket. In his right hand pocket was the bloodstained towel he had gotten from the original director of instruction. What do you want to ask? Go ahead. The instructional director's face still had a peaceful smile on it. That is, where did your name tag go? Zhou Xiaochuan spoke word for word. My name tag. Zhou Xiaochuan didn't even wait for the director of instruction to open his mouth and finish his sentence before he directly punched towards the director of instruction. His fists, wrapped in blood-stained red towels, had a tremendous lethal effect on Creepy. When the director of instruction saw this red towel on Zhou Xiaochuan's fist, he was simply scared out of his soul and immediately stepped back. But by this time, it was too late. Zhou Xiaochuan punched the director of instruction in the face, and the director of instruction immediately let out a pig-killing scream. Where Zhou Xiaochuan's fist touched, the skin on the director of instruction's face began to fester and rot. In the end, a piece of complete human skin actually peeled off the head instructor's face. After this piece of human skin came off, the head instructor's body collapsed and never moved again. Zhou Xiaochuan gazed at the wrinkled human skin, only to see that the wrinkled human skin was actually writhing desperately on the ground, seemingly wanting to get as far away from Zhou Xiaochuan as possible. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately used his blood-stained towel-covered hand to touch the wrinkled human skin. He held the wrinkled human skin in his hands as soon as he could, yet the development of things afterward was greatly out of Zhou Xiaochuan's expectations. That hair-wrinkled human skin actually seems to open the mouth dead. Will Zhou Xiaochuan hands on this towel on the blood? Drink it clean. The blood-stained towel in Zhou Xiaochuan's hand that he had gotten from the director of instruction had actually turned into a pure white towel just like that. This can let Zhou Xiaochuan a good burst of pain, to know that this piece of blood-stained towel but the director of the death of the hand over to him. It is likely that this piece of bloodstained towel is the director can deal with most of the bizarre events in the school rely on, and the director had hinted to him that with this bloodstained towel, he would be able to visit places that, as stated in the rules, did not exist in the school. But now, this bloodstained towel was actually sucked clean by this human skin? Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the piece of human skin wrapped in the towel, although it was a bit painful, but he was also curious about what this human skin was in the end. This human skin, under Zhou Xiaochuan's gaze, suddenly slowly fizzled out and turned into a piece of paper. This paper is yellowish, with quite similar parchment material. Zhou Xiaochuan thought about it again and again, and finally held this parchment in the palm of his hand. The parchment was very rough in texture, but it was not offensive to Zhou Xiaochuan. Now that's a strange point. As a bizarre item that impersonated the head of the teaching staff and was even capable of blinding the rules, this human skin was actually not offensive to him. The rules in the campus guide say, second, teachers in the school wear dark black teacher uniforms. If you see a teacher in a plain white teacher uniform, stay away from them and report this to the director of education. In other words, the rule that a teacher in a dark black teacher's uniform is a teacher is a rule amongst this weirdness, and odds are it's a true rule. The language teacher and homeroom teacher, for example, both wore dark black uniforms before they were spookified. There is also an obvious move to take the dark black uniform off after the spookification, but this human skin disguised as a director of instruction did not do this at all. He's not a teacher, yet he's wearing this dark black uniform. This human skin, it's definitely not simple. Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was thinking, words actually began to surface on the parchment. The text was crooked, the color was red, it looked as if it was made from freshly spilled blood, and even from between the lines, one could smell a fishy rusty smell. That's exactly what blood tastes like. At the same time, the content of this text caused Zhou Xiaochuan to break out in a cold sweat. Just see this parchment. And this big paragraph emerges. My name is Zhou Xiaochuan, a chosen one from the Summer Kingdom. By the time you read this, I will already be dead. The paragraph just started, and it startled Zhou Xiaochuan. Whoever it was would have been horrified after seeing a paragraph inexplicably appear on a piece of paper that also said they were dead. Not to mention it's still Weird Tales world. And, how did Dying write this? If any later student or whatever reads this, mark my words, never eat lamb inside the cafeteria, and never ask the cooks inside the cafeteria if there is lamb or not. If the rules say no, then no. That's what got me killed at the hands of the chef with the pig's head at window number 4. The time of my death was the 12th of December. At 11 o'clock sharp, Zhou Xiaochuan glanced at his cell phone, which was now displaying the time exactly on December 12th. And the current time was 10:55. That is to say, if one follows the contents of this parchment, then one will die in 5 minutes. And the cause of death was for trying to fulfill that appointment with the commissary owner. Trying to go help the commissary owner bring a serving of lamb from the school cafeteria. And he died. Zhou Xiaochuan only felt creepy in his heart as he looked through the glass door towards the interior of the cafeteria. The chef standing at window number 4 was really carrying a pig's head just like the parchment said. End of chapter. Chapter 61 Group Photo of Senior Class 8. Chapter 61 Group Photo of Senior Class 8. If what was on this parchment was true, then Zhou Xiaochuan was killed by the man with the pig head hood at window number 4 5 minutes after entering the cafeteria. But, Zhou Xiaochuan looked down at the parchment. This weird thing, is it really believable? Could it be cheating yourself? That's a pretty good possibility. However, actually as if it knew Zhou Xiaochuan's concerns, this parchment again, from below, emerged words in blood. As for my girlfriend, Zhang Liangjin, she's on the 4th floor of the Yutsai building. If you want to eat in the cafeteria and survive, you must go to the 4th floor of the Yutsai building and find Zhang Liangjin first. You must. Otherwise you'll definitely die. For those of you reading my message, you may be wondering how you can get Zhang Liangjin to help you. And the answer is simple. Find a reason to tell your homeroom teacher that you want to change dorms, and then change to dormitory 611 in building 4, so you can get her help. Because of the constraints of the dormitory rules, no one can refuse a roommate's request. Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes lit up after seeing this line, especially the description of how to obtain Zhang Liangjin on this parchment. It was only at this time that he felt enlightened. The 4th rule of the dormitory rules. 4th, the dormitories at this school are coeducational, so please do not refuse any requests from your roommate. In this way, it seemed that Zhang Liangjin did not refuse his requests many times because of the constraints of this rule. However, there are exceptions. For example, when the party was outside the gymnasium, Zhou Xiaochuan had mentioned that he wanted to go to the gymnasium, but he was rejected by Zhang Liangjin on the grounds of fear. It is evident that this rule, which is not absolute, has a little room for turnover. However, this smart words of this parchment, Let Zhou Xiaochuan completely firm up the point of view that the information given out by this parchment should never be lightly believed. The reason is simple. This parchment says that Jiang Liangjin is on the 4th floor of the Yutsai building, so Zhou Xiaochuan must go to the 4th floor of the Yutsai building to find her, or else he can't eat in the cafeteria at all. However, Jiang Liangjin had also told him when he was under the gymnasium that the Yutsai building was the most dangerous place amongst the school and that he must not go there easily. So it seemed likely that this parchment had gone to great lengths to lure himself into the Yutsai building. Perhaps this parchment was the terrifying creation of the Yutsai building. It could very well be the one that came out of the Yutsai building. Zhou Xiaochuan was full of vigilance towards this parchment at the moment. Although it seemed that this parchment would not actively attack himself at the moment, it would actively lure himself into danger. He wrapped the parchment in that towel he had gotten from the director, and then intended to put it in that red plastic bag with the old sauerkraut-flavored instant noodles and the starchy sausage. If one kept this parchment inside his pocket, it would be too dangerous in case this parchment would attack him. Putting the parchment in a red plastic bag, even if it would attack, that would be a cushion. Who knows? When Zhou Xiaochuan's hand holding the parchment was close to the red plastic bag, the parchment suddenly began to twist and struggle extremely fast, as if it was not willing to go into the plastic bag at all. Not only that, but the sound of blood writing on the surface of the parchment came back. Zhou Xiaochuan opened the towel, and saw that the surface of the parchment was filled with another large blood-soaked text. Please, don't put me inside that plastic bag. I can give you a lot of information that will help you get through this rule freakout. As a gesture of good faith, you can go to the entrance of the cafeteria, turn right and under the 3rd tree, and dig up a wooden box that contains 2 bloodstained towels. These 2 bloodstained towels are no worse than what you get from the head instructor. When he saw this text, Zhou Xiaochuan sweated for a while. This parchment is still a living thing? It still has its own thoughts? Zhou Xiaochuan's complexion moved slightly, and he quickly walked towards the location that the parchment had mentioned, and used his hand to rake under the tree twice, and indeed found a wooden box. Only, on this wooden box, there was a padlock on the door. Zhou Xiaochuan tentatively whispered, I've already found the wooden box containing the 2 bloodstained towels, but there's a lock on top of this box. How do I open this lock? When he finished speaking, he spread out the parchment, and sure enough, he found the answer already written in dense writing on the parchment. Use the key to the lock of that door that you have inside the red plastic bag to unlock this box as well. Seeing the answer on this parchment, Zhou Xiaochuan realized that the lock on this box is actually the same as the lock sold in the kiosk. Zhou Xiaochuan took out the key from inside the red plastic bag and opened the box. Just inside the box were 2 bloodstained towels so bright red that they were almost demonic. And there was a large group photo on these 2 bloodstained towels. The various people in the group photo are eerily headless. Each of their heads was glued to a circle of light. However, the group photo is labeled with the names of the people in the group photo at the bottom. The caption of this photo is Graduation Group Photo of the 8th Senior Class of 2012. And Zhou Xiaochuan saw a few special characters from this group photo. Zhou Xiaochuan, Jiang Liangjin, Ma Yu. On the list of this group photo, there was actually his and Jiang Liangjin's name, but it was written here as Senior Class 8, and he and Jiang Liangjin were from Senior Class 7. Even if the current Senior Class 7 was the Senior Class 8 from 12 years ago, it didn't make sense. Because of the names of the 40 classmates, only Zhou Xiaochuan, Jiang Liangjin, and Ma Yu appeared on this group photo, and none of the other Senior Class 7 students appeared. Zhou Xiaochuan realized in his heart, I am afraid that not only Ma Yu, himself and Jiang Liangjin are also extremely important characters in this strange story. However, Ma Yu's appearance, in Zhou Xiaochuan's expectations, he has long presumed that the rules described in The Small Horse, as well as the language teacher's story of the small horse students, is the Jiang Liangjin mouth of that leave of absence Ma Yu? Zhou Xiaochuan pressed his doubts down first, then looked at the bottom of this group photo, the line with the names of the teachers. Principal, Shan Chan Tan. Vice Principal, Yuanying Zhang. Class Teacher, Qin Huang. Language Teacher, Mingming Zhu. Physical Education Teacher, Ji Dongding. History Teacher, Hong Mei Ma. Physics Teacher. All of the information about the teachers in this room is that of the current teachers of this senior class of 7. And a very important piece of information included here is that there is a physics teacher, a chemistry teacher, and a biology teacher in this group photo. But the rules in the campus guide clearly say that there are no such classes inside the school. 8th. As a senior, you are only required to take language arts, math, English, and history classes. If a teacher from another class comes in the middle of the classroom, please excuse yourself as sick and leave the building as soon as possible. End of chapter. Chapter 62 Deception. Chapter 62 Deception. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the names of the classroom teachers and suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be that when the rules say that there are no such classes inside the school, they aren't really there, but that all the teachers, except for those in language arts, math, English, and history, have been corrupted by weirdness and turned into pure weirdness? After all, the language teacher's first period class was in a dark black suit, and was vaguely giving him the weird talk. The math and English teachers, though, are presumably dead. It was devoured by the gym teacher that the creep had taken on. But, Zhou Xiaojuan discovered a hole in his guess. That would be the history teacher. Underneath this group photo, it says Mahongmei, the history teacher, and the rules and schedules say there is a history class. However, the strange story uses a rule in the middle of the story to describe this history teacher, and it is clear from the description that the history teacher is extremely dangerous. Ninth, the history teacher is crazy. Make sure you stay away from him. When the history teacher tells you about the history of our school, you'd better not try to listen, or your spirit will fall into abnormality. Insane. Imperative. Best. Although there is no exact information about the history teacher in question, but from these few words used, it is clear that the history teacher is scary. Zhou Xiaojuan sorted out his emotions and tucked the group photo and the two bloodstained red towels into the pocket of his school uniform. He then turned to the piece of parchment and spoke slowly. If you want me to not put you inside that red plastic bag, you're going to have to help me get through this weird talk. And right now, I need you to tell me where Zhang Liangjin is. After hearing Zhou Xiaojuan's words, the parchment also quickly surfaced with words. She's on the 4th floor of the Yucai building. If you want to eat at the cafeteria and survive, you must first go to the 4th floor of the Yucai building and find Zhang Liangjin. You must. Otherwise you'll definitely die. She's on the 4th floor of the Yucai building. If you want to eat at the cafeteria and survive, you must first go to the 4th floor of the Yucai building and find Zhang Liangjin. You must. Otherwise you'll definitely die. She's on the 4th floor of the Yucai building. If you want to eat at the cafeteria and survive, you must first go to the 4th floor of the Yucai building and find Zhang Liangjin. You must. Otherwise you'll surely die. Such text appeared a total of 3 times. However, Zhou Xiaojuan had already seen the same text floating above the parchment before, so he was not satisfied with the answer given by the parchment. Because Zhang Liangjin obviously would not go to Yucai building by herself. She knew that Yucai building was the most dangerous place amongst the school. The purpose of this parchment was very obvious. It was to coax Zhou Xiaojuan to go to Yucai building and subsequently kill him. Perhaps the parchment was supposed to be from the middle of the Yukon building, running out of shenanigans. However, Zhou Xiaojuan still wanted to test this parchment. I'd like to ask you which of these places that the rules say don't exist: the Yucai building, the 7th floor of the dormitory building, the 7th floor of the academic building, the gymnasium, the small playground are the most dangerous. After these words were spoken, words instantly appeared on the parchment. The places above these rules that say they don't exist just don't exist in the way you understand them. The rankings of danger from highest to lowest are, the 7th floor of the teaching building, the 7th floor of the dormitory building, the small playground, the gymnasium, and the Yucai building. The Yucai building is the least risky, and after getting 2 blood-stained red towels, you can already go anywhere except the 7th floor of the teaching building and the 7th floor of the dormitory building. Good guy. When he saw the words on this parchment, the corner of Zhou Xiaojuan's mouth twitched. This guy, he's really framing me, isn't he? Zhou Xiaojuan profoundly suspected that this text on this parchment was definitely saying the opposite. Both Zhang Liangjin and the director of instruction said that Yucai building was the most dangerous place, yet it said that Yucai building was the safest. And he also coaxed Zhou Xiaojuan to say that Zhang Liangjin was at Yucai building, trying to get Zhou Xiaojuan to go to Yucai building. What's more, according to Zhou Xiaojuan's reasoning, the gymnasium where Xiaoma's classmates died and were bizarrely summoned was definitely the place with an extremely high level of danger amongst the school. But here in this parchment, the gymnasium was actually ranked second to last? However, this parchment did give Zhou Xiaojuan a bit of useful information. That is, the 7th floor of the dormitory building and the 7th floor of the teaching building, which had the highest level of danger written on top of the parchment, were most likely the lowest level of danger among these non-existent places. You'd better tell me truthfully where Zhang Liangjin is now, or I'll tear you apart. Zhou Xiaojuan cupped this parchment with both hands and threatened. He explored the 7th floor of the teaching building and the 7th floor of the dormitory building, and he still needed to rely on Zhang Liangjin's power. And then she disappeared. However, once the question is asked, the parchment only seems to repeat that one sentence. She's on the 4th floor of the Yucai building. If you want to eat at the cafeteria and survive, you must first go to the 4th floor of the Yucai building and find Zhang Liangjin. You must. Otherwise you'll surely die. She's on the 4th floor of the Yucai building. If you want to eat at the cafeteria and survive, you must first go to the 4th floor of the Yucai building and find Zhang Liangjin. You must. Otherwise you'll definitely die. She's on the 4th floor of the Yucai building. If you want to eat at the cafeteria and survive, You must first go to the 4th floor of the Yutsai building and find Jiang Liangjin. You must. Otherwise you'll definitely die. If you want to go to the cafeteria and live, you have to go to the Yutsai building? Zhou Xiaochuan bristled. The danger of the cafeteria, compared to the Yutsai building. I'm afraid that it is really considered small. Zhou Xiaochuan slowly spoke. Since you don't speak the truth of it, there's no need for you to exist. I'd better tear you up. He exerted his 2 hands, wanting to deaden this parchment in half, but the texture of this parchment was surprisingly very tough, and no matter how Zhou Xiaochuan tore it, he couldn't cause any damage to him. Even Zhou Xiaochuan had used a stone on it, and it had failed to cause any damage to the parchment. Soaking the parchment in water didn't do anything to wrinkle it in the slightest. Seeing that the parchment could not be damaged no matter what, Zhou Xiaochuan had no choice but to put the parchment into the red plastic bag. Who knows? The parchment, which previously remained unmoved no matter how Zhou Xiaochuan damaged it, began to shake violently when Zhou Xiaochuan brought it close to the red plastic bag. It's like a struggle. Zhou Xiaochuan brought the parchment up to his face and found a new paragraph on it. To find Jiang Liangjin, besides the Yutsai building, you can also try your luck over at window number 4 in the cafeteria. P.S. Today went to the hospital for a review. Only one more. Everyone bear with me. After a few days of good health to make up for it. End of chapter. Chapter 63 Cafeteria Rules. Chapter 63 Cafeteria Rules. To find Jiang Liangjin you can try your luck at window number 4 in the cafeteria. Seeing the words on this parchment, Zhou Xiaochuan was very skeptical that Jiang Liangjin was simply at the 4th window of the cafeteria and not in the Yutsai building. Only. Window 4. Zhou Xiaochuan remembered again the passage that had surfaced on the parchment earlier. If any later student or whatever reads this, mark my words, never eat lamb inside the cafeteria, and never ask the cooks inside the cafeteria if there is lamb or not. If the rules say no, then no. That's what got me killed at the hands of the chef with the pig's head at window number 4. The time of my death will be the 12th of December at 11 o'clock sharp. In the description of the parchment, Zhou Xiaochuan was the one who died at window number 4 of the cafeteria. But, Zhou Xiaochuan took out his cell phone and glanced at the current time. The time was now 11:03. 3 minutes later than when the parchment said he had died. And 12 o'clock would be the time for all the students to come to lunch. Zhou Xiaochuan pondered for a while and finally decided to put the parchment into the red plastic bag. No matter how fierce the resistance of this parchment was, the thing is a harmless thing anyway, and making him afraid means he's doing something right. The more the enemy opposes, the more it means I'm doing the right thing. Zhou Xiaochuan then put the parchment into the red plastic bag and put it into a piece with the door lock, key and starch sausage. Strangely enough, after Zhou Xiaochuan put this parchment into the red plastic bag, this parchment went into a weird silence, and did not send out any more movement at all. Zhou Xiaochuan fixed his mind and walked towards the cafeteria. Pushing open the glass door of the cafeteria, Zhou Xiaochuan saw that on the wall of the cafeteria, a piece of rule paper was similarly affixed. The appearance of rule paper on the walls of the cafeteria is not strange. Zhou Xiaochuan has already gotten used to the fact that in this copy, every place has a specific rule. However, what was written on the rules made Zhou Xiaochuan sweat a little. In order to ensure a great dining experience for all students and faculty at Lingjian 2 Middle School, we ask that students and faculty observe the following rules while dining. First, as a student, please go to the first, second, and third windows for grocery shopping. Second, as a teacher, please go to window 5 for grocery shopping. Third, who you are determines what you can eat and what you can see. Fourth, mutton is not served in the cafeteria. So if you see mutton on the menu at the window, ignore the menu. If you see mutton on the menu, ignore the menu and refuse the cafeteria auntie's request for food, and run as fast as you can to the kiosk in front of the cafeteria to buy your food. Fifth, there is no window 4 in this cafeteria, so if you see window 4, please do not order food in front of window 4. Sixth, the school's cafeteria meal ants are normal people dressed in white chef's uniforms. As school employees, they don't wear fancy clothes, let alone a pig's head on their heads. If you see a meal preparation ant wearing a pig's head, please be aware that the cafeteria is extremely dangerous at this moment. Try to follow the rules as much as you can to keep your life safe. Seventh, thrift and diligence are good virtues. Please don't waste food. You must eat all the food that the cafeteria ant gives you, no matter how unpalatable the contents of your bowl are. Eighth, when you come to the cafeteria, you must go to any window to spend your money within 5 minutes. Ninth, please be quiet during your meal. If you make too much noise, you will attract some attention from the presence. If possible, you'd better not talk in the cafeteria. 10th, the cafeteria hall is a place where students and faculty eat, and killing is prohibited. 11th, lamb. Hey. Lamb is the best meat in the world. Everyone has to eat lamb for me. Seeing the last rule, Zhou Xiaochuan only felt a chill appear straight to his heavenly soul. because he thought of another meaning of mutton. If that meaning is what lamb means amongst this copy, Zhou Xiaochuan immediately felt bad. If that was the case, then Jiang Liangjin was now in a dangerous situation. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately placed his eyes at the number 4 window in front of him. This window, number 4, was clearly not like the other 4. Window No. 1, No. 2, and No. 3, where the students serve their food, are a bit more humble than window No. 5, where the teachers serve their food, but the windows are still steaming hot in the cafeteria and standing in front of the windows are also wearing amiable smiles. But window number 4, it was extremely weird. There were 5 windows in the cafeteria, and in front of the other 4, they were all brightly lit, except for window number 4, which was dark in front, with no light at all. Still, the biggest weirdness amongst window 4 was the chef that stood in front of window 4, in a pig's head mask. The chef wore a pig's head mask and had an obese body, and seemed to be a middle-aged male who had put on weight. As if he noticed Zhou Xiaochuan watching him, this chef with a pig head mask looked at Zhou Xiaochuan and revealed a cruel smile. Zhou Xiaochuan took a deep breath of cool air. On the parchment, he was the one who went to window number 4 to ask for mutton and died. Fourth, mutton is not served in the cafeteria, so if you see it on the menu in the window, ignore the menu. If you see mutton on the menu, ignore the menu and refuse to eat from the cafeteria ants, and run as fast as you can to the kiosk in front of the cafeteria to buy your meal. Fifth, there is no window 4 in this cafeteria, so if you see window 4, please do not order food in front of window 4. The cafeteria rules are nothing more than 11 short chapters, but the 4th, 5th, and 6th rules can be summarized in one message. That means don't go to window 4, don't buy lamb, and don't touch the cafeteria ants with pig heads. But now Zhou Xiaochuan is faced with a situation where he has to go to window number 4 to buy mutton, and he has to contact the cafeteria auntie with the pig's head. Zhou Xiaochuan was already sweating a bit. However, Zhou Xiaochuan noticed another rule among the rules, one that was in his favor. 10th, the cafeteria hall is a place where students and faculty eat, and killing is prohibited. If this rule was a true rule, then did it mean that in the middle of the cafeteria hall, this cafeteria ant with a pig head mask had no power over herself? Also, is this cafeteria ant in a piggyback mask even a human being? Zhou Xiaochuan touched the 2 bloodstained towels in his pocket, and if it didn't count, then Zhou Xiaochuan wasn't false to him. End of chapter. Chapter 64, Delicious Lamb. Chapter 64, Delicious Lamb. Without realizing it, Zhou Xiaochuan had already stood in the middle of the cafeteria's hall for 3 minutes. In other words, within 2 minutes, Zhou Xiaochuan had to complete his meal in the middle of the school cafeteria, or else he would violate the rules. Zhou Xiaochuan arrived in front of window number 1 and spoke to the rice-beating ant. Auntie, a tomato scrambled egg, a skinned egg, a chicken leg, and a bowl of rice. Auntie smiled as she finished Zhou Xiaochuan's meal and spoke. This side is a total of $30. The corners of Zhou Xiaochuan's mouth twitched a little. This Ling Jiang No. 2 middle school was also really strange. It was clearly a school cafeteria, yet the things inside were still so expensive. Zhou Xiaochuan took out his campus card and after scanning it on the machine and showing that the payment was successful, he didn't leave the meal port right away, but instead surveyed the surroundings and found that most of the people eating here were teachers wearing black teacher uniforms and a small number of school staff. Crucially, there were no students among the people who ate here. Seeing that no one was coming to the window to line up for food at the moment, Zhou Xiaochuan smiled and asked the auntie who was serving the food. Auntie, did you just see a girl in a student uniform come here? Probably just 10 or 20 minutes ago. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, the cafeteria's meal-taking aunt, who had originally smiled amiably, instantly froze in her smile. She exerted herself to make a mechanical sound. See, I see. Zhou Xiaochuan thrust his hands into his jacket to ensure that he could draw out the 2 bloodstained towels at the first opportunity. Auntie, where did you see her and where did she go? Zhou Xiaochuan took the opportunity to ask. She, lamb. Hey, I want to eat lamb. I will tell you only if you get me the mutton. Auntie tilted her head and gave a wry smile. Lamb. Again. Lamb is definitely a key prop inside this copy. Not only did the very strong kiosk master want mutton, but even the auntie in the cafeteria, who was serving food, needed mutton. Zhou Xiaochuan frowned, somewhat embarrassed. However, he turned as if he had thought of something, and his brows quickly stretched out again. Auntie, I don't know where I can get mutton. If I could get mutton I would have gotten it for you for sure. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, a trace of panic rarely appeared on the face of the rice-beating aunt. She paused for a moment, then spoke. Window number 4 in the cafeteria. There is mutton. Get it over to me. I want to eat mutton. Auntie, it's not that I don't want to get you mutton for dinner, but the rules of the cafeteria say that window 4 doesn't exist. Not to mention the fact that in front of window 4, there's a dangerous man with a pig's head. So how am I going to get you mutton? Zhou Xiaochuan lowered his head inside, looking as if he was very helpless. Mutton. I want mutton. Mutton. Yummy. Yummy mutton. He. Under Zhou Xiaochuan's persuasion, Auntie seemed to have completely lost her mind. Her eyes were white and she looked extremely listless, and she kept chanting the word mutton in the middle of her mouth. Seeing Auntie in this state, Zhou Xiaochuan immediately reacted. The fourth rule of the rule is false. There definitely exists mutton among the school cafeteria, and if one can find a way to obtain mutton, one can definitely get a great deal of convenience in this copy. Fourth, mutton is not served in the cafeteria. So if you see mutton on the menu at the window, ignore the menu. If you see mutton on the menu, please ignore the menu and refuse the request of the cafeteria ants to buy your meal at the kiosk in front of the cafeteria as fast as you can. This rule is trying to bait the chosen one so that the chosen one is afraid to go to window 4 to fight the lamb. 11th, lamb. Hey. Lamb is the best meat in the world. Everyone has to eat lamb for me. And Auntie Beefy's current insanity resembles the description in the 11th rule. This lamb, for creepy, seems to have a powerful attraction. Auntie, it's not that I don't want to give you mutton, I want to give you mutton too. Look at how hard it is for you to fight for food here all the time, How can you replenish your strength without eating something good? Don't you think so? Zhou Xiaochuan then spoke. Lamb. Hey. I want some lamb. Mutton. I want mutton. Auntie's mouth continued to spit out nothing but this piece of mumbling, repeating over and over that she wanted mutton. I really want to give you mutton, but the auntie at window number 4 he is playing rice. He doesn't give you mutton, I went to ask for you before, and he said he's going to keep the mutton for himself alone and won't give it to the other co-workers. Zhou Xiaochuan then spoke. Who knew that after Zhou Xiaochuan finished his sentence, a stern light actually flashed out from the eyes of that originally muddled and delirious ant. I want mutton. I want to eat mutton. I must have mutton. Her eyes flushed and the skin on her face darkened to the naked eye. I want mutton. I want to eat mutton. I must have mutton. It's not just this window number 1 that's a meal-beating ant. Immediately next to her, in window number 2, the auntie who was playing the meal in window number 3, was also experiencing the same anomaly as she was. Mutton. 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 I want mutton. After a while, even the cafeteria ant at the far end, the one who fed the teacher, went into a maniacal roar. They were holding up their spoons and jumping around the cafeteria like they were crazy, their faces dark and their eyes looking like they were going to bulge out. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaochuan hurriedly picked up the rice he had beaten and moved away from this window. He found a seat closest to window number 3 and observed everything in the middle of the cafeteria. Between them the cafeteria ants at windows 1, 2, 3, and 5. All of them had fallen into a frenzy, their hands dancing and the inside of their mouths chanting about how they wanted to eat mutton. And gradually, these epileptic moods of the girls had a direct impact on the teachers who ate in the school cafeteria. It's not yet 12 o'clock for the dinner meal, so there aren't a lot of people dining here yet, but this side has done at least 100 or so teachers. Basically, teachers who don't have classes choose to come at this time of day to eat, or else they have to grab a meal with their students at mealtime. And these 100 or so teachers, without exception, all fell into a state of extreme madness just like these cafeteria ants. Mutton. 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 I want mutton. Lamb. Hey. Lamb. Delicious lamb. Seeing their maniacal and hand-wringing appearance, Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was delighted. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Crazy Crowd. Chapter 65, Crazy Crowd. The school cafeteria is a mess these days, to say the least. It was supposed to be a place to eat, but now it seems like a bar disco. A group of teachers were wearing black uniforms, but they couldn't even sit in the cafeteria to eat in a regular manner. There were even many teachers who had casually taken off their black uniforms to the side, swaying casually in the middle of the cafeteria. The scene was bizarre in the extreme. In the midst of the shaking, these teachers also spit out their dinner plates every now and then, dumping them on the floor and stomping on them casually. Zhou Xiaochuan didn't know if this was considered a violation of the rules in the middle of the cafeteria. These teachers are also, by definition, required to follow cafeteria rules. Then there is no doubt that their waste of food is a serious violation of the cafeteria's rules. 7th, thrift and frugality are good virtues, so please don't waste food. You must eat all the food that the cafeteria ants give you, no matter how unpalatable the contents of your bowl are. And their current behavior of yelling and screaming for mutton in the cafeteria is a violation of one of the cafeteria rules that is as serious as it looks. 9th, please be quiet during your meal. If you make too much noise, you will attract some attention from the presence. If possible, you'd better not talk in the cafeteria, making too much noise. Zhou Xiaochuan dared to be certain that the noise from the cafeteria was now far from being too loud. Now this sound in the cafeteria. Even if Zhou Xiaochuan is in class in the teaching building 500 meters away, he can hear the sound of the teacher in the middle of the cafeteria jumping and saying that he wants to eat mutton, drawing some attention to the presence of. If this rule was true, then the scene here now must have already attracted the attention of those existences as well. I just don't know what those existences written in the rules are anymore. Is it the original consciousness of the Weird Tales world? Zhou Xiaochuan laughed lightly twice. He felt that he was really out of place with his surroundings as he sat in his seat alone observing the cafeteria. So he, too, got up from his seat and followed the example of these teachers who had fallen into a frenzy, shouting and swaying as if they were crazy in the middle of the cafeteria. However, unlike these teachers, although Zhou Xiaochuan looked extremely indulgent, he kept his swaying well under control. Some teachers will lay their entire body on the ground and prostrate themselves on the floor. Then there are the teachers who walk upside down and bang their heads against the wall. In comparison, Zhou Xiaochuan is still a bit normal. He mainly swayed his body and legs, while the arm parts stayed in a position close to the pocket, making sure he could pull the red towel out from amongst his dress coat within a second. Kidding aside, there are about 100 teachers in this cafeteria right now, as well as 4 cafeteria ants, and the most dangerous looking cafeteria ant with a pig's head at the moment. There's so much more to this explicit shenanigans alone. Although Zhou Xiaochuan's aim was to find the mutton and rescue Jiang Liangjin, all of this had to be based on a premise. That is, Zhou Xiaochuan himself was able to survive this strange talk. Mutton. I want mutton. Mutton. Yummy. Yummy mutton. He. Mutton. I want mutton. Mutton. Yummy. Yummy mutton. He. Mutton. I want mutton. Mutton. Yummy. Yummy mutton. He. As these teachers became more and more agitated, almost all of the teachers here had taken off their black teachers' uniforms. According to the rules, after taking off the black teacher's uniform, the teacher is no longer a teacher. After taking off her black teacher's uniform, the teacher becomes creepy. Zhou Xiaochuan clearly remembered that the previous language teacher, Xu Mingming, had turned into a creepy attacked him after taking off his black teacher's uniform. Seeing that almost everyone in the cafeteria hall was now in a state of frenzy, Zhou Xiaochuan took advantage of the chaos to sneakily steal a teacher's uniform that had been placed on a table and stacked it next to his meal. If anything, teachers become creepy when they take off their black teacher's uniforms. So what becomes of a student if he or she wears a black teacher's uniform? Zhou Xiaochuan was very curious in his heart. He wasn't about to try that conjecture at this point. However, because it's clear now that there are more important, more complex things to do, Zhou Xiaochuan turned his gaze to the 5 windows of the cafeteria. Only the cafeteria ants at window number 1, window number 2, and window number 3 were already in a state of extreme frenzy. They were squatting in front of the meal, their faces red, their eyes showing greed, and were desperately chewing the meal in the middle of the cafeteria. And Zhou Xiaochuan realized that the meal in front of them had already reached the bottom. Good guy. Zhou Xiaochuan kind of felt sorry for the students who came to the cafeteria afterward, because these meals are already going to be eaten by the maddened cafeteria ants. Moreover, these cafeteria ants didn't seem to be satisfied yet. They had fierce eyes and their mouths were chewing on their food while roaring loudly in a slurred manner. Mutton. I want mutton. Mutton. Yummy. Yummy mutton. He. Mutton. 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 And although that cafeteria ant at window number 5 wasn't as crazy as they were, she wasn't eating the food in the middle of these cafeterias. She was eating directly from her hands. Her hand, long ago, was already bloody from her gnawing, and 3 of her fingers had been bitten off. But in her gaze, she actually didn't have any pained look at all. Instead, she kept showing a greedy look and desperately continued to gnaw on her own fingers. She nibbled on it while chanting inside her mouth equally as much as the others. Mutton. I want mutton. Mutton. Yummy. Yummy mutton. He. Mutton. 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 Lamb. Zhou Xiaochuan merely mentioned mutton at a cafeteria ant, sending so much weirdness into a frenzy. And among the rules of the cafeteria, it actually says that there is no lamb in the cafeteria. But honestly speaking, this current scene of a swarm of demons had greatly exceeded Zhou Xiaochuan's plans. Zhou Xiaochuan originally intended to just try to encourage the other 4 windows of the cafeteria meal ant. The result is now not only the 4 meal ant was Zhou Xiaochuan to encourage, even with the cafeteria inside the more than 100 faculty and staff, but also together with Zhou Xiaochuan encouragement. If there were only these 4 rice-beating ants, Zhou Xiaochuan was confident that he could still control the situation. However, if there were so many people now, it might be resistance for Zhou Xiaochuan to carry out his plan. P.S. There's another one today to make up for the day before yesterday. End of chapter. Chapter 66, Breaking into the Cafeteria. Chapter 66, Breaking into the Cafeteria. Looking at the scene in the middle of this cafeteria, with so many bizarre groups of demons, Zhou Xiaochuan swallowed a breath. Although it was said that with so many shenanigans, Zhou Xiaochuan would definitely not have any room for resistance if he swarmed all over him, he still had to follow the original plan. He glanced at the auntie who had been beating the food at window number 4. To be precise, it's the uncle of the rice beater. Completely unaffected by the almost maniacal atmosphere around him, he remained with his pig-headed head, staring fixedly at the entrance of the cafeteria, as if there was something in front of it. However, it seemed to Zhou Xiaochuan that it was clearly empty and there was nothing there. I have to say, compared to the others, this rice-beating uncle with a pig's head was too calm and collected. But Zhou Xiaochuan couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising when he thought about what was going to happen next. Keeps you calm. One that will make you want to cry. Zhou Xiaochuan looked around, and after realizing that all the people here had fallen into a state of madness, with all the inside of their mouths shouting that they wanted mutton, he cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Everyone wants to eat mutton, and mutton is the most delicious thing in the world. But everyone can't eat mutton if they are just over here jumping around and shouting. To ensure that everyone could hear these words, Zhou Xiaochuan spoke loudly. At this point, there is no way to think about whether or not it will alert some existence as stated in the rules. For this rule had been violated long ago when the 4 meal-beating ants at the front window went into a frenzy. After hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, which were clearly out of place in the crazy atmosphere of the scene and appeared to be very logical, a portion of the teachers really did stop dancing and turned their gazes towards Zhou Xiaochuan. Only, these teachers weren't very friendly. Within their gazes, there was a strong sense of greed, with the intention of eating Zhou Xiaochuan alive. Zhou Xiaochuan didn't chicken out, but continued immediately after what he had said before. Instead of being able to eat the mutton, you will be made to look ridiculous by others with this kind of fervor. There is a man who possesses all the mutton in this cafeteria. He doesn't care whether we have mutton to eat or not, because he can eat lots and lots of mutton every day. Here we are, going crazy over the lamb, respectfully praising it, and yet he gets all of it at once without having to do anything. Is it fair that we can't even get a small slice of lamb? Zhou Xiaochuan righteously said. After he said that, he also slapped the table 3 times with his own fist with great force. Now, almost all of the shenanigans, at this moment, converged their gazes on Zhou Xiaochuan. Honestly, it wasn't a good experience, being watched by 100 pairs of creepy eyes. The man I'm talking about is the uncle who cooks at window number 4 in the cafeteria. It's the one with the pig's head hood. You see, all of us are obsessed to death over the mutton, and he's still unmoved. He then holds all the mutton in the midst of this cafeteria, and yet he doesn't even offer us any. Zhou Xiaochuan almost growled out the words. He then slapped the table and spoke. Mutton meat. We want mutton. Window number 4's hand over the mutton. After Zhou Xiaochuan finished speaking, almost all of the teachers, all of the cafeteria ants, began to shout along with Zhou Xiaochuan. Mutton. We want mutton. Window number 4's hand over the mutton. Mutton. We want mutton. Hand over the mutton at window 4. Mutton. We want mutton. Hand over the mutton at window 4. Under the excitement of the group, Zhou Xiaochuan raised his arm. Everyone go inside window number 4 together. Go inside the kitchen and grab all the mutton and divide it up. Zhou Xiaochuan's words, although no one responded, all the teachers and cafeteria ants had already left their seats and headed towards the kitchen door. Mutton. We want mutton. Hand over the mutton at window 4. Mutton. We want mutton. Hand over the mutton at window 4. Mutton. We want mutton. Hand over the mutton at window 4. Chanting that they wanted mutton, they marched toward the kitchen. After looking at the sign hanging on the door of the kitchen, which reads, "Kitchen is important. No one is allowed to enter," a full-figured female teacher kicked the kitchen door open. Then a horde of over 100 creeps rushed right into the kitchen. Although Zhou Xiaochuan shouted vigorously, he did enter the kitchen mixed in with the crowd and was not the first to enter the kitchen. Just after entering the kitchen where the ingredients were handled, Zhou Xiaochuan could smell the aroma of many dishes. The place where they were now corresponded to the very first window of the cafeteria hall, only to see that the cafeteria's food-beating ants, who were supposed to be standing in front of window number 1 to beat up the food, had joined the army of people fighting over the weirdness of the mutton. The windows are separated from each other by a glass door between them. First window, second window, third window, all the way to the 3 windows. The crowd of Bazaar have not seen a bit of lamb, not even a bit of lamb flavor, so they are now hyper as well as angry to the core. Almost every one of their faces was as ghastly white as a sheet of paper, and the skin on their faces seemed to be festering and rotting from being submerged in water for too long. At their feet, blood was still flowing out. Mutton. We want mutton. Hand over the mutton at window 4. Mutton. Mutton. We want mutton. Hand over the mutton at window 4. Mutton. Mutton. We want mutton. Hand over the mutton at window 4. Finally, a multitude of shenanigans made their way to the one glass door at window number 4. A tall, creepy figure blasted this glass door with a single punch. Mutton. Mutton. We want mutton. Hand over the mutton at window 4. The moment this door shattered, Zhou Xiaochuan smelled a sheepish odor. Over at window 4, there was indeed mutton for sale. And it wasn't just Zhou Xiaochuan who asked about the smell. These creeps, too, smelled the lamb. Ha 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 ha. Lamb. Ha 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 ha. Hand over the lamb. Mutton. I want mutton. However, in the very next second, a kitchen knife flew directly over, instantly slicing the figure that had just blasted through the glass door up to the bazaar in half. The only thing I could see was that the original pig-headed masked rice-punching uncle who had been standing at window number 4 was standing at the glass door leading to window number 5. He had 10 hands, each holding a kitchen knife. End of chapter. Chapter 67, Pig's Head. Chapter 67, Pig's Head. The rice-beating uncle, who wore a pig's head, had a crimson-red color in his eyes. In addition to his arms, 8 more arms actually grew out of his back. Each arm held a bloody kitchen knife, and at the bottom of his feet lay the body of the ant who had beaten the meal at window number 5. This rice-beating auntie's face showed greed, and her 2 eyes were still wide open even when she was dead. It looks like this window 5's meal-beating auntie is also wanting mutton. So one person breaks through the junction of window 5 and window 4, but it was no match for this rice-beating uncle wearing a pig's head, and could only drink hate again. And Zhou Xiaochuan keenly saw that about 2 meters away from where the rice-beating uncle was standing, that is, below the 4th rice-beating window, there was a girl wearing a school uniform who was bound by a rope, and her mouth was stuffed by a piece of white cloth, and she had already fallen into a state of unconsciousness. That girl was none other than Zhang Liangjin, only to see that all over her body, she already had multiple scars. Her skin was open and horrible. Zhou Xiaochuan stared fiercely at the uncle wearing a pig's head. His eyes had long been filled with anger. It seems that his previous guess was not wrong. Zhang Liangjin disappeared at the entrance of the cafeteria and was grabbed by this uncle who wore a pig's head to beat the food. But since this rice-beating uncle wearing a pig's head was able to capture Zhang Liangjin, did this mean that he was even stronger than Zhang Liangjin? This is too scary. Originally, he thought that Zhang Liangjin was already a more powerful existence in this school, but he didn't expect that he would actually be easily defeated by this cafeteria food-beating uncle with a pig's head. Zhou Xiaochuan looked around. The arrangement of the interior of this 4th window was much simpler than the interior of the other 3 windows that he had seen before. The interior of the other windows required a lot of meals, but the interior of this 4th window only had a large rice bucket. The lid of that rice bucket had been covered, but you could still smell the aroma of mutton from it. Looks like the lamb is in here. Zhou Xiaochuan frowned and quietly retreated behind the crowd, taking the 2 blood-stained towels out of his pocket and wrapping them around his fists. Afterwards, "Don't turn your head," and shouted, "It's this guy in front of us, monopolizing all the mutton inside the school, and actually refusing to share it with us. Let's all go, kill this guy together and share the mutton." Zhou Xiaochuan's words really made these weird spirits vibrate, and immediately there were 10 or so weird spirits swarming up, chanting "I want to eat mutton, I want to eat mutton," and rushed up. However, these swarming creeps were easily put down by the latter with a kitchen knife after they approached the rice-beating uncle wearing a pig's head. He didn't even use the 8 choppers behind his back. He just waved his hands and took care of the dozen or so creeps that swarmed around him. 3 clicks. Very cloudy. Looking at the dozen or so creeps that had fallen in front of the pig-headed masked rice-beating uncle, Zhou Xiaochuan gulped and continued. "See, although this guy has a whole bucket of mutton, he's not willing to share it with us at all. The delicious mutton, all of it, is being enjoyed exclusively by him alone, and we can't eat anything." Zhou Xiaochuan provoked while retreating to the door so that he could get out in time if the situation was not right in a while. "Mutton. Hey 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 hey, we want mutton. Hand over the mutton. 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 We want mutton. Hand over the mutton at window 4. Mutton. Mutton. We want mutton. Hand over the mutton at window 4. Mutton. Mutton. We want mutton. Mutton from window 4. Originally, Zhou Xiaochuan thought that it would be difficult for him to succeed with such a childish compulsion. But it didn't occur to me that these people were actually obsessed with mutton to such an insane degree that even when a dozen or so of the same shenanigans as them were so easily disposed of, they still returned to it as if they were returning to it. These creeps scrambled, then lunged towards the side of the canteen's cooking uncle, as if they were afraid that if they went late, they wouldn't be able to grab the mutton. Zhou Xiaochuan was delighted in his heart, and took advantage of the time when these creeps pounced on him to engage the rice-fighting uncle. He sneaked over and touched the bottom of window number 4, which was next to Zhang Liangjin, regardless of the hissing all over the sky beside her. Zhou Xiaochuan pinched Jiang Liangjin's middle and realized that she couldn't wake her up no matter what. But then again, her heart really hadn't stopped beating. Zhou Xiaochuan could only put Jiang Liangjin aside first, then opened the iron bucket containing the mutton and fished a piece of mutton out of it. The lamb was white and very greasy, and it was disgusting to look at. But somehow, Zhou Xiaochuan always felt that this mutton emitted a sheep stink that should have caused discomfort. But instead, it made Zhou Xiaochuan's appetite grow. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at this mutton, actually unconsciously reached out and put this mutton in front of his mouth, then unconsciously opened his mouth. It's not right. It's not right at all. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately bit the tip of his tongue heavily, and the immense pain caused him to instantly wake up. He looked at the white, greasy mass of lamb and immediately raced it inside the pocket of his school uniform and blocked his nose with 2 balls of napkins to make sure he didn't smell it again and lose control of himself and shove it into his mouth. Although he didn't know what would happen if he ate this mutton, his intuition told him that the thing that so many creeps were fighting over to grab and eat definitely wouldn't be something good. And among the rules, there are 2 rules specifically designed to emphasize it. Fourth, mutton is not served in the cafeteria. So if you see mutton on the menu at the window, ignore the menu. If you see mutton on the menu, please ignore the menu and refuse the request of the cafeteria ants to buy your meal at the kiosk in front of the cafeteria as fast as you can. It is clearly stated in this rule that if you come across a menu with lamb on the window, you need to flee immediately to the kiosk in front of the cafeteria. The other rule, on the other hand, is even weirder. 11th, lamb. Hey. Lamb is the best meat in the world. Everyone has to eat lamb for me. This rule is like the ravings of a psychopath and is out of step with all the previous rules. And this rule, which commands all people to eat lamb, is simply not normal when you think about it with your head. Absolutely no lamb. After Zhou Xiaochuan will be put into the pocket. Just want to carry Jiang Liangjin to take advantage of the chaos to escape from this kitchen heavy. The mutton to the kiosk master suddenly heard a heartbreaking roar of anger from the ear. The rice-beating uncle wearing a pig's head had actually taken care of all the rest of the shenanigans. End of chapter. Chapter 68, good luck. Chapter 68, good luck. The uncle who wore a pig's head to beat the rice. The 8 arms on his back were all broken, bleeding bright red blood. More than his blood on the ground, however, were other bizarre corpses. The inside of this window 4 now could be described as a morgue. More than 100 bizarre corpses, all of them collapsed with hideous faces. The scene was really scary. And what was even more frightening was that the rice-beating uncle, who had solved so many weirdnesses in a short period of time, was currently staring at Zhou Xiaochuan with his crimson, bloodthirsty, incomparable eyes in death. It was as if he wanted to kill Zhou Xiaochuan by 1,000 cuts. Zhou Xiaochuan unconsciously took 2 steps back and raised his hands, protecting his chest. Damn it! This guy should know that I'm the one who instigated these shenanigans to attack him. He's afraid that he's going to vent all his grievances on my head now. Zhou Xiaochuan secretly said in his heart that it was not good. Although it was said that these 2 red towels wrapped around his hands had a restraining effect on the weirdness. And also this current rice-beating uncle was in a situation where he was seriously injured. But inside the hands of this rice-beating uncle, he was still holding 2 kitchen knives. It was a physical weapon. And his short 7 days at the Bureau of Weird Tales handling hadn't yet taught him the skill of taking an empty hand to a white blade. Zhou Xiaochuan had an idea and looked at the rear window. This window was a little narrower, but it was enough for the 2 of them, Zhou Xiaochuan and Jiang Liangjin, to go out through it. Zhou Xiaochuan planned to throw Jiang Liangjin out of the window before he himself escaped through this window while this rice-beating uncle had not yet made a move. However, before Zhou Xiaochuan could make a move, he only saw the rice-beating uncle let out an earth-shattering hiss, and then his huge body collapsed in response. Is he dead? The best ending happened? In other words, all the weirdness and the bright side of this school cafeteria was swept away by him? Zhou Xiaochuan was delighted in his heart. A lot of the creeps in here weren't resident in the cafeteria, like the 100 or so creepy faculty members he'd drummed up earlier, and they'd usually been roaming and moving around in the middle of the school. This is very unfavorable to Zhou Xiaochuan's exploration in the middle of the school. And now all of these shenanigans had been resolved by Zhou Xiaochuan in a way that drove the tiger to swallow the wolf. With over 100 teachers, a middle school is likely to have only 200 or 300 teachers. This is equivalent to Zhou Xiaochuan this time. Directly this Linjiang Second Middle School in the middle of half of the teachers were killed. Zhou Xiaochuan was very satisfied with his action this time. He didn't even make a move himself, but he solved so many shenanigans effortlessly. And at this moment in time, the audience watching the live broadcast of the summer country is about to be unable to hold their breath. I go. This Zhou Xiaochuan moved his lips and easily solved over 100 shenanigans? It's scary as hell. The live broadcasts of the Xia people are really much better than the live broadcasts of other countries. It's like watching a horror movie. Exciting and hot-blooded. You really don't have to say. If it was a chosen one from another country, I guess they would really just find a place to turtle up, comply with the rules like a turtle and complete the task, and wouldn't be as bold and daring as Zhou Xiaochuan. Yeah, like, for example, this same incident. If it had happened to Professor Bryant from the Lighthouse State, he would have been the one to calmly analyze the rules and then see if he could go to window 4 and score a piece of beef. Not to mention Prof. Bryant he alone. Let me just ask you, the live broadcasting room is watching the live broadcast of the viewers all over the world, friends. Have you ever thought that Chuan, can be so raw, and directly put this cafeteria inside the weird one pot? Good guy. He even used the art of war. Let so many weird kill each other. This move. Hi, Summerland, Bureau of Weird Tales Processing. As the director watched Zhou Xiaochuan's performance, he was also filled with the same relief as those pop-ups that were swiping the screen in the middle of the live broadcast. My Xia Kingdom has been holding back for so long, with 5 whole losing streaks, and has finally gotten such a powerful chosen one. God bless my Xia Kingdom. The director drank the hot tea in front of him in one gulp, as if it was like drinking spirits. Not only the director, but Professor Director Lin Chie of the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, and everyone amongst the Weird Tales Handling Bureau were all very excited about Zhou Xiaochuan's performance. Except for one. That's Ho Guoyu, the electric stick man. Are you guys missing the point that the most important thing in the middle of Weird Tales world is simply to pass the level, and the second most important thing is to live? And what the way to pass the level is simply irrelevant compared to these 2 points above. Ho Guoyu lit a cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring before speaking wearily. Although it is said that there are different ways to pass the level, and the world of Weird Tales will sometimes give different rewards, but the enhancement of these rewards to the human body can be said to be minimal, and there is simply no need to challenge the high difficulty passes just for the sake of these rewards. There was some worry in his eyes. A clearance like Zhou Xiaochuan's, I'll be honest, when I was a chosen one, it was practically unheard of. Every time he's in the Weird Tales replica, he has to make a particularly big commotion. For example, in this time's Weird Tales copy, the chosen one from other countries had played a good student. How is a student supposed to be? At least students are not allowed to kill their teachers. The chosen in other countries don't have violent conflicts with their teachers. They just follow the rules and do things by the book. Ho Guoyu had reached a large part of his speech when he was suddenly interrupted by Professor Xiao Ho. What you said is certainly not unreasonable, but if you don't do anything like the chosen of other countries, the level of knowledge about this copy will be very low. It would also be impossible to detect the truth about this copy of Weird Tales, or even about the Professor. He did not recognize the words that Ho Guoyu had spoken out in rebuttal. Yeah, if we don't, how can we get past getting the key information in the middle of this copy of Weird Tales? Not only Prof. Ho, but almost all the members of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau expressed their doubts. Ho Guoyu let out a long sigh. It seems that you guys were not victimized by Zhou Xiaochuan, which is more important, knowing the truth about the Weird Tales replica, than being able to successfully pass the Weird Tales replica? As long as you can pass the strange talk alive, that is more important than anything else. The fact that the level of danger was too high for a pass like Zhou Xiaochuan's was one aspect, and there was also another aspect, which was that by doing so, he would definitely draw the attention of this Weird Tales origin, giving him a greatly increased difficulty in his Weird Tales. After Ho Guoyu finished speaking, he paused. Speaking again, he said, "Let's hope Zhou Xiaochuan can cope with all this." End of chapter. Chapter 69. Zhang Liangjin, who had a good meal. Return to the kiosk. Chapter 69. Zhang Liangjin, who had a good meal. Return to the kiosk. Weird Tales of the World. Linjiang No. 2 Middle School. Cafeteria. Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was planning to bypass these bizarre corpses and go through the window, a strange movement occurred in this place. Zhang Liangjin, who was originally sleeping, slowly opened his eyes after the pig-masked rice-beating uncle collapsed. Then Zhou Xiaochuan only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and Zhang Liangjin, who was originally wearing a school uniform, was already wearing a bright red and bizarre red coat. She effortlessly broke free of the hemp rope that bound her, and then pounced on the bizarre corpses as eagerly as a hungry tiger pounces on a wolf. She lingers on a creepy corpse for some time, and the creepy corpse disappears into thin air, as if it had never been there. Zhou Xiaochuan took advantage of the fact that while she was absorbing the bizarre corpses, he had already flipped out of the window and returned to his seat, bringing his own rice plate of his own beaten meal to the fourth window, and watched as Zhang Liangjin absorbed these bizarre corpses while eating. It took about 5 minutes or so for Zhang Liangjin to absorb all of these bizarre corpses cleanly. Of those 100 or so teachers' bizarre corpses, Zhang Liangjin had only used 3 minutes to absorb them all. The remaining 2 minutes of that time, she spent all of it absorbing the corpse of that cafeteria's rice-beating uncle. It could be seen that the strength of the cafeteria's rice-beating uncle really wasn't on the same level as those other 100 or so shenanigans. Zhang Liangjin had gone to great lengths to absorb him. Even the ghastly white face became flushed, and many beads of sweat fell from his face. However, in the end, it was absorbed into her body. After absorbing these weirdness, Zhang Liangjin's entire person gave Zhou Xiaochuan a different feeling than before. Previously Zhang Liangjin, Zhou Xiaochuan at most just feel that there are some cold feeling only, but now Zhang Liangjin, Zhou Xiaochuan look at a glance on the feeling to let themselves into the ice cave general. Her entire hair had turned white, withered at the tips, and her whole body looked very haggard, but it made it impossible to feel any heartache, only horror and coldness. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at Zhang Liangjin hovering over window number 4 and couldn't help but gulp a breath, his expression somewhat unnatural. Silently, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the 2 blood-stained red towels over his hands. Although this Zhang Liangjin had helped him a lot, but Zhang Liangjin was often delirious about to attack him. Before, Zhang Liangjin hadn't devoured so many shenanigans, and he could still easily deal with them. But now, Zhou Xiaochuan suspected that about a third of the weirdness in the entire school had been swallowed inside Zhang Liangjin at the moment. The current Zhang Liangjin had definitely turned into an extremely terrifying existence. Zhou Xiaochuan swallowed his saliva. He even lost confidence that he would definitely be able to control Zhang Liangjin. However, Zhang Liangjin only glanced at Zhou Xiaochuan who was outside the window, and a smile immediately surfaced on his originally cold as ice face. She then landed on the ground, and Zhou Xiaochuan only felt a flash of white light in front of his eyes, and the Zhang Liangjin, who was dressed in a blood-red outfit and had a head full of dull white hair, immediately changed back to her previous normal appearance. She walked quickly towards Zhou Xiaochuan, then rolled over the window and stood beside Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan noticed that in the corner of her eyes, there were actually tears. She looked around for a moment, then spoke up and asked, "Where are the people inside this cafeteria?" The voice that spoke was extremely subtle, and if Zhou Xiaochuan hadn't listened with his heart, he wouldn't have been able to hear it at all. Seeing Zhang Liangjin acting so cautiously, Zhou Xiaochuan felt bad. He immediately pulled Zhang Liangjin and ran out of the cafeteria's hall as fast as he could to the outside of the cafeteria, because Zhang Liangjin's behavior reminded him of a rule of the cafeteria. 9th, please be quiet during your meal. If you make too much noise, you will attract some attention from the presence. If possible, you'd better not talk in the cafeteria. Zhang Liangjin's voice, which was as thin as a tiny mosquito, made Zhou Xiaochuan think of this rule. If even Zhang Liangjin, an existence that had devoured over 100 bizarre existences, adhered to this rule so strictly, then it meant that this rule was extremely dangerous. As for Zhou Xiaochuan himself, he had long ago violated this rule cleanly and thoroughly when he encouraged these shenanigans to attack the 4th window of the cafeteria. Sweat broke out on his forehead, but he still smiled and replied, "It's not mealtime yet. The students are still in class, so that's all that's inside the cafeteria, and it's already all in your stomach." After hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Zhang Liangjin's 2 eyes were filled with the color of disbelief. "You took out the entire cafeteria in one fell swoop? My God, how did you do that?" Zhou Xiaochuan just smiled slightly, with a shy face. "Well, it's really a long story. I'll tell you later when I have the chance, but I only want to ask one question now." Zhang Liangjin looked at Zhou Xiaochuan, signaling him to continue. "That is, what happens if I violate rule number 9 of the cafeteria rules? It's the one that says please be quiet while dining. If you make too much noise, you will attract the attention of some presences. If possible, you'd better not talk in the cafeteria. What would happen to me if, for example, I dragged everyone left inside the cafeteria to pop up in the cafeteria with me?" After hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, the fear in Zhang Liangjin's eyes overflowed. She first looked around quickly, then pulled open the door of the kiosk that was near the cafeteria with one hand and directly pushed Zhou Xiaochuan inside. 1 hour. Be sure to come back out after an hour. It's dangerous. After she left these words, Zhou Xiaochuan was pushed into the kiosk, never to hear her voice again. The kiosk Moncler outlet store looked at Zhou Xiaochuan lightly, tapped the table, and opened his mouth. "I asked about the flavor. Smelled the flavor of mutton. You are very good. Amongst the people who traded with me, you are the second person who can bring me the mutton. Now, hand over the mutton, and our deal is complete." However, Zhou Xiaochuan was not in a hurry yet. He took 2 steps back and spoke. "It's not urgent yet. Isn't there still 11 hours until the time we agreed on? It's not too late to give it to you at that time, right?" After Zhou Xiaochuan finished speaking, he surveyed the kiosk grandpa's demeanor. He wanted to wait for the price to sell, increase the revenue that this piece of lamb could bring to himself. Who knows? After Zhou Xiaochuan finished the sentence, this kiosk grandpa's face was not right. With a furious look on his face, he roared, Let's not talk about 11 hours. A minute late in taking this thing would be a great danger to me and to you. End of chapter. Chapter 70, The Origin of the Parchment. Chapter 70, The Origin of the Parchment. This lamb is in great danger of being eaten later? Zhou Xiaochuan's brow furrowed, and he subconsciously became wary of this kiosk grandpa. In the middle of the cafeteria, those creeps were filled with greed for this tiny piece of lamb, trying desperately to grab it. And the uncle in charge of the lamb's window number 4, the meal beater, is far more powerful than the usual shenanigans. Could it be that this lamb would have some sort of enhancing effect on the spookiness? Thinking like this, Zhou Xiaochuan even more refused to give this mutton to the kiosk grandpa, and the kiosk master, who seemed to have seen what Zhou Xiaochuan had in mind, sighed and said, "Sooner or later you'll have to hand this mutton over to me anyway, and if you don't hand it over to me, then according to our deal, you'll need to give your life. Do you think it's your life that's important? Or this mutton?" Zhou Xiaochuan was also very torn after hearing this. Seeing how these creeps were so obsessed with this mutton, they knew that there must be something abnormal about this mutton. Maybe after eating it, it would make these creeps' strength increase drastically, and it would make these creeps even more dangerous. However, right now Zhou Xiaochuan was almost considered to be trapped in this kiosk, unable to get out of it. He had simply been pushed into the middle of the kiosk by Jiang Liangjin to escape the danger. It was mostly dangerous outside by now, because in order to get the mutton and save Jiang Liangjin, he had gone out of his way to make a huge commotion, encouraging the weirdness in the middle of the cafeteria to go to war with the pig-headed rice-beating uncle at window number 4, violating the rules of the cafeteria. 9th, please be quiet during your meal. If you make too much noise, you will attract some attention from the presence. If possible, you'd better not talk in the cafeteria. Zhou Xiaochuan really did not think that the danger of violating this rule of the cafeteria was actually so huge. Even Jiang Liangjin, who had devoured more than 100 bizarre ones, was too jealous to reveal to Zhou Xiaochuan what kind of origin it really had. Instead, after hearing Zhou Xiaochuan say this matter, he pushed him into the middle of the kiosk. Wait, Jiang Liangjin knew that he was in great danger, so he pushed me into the middle of the kiosk? Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly thought of this and a thunderbolt exploded in his mind. Is she doing this because of the absolute safety in the middle of this kiosk? First, as a student, please come to the commissary during class time or break time. If you are in danger during class time or break time, then you can take refuge in the kiosk for a while, but please do not come to the kiosk during class time. The first rule of the commissary says that if you are in danger, you can come to the commissary to take refuge for a while, but this rule has a prerequisite: it's during class time and breaks. As for now, the time on my cell phone said it was now 11:45. And there were still 15 minutes to go before it was time for class to end. It is clearly stated in this rule that you are not allowed to come to the kiosk during school hours. If this rule is true, then it is very likely that the commissary is safe and protective during class time and breaks. But during class time, the commissary is dangerous. But if the commissary was truly dangerous now, then why did Jiang Liangjin push himself into the commissary? If she was trying to get herself killed, then the current her could have completely dispensed with any ploys and directly struck out at Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan was sure that he would definitely find it hard to resist Jiang Liangjin. There are only 5 rules for the commissary, the first and last, both of which still emphasize that the commissary is safe. 5th, the value of the commissary's existence is to serve the students. The commissary never exists for the purpose of killing classmates or doing things that are harmful to them. Have fun shopping among the kiosks. I'm sure you'll feel the care and warmth of the school here. However, Zhou Xiaochuan thought that the more he said that, the more he could show that it was dangerous inside this kiosk. Because more or less, it's a little bit of a desire to get out of the way. Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was thinking, the kiosk Moncler outlet store spoke up. How about this? You give me this mutton right now, and I'll provide you with 3 pieces of information that I can provide, and I guarantee that these 3 pieces of information must be what you desperately want to know. He then spoke, in order to reassure you, I can tell you a piece of information first. I know that you got a piece of parchment from the side of the fake director of instruction. And that parchment will automatically surface words to tempt you, right or wrong? Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes widened when he heard the kiosk grandpa mention parchment. The matter of this parchment should not have been known to anyone except Zhou Xiaochuan. Beforehand, this kiosk grandpa also knew in advance that he possessed 2 blood-stained towels. Did he have the ability to foretell? My lord, I did get such a piece of parchment, but how did you know such a thing? I don't seem to have said anything to you about it, have I? Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, the kiosk Moncler revealed an inscrutable smile. Why I am able to know this information is not within the 3 pieces of information I can provide you with, and you are not qualified to specify that I should answer your 3 pieces of information. However, I guarantee that the 3 pieces of information that I will provide to you can definitely be of great help to you. You can start by not rushing to be skeptical. And listen to me finish the first piece of information first. After saying this, the cafeteria moncler paused for a moment, seemingly waiting for Zhou Xiaochuan's reply. Although Zhou Xiaochuan subjectively does not want to talk about this mutton to the commissary master, but the commissary master to give out the conditions is indeed too tempting. Okay, go ahead and finish your first message. After receiving Zhou Xiaochuan's answer, the kiosk moncler revealed a smile. Okay, I'm sure that parchment has given you a lot of information. Do you want to know where it came from and if it's reliable to you? Do you want to know if its words can be trusted or not? In the face moncler outlet store of the question, Zhou Xiaochuan cursed. Nonsense. Of course I want to. Verbally, however, it stated. Think. Of course I want to know. Go ahead. However, what moncler outlet next to say, can really let Zhou Xiaochuan shocked speechless. Your language teacher, Xu Mingming, should have told you the story of the ponies, so now I'll tell you. This parchment is the existence that the pony summoned by sacrificing his own finger, only later, for some reason, it was parasitized in the middle of this parchment. That's where this parchment came from. End of chapter. Chapter 71, Sweating. Chapter 71, Sweating. What this kiosk moncler outlet store said about the origins of the parchment is really shocking. Zhou Xiaochuan originally just thought that this parchment mostly came from the existence of Yucai Building, due to the fact that Yucai Building was recognized by Jiang Liangjin and the director as the most dangerous place amongst the school, which is why Zhou Xiaochuan was wary of this parchment. But I didn't realize that the bit of parchment was so high. It was actually that horrible being that Pony had sacrificed his finger and summoned? Though the language teacher hadn't finished that story before it was tainted by weirdness and turned into weirdness, but he had actually explained most of what was in the story. The rest of those who had not finished speaking, Zhou Xiaochuan probably could have guessed. None other than Xiao Ma, a student in the 8th class of senior high school in Lingjiang No. 2, has been bullied by his classmates for a long time. The bully, a lover of weirdness, often forced Xiao Ma to do things that summon weirdness and made Xiao Ma practice urban legends, but it never worked. But this time, the bully saw an urban legend on the internet, and if he makes a video recording of practicing the urban legend, he can get a big prize. Only, even if there were more prizes, no one would do such a thing, because among this urban legend, the price for summoning the weirdness was actually 3 of one's fingers. With 10 fingers, who could endure such pain? But the bullies didn't care about that. They were banging their heads against the wall and desperately practicing various urban legends. For this urban legend, all that was needed was an abandoned building of 4 stories or more, and the gymnasium next to the school's small playground just fit the bill. So the bullies bring the ponies here for the summoning of the bizarre ritual. When the story was told here, the language teacher Zhu Mingming had been completely eroded by the weirdness and turned into a weirdness. But looking at the way this school is now, the follow-up of this story, Zhou Xiaochuan himself could have guessed an 8 or 9. That is, Pony really did succeed in summoning a bizarre existence at the cost of 3 fingers. And according to the urban legend, a bizarre summoned in this way can fulfill the wish of the summoner, and the bullied horse wish, although Zhou Xiaochuan does not know, but guess can also guess 8 or 9. Nothing more than let the bullies disappear and so on. In short, is to want the bullies to receive the price. But I don't know how. Xiao Ma's wish made this whole school have turned into a ghost area. The story told by this language teacher was most likely the source of the weirdness in this copy. If analogized into a mythological system, then this weird story was the creation myth of the entire huge and complex Lingjiang No. 2 middle school weird story. Then the ponies, the bullies, and the weirdness summoned by the ponies that appeared in the middle of this weird talk were also definitely the key in this weird talk. It's even more than likely the origin of this weird talk. There is no need to mention the bullies, and based on the information obtained earlier, those 2 roommates of Zhou Xiaochuan, Tang Jiacheng and Xiao Haiyang, are the ones who bullied Xiao Ma. Their strength, however, was a bit miserable. Although they were a little better than the classroom's middle, those passerby classmates who would just sit still, they were definitely lower level creepy. Their method of death was also very low grade. When the class teacher was attacking Zhou Xiaochuan, they suddenly stormed out and tried to kill Zhou Xiaochuan together with the class teacher, only to be blown to death by Zhou Xiaochuan's punch. For that matter, the bullies obviously don't possess great power after this copy of Weird Tales, and are even still weak in the midst of this Weird Tales. But ponies and pony summoned shenanigans, not so much. They possessed a shocking grievances and were most likely the source of the weirdness amongst the copies of this strange talk. It didn't occur to me that this made Zhou Xiaochuan encounter the weirdness summoned by the ponies? Is this for real? It keeps directing me to the Yucai building. It also said that the Yucai building is the safest place among this school. Zhou Xiaochuan asked. He noticed that this kiosk moncler outlet was very honest, saying that it was a piece of information, but actually also packaged to answer questions. That's, in fact, a lot of messages. This is much better than a parrot. That parrot says a word and counts it as a message. Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's question, the kiosk master leisurely replied, the Yutsai building is the most dangerous place amongst this school, and it hides the truth about almost everything. This is the place you should go last. If you really listen to his words and go to the Yutsai building, then there's no way you'll come back alive. After listening to the kiosk master's questioning, Zhou Xiaochuan was struck by an idea and then asked, so what's so dangerous in the Yutsai building? What is the truth hidden inside the Yutsai building? The kiosk Moncler outlet store laughed out loud. Good boy. This is already considered asking questions twice, but the questions I answer are not the ones you pick. Rather, I pick my own information that I think is important and tell it to you. There is no way I can answer that question for you. He continued. You can ask me questions about that parchment, and there's a lot I can answer here. Noticing what the kiosk Moncler outlet store said, Zhou Xiaochuan only felt an indescribable twisted feeling in his heart. This feeling is like the kiosk Moncler outlet store begging to tell the information to Zhou Xiaochuan here. So, can you tell me what the purpose of this parchment is? Zhou Xiaochuan snapped. Don't you already know the purpose of this parchment? Its purpose is that it can give you information. But the information it gives out, you can't easily believe. Because this one is spooky and takes pleasure in fooling others. There are also times when the information that the parchment gives out is basically false information, in order to get you to fall for it. For example, the parchment says that your little girlfriend is in the Yutsai building, but she's clearly over at the fourth window in the cafeteria like. After saying these words, the kiosk Moncler took a breath and continued, but there is no need for you to worry too much. Although the parchment is powerful, but it doesn't have the ability to actively launch an attack on you right now. The most he can do is to induce you to go to some dangerous places, such as the Yutsai building that the party was talking about. Zhou Xiaochuan clearly caught the keywords in the middle of the kiosk Moncler outlet store's speech. It doesn't now. Meaning that this parchment can still directly harm Zhou Xiaochuan later? And it's not there now. So how can it be there? How much of this does Zhou Xiaochuan need to pay? Zhou Xiaochuan was really sweating a bit. However, after knowing the true origin of the parchment, his exploration of the weird talk was tantamount to a step further. End of chapter. Chapter 72, The Grand Master After Eating Mutton. Chapter 72, The Grand Master After Eating Mutton. All in all, this parchment, what to do with it is all up to you. After these words were said, Moncler outlet store he revealed a mysterious smile. The lock and matching key I gave you have a restraining effect on the parchment. Just keep putting him and the parchment together and the parchment will come to a standstill. The words of the kiosk Moncler outlet store made Zhou Xiaochuan enlightened. No wonder this parchment has been wailing for Zhou Xiaochuan not to put it into the red plastic bag. The reason is because there is a lock and key given by the Moncler outlet store red plastic bag. However, it's debatable what the lock and key are actually made of, and whether or not they are made of weirdness. I have a question, Moncler, and that is that this key and lock, since it can restrain this parchment, can this key and lock restrain any other shenanigans in this school? Zhou Xiaochuan, upholding the principle of asking questions if he didn't understand, opened his mouth. Whether you want to answer or not, whether you can answer or not, it never hurts to ask first. Moreover, as of now, it seems that this kiosk Moncler outlet store is also relatively friendly to Zhou Xiaochuan, basically considered to be a question and answer, and did not show an active desire to attack him. In this way, it seemed that Jiang Liangjin had pushed himself into the middle of the kiosk, and in addition to protecting his own safety, he had not failed to imply to himself that a great deal of information could be obtained in the middle of the kiosk. The key and lock, of course, have some restraining effect on other shenanigans, but not as much as those two seals you have on you is all. The kiosk Moncler outlet store took a sip of tea and opened his mouth. Seals? Although Zhou Xiaochuan knew that the sealing object he was referring to was the two blood-stained towels inside his pocket, he still wanted to know why he was calling this thing a sealing object. The seal refers to what's inside your pocket, and as to why it's called that, that's not among the questions I need to answer. The kiosk Moncler seemed to have seen Zhou Xiaochuan's thoughts and replied coldly. And what is the origin of this key and lock? Why does it restrain the parchment? Zhou Xiaochuan asked. If the bloodstained towel restrains the spooky and does damage to the spooky because it fights poison with poison, itself being tainted with the spooky, what is the reason for the key and the lock? What kind of creepy did they come from? However, in response to Zhou Xiaochuan's question, the kiosk Moncler outlet store also just faintly said, this is not a question I need to answer. You need to pass this copy, and you don't need to know about it. For the kiosk Moncler outlet store answer, Zhou Xiaochuan roughly listened to it. Not much feeling, a little fine thought, only to come back to the wrong. Through a copy? A copy? Would a character in a copy realize that they are in the middle of a copy? Could it be that this kiosk master wasn't a character in the middle of a copy? But the Weird Tales replica had 5 rules customized specifically for him. Seeing Zhou Xiaochuan's puzzled look, the kiosk Moncler outlet store's pair of eyes suddenly flashed with a fine light. Go through this copy and I'll tell you the answers to what you want to know. That's pretty much the first piece of information I can give you. Now, give me the lamb. In the face of Moncler outlet online, the words Zhou Xiaochuan had originally intended to pull a little, but he suddenly felt an invisible pressure descend on his body. This kind of pressure brought Zhou Xiaochuan a feeling as if he refused the demands of this great master at this moment, then he would die immediately. Zhou Xiaochuan was pressured and could only open the red plastic bag, took out the white lamb and handed it to the kiosk master. As soon as Moncler outlet store he got his hands on the lamb, he couldn't wait to throw it as far as his mouth could go. Moncler outlet online. This piece of mutton portion is extremely small. If Zhou Xiaochuan let eat, probably just chew 4 or 5 seconds and swallowed. But this kiosk grandpa, but as if he had eaten some rare treasure in general, constantly chewing, simply do not want to swallow this mutton. What's even more bizarre is that this small slice of mutton can actually make Moncler outlet store him eat even his cheeks bulge. As if this is not a small slice of mutton in his mouth, but many pieces of mutton. Moncler outlet online chewing and chewing. Tears of blood actually flowed out of the middle of his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Afterward, he looked up to the sky and laughed in an extremely maniacal manner. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at this weird look of the kiosk Moncler outlet store. His heart was on guard, and he took 2 steps back, and in his hands, he had already wrapped the 2 blood-stained towels. The commissary Moncler outlet store nowadays is indeed too abnormal. It was completely different from the calm, wise and bland feeling before, like a hysterical madman. This state of the kiosk Moncler outlet store, Zhou Xiaochuan has no doubt that he is very likely to launch an attack on Zhou Xiaochuan. Who knows? After seeing Zhou Xiaochuan in such a guarded manner, the kiosk Moncler outlet store paused and swallowed the lamb. His eyes were crimson, as if he was enduring a great temptation. Young man, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will hurt you? Don't worry, this kiosk doesn't exist to hurt students. It exists to protect them. After these words, the kiosk Moncler squeezed out a kind smile with great effort, but this smile, the more Zhou Xiaochuan looked at it, the weirder it became, because while he was laughing, Moncler outlet store his eyes actually kept moving around. One moment he looked at Zhou Xiaochuan, one moment he looked at the door, and one moment he looked into the depths of the kiosk. Zhou Xiaochuan at this moment opened his cell phone again and looked at the time. At this moment in time it was just 12 o'clock. It was the time of the end of the class. The kiosk at the end of class, as the rules say, should be safe. First, as a student, please come to the commissary during class time or break time. If you are in danger during class time or break time, then you can take refuge in the kiosk for a while, but please do not come to the kiosk during class time. Since they are providing shelter for students, it should be safe in the middle of the kiosk. However, with respect to the current Moncler outlet store maniacal appearance, Zhou Xiaochuan only felt creeped out. Child, don't worry, there is a restriction of rules here. The guy who is outside can't enter. Unless it's this world's Weird Tales world origin, only 2 people can exist here at the same time. I can only stay in the kiosk, and you are in the middle of this kiosk, so no one can enter the kiosk. You are absolutely safe now. Why are you afraid? Seeing Zhou Xiaochuan backing up and making a backward gesture, Moncler outlet store he smiled and opened his mouth. He laughed while blood flooded the corners of his mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 73, Foam. Chapter 73, Foam. Scared of what? Is there a possibility that the one who was afraid is you? Moncler outlet. Moncler outlet store. The words gave Zhou Xiaochuan an important piece of information about why it was safe to be in the middle of the kiosk, which is why Zhang Liangjin pushed him into the middle of the kiosk at the time of the crisis. Because of the interplay of the 2 rules, it directly turned the kiosk into a safehouse-like state. Fourth, in order to keep the kiosk in order, only 2 people can be in the kiosk at the same time. The kiosk master is very dedicated and will not leave his post, so when you see someone other than the master in the kiosk, please go straight out of the kiosk and go to the cafeteria. Also, since only 2 people can be in the kiosk at the same time, please do not enter the kiosk with your partner. This rule is a direct result of the fact that only 2 people will exist in the middle of the kiosk. The commissary Moncler outlet store is considered 1 person, so that leaves only 1 person in the quota. If the chosen one can walk into a kiosk, then the kiosk is naturally safe. And if what the kiosk master said is true, then only the source of this strange story can enter the kiosk in violation of the kiosk rule of only 2 people. But what if there is danger within the kiosk? What if the kiosk Moncler outlet wants to attack the chosen one? Though it is said that the rules among the commissaries, which stipulate that the commissaries are safe. Fifth, the value of the commissary exists to serve the students. The existence of the commissary is never to kill students or do something harmful to them. I wish you happy shopping among the commissary, and I believe you will feel the care and warmth of the school here. This rule, however, more or less gave Zhou Xiaochuan a feeling of wanting to cover up. Moreover, even if this kiosk moncler outlet store was friendly in the beginning, but since eating this mutton, it was as if he had entered an abnormal state. And at this moment the maniacal imp did not look like a normal person at all. When Moncler outlet store he saw Zhou Xiaochuan looking so sketchy, he just laughed slightly, and then the blood in his eyes and the blood at the corners of his mouth all disappeared out of thin air, as if it had never happened. You kept our agreement, and in accordance with the contents of our previous agreement, there are 2 more pieces of information I can provide you with. Hearing Moncler outlet online the words, Zhou Xiaochuan's hanging heart finally dropped, because the strength of this kiosk Moncler outlet store definitely exceeds Zhou Xiaochuan by a lot, and may even be the premier existence in this copy. If the Moncler outlet store is really hostile to Zhou Xiaochuan, then Zhou Xiaochuan is definitely in trouble. Originally Zhou Xiaochuan's arrangement in bottom card, only his own psychotic state, only his psychotic state in this copy, has been carried out infinite weakening and suppression, and do not know whether it can resist this kiosk Moncler outlet. Moreover, this psychotic state is a passive skill, and can't be triggered by Zhou Xiaochuan when he wants to. Zhou Xiaochuan looked a little soothed, and then saw Moncler outlet store him take a buckets of old-fashioned sauerkraut-flavored instant noodles from the shelves, and then as if nothing had happened, he turned on the kettle and poured hot water into the bucket of noodles to soak up the noodles. He then took out scissors and cut open the starchy sausage package and put it in the bubbly. Young man, are you full from the cafeteria lunch? Before you listen to the information I've given you, do you need another mouthful of instant noodles? Believe me, those junk foods in the cafeteria are only bad for your body if you eat them. My side of instant noodles and starchy sausage flavored with old pickles. That's delicious and healthy. Moncler outlet sale he gave a thumbs up, pointing to the freshly soaked, steaming hot instant noodles flavored with old-fashioned sauerkraut. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart, which had been lowered, hung again when he heard these words. Second, there is no such food as instant noodles flavored with sauerkraut and beef in kiosks, and there is no such food as roasted starch sausage. Third, if the kiosk owner sells you instant noodles with sauerkraut and beef flavor or grilled starch sausage, refuse him. Walk straight out of the kiosk and don't turn around no matter what he says. After leaving the kiosk, go to the cafeteria immediately. According to the rules, once Moncler outlet store the 2 items are offered to Zhou Xiaochuan, Zhou Xiaochuan must walk straight out of the kiosk without turning back. But in this situation, isn't stepping out of the kiosk just waiting to die? He had never seen such a look of fear and panic on Zhang Liangjin's face before. There is definitely great terror beyond the commissary at this moment. Great danger. Besides, if you leave now, you won't hear the message from the kiosk Moncler outlet. The first piece of information provided by the kiosk Moncler outlet store was so powerful, and the next piece of information he provided would definitely be a huge help for him to pass this strange talk. In the midst of the world of strange tales, the more information you have, the more hope you have of staying alive. However, if you don't walk out, you're breaking the rules. Though I don't know if the rule is true or not. If it really appears like that time in the cafeteria, violating the rule of having to be quiet in the cafeteria leads to inviting very scary shenanigans. It'll be a complete disaster. That time, although he had made a huge gain, allowing Zhang Liangjin's combat power to increase drastically, it had also left him trapped in this kiosk. Just as Zhou Xiaochuan frowned and pondered the gains and losses, the kiosk Moncler gave him a disappointed look. Since you don't want to eat it, just don't eat it. What are you frowning there for? Making it seem as if my stuff is poisonous. I'm telling you it's your loss if you don't eat it. Everything I have here is good. Much better than what's inside the cafeteria. After saying that, the kiosk Moncler outlet store Moncler outlet online self-consciously ate the noodles. While eating, his mouth kept chanting, I'll finish the instant noodles first and then come back to give you all the remaining 2 messages. Hey, my instant noodles are really too good. Ha 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 ha. The kiosk Moncler was eating the instant noodles while a weird and incomparable laughter was coming out from inside his mouth. And Zhou Xiaochuan approached to take a look, but found that the noodles in the kiosk Moncler outlet store mouth of the noodles, actually all maggots. He is not eating noodles, simply eating maggots. Zhou Xiaochuan forced himself to endure the nausea and waited for the kiosk grandpa to finish eating the noodles. Who would have thought that after he finished eating it, he actually made another bucket and started eating it? Hold your horses, lad. I'm a bit hungry. I'll eat first. In the end, Moncler outlet online he ate 5 buckets of instant noodles in a row before stopping. Not only that, while he was eating, he had to tempt Zhou Xiaochuan to eat this instant noodles. But this instant noodles are filled with maggots. Just thinking about it is disgusting. How can Zhou Xiaochuan eat it? After finishing the noodles with great difficulty, Moncler Outlet Store. He cleared his throat and began to talk about the next two messages. End of chapter. Chapter 74. The weirdness of being split in two. Chapter 74. The weirdness of being split in two. Before I tell you those two pieces of information, I'd like to ask you a question. Are you violating that rule among the cafeteria rules that you can't talk out loud? The kiosk Moncler Outlet spoke. Zhou Xiaochuan was already used to the kiosk Moncler Outlet Store's unpredictability, and he nodded. It was also because of this that Zhou Xiaochuan was passively hiding in this kiosk, and the odds are that Zhang Liangjin was the one who engaged the weirdness behind this outside of the kiosk. I can only say that you are quite unfortunate. Apart from the outside building and the gymnasium, only this one rule in the middle of the cafeteria could possibly allow you to invite such weirdness, and I didn't expect that such a small chance would be encountered for you. Moncler Outlet Store. He took another starchy sausage off the shelf and ate it as he did so. This creepy bit of a character. Is it tall? Who's more powerful compared to the pig-masked rice-punching uncle at the cafeteria's window number 4? Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth and asked. Since this kiosk Moncler Outlet is willing to tell him that bizarre information that appears in the middle of the rules of the cafeteria now, that reel couldn't be better. Can be said to solve the urgent need. If he followed what Zhang Liangjin said, he still had half an hour to turtle in this kiosk, and after half an hour, it was time to go out and face this horrible weirdness. Who knows? After Zhou Xiaochuan's question was asked, it actually drew a burst of ridicule from the kiosk Moncler Outlet. Ha? Who are you talking about? The one at window 4 in the cafeteria who wears a pig's head mask to look at mutton? Don't be ridiculous. Let me put it to you this way. There are 7 days in a week, and every day of the week there is a different person wearing a pig's head mask looking at mutton at window number 4. And all 7 of these pig-masked mutton watchers in total are just creepy henchmen that you've recruited for this rule you're violating right now. Moncler Outlet Online. The words of Zhou Xiaochuan did not return to his senses for a while. That pig-masked uncle with 8 arms growing out of his back and carrying a chopper that had cut down over 100 creepy pig-headed masks in one fell swoop. There were actually 6 more, and all of them were that creepy's henchmen. 9th, please be quiet during your meal. If you make too much noise, you will attract some attention from the presence. If possible, you'd better not talk in the cafeteria. Zhou Xiaochuan did not expect that his plan to provoke the 100 or so creeps amongst the cafeteria, invade the cafeteria's window number 4, snatch the mutton as well as save Zhang Liangjin, had actually accidentally involved such a terrifying existence. As for Zhou Xiaochuan himself, he now has a clearer cognition of the weirdness. It turns out that the gap between the weak and the strong among the weird is actually so huge. As strong as the pig-headed masked rice-beating uncle, actually able to take out more than 100 weird incarnations of the teacher, and such a powerful uncle, actually still now outside that weird underlings? So, what was the most horrifyingly bizarre thing in the middle of that cafeteria? The cafeteria Moncler Outlet Store looked at Zhou Xiaochuan, then slowly spoke. In fact, you already know. That weirdness outside is one and the same as your parchment. Both are the weirdness that Xiaoma summoned in the first place. Both are pony-summoned shenanigans? That is to say, the most terrifying shenanigans in the middle of the cafeteria were actually one of the sources of this strange talk. It's no wonder the power is so strong. However, later on, for reasons unknown, that terrifying weirdness that was originally summoned by the ponies was split into 2. One of them, the parchment, inherited the intelligence of that creepy, while the creepy in the middle of the cafeteria inherited the power of that creepy. Therefore, the creepy that was currently engaged in a battle with that little ninny outside was completely devoid of any intelligence and could only act on its own instincts, empty of terrifying resentment, but no way to bring it into play. After listening to Moncler Outlet Store the words, Zhou Xiaochuan pinched a sweat for Zhang Liangjin. Grandpa, then what do you say? That little girl outside, is she this weird opponent? Zhou Xiaochuan snapped. This is not known. This little girl has absorbed so much bizarre grievances, and her own grievances are deep, and when she enters the bizarre form she is a bright red dress. If you go out of the commissary now, and let that bizarre snatch the parchment from your hands, and merge into one into the final form, then, that's when it's really over. The kiosk grandpa seemed to have sensed Zhou Xiaochuan's anxiety and opened his mouth. However, Zhou Xiaochuan was also able to hear the kiosk master's words. That is, no matter what, he could not walk out from among this kiosk now. So, that creepy thing outside the commissary. What kind of dangerous creepy thing is that inside this school? Zhou Xiaochuan needed confirmation of this the most. If such shenanigans were not even ranked amongst this school, then the difficulty of this copy this time around was really too high. The kiosk Moncler Outlet Store didn't rush to answer first, but held up 3 fingers. Third, among this school, if we were to discuss creepy strength, then it is third. It's actually very scary in strength, but it just doesn't have any spirituality left. Its entire spiritual intelligence is within the parchment. It was separated from its main body. This causes it to only be able to produce waves of parchment every day without even knowing what the purpose of this parchment is. Hearing the words of the kiosk Moncler outlet store, Zhou Xiaochuan again wanted to inquire about what exactly is the use of mutton. However, the Moncler outlet store's answer and tone were both very firm. That is, no comment. Afterwards, Moncler outlet store he went on to speak eloquently. The only spooky ones that are even more powerful than it would be the one inside the Yutsai building and the one inside the gymnasium each. Not only are they powerful, but they also possess an extremely high level of intelligence to compel humans. After Moncler outlet store he finished, he patted his stomach contentedly, then spoke. That's the second piece of information I'm offering you. As for the third message, it's a bit more brief than the previous two. The animals inside the school are, in fact, its henchmen. Moncler outlet store god said. Who is it? Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth and asked. It's the most powerful of all the shenanigans that have gone missing from this copy. Is the root of it all? And I suppose you know exactly who I'm referring to as him? The kiosk master said so. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart immediately like a mirror. It's not necessary to say much. This it refers to the horse. That is, Senior Class 7. 10 years ago, the health committee member of Senior Class 8, the first student to take a leave of absence in Jiang Liangjin's mouth, the target of school bullying, Ma Yu, Xiao Ma student. After hearing the words of the cafeteria master, Zhou Xiaochuan immediately thought of the parrot he encountered in the dormitory earlier. Although the rules said that there was no parrot in the middle of the school, the parrot had helped Zhou Xiaochuan gain a lot of information. End of chapter. Chapter 75, The Disappearing Grandpa. Chapter 75, The Disappearing Grandpa. And all the weird information in the middle of the school, except for Zhou Xiaochuan, also came out through the parrots. However, the most crucial thing was that even Zhou Xiaochuan would be standing here at this moment, in the middle of the kiosk, and to a large extent, it was because he had listened to the words of the parrot in the middle of the dormitory last night. At that time, Zhou Xiaochuan asked the parrot how exactly to avoid the student union to check the dormitory, and the parrot gave an answer. That is, to the kiosk to come to the keys and locks, replacing the dormitory door in front of the keys and locks. And it was because Zhou Xiaochuan wanted to come to the kiosk to buy a lock that the kiosk master made the offer to take the mutton in the cafeteria in exchange. It was precisely because Zhou Xiaochuan needed to get the mutton in the cafeteria that he went to stir up the bizarre civil war in the cafeteria. In turn, his instigation of a bizarre civil war in the middle of the cafeteria led to a violation of the rule that there must be silence in the middle of the cafeteria, which led to him getting into such a dangerous situation. This is not combing, okay? A combing Zhou Xiaochuan really give a big scare. The cause and effect of this is simply layered. As if the moment Zhou Xiaochuan entered the replica, everything was all under the control of the bizarre general. Among the dormitory rules it says, do not, under any circumstances, open the dormitory windows, and if a bird outside the dormitory is tapping on the window with its beak, please ignore it. You have nothing to feed it, him, her, them. But I fed the two creepy corpses to the parrot, and the parrot answered my question. Since it says that all the animals in the middle of this school are its eyes and ears, is the information the parrot provided me true or false? Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth. He asked questions like this. In fact, to test this kiosk Moncler outlet, because it was the parrot who told him that he could go to the kiosk to buy locks and keys, and after arriving at the kiosk master also said that only through the lock and key can we avoid the student union's dormitory inspection. If the kiosk Moncler outlet store says that what the parrot says is not to be trusted, then to a large extent, what this kiosk Moncler outlet store says will also be much less credible. Who knows? The kiosk Moncler outlet store revealed a mysterious smile after hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words. Who told you that a creepy henchman can't be trusted? Just like you drove a tiger and swallowed a wolf in the middle of the cafeteria. Its henchmen, too, can be your helpers? There's no contradiction. Besides, how do you know it must have murderous intentions towards you? He was a kind child in life. Moncler outlet online. Suddenly a mouthful of foreign red blood was spat out as he spoke. He reached out his hand, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said helplessly, I've said a bit too much. Let's just leave it at that for now. I hope you can pass this copy. And when the time comes, I will tell you more information. Even, I can tell you the source of it all. Oh, try your best to survive. There's only hope if you survive. But surviving is more than just hope. The commissary Moncler outlet store's body is gradually vaporizing, little by little fading away, as if it is going to disappear from this world. Moncler, what are you? Looking at the dissipating Moncler, Zhou Xiaochuan was a bit worried. It wasn't that he was worried about the commissary Moncler outlet store's safety. For one thing, this Moncler outlet store was very strong, and for another, it was because this Moncler outlet store was, after all, a trickster. Even after telling Zhou Xiaochuan a lot of information, Zhou Xiaochuan still thought that this commissary Moncler outlet carried a strong purpose, was using him. What Zhou Xiaochuan is really worried about is whether the kiosk can still be used as a safe house if this Moncler outlet store really disappears. There is a prerequisite for a kiosk to be able to be used as a safe house to hide from danger. The prerequisite is the rule among the commissaries. Fourth, in order to keep the kiosk in order, only 2 people can be in the kiosk at the same time. The kiosk monks are very dedicated and will not leave their posts. So when you see someone other than the monks in the kiosk, please go straight out of the kiosk and head to the cafeteria. Also, since only 2 people can be in the kiosk at the same time, please do not enter the kiosk with your partner, because only 2 people could exist in the kiosk, and the grandpa in the kiosk wouldn't hurt the chosen one. That's why the kiosk was safe. However, what if the kiosk master is no longer among the kiosks? Then if Zhou Xiaochuan entered the kiosk, Creepy could also enter the kiosk, and the kiosk would no longer be safe. Especially at this particular time, Zhang Liangjin was outside the commissary, fighting the powerful weirdness that Xiao Ma had summoned in the first place. If the commissary master disappeared at this time, then the battle between the bazaar would spill over into the commissary. The kiosk moncler looked at Zhou Xiaochuan and suddenly grinned a wry smile. Where am I going? When you pass this copy, I will naturally tell you. Also, this kiosk won't be safe after I'm gone. I sincerely suggest that you take a bite of the old sauerkraut-flavored instant noodles inside my kiosk, as well as the starch sausage, which might show you something different. As the kiosk grandpa spoke, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But fortunately, this bizarre sight didn't last long, and he quickly disappeared into the kiosk, leaving behind only a cloud of blood. Zhou Xiaochuan took out his cell phone and looked at the time. The time displayed on the cell phone screen was exactly 12:30 p.m. At that time, Zhang Liangjin told him to ask Zhou Xiaochuan to come out from the kiosk after 1 hour, and now there is still half an hour before the 1 hour. But today, the kiosk is no longer safe. Because of the departure of the kiosk master, there was now a spot in the kiosk where a person could still enter. If a random one came in, that was generally weird. Then Zhou Xiaochuan could still deal with it. But if the pony summoned the weirdness back then and went straight into the kiosk, trying to hunt down Zhou Xiaochuan who had violated the rules, then it would be troublesome. Thinking about it, going out cannot go out. Just stay in the doorway of the kiosk is also very easy to be weird. Open the door to kill. Zhou Xiaochuan decided to explore a little bit in the middle of this kiosk, to see what is gained. In addition, Zhou Xiaochuan found that this kiosk grandpa was tempting him all the time, wanting him to eat the old world sauerkraut-flavored noodles and starch sausage. Although the rules of the kiosk emphasized that the kiosk simply does not exist in the kiosk, the old alters sauerkraut-flavored noodles as well as starch intestines, and that the kiosk moncler jackets eating noodles and starch intestines. Zhou Xiaochuan clearly saw that the so-called noodles, in fact, is a maggot, and the starch intestines, actually a living person's finger. But the kiosk master had so far shown no intention of wanting him dead. Can you see differently when you eat this bubblegum and starch sausage? Maybe. Can eat them and try them at the most critical juncture. End of chapter. Chapter 76, The Box. Chapter 76, The Box. Zhou Xiaochuan thought as he walked to the front desk and sat in the seat where the kiosk grandpa sat before. The glass closet behind the front desk held a bar of cigarettes and liquor. Only Zhou Xiaochuan didn't know why a kiosk opened inside a school would actually sell such things. And on the table at the front desk were some raw melon seeds, and a few playing cards. Other than that, there wasn't much at this front desk. Just when Zhou Xiaochuan was planning to quickly leave the front desk so that he could take a look into the depths of the kiosk that he hadn't had the chance to freely explore earlier, and in the meantime, he could also avoid the weird open door kill, his foot suddenly kicked a hard object. The hard object was under the table. Zhou Xiaochuan measured the hard object with his foot, and the hard object was a square-shaped item. There's something under this table. Zhou Xiaochuan's intuition, as well as the weird stories he had read at the Weird Tales Handling Bureau, told him that this kind of hidden stuff was either related to the important information of this weird story, or it was a dangerous killing opportunity. He gulped and bent down, wrapping his right hand in 2 blood-stained towels. Then, with a prod under the table, he fumbled out a small dusty box. The box was only the size of Zhou Xiaochuan's palm, but it was heavy and extremely weighty when held in his hand. At the same time, while holding this box, the 2 red towels in Zhou Xiaochuan's palm did not fade. This also means that the surface of the box, at least, is not spooky. Zhou Xiaochuan had just wanted to open the box to see what was actually contained within the box, when he realized that in the middle of the box, there was a small lock hole. No matter how Zhou Xiaochuan broke it with his hands, the box just wouldn't open. Need to find the key? It suddenly occurred to Zhou Xiaochuan that he had a key in his hand. That would be the matching key to replace the lock on the dormitory door lock, obtained from the kiosk master. Previously, when the parchment provided information that there was a chest under the tree, Zhou Xiaochuan had once used this key and opened the chest under the tree. Zhou Xiaochuan hurriedly took out that key from within the plastic bag. Who knows? As soon as Zhou Xiaochuan took out this key, parchment in the plastic bag, like a live fish bought from the market, alive and kicking. The Moncler outlet online said that the key has a suppressing effect on this parchment thing, to the point that it's really true. As soon as I took away this key, this parchment started to come alive. Zhou Xiaochuan ignored the parchment and first inserted the key into the case and opened it. What was contained inside the box was very simple. A red, blood-stained towel, and a photo, and a note. And what was on this photo? Zhou Xiaochuan had seen it long ago, just from what I learned from the parchment. An identical photo was opened among the box under the tree. For details of the photo, see Chapter 61, Group Photo of Senior Class 8. The photo is a group photo of the 8th senior class. Below that, the names of all the students in the 8th class of the senior year as well as the teachers of the class were written. However, just in case, Zhou Xiaochuan still took out the photo that he had gotten before and compared it. And after finding it identical, he put away both photos at the same time. So that's how it is. If I hadn't met the pretended director at the entrance of the cafeteria and gotten the parchment, I could have gotten a box in the middle of the kiosk and gotten this photo. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly hit the ground running, which means that this photo is the key prop. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have two items with similar acquisition routes and exactly the same content, which doesn't fit the Weird Tales world trope. The only thing that could be explained was that this was the key item, and the information on this was the key information amongst this strange talk. It was even possible that this photo was the key to getting through this strange talk. It could even be said that inside the school, there were most likely more than 2 such chests, and there were more places that also had such chests, just in case the chosen one couldn't find them. In fact, there was no problem with Zhou Xiaochuan's idea. Professor Bryant of the Lighthouse Nation, right in the middle of the classroom's bulletin board, had found a secret compartment, and in the secret compartment was such a chest. Su Haolong of the Rod Country, and Francis of the Romantic Country, both found such a chest in the pit of the toilet. Dong Xuelian from the Sakura Country, on the other hand, was given such a box by her deskmate, her roommate and boyfriend. Around the time they got the chest, it was around 12:30 p.m. At the same time, the 5 remaining chosen actually got the same props in different places. It was as if the system had specifically given them this prop. However, the chosen ones of some countries did not know how to open this box, and it was their country's Weird Tales Handling Bureau that told them how Zhou Xiaochuan opened it, and only then did they open the box. At 12:30, the hour, all the chosen had finished their meals and left from the cafeteria. No one wanted to stay long in the middle of that eerie, spooky cafeteria, which meant that all of the chosen, who had entered the commissary, had gotten the keys and locks, except for Prof. Bryant of the Lighthouse Kingdom and Winter Snow Lotus of the Sakura Kingdom. The other 2 chosen did not complete their transactions with the kiosk master during lunch. All the other chosen ones got the same box as you, in different places, at the same time. The contents of the chest are extremely important. On the other hand, the progress of the other country's chosen ones in your weird talk has been completely different, so I hope you take care of yourself more. Just at this time, the voice of the director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Handling sounded within Zhou Xiaochuan's brain. The Weird Tales Handling Bureau used a reminder, just to tell Zhou Xiaochuan that the other chosen ones had also arrived at the box. This information made Zhou Xiaochuan even more determined that the things within this box were definitely important items. The information given on this photo is nothing more than 3. The first one is that not only does the 8th class exist in the senior year, but also that Jiang Liangjin, Ma Yu, and I are all classmates of this senior class 8, and that the bullies such as Tang Jiaqing and Chao Haiyang are also classmates of the senior class 8. And the second piece of information is the various leaders of the school, as well as information about the various classroom teachers. As for the third piece of information, it's the fact that senior class 8 was a class from 10 years ago, but the various pieces of information, however, all match up with senior class 7 10 years later. After sorting out this information, Zhou Xiaochuan placed the 2 photos, solemnly, and then looked thoughtfully at the last item in the box, the note. On this note, only 5 words were written. Watch out for Jiang Liangjin. End of chapter. Chapter 77, The Trickster Hits the Wall. Chapter 77, The Trickster Hits the Wall. Beware of Jiang Liangjin? Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the words on the note with a contemplative face. Jiang Liangjin was his roommate, deskmate, girlfriend, and of course, the class president of the 7th senior class. She had helped him many times, and although there were times when she had lost control and tried to attack him, most of the time, Jiang Liangjin had shown kindness to Zhou Xiaochuan. Moreover, there were many dangerous situations, and it was thanks to Jiang Liangjin that Zhou Xiaochuan was able to retreat in one piece. Take for example the previous gym class. as well as the cafeteria rules that were now being violated. The powerful shenanigans that had been conjured up. It was only by relying on Jiang Liangjin that Zhou Xiaojuan was able to get through it safely. Now this note, it actually told him to be careful of Jiang Liangjin? In this weird world, no matter who could not be trusted, Zhou Xiaojuan certainly kept a watchful eye on Jiang Liangjin, who was obviously an important person in this copy. Because Jiang Liangjin had not shown much strength since the beginning, Zhou Xiaojuan was confident that he could deal with her with 2 bloodstained towels. However, because Jiang Liangjin had devoured more than 100 shenanigans in the cafeteria before, it was difficult for Zhou Xiaojuan to counteract her now. Zhou Xiaojuan could only hope that Jiang Liangjin, who was outside the door of the commissary at the moment, and the horrible weirdness that Xiao Ma had summoned would fight to a standstill. But, then again, who the hell stuffed the inside of this box? And who wrote this note? Zhou Xiaojuan frowned and thought hard, because this "beware of Jiang Liangjin" handwriting always gave Zhou Xiaojuan a very familiar feeling. But think carefully, but cannot think of this familiar feeling in the end from where. What was the intention of the person who left the box in the note? Is it possible that the information given in the box was misleading? Zhou Xiaojuan first pressed these doubts into his mind, as there was no time to think about these things now. When he took the key out to open the box just now, the parchment that was placed inside the red plastic bag was as a live fish that had just been bought back from the food market. And by now, the parchment was moving more and more intensely. Zhou Xiaojuan hurriedly put the key in, and the parchment's activity then shrunk a little. But it didn't stop. Zhou Xiaojuan looked at the parchment as it came to life and always felt that it was attracting the attention of something by doing this. And if Zhou Xiaojuan's guess was correct, then it was most likely attracting its other half outside of the kiosk by doing so. The weirdness that this pony had summoned was largely responsible for this copy of Weird Tales, and now it was fortunate that its intelligence and power had been separated. If the two were allowed to merge again, the results would be unimaginable. Zhou Xiaojuan's heart crossed and he simply took out this parchment to see what he really wanted to say. The moment his hand touched the parchment, the intense movement of the parchment ended, lying peacefully within Zhou Xiaojuan's hand, as if nothing had happened just now. However, the handwriting floating above the parchment indicated that it was extremely unusual. I'm Zhou Xiaojuan. By the time you read this, I'll be dead. At 12:30, the grandpa at the school kiosk left the kiosk, which resulted in me being the only one left in the kiosk. The kiosk is no longer a safe house. 10 minutes later, Jiang Liangjin pushed the door and walked into the kiosk, and I cheerfully went to greet her, thinking that this way the kiosk would be 2 people, and it would become a safe house again. In the next second, my head was knocked down to the ground by her slap, and before I died, I saw her face twisted horribly. I seem to be familiar with this distorted face, but I can't remember how. Zhou Xiaojuan's eyelids jumped as he looked at the text. He had just taken this parchment out, and this parchment cursed him to death. For the text on the parchment, Zhou Xiaojuan had always looked at it with skepticism, because the information on the parchment was not necessarily accurate, and even a lot of it was full of distortions and misdirection, but it would also, to a certain extent, provide key information about the world of weird talk. For example, before, the parchment said that Zhou Xiaojuan would die in the middle of asking for mutton from the pig-headed chef in window 4. Although Zhou Xiaojuan didn't die in the end, this information also showed Zhou Xiaojuan that the chef who wore a pig-headed head was dangerous. After Zhou Xiaojuan saw the information recorded on this parchment, he took his things and left from the front desk, heading deeper into the kiosk. Although this kiosk looked, externally, relatively small, but the internal space was extremely huge. The interior of the kiosk could be said to be a long corridor, and on both sides of the corridor, it was filled with all kinds of various commodities. But in the very center of the shelves in this corridor, which is also the most conspicuous position, all of them only display 2 items: instant noodles flavored with sauerkraut as well as starch sausages. Second, there is no food named sauerkraut beef flavored instant noodles, let alone grilled starch sausage, in the kiosk. As Zhou Xiaojuan walked, he thought about the rule and the kiosk Moncler outlet store's behavior at that time. Eat the old sauerkraut flavored instant noodles as well as the starchy sausage and be able to see things differently. Zhou Xiaojuan repeatedly speculated on this sentence. He still didn't dare to eat this thing directly. In the previous weird story, there was a chosen one from A's country who was trapped in a secret room, and in the end, he ate the food that wasn't allowed to be eaten in the rules because he was too hungry. Eventually, Creepy broke out of his body and he himself died from massive bleeding. Things that appear in the middle of the Weird Tales world where the rules explicitly say they don't exist and can't be eaten are best avoided, because there's no trial and error at all. In case this rule is true, then it's basically going to be an instant death rule, with very little wiggle room. Zhou Xiaojuan unconsciously walked another long distance while walking. As he walked, Zhou Xiaojuan suddenly stopped. It's not right. 10 to 15% wrong. Zhou Xiaochuan peered forward for a while, and then peered backward for a while. The scenic quality before and after were the same. Both were long corridors. Both sides of the corridor were shelves. Zhou Xiaochuan picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. The time was now 12:38. That means he's just been walking for 8 minutes. Because he wanted to get away from the front desk as quickly as possible to avoid opening the door to kill him, he practically ran as fast as he could to get away. In 8 minutes, it had gone at least a kilometer. The diameter of this kiosk, it's as long as a kilometer? Zhou Xiaochuan was covered in cold sweat. It's not right. In his current situation, it was very likely that he had encountered a tricky wall. End of chapter. Chapter 78, The Greatest Havoc in the Palace of Heaven? Flying Daggers. Chapter 78, The Greatest Havoc in the Palace of Heaven? Flying Daggers. Zhou Xiaochuan walked a few steps backward and a few steps forward, and realized that the scene in this section of the corridor was repeated. There are just 3 sections of shelving in total on one side here, and going further forward or backward, you see all the same things on the shelves. In order to verify his guess, Zhou Xiaochuan took out a blood-stained towel from among his pockets and dabbed at the wall in the upper right corner of the right-hand shelf, then walked forward 3 more shelves. And there was also a scarlet dot in the upper right corner of the wall of the 4th shelf he walked past. Zhou Xiaochuan tried forward, backward, and many more times, finally confirming that his previous guess was not wrong. He's caught in the middle of a tricky beatdown. Just why was he caught in the wall of trickery? Was it because Zhou Xiaochuan had been trying to head deeper into the commissary and entered into the weirdness that existed in the commissary itself? Or was it the external weirdness that was influencing him and preventing him from going too deep? Both of these possibilities, although both were dangerous, it was undoubtedly the latter one that was more frightening for Zhou Xiaochuan, because if it was the latter possibility, then it was the outside world's weirdness exerting its own power, interfering with the operation of this kiosk, and the purpose was naturally clear. It was Zhou Xiaochuan. Whether it was Zhang Liangjin, or the horrible weirdness in the middle of the cafeteria, it was not a good situation. Zhou Xiaochuan rummaged through these shelves, trying to see if he could find some key props to break the predicament at this moment. However, the result was futile. The things on these shelves were all things that would be sold in a normal kiosk. There were no special items. Zhou Xiaochuan moved these shelves away one by one again, but in the end, he did not find anything like a secret passage or something like that. He observed his surroundings again, and the only abnormality in the midst of this kiosk was the chandelier here. Unlike the originally very simple kiosk, the chandelier on the roof of this kiosk is actually a gorgeous European-style chandelier, emitting a warm yellow luster. And on the overhead ceiling, there were actually all sorts of portraits of the ancient gods of Xia. One of them, next to the European chandelier, was standing a hairy-faced, thunder-mouthed monkey, who looked furious, his eyes wide open, and raised the stick in his hand, about to hit the chandelier. Around him, there was a group of immortals and gods floating in the clouds. Zhou Xiaochuan could not see their complexions clearly. However, from their straight and stereotypical standing postures, it could be seen that these gods had no fear of the monkey holding the 1,000-crown rod. As a Xia native, he knew very well that the portrait on this heavenly panel depicted the very same scene when the Monkey King wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. But Zhou Xiaochuan really can't imagine why the scene in Journey to the West would appear on the ceiling of the kiosk of this Lingjiang No. 2 middle school, which is just too out of place. Moreover, whether it is the original Journey to the West or the later remake, the gods of heaven in Journey to the West are very overwhelmed and scared, not to say helpless, about Sun Wukong's havoc in the heavenly palace. So why are they standing so straight and calm in this mural, as if nothing had happened? Zhou Xiaochuan vaguely felt that since there was no other abnormality in the kiosk, the key to breaking the game must be in the mural above his head. After all, compared to the other scenes in the kiosk, the mural, no matter how, appeared to be too abrupt. Weird Tales doesn't leave a situation of certain death. There's bound to be a silver lining no matter what. Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly had a thunderbolt explode in his mind. That would be the Monkey King's weapon, swung right at this sudden European chandelier. Obviously, it was an ancient mural in Xia, but a Western European chandelier appeared? The most abrupt place in this mural was this chandelier. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaochuan immediately took a bottle of beer from the shelf, and then knocked hard at the shelf, and the beer bottle was shattered. Zhou Xiaochuan then picked up a piece of the most handy from amongst the broken glass shards. Afterwards, he used the middle finger and index finger of his right hand to hold the glass shard. His elbow drove his wrist to exert force. Swoosh! With a sound, the glass shard shot out from Zhou Xiaochuan's hand, knocking down the European-style chandelier at once. Fortunately, I received quite a bit of fighting training when I was in the Weird Tales Handling Bureau, but the teacher who trained me felt that it would be difficult to drastically change my fighting ability in just 1 month's time. And in order to cope with unexpected situations in the midst of the Weird Tales, I specifically went to practice the use of a variety of weapons. Zhou Xiaochuan lamented in his heart, which included flying daggers. One of the weapons Zhou Xiaochuan practiced. Use 2 fingers to hold the items to fly, and then elbow drive wrist force, the whole body's strength concentrated in the arm, and then twisting the waist to shake the wrist. You can launch the amazing power of the flying dagger. The reason for practicing this is because in the weird world, you can't carry tools into it a lot of the time, and you don't have a good hand weapon to use in an emergency situation in the middle of the weird world, and this flying knife maneuver solves just that. It was said to be a flying dagger, but with the right thing in hand, almost anything, no matter what it was, could be taken out and used as a flying dagger, like playing cards, pins and such. This greatly improves Zhou's fighting ability. It didn't occur to me that this training would come in handy at this time. As the chandelier fell, the entire kiosk was plunged into darkness, but it simply doesn't make sense, because it's clearly broad daylight. It was 12:43 noon, and there are windows in the corridor of the kiosk and next to the front door, so the kiosk is under direct sunlight. And how did you fall into a dimness because you broke a chandelier? But Zhou Xiaochuan is not at a loss for the current darkness. He also has the almighty cell phone. He turned on the lighting mode of his cell phone's flashlight. Although the light emitted from within the cell phone's flashlight was not enough to illuminate the entire kiosk, it was enough for Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan raised his flashlight to survey the surroundings, and the first thing he did was to raise it above his head and shine it towards the ceiling. The European chandelier on the ceiling was gone, leaving not even a trace of the mark that it had once existed. And the original mural on the ceiling has been replaced with a brand new look. The original picture of the Monkey King wreaking havoc in the Heavenly Palace had disappeared, and in its place was an even more bizarre, terrifying, and creepy picture. Even Zhou Xiaochuan, at this moment, was startled by what this painting drew. But fortunately, the change of scene indicated that his decision to break the European chandelier just now was the right one. End of chapter. Chapter 79, The Gymnasium. Chapter 79, The Gymnasium. Zhou Xiaochuan shone the light from amongst his cell phone on the ceiling and scrutinized the mural on the ceiling. The theme of the mural was very dark and gloomy. The center of the mural, also directly above Zhou Xiaochuan's head where he was located at the moment, was painted with a boy wearing the uniform of Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, who was holding a cell phone at the moment, constantly looking around. The faint microlight emanating from the cell phone flashlight was not enough to illuminate the surrounding darkness, but only hazily illuminated the scene of this surrounding environment. Zhou Xiaochuan vaguely saw that around the boy in school uniform, there were some obscure and unknown humanoid creatures that were crawling towards the boy in a very weird and twisted manner. Only when Zhou Xiaochuan placed the flashlight right in front of the faces of those creatures could the faces of those creatures be seen clearly by Zhou Xiaochuan. Otherwise, even if the flashlight was as close as possible, Zhou Xiaochuan had no way to see the faces of those creatures. And every time Zhou Xiaochuan's flashlight swept more and more creatures, the more surprised Zhou Xiaochuan was in his heart. These densely packed monsters are actually the many immortals that were there when the Monkey King caused havoc in the Heavenly Palace. But these immortals at this moment have not just that immortal look, but all are a greedy and hungry look staring at the students wearing school uniforms. The haze around these immortals had disappeared, and some of them were even disheveled, with their skin rotting and reddening. There were also some immortals that actually prostrated themselves on the ground like dogs and pigs, crawling towards the boy in the school uniform. And these gods, without exception, had greed filling their eyes. And when Zhou Xiaochuan shone the flashlight to the corner, he found a hairy-faced legong-beaked monkey. The hair on that monkey's body had all turned into ebony black, and its pair of fiery eyes had become blood red, glaring straight at the boy in the center wearing a student's uniform. Isn't this the Monkey King? In the last mural, this Monkey King was still causing havoc in the Heavenly Palace, but now how come he is in the company of many immortals? In the middle of the mural, this boy wearing a school uniform has been surrounded by this weirdness all over the place, and the situation has undoubtedly fallen into a very dangerous situation. However, when Zhou Xiaochuan's cell phone flashlight was aimed at him again, he found that this boy in school uniform actually had a name tag on his chest that revealed his identity. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately opened the camera function of his cell phone and took a picture of this boy in school uniform. After zooming in on this photo, Zhou Xiaochuan realized that 3 words were written on this name tag. Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was shaken. This mural on the ceiling, the painting was actually of himself? Could the painting be trying to say that one's surroundings are now all spooky and very dangerous? Zhou Xiaochuan pointed the flashlight of his cell phone around himself and looked around, realizing that the layout of this place was completely different from the previous layout. He was previously walking in the middle of the promenade of the kiosk, and was subjected to a tricky wall-punching incident, and had been walking in the middle of the promenade in the middle of the kiosk for 8 minutes. Subsequently, when Zhou Xiaochuan broke the chandelier on the ceiling, the surrounding area was instantly plunged into dimness, and when he turned on the flashlight again, he realized that the frescoes on the ceiling had changed. And more importantly, even the spatial layout of the place where Zhou Shaochuan was located had changed. The previous kiosk, which was long, had shelves on both sides of the kiosk's walls, whereas the place where Zhou Shaochuan now stood was incomparably empty. Zhou Shaochuan turned on his flashlight and took a few steps forward, and actually saw a basketball hoop. How is that possible? How is it possible to have this kind of stuff in a kiosk? Zhou Shaochuan fixed his mind, then glanced at the time on his cell phone. The time on the cell phone is currently 12:45. According to the parchment, he will die at 12:40. Fortunately, it seems that smashing the chandelier just now is considered to have escaped a dead end. It's just that after smashing the chandelier just now, it seems to have teleported me to some other place. This is not a kiosk. Where is this place? Zhou Shaochuan continued to walk towards the front and found that there were not only basketball hoops, but actually tennis nets, ping-pong tables, and a lot of volleyballs piled up in the corners of the walls. Good lord, is this a gym? Zhou Shaochuan is a little unbelievable. Lingjiang Second Middle School is very large. The distance between the kiosk and the gymnasium, at least 1 kilometer away. How can the kiosk directly to the gymnasium? Unless the school administration lost its mind and built a road from the gymnasium to the commissary. It seems I should have been teleported to the gym by the power of the weirdness. I just don't know if this is the weirdness taking the initiative to teleport me to the gym or if I just need to trigger the weirdness to hit the wall in the middle of the kiosk and then smash the chandelier on the wall. Then I will be teleported to the gym. Zhou Shaochuan did not forget that the gymnasium was the second most dangerous place in this school, second only to the Yucai building. At that time, when Zhou Shaochuan told Jiang Liangjin that he wanted to explore the gymnasium, Jiang Liangjin hastily refused. Moreover, in the middle of the story told by language teacher Zhu Mingming, the gymnasium was the place where the original Xiaoma students summoned the weirdness. The pony summoned shenanigans on the first floor of the gym. Then weirdness turned this school into what it is now. And according to the kiosk Moncler outlet store, this gymnasium hides the second most terrifying and powerful weirdness in this copy. That weirdness was even more powerful than the weirdness that appeared in the middle of the cafeteria and was currently fighting Jiang Liangjin. Zhou Shaochuan speculated that it was very likely that just like the weirdness summoned by the pony had also split into two. And tucked away in the middle of this stadium is one of those weird things about ponies splitting in two. Not only that, but this gym is also a place where the rules say above that the school doesn't exist, and by entering the gym, I'm essentially breaking the rules. And I wonder what the punishment will be for breaking that rule. Zhou Shaochuan had originally planned to come and explore this gymnasium with Jiang Liangjin. However, now that Jiang Liangjin was fighting another bizarre battle in the cafeteria and the battle situation was unknown, he himself appeared in the middle of this gymnasium alone first. After thinking about it, Zhou Shaochuan still planned to find the rules in the middle of the stadium first, as well as leave this stadium as soon as possible. After all, the pig-headed masked chef was already the limit of what Zhou Shaochuan could deal with on his own. And the terrifying weirdness in the cafeteria was much stronger than the pig-headed masked chef. And yet, the terrifying weirdness in the cafeteria was weaker than the strongest weirdness in this stadium. Staying in this gymnasium for one more second now would be one more point of danger. Zhou Shaochuan thought about the scene on the mural and broke out in a cold sweat. End of chapter. Chapter 80, Gym Rules. Chapter 80, Gym Rules. The first floor of this stadium is really spacious. With a flashlight can't find the edge at once. Zhou Shaochuan first turned around, walked all the way along his back, walked for about 2 minutes, then walked to a piece of glass window. Should not say, this gymnasium building is really broad. Here one side is supposed to be the location of the wall, actually a whole piece of glass windows. When they built it, didn't it occur to them that there was a good chance that a student playing ball or whatever they were doing could break this glass in one fell swoop? Unable to spit, Zhou Shaochuan looked out the window, where a small playground as well as a basketball court could be seen. Zhou Shaochuan visually estimated that his current height was definitely above the third floor. That means he'd have to go down one staircase after another, floor by floor, to get out of this gym. That would be dangerous. Zhou Shaochuan had all planned that if it was on the first or second floor, not too high, he would think of a way to go out through the window. But right now this height, it's not like there's soft ground down there, but a small playground and basketball court, and a fall at this height would definitely break bones and incapacitate you. And being incapacitated in the middle of this weird world is no different than being dead. Zhou Shaochuan had no choice but to turn around and explore around along this window. His hands, on the other hand, were now all wrapped in blood-stained red towels for self-protection. Strange. It is obviously a sunny day with a big sun outside this house, and it is still noon, but inside this gymnasium, there is actually no sunlight at all? Instead, it's a bit damp and gloomy. It also has to be that I can use a flashlight to illuminate this place and barely see the surrounding scene clearly. It's as if it's not a sunny noon, but a stormy night. Zhou Xiaoxuan recalled that in the middle of the story told by his language teacher, Xu Mingming, it was a stormy night when Xiao Ma was dragged to this gymnasium by the bullies. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoxuan pondered. After walking around, Zhou Xiaoxuan finally found a piece of notice paper on the pillar of the basketball hoop. Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School Gym Rules. Recently, Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School has applied for the construction of such a gym in order to ensure the teaching and learning needs of students for physical education classes on rainy days. All students are welcome to come to the gym at any time. After all, exercise is the mother of life. And what can be more important than a strong body? However, in order to protect the physical and mental safety of our students, those who come to the gym must abide by the following rules. First, the gym has 4 floors. Second, there is no glass in the gym in order to prevent students from breaking the glass while they are moving around the gym. Third, the stairs in the gymnasium are broken, so please do not take the stairs down. Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, as an excellent middle school, is equipped with an elevator in the gymnasium, so you can take the elevator to go downstairs. Fourth, there are no small animals in the gym, so if you hear a cat or dog barking in the middle of the gym, please ignore it. If you see a dog or cat, please believe this rule. It's all in your head, so please ignore it. Fifth, when a bird knocks on the windows of the gym, ignore it, you have no food to feed them. Sixth, when a bird knocks on a gymnasium window, get away from the gymnasium window as fast as you can and try to find a hidden corner to hide in. When birds are knocking on the windows of the gym staff will come and drive them away. You must not be spotted by these staff members at this time. Seventh, beware of dark places. Quite different from the other rules. This gym rule actually had a blue text underneath the rule that was written in square, black printed handwriting. It looks like it was handwritten on precisely in blue ink. Alas, for those of you reading this, I should feel a moment of silence for you. I didn't think you'd actually come to the gym. I remember the school rules say there's no gym in the school, right? The only other possible way to get to the gym in school is to be lured in by shenanigans. And with you standing here reading the rules in peace, I hope you've taken care of the shenanigans that lured you here. Class, I need to warn you that this gym is really the second most dangerous place in the school. Our student councils lost dozens of students in the gym over the years before we were able to come up with some rules and lessons learned. If you're not a member of the student body, you may be new to a place that doesn't exist amongst the rules, and I may need to make things a little clearer with you. In a place where such rules are said to be non-existent, restrictions on both humans and spooky are drastically reduced. That is, humans could talk about content more closely related to the spooky without fear of being watched by the spooky. But the restrictions on the spooky would also be drastically reduced. Where these rules say they don't exist, you should never rigidly follow the rules like you would anywhere else within this school. That would be an absolute death sentence. Time is running out, so I'll stop here with the preamble, and then I'll have to tell you what you need to be careful of in the middle of this gym building. The first thing is that you can follow the rules, but you have to know that following the rules is more favorable to the creepy side. There's no way for me to be direct about the exact rules, and even in a place like this, it's still very possible for creepy to be watching me. I can give you a hint though. Spooky and creepy do attack and devour each other. It's possible that creepy is better food for creepy than us humans. The other most important thing is that the space of this gymnasium has been inverted, and this place you see is the 4th floor, but this is actually the only entrance to the gymnasium. This gym is not to be entered from the 1st floor. You can only be teleported in from the 4th floor and out from the 1st floor. I need to tell you that the floors of this gym, the further down you go, the more dangerous it gets. There's a particularly scary guy on the 1st floor. That's why I've stayed here for 3 years, and I've only dared to stay on the 4th floor, and occasionally go down to the 3rd floor to take a look. Also, if you take the elevator, remember that you can only push down 1 floor at a time. You can't push down 2 floors at once. For example, if you're in an elevator on the 4th floor, you only have the option of exiting the elevator on the 3rd floor and leaving that elevator when you exit it to find a new elevator to go down to the 2nd floor, and so on. The handwriting, in blue ink, breaks off at this point. The gym information provided in this handwriting was rather secondary. What Zhou Xiaochuan was more concerned about was the message itself. He had known from Jiang Liangjin's mouth before that blue ink was capable of shielding shenanigans, and in the previous rules, there had been annotations in blue ink, but not once as detailed as this moment. End of chapter. Chapter 81 The Crow That Knocks at the Window. Chapter 81 The Crow That Knocks at the Window. Zhou Xiaochuan stroked his chin. The content of this annotation, on the contrary, did not give Zhou Xiaochuan as much value as the annotation itself. First of all, it can be seen from the annotations that the annotations left in the blue ink were left by the student council in the school, and from the content of the annotations, there is a hostile relationship between the student council and the weirdness in the school. In that case, it seems likely that the annotations that I saw among the rules before were also left behind by them. Zhou Xiaochuan didn't forget that he had contacted the student council president through his cell phone when the crimson mark appeared in the middle of the classroom earlier. The president of the student council was also sending out members of the student council for support. This also allowed Zhou Xiaochuan to get the first bloodstained towel. If the contents of this annotation are true, then this student council member has been trapped in the gymnasium for 3 years, and because the space of the gymnasium was inverted, he could only go out from the first floor. But the further down the floor goes, the more dangerous it is, and there is still a powerful weirdness in the middle of the first floor, so he can only cower in the 4th floor. The more Zhou Xiaochuan thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, and the most abrupt point of this was he had been trapped in the 4th floor for 3 years. So how had he survived? What about food and water? The student body would never be able to deliver food to him because this gym can only be entered from the 4th floor and exited from the 1st floor. And once you're in, you can't get out. Zhou Xiaochuan felt that the student council inside this school was not something normal either. It was just that these student council members were not showing hostility towards him at the moment. More defense is also needed for the student government. Zhou Xiaochuan fixed his mind and saw a large rag by the basketball hoop near the window, which should have been left behind by the construction crew. Thinking of the 7th, beware of dark places, among the rules, Zhou Xiaochuan turned on the flashlight of his cell phone, and after ensuring that there was nothing unusual inside, he directly drilled in. In the meantime, he placed his cell phone's flashlight right on the ground so that it could illuminate the entire ragged space, keeping the place from falling into darkness. And then, Zhou Xiaochuan opened the plastic bag and took out a piece of beer bottle glass fragment that he had broken earlier in the middle of the kiosk, and scratched a small hole in this piece of cloth. The small hole was not big, but it was enough for Zhou Xiaochuan to observe the outside. Zhou Xiaochuan did this because the stadium rules and the previous annotations gave him some inspiration. 5th, when there are birds knocking on the windows of the gym, ignore them, you have no food to feed them. 6th, when a bird knocks on a gymnasium window, get away from the gymnasium window as fast as you can and try to find a hidden corner to hide in. When birds knock on the windows of the gymnasium, the staff of the gymnasium will come and drive them away. At this time, you must not be spotted by these staff members. Among the rules, it says that if there are birds knocking on the windows of the gym, ignore them because you don't have any food to feed them yourself. And one needs to find a hidden corner to hide in because the gym staff will come and deal with the birds. But the annotations Fong had found told him that Creepy also ate Creepy. For Creepy, other Creepy were better food than humans. Therefore, Zhou Xiaochuan planned to play a dirty trick by taking out the stadium staff and feeding them to the birds to see if he could get any benefits. In fact, this method had been done by Zhou Xiaochuan when he had just entered the world of strange tales. It was in the middle of a dormitory and there was a rule almost identical to this one. Then the dormitory's dormitory checker opened the window by mistake and was killed by the parrot outside the window. Unexpectedly, this was actually considered as Zhou Xiaochuan providing the parrot with food, and Zhou Xiaochuan could thus ask the parrot 2 questions. And now, Zhou Xiaochuan is planning to repeat the same trick, only, this time he was going to take it upon himself to take care of the arriving gym staff and subsequently offer it to the birds outside the window. Since the rules are alluding to the fact that you can't open the window and hitch a ride with these birds unless there is food, then the reverse of this statement is understood, that is, if there is food, open the window and give it to these birds. You will get an unexpected reward. Zhou Xiaochuan quietly lay on his back, trying his best not to make a single sound. Meanwhile, on his hands, he had wrapped 2 bloodstained towels to be ready for any emergency. As he watched the outside, he would also look within the space of the rag he was lying in case there was danger here. Zhou Xiaochuan dared to attack the gym staff on the 4th floor, not a brute force without basis. Rather, according to the principle that the higher the floor, the safer it is, the gym staff on this 4th floor are definitely the best to deal with. And if you want to get information, it's best to take them on. And the student council members who left this note had all survived for 3 years in this 4th floor gym. Zhou Xiaochuan didn't believe that he would be any worse than him with 3 bloodstained towels on him. The wait was long. Before I knew it, it was 1:30. If you don't go back to class at 2 p.m., you are considered truant. However, after Zhou Xiaochuan summarized all the rules, he found that among the rules of this middle school, there was no specific statement that there would be a punishment for skipping classes. Only the code of conduct for students who have just entered the school points out the very vague notion that as a student, one should study well and be upwardly mobile every day. So, Zhou Xiaochuan wasn't worried about this problem of attending classes. As long as you can be more powerful than your teacher, you won't have to worry about classes. After all, the class teacher of the bizarre incarnation had been killed by Zhou Xiaochuan. Time passed slowly, and about 10 more minutes passed, when suddenly there was a banging on the window and glass from outside the window. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at this through the small opening in the cloth and realized that it was a black-covered crow that was banging its head against the glass. Strangely enough, The sound it made was similar to a human knocking on a door. Zhou Xiaochuan was suddenly startled as he realized that he seemed to be a bit too negligent. Among the rules of the gymnasium is this one: second, in order to prevent students from breaking the glass while moving around the gymnasium, there is no glass in the gymnasium. However, immediately after the rules appeared in the window and other words, Zhou Xiaochuan at that time also thought that the second rule was a fake rule. The rules of the strange talk about the mystery to scare the chosen one. But who says windows have to be made of glass? If the windows were made of glass, there is absolutely no way that a crow hitting the glass would make a sound like knocking on a wooden door. There's something creepy about this window. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the transparent window on that side and frowned. End of chapter. Chapter 82 Problems. Chapter 82 Problems. Zhou Xiaochuan was not daring to take his eyes away for a moment for fear of missing the perfect moment. About 2 minutes later, a lanky black man wearing an O24 Kobe basketball jersey appeared at the window. He was stout. Zhou Xiaochuan visually estimated that he was at least 1 meter 9 tall. He crossed his waist, looked at the crows outside the window, and complained, "Man, you things are really getting more and more frequent in your activities lately. You used to appear only once every 2 weeks, but now you actually appear once every 2 hours. It's really, hee." Saying that, the skin on his body actually began to fester and turn white in an instant, and only after a second or two, his skin became even whiter than a white man's. Ha, but that's just what I want. Fall into my sustenance, eat you and I'll be able to head to the third level. He opened his bloody mouth and shattered the window in one bite, then grabbed the raven in his hand. The crow let out a mournful caw that seemed to curse the tall man. It's best to attract a few more crows for me to eat. Anyway, although you animals are our kind, you don't have the ability to fight against us and can only be reduced to blood food. Hey. As he said this, his mouth was just about to move when a piece of broken glass flew out at breakneck speed and shot through his throat. Vomit? What is this? Is this the seal? Who's where? The tall black man's face was pained, and he spoke with a trembling voice. In response, however, he was met with 3 more crumbs of broken glass. The dimness not only limited Zhou Xiaochuan, but also this tall and weird. Not only was Zhou Xiaochuan unable to see things in the darkness, even Guile was unable to see things in the darkness. However, the crow in the tall man's hand had been wailing and making a loud noise, which provided Zhou Xiaochuan with a position on the tall man. Throwing flying daggers, this skill Zhou Xiaochuan practiced almost every day. Accuracy and power are needless to say. Moreover, after the glass shards were stained with blood from the blood-stained towel, the power and accuracy of this flying dagger had been strengthened tremendously. Zhou Xiaochuan's 3 glass shards directly hit the tall and weird temple. The first piece hit the temple, the second piece hit the first piece, and the third piece hit the second piece, which extremely increased the attack power of the glass shards. Tall Creepy fell in response. Before collapsing to the ground, he muttered in the middle of his mouth, "What can I say? I didn't think that so many hours of effort would be lost like this. I am out." After he fell to the ground, Zhou Xiaochuan cautiously did not come out directly, but continued to drill into the rag and waited for 2 minutes. After observing that there was nothing unusual within the period of time that this tall creepy had been dead, Zhou Xiaochuan gently walked over to the tall creepy's body, wrapped the red blood-stained towel around his own hand, and then hammered hard towards his face. This was to avoid this tall tricky fraudulent death followed by a sneak attack. After Zhou Xiaochuan completed his mending, the crow that was originally cupped in Tall Creepy's hand with a death grip spread its wings and made a point towards Tall Creepy's brow, and Tall Creepy instantly disappeared. The crow's originally crimson eyes became even more bright red and eerie. It devoured the tall and spooky. In that case, Zhou Xiaochuan had already followed the rules and given him food. As expected, from within the crow's beak, a sound as hoarse and unpleasant as machinery came out. "Food. You provided the food. You can ask me a question I can answer. I will give you the most correct answer." Zhou Xiaochuan's guess was correct. The rules about windows in this gymnasium are extremely similar to the rules about windows in the dormitory. Both mention not to open the windows because there is no food to give to the creatures that knock on the windows. And after providing food, the creature knocking on the window was almost the same as the creature knocking on the window in the middle of the dormitory, and could answer Zhou Xiaochuan's questions. After Zhou Xiaochuan thought for a long time, he asked this question: "Can you tell me which of the rules in the middle of the stadium are false?" The raven's voice was hoarse. "I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. Another one please." Zhou Xiaochuan was slightly disappointed with this answer, but this was expected by Zhou Xiaochuan. "Can you tell me what words of the endorsement I received earlier are true and what words are false?" Regarding the student council annotations that he had gotten earlier, Zhou Xiaochuan had never dared to believe in all of them because the one who was able to survive for 3 years in the middle of this weird gymnasium and wrote the annotations might no longer be a human being. The answer given by the raven continued to be a spoiler. "I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. Please ask another one." Zhou Xiaochuan thought about it for a while and realized that the crows couldn't answer the rules or rule-like information directly. He then pondered for a moment, changed his statement and tried, "Can I trust the student council inside the school?" While uttering this question, the crow suddenly let out a sharp chirping sound, which was deafening and almost shattered Zhou Xiaochuan's eardrums. "I need more food, and I need 10 more to answer that question." Zhou Xiaochuan's heart rejoiced. It seemed that it was possible to ask the question of whether or not a specific power amongst the school was credible. It was just that it would require more. In that case, Zhou Xiaochuan thought of a brilliant question in his mind, but he planned to test the crow first. "Can you tell me how I can get out of this gym safely?" Raven's eyes were crimson and her voice was hoarse. "I'm sorry, I can't answer that question." "Another one please." Zhou Xiaochuan rubbed his chin. As expected, this kind of direct question about the method to pass the level could not be answered by the crows. Even if there was one, the chosen must explore it on their own. Since this is the case, so can you tell me where all the shenanigans are lurking in the middle of the gym? I want to know where to find them. Upon hearing this question, the raven's expression suddenly lurched, and all the feathers on its body fell off at the moment, and its voice was no longer hoarse, but with clarity. Zhou Xiaochuan felt that this crow's voice was familiar and had an inexplicable affinity. The crow spoke up and replied, "All the spooks in the gymnasium gather in the restrooms. They only come out from among the toilets when they are performing their duties." After saying this, the crows regrew its ebony black feathers, shook its wings and flew out the window. And after the crow flew away, the originally broken window was restored as good as new at the moment. End of chapter. Chapter 83 Analysis. Chapter 83 Analysis. Zhou Xiaochuan fixed his mind and sorted out the current situation. He reducked into the large rags and illuminated the rags with the light from his cell phone flashlight, then combed through the information on his cell phone's notepad. "First, I am now on the 4th floor of the gymnasium and have to get out from the 1st floor. You can only go up and down by elevator in the gymnasium, and you can only go down one floor at a time. Second, the lower the floor in the gymnasium, the higher the difficulty. The first of these floors contains the second most powerful weirdness in this copy, and is most likely related to Pony Boy. Third, in the middle of the gym, the rules of weirdness are less powerful, and the price that would be paid for breaking them is reduced, and this applies to humans as much as it does to shenanigans. Fourth, the crows outside the window will hit the window every 2 hours, and the staff in the stadium will come to clean up the crows, so you can take on the stadium staff at this time and use them as sacrifices to get information from the crows. Fifth, the staff in the gymnasium, gathered in the toilets, will only come out of the toilets when they are needed to perform their duties." Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the 5 words "their duties," stroked his chin, and added a paragraph of annotations at the end. 2 duties can probably be surmised. The first is to attack the chosen one, and the second is to deal with birds knocking on windows. Zhou then went on to write 2 more. Sixth, there may be more than just a weird force in this gym, and the student body may have infiltrated it. Seventh, Creepy is strong enough to travel to the next level, for whom traveling to the next level may be beneficial, and the members of the student council will also choose to travel to the next level as much as possible, because only by traveling to the next level will they be able to leave the gym. After writing this, Zhou Xiaochuan closed his eyes for a while and then looked at the time on his cell phone. 14:05. According to the original class schedule, it should have been time for history class by now, and the one who was giving the lesson to himself was rightly supposed to be that crazy history teacher. However, Zhou Xiaochuan had already missed 5 minutes of class, and still no punishment had descended. Sure enough, in the midst of this world, one doesn't necessarily need to follow a curriculum to act. The price to pay is that you will be hunted down by your classroom teachers. But, Zhou Xiaochuan let out a bitter smile. If this history teacher dared to chase and kill to the gym, then it would be counted as if he was capable. However, this also meant that 65 minutes had passed since Zhang Liangjin had told him to leave the kiosk. I also don't know how the battle between Zhang Liangjin and the terrifying weirdness in the middle of that cafeteria is going. In Zhou Xiaochuan's selfishness, he still hoped that Zhang Liangjin would win, although the note to beware of Zhang Liangjin had been opened from amongst the chests before. Right now, Zhang Liangjin was the only powerful trickster that could be utilized by him in this copy. It's better to be able to communicate and utilize it than not to be able to communicate and utilize it. And from previous experiences, Zhang Liangjin had also given Zhou Xiaochuan help many times. Judging from that graduation photo, Zhang Liangjin was also definitely an important person among this copy. That graduation photo of the 8th senior class, with only Zhou Xiaochuan, Zhang Liangjin, and Ma Yu continuing to the present. 10 years later, is the 7th senior class. Zhou Xiaochuan is the chosen one of this strange talk. Ma Yu is most likely the culprit of this copy. So what role does Zhang Liangjin hold? All in all, Zhang Liangjin was definitely a line he had to walk if he wanted to pass the copy. Unlike the other shenanigans, Zhang Liangjin is able to communicate with me while also occasionally protecting me. In this copy is definitely a help. It's just that an hour has passed since the time I agreed with her. I wonder if she's still alive now, and if she is, will she know I'm here? If Zhang Liangjin was still around and had also come here, then Zhou Xiaochuan would not have acted so tiptoe. This fourth level is where the entrance is, which means that whoever comes here will definitely pass through the fourth level. If Zhang Liangjin was also teleported from the middle of the kiosk to the fourth floor, it stands to reason that I would be able to see her here. As for the horrible weirdness in the middle of the cafeteria, Zhou Xiaochuan was not worried about it coming to the stadium. The horrible weirdness in the middle of the cafeteria was a weaker weirdness than the one summoned by the ponies at that time. And, according to Zhou Xiaochuan's speculation, the horrible weirdness in the middle of the cafeteria is most likely not compatible with Xiao Ma's classmates. The reason is that the pony schoolmates are located in the gymnasium and the youth side building, which are places that are designated by the school rules as not existing. And the horrible weirdness in the cafeteria and the parchment belong to the same weirdness summoned by the pony classmates, but one of them was wandering in the middle of the school, and the other one was guarding the cafeteria, which were places designated to exist in the school rules. Therefore, Zhou Xiaochuan speculated that the terrifying existence in the cafeteria was likely to be at odds with pony classmate, or even have a grudge against him. But again, pony classmate was more powerful than the terrifying existence in the cafeteria. And if the terrifying existence in the cafeteria entered the gymnasium, it would be entering pony classmate's territory, and he would most likely end up being devoured by pony classmate. Zhou Xiaochuan thought about it and opened the memo on his cell phone again. What should be done? 1. Wait in the middle of the big rag and sacrifice the stadium staff to the crows after 2 hours to get more information. 2. At the same time, find out where the elevators and toilets are located on this floor within the 2-hour interval. 3. Find a way to let Zhang Liangjin know that I'm in the gymnasium so that she can come and rescue me. Of these 3 things, the hardest to do but also the most important is without a doubt the third. The difficulty in this matter was that he had no way of contacting Zhang Liangjin right now. On his cell phone, there were only 2 contacts. One is the Dean of Instruction and the other is the Student Body President. Regarding the Student Council, Zhou Xiaochuan knew very little. He intended to get information about the Student Council here by hunting for shenanigans. As of now it seemed that the Student Council was a friend and not a foe, but the Student Councils was revealing shenanigans everywhere. As for the head teacher, that's even more useless. The head teacher died a long time ago. Zhou Xiaochuan had thought about it before, letting Zhang Liangjin add his contact information, only to find that he couldn't add it at all. His cell phone, aside from the most basic functions, could be used to contact just 2 people, the Dean of Instruction and the Student Council President. If the President of the Student Council was informed, requesting the Student Council to contact Zhang Liangjin, this matter would be feasible. But the position of the Student Council Zhou Xiaochuan could not understand until now. According to the annotations left behind earlier, the Student Council also had power in the midst of this gymnasium, and the Student Council had been strengthened in these places where it did not exist. It would be a problem if the Student Council got the information and came to arrest me. End of chapter. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Zhou Xiaochuan repeated the same trick and proceeded to ambush this big broken cloth. If you have something to say, it's long. If you don't, it's short. 2 hours later, Zhou Xiaochuan plummeted and asked the crows questions after settling 2 stadium staff members. I'd like to ask how many shenanigans there are on the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st levels, respectively. First, he had to understand the bizarre layout in the middle of this gymnasium before he could make his next move. The crow's voice was hoarse as he opened his mouth and replied, there are 12 shenanigans left on the 4th floor, 7 shenanigans left on the 3rd floor, 2 shenanigans left on the 2nd floor, and 1 shenanigan left on the 1st floor. In this stadium, the further down you go, the more dangerous it gets, but the further down you go, the less weird it gets. This does not bode well. This means that the further down the line you go, the more capable the individual spooks become in combat. If it was just a danger that was much more bizarre, Zhou Xiaochuan was still better able to deal with it, and could break it down one by one with the help of the bloodstained towel. But if the individual shenanigans are great in combat, Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth and asked his second question. If I use my cell phone to contact the Student Council President, inform him of my current situation, and ask him to notify Zhang Liangjin to come look for me in the middle of the gymnasium, is this a feasible solution? This question was Zhou Xiaochuan's well-thought-out question. Although it was not as clear as what is the position of the Student Council, the probability of the crow being able to answer this kind of question would be greatly increased, and moreover, the information that could be revealed by this one question was too much. Raven's eyes were scarlet and her voice was hoarse. Yes, there were only 2 short words, and when it was done, It flew away with a flutter of its wings. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately went back to the rags, turned on the flashlight of his cell phone as well as the chat software, and sent a message to the president of the student council, Huang Che. I was in the middle of the kiosk to buy food, but I ended up walking down a long corridor, and then I blacked out and went to the 4th floor of the gymnasium, and I can't get out of there now. So can you tell Jiang Liangjin, the class of the 7th year of senior high school in our class, so she can come and pick me up? Soybean smiley face. After sending the message, Zhou Xiaochuan then opened the notepad in his cell phone and started to record the information he could get from the 2 inquiries just now. #1. The student body has been friendly to me so far. Second, there are 12 more shenanigans on the 4th floor, so you can take your time and solve them all before heading to the 3rd floor. Third, Jiang Liangjin is still alive, and can come to the gym. Zhou Xiaochuan stroked his chin. When he had killed Tall Creepy earlier, he could learn from his mouth that this stadium had a promotion system. The powerful creeps then travel to the next floor, and the creeps in the middle of the gym build up their power in order to travel to the next floor. That is to say, the weird strength of the 4th floor would not be too strong, and Zhou Xiaochuan could definitely cope with it. Zhou Xiaochuan continued to crouch in this rag. If you have something to say, it's long. If you don't, it's short. 2 hours later, Zhou Xiaochuan had killed 3 more shenanigans. Since then, on the 4th level of the gym, there have only been 9 shenanigans. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the crow and voiced his question. I would like to ask, what is Jiang Liangjin's position? 2 hours had passed, and after Zhou Xiaochuan had sent the message, the student council president had replied with a received, but 2 hours had passed, and Jiang Liangjin still hadn't come to the gymnasium. This problem, to be honest, is also a problem that has plagued Zhou Xiaochuan for a long time. The box left a note written on the top of the 5 words, beware of Jiang Liangjin. Let him have a kind of inexplicable palpitations, always a little afraid. After all, the fighting force he relied on the most right now was Jiang Liangjin, and right now Jiang Liangjin was also very terrifying. If she was just using Zhou Xiaochuan, then Zhou Xiaochuan would definitely end up falling on his face. It is natural that seeking skin with a tiger will not end well. However, the next answer from the crow put Zhou Xiaochuan at ease. Raven's reply was brief. Her position, it's you. This was almost like explicitly saying that Jiang Liangjin was on his side. After saying that, the crow's eyes were crimson as he said, to answer this question, 2 food items are needed, and you can ask me 1 more question. When he heard these words, Zhou Xiaochuan did not feel surprised. Instead, he was still a little surprised. Such a critical issue, even if it requires 3 shenanigans, Zhou Xiaochuan feels nothing in his heart. I'd like to know who wrote that note that says beware of Kang Liangjin? Since Jiang Liangjin didn't have a problem, the person who had left a note to be careful of Jiang Liangjin in the middle of that box had a big problem. The crow's answer, however, surprised Zhou Xiaochuan. The one who wrote the note was at hashtag percent parchment, if that's what you understand. After saying that, the raven's wings fluttered and flew out the window. This information made Zhou Xiaochuan very shocked. The parchment would harm him, something he already knew. But the kiosk master clearly said that the key and lock could just restrict the parchment. Zhou Xiaochuan first hid in the large rag, and then opened the red plastic bag. The key and lock were intact and pressed into the parchment. With no difference, Zhou Xiaochuan picked up the parchment, and bright red writing began to emerge on that parchment again. My name is Zhou Xiaochuan, and by the time you read this, I will already be dead. I was attracted to the 4th floor of the gymnasium by a weird power, and I wanted to utilize the rules to get information from the crows by ambushing them in a weird way. This worked. I got a lot of information about this copy, and I felt like I was 1 step away from the truth about this copy. After I had swept all the weirdness on the 4th floor and obtained enough information from the crows, I walked towards the elevator and reached the 3rd floor. However, just as I reached the 3rd floor, the elevator doors had just opened when I saw Jiang Liangjin, who had a head full of white hair and was dressed in red. I thought it was Jiang Liangjin who finally came to the gym to protect me and was in a very happy mood, so I went up to greet her. But I didn't expect that in the next second. Her teeth bit into my neck. I'm dead. Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. The handwriting on this parchment did confirm the words of the crows. The bloodstained handwriting on the parchment was indeed Zhou Xiaochuan's own handwriting, and the handwriting left on that note was exactly the same as the handwriting on the parchment. No wonder Zhou Xiaochuan felt an extremely familiar feeling when he saw the handwriting on this parchment. But for a moment he couldn't think clearly whose handwriting it was. Zhou Xiaochuan thought about it, and suddenly felt like he had a feeling of falling into an ice cellar. The light from the cell phone flashlight suddenly went out along with the light from the screen. The surroundings were plunged into darkness. End of chapter. Chapter 85 Attacks. Chapter 85 Attacks. Not good. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart tightened, thinking of one of his fatal oversights. The first thing he did was not care about anything. He just shoved the parchment roughly into a red plastic bag and pressed it down with a key and a lock. Before Zhou Xiaochuan in the kiosk also briefly took out the parchment, and it was such a small period of time later, Zhou Xiaochuan found the box. The box is also written "Beware of Zhangliang Jin," and after a while, he encountered a trick wall and was transported into the middle of this gymnasium. Zhou Xiaochuan hadn't thought about it originally, but now it was much clearer in his mind. What is happening to you now is most likely all because you took the parchment out and looked at it for a while before, and it was that moment that allowed parchment to finish setting it all up. Just now, he was really too reckless and actually took the parchment out directly. This gym is Pony Pal's territory, and Parchment and Pony Pals are complete antagonists, so there's a good chance I've attracted Pony Pal's attention the moment I brought Parchment Pals out. Zhou Xiaochuan didn't have time to continue thinking before he felt his neck being pinched by a pair of cold hands. He. Humans, it's been a long time since a human came to this place. Eat you so I can go to the third level. He. A sinister voice rang in Zhou Xiaochuan's ears. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately jumped out of this big rag, then took a step towards his body, reached out and shot 3 shards of glass towards the place where the sound had been made earlier. There was an immediate scream from that place. Zhou Xiaochuan did not have time to think more, then took out his cell phone, wanting to reopen the flashlight lighting mode in the phone, but found that the phone actually looks like a card, can only stay in the initial menu interface, cannot have access to any software. This must have been the parchment's doing. Once this parchment was out of the way, it tried to find ways to put Zhou Xiaochuan in danger, just like what that kiosk master said. Although the parchment didn't have the strength to directly harm him, the level of insidiousness and cunning was far from what the other shenanigans in this copy could compare to. However, now was not the time to deal with the parchment. The priority was to find a way to restore the light source. 7th, beware of dark places. The rules of the gymnasium had explicitly said to be careful of dark places, but now Zhou Xiaochuan could only use the faintly bright light of his cell phone screen to illuminate a little distance in front of him. The rest, moreover, is completely unreadable. But luckily, where the cell phone screen shone, a tall man could be clearly seen, reduced to a mass of blood. According to Zhou Xiaochuan's observation, this was the way of bizarre demise in this copy. This at the very least meant that one of the spooky ones that had been lured by the darkness in the party had died. However, according to the Raven's words, there were 8 more spooky ones on this 4th floor, and where were they now? If the parchment wanted to use this to take Zhou Xiaochuan's life, how could it have attracted only one creepy? Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the boundless darkness, as if he could hear the murmuring of terror from within the darkness. It seemed that endless strangeness was all lurking in this darkness. Not only is this 4th floor spooky, but who says the elevator can only go down, not up? It would be bad if the parchment also attracted shenanigans on other floors. Zhou Xiaochuan thought while rushing over like the place of the window with the fastest speed in his life. There was no other reason. Because the place over the window, there was still a hint of brightness that could be illuminated by the moonlight, and thus could still see a bit of light and not be completely dark. The journey was still considered unimpeded and did not encounter any obstacles. However, just at the moment Zhou Xiaochuan reached the window, a miserable white hand instantly grabbed Zhou Xiaochuan's ankle. Zhou Xiaochuan was unsteady on his feet, fell to the ground, and crooked his ankle to the far right. The extreme tearing pain of the moment caused Zhou Xiaochuan to only clench his teeth. He broke his ankle. Something in that darkness had just now, grabbed his foot. However, when Zhou Xiaochuan looked back and shone the dim light of his cell phone screen to the previous position, he found that the ghastly white wrist that he had glimpsed earlier was actually gone at the moment. It was like there was nothing there. Nothing appeared. Just as Zhou Xiaochuan pondered, his neck, at this moment, was again pinched by a pair of cold hands. Zhou Xiaochuan looked up, and that wrist happened to be the hand that had grabbed his ankle earlier. The face of the owner of that hand was actually a white bone with no skin at all. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately swung his fist towards the white bone. The fist wrapped in the bloodstained towel had an extremely strong killing power against the weirdness of the 4th layer, and the moment it touched him, the white bone fell apart and turned into a puddle of black blood. 7 left. 7 left on the 4th floor. Zhou Xiaochuan ate the pain and climbed to the window. Looking at the snow-white moonlight outside the window, he rested his breath. The weird and sudden attack just now had really caught him off guard. The weak light from the cell phone screen was simply not enough to illuminate the area around himself, and according to the rules, being plunged into the darkness would result in a weird attack. Therefore, Zhou Xiaochuan now had to lean against the window, the only place that was considered to have some light. But this is definitely not the way to go, because every 2 hours, a crow would hit the window, and that's when the creeps in the middle of the gym would come out and hunt the crows. The first time it was 1, the second time it was 2, the third time it was 3, and at that frequency, then 2 hours later it would be 4 creeps coming to the window. Zhou Xiaochuan knew in his heart that he had been able to kill Creepy successfully before, completely relying on surprise to strike first, and if he had stayed next to this window, he would undoubtedly not be a match for this Creepy. Previously, during the waiting period, Zhou Xiaochuan had scouted that the elevator and the toilet were adjacent to each other, both on the opposite side of the row of windows. It would take at least 3 minutes to walk there. Moreover, he had now broken his foot, and although he hadn't hurt any bones, his ligaments had more than likely suffered some damage, and now he could only walk with a limp, not to mention run. Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was entangled, he suddenly rolled to the right, the last 3 shards of glass slag in his hand shooting towards the location of the ceiling. Splat! With a sound, where Zhou Xiaochuan had been sitting, an immense and incomparable humanoid spider fell down, which had red eyes but a human head. However, those 3 shards of glass slag from Zhou Xiaochuan just happened to hit the spider's head area, and the spider instantly turned into a mass of black blood and ceased to exist. Even a place with light wasn't safe. The operation of the parchment just now had likely attracted the full creepiness of the 4th floor. End of chapter. Chapter 86, Desperation. Chapter 86, Desperation. Zhou Xiaochuan picked up 3 shards of glass slag from the place where the spider's body had been, and after wiping them with a blood-soaked towel, he pinched these 3 shards of glass slag tightly in his hands. There are 6 more spooky on this 4th level, and it was very likely that they already knew Zhou Xiaochuan's location and were preparing to ambush him at some corner. Zhou Xiaochuan could only lean his back against the window now, his eyes watching and listening. He had broken his foot and was now having some trouble moving, and if he were to make it from this window to the elevator, he would have to be plunged into the darkness for at least 5 minutes, and those 5 minutes would likely have been enough time for the 6 creeps left lurking in the darkness to put an end to his life. What's more, even if one went to the elevator, it wasn't necessarily safe in the elevator, and the 3rd floor is far more dangerous than this 4th floor. It could be said that he was now in a dilemma. Zhou Xiaochuan touched the place where his foot was wrenched. Fang had not realized it, but now that he thought about it, his left inner ankle, there was a tearing pain. Originally, he thought that it was just a simple broken foot, but now it seems that Zhou Xiaochuan's current state is most likely a fracture. Fractures in the world of weird tales. Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. This was already considered a death sentence for him in a certain way. He was leaning his back against the 4th floor window of the gymnasium, one hand touching the broken leg, looking particularly forlorn. At this moment, the Bureau of Weird Tales Processing, the director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Disposal looked at the image on the live feed with red blood in his eyes. Is there really nothing we can do to help Zhou Xiaochuan? He looked at the rest of the Weird Tales Processing Bureau and spoke up. I'm afraid there's really no way out. The way he looks right now, it's very likely that he's already broken bones. Suffering a broken bone in the middle of the Weird Tales world, it can be said that the chances of survival are drastically reduced. After all, in many cases, to pass the Weird Tales, in addition to needing to have excellent reasoning skills and intelligence, the chosen's physical fitness is also a very important part. Lin Xie, the director of the Green Mountain Psychiatric Hospital, revealed sadness in his gaze, and his eyes contained tears as he opened his mouth. As the person who had been in contact with Zhou Xiaochuan for the longest time among all the people here, he naturally had the deepest feelings for Zhou Xiaochuan. Professor, he sighed and spoke. Originally, Xiaochuan's progress was comprehensively ahead of all the other chosen, and the means of fighting against the weirdness was also something that the other chosen couldn't compare to. Originally, when Jiang Liangjin devoured all the weirdness in the cafeteria, I thought that he had secured his passage this time, but I didn't think that it would actually look like this later on. On one side, Ho Guoyu stroked his chin and frowned. I think that Strange Talk World's targeting of Zhou Xiaochuan is already visible. Oh, isn't it true that Ogawa's own way of passing is different from the others, appearing more rigid, and that's why it's harder to pass than the others? The director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau spoke up. There is this reason, but it's not big. Did you guys notice one thing? Which is that Zhou Xiaochuan's copy of the gym teacher directly ate the English math teacher, came inside the classroom 2 periods early, and wanted to take the students to the small playground next to the gym for class. And after arriving at the small playground, he also took Zhou Xiaochuan downstairs to the gym, which is the second most dangerous place inside the school. Ho Guoyu then proceeded to rehash, pulling the timeline of one computer screen to Zhou Xiaochuan's escape from the illusion created by the gym teacher, as well as the scenes of the other 4 chosen ones attending gym class. You see, as soon as Zhou Xiaochuan came out of the illusionary realm, he was right underneath the gymnasium, while the other 4 were always a long distance away from the gymnasium when they were in gym class. And when the other 4 were in gym class, this gym teacher didn't drag them into the illusion, and was only lukewarm in his attacks on them, so much so that even if these 4 chosen hadn't obtained the sealing object like Zhou Xiaochuan did, they were still able to maneuver around. Hearing Ho Guoyu's words, Professor He also spoke up. In fact, The difficulty of their four chosen's weird talk is what's normal. This time, the Spirit River Second Middle School is different from the last Boulder Village copy. The Boulder Village was a short time copy. Zhou Xiaochuan and Professor Bryant's clearance time didn't even add up to 5 hours. But this Spirit River Second Middle School is clearly a long time copy. Professor, he opened his mouth. Then with a somewhat despondent expression, he spoke. But this Zhou Xiaochuan's copy is indeed too difficult compared to the others. Damn it! Why is Strange Talk World targeting Zhou Xiaochuan so much? That's not fair. Ho Guo Yu sighed. Unlike the others, as a chosen one he was very able to understand and appreciate Zhou Xiaochuan's current despair. In fact, he once had his legs bizarrely broken in the middle of a copy. But luckily that copy was in a hospital and he got through that copy in a wheelchair. Looking at Zhou Xiaochuan leaning against the window, he felt a pang of heartache. This time Zhou Xiaochuan, far from his situation at that time, but the strange talk is about to pass. But Zhou Xiaochuan's current situation, from the strange talk pass, is still a lot worse. And the most horrifying weirdness among this Lingjiang No. 2 middle school has not yet revealed its true colors. Hey! The malice of countless people within the Weird Talk livestream was currently being vented onto Zhou Xiaochuan. Let you people be brave. Wouldn't it have been good to agree to Weird World's request earlier at that time? You yourself being able to pass in peace will also be beneficial to my great summer kingdom. This is called not self-importance. You don't have the ability, but still want to show off your hero. Only the price of your heroism. You have to take the whole world along with you to bear. I see that this drastic increase in the difficulty of this strange talk is the pot of this Zhou Xiaochuan, who is not only the sinner of Xia, but also the sinner of the whole world. Dead cripple. Hurry up and die. I curse you to be killed by creepy. World of Weird Tales. Spirit River 2. It was very strange that Zhou Xiaochuan, in the middle of the Weird Tales world, could actually see the pop-ups sent by people outside of this Weird Tales world. Moreover, the pop-ups that were seen above, without exception, were all full of malice, and among them, there were even a lot of pop-ups that directly wanted Zhou Xiaochuan to die. Zhou Xiaochuan understood that these pop-ups were all created by the world of Weird Tales to try to influence his mindset. Is there so much fear of me? But it doesn't matter, because next you, Chuan, are going to reverse it. Zhou Xiaochuan just sneered. He wasn't actually panicking at all in his mind, because just as he had killed Spider Creepy, a voice rang in his head. The sound signified that his long-dusted natural ability was available again. End of chapter. Chapter 87 Infinite Simulation. Psychiatrist. Chapter 87 Infinite Simulation. Psychiatrist. Time went back to 5 minutes ago. Zhou Xiaochuan had just covered his broken foot and leaned next to the window pondering on countermeasures after killing the Spider Creepy, when a voice suddenly came to his mind. That voice was exactly the same voice he had heard when he first entered the world of Weird Tales. That is, before he entered the Boulder Village copy. Your natural skill, Paranoia, receives an upgrade. The Paranoia escalates to Infinite Simulation. Infinite Simulation. As a severely delusional person, you can simulate what will happen next in your mind for 10 points of mental energy. Mental energy can be restored by sleeping. Your current spirit level is 100 out of 100. Your natural skill, Schizophrenia, receives an upgrade. Schizophrenia upgraded to Psychiatrist. Psychiatrist, you can give mental suggestion to yourself or a bystander, and have achieved the effect of hypnosis. The effect is equally effective on Spooky. After obtaining these two skills, Zhou Xiaochuan finally took a long relaxing breath. His talent had been in a downward spiral during this strange talk, and it looked like it had been suppressed by the bizarre world. However, it has actually reappeared now, and has been upgraded and enhanced. This looks as if it is the result of gaming on many fronts. Zhou Xiaochuan didn't have time to think too much before wanting to try out the talent skills he had been given first. After all, this was an active skill, which was more useful than the passive one he had before. 10 energy points at a time. That means 10 simulations are now possible. There's also the psychic suggestion that can be done to Creepy. Zhou Xiaochuan felt awesome all of a sudden. And at this moment, the talents of the chosen of other countries had also been strengthened to a certain extent. Professor Bryant was currently holding his glasses, listening to his history teacher talk about the history of our school, when suddenly a voice came to his mind. That voice was cold as if it was mechanical, and it was exactly the same voice he heard when he first came to the copy of Strange Tales. Your natural skill, Simulator, gets upgraded. The Simulator is upgraded to the Eye of the Broken. Eye of the Breaker, you can tell directly whether the rules are true or false. Note, the original skill Simulator was retained. Simulator, one simulation can be performed in the middle of an hour. Hearing the voice ring out, Professor Bryant's eyes lit up. This talent upgrade was definitely a big enhancement. Although his SS rank talent Simulator had been weakened, going from twice an hour to once an hour. A talent that could directly tell if a rule was true or false was just too buggy. However, Professor Bryant wasn't overly happy. The world of weird tales wouldn't give people benefits for no reason, and now that he had received this talent enhancement, it could only mean that the difficulty of this replica was greater than anyone could have imagined. Without the talent enhancements, no one would probably be able to get past the Weird Tales copy. I don't know why, but I've always felt like this Weird Talk world is gaming something. The Weird Tales world wants to kill the Chosen One, and the being that plays with the Weird Tales world wants to keep the Chosen One alive. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why there's no certain death in the Weird Tales world. And then there's that last time that Weird Tales World Origin showed up. And then there's this one, which feels like a force from the underworld helping the Chosen One in general. Prof. Bryant fixed his mind and used his breaking eye to see if the classroom rules were correct or not. And as a result, after doing so, he had a wonderful look on his face. Not only Zhou Xiaochuan and Prof. Bryant, Dong Xuelian from the Sakura country, Su Haolong from the Rod country, and Francis from the Romantic country. All the Chosen's talents were all upgraded. I'm afraid that means this Weird Talk is harder than ever. Weird Tales of the World. Spirit River 2. Gym. Zhou Xiaochuan held his already broken leg and used his talent Infinite Simulation. Simulation begins. Because of your broken ankle, your mobility is slowed down and you have to move while still suffering from the pain of the fracture. You're worried that you'll be rounded up and killed by the other creeps if you stay by the window all the time. After all, you only have 3 pieces of blood-stained glass slag, and there are now 7 creeps left on the 4th floor. If you were to really fight, you would at most be able to take out 1 creepy in seconds, and after fighting the other 6 creepy in close combat, there's no doubt that you couldn't possibly be a match for those 6 creepies. Therefore, you decide to take a chance and head towards the dark place to see if you can get past the elevator and onto the next floor. However, before leaving this place, you wrote a note that you used to remind Jiang Liangjin of his current situation and the fact that he was about to leave the 4th floor and reach the 3rd floor. After writing the note, you limped against the pain of your broken bones and took off for the elevator across the street. In the darkness, with your trained sense of hearing, you kill one of the creeps with 3 shards of glass slag. However, the remaining 6 creeps strike almost simultaneously. In the midst of the darkness, you can't see the orientation of these 6 creeps at all. You're dead. After the simulation was completed, Zhou Xiaochuan breathed heavily. That feeling of death reached him through the simulation, making him feel nothing but a sinking feeling of drowning. The reduction in spiritual power also made Zhou Xiaochuan feel a little tired. It seems that even though it is said that the upper limit of this spiritual power is 100, if I really use up this spiritual power after that, what awaits me will inevitably be extinction. Although he didn't know what would happen if his spiritual power was reduced to 0, Zhou Xiaochuan didn't dare to gamble on this possibility. In the midst of the world of weird stories, one slip can lead to death. Zhou Xiaochuan sat upright and then began to reason. Due to the death of the last simulation, it makes you decide to stay where you are, which is just as dangerous, but at least there's some light against the window and you won't break the rules. And the light from this window allows you to see a bit better as well. After about 5 minutes, a creep comes from in front of you, to your left, and to your right, and you eyeball it as fast as you can, taking care of 1 creep with 3 pieces of broken glass slag. Then you killed 2 more creeps with your bare hands, and after a long fight that left you exhausted, you leaned against the window and were about to rest, only to have a creep appear from both sides of your head the next second. You were killed by the creepy one overhead. Another simulation failure. Zhou Xiaochuan realized that after he had been set up by the parchment, the weirdness of the 4th floor of this stadium was now almost all out, coming together to deal with Zhou Xiaochuan. And under such circumstances, it made Zhou Xiaochuan's life very difficult. However, I can familiarize myself with all of Creepy's attacks by constantly simulating them, so I might be able to get by. There's also my gifted psychiatrist, who is able to use on Creepy. Zhou Xiaochuan made an instant decision and started the next simulation. With the experience of the last simulation, you first used your flying dagger to take care of the creeps above your head, and then with your bare hands, you were a bit overwhelmed by the combined attacks of the 3 creeps, and at this time, you thought of your other talent, that is psychiatry. You try to add mental cues to yourself. The mental suggestion gives you confidence, and your swing speed and stamina and reflexes increase dramatically. With that, you managed to defeat 3 of the creeps. You think to yourself that there are now only 3 creeps left inside this 4th floor. However, just as you were slightly relieved and ready to pick up those 3 shards of glass slag, 3 shadows suddenly appeared 3 times to the left of your front and back, which instantly condensed into a solid body, barely giving you any time to react. A feeling of emptiness and chaos creeps into your brain. You were replaced by the 3 shadows. The 3 shadows finished the strange story in your place and traveled to the real world. You're dead. After this simulation, Zhou Xiaochuan almost sat down on the ground in a state of weakness. His suspicions were not wrong. The party parchment was a naughty swing for the fences. It directly attracted all the weirdness of this entire building. and the weirdness of this building would come together to attack him. This is just not good. However, this alone was not enough to creep Zhou Xiaochuan out. What really gave Zhou Xiaochuan the creeps were the last 2 paragraphs. He was replaced by 3 shadows? 3 shadows replaced him to finish the weird story and travel to the real world? He could have been bizarrely taken over? And the creepy was able to travel to the real world as him? How much turmoil would that cause in the real world? Zhou Xiaochuan revealed a resolute look, absolutely not letting these 3 shadows replace him. He now had 7 more simulations to go. He must find a way out of the 7 simulations and settle all this peacefully. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Letting such a complicated and strange story as Ling Jian No, 2 middle school descend into the real world. The harm that this would bring was simply too much to think about. And Creepy will return to the real world as him. Absolutely not. Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes are open and his ears are open. The simulation would not consume the time in the real world. But the thinking after the simulation still consumed 2 minutes of Zhou Xiaochuan's time. According to the analog prompts, there are 3 minutes to go before the bazaar attack. Zhou Xiaochuan started the simulation again. You solved the first 4 shenanigans, but you didn't let up at all. Instead, the moment you solved the 4th one shenanigans, you desperately took off on a wild goose chase. But it's all just an exercise in futility. Because you can't run away at all. Long ago when you were fighting those 4 creeps, those 3 shadows had already been by your side like a shadow. A feeling of emptiness and chaos creeps into your brain. You were replaced by the 3 shadows. The 3 shadows finished the strange story in your place and traveled to the real world. You're dead. Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. Even with the infinite simulation and the psychiatrist's talent, the situation he was facing now was still a dead end. End of chapter. Chapter 88 The Student Council's Position. Chapter 88 The Student Council's Position. There were still 6 more simulation chances. And if one still hadn't found a way to live after the 6 simulations had been used up, then everything would slide into an irreversible situation. The world of weird talk doesn't leave a situation of certain death. There must be some way to improve the situation at hand, and the psychiatrist's gift is able to be used on himself as well as on the bazaar. Zhou Xiaochuan realized that he could not attack those 3 shadows by using the bloodstained towel to attack. His attack was completely ineffective. If human attacks can't work against these 3 shadows, what about bazaar attacks? Zhou Xiaochuan thought of an idea, then closed his eyes and began to simulate. With the experience of the previous times, the previous 4 spooks were all handy for you, but you ended up leaving the spook that was lying on the ceiling uninformed. Instead, you use your psychiatrist's gift on it, and you drop hints that it is not creepy, but human, and is your servant, and needs to protect you at all costs. After giving a mental suggestion to the creepy, it really does do whatever you say, but you know in your heart that this can only last for 2 minutes. After dropping a mental suggestion on the creep, you feel yourself drifting off to sleep, and with your current mental power, it's still too difficult to hypnotize the creep. Just as the creepy hanging overhead was about to come crashing down to attack you, it suddenly hung around and pounced on the large rag in the darkness, which was exactly where you had been hiding before, and it tore the large rag to shreds, and the 3 shadows that had surrounded you disappeared with it. You kill the creepy hanging over your head. You're safe for now. After ending the simulation, Zhou Xiaochuan was so happy in his heart that he was almost on the verge of jumping up. He followed the way he had simulated before and killed all the weirdness on this 4th floor. A lightweight vehicle. Even though shenanigans were frothing and reacting much slower than in the simulation. The real world. Live on air. Holy, what's going on with Chuan? It's like he predicted all these weird movements before he got rid of all of them one by one. I didn't realize there was a creepy hanging above the ceiling. Chuan is really a god. This can be predicted too. I didn't realize that the way to life on this 4th floor was actually the big rag that Chuan had been hiding to use for fishing. And that the big rag was actually the place where those 3 shadows were strangely hiding? Those 3 shadows are weird. I didn't even see where any of them were. How in the world did Chuan find out? What do you call Chuan? Call him God Chuan. Kawakami just seemed to have driven Creepy to help him tear up that big rag? What's going on here? He can control the bazaar? Summerland. Bureau of Weird Tales Processing. The director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Handling's furrowed brow stretched again. Good man. Ogawa can do it. On the other hand, Professor He's frown on the side tightened even more. Why is it that Zhou Xiaochuan can drive the weirdness and make it do things for him? Previously in the Boulder Village Weird Tales and this time some time ago, we could see that Zhou Xiaochuan's talent should be the kind that extremely increases his combat power. But the combat power is also limited to increase above his own self, and does not drive the weird features. Hoboyu nodded, then pointed at the computer screen. In fact, it's not just Zhou Xiaochuan. The other 4 chosen who are still alive are all starting to power up at this time. Lighthouse Nation's Professor Bryant misses his evening study to head to the 8th class of the senior year and gets the diary of Koma-san. Sakura Nation's winter snow lotus fights off the weirdness with her physical body. It's as if all of the chosen strength has been strengthened. Something that simply hasn't happened in the past. At this moment, the world of weird talk. Spirit River No. 2 Middle School. The gymnasium. Zhou Xiaochuan was still leaning next to the window to rest. In the previous infinite simulation, he had lost 70 points of his mental power, and his current mental condition could be said to be very tired. But fortunately, with the help of the two talents of infinite simulation and psychiatrist, Zhou Xiaochuan managed to purge all the weirdness from this place. In the midst of the last simulation, he experimented by trying to find out even if he lay in the middle of this gym for 2 hours. Nothing happened. It's just that 2 hours later, a raven will knock on the window, and when it's opened, you can offer all 9 of the creeps you killed earlier to the parrot, even if there's no body. Zhou Xiaochuan then literally leaned against the side of the window and began to sleep. At this moment in the live broadcast room, 10,000 XXX heads ran through the hearts of the crowd. I go, what's this? Why is Kawakami actually lying on the ground and starting to sleep? What do you know? This must be Chuanshin's layout. Maybe this 4th floor isn't the only one with some weirdness. Or maybe the weirdness from the other floors came up and wanted to kill Chuanshin. And now Chuanshin is fishing for law enforcement like he did before. So that's how it is. Kawakami no X. However, after an hour, what's going on here? Why has Kawakami slept for an hour? There's no end to it. It's been an hour. Why is he still sleeping? Is he really fishing for law enforcement? Why do I get the feeling that he just simply wants to sleep? But to be able to fall asleep in such an environment, we're the only ones under the sky who are Kawakami, aren't we? For anyone else, dare to sleep at this hour? The Kawakami is the Kawakami, and the vigor just isn't something that can be compared to ordinary people. Weird Tales of the World. Spirit River 2. Gym. Zhou Xiaochuan slept in the middle of the gymnasium, and after 2 hours, the alarm clock of Zhou Xiaochuan's cell phone and the sound of the crows outside the window knocking on the window sounded at the same time. Zhou Xiaochuan didn't rush to open the window first, but opened his cell phone screen and turned on the flashlight's lighting system. In about an hour or so, the flashlight system inside Zhou Xiaochuan's cell phone returned to normal. The parchment only disabled his cell phone for about an hour. Zhou Xiaochuan turned on the flashlight of his cell phone and grasped it firmly in his hand, then opened the window and opened his mouth to ask, I have 10 food items, and I'd like to ask the position of the student council inside this school. The crow flew into the window and made an unpleasant creaking sound, as if the wooden door was constantly opening and closing. The student council will help you, but the student council president has gone mad. The student council president has secretly succumbed to the strongest shenanigans in the middle of the Yutsai building. You can trust all the members of the student council, but you can't trust the student council president. Huang Che. Crow's words set off a huge wave in Zhou Xiaochuan's mind. End of chapter. Chapter 89 Pony's Diary. Chapter 89 Pony's Diary. You can trust all the members of the student council, but you can't trust the student council president. Huang Che? However, the entire student union is run by the president, and the only means Zhou Xiaochuan uses to contact the student union is through the student union president Huang Che. If the student council president can't be trusted, then why did the Raven say it was a viable strategy when I contacted Jiang Liangjin through the student council president before? Zhou Xiaochuan muttered. But there was no one to answer his questions now. The Raven had long since sailed away after answering his questions. The student council president and the most powerful creep in Yutsai building collude with each other. So the one who comes here to meet me then, is the real Jiang Liangjin? Or, is it true that Jiang Liangjin won't be affected by the Yutsai building shenanigans or the student council? Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. He now had 50 points of spiritual energy left, and could still perform 5 simulations. One simulation could be simulated up to 2 hours later, and it's just about 9 o'clock in the evening. 6th, lights out in the dormitories is at 22 o'clock p.m. Please make sure you are inside the dormitory after lights out time, and please do not roam the campus after 2200 hours. 7th, if you haven't returned to your dormitory after the lights out time, you can go to the 24-hour study room on the 6th floor of the library, which is a special place for good students, where no one will come to disturb you from studying, and you can rest in peace while you study. The rules in the campus guide clearly stated that he had to be back in his dormitory by lights out time. That means he has to get through the gym in less than an hour. It's simply impossible to accomplish. Zhou Xiaochuan squinted his eyes. 4 hours had passed since the time when he had asked the student council president to inform Jiang Liangjin to come to the gymnasium to look for him. Jiang Liangjin had devoured so many weirdness, and was already considered to be walking sideways in the middle of the school. So why had he not come to the gymnasium by now? Associating it with what Crow said about not being able to trust the student council president, a cold sweat broke out in Zhou Xiaochuan's heart. In Zhou Xiaochuan's mind, a terrible speculation came to mind. That is, The student council president did not tell Jiang Liangjin about Zhou Xiaochuan's presence in the gymnasium, or he gave Jiang Liangjin false information. For example, lying to Jiang Liangjin that Zhou Xiaochuan is in Yucai building. Then in the middle of the Yucai building, Jiang Liangjin was settled. This is all possible, although the Raven was previously asked if it was feasible to do so, and the Raven gave an affirmative answer. The Raven only gave an affirmative response among its answers, and there were no details. Zhou Xiaochuan looked out the window at the endless dark environment and started the simulation once again. You are very jealous of the rule that says you must return to the dormitory after 10 p.m. And cannot wander outside the dormitory. So you are going to try to see if you can get out of the gym as fast as you can and escape back to the dormitory. You turn on your phone's flashlight and reach the elevator on the 4th floor. You see the toilet next to the elevator on the 4th floor, and after thinking it over, you decide to enter the toilet. After all, the creeps in the toilet have already been killed off by you. As soon as you entered the toilet, you smelled a strange odor that you could not bear. You followed the direction of the strange odor and came to one of the most inward pits in the toilet. You endured the stench in the squatting pit, took out a diary from the pit, and began to read it. April 18th, sunny. I used my cell phone to post grandma's apples on the internet, so won't more people buy grandma's apples? April 20th, rainy day. I got a new case for my cell phone, and it's beautiful, beautiful. The auntie who sold the case also thought it was very pretty. I took photos of the case and posted them online, and the netizens were praising the beauty of the case, so I was really happy. I've decided to share my life by posting videos online more often. April 23rd, overcast. Ocean Chow took the $20 my grandmother gave me today, but it's my week's worth of breakfast money at school. April 28th, cloudy day. My grandmother gave me a haircut, and Tang Jiaqing said my hair looked like a dog's, but Jiang Liangjin told me it looked good. April 29th, rainy day. I broke my bone. I'm so sad. April 30th, rain. Tang Jiaqing and Chao Haiyang and the others are forcing me to go and experiment with the urban weirdness I saw on the internet, and I feel so horrible. But if I don't go, luckily the urban weird stories they see are fake and not real. May 3rd, clear. I broke my bone. Grandma is worried about me. I'm so sad. May 5th, clear. On May 1st vacation, Jiang Liangjin came to my house to play and pushed my wheelchair out for a walk. I was a little reluctant, but she told me we were friends and it was proper to visit a sick friend. We went to town and had milk tea and cake and I had a great day. May 8th, rainy day. Although my foot is still broken, I still have to come to school. After all, I'm already a sophomore in high school. I must get into a prestigious university and give my grandparents a privileged life. May 15th, heavy rain. I hate them. I want to fight back, but I can't help it. May 21st, clear. Jiang Liangjin seems to have discovered something. June 13th, heavy rain. They want to make me experiment with the weird stories they read on the internet again. I was scared, but that weird story ended up being false. A false alarm. June 25th, cloudy. Today is the final exam, and after it's over you can go on summer vacation. I can help grandma with a little farm work. June 30th, sunny. Today is my birthday. Jiang Liangjin came to my house to celebrate my birthday and brought me a birthday cake. This was the first time I had a birthday cake. I used to only eat the noodles my grandma made me for my birthday. I was happy, and so was grandma. Jiang Liangjin is very good to me. This diary ends here, where it was torn down after June 30th. You look at the contents of this diary and are pretty sure that the owner of this diary is the pony. The information in it matches the story of the pony told by the language teacher before. However, there is one thing in this diary that makes you feel very puzzled. End of chapter. Chapter 90, Elevators. Chapter 90, Elevators. In this diary, it is first affirmed that Tang Jiaqing, Chao Haiyang, and others are the perpetrators of violence, while Jiang Liangjin is the one who helps Ma Yu. But there is a suspicion Zhou Xiaochuan's character does not appear in any of these diaries. Other than that, Zhou Xiaochuan is Jiang Liangjin's boyfriend, and middle school age relationships are usually Zhao not Meng, Meng not Jiao. Jiang Liangjin appeared often in the diary, but why did Zhou Xiaochuan not appear even once? You close the diary. The truth of this current copy is getting closer to you, but I'm afraid that in order to pass the copy, besides learning the truth, it's not enough. First you have to escape from this gym. After you explored the toilet and found that there was indeed nothing left in the toilet, you walked out of the toilet and headed for the elevator next to the toilet. After stepping into the elevator, you feel an extremely chilly aura surround you, and you shiver. Upon entering the elevator, next to the elevator's buttons, there was a white A4 sheet of paper. Elevator rules. In order to ensure the safety of our students, please follow the rules strictly when riding the elevator. Rule 1. The elevator can only go down one floor at a time. The elevator's indicator light will come on when you reach the floor below. The moment the elevator door opens, run forward as hard as you can without looking back. Rule 2. Elevators can only be used once at a time. After you have used an elevator to go downstairs and want to reach a new floor, look for a new elevator. Please never use an elevator more than once. Rule number 3. The maximum weight capacity of an elevator is 1 person. There cannot be 2 people in an elevator. If you see someone in an open elevator, ignore it. It's just an illusion. Rule 4. This elevator can only go down 1 floor at a time. If there is a situation where the elevator goes down 2 floors at a time, please do not leave the elevator when the door opens. Wait quietly for 10 minutes and then press the elevator button. The elevator will take you to the floor you should go to. Rule number 5. Whatever you hear in the middle of an elevator, make sure you don't respond. Otherwise something very scary will happen. You look at this elevator rule and get a little nervous, because the elevator is an absolutely enclosed space. If any shenanigans occur in the middle of the elevator, you will need to fight the shenanigans in such an enclosed space. There's not even a little bit of pull. And according to this rule, there is definitely something wrong with this elevator. You stood in the middle of the elevator, and instead of pressing the elevator button in a hurry, you began to think. According to the rules, you can probably deduce 2 pieces of information. The first piece of information is that there is definitely a weirdness in the elevator, and while riding the elevator this weirdness will call out to you, and you should never answer it this time. And the second piece of information is, while riding in the elevator sometimes reaches other floors and picks up the presence of other floors to come on the elevator. Not to mention the other rules and crises, just these 2 most obvious dangers are enough to kill you. Being in such a closed environment and being in the same room with the bazaar is very dangerous when you think about it, but there's no other way. According to the rules and the words of the crows, you can only take the elevator to the next floor. You got on the elevator and pressed the 3 button, but in fact, this elevator only has this 1 button, and your previous thought of going from the 3rd floor back to the 4th floor is obviously impossible. The gym is a one-way ticket. There is no return trip. Generally speaking, going from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor is nothing more than the next floor or so, but you wait an extremely long time, and after about 5 minutes, the elevator door just opens. Looking out the door at the pitch-black surroundings, you don't rush out and head to the 3rd floor as you remember the rules. Rule 1. The elevator can only go down 1 floor at a time. When you reach the floor below, the elevator's indicator light will come on. The moment the elevator door opens, run forward desperately and don't look back, but the light doesn't come on. You decide to wait in the middle of the elevator for a little while now and see what happens. After a while, a footstep rings out from the door, and that footstep gets closer and closer. You keep your eyes peeled and wrap the blood-stained red towel around your hand. You know that the one who comes in through the door will never be alive. After a while, a woman in red high heels with short purple hair colored in a pickle walked in. As a rule, you didn't look directly at her. You just pretended not to see, choosing to ignore her. You felt her standing right behind you, the eerie aura surrounding you the whole time. The elevator door closes and you're forced to be in the same room as this creepy lady. You feel her calling your name behind you, and the sound of that calling tickles you. You had some uncontrollable desire to turn back, but you eventually persevered through your own fortitude and did not choose to turn back. The call grew louder and louder, so loud that you could barely ignore him, and there were many times you couldn't help but turn back to respond to her. But you gave yourself the mental cue that you should never turn back, and you pushed through. The elevator finally arrives once again, but the light for the elevator still hasn't come on, so you still don't choose to get out, but continue to stay in the elevator. You sense that the creepy one behind you in red heels and short purple hair hasn't left this floor either and is still standing behind you. After about 5 more minutes, a song that is, if anything, but with a hint of desolation, reaches your ears. There is a woman singing outside the elevator. Occasionally, I get tired of going against the grain, and occasionally I empty my brain in anticipation of a heavenly turnaround. I go wherever the waves take me. Hurtful words that can't travel underwater, quiet to suffocation. Jellyfish are just ordinary creatures that expect euphemistic protection. The singer can't sing, but the emotion is so contagious that you can't help but want to cry when you listen to the song. You keep psyching yourself up so that you can't cry out. According to the rules, you are not allowed to react to these sounds. The song goes from far to near, and you see a young girl with 2 long blue jellyfish hair extensions and a poofy skirt walk into the elevator and over to the woman from before in red heels and a purple pick-dyed wolf tail. She is none other than the one who sang. The elevator doors close. You pretended not to see them and did not respond to them. 1 minute later, you're dead. End of chapter. Chapter 91, Purple Dying. Chapter 91, Purple Dying. Seeing the results of this simulation, Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. He clearly followed the rules of the elevator and didn't respond to the 2 creeps. But why was he still dead? For the first time, He managed to survive without responding to the woman in the red heels with the purple pick-dyed wolf tail. This is perfectly in line with what is stated in the rules. Rule number 5. Whatever you hear in the middle of an elevator, make sure you don't respond. Otherwise something very scary will happen. Rule 3. The maximum weight of an elevator is 1 person. And there cannot be 2 people in an elevator. If you see someone in an open elevator, please ignore it. It's just your illusion. And he received no danger during this time. But that all changed when the elevator stopped for the second time. He had been dead ever since the singing teenage girl with an exaggerated length blue double ponytail and a puffy skirt had entered the elevator. What did I do wrong? Why did I die? There must be some detail that I didn't notice. Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. The rules say that there can only be a maximum of 1 person in the elevator. And you cannot respond to others in the elevator. He suddenly had a flash of insight and found a way to live. Instead of rushing to verify it, though, he headed to the restroom and got his hands on the pony's journal that had appeared in the middle of the simulation earlier. He touched the diary and only felt that it was cold and contained deep resentment in it. And this resentment was something he hadn't even felt in the simulation. After getting the diary, Zhou Xiaochuan flipped through it and found that the contents within the diary were very much the same as what he had seen in the simulation. Just as he was placing the diary in the red plastic bag, an icy beep came to his mind. You have obtained the key item Pony's diary, and the level of exploration of the copy has reached 70%. Your skills can be improved. Skill, Infinite Simulation gains one of the following 3 boosts. A. You may terminate the simulation anytime, anywhere, and file back after the simulation is terminated. Each backfile consumes 5 points of mental energy. B. Your mental power limit is increased by 50. C. You don't have to fall asleep to recover mental energy. 10 points of mental energy every hour. Instantly gain 20 mental energy. Zhou Xiaochuan listened to the cold beep and was a little puzzled in his heart. The fact that a copy could be rewarded for exploring to a certain degree was something that had never appeared in previous copies, and it was absolutely impossible to have reached 70% of the duplicate's exploration level just because of obtaining the diary of a fellow pony. It must have reached 70% by counting the results of previous explorations. But that's the weird point. Why didn't they give this hint before? Instead of giving the hint of the copy's exploration level until now when they got Ponyboy's diary? Zhou Xiaochuan vaguely felt that ever since his skills had been upgraded, this copy of the Weird Tales world had become a bit different. He didn't feel that the skill upgrade, and the current beep, was a good thing. It likely meant that the difficulty of this weird talk was simply too great to pass without a skill upgrade. However, it was not the time to analyze the world of weird talk, and solving the predicament at hand was the most important thing. Looking at these 3 options, Zhou Xiaochuan was a bit torn. To be honest, he didn't want to make a choice at all. He wanted all 3 options. However, this was obviously something unrealistic. After thinking about it, he decided to go with option C. C. You don't have to fall asleep to recover mental energy. 10 points of mental energy every hour. Previously, recovering mental power could only be done by sleeping, which was a bit too difficult. Not to mention whether or not one could sleep well in the middle of the world of weird talks. In many cases one could not sleep in the middle of the world of weird talks. Therefore, choosing option C would allow him to recover his mental strength even without sleeping, and was undoubtedly the optimal solution right now. After selecting the option, Zhou Xiaochuan left the bathroom with a quick step. He didn't want to do the simulation inside the bathroom, even though all of the bathroom's shenanigans had been defeated. But the bathroom was still filled with a stench so foul that he felt very sick to his stomach after just a few sniffs. He wasn't about to make a stop at the elevator door either. Although it was said that all the weirdness on this floor had already been killed by him, but next to such an important facility as the elevator, which was obviously a gymnasium, it was guaranteed that he would encounter some kind of crisis. One bad move and you risk giving away your life. Earlier in the simulation, the elevator stopped at a floor that wasn't the 3rd floor. Zhou Xiaochuan didn't dare to bet on which floor the elevator actually stopped at. In case it was the 4th floor, Zhou Xiaochuan still chose to lean against the window and started the simulation. In the midst of this simulation, he wanted to verify that his thinking about the path to life was correct. You walk up the elevator. You press the only button on that elevator. And a minute later, the elevator arrives. But the light doesn't come on. And you remember the words among the rules. And you don't rush out of the elevator. After a while, a footstep rings out from the door. And that footstep gets closer and closer. You keep your eyes peeled and wrap the blood-stained red towel around your hand. You know that the one who comes in through the door will never be alive. After a while, a woman in red high heels with short, purple pickled hair walks in. As per the rules, you didn't look directly at her. You just acted as if you didn't see her, choosing to ignore her. You felt her standing right behind you, a grim aura surrounding you the whole time. The elevator door closes and you're forced to be in the same room as this creepy lady. You hear the creepy constantly calling your name. and being in your senses. You don't answer her, but spoke up. You're all dolled up, purple highlights and leather pants. And is that a wolf's tail haircut? You tentatively open your mouth to speak. And the female creepy in the middle of the elevator actually opens her mouth to answer. Her voice is sweet and extremely seductive, very different from her icy appearance. Ha 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 ha. Classmate, thank you for the compliment. You guessed it. My hairstyle is a wolf's tail. You are a high school student, right? It doesn't matter. When you graduate, my sister will take you to get a nice haircut too. You had a conversation with the creepy, but you didn't appear to be in any danger. And you even felt that the creepy was quite friendly to you. You know you were right in your guess. End of chapter. Chapter 92, The Puffy Dress. Chapter 92, The Puffy Dress. Among the rules are restrictions on not responding to what others say, but there is nothing that says you can't speak on your own accord. In fact, not speaking is most likely a dead end. The only way to survive is to keep finding topics and starting them yourself. You listen to the female's bizarre reply and don't reply on her topic, knowing that if you did, you would absolutely trigger a dead end among the rules and subsequently be buried here. You decide to reopen the conversation to her. You're dressed beautifully. I don't think you're one of our students. What are you doing at our school? You open your mouth to speak and ask up questions. The reason why you keep asking her questions is to get more information out of her, and the questioning style of conversation makes it not so easy for her to talk around a topic. Actually you can tell by the way I'm dressed. I'm not a student of this school. We're an idol girl group called Souls, and we're here at the school to record a variety show. The woman with the purple wolf tail and wearing red high heels spoke up. Just when you want to answer, the elevator door opens once again, and at the same time, the voice of a young girl singing once again comes from outside the door. That young girl's voice was a bit childish but very full of emotion. Now you can be sure. Rule number 3, the maximum weight capacity of an elevator is 1 person, and there cannot be 2 people in the elevator. If you see someone in an open elevator, ignore it. It's just your illusion. Is a false rule, or confusingly true rules, because it is true that only 1 person will exist on the elevator, and that is because you are the only living person in this school. Since there is only 1 living person, it is definitely impossible for 2 people to exist in the elevator. But that doesn't mean there's no weirdness, and it's definitely not possible to ignore the shenanigans, or else you'll be killed in the middle of an elevator at a certain point. But it's also impossible to respond to what Creepy says, so he has to keep finding things to talk about. Since the song didn't come out in the middle of an elevator, you think it's okay to talk about it with this short purple-haired girl in red heels. The song is so melodious and emotional that you can't help but leave hot tears. You were just about to talk to this short purple-haired girl in red heels about the song when you saw a young girl with 2 long blue jellyfish hair and a poofy skirt walk into the elevator and over to the woman from before in red heels and a purple pick-dyed wolf tail. She is the very person who sings. She didn't speak to you voluntarily, but you made an affirmation of her song. This sister, you sing beautifully. Can you tell me the name of the song? I think the lyrics of the song are very well written. You complimented the level of the song. And in fact, as a longtime fan, you've listened to almost all Chinese pop songs, and you're pretty sure that it's mostly an original song by the young girl in front of you with the blue jellyfish hair and the tutu. Your eyes are still looking at the front door of the elevator, and you don't turn around, but you still hear the giggles of the 2 teenage girls behind you. Apparently, what you said put them in a good mood. Classmate, thank you, but honestly, you can't find this song on any platform online, because I wrote this song myself, from lyrics to composition, all by myself. I'm awesome, right? That blue-haired girl with 2 long jellyfish head braids looks like she has a very lively and optimistic personality. Wan has always been very versatile in our band. Not only can she write songs, she's also great at enlivening the atmosphere. That purple wolf-tailed girl wearing red high heels spoke up. The elevator is still running, and you don't know when it's going to get to the right floor, and you just have to keep talking to them. What type of variety show are you recording? And will I be able to participate? I'm Zhou Xiaochuan from Senior Class 7. These creeps did not show any aggressiveness towards you. Instead they were extremely friendly towards you, so you thought that you could pull these 2 creeps together. After exploring this school for so many days, you have also learned that the bazaar inside this school are also divided into camps. It is possible to pull in the strings. Sorry students. I'm afraid I cannot. The staff does not allow us to have too much contact with the students. We also see that your gym has not been built, so we borrowed this gym to practice dance. Just ran into you are also in the gym inside, so I can talk to you a little. The young girl with the purple picketed wolf tail spoke up. How many levels are you guys trying to get down? I need to get to the 3rd level. Are we on our way? You open your mouth to inquire. And at this time, the blue-haired girl in a tutu spoke up. Oh, we're down to the 1st floor. We're done practicing dance. We're going back to the dormitory to sleep. We don't think we're going to be able to make it. See you later, classmates. It just so happened that after that goodbye was said, in lieu of reaching the next floor, the elevator doors just opened, and the light on the elevator doors lit up at that moment. Rule 1, the elevator can only go down one floor at a time. When you reach the floor below, the elevator's indicator light will come on. The moment the elevator door opens, run forward as hard as you can and don't look back. You sprinted out of the elevator the moment the light came on, as instructed by the rules, running all the way and not looking back. When you stop, you realize that you are holding a red high-heeled shoe inside your hand, as well as a piece of white fabric from a tutu. That's exactly what was on those two creeps earlier. But holding these two things, you don't feel any sense of discomfort. Instead you feel warm and solid in your heart. Simulation ends. After seeing the words end of simulation, Zhou Xiaochuan finally let out a long breath. It seemed that his previous guess was not wrong. However, this time the simulation ended not because of death, or his initiative to terminate it, but because he was forced to terminate the simulation. Not surprisingly, it seems that this gift of infinite simulation isn't foolproof, and after getting past a key scene, you have to exit the simulation and experience it for yourself. Zhou Xiaochuan carried the red plastic bag, came into the elevator and pressed the down button. End of chapter. Chapter 93, the third floor. Chapter 93, the third floor. You enter the elevator as you did in the previous simulation. After waiting for 5 minutes, he did see a woman in red high heels with short purple hair colored in pics walk in. According to the rules, Zhou Xiaochuan did not look directly at her, just pretending not to see, choosing to ignore her. Zhou Xiaochuan felt that she was standing right behind him, and her gloomy aura kept surrounding his body. Zhou Xiaochuan closed the elevator door and was alone with this female creep. Everything that followed was exactly as it happened in the simulation. However, compared to the simulation, when Zhou Xiaochuan faced these two female creeps in reality, it was obvious that he appeared to have different feelings from the simulation. That is, in reality, close proximity to these two female creeps actually made Zhou Xiaochuan feel a bit of a tingly feeling, which was as if Zhou Xiaochuan himself had feelings for these two female creeps. There was no need to even think about it. It was definitely weird power at work. But in addition to sentimentality, after coming into contact with these two female shenanigans, Zhou Xiaochuan also felt a sense of self-confidence. A kind of extreme self-confidence, and he confidently felt that he would be able to get through from the world of weird talk. The moment he ran out of the elevator, Zhou Xiaochuan actually heard the two female creeps yell in unison, "Go for it!" This is a scenario that does not appear in the simulation. However, restricted by the rules, Zhou Xiaochuan didn't dare to make any stops, but instead ran wildly down the road as if he didn't want to die. Finally, Zhou Xiaochuan escaped to this floor and leaned down next to the window, and then used the flashlight program in his phone to illuminate the surrounding area. Previously, he had been in the darkness, and he hadn't been able to carefully observe the environment of this third layer, but now it seemed, but just from a cursory look, that this third layer was fundamentally different from the fourth layer. If the fourth floor is a sports activity area, where you can play basketball, volleyball, badminton, and a host of other things, then the third floor is like a conference hall, with a large booth at the very front with a speaking platform and microphone, obviously for talking, and on the back is a large screen. This is followed by rows of seats, and the position where Zhou Xiaochuan was standing was at the very back of all the seats. The very back of this conference room was a large skylight. The gym rules don't just work for Tier 4, they must work for Tier 3 as well. Zhou Xiaochuan leaned against the window. If he wanted to wait for the parrot to ask for information, then he would need to wait for another 2 hours. And on the third level, there are 7 spooky ones. Zhou Xiaochuan believes that the third level of weirdness is a qualitative improvement over the fourth level that might be possible, because the red stilettos he had gotten down the elevator earlier, and the fabric of the poncho, were clearly 2 seals that resembled blood-stained towels. What does it mean to give away 2 seals after reaching the third level? I just don't know if those 2 teenage girls count as the third layer of weirdness. And if they don't, which layer of the gym are they really on? Could it be the second layer? Zhou Xiaochuan muttered. Based on previous exchanges, these 2 creeps were heading to the first floor, and they had previously rehearsed their dance in the middle of the gym, so the third floor, which was full of seats, was definitely not a suitable environment for rehearsal, so the odds were that they weren't on the third floor anymore. And if the 2 of them were the creeps of the second floor, there were only 2 creeps on the second floor, and now that they had gone to the first floor, wouldn't that mean that there were no more creeps on the second floor? Zhou Xiaochuan buried his doubts deep in his heart and then began the simulation. You managed to get out of the elevator and came to the third floor. Remembering what the crow said earlier about there being a total of 7 spooks on the third floor, you didn't let your guard down, knowing that the spooks on the third floor definitely weren't as good to kill as those on the fourth floor. You're going to start by holding up a flashlight and exploring towards the third level, having to find the elevator first so you can travel to the second level. You're going to just take the elevator and escape the third floor without using the third floor to brush up on some more information, because the information that should be known is actually pretty much known by now. You first wandered around the last row, and you didn't notice an elevator in the back row, but you saw something unusual in the reflection of the windows. The way you look under the reflection of the window is very different from the way you look in reality. And you in the window show a weird smile, laughing and opening your mouth as if you were saying something. Fortunately, your training at the Bureau of Weird Tales Processing included training in lip reading, and you can recognize what the creep is saying to you. Let's have a guessing game. 3 rounds and win. If you lose, you will have to go into the mirror and take my place, and I will take your place. If I lose, then I will not attack you or influence you. The you in the mirror keeps repeating this sentence, and you have a vague feeling that if you don't do what the you in the mirror says, you will die immediately. You threw a punch, and there was no reaction from you in the mirror. He didn't make any moves. You throw another one. The one you just did doesn't count. The you in the mirror spoke. In your mind, you spit out that the weirdness in this mirror is really not a martial art, and that you can actually play a trick by guessing a fist. But it's a creep. You're a human. You don't have any room to negotiate. You can only obey it. So you and it throw punches at the same time. This time you still throw a rock, and it throws a rock. This one is considered a draw and voided. So you start the game again, and this time you play scissors and he plays rock. This time he won. You play a second round of guessing. You play rock, he plays scissors. 1 win, 1 loss, and the next went to a tiebreaker. But you're not nervous because you already know the rules of his punches. The third game of guessing begins. This time you put out your cloth and he puts out his fist. He loses the guessing game. His mouth opens and closes, and you learn through your lips that he has willingly lost the bet and will not come back to attack you. You feel the dismal coldness that has surrounded you since the beginning disappear. Actually, the way to life this time is very simple. As a being in the mirror, he can't decide for himself what he's going to put out. He can only decide what he's going to put out this turn based on what you put out last turn. This is why he would not come out in the first round of guessing. It's because it's the first round, and there's no presence of the previous round, so there's no way for him to come out. After you've cracked the creepy's attack and finished exploring the very back of this room, you head forward. There are still 6 creepy left to deal with on this third floor. End of chapter. Chapter 94 Pony Diary, 2. Chapter 94 Pony Diary, 2. You're going to head to the very front of this room first, because common sense and architectural design would dictate that the door is usually either at the very front or at the very back, and where the door is will be where the elevator is. Although in the world of weird stories, everything can't be dispatched by common sense, the world of weird stories always uses reality as a blueprint. You walked all the way from the very back toward the very front, and you actually didn't encounter any weird obstacles along the way. And after about 2 minutes, you were at the very front of this room, walking under the lectern. On the table at the lectern, there was a small drawer. You opened the drawer and managed to get a stack of paper. And from the quality of the paper and the content of this stack of paper, you could clearly identify this item as the diary of a student of Pony. You lean against the wall and begin to read the Pony's diary. July 5th. Sunny. Today, I went to a community volunteer activity with Zhang Jin. I felt that the whole day was very fulfilling, and I was really happy to be able to help others. July 10th. Cloudy. Although I really wanted to go out with Zhang Jin, but she told me that when this vacation is over I will be a senior in high school. I will meet the college entrance exam. I can't keep on having so much fun with such greed and comfort, or else I will be finished if I fail the college entrance exam. My family is very poor. My grandparents are counting on me. I have to get a good grade, and my family doesn't have enough money for me to repeat the exam. I must get a good grade. July 15th. Rain. I took a scholarship and installed a small air conditioner for the house for $1,117. The air conditioner kicks in with a lot of noise and clamor, but it's finally not so hot in the summer, and my grandparents are happy. If you have something to say, it's long. If you don't, it's short. Most of Xiaoma's diary is about her summer vacation and the problems she encountered, but there's nothing particularly worth writing about. September 1st. Sunny. School started today. And at the top of the Pledge of Allegiance the principal and the director of instruction said a bunch of what they thought were profound words, but it only made me feel a little disconnected, and I felt a little depressed. September 5th. Cloudy day. I feel that the atmosphere of learning inside the school is not as good as inside the home at all. While we were studying inside the school, people like Tang Jiacheng, Chao Haiyang, Qi Wenwen, and Zhang Zhengwen were playing cards in the back and yelling. Teachers can't control them. After all, they don't take the college entrance exam either. They plan to go for independent enrollment in junior colleges in March. September 7th. Rainy day. I'm being bullied by them again. I'm so sad, but there's nothing I can do to fight back. So I'll just have to put up with it for now, right? Luckily there's less than a year before I have to leave here. On September 10th, a sunny day, I spoke to all the seniors in the conference room on the third floor of the gymnasium as the representative of the outstanding students. I was so happy that I had to tell my grandparents about it when I got home. September 12th, rainy day. Tang Jiacheng and Xiao Haiyang forced me to make an elevator quiz. They said they would keep guessing at themselves in the elevator mirror until they lost to it. I was alone in the elevator for an hour and nothing happened. These weird stories are all false. September 15th, cloudy day. Zhang Liangjin found out that they were bullying me and she told the teacher about it. The teacher criticized and educated them, and dragged me to the office to make them apologize to me. But I knew it was all in vain for the simple reason that it was already senior year and the school wasn't going to expel them. October 1st, sunny day. They seem to have seen a post on the internet, which says that if they complete that weird story, they will give $100,000 no matter if they succeed or not. And they are thinking about whether or not they want me to do this weird story. The condition of this weird talk is actually to ask for 3 fingers of the participants, which is really horrible, but I always have a bad feeling about it. October 10th, rainy day. They're talking about that weird story again. I think they probably can't resist the temptation of the $100,000, but it would require me to cut off 3 fingers, so I guess they wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Would they? October 15th, sunny day. Zhang Liangjin found out that they were bullying me again, and she wanted to help me tell the teacher again. But after I told her the whole story, she fell silent. When she realized that telling the teacher would be of no use at all, and that she would be retaliated against even more, she looked a bit gloomy. I told her not to get involved with me anymore. I was afraid that she would also be retaliated against by these people. I heard that Tang Jiacheng's father is the boss of a listed company, and Xiao Haiyang's background is not simple. They are not something we commoners can mess with. But fortunately, there are still 8 months to go before I graduate from high school, so I shouldn't be bullied after I graduate, right? October 20th, rainy day. Zhang Liangjin really didn't come to play with me anymore, so I should be feeling grateful, but I'm a little sad. November 1st, sunny day. I heard from other students that the school seems to have had some conflict with the construction company, and that this gym is a half-finished product that wasn't built halfway through the construction, but the school authorities are still saying that this gym can be used, and I'm skeptical about that. But we've been taking classes in this gym for half a year now, so it should be fine, right? On November 5th, a rainy day, something happened at the gym. The second floor of the gym collapsed, and a couple who snuck out to do something bad during study hall were crushed to death on the spot. The school put up ceiling strips around the gym and won't let us go to the gym anymore. It seems like the school is planning to keep the news from the outside world. Pony-san's diary has been torn open again by this point, and there is still blood on top of the torn cracks. You look at this diary. Originally thought that this copy in the middle of just because Xiao Haiyang, Tang Jiacheng these bullies' behavior is worse. I did not expect that this school authority is also so evil. Conflict with the construction company. Do not even have to think about it, is not negotiated in terms of financial payments, and actually take a half-finished product as a finished product. It is really anticlimactic. You rub your chin. A couple died on the second floor, and the raven from earlier said there were 2 people on the second floor. Could it be that the weirdness on the second floor was that couple? Then where was the earlier creepy with the purple wolf tail and the creepy with the long blue hair and a puffy dress? They're not on the 3rd floor. While you were thinking, you didn't notice a large, ghastly white hand reaching out from among the large screens behind the lectern. You are dragged into the screen by large hands. You're dead. End of chapter. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. After finishing the simulation, Zhou Xiaochuan went to the window first, and after getting rid of the guessing shenanigans, he walked straight towards the lectern. According to the previous simulation, there was obviously something weird in that big screen, but Zhou Xiaochuan wasn't afraid of that weirdness. His left hand was wrapped around a piece of fabric, but instead of the blood-stained red cloth from before, it was the tutu fabric he had gotten earlier from the girl with the long blue hair, and the resentment that had condensed on it was almost to the point of becoming substantial. Zhou Xiaochuan carried this in his hand and could even hear the cries of the woman within this cloth. That crying voice was still singing the song Zhou Xiaochuan had heard earlier in the middle of the elevator. Compared to the previous song, which was relaxed and energetic, this one was distinctly mournful, and Zhou Xiaochuan finally heard the full version of the song. Jellyfish, jellyfish, creatures that go with the flow, waiting for a brief stop, gradually, comprehending, slowly making up the ground, will eventually find a place to belong. After the final song, Zhou Xiaochuan felt a surge of thunder flashing in his mind, and his brain went numb. The icy beep sounded from within his mind once again. Listening to the song of the jellyfish, the mental power limit is increased by 20, and you instantly gain 20 mental power. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was happy. Good guy. Listening to this song actually has this effect? The most direct feeling of the mental power boost was that he felt his mind clear up quite a bit, and at the same time, he felt that his talent, psychiatrist, had become quite a bit more powerful again. Walking over to the lectern, he didn't rush to rummage through the middle of the drawer to pull out Pony's diary, but first broke the large screen behind him with a single round. The moment the large screen shattered, an eerie wailing sound rang out. Aha! Aha! I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna kill you! Subsequently, a pair of large miserable white hands tried to reach out from within the screen. However, after the large screen was shattered by Zhou Xiaochuan, it was as if the large miserable white hands had lost their entity, and it didn't take long for them to droop down, and then transformed into a puddle of blood and water. At this moment, there were still 5 shenanigans left on the 3rd level. It was only at this time that Zhou Xiaochuan opened the drawer and got the second copy of Xiaoma's diary. He didn't read it, though, and put it directly into a red plastic bag. You have obtained the key item Pony's diary, too, and the level of exploration of the copy has reached 80%, and your skills can be improved. Skill, Infinite Simulation gains one of the following 3 boosts. A. You may terminate the simulation anytime, anywhere, and file back after the simulation is terminated. Each backfile consumes 5 points of mental energy. B. Your mental power limit is increased by 50. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at these 2 options, which were also the same when the last time the skill received an upgrade. He thought about it a little and chose option A. Although this A option didn't seem as simple and crude as B option, which directly increased the upper limit of mental power, the infinite return was really perverse as well. For example, if he had this infinite backtracking ability at the 4th level, he could backtrack before the raven answered the question, and ask the raven the question multiple times at once. For example, start with a simulation and ask the raven question. After you ask it, then file back to before you asked the question and ask a new question. I have to say, this infinite return is really good, and in the middle of the simulation, there are times when you're already in a situation of certain death, but you can't terminate the simulation, and you can only watch as you're killed by shenanigans. This kind of death scene, although the heart knows that it is fake, but that kind of pain feeling is indeed the real deal. The wear and tear on the mind and body of such experiences is indeed enormous. After selecting the talent, Zhou Xiaochuan started another round of simulation, and at this moment in time, the live broadcast room in Xia, but it has already been sort of fried. I'll go. What's going on with Chuan? Is he unpredictable? Is this Chuan going to speed through Weird Tales world? Chuan is awesome. Yes why did Chuan get that diary and didn't even look at it? He didn't really look at it when he got it before, but he more or less looked at it for a while, although it was like quantum speed reading, but this time he didn't even look at it. How did he know there would be a creepy behind that mirror? And not only did he know, he won the game against the creepy 1-2-0. He's really a god. You guys, not only Chuan, but Professor Bryant of the Lighthouse Kingdom and Winter Snow Lotus of the Sakura Kingdom are both progressing at a rapid pace as well. Among them, Prof. Bryant of the Lighthouse Kingdom has already figured out the pass condition for this time's Weird Tales, only it's a B rank pass. Requirements for level B clearance, survive 7 days at this school. It feels like this pass condition is easy. Upstairs, is this the first time you've read Rules Geek? I'll tell you this much, this level B pass looks easy, but in fact, it might be the hardest one to pass. Oh, how? Now only 24 hours have passed. The difficulty of the Weird Tales has had a significant increase. Su Hao Long of the Stick Country and Francis of the Romantic Country, who didn't explore places that don't exist, have both died. According to previous experience, the difficulty of the Weird Tales world is getting harder and harder as time passes. Do you still find it hard to survive past the 7 days now? Upstairs is right. Maybe even. This B rank condition is for fishing. In fact, it is impossible to survive more than 7 days in the middle of the school. Maybe if you survive to the 5th day, the 6th day, you will trigger a dead end, and you will definitely die. I'll be damned. This weird world is so sinister. This kind of thing has been seen many times among the world of strange tales, and it can only be said that if it's not a matter of necessity, one should never take the path of survival time as the criterion for passing the level, because experience has taught us that it's rather the most dangerous path of all. Hey guys, look at the big screen. Chuan has similarly unlocked the pass condition. Weird Tales of the World, Spirit River 2, Gym. After Zhou Xiaochuan finished choosing his talent, the voice that was so cold that it barely contained any humanity once again sounded at his alarm clock. World exploration reaches a certain level, unlocking the pass condition. Requirements for level B clearance, survive 7 days at this school. Requirements for level A clearance, explore all non-existent locations in this school. S-level pass condition, solve all the weirdness in the Yutsai building. Gymnasium, and cafeteria. Zhou Xiaochuan saw this pass condition and fell into deep thought. P.S. This copy will have a shocking reversal by the end, so stay tuned. End of chapter. Chapter 96, The Window Knocker. Chapter 96, The Window Knocker. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the clearance conditions and fell into deep thought, because any one of those 3 pass conditions is difficult. Needless to say, it looks like a 7-day stay in the middle of the school is the easiest pass, but the difficulty of the copy basically advances over time, getting harder as you go along. This was why Zhou Xiaochuan was not willing to turtle and wait for the time to pass. It may seem like the time's up pass is one of the easiest, but it could actually be one of the hardest passes. As for the A-level clearance, it was even more needless to say that it actually required exploring all the non-existent locations in this copy. You should know that the locations that do not exist in this copy are the Yutsai building, the gymnasium, the 7th floor of the dormitory, the 7th floor of the classroom, and the 8th class of the senior year, which are 5 non-existent locations, each of which is full of killing opportunities. What's more, the Yutsai building and the gymnasium hid the most original and terrifying shenanigans in this copy, and the creator of it all. Imagine looking at this campus inside so many weirdness. Among them there is no lack of powerful weirdness, so the weirdness that created all of this, in the end, should be powerful to what extent? Zhou Xiaochuan no longer dared to imagine. As for the last S-level clearance condition, Zhou Xiaochuan simply had a headache just thinking about it. To solve all the shenanigans in the middle of the Yutsai building, the gym, and the cafeteria? That's a no-brainer. Zhou Xiaochuan himself, in the middle of this gymnasium, was only planning to settle the weirdness of the 3rd and 2nd floors, and after obtaining some more information from the crow's mouth, he would directly escape from the 1st floor. As difficult as that sounds, it's much easier than just tackling the 1st level of shenanigans. Just at the moment when Zhou Xiaochuan was thinking, at the very back of this conference room, there came the sound of knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. This could be the crow knocking on the window again? I've sort of killed 2 creeps in the middle of this 3rd floor, so I can ask this crow the question twice. Although Zhou Xiaochuan could have utilized the simulation and then backfile approach to ask the crow questions multiple times, he did not intend to do so, because he only had 40 mental power left, only enough for 4 simulations. In this dangerous gymnasium, he wasn't even sure if these 4 simulations were enough for him to escape. Zhou Xiaochuan walked over to where the window was. Dum 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 dum. The knocking on the door became louder and more urgent, but Zhou Xiaochuan did not see the crows outside the window. What's going on? Zhou Xiaochuan was very puzzled. When he was on the 4th floor, the crow knocking on the window would directly reveal itself, but this time there was nothing outside the window. Could it be that the crows on the 3rd level are not quite the same as the crows on the 4th level? This speculation is indeed a big possibility, for it had been but 20 minutes since the last time the crows had knocked at the windows, and the crows on the 4th floor knocked at the windows once in 2 hours. The problem was that it had only been 20 minutes, nowhere near 2 hours. Just at this time, a miserable white hand passed through the window and choked Zhou Xiaochuan's neck. Hey hey hey, hey 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 hey, hey hey hey. It was only at this time that Zhou Xiaochuan saw a man in red with a pale face and blood dripping out of the window. It wasn't actually the crows he thought were knocking on the window, but the creepy ones. This miserable white hand choked Zhou Xiaochuan's neck, almost making Zhou Xiaochuan gasp for air. He struggled desperately, but it was still of no use at all. This weird hand, as if it had the strength of 1,000 pounds, could not let Zhou Xiaochuan at all. Zhou Xiaochuan felt that his vision became blurred little by little, and the world gradually turned into black and white. His face suffocated into a pig's liver color. Zhou Xiaochuan understood that it was because he was about to suffocate. Zhou Xiaochuan reached out his hand that was trapped in the fabric of his puffy skirt and tried to strike towards the weirdness behind the window. However, it was simply out of reach. Hey hey hey, hey 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 hey, hey hey hey, hey hey hey, hey 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 hey, hey hey hey. The creepy sardonic smile grew more and more hideous. However, Zhou Xiaochuan was about to lose his hearing. His life, about to reach its end. Just in the nick of time, Zhou Xiaochuan's hand was directly dislocated due to the lack of oxygen, and the red plastic bag just scattered to the ground. The red high-heeled shoes scattered among the red plastic bags also fell out at this time. The very moment these red high heels fell, the weird and hideous smile outside that window just stopped and froze. From this red high-heeled shoes exudes the fragrance of tulip perfume. And as this fragrance Zhou Xiaochuan only feel a burst of refreshing in the mind, before the kind of suffocating feeling is also swept away at this moment. And then, from these red high heels, a melodious and light singing voice actually came out. You're like the comfort of nesting under a quilt, yet like the wind figuring it out. Like lovable red heels. The more the song was sung, the more agonized the face of the red-clad creep in the window became. And at the end of it, it gave a miserable yell, and then crashed to the ground. With the help of the cell phone's dim light, Zhou Xiaochuan could see that this red dress had bizarrely turned into a puddle of blood. Zhou Xiaochuan saw this red dress bizarrely dead, picked up the red high heels and put it back into the red plastic bag again, his heart palpitating. Although it was said that there were only 4 creepy creeps left on this 3rd floor, Zhou Xiaochuan would never dare to underestimate them. After all, if that red-clothed creep just now hadn't had this red high-heeled shoe given to him by that purple pick-dyed wolf-tailed creep before, then he would already be dead today. Now he had a certain knowledge of how weird and powerful this 3rd layer was. Although there were many shenanigans on the 4th floor, apart from those 3 shadow shenanigans, there were hardly any shenanigans that could pose a threat to his life. But the 3rd tier of shenanigans, if that guessing shenanigans he didn't have the gift of infinite simulation, he would probably have a hard time dealing with him as well. Not to mention the fact that this 3rd floor would actually have people pretending to be crows and coming to knock on the windows. This was simply something Zhou Xiaochuan had never thought of earlier, and he had nearly lost his life here in order to save these remaining 5 simulations. Just then, there was another knock at the door outside the window. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. And the knocking on the door was getting more urgent, like it was trying to hurry things along. Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. His left hand wrapped around that tutu fabric, and his right hand picked up the red high heels from among the red plastic bag. This was already his strongest means now. All this shenanigans and actually trying to plummet? End of chapter. Chapter 97, The Time Paradox. Chapter 97, The Time Paradox. Zhou Xiaochuan couldn't help but take 2 steps back and looked out of the window very nervously, only to find that the one knocking on the window at the moment was none other than a crow whose hair all over its body had turned red. Surprisingly, it's not creepy. Rather, it was really a crow knocking on the window. Zhou Xiaochuan thought twice, but still opened this window. The crow's scarlet eyes looked at Zhou Xiaochuan and squeaked out, "You have provided me with 3 food items. You can now ask me questions." Zhou Xiaochuan opened his cell phone at this moment to see that the time now was exactly 9:30 p.m. And the crows actually appeared once in half an hour. Could it be that the crows in the 3rd tier are different from the crows in the 4th tier? However, Zhou Xiaochuan didn't dwell on this matter too much and still asked his question directly. "I'd like to know what the hell is wrong with the purple pick-dyed wolf-tail creep I met earlier in the middle of the elevator and the puffy skirt-wearing creep with 2 jellyfish head braids?" Hearing this question from Zhou Xiaochuan, the crow whose hairs were all blood-red all over its body let out a miserable caw, as if it had been subjected to some great stimulus. "That's a question you have that I can't answer." "No. I need 300 servings of food to answer this question of yours to you." Hearing what the crow said, Zhou Xiaochuan instantly exploded. 300 meals? Maybe the remaining shenanigans in the middle of this school don't add up to as many as 300. Because Zhou Xiaochuan had discovered that no other students existed in this school other than his senior class of 7. Then the combined staff of a middle school is estimated to be almost 300, not to mention the 100 or so that have already been taken out by Zhou Xiaochuan. And this question, it actually takes 300 food? Was it trying to eat all the weirdness in the whole school? It has such a big appetite? Or is the origin of these 2 individuals actually so terrifying? Zhou Xiaochuan vaguely felt a bit of an unrealistic feeling. Were these 2 bizarre actually so terrifying? Then wouldn't the bits of these 2 seals they gave him also be very high? Zhou Xiaochuan fixed his mind, then opened his mouth and asked, "I want to know where exactly Zhang Liangjin is right now." This time, the crow didn't ink, but spoke in its broken gong voice. "She's in the Yutsai building." This question is worth 2 food. Zhang Liangjin is in Yutsai building? You know that Yutsai building is the most dangerous place in the whole school. And Zhang Liangjin is actually in Yutsai building? Zhou Xiaochuan felt that this copy was full of malice. And he had some regrets. Earlier, he listened to the words of the crows, so he asked the student council president, Huang Che, to put himself in the gymnasium and asked Zhang Liangjin to come to the gymnasium quickly to save him. But I didn't expect this crow to say later that the student council can be trusted. But the student council president can't be trusted. Then it's very likely that the student council president delivered false news to Zhang Liangjin and made Zhang Liangjin go to Yutsai building. And the fake message he delivered to Zhang Liangjin was probably that Zhou Xiaochuan was now trapped in Yutsai building and asked her to go to Yutsai building to rescue him. Therefore, for this matter, Zhou Xiaochuan also felt a great need to ask this crow. Anyway, there was still an opportunity to ask questions. Then I would like to ask. I offered food to a crow when I was on the 4th floor before and asked it is it feasible to go through the student council president, Che Huang, and ask him to tell Zhang Liangjin that I'm in the gym right now and ask her to come and help me. And that crow replied that it would be feasible to do so. So may I ask why is that? Hearing this question from Zhou Xiaochuan, the crow whose hairs were all blood red all over its body let out a miserable caw, as if it had been subjected to some great stimulus. That's a question you have that I can't answer. No. I need 100 servings of food to answer this question of yours to you. This question actually requires 100 portions of food? Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. Could it be that this question involves the origin of this strange talk? Otherwise it shouldn't take so much food to be right. Even a question like asking the student council president about his specific position would only require 10 food items. Asking how many shenanigans there are on each floor of the gym would be just one food item. Zhou Xiaochuan vaguely felt that he had caught something, but then he seemed to have caught nothing. He then inquired a question which, in turn, made him feel a little green in the head. Okay, then I have one more question I want to ask, and that is what exactly is the relationship between Koma-san and Zhang Liangjin? When the question was asked, Raven, who heard the question, was apparently silent for a moment before speaking again. They're a couple. Then, with a flutter of his wings, he flew out the window. Couples? But isn't I Zhang Liangjin's love interest? Zhou Xiaochuan immediately showed a kind of I've been green thought. Although this is in the world of strange talk, although he is only playing the role of Zhou Xiaochuan in the world of strange talk, not himself, but no matter what the situation is, it's always bad to be green. As a matter of fact, when Zhou Xiaochuan was playing games or reading novels, when he saw such plots as the protagonist being green, he absolutely had to greet the author's immediate blood relatives. However, Zhou Xiaochuan had a vague feeling that something was wrong, and after thinking about it, he finally figured out where the wrong feeling was. Because if it was really Mayu who had greened Zhou Xiaochuan, then with a cowardly and fearful character like Mayu, he would definitely record this matter in his diary. However, Zhou Xiaochuan's name did not appear at all among the diary of Mayu's classmates. Could it be that I fell in love with Zhang Liangjin only after Mayu's classmate died? Zhou Xiaochuan thought for a moment. Among the stories told by the language teacher, Mayu died on Christmas Day, and Christmas was December 25th, with half a year left before the college entrance exam. It was indeed very likely that she had a romantic relationship with Zhang Liangjin, but that makes the time relationships among this copy pretty messed up. Zhou Xiaochuan glanced at the time on his cell phone. Today happened to be November 30th, 25 days until the death of Mayu's classmate. Zhou Xiaochuan felt that he was at an impasse. After all, this kind of thing had to do with time. While time was not something that was never something that could be understood thoroughly by three-dimensional creatures like humans. What's more, it's simply a time paradox. Known to Zhou Xiaochuan, Zhang Liangjin, and Mayu were students in the same class. Mayu died on December 25th, but as early as November 30th, he had already turned into a weirdo and his resentment turned the whole school into a weirdo? The more Zhou Xiaochuan thought about it, the more he felt that his brain was big. End of chapter. Chapter 98 Zhang Liangjin. Chapter 98 Zhang Liangjin. At the time when Zhou Xiaochuan was entangled in the time paradox, at this moment on the Star Ocean continent, in the middle of the Summer Kingdom, a great event of great importance had occurred. Director, our subordinate officers of the Weird Tales Administration have found information on a person's file. Take a look. The assistant director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Handling spoke up. What person's file information is so important? Not looking. I'm telling you, right now, even if the sky is falling, we have to deal with the Weird Tales world first. Compared to that, everything has to go back a little bit. The tone of the director of the Bureau of Weird Tales disposal was nonchalant, even very impatient. No, Chief, the information on this man's file definitely has something to do with the world of weird tales, and it's related to the weird tales that are happening right now. Just take a look. Seeing the assistant director speak like this, the director could only sigh and bring this file information over, then spoke impatiently. Hey, what's there to see? Hey, Prof. Dean Lin, Guo you guys come over and look. Just see what is written in this file information. Name Zhang Liangjin. Sex, female. Graduated from Halu. Age, 23. The most crucial thing was that the face in this file information was exactly the same as Zhang Liangjin in the world of Weird Tales. What's going on here? Weird Tales world and the real world overlap? Even someone as knowledgeable as the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau couldn't help but have his hands trembling at this moment. After all, this is all downright bizarre. But what if this person in front of me happens to be Zhang Liangjin from the world of strange stories? You should know that Zhang Liangjin in the world of Weird Tales is an extremely powerful trickster. Doesn't her arrival mean that a new Weird Tales has appeared in Summerland? No, this can't be possible. The Weird Tales from Spirit River no. 2 middle school shouldn't have descended on Xia. Zhou Xiaochuan hasn't failed yet and is still continuing to challenge the Weird Tales. So how is it possible for this Zhang Liangjin to have appeared? The world of Weird Tales didn't have a notice of Weird Tales descending either. Professor, he was also alarmed and opened his mouth. There is no precedent for any of this. How could there be a situation where the chosen one is still in the middle of the Weird Tales world to pass the Weird Tales, yet there are already Weird Tales descending in the middle of the real world? This simply doesn't fit in with common sense at all. Ho Guoyu spoke. If Zhou Xiaochuan's side is going to need anything, let me know right away. I'm going to contact all the countries in the Star Ocean continent and call an emergency meeting. This is just too unusual. The director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau sat up in a fiery rage and rushed to the conference room. The assistant, however, cut him off. Director, there is also a report about this file that you haven't heard yet. It's that this Zhang Liangjin is not someone who appeared out of nowhere. As you can see when you look at the file, you can also see that she has a clear career history. However, the school she graduated from in high school wasn't called Spirit River No. 2 High School. It was River Luo No. 1 High School. And what's even more crucial is that the source of this dossier is actually that she applied for a job with our Weird Tales Handling Bureau 2 months ago. The assistant's words were a bit puzzling to the social elites sitting there. Applying for a job 2 months ago? In other words, she had already applied for the Weird Tales Handling Bureau before this copy of Spirit River No. 2 middle school even came out? Moreover, people are already waiting at the entrance of our branch office in Haichang, China. You see, the assistant's words made the director think for a moment. Then the director waved his hand and said, well, let her wait a little longer. Just wait over there in that sea city. Wait for this copy of Xiaochuan to be completed, and then conduct her interview. However, after a while, the director called the assistant over again and opened his mouth. 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes. Oh, I want all the information of this Zhang Liangjin. It is likely to be related to this strange talk. Quickly go and prepare it for me. The assistant to the director answered at once and then went off to do the job. Chief Ma, there's something I want to talk to you about. Lin Xie, the director of the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, who had been observing from the sidelines for a long time, opened his mouth, his words somewhat worried. What's going on? Dean Lin, go ahead. Lin Xie spoke. This Zhang Liangjin came to our Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital when he was 18. What? Lin Xie's words instantly caused the entire Strange Talk Handling Bureau to all explode. 18 years old and came to Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital? Wouldn't the time point of 18 years old just happen to be the time when the strange story of Ling Zhang No. 2 middle school happened? How could there be such a coincidence in this world? The director frowned and pushed up his glasses. Unusual. This is very unusual. Dean Lin, what are the symptoms of this Zhang Liangjin going to your Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital? Why did it happen to be at the time point of 18 years old? The director snapped. Director, you're overthinking it. Zhang Liangjin wasn't a patient of the Castle Peak Mental Hospital. She was still a senior student at the time, and came to visit the mental patients among the Castle Peak Mental Hospital as a representative of the volunteers of Heluo No. 1 middle school, but she definitely did not have any contact with Xiaochuan. Dean Lin Xie slowly spoke. Then he opened his cell phone and flipped to a tweet from the public number of the Castle Peak Mental Hospital, which was exactly the photo of the students from Heluo No. 1 middle school who came to the Castle Peak Mental Hospital to console the elderly. The woman standing in the center inside had a very bright and brilliant smile, and the Zhang Liangjin that she had seen in the copy of the Strange Talk before was considered exactly the same. Not to say that it was completely similar. Why? The director asked. Why are you so sure that Xiaochuan did not have contact with her? Maybe she didn't console Zhou Xiaochuan, but maybe she encountered her in the middle of the hospital and had exchanges? The director of Castle Peak Mental Hospital slowly spoke. That was 5 years ago. Xiaochuan was only transferred from the orphanage to our mental hospital 3 years ago. The director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Disposal pondered for a moment before speaking at once. Nonetheless, this is all still too bizarre as well. Half an hour. Within half an hour, you must find out all the information about Zhang Liangjin, and of course, all the information about Zhou Xiaochuan. And you have to organize all the places where Zhang Liangjin may have interactions with Zhou Xiaochuan for me, and then carry out a focused investigation. After the director finished speaking, he paused, then spoke. We still have one more chance for a hint. If this point is done right, maybe we can bring great help to Ogawa. He then called the assistant to the director back once again and spoke. I've changed my attention. Call the precinct in Haichang right away and tell them to bring Zhang Liangjin into the middle of that interrogation room made of gold. I want to talk to her remotely. The director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Disposal drained the piping hot tea in one gulp. After all, this Zhang Liangjin's appearance was just too suspicious and ambiguous. End of chapter. Chapter 99, The Real World and the Weird World Reunite. Chapter 99, The Real World and the Weird World Reunite. And why Zhang Liangjin was brought into the house made of gold. It was actually quite simple. Because in the real world, pure gold would have a certain resistance effect on weirdness, like within the walls of the headquarters of the Weird Tales Processing Bureau, as well as the buildings of this underwater world. In fact, the interior of the walls are inlaid with a large amount of gold. However, it wasn't inlaid by the Bureau of Weird Tales Disposal itself, but rather when the place was discovered. And there is a lot of gold buried deep in the ground in this place. This is what makes this place an incredibly safe place. Ramblings. At this moment, the Bureau of Weird Tales Processing. The director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau looked at Zhang Liangjin on the screen, and then opened the Zhang Liangjin in the middle of the live replay, and couldn't help but sigh that these two people simply looked exactly the same. Hardly any change at all. Although Zhang Liangjin in the world of Strange Talk is only 18 years old, the Zhang Liangjin on the opposite side of the screen nowadays is also still childish. Obviously not experienced in the world. Ms. Zhang Liangjin, before the official interview, I would like to ask a question. Have you watched the Rule Monster talk that is going on right now? Although Zhang Liangjin's entire person appeared to be very childish, he was also generous and didn't embody much of a sense of being rushed or embarrassed. I watched Weird Tales, but I only saw Zhou Xiaochuan enter the gym there because you guys sent me a reply to the job search, and I had thought there wouldn't even be a reply. Zhang Liangjin smiled lightly and answered with a generous smile. Hearing this reply, the director of the Weird Tales Processing Bureau spoke. Good. Then you should also know that among the Weird Tales worlds this time around, in my country of Xia, there's a person who looks exactly like you, and even has the same name. Yeah, I found that out too. It confused me. Quite a few people have been asking me what's going on, and there's been a lot of cyberstorming on the internet. Zhang Liangjin opened his mouth. The director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau narrowed his eyes and sized up this Zhang Liangjin, realizing that Zhang Liangjin didn't hide in his eyes, but instead boldly looked at the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau. Graduated from Xia's top Jingguan University, master's degree, or a double degree in logic and psychology? Your resume should completely meet our hiring needs, but a resume alone isn't enough. We need you to be analytical enough to solve weird stories. The director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Processing, at this time, took out a stack of documents. He drew a piece of paper from the top of the file. That stack of files was a simulated Weird Tales script made by the Global Weird Tales Processing Bureau, based on the weird tales that had appeared in the Weird Tales world over the past 3 years. After summarizing and analyzing them, if the official Weird World is the entrance exam, then this stack of papers, even if it is the first and second model, I'll simply ask you a few quick questions. The director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Handling spoke up. 20 minutes later, I've finished asking what I need to ask, and overall, I'm quite satisfied with your abilities, but almost all of our staff at the Weird Tales Handling Bureau is analyzing this one. So we can't spare the time to give you the content for your induction, or newcomer training, so we'll just have to wait until this one is over before we can give you an answer. The director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau spoke up. Zhang Liangjin nodded in understanding. So can I go now? Why isn't there even a window inside this room? She spoke. I'm sorry, Ms. Jiang, because of the confidentiality of our work, you're now considered our reserve employee, so please wait patiently in the middle of this room until you've reported. I think it should be written clearly enough in the recruitment announcement. Zhang Liangjin didn't do much to doubt the words of the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau. After all, for a job within the system like this, secrecy was naturally a must. And the point of not being able to go out and shop freely was something she naturally understood. And all of this was written on the official recruitment website as well. Ms. Jiang, don't worry too much. According to our deduction, there is still a certain amount of time left for the end of this copy of the Weird Tales. And within this period of time, we will fulfill all of your requests within reason. The director of the Weird Talk Handling Bureau spoke. Zhang Liangjin nodded at the screen, then stretched. I want a bed. It seems kind of empty for such a big room to have only a chair and a big screen. It's like this room is reserved for prisoners. A sweat broke out on the face of the director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Disposal, who felt that there was something in the words of the little girl in front of him. Still, this room is really an interrogation room, reserved for prisoners. Okay, we'll set it up as soon as we can, and trust our speed. You'll have a warm, comfortable bed here in less than 20 minutes. The TV's big screen will be showing you the latest Weird Talk live in a few minutes, so you can follow along and look for signs of life and clues. I have things to do, so I'll leave it to the other staff to butt in on this side, and if you have any requests, just mention them to her. After saying this, the director of the Bureau of Weird Tales Processing exited the conference room and took a towel to wipe off his sweat. Old Ma, how's it going? How's the girl? Professor, he saw the director of the Strange Talk Handling Bureau come out and immediately opened his mouth to ask. How's that? This Zhang Liangjin is simply perfect. I made her the questions in the middle of that set of documents and asked her 20 questions, and she answered every single one of them almost perfectly. It's like a standard answer. The entire Weird Tales Handling Bureau was stunned at that statement. The contents of that set of documents were written by the experts of the Global Weird Tales Processing Bureau, and the difficulty was comparable to that of a real weird tale. Even for a chosen one like Hogwoyu, who had cleared 9 strange tales, and a veteran professor of logic like Prof. There was only a 50% correctness rate when doing this set of documents. And this Zhang Liangjin's rate of correctness is actually as high as 100%. This meant that this Zhang Liangjin's logical and analytical ability had far exceeded that of normal people. Such a talent must be brought to the Weird Tales Handling Bureau. Old Ma, how did you reply to her? Green Mountain Psychiatric Hospital Director Lin Xie was thrilled and opened his mouth. Dean Lin, how many times have I told you? When you're working, call it a position. The director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau spoke up. But, instead, this kind of excellent performance of hers is even more important to observe and keep an eye on. Although she doesn't have any sense of repulsion towards gold. But this is all definitely too similar and abnormal. How can there be 2 people in the world who look exactly the same, sound exactly the same and have exactly the same name? In case it's a conspiracy of the Weird Tales world, this will all be over. The secretary's words resonated with many people. End of chapter. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. Weird Tales of the World. Spirit River 2. Jim. Zhou Shaochuan combed through the diary according to Xiaoma's classmates, and the more he combed through it, the more he felt that Zhang Liangjin's character could be said to be very crucial in this strange talk. In the tragic life of Ma Yu's classmate, Zhang Liangjin can be said to be a white moonlight existence, and in this copy, Zhang Liangjin is the roommate of the Chosen One, and the Chosen One spends time together, or a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Zhou Shaochuan felt something bad in his heart. He knew before that Zhang Liangjin was very important. But it wasn't until he got the diary of Xiaoma's classmates that he realized that Zhang Liangjin was actually so important. She's in the Yukai building right now, in the most dangerous place amongst the copies. Zhou Shaochuan vaguely felt a pang of bad luck, because he felt that through this strange talk, 9 times out of 10, Zhang Liangjin would be the most crucial link, and it was even possible that Zhang Liangjin was the way to life. As long as you keep taking the line of Zhang Liangjin, you might be able to pass the level. This was similar to Zhou Xiaochuan's strategy at the beginning. Except that Zhou Shaochuan was shaded by the parchment, which actually teleported him from the school kiosk to the gymnasium in one go. Zhou Shaochuan held his breath and then began the simulation. After you obtained the diary of Ma Yu's classmate, you discovered that Zhang Liangjin's importance within this copy can be said to be far greater than you imagined. But unfortunately your negligence has led to Zhang Liangjin now being caught up in the Yucai building, which can be said to be the most dangerous place within this copy. However, you are now already considered a clay bodhisattva. Unable to protect yourself, you can only think of a way to escape from the middle of this gymnasium first. According to the information we got earlier, there are 4 more creeps on the 3rd level of the stadium, lurking in unknown places to shade you. For the shenanigans of the 3rd level, the most intuitive feeling you get is that they will use a lot of plots and tricks, as well as disguises to attack you, and there are very few shenanigans like those of the 4th level. You continue to explore around the very front, and finally find a small, dilapidated door in the middle of the corner. This small door simply doesn't look like something that would appear in this opulent meeting room. All in all, the sense of dissonance is immense. There is even a small hole in the small door, and when you bring your eyes to this hole, you find that the inside of the hole is pitch black, and you can't see clearly what is inside. But you always have the vague feeling that the darkness in here is very deep and cold, giving you a particularly bad feeling. You bring your eyes all the way up to the mouth of this hole, and suddenly, you realize that there seems to be something inside this hole, a living thing. You thought about it, took 2 steps back, then squatted down, turned on the flashlight function of your cell phone, and pointed the flashlight right into that hole. You see an eye. You see an eye that is twitching and blinking madly. There's even only the whites of the eye inside this eye. You're a little scared. You're so scared that you pick up your red high heels and just poke the heels of your high heels toward that eye. The owner of the eyes let out a deafening hiss, appearing to be in extreme pain. Still, you were unsure, and proceeded to poke at it several times with your red heels, only stopping after the owner of the eye behind the wall could no longer be in pain. You pushed open this small door, and sure enough, you saw a pool of black blood appear in the doorway. It seems that the creepy was killed by you just now. Now there are only 3 creeps left in this 3rd floor. You scrutinize the inside of the small door and realize it's a utility room-like place, with lots of clutter and dust piled up. You have allergic rhinitis and sneeze several times at once. As you sneeze, a blood-red piece of paper flies in front of your eyes. The words written on this paper startled you. The paper reads, "I am Zhou Shaochuan. By the time you read this, I will already be dead. I died in the utility room on the 3rd floor." This text is very brief, and it doesn't continue to generate any other text besides this one. The first thing that comes to mind when you see this text is that parchment, because the drawing style of this text is really too much like what the parchment said. But this text is clearly not as advanced as the parchment. You directly tear this paper with the writing on it in half. The moment you tore the paper apart, A large blood-red hand reached out from the paper. But you were prepared for this, and as the voice of the jellyfish's song resounded once more, you had already wrapped the fabric of the poncho in your hands. The melodious melody of the jellyfish's song resounded, and the pair of large blood-red hands instantly stopped moving, becoming as if they were like necrotic, not moving at all. Of course, along with it not moving was the top of Zhou Xiaochuan's head, only to see that above Zhou Xiaochuan's head, a huge bat was hanging upside down from the ceiling, and its two hair-stained hands were on the verge of touching Zhou Xiaochuan's head. But when the tutu fabric resounds with the lilting song of the jellyfish, they all dissolve into puddles of blood without moving. You have some complacency in your heart. To be honest, you already knew long ago that there can't be only one creepy inside this utility room. There must be other creepy ambushes here. But you are still so careless. In fact, you are fishing. The weirdnesses of the third layer are not necessarily much stronger than the weirdnesses of the fourth layer. And what makes them really powerful is that their minds are too much higher than the weirdnesses of the fourth layer. And they often create traps that put Zhou Xiaochuan in a dangerous situation. However, cleverness is always misplaced. And this is not only true for humans, but even for the bizarre among the world of weird talk. End of chapter. Chapter 101 Cats and Dogs. Chapter 101 Cats and Dogs. After solving these two creeps, there is only one creep left in this third floor. Your goal now is to eliminate this creepy and find the elevator. You searched long and hard in the middle of the utility room and found nothing. Neither the elevator nor the rest of the shenanigans. You are puzzled in your mind, and after searching through the utility room, you have explored all the front of the third floor. Usually the doors of a building are either at the front or at the back, but the exit of this meeting room is actually neither at the front nor at the back. You exited the utility room and flipped open the curtains on both sides, and after continually looking through the curtains on both sides, you realized that even though there were walls behind these curtains on both sides, there were no doors in the walls to open. You realize that the gym is so twisted that you can no longer measure it in terms of normal architecture. The first point is that on the fourth floor of the gym, where there's a basketball court like this, there's actually an entire wall of windows. And the second is on this side of the third floor, where instead of having windows on either side of the conference room, there are actually windows all the way in the back of the conference room. You abandon your original train of thought and start pointing your flashlight at the ceiling of this conference room. And sure enough, you see a door right above this conference room. This door is exactly like the door in the utility room earlier, and the door from you, about 3 meters away from the distance. Relying on the ability to jump, obviously is simply not enough. Fortunately, the back of the conference room has some abandoned and used plastic chairs. You will put these plastic chairs on the table of the conference room, stacked up, successfully can reach this door. Because of the need to climb, you have no way of picking up your red high heels, and are left with one hand wrapped in blue tutu fabric and one in a bloodstained towel. You know that the one remaining creepy on this third level is definitely waiting for you behind this door, because you know very well that this third level has been pretty much explored by you. You carefully push open the door, and the hand wrapped in the bloodstained towel climbs up to the floor on the ceiling first, and then with a hard push of that hand on the ground, you jump into the room on the ceiling. You hurriedly turn on your flashlight, illuminating this on all sides. However, although this room is illuminated, your mood is not much happier because of it. For the contents within this room are beyond your imagination. Basketball court, volleyball court, tennis court. Isn't this the scene of the fourth floor? What's going on here? How can the room on the third floor be the fourth floor? Although it makes perfect sense when you think about it. Isn't the roof of the third floor the fourth floor? But this was in the extremely twisted world of weird tales, and it's clearly stated in the rules of the gym that it's impossible to do that. Third, the stairs in the gymnasium are broken, so please do not take the stairs up and down. Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, as an excellent middle school, is equipped with an elevator in the gymnasium, so you can take the elevator up and down the stairs. Rule 3 clearly states that the gymnasium can only go up and down by elevator, not by stairs. Then it is clearly impossible to open a door and run from one floor to another. You survey the eerie scene in front of you, and suddenly realize that the door you originally went down has been turned off. Subsequently, and no matter how much you try to open the door, it's all in vain, and the door is slowly reduced to nothingness, and you can no longer see the door. You've explored the third floor with great difficulty, only to come to the fourth floor? Something doesn't feel right to you though. This is just too weird to be normal. You take your cell phone and start walking around this fourth floor, and you haven't encountered any weird blockages in the middle of it. After exploring this circle, you finally discovered exactly where the feeling of wrongness this fourth level gives you comes from. Although this is the fourth floor, the 3 weirdest places on the fourth floor are not here. One is the elevator to the third floor. Another is the toilet on the fourth floor, and the most obvious one is the glass on the fourth floor. This is not the real fourth floor. After thinking of this level, You hold the red high heels in your left hand and the fabric of the poncho wrapped around your right hand. Two bizarre items that also sing at this very moment. You're like a cozy nest in the quilt/jellyfish. Jellyfish. A clear song crosses over, and you're instantly immersed in the song, feeling the current tension sweep away, and underneath the song, there is no longer any way to hide from the weirdness. Meow, meow, meow. Miserable cat cries rang out on this fourth floor, like the cries of a baby, appearing horrifyingly abnormal. However, Zhou Xiaochuan was not afraid of this catcall at all with the added strength of her red high heels and the fabric of her puffy skirt. At this time, a black cat suddenly rushes toward you, its sharp claws attacking you. Gym rule number 4, there are no small animals in the gym. So if you hear a cat or dog barking in the middle of the gym, please ignore it. If you see a dog or cat, please believe this rule. It's all in your head, so please ignore it. Even though it says among the rules of the gym that seeing cats and dogs are illusions and cannot be ignored, in the heat of the moment, you subconsciously react. The cat's claws are deflected away by your red high-heeled shoes. The cat immediately flew out horizontally and fell to the ground, followed by an extremely miserable fall. But not a moment later, it climbed up, and its blood-covered claws came at you to attack again. You simply don't do anything about it, and the arm that you directly swung knocked the cat away once again. And at this time, the song of the red high heels and puffy skirt fabric became a bit smaller. And at this time, a voice that was originally very small suddenly became very obvious. Woof, woof, woof. It's obviously a dog's bark. So it seems that there are both cats and dogs here. Even the cat is just a front. The one with the most powerful eerie force is the dog. You have to guard against the cat's attack and the dog who doesn't know from where and when it will attack. And you feel yourself physically and mentally exhausted. And you are very tired all of a sudden. The cat in front of you that launches an attack on you looks like it can never be killed. No matter how many times you knock it down, it will get up the next time and attack you once again. And your stamina is running out little by little. The sound of barking dogs keeps haunting your ears. Singing stops. You terminated the simulation. End of chapter. Chapter 102, Darkness. Chapter 102, Darkness. Zhou Xiaochuan touched his nose. He first kicked open the door of the utility room and instantly killed the 3 creeps in the utility room in a swift manner, and then walked out of the utility room and used the flashlight to illuminate the location of the ceiling, and then did not begin to rush the simulation, but rather thought about the countermeasures. First of all, above the ceiling can't be the 4th floor. The most terrifying and bizarre bathroom, window as well as elevator in the 4th floor are not there. Above the ceiling is likely to be a bizarrely created space, and the weirdness in that space is most likely the most terrifying existence in this 3rd floor. After all, the shenanigans were specifically in the rules in the middle of the gym. Gym rule number 4, there are no small animals in the gym. So if you hear a cat or dog barking in the middle of the gym, please ignore it. If you see a dog or cat, please believe this rule. It's all in your head, so please ignore it. Couldn't pay attention to the cries of this cat and dog. Would this be a way out? Yet this cat and dog had clearly shown an extremely strong desire to attack him. If Fang hadn't countered the cat and dog's attacks in the middle of the simulation, he would have been scratched by the cat himself. Besides, Zhou Xiaochuan recalled the cat's appearance in that simulation, and it was clear that the cat's eyes had a rather powerful human coloring. The cat's eyes gave Zhou Xiaochuan the feeling that he himself was not dealing with an ignorant creep, but a living human being. However, Zhou Xiaochuan thought that dealing with this cat and dog, like he had done before in the simulation, using the seal he had gotten from the elevator shenanigans to deal with this cat and dog, I'm afraid that it wasn't the optimal solution. He also found out that for the 3rd level among the weirdness, one weirdness most likely corresponded to a puzzle, and that he had to solve the puzzle behind the cat and dog barking to be able to deal with those 2 weirdnesses. Zhou Xiaochuan fixed his mind and had a countermeasure in his heart. Backtracking. You backtrack the simulation to the time when you had just climbed into the room above the ceiling. You turn your flashlight on and you hear a catcall. Then you turned the flashlight off again and the catcalls disappeared. Sure enough, that's right. The cat's bark will only come when the flashlight is on, and the dog's bark will come when the weird power in this small space is too strong, or when he's reached a certain level of damage to the cat. This message, however, contradicts the rules of the entire stadium. Gym rule number 4, there are no small animals in the gym. So if you hear a cat or dog barking in the middle of the gym, please ignore it. If you see a dog or cat, please believe in this rule. It's all in your head, so please ignore it. Gym rule number 7, beware of dark places. The 4th rule says that there are no critters in the gym, and that if you see or hear a critter in the gym, it's all an illusion and cannot be ignored. However, the sensation of your fist hitting a critter is clearly real. However, this could be interpreted as an illusion created by trickery. Rule number 7, on the other hand, is completely out of line with the current situation. Rule 7 says to be careful of dark places, but now it seems that the only way to attract cats and dogs to attack and draw danger is to turn on the flashlight to light up the surroundings. If you keep the environment dark all the time, you won't be attacked by cats and dogs, which is completely inconsistent with Rule 7, which says to beware of dark places, and this Rule 7 was already verified by you when you were on the 4th floor. When you entered the 4th level, the parchment had posed you. After the parchment was taken out, it instantly created a large swath of darkness and disabled your flashlight, which led to you being directly attacked by all the weirdness on the 4th level. But in this weird space, darkness actually represents safety, while light represents danger instead? You are rather disbelieving and turn on the flashlight again, only to find that the cat in the previous position has already swooped toward you. You turned off your flashlight and waited for about 5 seconds while the cat didn't rush to attack you. It stands to reason that 5 seconds would have been enough time for that cat to swoop down on you. You waited for a minute or so just to be on the safe side, and the cat still didn't swoop over and attack you, which verified your earlier suspicions. So you turn the flashlight on again, and the cat does indeed swoop down and leave scratches on your face with its claws. You knocked the cat away with your hand. You then turned off the flashlight once again, and the cat did stop moving and never came at you again. You picked up the cat in the darkness based on where you had seen it earlier when the light was on, and then you turned on the flashlight. At this point, you realize that the cat is actually not a living entity, but just a simulated cat doll, and in your hands it also essentially loses its aggressiveness and never attacks you again, and it can no longer even move or purr anymore. You turned on the flashlight and looked closely at this imitation cat doll in your hand, and realized that it was not very different from a normal cat doll, except that the cat's tail part had a small label, and there were words densely written on the label. You used the camera function of your cell phone to zoom in on the words on this label to be able to see what the words written on the label are. In the days before the devil was born, the devil lay sleeping in the cradle of beauty. Mayu X01. You look at this unknown text, as well as the unknown signature at the back, for a moment a bit puzzled. Mayu, of course you recognize. Is this copy of the final boss? But what is X01? He's not a robot. Where did the serial number come from? You put the cat doll away in a red plastic bag, and then tried to find the dog barking in the middle of this room. In a previous simulation, the barking dog appeared only after you had inflicted great damage on this cat creep. But of course it's possible that the barking dog appeared because the creepy power you created was too strong. But the dog's body never appeared in your field of vision. And this time, you received the cat doll in a red plastic bag, then turned the flashlight off and on again, and sure enough, you heard the dog barking again. It seems that the complete resolution of the cat creepy will also trigger the barking of this dog creepy. And this dog creepy is also the same as the cat creepy, in that it only barks when the lights are on. End of chapter. Chapter 103, Mangy Dog. Chapter 103, Mangy Dog. You turn on the flashlight of your cell phone, and the barking dog once again rings in your ears, and you feel that there is an air of mania and depression in the barking, and you keep listening to the barking dog, and it disrupts your own state of mind as well. You hastily turn the flashlight off and the barking stops instantly. You keep taking deep breaths to calm yourself. This dog creepy was even more powerful and difficult to deal with than the cat creepy from before, because that dog creepy's attack, instead of being a physical attack like cat creepy's, inflicted mental damage on you. Listening to the dog's eerie barking, you feel like your heart has been filled with despair, as if you will definitely not be able to make it through this copy. At the same time, it brings anxiety and mania. Why was I the one chosen for the rules freakout? Why not someone else? Why did they have to do this to me as soon as I crossed over? These voices are not your heart's voice, but they play over and over in your mind as if you were talking to yourself. And the pop-ups on the live feed, at this point, slide into your eyes. This Zhou Shaochuan is such a useless piece of trash. Is it that hard to pass a weird talk? If I were to take part in this rule of weird talk, I would definitely pass it. Zhou Shaochuan. You refused the World of Weird Tales request for a deal. You're not only a sinner of the entire Xia Kingdom, you're also a sinner of the entire Star Ocean continent. Is this kid floating because he passed the weird story once? Does he think he can pass it again and again? Weird tales in the World of Weird Tales are getting harder and harder. What makes him not agree? This condition is of great benefit to all of us in Xia, and he is worthy of rejecting this deal on behalf of us in Xia. Have you all forgotten that the chosen one of our summer country this time is a mental illness, or a severe delusional, severe schizophrenic? So he is indeed crazy. Indeed he has a problem with his brain? I'm so angry. Why is it that we in Xia are the ones who go to Weird Tales? If it was my Kuan brother going, he would have agreed long ago. Many of the pop-ups that once appeared when you were conversing about the origin of the weird tales of the world are once again in front of your eyes. But the difference is that these pop-ups actually come with voiceovers, and so your ears were filled with the sounds of these pop-up rage. There were even some unsavory words that came through and reached your ears. No matter how much deeper you breathe, there is still no way to get those words completely out of your head. Though you know in your heart that this is the effect of weirdness, that feeling of annoyance grows stronger and stronger. You pull out the blue tutu fabric and try to fight off the creepiness with it. The lilting melody of the jellyfish song calms your mind, but you know it's all just temporary. And even though you've turned your flashlight off now, you're still able to be affected by the barking. If you turn on your flashlight again, and this barking sounds again, and you don't find out where the barking is originating from, then sooner or later you're going to be consumed by the barking. But if you don't turn on the flashlight, you won't be able to hear where the barking is coming from, and you won't be able to find the source of the barking at all. You gritted your teeth and turned on the flashlight, and the barking sounded from all directions, a pang in operation that made it impossible for you to find the source of the sound. You are now relying on the eerie power remaining in the blue poncho to make her sing against the overwhelming cacophony of barking dogs, but this is definitely not a permanent solution. You notice that the blue tutu is already fading. You turn off your flashlight. You don't plan on turning it on for long periods of time. That's just too much damage for you. You decide to go in the dark and look for the source of the barking in some key places first, followed by turning on the flashlight illumination to confirm it when you get to the place. This way you can circumvent most of the damage caused by the weirdness. You move forward in the dark, and you can't count how many times you bump into things on the way, and luckily you don't get hurt too much. For example, where you broke your bones, you didn't get secondary injuries. However, you walk up to the previous 4th floor where the elevator, toilets, and windows turned out to be to check them out, and you don't find even the slightest bit of information about the dog doll, not to mention dog dolls, not even a bit of dog hair to be found. You would have thought that these places that originally existed in the middle of the 4th floor, but don't exist here are places where dog dolls might hide. As it turns out, the truth is that there's nothing in these places. It's like a void, let alone finding dog dolls. However, you are not disheartened, because you know that the weird places in the 4th floor are not only these 3 places. There is another place that is also full of weirdness, and it even almost cost you your life. You felt the darkness and walked to the side of the piece of rag you often hid in the 4th floor. In your memory, this piece of rag used to be the place where you fished in the 4th floor. But it turned out that this piece of rag actually hid 3 ghostly shadows of the body, and those 3 ghostly shadows made you suffer all the pain. If we were to talk about where on the 4th floor is the most dangerous, it would have to be the location underneath this rag. You walked to the side of the rags, endured the annoying barking of the dog, opened the rags, flashlight illumination, clearly visible, has been all over the body of the wounds of the mangy dog. When the mangy dog saw Zhou Shaochuan, it instantly reddened its eyes and showed its teeth as it growled at you. But you are not very afraid of this mangy dog. Originally, when you didn't find the body of this mangy dog, you were still a bit scared of this mangy dog. But since you found the body of this mangy dog, then the rest of everything is naturally not enough to be afraid of. You turned off the flashlight, walked to the location of the mangy dog by following your memory, grabbed this mangy dog, and then turned on the flashlight, and saw that the mangy dog had turned into a doll. You look at the label position of the mangy dog doll, which also has a small piece of text written on it just like the cat doll before it, and you turn on the camera function of your phone to zoom in on this text. If the situation is truly irreversible, I don't mind destroying the entire human civilization. X12 Mayu. Looking at this text, Zhou Shaochuan only felt a sense of embarrassment. It's like one of those middle-of-the-road villain comments in the middle of a hot-blooded manga, and how it comes out here is so out of character. End of chapter. Chapter 104, The Sound of Horses Barking. Chapter 104, The Sound of Horses Barking. In the days before the devil was born, the devil lay sleeping in the cradle of beauty. Mayu X01. If the situation is truly irreversible, I don't mind destroying the entire human civilization. X12 Mayu. You didn't stop the simulation in a hurry, but used the time of the simulation to think about the 2 sentences behind the weird cat and dog. The first sentence you could barely understand literally, but the second sentence, the words behind the dog's weirdness, you really couldn't understand. The so-called irreparable state of affairs. What state of affairs does it actually refer to? Does it only refer to the matter of Mayu being bullied? Or does it refer to the summoning shenanigans thing? Destroy the entire human civilization? This weird story has actually risen to such a level? You more or less feel that it's a bit unrealistic. Weird tales mostly involve just one place, and even if it descends into reality, it only affects one city. If we're talking about destroying the entire human civilization, I'm afraid that we can't do it with the weird tales of this Spirit River Second Middle School. However, you always feel a bit oozy when you look at the 2 sentences on this label. You always feel that the eyes of this doll cat and dog are looking at you, giving you an extremely eerie feeling. However, this feeling is completely different from being eerily close to that icy coldness. You put the toy dogs and cats away and you feel that cold creepy feeling disappear. You terminated the simulation. Zhou Xiaochuan gasped. In this simulation, he had finally solved all the weirdness of this third floor, but even then, he still hadn't discovered where exactly the elevator on this third floor was. Zhou Xiaochuan only felt that he now had a sweaty feeling as his spirit had reached a point of extreme exhaustion. Although it was said that a very resourceful method was used to interrupt the simulation, and now as long as one did not die in the middle of the simulation, it was possible to backtrack. This was the equivalent of that. He only needed 5 more points of mental energy for one simulation, but even then, there was a bit of a feeling of not having enough spiritual power. Zhou Xiaochuan could only feel his eyelids sinking, and he could only force himself to pull himself together. Now that there were still 30 points of spiritual energy left, this situation of extreme sleepiness was already occurring. If one were to use up all their spiritual energy, then I'm afraid that they would simply fall back to sleep. Zhou Xiaochuan used the effects of the psychiatrist's suggestion to keep himself barely sane. Then, dragging his tired body, he headed to the top of the ceiling, and with the information he had gotten from the previous simulation, he was able to find the cat doll and the dog doll without any problems. Obtaining key items, cat dolls, dog dolls. The level of copy exploration is increased. Current level of exploration, 82%. Hearing this cold eerie beep, Zhou Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. These 2 dolls were obviously key items as well, and would definitely be used afterward. Just that he didn't know the role yet. And these 2 items, one actually only increased the level of exploration of the copy by 1%, and there was really no comparison to the previous diary. And after this cold machine tone appeared, Zhou Xiaochuan also found that all the darkness that was originally on this ceiling was dispersed, and an elevator door and a stairway appeared. Yes, this is the path to the second level. According to the rules of the gym, you can't take the stairs up or down when they're broken, so you have to go down via the elevator. I didn't see this elevator and staircase in the simulation before, and after getting the 2 dolls this side of the space is still pitch black and I don't see anything, but in reality, I can see. Zhou Xiaochuan discovered that this infinite simulation talent of his wasn't all-powerful and couldn't simulate everything. At least things related to the exploration progress of the Weird Tales copy, he couldn't simulate, such as the Pony Diary that had previously added a very large amount of exploration progress, which was also not simulated among his simulation talents. And, when the 4th floor down the 3rd floor before, it also only simulated the scene in the elevator. For the scene outside the elevator, it also still did not simulate it. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the 30 points of spiritual energy he still had left, and then looked at the current time. The time today is exactly 9:50. 6th, lights out in the dormitories is at 22 o'clock p.m. Please make sure you are inside the dormitory after lights out time, and please do not roam the campus after 2200 hours. 7th, if you haven't returned to your dormitory after the lights out time, you can go to the 24-hour study room on the 6th floor of the library, which is a special place for good students, where no one will come to disturb you from studying, and you can rest in peace while you study. In any case, there was no way he could have left the gym in the middle of 10 minutes. Therefore, Zhou Xiaochuan sighed. As things stood, he could only take a nap in the middle of this 3rd layer to replenish his strength. After all, there were only 30 points of spiritual power now, and even if this spiritual power wouldn't bring any side effects, it would only be able to carry out 3 to 6 simulations for him, which would definitely not be enough for the incredibly treacherous last 2 levels behind him. Anyway, there are no shenanigans on this 3rd level right now, so you might as well replenish your strength here. As for the 24-hour study room on the 6th floor of the library mentioned in Rule 7, it was even more unlikely that Zhou Xiaochuan would be able to rush over there in the middle of the night. He had seen a map of the school in the middle of the school earlier, and it would take at least 15 minutes to get to the library from here. 15 minutes in the dark in the middle of a campus shrouded in nighttime is an absolutely vicious time. Thinking about it, Zhou Xiaochuan climbed out from this room on the ceiling and returned to the 3rd floor. Even though the weirdness of the 3rd floor had all but been ended, there was still the possibility of danger alongside this elevator and staircase. For example, the 2 teenage girls that appeared in the middle of the elevator that went down from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor before. It was unknown which floor they were from. Originally, they were thought to be the 2nd tier of creeps. As the previous Raven said, there were 2 creeps on the 2nd tier and 1 on the 1st tier. But on the 2nd level, according to Pony's journal, a couple was martyred because of a construction accident at the gym. So the weirdness on the 2nd level is more than likely that couple. But in that case, who are those 2 young girls? With these questions in mind, Zhou Xiaochuan entered dreamland in a daze. Hiss. I don't know how long it took, but Zhou Xiaochuan, in a daze, heard the sound of a horse's cry from downstairs. Horses? A pony? Zhou Xiaochuan hurriedly opened his cell phone and saw that the current time was 12 midnight exactly. Dormitory rule number 10, after 2400 hours, please do not look out the window. If you accidentally see something out of the window, Please forget it with all your might and do not remember it. End of chapter. Chapter 105 The elevator on the third floor. Chapter 105 The elevator on the third floor. Dormitory rule number 10, which says you can't look out the window after 12 a.m. And if you see something you have to forget it and not recall it. But the more it specifies, the more it shows that what's outside the window is important. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at his current spiritual power, which had a full 50 points. You started this simulation. You remember the dormitory rules that don't let you look out the window, but you're hard-boned, all backboned, and you want to look out the window. See what's going on with that neighing horse outside the window. After all, the horse this thing, but there is a different definition. In this copy, the source of everything, the most horrifying weirdness, would be the pony classmates. You look out the window and see that the schoolyard is full of all kinds of steeds, racing around the playground, and the steeds are equipped with saddles, but no one is riding them. You've been discovered. You're dead. Spike. Zhou Xiaochuan only glanced out the window and triggered the instant death condition. This is really too dangerous. So it seems that not being able to look outside is indeed a true rule. And what does this pony have to do with my used classmates? Zhou Xiaochuan thought back to the horses that he had seen outside the window earlier running almost madly. The scene could only be described as terrifying. But that's a waste of 10 points of mental energy. It's fine. I'll go on to sleep. There were only 40 points of spiritual energy now. And what Zhou Xiaochuan needed to do now was to recover the spiritual energy to as much as soon as possible before dawn. And then walk out from the middle of this gymnasium at dawn. Zhou Xiaochuan leaned against the window and closed his eyes again. There was no talk all night. 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Xiaochuan woke up. Since there was no weird presence on this third level, he was also sleeping peacefully. And probably because this gym didn't exist in the middle of the school, he stayed inside the gym without some external shenanigans attacking him. Let him have a good night's sleep. And now, he had a full 120 points of mental power to perform a large number of simulations. Looking at the value of this spiritual power, Zhou Xiaochuan only felt a wave of peace of mind. And at this moment, the live broadcast room of Xia is also Buddhist, treating this Zhou Xiaochuan's live broadcast room as a place for board chat, chatting on the side, pouring out their lives. Even when Zhou Xiaochuan got up, they did not discuss the content of the live broadcast. Study 1 read to now has not set the direction, is not sent. The teacher does not give the direction how to do a job. People? I slept 4 hours last night, and I've been up all night tonight, and I didn't sleep because I've been watching TV shows. What's good to eat this morning? Gained and lost. The sage seeks not pleasure, but freedom born of pain. However, other than Zhou Xiaochuan's live room, the other two chosen who were still alive, Winter Shuelian and Prof. Bryant's live rooms, still had a lot of pop-ups discussing the contents of the world of weird tales. The reason why Zhou Xiaochuan's live room was like this was really because Zhou Xiaochuan's performance in this weird talks world was really too godly. It was like undiscovered knowledge. The previous performance of entering above the ceiling and finding the cat dolls and dog dolls directly without turning on the lights was really numbing to the audience in the live broadcast room. So they did not discuss the content of the live broadcast room. Anyway, in their hearts, they thought that Zhou Xiaochuan must be able to pass the strange talk. Zhou Xiaochuan himself, however, was not so optimistic. He knew that he was able to do unforeseen things because of the infinite simulation. And the next 2 levels, it was likely that even if he had infinite simulations, he wouldn't be able to pass. The first level, in particular, had the most terrifyingly bizarre roots of this copy. Zhou Xiaochuan soothed himself and began this simulation. Simulation begins. You skillfully climbed up to the ceiling and opened the elevator. As soon as you enter the elevator, you see the rules of the elevator reflected in your eyes. Elevator rules. In order to ensure the safety of our students, please follow the rules strictly when riding the elevator. Rule 1. The elevator can only go down 1 floor at a time. The elevator's indicator light will come on when you reach the floor below. The moment the elevator door opens, run forward as hard as you can without looking back. Rule 2. Elevators can only be used once at a time. After you have used an elevator to go downstairs and want to reach a new floor, look for a new elevator. Please never use an elevator more than once. Rule number 3. The maximum weight capacity of an elevator is 1 person. There cannot be 2 people in an elevator. If you see someone in an open elevator, ignore it. It's just an illusion. Rule 4. This elevator can only go down 1 floor at a time. If there is a situation where the elevator goes down 2 floors at a time, please do not leave the elevator when the door opens. Wait quietly for 10 minutes and then press the elevator button. The elevator will take you to the floor you should go to. Rule number 5. Whatever you hear in the middle of an elevator, make sure you don't respond. Otherwise something very scary will happen. The rules of this elevator and the rules on the 4th floor elevator are practically identical, and you naturally know how to deal with them. You pressed the only button in the middle of the elevator, and it was a down button. In normal circumstances, you should have landed on the second floor. The elevator door opens, but the elevator light doesn't come on, and after the last time, you know you should never get out of the elevator at this time. After a while, the sound of high heels on the floor rang out in the corridor. A plump woman wearing a complicated palace dress with big golden waves walked into the elevator. This woman's makeup was very delicate, looking elegant and incomparable. This woman carries a fragrance of violets that you kind of can't help but want to immerse yourself in. However, this woman is different from the two women on the elevator before. This woman is not very high and cold, but the whole thing reveals a sense of alienation that makes people not dare to go up and talk to her. But the good thing is, this woman isn't talking to you either, so you're happy with that, and all you have to do is just take this elevator to the second floor anyway. After another moment, the elevator doors open again and the light for the elevator doesn't come on. So you know it's not time to get off the elevator. You still need to wait, and at this time, heavy footsteps as well as gasps sounded outside the elevator, and it was clear that the woman outside this was running over. End of chapter. Chapter 106, Elevator Malfunction. Chapter 106, Elevator Malfunction. All you see is a young girl running into the elevator in a sports outfit with a high ponytail. A young girl with a bright bow hairband and a purple hair tie on her forehead, looking very innocent and energetic. This young girl's face is like frost, but she always wears a cheerful and lively smile. Shaolin, did you also just come back from practicing dance? Why isn't there any sweat on your body? Why are you still wearing high heels? You're not serious about practicing dance at all. This woman in sportswear opened her mouth and spoke toward the woman in the long court dress. Captain, I've really been practicing properly. It's just that I changed out of my gym clothes after I finished practicing. Otherwise, I'd be covered in a sticky mess. The woman in the long palace dress opened her mouth and responded. What about your clothes? The woman in the sportswear asked. Taken by Wan and Lele. They should be out of school by now, right? As you listen to the conversation between these two people, you know in your heart that these two people and the two women from before are in the same group. They should both be characters in an idol group. And at this moment, when they come to this side of the school, they are naturally rehearsing and preparing for the performance. These two people are talking to themselves and not saying anything to you, which is naturally best for you because it's safe for you this way. But then you have to initiate the conversation. For a copy of Weird Tales, not encountering danger is instead the biggest danger. Because not encountering danger probably means you're missing out on some key piece of information. Gentlemen, how many floors are you going down? You open your mouth to ask. Unexpectedly, the words that came out of these two were directly beyond your expectations. Oh, classmate, the two of us are going down to the second floor. We have something there that we need to take away. The woman in the long palace dress spoke up. These two are going down to the second floor? Wouldn't they be traveling with you? The feeling of alertness in your heart rises at once. Although it is said that you had previously encountered the purple picket girl and jellyfish head girl in the middle of the elevator who had given you a powerful sealing object that allowed you to make it through to the third floor. But you haven't forgotten that in a previous simulation, you died because you didn't talk to either of them. That is to say, these two beauties right now, although they say that they can provide you with help, the greater likelihood is that they will bring you great danger. If it is said that these two people have also arrived on the second floor together, then the state of affairs will not be easy to say. I don't think you're students at this school. Are you here to rehearse for the show? I've met two people who look a lot like you before on the elevator on the third floor. One with a purple pick-dyed wolf's tail and one in a poncho with two jellyfish braids. You open your mouth and speak to them. Ha 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 ha. Classmate, just look at our hair and you'll know we're not from this school. Where would any high school student dye their hair? When you look at the hair of these two women, the one in the tracksuit has long lavender hair, while the other courtesan girl has big blonde waves. It really can't be a high school student. Classmate, the two you met on the third floor should be members of our troupe. We are a 5-member troupe, idol group, invited by your principal to perform on New Year's Day, January 1st, the day of the school celebration. That's why we'll be rehearsing on this side of the gym all these days. There aren't many people here in the gym anyway. The woman in the palace dress with the big blonde waves opened her mouth and said, I can come and introduce you. I'm the captain of this troupe. My name is Kira, and that one over there is Lin from our troupe. The two you met earlier are also members of our troupe. The one with the purple pick-dyed wolf tail is our troupe's vocal Lele, and the one with the blue jellyfish head wearing a puffy skirt is our troupe's Wan. The young girl in sportswear who was constantly wiping her sweat with a towel around her neck spoke up. However, we are a group of 5, and we have another member who has dyed pink hair and is characterized as being short. I don't know where she's gone now though, probably snuck out for a good meal? Then Kira, the captain of the team who was wearing a tracksuit, spoke up. After they finished talking, you find a few more random topics to riff on, and then the elevator doors suddenly open. The elevator didn't stop. but the doors suddenly opened. The elevator at this time is telling to go down. Wow. What's going on? Is this elevator broken? How come there's not even a maintenance phone number on the elevator? Captain Kara was a little alarmed. When encountering such a situation, whoever it was would have panicked. But Lin, the woman with big blonde waves, was calm. Don't you worry first. You must not get out of the elevator in case of elevator failure. And you too, classmate, will stay inside the elevator, and I'll make a distress call. The woman with the big blonde waves spoke up. But you detect something different from this elevator. It's normal for an elevator to malfunction, but this is in the creepy world, where abnormality definitely lurks behind all that is normal, especially with this elevator malfunction. If there are no bizarre forces at work behind this thing, you'd die not believing it. When you were reading Pony's diary, you clearly remembered that Pony wrote that a couple died in the school gymnasium because of a construction accident, and the place where the couple died was on the second floor. And now there is an accident in the middle of such an elevator that descends from the third floor to the second floor. Could this couple have done this? You feel that this speculation in your mind could very well be the truth. You glance out toward the elevator, which at the moment is falling at a high rate of speed, and below you is a bottomless abyss. It's obviously the height of one floor, but embodied above this elevator is actually this bottomless abyss. You back up silently, which would be fine if this was taking the stairs, but this is an elevator ride. When you encounter such an accident, you can only watch it dryly, and with such a small space inside the elevator, there is simply nothing you can do if you are attacked in a weird way. Classmate, it's okay, don't be afraid. Lin is already calling for help. It's 8 a.m. We can definitely be rescued. All we need to sit on now is to wait on this elevator and just wait for rescue. That tracksuit-clad Captain Kara actually opened her mouth to comfort you. It seems like the situation you were looking down at earlier worried her. End of chapter. Chapter 107, Vomiting. Chapter 107, Vomiting. Even though it's said to be an emergency situation of an elevator malfunction, you still haven't forgotten the rules in the middle of the elevator and didn't answer her words. Rule number 5, whatever you hear in the middle of an elevator, make sure you don't respond. Otherwise something very scary will happen. You can't respond to the voice in the middle of the elevator. You can only start the conversation yourself, and step by step. If you make a response it's certain death. But now you can use this condescension technique very skillfully. And it doesn't show a bit of unnaturalness at all. You pretended to be crazy and actually sat down directly on the ground and cried. And the Captain Kara, who was wearing a tracksuit, could only crouch down and start comforting you when she saw you like this. You used the gift psychologist to make your grief absolutely come from your heart. I have to say, you did a good job with this move. This way no matter what they say to you, you only reply with a cry so that it doesn't seem out of the blue and doesn't trigger the rules and lead to death. It's okay classmates, we will be able to walk out of this elevator. It's okay, after a while the rescuers will be coming. Don't be anxious. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. We'll be able to reach the rescuers. Captain Kara is still coaxing you. She saw you tearing up. She even took down the towel on her neck that she used to wipe the sweat, and gave it to you to wipe your tears. Before she could finish her sentence, you saw Lin, a woman in court dress on one side, poking her, signaling her to come over. Lin then whispered a few words in Kara's ear, and although you couldn't hear them because the voice was too low, you were able to read exactly what Lin was saying through the shape of her lips. What she said was, "Sister RA, what should I do? There is actually no signal here. I called the fire brigade, but the call won't go out at all." After saying that, Kira, who was called Sister RA, took out her cell phone and looked at her own cell phone screen, and it was just as signal-less. Kira walks over and opens her mouth to ask you, "Classmate, can you lend us your cell phone for a moment? Our cell phones are all out of signal. So see if you can use yours to call the fire brigade and wait for someone to come and save us." After that, Kara bends down, extends her hand, and makes a gesture to reach for her cell phone. But you now know that you can never hand her the cell phone. And if you do, you'll be breaking the rules. You can't respond to her words. However, you played it smart. You pretended to fall and your cell phone just slipped to the ground. Kara walked over and glanced at your cell phone screen and it just happened to be no signal as well. You grabbed over and took your phone back to your side, while using it to call for help, finding the same no signal and no connection. There's no doubt now that you're trapped in this elevator, unable to move an inch. It's okay class, it's okay, it's after 8 in the morning. Someone's bound to pass by the gym. Isn't your gym teacher's office in the gym? Kara keeps comforting you, and besides making a sad face all the time and ignoring them, you opened your cell phone and tried to send a message to the already dead head teacher. As a result, that message actually sent out. You realize that all the other functions of your cell phone are restricted to the network, but only the chatting software in your cell phone can be used normally. However, there are only 2 people in the chat software in your cell phone. One is the dead director of instruction Suing Chun, and the other is the student council president Huang Che. Contacting student council president Huang Che is most likely the way to survive this elevator accident. You immediately used your cell phone and sent a message to the student council president, Huang Che, telling him about your current situation in the middle of the gym, and then began to close your eyes. Don't worry, you too. I've already told the president of our student council about the current situation. He will soon tell the outside world about our current situation. Next, we just need to rest. I'm a bit sleepy, I'll squint for a while. After saying this, you began to rest your eyes. At the same time, you showed your phone's chat logs to Kira, who was wearing a tracksuit, as well as Lin, who was wearing a long court dress. These two people breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the message sent among your cell phones. It seems that there isn't necessarily a complete lack of signal here. It just means that the signal is even more unstable than it is outside. Lin, let's not just sit around and wait for it to happen. Let's go ahead and try making a call outside to see if we can reach it. Kriya spoke up. For these two people's actions, you are also not to care about them. After all, you know that these two people are completely too bizarre, but it is just that there is no sense of active attack on him. So as long as they are not trying to hurt you, just do whatever they want to do. For the matter of sending a message to the student council president, you are also apprehensive in your heart. The reason is very simple. Because the previous crows have already told you that the student council can be trusted. But the president of the student council has already entered into a cooperation with the bizarre origin consciousness in this copy. And he was the one who tricked Zhang Lianjin into the Yutsai building before. But now that his cell phone has lost its signal, he can only use communication software to send messages to others. And there are only two people on his cell phone's communication software. One was the director of instruction, Suing Chun, and the other was the student council president, Huang Che. And since Suing Chun had already died, the only person he was able to contact right now was, in fact, the student council president, Huang Che. This is the way out of the situation. You continue to wait with your eyes closed, and after about 10 minutes you still don't notice that the elevator has stopped, but that it is constantly falling, and instead of decreasing the speed of this fall in the slightest, it is getting faster and faster and faster and faster. At this rate of descent, you can't even maintain your composure anymore, and all you feel is a wave of dizziness and a fluttering inside your stomach. You didn't hold back, and directly threw up all the lunch you ate yesterday. You were just about to apologize when you noticed that the two creepy women in the middle of the elevator, Kara and Lin Lin, were also holding the walls of the elevator with one hand and vomiting with the other. You think this must be unusual, this is getting faster and faster, but before you didn't feel like vomiting, so why do you feel your stomach turning all of a sudden now? End of chapter. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. You look at the vomit on the floor and feel very sick. After about a minute or so, you see two ghastly white heads floating outside the open elevator doors, and you know that this must be the couple that was martyred. They must be the weirdness of this second floor, and the elevator that keeps landing at this very moment is in all likelihood their work as well. Looking at these two heads outside the window, you just feel a vicious chill in your heart, and you know that this vicious chill feeling doesn't come from your psychological factor, but from these two horrible weirdness from the second level. The two heads are letting out a deafening sardonic laugh, and you just feel like you're losing your mind a little bit. The attack brought about by this weirdness is just a bit too terrifying. Even if you keep applying mental hints to yourself, it's still hard to control your own mind swinging. You just feel like you're in a trance right now. But in the next moment, you feel your mind become much clearer for a split second. A little fat man with box eyes and wearing a school uniform with a cha-cha of his hands actually directly strangled this man and woman. And on this little fat man's chest, two words are written on the nameplate above Huang Che. Is this man in front of you the student council president? Mr. Huang Che? The student council president you called through the messenger program? And his arrival does save you in the midst of danger. Just as you were breathing a sigh of relief, you saw a head growing out of both the left and right shoulders of the student council president, Huang Che, and that head, it just happened to be that of two people, a man and a woman, and from the body of the student council president, an even more powerful sense of oppression erupted than the previous couple. And you only felt the feeling of dizziness in your body getting stronger and stronger, and you gradually became somewhat unable to support yourself and were about to faint. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Shaochuan, you didn't think of that, did you? The rules say you can trust the student body, but the rules don't tell you that you can trust the student body, except for the student body president. After I devour you, I will be invincible. Ha 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 ha. I guess you don't realize how important you are, do you? I'm telling you. Any creepy that eats you will have a qualitative change. You're already blurry in your consciousness, and you can only listen to the student council president's sardonic laughter and watch as he steps closer to you. So it seems that there was no error in the information that Raven told you. The student council president really can't be trusted. He's already in cahoots with Creepy. But if that's the case, then who exactly can be trusted? As well as if the student council president is also untrustworthy, then how can we stop this elevator from going down in this current situation? Even though the two creeps on the second floor had been devoured by the student council president, this current elevator was still in a constant state of descent. Without even thinking about it, the student council president inherited their abilities as well after devouring these two shenanigans. Right now you're in an extreme predicament. The problem is that you simply can't think of a solution to this elevator dilemma, and it seems that no matter what you do, all that awaits you is death. And in that situation just now, the only thing you could do was to send a message to the student council president to see if you could get his help. It was completely helpless. The student council president slowly walks towards you, and you very much want to think of a countermeasure. But your mind is simply chaotic. You can't think of anything. You can't think of anything. And even this chaos makes you unable to even terminate the simulation. And you can only watch step by step as the student council president kills you. After a long time, you realize that you weren't killed by the student council president. And that chaotic feeling in your head is getting shallower and shallower. And your mind is getting clearer and clearer. And even that clarity exceeds what you usually feel. You feel like you've been enlightened right now. You open your eyes and realize that the student council president, who was originally wearing a sardonic grin in front of you, is gone. And the two creepy women behind you, Kara and Lynn, are gone as well, except for two things left on the floor. A sports hairband that Kara was wearing earlier, and a perfume. You pick up both of these things on the fly, and the elevator is now at a standstill, and the door to the elevator is open, and the elevator's indicator light happens to be on. You remembered the words among the rules of the elevator, and immediately darted out towards the outside of the elevator without looking back, because you don't know exactly how long you've been unconscious inside this elevator, and exactly what happened in this elevator, and you don't know if you'll die if you continue to stay in the elevator. You can only run as hard as you can, run as fast as you can. You ran out of the elevator, and you ran for a long time in the dark. Your simulation is interrupted. Zhou Xiaochuan breathed heavily, palpitating as he looked toward this elevator. Although it was said that this time there was no danger, and it was considered that only one simulation would be used to go to the next level. But this simulation, it has really left too many puzzles. The first point is that this gymnasium is clearly only accessible from the top and not from the bottom if you're down there. So how did this student council president get up here? If you can know this, you may be able to grasp the method that allows you to move freely in this gym. The second and most important point, what had happened to him during his coma? Why are the two female creeps behind them Kara and Lynn missing and leaving two seals behind? Along with the missing student council president. The student council president clearly said that eating all of his shenanigans would give him a huge boost. But the student council president didn't eat him. Instead he woke up safe and sound. So isn't it safe to assume that the student council president is dead? Point 3. Why does the weirdness here get stronger when you eat him? What exactly is his role in this copy? It was important to realize that he was not present in the Pony Diary. But from all the information available now, his role in this copy is extremely important. Zhou Xiaochuan recorded these 3 points into the memo in his cell phone. The other 2 points can be put aside for now. It's the second point that's the most important. I must find out what happened in the middle of the time I was unconscious. And for the next simulation, I must find a way to keep myself out of the coma. End of chapter. Chapter 109, Reality. Chapter 109, Reality. Zhou Xiaochuan thought about it and finally decided not to start the next simulation. Instead, he directly entered the elevator and then pressed the elevator's button. The reason for this is because the elevator goes to the second floor and the simulation aborts when he runs out of the elevator, which doesn't give him any autonomous choice. The threat in the elevator had long since been neutralized by him in the last simulation, and he was essentially safe on the elevator. In this case, the simulation was very limited in what it could do, and how to know what exactly happened during his coma, which Zhou Xiaochuan had measured in his mind. He silently stood at the innermost part of the elevator, because this elevator space was very narrow, so even if he stood at the innermost part of the elevator, he could still touch the buttons on the elevator with his hand. You look at the elevator with the elevator rules posted on it and begin to close your eyes. After a while, the elevator did stop, just as it had been simulated. A voluptuous woman in a palazzo dress with big blonde waves stepped into the elevator, looking elegant with a faint scent of violets. However, what was different from the situation before the simulation was that this palace dress woman, Lin, this time stood right in front of Zhou Xiaochuan, not at Zhou Xiaochuan's back like before. After another moment, Kira, a young girl in sportswear, also enters the elevator, and unlike before, she stands directly in front of you this time as well. If you have something to say, It's long, if you don't. It's short, and the next episodes are all the same as the ones in the simulation, so I won't rehash them here. After about 3 more minutes, right in the middle of the 3 people in the middle of the elevator gossiping for a long time, the door of the elevator suddenly opened. Hey, Lin, we're on the 2nd floor. Right, but why hasn't the indicator light come on yet? Kira wiped her sweat with a towel, and with a horse's mouth, she headed for the elevator doors. Sister R.A., don't go out. The elevator doors are open, but the elevator is still descending. The elevator is malfunctioning. Lin was quick on her feet and pulled Kira back, then took out her cell phone and tried to call the emergency number. Zhou Xiaochuan also sent a message to the student council president Huang Che at this time, and at the same time, he quietly took a few more steps back towards his back, enabling him to press himself tightly against the wall of the elevator. The two of you don't need to be anxious. Just now between a split second my cell phone still has a signal. I've already sent a message to my friend and the president of our school's student council, Huang Che. He'll be here in a moment. And after about 3 minutes of time, a man and a woman 2-body white bazaar reappeared in the elevator door. This time it is not in the simulation. Zhou Xiaochuan close to feel the resentment of these 2 people. This resentment is really amazing. Zhou Xiaochuan feel that the resentment of one of the 2 people are more powerful than the chef of the cafeteria's window 4 before that. And at the moment these 2 people standing together, the 2 kinds of resentment when added together, the resentment was even more astonishing, as if it was going to directly devour this small elevator space. Lingjiang Second Middle School. Lingjiang Second Middle School. Inside this boy's head, he was still continuously spitting out ravings. Zhou Xiaochuan only felt that his mind was becoming more and more chaotic. His thoughts were becoming more and more solidified, and he was even almost about to be unable to think. He knew he was about to fall into a coma, and in the moment he was about to, he set his eyes on Kira and Lin, only to find that the 2 creeps had actually fallen into a similar slow stasis. It was as if someone had cast a space-time freezing and time suspension spell. These 2 people just didn't move at all, as if they were disconnected from the link. After another while, Zhou Xiaochuan only felt the sense of chaos in his mind gradually disappearing, and that feeling of clarity returned to him once again. He knew that it was because the student council president, Huang Che, had finally arrived. Only the 2 heads floating in the air were instantly moved frame to Huang Che. Huang Che's tiny green bean eyes looked at Zhou Xiaochuan and let out an indulgent laugh. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Xiaochuan, you didn't think of that, did you? The rules say that you can trust the student council, but the rules don't tell you that you can trust the student council, except for the student council president. After I devour you, I will be invincible. Ha 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 ha. I guess you don't realize how important you are, do you? Let me tell you, any weirdness that eats you will have a qualitative change. Zhou Xiaochuan's consciousness had already blurred, and he could only listen to the student council president's sardonic laughter, and could only watch as he approached him step by step. I'm wide awake now. I drank coffee and tea and applied Windex. I slept for 12 hours last night. I'm wide awake now. I'm extra wide awake now. I'm definitely not going to fall asleep. I'm definitely not going to pass out. I'm wide awake now. I drank coffee and tea and applied Windex. I slept for 12 hours last night. I'm wide awake now. I'm extra wide awake now. I'm definitely not going to fall asleep. I'm definitely not going to pass out. I'm wide awake now. I drank coffee and tea and applied Windex. I slept for 12 hours last night. I'm wide awake now. I'm extra wide awake now. I'm definitely not going to fall asleep. I'm definitely not going to pass out. Zhou Xiaochuan constantly gave himself psychological hints. After all, but has the gift of a psychiatrist. But this gift in this moment, but as if some does not work, although played a slight role, but still cannot alleviate the fact that Zhou Xiaochuan gradually fainted past. Just in the nick of time, he fell to the ground, and the red high heels fell out of the red plastic bag after he fell. He hurriedly reached out and took the red high heels into his hands. The fresh scent from the red heels dispels a lot of the sleepiness from your mind and allows you to see this in front of you, only to see the student council president with 2 heads on his shoulders. Huang Che smiled as he walked towards the middle of the elevator, but he couldn't enter the elevator at all, because in front of the elevator, Kira in sportswear and Lin in a long court dress blocked the advance of this student council president by blocking the elevator door. Although these 2 women looked weak, they were able to prevent the student council president from entering this elevator door. The student council president was very anxious. His body was covered in blood and light. Very scary, but he still couldn't get into the elevator. Who the hell are you 2? You don't seem to be in existence amongst the school at all. Aren't you afraid of falling into his feeding grounds? Get out of my way. End of chapter. Chapter 110 The Presence Outside the School. Chapter 110 The Presence Outside the School. These 2 women do not exist in this school? Zhou Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes as he listened to the words of the student council president. If that was the case, then in all probability, the two women he had encountered earlier were not present in the midst of this school. After all, they were both members of a girl group. No wonder their appearance had caused the information Raven had said to turn out to be false. It was likely that their existence independent of the school had caused Raven to not be able to predict information about them very clearly either. But if that's the case, then isn't this copy a mess? The copy itself is difficult, and there are two forces at play. One force was the force that wanted to take Zhou Xiaochuan out mainly by Xiaoma's classmates, while the other force was the force that wanted to help Zhou Xiaochuan mainly by the student council, the director of instruction, and Jiang Liangjin, and the internal between these two kinds of forces is not of one mind. For example, among the forces that mainly want to take Zhou Xiaochuan out, there are two small forces that are hostile to each other as well as cooperating with each other, namely, the Little Horse schoolmates and the creepy that the Little Horse schoolmates summoned out in the first place. As for the student council president Huang Che in front of him, the hints given by the crows were ambiguous, saying that this Huang Che had reached a cooperation with Xiaoma's classmates, which meant that this person was actually harboring ghosts in his heart. The situation that was already so complicated, coupled with the stirring up of these 5 young girls, became even more complicated in an instant, and was even somewhat difficult to recognize clearly. And what is even more intriguing in this statement is that these 5 young girls are not from the middle of this school. So where exactly are these 5 young girls from? This place outside the school. Zhou Xiaochuan had already confirmed that it was impossible to go out, although it was said that he was outside the school at the beginning of this copy. But at that time, once when he looked outside the school, he would realize that all the scenes outside the school were shrouded in mist. And when his sight saw into the mists, he would feel as if he was being targeted by an extremely terrifying existence in the mists. And once he entered the mists, he would definitely die on the spot. In fact, the vast majority of strange stories will set up this kind of air wall-like place. Even if it is the Boulder Village strange story, before learning the truth, it is not possible to arbitrarily walk out of the Boulder Village, so that will absolutely die. And it's all too weird to think that there's never been this kind of weirdness from outside of the locations specified in the Weird Tales, and that these weirdnesses are still here to help the Chosen One. Moreover, the student council president said that the 5 of them would probably become his feed. So who is this him? Is it Koma-san? Zhou Xiaochuan vaguely felt unlike it. In the face of the student council president Huang Che's threat, Kara and Lin Lin, however, as if they were like robots, just stood in front of the elevator door, not allowing this student council president Huang Che to come in, while they themselves didn't say a word. Didn't you guys have a great conversation with that Zhou Xiaochuan before? How come you're not talking to me now? If you guys are this persistent, I'll devour you all along with me. Faced with the words of the student council president Huang Che, someone from these 2 women finally spoke up, and the person who spoke up was none other than Kara. Zhou Xiaochuan pretended to be unconscious and eavesdropped on their conversation. We came here to fight against him. You think we would be afraid of him? If it wasn't for the fact that our power in the midst of this copy was greatly limited, you would have already gone up in smoke, Kara said coldly. Unlike the naive look he had earlier when he spoke to Zhou Xiaochuan, the tone of Kara who had uttered these words was very cold, as if it was a piece of 1,000-year-old ice. What the hell do you mean by that? I don't understand it at all. In the middle of this world, no one can provoke his authority, not even Ma Yu. Student council president Huang Che seemed to be in the midst of a raging rage. It was as if he was very displeased with Kara's blasphemous words against him. As an existence amongst B-rank copies, you creeps do possess intelligence, but your insight is really short. That palace makeup girl, the woman called Lin Lin, opened her mouth, her tone rather disdainful. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. But since you guys don't listen to advice, then what awaits you is only death. It looks like you're also 2 not-so-weak creeps. After I devour you, then I'll go and swallow the Zhou Xiaochuan, and at that time, the most powerful one in this spirit river no. 2 middle school will be me. This Huang Che then revealed another greasy smile. Ha, but you 2 are really good looking. I'll be a week before I devour you. 2 straight. However, before Huang Che's words were finished, that sports girl Kara's pink fist hit Huang Che's face, and the 2 heads on that Huang Che's shoulders were immediately very twisted, filled with the color of resentment, and wanted to bite towards Kara, but before they could bite, they were kicked away by Kara. Both of these 2 heads that were originally growing on Huang Che's shoulders were kicked away by Kara, and Huang Che's strength dropped by half in an instant. Don't eat me, don't eat me. Before he could finish his sentence, Kara broke his chest with a punch. Boring. Passing a copy is the chosen one's own business. If this chosen one can't even pass a copy of this level, our investment in him will be meaningless. Kara grunted. Huang Che's body fell at great speed, and it looked like his soul was scattered. But Sister R.A., Why would the original will of the Weird Tales world target this chosen one named Zhou Xiaochuan so much? This is extremely rare even in the history of Weird Tales. The woman in the palace dress spoke. Well, that's why we're here. The difficulty of this copy definitely exceeds the maximum difficulty that this civilization can withstand. It's not in line with Weird World's usual style. It's as if Strange Talk World is determined to quickly exterminate human civilization. Kira mused. Sister R.A., the time we can stay here seems to be approaching its limit. It's almost 15 minutes. We have to get out of here in a hurry or else we'll be discovered by the Strange Talk World's origin consciousness. After the palace dress woman Linlin finished speaking, she touched a bottle of perfume from her body and put it in front of Zhou Xiaochuan, while Kira also unraveled her hair tie and put it in front of Zhou Xiaochuan. End of chapter. Chapter 111 Rules of the Second Level of the Stadium, 4,000 words Big chapter. Begging for a follow-up? Chapter 111 Rules of the Second Level of the Stadium, 4,000 words Big chapter. Begging for a follow-up? After putting these things down, they looked at the unconscious Zhou Xiaochuan, laughed softly, and slowly opened their mouths. Let's hope you can pass this weird talk. We even made a bet with old Chang. We bet that you can pass the weird talk while old Chang bet that you can't pass the weird talk. I hope you won't let us down, eh? After saying that, these two great beauties disappeared into thin air, turning into two clouds of smoke, never to be seen again. However, their previous words, as well as the exchange with the student council president, were all heard inside Zhou Xiaochuan's ears, as Zhou Xiaochuan was pretending to be asleep. He wasn't asleep at all. He was just pretending that he was asleep. And it didn't matter if he didn't pretend to be asleep. This pretending to be asleep really allowed him to reap an overwhelming amount of information. We came here to oppose him. You think we're afraid of him? If it wasn't for the fact that our power in the midst of this copy was greatly limited, you would have already gone up in smoke. As in existence amongst the B-rank copies, you creeps do possess intelligence. But your insights are really short. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. I can tell you a secret about Mayu, which is also the biggest secret of this Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School. Are you curious why we, the weird ones in Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, all want to eat that Zhou Xiaochuan behind you? It's because, well, that's why we're here. The difficulty of this copy definitely exceeds the maximum difficulty that this civilization can withstand. It's not in line with Weird World's usual style. It's as if Strange Talk World is determined to quickly exterminate human civilization. The conversation between them and this student council president Huang Che just now was simply going to turn his worldview upside down. He just had a feeling that this world of weird talk was far from what he thought it was. And the he in the mouth of this student council president Huang Che actually is not the big boss in this copy of the Pony Classmates, but a more powerful, more bizarre horror existence, or even, quite possibly, the origin of the world of weird talk. And the identities of these 5 young girls were not simple either. Although they were not able to fight against the origin of the weird world head-on, they were actually able to exert influence within the weird world by virtue of their own strength. To end up giving him help in the middle of Weird Tales world is just horrible. Moreover, that young girl named Kira's strength was even more impressive, actually defeating the student council president, Huang Che, who had fused the 2 weird grudges from that second level, with a single punch. You know that just one of these creeps alone, the resentment is no less than the pig-headed rice-punching uncle at window number 4 in the cafeteria. Not to mention 3 creepy ones combined, only to be punched to death by Kira. It's as simple and boring and tasteless as kicking a dingo to death on the side of the road. Fortunately, these 5 maidens still help me as far as it seems. If these 5 people are not helping me but trying to kill me off, then I really don't know how to pass this subplot. Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was thinking, the elevator door opened at this moment, and Zhou Xiaochuan hurriedly picked up the hairband that Kira had left behind in the perfume bottle that Linlin had left behind, and ran towards the elevator. The ceiling objects left to him by those 2 young girls before had all played a great role in the next floor. So these 2 items, too, were definitely not trivial, and they must be collected well. After Zhou Xiaochuan took these 2 things, he ran wildly as if he had gone mad. Although he had broken his bones, he still used both legs and ran forward desperately, and finally did not dare to stop until the elevator was out of sight. According to elevator rules, if you don't, there could be very scary consequences. Although Zhou Xiaochuan now had the 4 powerful seals of red high heels, sports hairbands, pieces of tutus, and perfume in his hands, he also still did not dare to violate the rules head-on, especially with rules like these that can't hurt if you follow them. Zhou Xiaochuan surveyed the surroundings after the elevator disappeared. This place was completely different from both the 2 floors above it before. This place was actually brightly lit, no darkness could be seen at all, and the decor of the place didn't even look like it was in the middle of a high school. Instead it looked like it was in the middle of a big theater. Yes, this whole second level looks like a big theater. and where Zhou Shaochuan was standing now was in the VIP audience above the Grand Theater. The VIP audience was a different booth, and each booth was covered with a curtain. And in the private room, in addition to a comfortable sofa, there was actually a large, warm bed, as well as many snacks and fruits, as well as coffee, drinks, and liquor. There is literally everything here. Zhou Shaochuan looked at the eyes are straight. This is not like the school will be inside the place, even if the school will exist inside a big theater. And the big theater is also in the gymnasium inside. But the big theater will not have this one box inside the big bed is not possible, because this school is geared towards students. What would it look like to do that? You gulp as you look at the scene in the middle of the box, and just as you're about to pull back the curtain to see what's outside the box, you see a piece of rule paper glued to the curtain. Gym Tier 2 rules. Welcome, students, to the second level of the gym, which is a large, comprehensive theater. The purpose of the construction is to allow the students and teachers of the school to enjoy the programs in the middle of the big theater after school hours, and to enjoy themselves physically and mentally. Please enter in an orderly manner from the first level of the stadium after purchasing your tickets for the Grand Theater, where you can relax without worrying about the many pressures of real life. Please enjoy your time at the Grand Theater. It's the only place left on campus that offers you entertainment. However, to ensure the quality of your entertainment, please follow these few rules. First, you need a ticket to enter the Grand Theater and to watch the performances in the Grand Theater. Please do not break into the Grand Theater. And if you are found to have entered the Grand Theater without a ticket, the security guards of the Grand Theater will kill you. Second, tickets are transferable and tradable amongst themselves. Tickets amongst the Bolshoi Theater have no names, and whether or not they are available is determined only by who the tickets are with. Third, when watching a performance at the Bolshoi Theater, please be sure to give your full attention to the performance without distractions. While watching a performance at the Bolshoi Theater, please remember to keep your eyes on the stage, no matter what is happening around you. Fourth, after the performance, please don't be stingy with your praise and applause. Believe me, the actors of the Bolshoi Theater need these things very much. If you don't express a liking for the show, trust me, you don't want to know what it's going to do to you. Fifth, actors at the Grand Ole Opry do not make any contact with you after the show. So if they try to communicate with you after the show, turn them down. Sixth, please do not go to the Grand Ole Opry Actors Lounge. Seventh, please don't accept gifts from the actors of the Bolshoi Theater. Eighth, please don't refuse any request made to you by a member of the Bolshoi Theater cast. Ninth, if you are lucky enough to have bought a VIP seat, that is, a ticket for a box on the second floor of the Bolshoi Theater, then please note that you are the luckiest audience member, not only because you have an excellent viewing service, but also because you have the opportunity to take part in the Bolshoi Theater's performances. 10th, if an actor at the Grand Ole Opry invites you to come on stage and perform with him in the middle of a show, be sure to decline his request. 11th, time on the second level of the Grand Theater, also known as the gymnasium, is different from the outside world, and in the Grand Theater, time passes at a much slower rate than in the outside world. 12th, performances at the Bolshoi Theater take place twice a day, the first from 9 a.m. m. to 12 p.m. m. and the second beginning at 5 p.m. m. There is no set end time. Please follow this schedule and go to the performances at the Bolshoi Theater. 13th, it is forbidden to leave the Bolshoi Theater before the end of the performance. Zhou Shaochuan looked at the 13 rules full of rules and his eyelids jumped. He originally thought that the weirdness of the second floor was just the couple that was martyred, and in the elevator, this couple had already been solved. So the second floor should be extremely easy, but he didn't think that there was actually a big theater that suddenly appeared on this second floor. And from these 13 rules, this Grand Theater is like a space cut off from the outside world, as if it were hardwired into a copy from within a copy. Zhou Shaochuan looked at the 13 rules with some despair. The intensity of this replica is really unprecedented. However, the existence of this big theater in the entire school replica is extremely abrupt and abnormal, as if it is something added out of thin air. Nope, it's not like that. It's this big theater that was most likely just added to the copy of Spirit River 2 out of thin air. And the reason why it was added to this copy of Spirit River No. 2 Middle School is probably because the addition of those 5 young girls drastically damaged the original difficulty in this copy. Zhou Shaochuan carefully analyzed. His analysis was actually extremely reasonable. It was because of the addition of these 5 young girls that directly led to all of the original couple shenanigans on the second level being killed. Moreover, the other powerful and bizarre student council president in this copy was also killed, drastically cutting down the difficulty of this copy. And the world of weird talk naturally could only do something like this in order to balance this copy. Zhou Shaochuan looked at the red high-heeled shoes, tutu fabric, sports hairbands, and perfume among his red plastic bag and cried a little. These 5 teenage girls had wanted to help themselves through the weird talk, but ended up inadvertently making it more difficult. and this back and forth was again equivalent to them not being here at all. However, Zhou Xiaochuan quickly collected his mind and began to analyze the situation at hand. First, tickets are required to enter the Grand Theater and to watch its performances. Please do not trespass into the Grand Theater. And if you are found to have entered the Grand Theater without a ticket, the theater's security guards will kill you. Second, tickets are transferable and tradable amongst themselves. Tickets amongst the Grand Theater do not have names, and whether or not there is a ticket only depends on who the ticket is on to decide. Based on these two rules, Zhou Xiaochuan felt that the most important thing for himself right now was to find a way to find the tickets for the amphitheater. Otherwise he would trigger the rules, be discovered by the security guards, and then fall into a crisis. And this rule in the words also let Zhou Xiaochuan feel quite intriguing. This rule actually directly said that if there is no ticket but enter the theater, will be killed by the security guards. Unlike the kind of ambiguity that many times surrounds the rules involving death, this time the rules were very straightforward and clear. If you didn't find a ticket, then you would be killed by the security guards. Zhou Xiaochuan even wondered if this being killed was most likely a weapon of the law of cause and effect. That is to say, it was most likely a rule of certain death, no matter how much effort was made. As long as this rule was violated, then the security guard would be killed. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaochuan did not dare to delay. Directly in the box of this Grand Theater, looking up whether there are tickets. However, he will be the entire box are turned over. Did not find the Grand Theater tickets in the end where the box was extremely spacious, and he had searched almost every inch of the place, including the bottom of the bed, underneath the sheets, inside the cabinet, underneath the refrigerator, and other places, but he just couldn't find the ticket for the box. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his cell phone and checked the time on his cell phone, only to find that the time on his cell phone now was exactly 8:55. 12. The Bolshoi Theater's performance schedule is 2 shows a day. The first from 9 a.m. m. to 12 p.m. m. and the second starting at 5 p.m. m. There is no set end time. Please follow this schedule and go to the performances at the Bolshoi Theater. According to this rule, then there were still 5 minutes to go before the performance at the Grand Theater would begin. If he didn't get tickets to the Grand Theater in those 5 minutes, something extremely dangerous would definitely happen. Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was thinking hard about how to get the tickets, he heard footsteps and giggles coming from outside the door of the Grand Theater. Ha 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 ha. Old Wang, how's business these days? It's been a long time since I've seen you in this theater. Seeing that you've gained weight, it looks like you're living a very nourishing life. Ha 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 ha. Li Lao Bai. Your mouth is still as sweet as ever. We're high school classmates. It's been 5 years since we've been in school, right? Today we'll watch this big theater performance. We won't get drunk. Old Wang. The box I booked is box 1557. It's right here in front. Let's go in. Listening to the conversation between these two people outside, Zhou Xiaochuan only felt a pang of discomfort, because the box he is in now is box 1557. No wonder he couldn't find the box ticket. So he was smuggled in, and did not buy a ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 112, Robbing Tickets. Chapter 112, Robbing Tickets. The current time on his cell phone was 8:57, and there were still 3 minutes to go. Zhou Xiaochuan felt that he had to take the tickets on the two of them for himself within these 3 minutes. Otherwise it was likely that he wouldn't have a chance when the show opened. Third, when watching a performance at the Bolshoi Theater, please be sure to give your full attention without distractions, as a sign of respect for the Bolshoi Theater's actors, for the art, and for yourself. When watching a performance at the Bolshoi Theater, please remember to keep your eyes on the stage, no matter what is happening around you. Fourth, after the performance, please don't be stingy with your compliments and applause. Trust me, the actors at the Grand Ole Opry need these things badly. If you don't express your enjoyment of the performance, believe me, you don't want to know what it will do to you. From these 2 rules, if the show starts, you must keep your eyes on the stands, and if you don't, you're breaking the rules. It's hard for him to do more than grab a ticket when he must be staring into the stands. Zhou Xiaochuan seized the opportunity and hid under the bed, waiting for the 2 talking men to come in through the door. The description of ticket ownership in the rules is extremely ambiguous. First, tickets are required to enter the Grand Theater and to watch its performances. Please do not trespass into the Grand Theater. And if you are found to have entered the Grand Theater without a ticket, the theater's security guards will kill you. Second, tickets are transferable and tradable amongst themselves. Tickets amongst the Grand Theater do not have names, and whether or not there is a ticket only depends on who the ticket is on to decide. Tickets can be transferred and traded. Tickets have no names, and the availability of a ticket is only determined by who the ticket is on. This rule is almost a tacit admission that someone else can grab the tickets. When the sound of pushing the door sounded, the sound of those 2 people's footsteps echoed in the room. Zhou Xiaochuan then heard a thud and 2 asses sat on the bed above his head. Ha 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 ha. Li Lao Bai. Let's not get drunk today. Ah, let's not get drunk. Old Wang, haven't seen you for so long. I didn't think that your drinking capacity hasn't decreased at all. It's still as divine as it was back then. Ha 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 ha. Hearing these two people on the bed drinking, Zhou Shaochuan knew in his heart that this was the best time to deal with them, because at this point in time, their vigilance must have been lowered to the extreme, and if they missed this opportunity, and then wanted such a good opportunity again, it was very likely that they would not be able to wait. Zhou Shaochuan closed his eyes. Start simulation. There are 2 minutes left on the clock, and you need to get the tickets from them in the middle of that 2-minute period, or else you've broken the rules. You drilled out of the bed, only to see two big-bellied, obese, greasy middle-aged men drinking wine and embracing. You look at the ambiguous appearance of these two people. Your heart flooded with a chill of evil. These two people should not be. That can be really have a disgusting. With a sports hairband on your forehead, pieces of a tutu wrapped around your left hand, and a red high heel in your right hand, you attack the two obese men. This is already the strongest seal you can come up with. And if you use it against Creepy, you believe that the pig-headed chef from the cafeteria's window number 4 earlier wouldn't be a match for you. The two obese and greasy middle-aged men were very alarmed to see you arrive. The two men were completely disheveled, and the theater tickets, which symbolized that they had purchased the tickets, were all casually placed on the edge of the table by them. You rushed up and tried to take care of the man known as Li Lao Bai first. However, after a bit of a scuffle, the sports hairband, red high heels, and pieces of your tutu on your head all shattered. Where are these human ants from? Relying on a few seals and want to come and make a move against me? The strongest Creepy in Spirit River 2 isn't even necessarily a match for me. Li Lao Bai's expression was cold and grim as he lifted you up, as simple and easy as lifting a mole cricket. Ha 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 ha. Old Busterly, what have you decided to do with this human ant? The man on one side who was called Old Wang spoke. It was only at this time that you noticed that the height and size of these two men were far taller than yours, and under your visual estimation. The man called Li Laohachi was about 2.5 meters tall, while the man called Old Wan was roughly 2 meters and 2 feet tall. Although it is said that it is possible for a human to reach such a height, it would definitely be the top amongst humans. But you already knew these two were creepy, so it's not a big surprise. What to do with it? Ha. Kill him, of course. I love to see the desperate and fearful and helpless look of little human ants. Ha 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 ha. You terminated the simulation. In that case, it didn't seem like the best way to launch a direct attack on these two creeps, because even with the seals provided by those young girls who were on the elevator, he was still very powerless against them, as weak as a child, with no resistance at all. Where are these human ants from? Relying on a few seals and want to come and make a move against me? The strongest Creepy in Spirit River 2 isn't even necessarily a match for me. Li Lao Bai's expression was cold as he lifted you up as simply and easily as if he was lifting a mole cricket. What level are these two people at and where did they come from? Or where the hell did this theater come from? The appearance of this theater is not only out of place with this entire Spirit River No. 2 middle school, but it even breaks the previous conventions of weird talk. It's even more horrifyingly creepy than the creepy source of the weird tales, and there are two of them at once. However, Zhou Shaochuan already had a way to defeat them in his mind. Although he couldn't fight them head-on, he could take them down with the power of the rules. After all, it's rules weirdness. Simulation begins. You waited until the time on your cell phone reached 8:59 minutes and 50 seconds, got out from under the bed, and rushed up and grabbed the amphitheater tickets they had placed on the table before they could even react. It all happened in the blink of an eye. They couldn't react at all. You are also in this moment of time, yelling, "Security! Security!" Two strangers without tickets have somehow burrowed into my room 1557. Security guards! Security! Where's the security guard? These two people are trying to take my tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 113 A Way Out of the Theater. Chapter 113 A Way Out of the Theater. When you shouted out these words, Li Lao Bai and Old Wang struck out at the same time. Their speed was swift and unparalleled, and you only felt a strange and gloomy aura enveloping your entire body. Human, you are just too stupid. The time for the security guards to rush to the VIP box is 1 minute, and within that 1 minute, it's already enough for us to kill you, Li Lao Bai coldly said. You didn't say anything, you just picked up your red heels and threw them at him. Before you lasted 5 minutes while fighting him. Now with the addition of an old king, you can only hope to last a minute. You already had those two tickets all in your mouth a long time ago. As long as these two don't defeat you, it will be nearly impossible to take these tickets away from you. It's worth noting that in the last simulation, fighting this creepy caused you to miss watching the theater performance. According to the rules, this has been a complete offense. Third, when watching a performance at the Bolshoi Theater, please be sure to give your full attention to the performance without any distractions. as a sign of respect for the actors at the Bolshoi Theater, as a sign of respect for the art, and as a sign of respect for yourself. While watching a performance at the Bolshoi Theater, please remember to always keep your eyes on the stage. No matter what is happening around you, even though you broke the rule, you didn't receive a penalty, so you guessed that the rule wasn't a rule of certain death, or that even though the show was said to start at 9 o'clock, there was something else going on before the show started, so it wasn't considered a violation of the rule, and that's why you have what you're doing now. You waved this white tutu fragment in red high heels in your hands, and actually did last a minute under the siege of these two men. A fat man in a security uniform silently walks up behind you. Those two creeps paused for a moment. Brother security, listen to me. These two tickets were originally ours. It was this kid who stole this ticket and then the thief cried out to catch the thief. Brother security, you must know right from wrong. Li Laobai saw the appearance of this security guard, and his two legs trembled. You noticed this scene and felt a bit strange. This Li Laobai's strength. He claimed that he was not weaker than the most terrifyingly bizarre of the Spirit River Second Middle School, but he actually didn't even have the heart to fight back in the face of this security guard. Instead, he would only beg for forgiveness. The weirdness of this theater. The grade is actually so high. It looks like it has already far exceeded the original difficulty of Spirit River No. 2. Looking at it this way, you can only keep your head down and be a human being in the midst of this theater. In other places, you can still rely on the power of your seals, but here, even seals such as the red high-heeled shoes have now been smashed to smithereens. The security guard pressed on, ignoring Li Laobai, but looked at you and spoke. You're the one who called me. Where's your ticket? You took the ticket out of your mouth and gave it to the security guard. The security guard nodded and spoke. Indeed, the two tickets for room 1557. The security guard then turned his head back to where the two people, Li Laobai and Lao Wang, were, and spoke to them. Then where are your tickets? Li Laobai and Lao Wang looked at each other with determination in their eyes. They instantly lunged towards the ticket in the security guard's hands, actually wanting to snatch this ticket away from the security guard. After all, the rules said that the tickets could be snatched, as long as the ticket in the security guard's hand reached them. Then in the end, the one who suffers will only be you. Your heart is already hanging in the air, but there isn't much you can do about it right now. The pieces of the white tutu and the red heels in your hands have already been shattered by them. In fact, even if they were still there is nothing at all you can do about it in the face of these two bizarre and almost life-fighting attacks. You have no choice but to sit back and wait for them to die. However, the security guard just exhaled, and the two creeps turned into two puddles of blood, which is simple. Simpler than kicking two random wild dogs to death on the side of the road. The show is about to start. These two tickets are returned to you. Keep them to yourself. After the security guard finished speaking, he was about to leave, but you opened your mouth to stop him. Brother security guard, it's my first time to come to this theater. I would like to ask, how can I get out from inside this theater? The rules didn't give you a way to leave this theater, so you could only ask the security guard, hoping to get an answer. And the security guard does give you an answer. Just watch the first show, and when the show is over and the actors have finished exiting, you can leave, and there will be signs on the way. If you walk out, you'll be going to the first floor of the Spirit River Second Middle School Gymnasium. I think. The security guard disappeared in an instant after he finished speaking. You terminated the simulation. The moment the simulation was terminated, Zhou Xiaochuan practiced all the scenes in the simulation in reality as he had done. As long as you watch the first show, you can leave after the show is over and the actors have finished exiting. There will be signs on the way. If you walk out, you should be going to the first floor of the Spirit River Second Middle School Gymnasium. After the security guard finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant. As long as he finished the first performance, he could leave this theater. Zhou Xiaochuan eased a breath in his heart. If he really had to stay in this theater for a long time, then I'm afraid that what was waiting for him would really only be death. He pondered the way the security guard had just disappeared and entered the scene, and realized that the guard had come over completely instantaneously. So, it's not that the security guard needs a minute to get here. It's that the rules are in place that require the guard to only get here after a minute? Zhou Xiaochuan thought as he took his drink and opened the curtain of this VIP box and looked under the bleachers. Just below the bleachers, a man in a clown mask was making a speech. Hey, haha, we welcome all our guests and friends to our Star and Moon Amphitheater to watch the show, and we are sure that you will have a wonderful morning. Star Moon Amphitheater aspires to bring you a perfect viewing experience. And this morning, the theme of our show is the bear, which will be performed in 5 minutes. So please look forward to it. Listening to the words of the host, Zhou Xiaochuan glanced at the current time, which was just 9:05. 12. The Bolshoi Theater's performance schedule is 2 shows a day. The first from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and the second starting at 5 p.m. There is no set end time. Please follow this schedule and go to the performances at the Bolshoi Theater. That means that if you just hold on for 2 more hours and 50 minutes, you'll be out of this theater. End of chapter. Chapter 114, Lucky Spectators. Chapter 114, Lucky Spectators. Zhou Shaochuan waited in the theater for about 5 minutes before he heard the host excitedly shout, "The 1557th performance of the Star and Moon Theater will now officially begin. Since this is the 1557th performance, the lucky audience we are drawing this time is the audience in room 1557. Everyone give a round of applause." Zhou Shaochuan froze. This luck of his was really bad to the extreme. As soon as he entered the theater, he was drawn as a lucky audience member to participate in the show. Although he said he was a lucky audience member, Zhou Shaochuan felt that he was not lucky at all. In the bizarre world, being drawn to go on stage to perform a program for a whole bunch of bizarre. Just think about it and you would know that it was an extremely dangerous thing. Ninth, if you were lucky enough to have purchased a VIP seat, which is a box on the second floor of the Bolshoi Theater, then please note that you are the luckiest audience member. Not only because you have excellent viewing services, but also because you have the opportunity to take part in the Bolshoi Theater's performances. 10th, if an actor at the Grand Ole Opry invites you to come on stage and perform with him in the middle of a performance, be sure to decline his request. Zhou Shaochuan looked at the 2 rules. Rule 10 said that the request to perform on stage together must be refused, but Rule 10 and the other rules, however, actually contradicted each other. 8th, please don't refuse any requests made to you by the actors of the Bolshoi Theater. Rule 8 says not to refuse any request from the actors of the Grand Ole Opry, while Rule 10 says that requests to perform on stage must be refused. And of these, one must be a false rule. Lucky audience in room 1557. The time for the performance has come, please come on stage. Let's give a round of applause to the audience in room 1557. The scene rang with crackling applause. Zhou Shaochuan, indecisive, cannot decide which rule is true, which rule is false, immediately decided to start simulation. Start simulation. Lucky audience member in room 1557. The time for the show has come. Please come on stage. Let's give a round of applause to the audience in room 1557. You stand at the window and speak loudly. "I'm sorry, host. I've broken a bone in the past few days. My legs are not good. It's not very convenient for me to take part in this performance. Please find someone else to take part in it." After you finished this sentence, the host immediately paused. Then his voice was a bit hoarse, as if it was like a knife cutting, and he said word for word, "Since you don't want to participate, you don't have to watch it here. Security. Security." After he shouts twice for security, he doesn't move, but you feel his eyes under his clown mask watching you all the time, giving you a chilling feeling. Although this person gives you a very scary feeling, he does not cause any attacks or damage to you. You think to yourself, could it be that the shortcut to passing this second level is to refuse to go on stage? This guess is not impossible, as this host is just very upset with you, releasing a huge amount of pressure, but not making a move on you. And as the difficulty of this theater is quite immense, it's very likely that this shortcut was left behind to lower the difficulty. A minute later, the security guard teleported into the middle of your room and he slapped at you. You're dead. Can't refuse a request to perform on stage. While the host can't attack him directly, he can summon the security guards to attack him. And the security guards arrive here in the same 1-minute time as before. Audience number 1557. Is audience number 1557 there? The moderator's tone already had some impatience. Zhou Shaochuan didn't dare to slack off. It was a close call and it was too late to simulate again. "I'm really happy to be here. To be here. To be chosen for the show. It's the first time I've been to the Star and Moon Amphitheater." The words were interrupted by the host before they were finished. "Okay, then student Zhou Shaochuan from room 1557, please wait for a minute. After a minute the security guards will bring you to the performance stage. Please don't leave the room on your own in the meantime." When the words were said, there was wild applause. Zhou Shaochuan. 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 Zhou Shaochuan felt a bit shaky as he listened to these frenzied cries. Although they were cheering, he felt endless malice and greed from them, and at the same time, he was thinking about what the host had just said. Security would come to the room a minute later to take him to the performance stage. Another minute. Zhou Shaochuan guessed in his mind that perhaps inside this theater, breaking the rules would not result in an immediate death, as the security guards, who were similar to the enforcers in this theater, would take a minute to come to the room. That 1 minute is likely to be the tolerance. Zhou Shaochuan decided to start the simulation again to see what kind of things would happen when he got to the performance stage. Simulation begins. A minute later, security took you out of room 1557. The picture in front of me is blurry. The picture in front of me is blurry. The picture in front of me is blurry. You terminated the simulation. The simulation went on for 30 minutes, but as soon as I left this room 1557, the simulation turned into a blur and I couldn't see anything clearly at all. This phenomenon has actually happened before, and that's on the elevator at the stadium, when going from the elevator to a new floor. Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was thinking, from within the void, the security guard walked straight out. The same security guard that had helped him kill old Wang and Li Laobai before. Lucky audience member in room 1557. Please follow me. This security guard was incredibly tall, a full 3 meters, and he pulled over Zhou Xiaochuan's hand, leaving Zhou Xiaochuan with no room to resist at all. Brother security, it's my first time coming to see a performance at the Star and Moon Theater. Can I ask you what I need to pay attention to when I go to the performance? Zhou Xiaochuan sent out a question. He had asked the security guard a question before, and this security guard gave him the feeling that he was still very good at talking. The security guard looked deeply at Zhou Xiaochuan and spoke. Each of our performances is a rule freak show. Inside the rule freak show, you need to follow the rules, but the rules are in favor of the weirdness, and there are quite a few fake rules within the rules. You need to reason things out according to the rules, or find the past conditions, complete the past conditions, and you're even done with the show. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart shook. Then wasn't this equivalent to him participating in a new rule weirdness? One thing leads to another. Brother, can I ask what the specifics of this weird talk are? Can you give me some hints? Zhou Xiaochuan snapped. End of chapter. Chapter 115 Dogwood Ridge Rules. Chapter 115 Dogwood Ridge Rules. Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, the security guard frowned, then slowly spoke. I can only tell you that the name of this strange talk is called bears. Specifically, I have no way to tell you. Good luck to you. This strange talk won't be hard, but for you humans. He. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaochuan was a bit frustrated. He could hear the security guard's words. That is, this weird talk is hard for Zhou Xiaochuan. The security guard thought for a moment and took off the necklace he was wearing and put it on Zhou Xiaochuan's neck. You kid. Acting in a style quite to my liking. That guy Li Laobai, I've seen him unhappy for a long time. If it wasn't for you this time, I don't know how long I'd have to put up with him. The security guard opened his mouth, and then, pointing to the necklace on Zhou Xiaochuan's body, he said, this necklace is considered to be my payment to you. Consider it as you helping me to eradicate Li Laobai. Wearing this necklace, the weird erosion you receive in the middle of the replica will be drastically lowered, and your energy will be boosted, and it will also help you to withstand 2 fatal attacks. Try your best to survive. Hearing these words from the security team, Zhou Xiaochuan knew that it would be difficult to get any more useful information out of the security guard's mouth. Security guard, quickly bring Zhou Xiaochuan, the lucky audience from room 1557, to the performance stage. What are you waiting for? The host's voice came from below. The security guard patted Zhou Xiaochuan's shoulder and blindfolded him, then led him out of the room. Nice guy. I can't believe he's still not allowed to see anything along the road. Zhou Xiaochuan touched the necklace around his neck while noting down how to get around. Although he might not always be able to use it, but something is a lot better than nothing. After walking for a while, the mechanical beat that was so cold that it didn't carry any emotion rang in his ears again. Wearing the ceiling item, creepy necklace. The upper limit of mental power is increased by 50, instantly gaining 50 mental power. The current mental power is 120/200. The current mental power has reached the upper limit and cannot be further increased. Wearing the sealed item, the creepy necklace, mental pollution resistance is increased. Wear the sealed item, the tricky necklace, which protects you against 2 lethal attacks. 2 halves. Zhou Xiaochuan was delighted in his heart. This security guard was right. The effect of this piece of seal was really too strong. It was even equivalent to an S-level talent. However, his delight didn't last long, because in the middle of the weird world, the more powerful the help you get, often means how great the danger you have to face is as well. After walking for about 10 minutes or so, Zhou Xiaochuan was finally undone from his blindfold, and what came into view was actually a primeval forest in front of his eyes. On the other hand, there was a field of simple, single-story cabins with chili peppers and corn hanging in front of their doors. Good guy. This is not the cartoon bear in the middle of the home of Bald Head Strong. The title of this performance, yes, was called The Bear. Did it have anything to do with the cartoon The Bear that he had watched as a child? It's already at the stage of the show, and the stage is this whole forest. Good luck. Here's a hint for you. Go inside the house first. After these words, the guard disappeared into thin air again. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the boundless forest and felt a bit unrealistic. Originally, he was still inside the VIP box of the theater, but now he suddenly came to a forest. What kind of road was he walking on between the 10 minutes just now? Since this is the stage of the performance, then where is the previous host? And where is the audience? Nevertheless, Zhou Xiaochuan decided to listen to the security guard's advice and walk towards the middle of the wooden house first. In the yard where the cabin is located, there are a lot of cut-down trees piled up, and next to the cabin is a warehouse with a jeep parked in the middle of it. It's akin to the bears in the midst of previous cartoons. Before entering the wooden house, Zhou Xiaochuan now searched in this courtyard, and really let him find a useful thing. In the jeep of the warehouse, placed a shotgun, as well as a chainsaw. Zhou Xiaochuan opened the shotgun and found that there were still 8 bullets in the gun. The world of weird tales would not arrange meaningless things, and this shotgun and chainsaw would definitely be used in the midst of the things to come afterward. Zhou Xiaochuan carried these 2 things on his back and headed inside the cabin. This cabin looked very simple on the outside, and after entering inside, it was even more dusty and cobwebbed. Obviously someone who hadn't lived there for a long time. The layout in the cabin was also very simple. Just 2 rooms, and walking in from the doorway was a living room with a sofa, refrigerator, and television, as well as a small table. Another room was the bedroom, which contained nothing but a stone bed, and Zhou Xiaochuan went to the bedside, and immediately found a white paper, which was densely written on the white paper. Is the rules. Dogwood Ridge Rules. Welcome to star in the stage play The Bear, Star and Moon Theater. As the premier performance team in the universe, strives to bring the audience the best viewing experience. So the damage you suffer in this stage play will truly reflect the reality. If you die in the stage play, then you will likewise die in the reality. The location of the story of the bear is Bear Ridge, and you have to follow the following rules if you want to survive in Bear Ridge. First, do not leave your cabin after 6 o'clock at night. If something knocks on the door outside your cabin after 6 o'clock at night, whoever it is, please do not open the door. If something outside the door tries to force its way in, by all means, stop it. Second, your role in this stage play is to be bald, so please be bald. Third, you are not alone in this cabin. At 10 o'clock today, Boss Lee will come to Dog Bear Ridge, and he will also stay with you, so please don't let him find out that you are not Bald Knob. Fourth, please don't refuse any of Boss Lee's requests. Fifth, all of the animals in the middle of Bear Ridge have gone mad, though your old friend Bear seems to be holding on to the last vestiges of sanity. Sixth, in the early morning of the 3rd day, Boss Lee will go on a killing spree no matter what, so please be very careful. Seventh, you can leave Dogwood Ridge briefly in the jeep in the storage area outside the cabin and head to the town fairgrounds, but please note that this is not an escape from Dogwood Ridge. You are only allowed to stay in the middle of the fairgrounds between the hours of 12 o'clock noon and 2 p.m. Eighth, King Gigi made some kind of deal with you, and you can find it by the river. Requirements: A. Survive 3 days in the Bear Ridge. B. Find out the truth about the bizarre contamination of Dogwood Ridge. C. Escape from Bear Ridge. End of chapter. Chapter 116, Boss Lee. Chapter 116, Boss Lee. Zhou Xiaochuan glanced at the time on his cell phone. It was now exactly 9:30. According to the rules, there was still half an hour before Boss Lee would come into his house. In terms of this rule, the one who deserves the most vigilance is undoubtedly this Boss Lee, because he, as a bald man, needs to spend time with Boss Lee. Also, the rules say that Boss Lee will go on a killing spree on the morning of the 3rd day. In this case, it seems that the first pass condition in the copy, surviving 3 days in the Dog Bear Ridge, the first problem that needs to be solved, is the 3rd morning of the killing spree of the Lee boss. Moreover, it was also said in the rules that all the animals in the Dog and Bear Ridge had gone mad, so it was very likely that, on the 3rd day, these mad animals would come to speak and attack his cabin. Zhou Xiaochuan counted the animals in the Bear Ridge, nothing more than Bear de Xiong'er, King Gigi, Mao Mao, Squirrel Bouncing, Owl Muddle, Gopher Carrot Head. These 7 animals, if according to the cartoon set words, the most frightening animal is undoubtedly Bear de Xiong'er. These 2 animals, not only has an extremely powerful fighting force, wisdom is also very high, can be said. The bear of strength and wisdom among the animals of the Dog and Bear Ridge are these 2 bears, while other animals more will only bring trouble to these 2 bears. However, this copy in the end is not exactly in accordance with the cartoon. Zhou Xiaochuan himself heart is not sure. If what the rules say is true, then the first break in this one weird story lies with either Bear or King Gigi. Fifth, the animals in the middle of Bear Ridge have all gone mad, but your old friend Bear seems to be holding on to the last vestiges of sanity. Eighth, King Gigi made some kind of deal with you, and you can find it by the river. However, the rules say that all the animals in Bear Ridge have gone mad, so is the deal with King Gigi believable? And how much is Bear's so-called last vestige of sanity? There is no doubt that going in search of both King Gigi and Bear could have involved great danger. Unlike Bouncing Squirrel and Owl and Carrot Top, King Gigi and Bear are not solitary creatures. King Gigi has his henchman, Fluffy, and Bear has his brother, Bear too. However, if one wanted to learn the truth about Dog Bear Ridge, or a way to escape from Dog Bear Ridge, one had to meet these two men. But not now. There was still half an hour left before Bosley would be coming here. And if Bosley came over to the room only to find that Bald Headstrong wasn't there, then something bad would definitely happen. Second, your role in this stage play is Baldnobber, so please do it right. Third, you are not alone in this cabin. At 10 o'clock today, Bosley will come to Dog Bear Ridge, and he will stay with you as well. So please don't let him find out that you are not Bald-Headed Strong. In Bears, Bald-Head Strong is extremely pleasing to Bosley, which means that Zhou Xiaochuan himself must do what he can to satisfy Bosley. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the dirty and messy room in front of him and immediately began to clean it. This house was not big, but because it was a wooden house, cleaning it was quite laborious, and it took exactly half an hour for Zhou Xiaochuan to finish cleaning the house, and just a moment after he happened to finish cleaning the cabin, a knock sounded at the door. Bald John, Bald-Head Strong, open the door for me. I'm Li Paopi. Zhou Xiaochuan almost didn't laugh out loud. He never knew what Boss Li's real name was before, but he didn't think that he was actually called Li Pickpocket. He took 3 steps and quickly ran to the door and opened the wooden door, followed by a fawning smile piled on his face. Hey, Boss Li, welcome to my humble abode. Boss Li was a bald and greasy middle-aged man, wearing the striped shirt that middle-aged people like to wear most. Boss Li held a cigarette in one hand and a briefcase in the other, waved his hand and said, "Alright Bald Headstrong, hurry up and get out of the way. I'm exhausted after rushing all day." Zhou Xiaochuan immediately stepped aside, and Boss Li lay down on the sofa and comfortably breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Li, you're thirsty enough after rushing all day. Come, here's water for you. Zhou Xiaochuan poured a cup of warm water and gave it to Boss Li. Well, Baldy, you're quite the up-and-comer. Ha 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 ha. Good. Boss Li picked up his glass of water and laughed. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was in a fit of slander. He was an orphan and hadn't taken care of anyone like this since he was a child. If it wasn't restricted by the rules, he wouldn't be willing to do so. And Zhou Xiaochuan, also at this time, began the simulation. Simulation begins. Boss Li, I don't know what you came to the Dog Bear Ridge this time. In the end, tell me. I can also help you well. You opened your mouth to ask Boss Li. Boss Li drank a mouthful of hot water, then slowly spoke. Well, the prospect of tourism is very good these days, and I just happened to think of you as a lumberjack in Dog Bear Ridge. So I came to see how it's going over here in Dog Bear Ridge, and to see if I can develop Dog Bear Ridge into a tourist destination. And you won't have to lumber up at that time either. Really, Boss Li? That's great. So how do you seem to feel about Dog Bear Ridge now? You open your mouth. I'm very satisfied. This is the original tourism industry, and compared to other places, the Dog and Bear Ridge absolutely has a huge development prospect. Boss Li said. Bald Headstrong. Especially this house of yours. The jungle original ecological wooden house. Ha. Let those city people come to travel. Live inside this wooden house. Listen to the sound of birds chirping outside the window. Far away from the hustle and bustle of the earthly world. How wonderful, absolutely can make a lot of money. Boss Li went on to say. That's great, Boss Li. So I don't have to work my ass off to cut down trees. When will this project be implemented? You open your mouth and ask. Wait for me to visit this Bear Ridge for 3 days. Then make a decision. Bald Headstrong. You give me your shotgun. I heard you say before that there are a lot of dangers inside this Dog Bear Ridge. I have to take more precautions to guard against them too, Ha. Boss Li finished speaking, and you handed your shotgun to Boss Li. After getting the shotgun, Boss Li played with it twice, then opened his mouth. Bald Headstrong. I need to explore the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge by myself now. I'll probably be back around 6 o'clock in the evening, so you'll quickly get some delicious treats to entertain me in the meantime. After you heard this, you immediately nodded your head in a fawning manner and said, Yes, Boss Li, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Who would have expected that after you said that? Boss Li frowned and spoke. Well, there's nothing else you want to say? You then realize, I wish your boss a long and prosperous business. Congratulations. Who knows? Immediately after you said that, Boss Li aimed a shotgun at you. End of chapter. Chapter 117, The Money-Grabbing Bald-Headed Strong Man. Chapter 117, The Money-Grabbing Bald-Headed Strong Man. You sensed something was wrong from the moment you came in. You're not bald. Who the hell are you? The barrel of Boss Li's gun is pointed right at you, as if he's going to fire it at you in the next second. Cough. Boss Li, you're joking. Who would I be if I wasn't bald? You reply with a dry smile. What's wrong? Where did you go wrong? Boss Li has begun to suspect your identity. Second, your role in this stage play is Baldnobber, so please do it right. Third, you are not alone in this cabin. At 10 o'clock today, Boss Li will come to Dog Bear Ridge, and he will stay with you as well, so please don't let him find out that you are not Bald-Headed Strong. What is it about you that you don't do a good job of playing baldnobber? That's something even you can't figure out. But luckily because you're in a simulation, you have room for error. Why don't you just do whatever you want in Showdown with Boss Lee directly? Jia. That's right. I'm indeed not Baldbearer. I'm the source of this Dog Bear Ridge's weirdness. However, I'm curious. Tiny Mole Cricket, how did you find out that I'm not bald and strong? You laughed out loud, and then pulled out the perfume spray given to you by Lin, the courtesan girl you met on the elevator earlier, from amongst the red plastic bag you had brought with you. Though you haven't used this stuff, it certainly has an extremely eerie killing power. Hearing what you said, Boss Lee just snorted coldly and opened his mouth. That guy, Bald Headstrong, is the most money-grubbing? When he heard me say that I want to develop the Dog and Bear Ridge into a tourist area, he actually didn't even ask him what he himself could be paid for. Do you think that's possible? Also, how could Baldy give me the shotgun that his life depended on? He knows that there is no animal in the middle of this Dog Bear Ridge that can kill me at all. There is no animal in the Dog and Bear Ridge that can kill Boss Lee? You are extremely curious in your mind where this confidence of Boss Lee comes from. Could it be that Boss Lee is the most powerful weirdness in this Dog and Bear Ridge? Boss Lee continued. As for your claim that you are the source of the weirdness of Dog Bear Ridge, ha, don't make me laugh. Boss Lee didn't say much. He pressed the trigger and Boss Lee fired. The creepy necklace has defended you against one deadly attack, and it can defend you against one more. When Boss Lee saw that one shot didn't kill you, and instead you were still standing like a nobody, he sked and then fired another shot. The creepy necklace has defended you against a lethal attack. It can no longer defend you from lethal attacks. Ugh, this gun doesn't work on you? How is that possible? Did you remember something? Boss Lee's expression suddenly panicked. However, he immediately calmed down again. Since this gun is useless to you, it doesn't matter. Let's kill you by my own means. He. Boss Lee's head stretched out like a giraffe biting at you. You took the perfume in your hand and sprayed it on Boss Lee's head, but it didn't do any good. You were bitten by Boss Lee and broke your neck. You died. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart palpitated. It seemed that he still had problems with Bald Headstrong's previous play. Baldy's greed for money as well as his fear of death. He did not portray it. However, after this simulation, he had them tenfold. Moreover, he noticed that in the middle of the simulation, although this weird necklace helped him resist 2 fatal injuries, if there was no way to counter it, resisting fatal injuries was still death. In the midst of this copy, it would be very difficult for these seals on his body to cause damage to Boss Lee at all. Moreover, Boss Lee's words were ambiguous. Ugh, this gun doesn't work on you? How is this possible? Boss Lee's expression suddenly panicked. However, he immediately calmed down again. Zhou Xiaochuan noticed Boss Lee's momentary panic, and it seemed that this shotgun, in this copy, was extremely useful. He had to hold this gun by his side no matter what he said. After thinking over, Zhou Xiaochuan cleared his throat and then spoke. Boss Lee, I don't know what you came to Dog Bear Ridge this time. In the end, tell me, I can also help you well. Boss Lee drank a mouthful of hot water, then slowly spoke. Well, the prospect of tourism is very good these days, and I just happened to think of you working as a lumberjack at Dog Bear Ridge, so I came to see how it's going over here at Dog Bear Ridge, and to see if I can develop Dog Bear Ridge into a tourist destination, so you won't have to lumber up at that time either. After that sentence, it was a wind in water ridge, and Zhou Xiaochuan knew that he had to play the role of the bald-headed strong character he was playing, a little more money-grubbing as well as life-hungry. Zhou Xiaochuan rubbed his fists, smiled curtly twice, and opened his mouth to say to Boss Lee, Hey, Boss Lee, since we want to travel, where do tourists live? I think this wooden house of mine is particularly original. Living inside, listening to the birds and feeling the breath of nature. Don't mention how cool it is. Boss Lee looked at Zhou Xiaochuan as if he was recognizing him as a person for the first time. You who? Baldy, when did you become so business-minded? You actually said what I wanted to say ahead of time. Not bad. I do have this idea. Using this wooden house of yours for commercial purposes will definitely make a huge profit. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaochuan then spoke. Boss Lee, I have no problem with it, but after all, this wooden house is built by me alone little by little, and it's also considered to be my private property. How much rent do you pay me if you want to do this? Boss Lee laughed out loud, patted Zhou Xiaochuan's shoulder, and immediately laughed. Baldy Chang, you are my employee. I won't treat you poorly, and you deserve the most credit for discovering Dog Bear Ridge. When I finish my inspection, I'll give you $30,000 a month. That's 10 times your salary. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately made a look like he was overjoyed, but then he stammered and lowered his head and said, Lee boss. Thank you, Lee boss. Can you overdraft me a month's salary first? Those 2 stinking bears in the forest have been preventing me from cutting down the trees. I haven't cut down many trees, And lately, the money is all not enough. I have an old man on top and a small child underneath. You see, Boss Lee immediately waved his hand and said boldly, "What is this? It's just that I don't have much money on hand. So let's do it this way. I'll give you $3,000 first, and overdraft your tree-cutting salary for this month to you in advance." Zhou Xiaochuan was immediately overjoyed. Hey. Thank you, Boss Lee. Thank you, Boss Lee. This time, he had interpreted Baldur's greed for money and Philistinism to the extreme, and Boss Lee did not even notice the abnormality. End of chapter. Chapter 118, The River. Chapter 118, The River. Zhou Xiaochuan let out a laugh after receiving the $3,000 from Boss Lee, who looked at the shotgun behind him. Bald bearer, in a moment I'm going to go inside the forest for an expedition. I'll be going deep into the deepest part of the forest. I heard you say that it's very dangerous inside this forest, and all sorts of animals will hurt you. So I need to borrow your shotgun for a while. After the simulation, Zhou Xiaochuan already knew that this was also Boss Lee's test. In the simulation, Boss Lee himself said that this shotgun and bald-headed strong are things whose lives depend on each other, and it is impossible for any animal in the forest to be able to harm him. He was just swindling Zhou Xiaochuan, doubting whether Zhou Xiaochuan was really bald and strong, or Zhou Xiaochuan had an even bolder guess in his mind that this shotgun was an extremely powerful seal, so powerful that even Boss Lee coveted this shotgun. After all, in the middle of the simulation, Boss Lee was considered extremely confident in the power of this shotgun. Ha. Boss Lee, you're joking. You're not unaware that this shotgun has unrivaled significance to me. Besides, I do know your ability. In the midst of this dog bear ridge, I'm afraid there's no animal that can threaten your life, right? These words, all the original words that Boss Lee had said in the middle of that simulation, were now being repeated by Zhou Xiaochuan. When Boss Lee heard Zhou Xiaochuan's words, he actually didn't get angry. Instead he smiled very charitably and kindly. "Baldy Chang, don't be so agitated. I'm just joking with you. I don't really want your shotgun." Afterwards, Boss Lee added, "Bald head strong. I'm going to inspect the depths of the forest now to see how to develop Dog Bear Ridge into a new generation of tourist attraction. I'll be back around 6 o'clock in the evening, so you go to the town's bazaar in the meantime and buy me some good wine and food, and we'll have a good reception." After saying that, Boss Lee headed for the door. "Boss Lee, there is no problem to buy good wine and good food. It's this money for food. You see can." Boss Lee waved his hand. "Didn't I just give you $3,000? It's enough to buy good wine and food. You'll end up with some left over for yourself. Alright, cut the crap. I'm in a hurry." After saying that, Boss Lee left the cabin and drove his SUV deeper into the forest. Zhou Xiaochuan was speechless for a while. Just now Boss Lee had said that this $3,000 was an advance on his salary, but as a result, this $3,000 had now become the cost of tonight's meal. It seems that not only is Baldur Kung stingy, but this Boss Lee is also stingy. But it can't be helped. Who makes people creepy? Zhou Xiaochuan opened his cell phone, and the current time on his phone was exactly 10:20. 7th, you can leave Dogwood Ridge briefly in the jeep in the storage area outside the cabin and head to the town fair. But please note that this is not an escape from Dogwood Ridge. You are only allowed to stay in the middle of the fairgrounds from 12 o'clock noon to 2 p.m. Boss Lee asked him to head to the bazaar to buy wine and food, so now there was no hurry to head to the bazaar, because the rules said that only 12 o'clock noon and 2 p.m. were allowed to stay in the middle of the bazaar, and if he arrived outside of this time, then the result would definitely not be good. Zhou Xiaochuan decided that he wanted to be like Boss Lee, and now explore a bit in this Dog Bear Ridge. After all, the information he got in his hands now was really too little, and if you want to talk about exploration, the direction of exploration is actually given in the rules. 5th, all the animals in the middle of Bear Ridge have gone mad, and none of them can be trusted, though your old friend Bear seems to be holding on to the last vestiges of sanity. 8th, King Gigi has made some sort of deal with you, and you can find it by the river. It is possible to seek out Bear and King Gigi, who still retain their sanity. Zhou Xiaochuan decided to go to King Gigi first, after thinking about it for a long time. The reason was simple, because no matter how you looked at it, King Gigi's side would always be a lot safer than going to Xiongdae. Even if you don't consider the other circumstances, Xiongdae is still a bear. King Gigi, on the other hand, was just a monkey. What's more, the portrayal of these two in the rules is extremely subtle. When it comes to Xiongdae, it says that Xiongdae seems to have retained his last bit of sanity, but won't Xiongdae, who has retained his last bit of sanity, attack himself? Or to put it another way, even if Xiongdae was in a fully awake state, wouldn't he attack Zhou Xiaochuan? Realizing that Zhou Xiaochuan was a logging thief, while Xiongdae and Xiong'er were guards protecting the forest, there was an almost irreconcilable conflict between the two parties. In comparison, It's definitely a lot safer to go looking for King Gigi. King Gigi made some kind of deal with you that you could find it by the river. The description in the rules suggests that a common interest exists between him and King Gigi, and while it doesn't explicitly say what the deal is, at least King Gigi has more goodwill towards him than Bear has towards him. Zhou Xiaochuan glanced out the window and realized that Boss Li's SUV was indeed no longer visible within the visible range before he walked out the door, put on his chainsaw and shotgun, and drove deeper into the forest in his jeep. Zhou Xiaochuan realized that he actually had the exact layout of this forest in his mind. And although this forest looked vast and limitless, the important locations were almost very close to each other. Between Bear's treehouse and his home, it's actually only a 10-minute drive, which isn't the equivalent of walking for only 20 minutes or so. The marketplace mentioned in the rules was only about a 50-minute drive from his cabin. None of this suggests that the main stage for this Bear copy is the more marginal location in the middle of the forest. And what Boss Li said earlier about traveling to the depths of the forest is that he didn't know how deep the depths of the forest he was talking about were. Anyway, in Zhou Xiaochuan's memory, the depths of the forest, he had never arrived. Perhaps the depths of this forest hold the truth of it all? Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was driving and thinking at the same time, without realizing it, the car had already driven to the river, which was where the rule said that King Gigi could be found. Zhou Xiaochuan didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly started the simulation. Simulation begins. You picked up your shotgun and walked away from the car, but you didn't see King Gigi at this river. You searched for a while and couldn't find King Gigi. Is it possible that what the rule says is wrong? Is this a false rule? King Gigi? King Gigi, it's Baldy. Are you there? End of chapter. Chapter 119 King Gigi and Mauve. Chapter 119 King Gigi and Mauve. King Gigi? King Gigi, it's Baldy. Are you there? You have been calling out by the river for a long time, but no one has ever responded to you, and you are very puzzled in your mind as to what is going on. Is it possible that the rule is false? You can't find King Gigi on this river? But you have a vague feeling that that rule is real, because it's arguably pointless for the world of weird tales to set up a fake rule in a place like this. Is there a hidden condition to find King Gigi, but you didn't notice it? Or maybe the river mentioned in the rules is not this river, and there are other rivers in the forest? You quickly rule out the second guess, because according to the memories you inherited from Baldy, the entire forest has only this one small river, which you saw on the official introduction of the Dog Bear Ridge even before you were inducted. However, you have always felt very curious that so many animals in the middle of the forest can actually be enough even if they just use such a small river in front of them to drink water. Perhaps there are other places under this river? You think to yourself, and decide to go under the water to find out. You already know how to swim, and when you were in the Weird Tales Handling Bureau, you were taught by the Olympic freestyle gold medalist, so going down the river is probably not a big problem. You will take off all the clothes on your body. Now it is winter, the piercing cold wind blowing on your body, making you feel very uncomfortable. This is not the hardest thing. The hardest thing is that you will need to endure the bone-chilling cold wind and jump into the river headfirst in a while. You jumped into the river, but did not think that the river is not even a little cold feeling, but the temperature is warmer than the outside temperature is comfortable, as if staying in a greenhouse. Moreover, the cold and bone-chilling river water in your imagination actually gave you an unexpected feeling of peace of mind. And you can't actually feel the river when you're in it. It's like you're exposed to the air. Your eyes snap open and you realize it's not a river? It's a glorious palace. Here all sorts of jewels and precious stones have been thrown on the ground as if they didn't cost anything. Pick up a random one here and it can be auctioned for millions of dollars outside. If Boss Li sees these things, what's the point of developing a tourist area? Just go here and pick up all the jewelry, and you'll be rich. And at the very top of this palace, there is a brown monkey with a pineapple on its head, sitting on the ground next to the throne, and is frantically eating the food on the ground. That ground is really everything there is to eat. Grilled chicken, lobster, shark head. Next to this brown monkey, stood a small yellow monkey with empty eyes. Its eyes do not even have a little focus. It's not even a little bit of focus in its eyes. It's just a hollow, silent stare. You know in your heart, it looks like these two monkeys are King Gigi and Mau Mau from the bear breeding. No wonder you didn't react when you shouted at them from the shore. So there's something else going on here. King Gigi? King Gigi, it's Baldy. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? However, the monkey on the platform that was overeating did not look at you, but instead continued to do its own thing. Only the little monkey standing next to him glanced at you, and there seemed to be a glimmer in his empty eyes. It seems that the creatures here have indeed been contaminated by the weirdness. You notice that this overeating, pineapple-crowned monkey's stomach is already bulging like a giant balloon, yet he continues to eat like nobody's business. No matter what you say, you won't get a response here. But you think these two monkeys up here, in all likelihood, are King Gigi and Fluffy. Since it stated in the rules that you were told the location of King Gigi, and you were specifically reminded that you made a deal with King Gigi, then King Gigi must know something. You see that you're not getting a response no matter what, so you just walk up the steps. It was a bit of a rough walk as you tried to avoid stepping on the jewels along the way, but in the end, you made it to King Gigi and Momo. But even when you come to them, they still don't look at you, as if you don't even exist. King Gigi? King Gigi, it's Baldy, can you hear me? There was no response. Even if you shouted as many times as you could, you still couldn't get any response. King Gigi would just sit on the ground and desperately eat the mountain of food that came from nowhere on the ground. Strangely enough, as long as King Gigi ate a food would immediately appear out of nowhere. So the food here was simply inexhaustible. If there's no outside interference, King Gigi will keep eating until he dies of exhaustion. It's worth noting that the way this food appears around King Gigi, you've seen it in another place. That was the security guard at the Star Moon Theater before. The security guard at the Star Moon Theater also appeared in this manner. So, instead of rushing to wake up King Gigi, you watched King Gigi eat, and the result really made you find a pattern out. King Gigi eats this thing on the ground, seemingly devouring it. But no matter whether the thing is big or small, and whether it wastes energy to eat it or not, it takes only 1 minute to finish eating it. Even if he ate a whole shark, he ate it in 1 minute. And even if he ate an apple, he ate it in 1 minute. There is actually such a law hidden within this seemingly wolfish behavior. And this pattern, however, reminded him of the security guard of the Star and Moon Theater, because the intervals between its eating, and the intervals between the appearance of the security guard of the Star Moon Theater were the same. Both were 1 minute. There's definitely a connection here. Fluffy, can you hear me? Can you tell me what's wrong with King Gigi? Wanting to know what the connection really is, you realize that King Gigi is now completely unreliable. Except for this Fluffy next to him, but he seems to have some sanity left. As expected, the emptiness in Mao's eyes dissipated a little more when you said that. Fluffy, you've got to tell me what's going on here so we can save King Gigi. After you said that, Momo's eyes regained their sparkle. Wasn't King Gigi killed by you? You still have the face to say that. You're being torn apart by Fluffy. You're dead. End of chapter. Chapter 120, Sober King Gigi. Chapter 120, Sober King Gigi. After terminating the shenanigans, Zhou Xiaochuan looked grave. The information revealed in this simulation was really a lot. First of all, there was actually a cave under the water. If not to personally go down and take a look, who would be able to imagine that in such shallow water, there would actually be such a large piece of space? And more importantly, what Naomo said to Zhou Xiaochuan. Wasn't King Gigi killed by you? You still have the face to say that. The King Gigi who is so weird that he only eats and is deaf to everything else. And the numb-faced Fluffy. The strange space underwater. The food that will always be auto-generated. This is all his Zhou Xiaochuan. Is not right. Was it caused by this bald strong man Zhou Xiaochuan played before? The rules used to say that he once made a deal with King Gigi. Could it be that deal that caused all this to happen? Zhou Xiaochuan decided that he needed to explore under the water once more. Simulation begins. You walk right up to the top of the palace steps, and this time, instead of choosing to call out to King Gigi or to Mauve, you decide that instead of starting with those two, you're going to make a move on the food that's all over the place. You see clearly, this food will only be generated around King Gigi, and no matter how King Gigi eats it, the total amount of this food will remain the same. It will be 10 food items. So, you have a guess in your mind that it takes King Gigi a minute to eat a food item. So what happens if you eat all the food in less than a minute? After you finished your thought, you immediately grabbed a burger off the floor, gulped it down, and devoured it in a few bites without even using 30 seconds in between. This chokes you straight up, and you hammer your chest hard for a long time. At the same time, you notice that when you ate that burger, King Gigi's eyes clearly became a little clearer, and the red blood in its eyes dissipated a little. And the same goes for Fluffy. Sure enough, eating all this food on the ground works. You even think that in all likelihood, this food is the ultimate cause of King Gigi and Fluffy's insanity. And you notice that when you eat that burger, there will only be a total of 9 food items refreshed in the field. Your guess is correct. As long as you keep eating like this, sooner or later, there will be such a day when the food will be finished by you. And at that time, King Gigi and Fluffy might just come back to their senses. This food will always be eaten, because aside from those foods that take a long time to eat, this place also refreshes foods that can be eaten quickly. You immediately grab an apple and a banana, and finish them in 3 tries. There will only be 7 food items refreshed on the field now. And King Gigi isn't just thinking about eating at the moment. He's now eating while his eyes are looking at Fluffy beside him. And in his eyes, there seems to be more than a tinge of sadness. You cooperated with King Gigi, and after an hour or so, you finally ate all the food on this occasion. As long as the food on the field that takes a long time to eat, you leave it to King Gigi, who only takes a minute to eat whatever food he's eating anyway. And when King Gigi eats all the food that isn't easy to eat, then the next food will be refreshed. And there's a chance that it'll be refreshed to feel like burgers, buns, fries, fruits, and other foods that are easy to eat quickly. But even if that's the case, it's still enough for you to have eaten more than 30 food by yourself. Because when you eat food, you may not always be able to finish it within a minute every time. And as long as you can't do it within a minute, the food will be refreshed. Now your stomach is as big as a leather ball, and you just feel very uncomfortable with the swelling inside your stomach. But you don't have time to worry about that right now, because now King Gigi and Fluffy have both regained their senses. King Gigi, how are you doing? Have you recovered? This is wonderful. Mau Mau gleefully hugged King Gigi and jumped up and down in excitement. And as King Gigi looked at the palace, his eyes were already filled with hot tears. Mau Mau, I think I was really wrong. It was my greed that caused all this evil. I'm sorry for my nationals. King Gigi looked disheveled. After Harry heard this, he looked at you with a fierce look on his face, as if he wanted to eat you alive. King Gigi, don't forget, the bald guy who caused all this is standing right here right now. Let's seek revenge on him. After saying that, Mau Mau tried to lunge at you, and you hastily backed away, because in the last simulation, you were using a ceiling object to try and ward off Fluffy's attack. However, it was simply a drop in the bucket, and there was no way Fluffy's attack could be warded off by you. However, this time, King Gigi stopped Fluffy, then looked at you with a weary expression before speaking. Bald Belly, why are you still coming to me? Hasn't your purpose already been accomplished? Moreover, the entire Dog Bear Ridge should be all under your control by now, right? There won't be anyone to stop you from cutting down as many trees as you want. Listening to the words of King Gigi, you know that it was really your deal with King Gigi that made this forest turn into this weirdly invaded appearance now. But exactly what kind of deal was carried out can only be learned from the mouth of this King Gigi now. King Gigi, I really didn't think that I would let the whole forest become like this, but I have also been punished and suffered the consequences. I now have amnesia, and I can't remember anything at all from 10 days ago until 9 o'clock this morning. Can you tell me what exactly happened to the forest, to make it like this? Maybe there's still a chance of saving it all. You opened your mouth to inquire, with sincere words, and most stared at you with a fierce look on her face. But it didn't make you make a half step back. Hearing what you said, King Gigi actually didn't have the slightest bit of skepticism, and just looked at you and opened his mouth to ask. Before that, I would like to ask you one thing, whether or not Boss Lee has already arrived at your home. Hearing King Gigi mention Boss Lee, you realize that this Boss Lee definitely plays a very special role in this strange talk. Yes, he arrived just this morning at 10 o'clock. He wanted to develop this Dog Bear Ridge into a tourist attraction, and after discussing with me, he left, saying that he wanted to explore the deepest part of Dog Bear Ridge and develop a tourist prospect. You tell King Gigi the truth about the situation. After hearing all this, King Gigi's heart sank and he looked panicked. It's over. It's all over. It's all over. End of chapter. Chapter 121, The Truth About Dog Bear Ridge? Chapter 121, The Truth About Dog Bear Ridge? As soon as King Gigi heard you say that Boss Lee had come to Dog Bear Ridge, he looked extremely flustered and said it was all over, and you were puzzled in your mind as to what was going on. You open your mouth and say, what's going on? Tell me clearly, don't sell me short. King Gigi's face sank. Do you really not remember anything? 10 days ago, you said that you and your Boss Lee had agreed on terms of cooperation, and that as long as I helped you hold off the other animals in the forest for a day, you could help me gain inexhaustible riches. King Gigi opened his mouth to tell what happened 10 days ago, which, you know, in all likelihood, is the source of the weirdness in this copy, the root of everything in this copy. At that time, because you often cut trees in the periphery of the Bear Ridge, often by the Bear too led the forest in the forest to stop. At first we also take you no way, but after a long time, we are actually not very afraid of you, and you can't cut how many trees because of this. However, you found that both the animals in the middle of the Dog Bear Ridge and you humans are only active in the outermost area of the Dog Bear Ridge, and have not gone deeper into the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge. Among the animals of Dog Bear Ridge, as well as the townspeople outside of Dog Bear Ridge, word of mouth has it that the depths of Dog Bear Ridge harbor something extremely terrifying, and so it has been classified as a forbidden zone. Not only us animals, but even your human government has built a high fence there to keep people out. And the animals among us in the Dog Bear Ridge are also on duty to guard the entrance to the deepest part of the Dog Bear Ridge, preventing outsiders from entering. It just so happens that that day you were obsessed and wanted to enter the deepest part of the Dog Bear Ridge to cut down trees. And the people who were on duty that day were none other than me and Fluffy. I was obsessed at that time, Plus I originally also for the deepest part of the Bear Ridge rumors do not believe. Think it is only the old generation of superstition. So I let you go in. The rumors of the old generation said that as long as you entered the deepest part of the Dog and Bear Ridge, you would not come out alive. What I had in mind at that time was to see if you could come out alive. And if you could come out alive, it would mean that the rumors of the older generation were false. Then we don't have to guard the entrance every day. And if you can't come out alive, then it's also removing a pest for our forest. King Gigi falls into a deep reminiscence. And you speak at this time. Then I must have gotten out in the end. Do you know what I really saw in the deepest part of the forest? King Gigi continued. You walked in, but went in for an hour and came out of it, and brought out an ancient tattered parchment. You said to me that it was a parchment capable of realizing a person's wish, only that the realization of the wish would require a certain price to be paid, and also asked me if there is no wish that you want to fulfill. You listen intently, knowing that what this King Gigi is going to say next may well be the root of what has become so among the performances of the Star and Moon Theater, and among the strange tales of Dogwood Ridge. My wish is to gain untold riches, as well as to become a true king, and although it is true that I am now known as King Gigi, everyone in the forest, who listens to me, is just one person. Mao, after you heard my wish, you made a deal with me. King Gigi's expression became more and more pained. You asked me to hold back everyone in the forest for one day, and during that one day, you were to enter the deepest part of the Dog Bear Ridge once again, and you promised me that after that one day, my dreams would come true. You were not alone to enter the deepest part of the forest, and the one who entered with you is the old manly in your mouth. I set a big fire in the middle of the forest according to your request, and everyone was flawless in order to put out the fire. And the next day when I sneaked to your house to look for you, I found that you were no longer in the house, and there was a note left inside the house. That note says, what you want is right by the river in Dog Bear Ridge, and if you jump into the river, you'll get everything you want. But since all the animals in our Dog and Bear Ridge recognize your handwriting, I was able to see that it wasn't yours at all. Momo, and I searched your house to see if you had left anything behind, and eventually, in the refrigerator, we found your body. Found a body in the refrigerator? You found the body of Baldy? But you're Baldy. If Baldy is dead, who are you now? Are you a human being or a creep? You feel a coldness welling up in your heart. My dead body? If I'm dead, then who is the person standing here talking to you right now? You open your mouth to inquire. King Gigi waved his hand, signaling you not to be anxious, then proceeded to start reminiscing. You've lost your memory, so it's normal that you don't know what happened behind you. All you need to know is one thing. On the third day after we found your body, there were no living things left in the entire Dog Bear Ridge, including Mau Mau and me. Maybe you've become creepy now too. You just don't know it. After explaining this to you, King Gigi begins to reminisce again. Your corpse died in an extremely miserable state, so I won't bother describing it or I'll receive a weird attack from an unnameable river crab. All in all, you used your blood and water to write a string of words on your chest, which was, I was cheated by Bosley. Beware of Bosley. This string of words is still on your chest. After listening to King Gigi's words, you took out your cell phone and took a picture of your chest. And sure enough, you found the words in blood that King Gigi had spoken of, which confirmed its claim. Could it be that you really are a corpse? King Gigi continued. I was so scared that I told the other animals in the Bear Ridge about it, and the other animals gave me a hard time. And then the bears decided to look for Mr. Lee in the parchment that you said would make their dreams come true in the whole Bear Ridge. But the result was obvious. Boss Lee had already left Dog and Bear Ridge, and had taken the parchment with him, and we searched for 3 days, all in vain. The night of the third day, Lee Boss drove to the Dog and Bear Ridge, Bear Big Bear 2 with everyone to go to find Lee Boss to ask for an understanding. The results of Lee Boss just take his hand parchment, said a few words, the Dog and Bear Ridge all the animals all crazy. End of chapter. Chapter 122 The Burning River. On the shelves now. Ask for subscriptions. Chapter 122 The Burning River. On the shelves now. Ask for subscriptions. After you heard this, there was clearly something unnatural in your expression. The secrets within this Dog Bear Ridge are obviously going to surface soon, but Boss Lee's ability somewhat frightens you. In the previous simulation, Boss Lee snatched your shotgun away and stretched his neck to bite you to death, so you categorized him in your mind as just plain weird. But according to King Gigi's description, things don't seem to be that simple. By relying on a parchment of the mind and saying a few words to turn all the animals in the entire Dogwood Ridge into creeps, that's close to a karmic weapon. Then it will be even harder to kill Boss Lee. However, King Gigi's narration wasn't over yet, as he opened his mouth and said, because I was counted out by Xiongde with everyone at that time. I happened to not be at the entrance of the Dog Bear Ridge to block Boss Lee at that time, and thus survived, and overheard their conversation. King Gigi showed a sigh of relief and then said, after going mad, Everyone completely lost the ability to communicate and almost turned into real beasts. I was scared to death in my heart, but I knew that if I didn't do something about it, Dog Bear Ridge would be finished. So, I followed Mr. Lee and came to your home, but was surprised to find that you actually came back to life. And you were still talking to Boss Lee in your home as if you had nothing to do, and by the looks of it, had completely forgotten what you had seen in the depths of the forest. And what you were talking to Boss Lee about at that time was precisely the development of our Dog Bear Ridge into a tourist destination. After you had exchanged a few moments, Boss Lee drove off to the deepest part of the forest, and he gave you $3,000, saying that it was an advance on your salary. But in fact, he asked you to use the $3,000 so that you could prepare good wine and meat to entertain him. When you hear King Gigi's words, you just feel bizarre. Earlier King Gigi saw your corpse in the refrigerator at home, but now you've seen you come back to life and speak to Boss Lee. It's just too contradictory. How can a dead person come back to life? However, you associate something even more horrifying from it, because what King Gigi saw 7 days ago is exactly the same as what is happening today. Could this be a reincarnation? King Gigi continued. I secretly observed all of this, and together with Mao Mao I watched over you near the cabin for 3 days. And during those 3 days everything was as usual. The daytime was when Boss Lee drove to the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, and then you went to the bazaar to buy some wine and food for Boss Lee. And the nighttime was spent sleeping. But on the morning of the 3rd day, I witnessed an extremely horrifying scene. King Gigi's heart palpitated and opened his mouth. At 6 o'clock that morning, I witnessed Boss Lee take out that piece of parchment, and then, said a word on the parchment, after which your body automatically exploded and returned to the refrigerator. Your heart shudders, for the 3 days observed by King Gigi and Mama are exactly as specified in the rules. Rule number 6, in the early morning of the 3rd day, Boss Lee will go on a killing spree no matter what, so please be careful. And one of the conditions for passing the Bear Ridge is to survive 3 days in the Bear Ridge. Is this all a reincarnation? What you're going through is what Baldy went through before. The previous Baldy did nothing, and ended up dying in the wee hours of the 3rd day. So you, this time, must stop this from happening. And you? What happened after you saw all this? And then why did you jump into the river? Didn't you already see that the note was not left by me, but by Mr. Lee? You continued to pursue the question. King Gigi let out a long sigh, then spoke. After you were killed by Boss Lee once again, I heard Boss Lee muttering. King Gigi fixed his mind, then imitated Boss Lee's maniacal demeanor at that time. Ha 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 ha. When I return to Dog Bear Ridge in 4 days, that's when it will all end. The entire Dog Bear Ridge will be mine. 4 days later? Wasn't that 4 days from now? Today? King Gigi's words have once again verified your earlier suspicions. After I heard Boss Lee's words, I was very scared and wanted to hurry to escape from here and leave Dog Bear Ridge forever, but it turned out to be discovered by Boss Lee, who grabbed me and Mao Mao and threw me into this river, and then we lost our consciousness. All I can tell you is this, it was our greed that brewed the result of all this. King Gigi looked sad. Then, as if it had remembered something extremely horrible, it opened its mouth and said, swim up quickly, this river is going to burn. By the way, let me remind you to never go to Bear Big Bear 2. Perhaps because they are the ones who have recently come into contact with Boss Lee. They are more insane and powerful than other animals. They'll kill everything in sight. After hearing King Gigi's words, you suddenly feel that the river is indeed gradually heating up, and you now feel as if you are on top of a hot pot. And you notice that the originally clear river water has actually turned into an inky color without knowing when. As if it was a puddle of ink. What are you waiting for? Quickly run Bald Strong. And then don't even think about ending everything in Dog Bear Ridge. Drive to the town before Boss Lee comes back, and then don't ever come back to Dog Bear Ridge again. King Gigi, with a pained face, shouted. You just wanted to pull King Gigi to swim up with you, but you realized that King Gigi and Fluffy's bodies had been chained up without knowing when, and they were completely immobilized. Those dazzling gold and silver jewels near the palace actually turned into chains at this moment, confining the 2 monkeys firmly. The water is getting warmer and warmer, and you have no choice but to swim up to the shore yourself. On the bank, you see that the river, which was normal, has turned into a large mass of hot lava from who knows when. You try to throw a twig into it, but it melts right away. You know that King Gigi and Mauve have been completely buried in this lava. You terminated the simulation. After Zhou Shaochuan ended the simulation, he followed the method in the simulation and also asked King Gigi about part of the truth of the Dog Bear Ridge in reality. However, no matter what he tried, he could not bring King Gigi and Fluffy up onto the shore, and could only watch as they were engulfed in a sea of fire. Thanks to everyone's support, this book has finally hit the shelves. It has now gained close to 8,000 favorites and 500 followers. Thank you all for your support along the way. The copy of Spirit River 2 is almost over. And this interspersed with the strange talk of Dogbear Ridge is actually a big pitfall that hints at the truth about Spirit River too. And you can guess what is common among the two. By the way, ask for a subscription. End of chapter. Chapter 123, Bear Town, request subscription. Chapter 123, Bear Town, request subscription. After Zhou Xiaochuan got the truth dictated by King Jiji, there was no prompt to pass the Dogbear Ridge Strange Tales. Apparently, one of the pass conditions for the Strange Tales of Dogwood Ridge is to find out the truth about Dogwood Ridge being weirdly contaminated, and the fact that no hints of a pass appeared suggests that the truth as told by King Jiji is either wrong or incomplete. Zhou Xiaochuan was more inclined towards the second one. Although he knew some of the secrets of Dogbear Ridge after meeting with King Jiji, there were still 1,000 things waiting for him to solve. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his cell phone notepad and wrote down a few key queries. First, what's really in the deepest part of Dogbear Ridge? And what did Baldy and Boss Lee really see that time they went into Dogbear Ridge? Secondly, why did Boss Lee kill Baldnubber? Why did Baldnubber come back from the dead twice? And what is the reincarnation that happened to me? Zhou Xiaochuan pondered for a while longer, and then recorded a few more pieces of information on his notepad. Boss Lee, from the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, he got the parchment that can make one's mind come true, and it is suspected that he is compelled by the parchment, and will kill me by the parchment in the early hours of the third day after 2 days. At present, Mr. Lee will go to the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge every day during the day to inspect the area. Beardy Bear, the leader of the animals of Bear Ridge, according to King Jiji, is most influenced by parchment and is the most dangerous of the animals of Bear Ridge, but the rules say that Beardy still has some sanity left. The town market, this is the only place outside of Dogbear Ridge that I can reach at the moment. Boss Lee asked me to go here to buy some good wine and food to entertain him. King Jiji told me to leave Dogbear Ridge through the town bazaar, but the rules say that the town bazaar is not the way to leave Dogbear Ridge. After writing these 3 messages, Zhou Xiaochuan took a long breath. However, he suddenly remembered something and wrote another text on the notepad of his cell phone. When King Jiji is insane, the frequency of the appearance of food on the ground is that every time King Jiji finishes eating a food item within a minute, it will be automatically refreshed, which is similar to the Star and Moon Theater security guards appearing to take a minute to appear. So you need to pay attention to the connection between the two. This time's weird tales were strictly different from the ones Zhou Xiaochuan had experienced before, as well as the ones he had seen by watching Weird Tales videos, because this time, this was a performance by the Star and Moon Theater. He was participating in the show as a guest performer, so it's very likely that there are elements of the Star Moon Theater involved in this strange talk as well, and even to say the least, maybe the Star Moon Theater is the key to getting through this strange talk as well. Zhou Xiaochuan pondered for a while, opened his cell phone and looked at the current time. Now the time unconsciously has reached 11 o'clock at noon, and the town fair is open from 12 o'clock at noon to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now it is just right to drive to the town fair to take a look. Zhou Xiaochuan got into his car and drove off to the town's marketplace. The road from the river of the Dogbear Ridge to the marketplace is not long, but Zhou Xiaochuan drove for an hour to get to the marketplace. Really, because Zhou Xiaochuan's car is really too broken. Can only drive slowly, the speed is not up at all. In the middle of this bazaar, even though it was at the foot of the Dogbear Ridge, people were coming and going, and it was very lively. The town where the fair is located is called Bear Town. Just after entering the town entrance, Zhou Xiaochuan's car window was broken by a stone. He stopped the car at once, only to find an unkempt old beggar begging him, kind man, reward me with something to eat. I'm starving to death, kind man." And in his hand, he was grasping a few stones. What kind of begging is that? You break the window of the car of the person you want to beg, force them to stop the car, and then beg? A normal person would be lucky not to beat him up and feed him? However, in this weird world, Zhou Xiaochuan didn't want to cause trouble, but took out $100, handed it to the beggar, and opened his mouth. "Old man, I came to the Dog and Bear Town to have something important to do. I'll give you $100. Go to the town yourself to buy something." Who would have thought that this old beggar knocked down the $100 bill in Zhou Xiaochuan's hand, and then spoke? "No, I don't want money. I just want food. This is really rare. Rarely can see someone begging. Do not want money instead of food. Usually people are only money. Others alms to him to eat. He is not willing to it." Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the old uncle's gully-filled face and sighed softly, then said, "Okay, old uncle, don't be in a hurry. I'll go to the town first to see what there is to eat. Wait for me over here." Zhou Xiaochuan then drove to the town. However, just after arriving in the town, he realized that the town was very weird, because this town, although it is said that people come and go, looking very prosperous, but the whole town, actually only 3 houses. It was too weird that there were only 3 houses in a huge town. To be precise, although people came and went in the town, no one approached the 3 houses at all. Most of the people in the town were concentrated near the town's bazaar, which was large, but there were only a few stalls. Separately, they sell chickens, ducks, geese, fruit and wine. Zhou Xiaochuan did not rush to the bazaar to buy food that needed to be brought to Boss Li, but planned to go to the town's restaurants first, to buy food for the old beggar. There's only one restaurant in this town, and it's one of those 3 houses. The name is also very strange. It's called the Bear Inn. The names of the remaining 2 houses are Bear Medical Center and Bear Pawn Shop. Inn, Medical Center, Pawn Shop. These 3 establishments, all of which were called in ancient times, and are hardly called so in modern times. These 3 houses are definitely problematic. But if you want to buy food for the beggars at the entrance of the town, you have to go into this Dog and Bear Inn, because in the middle of the bazaar, all that was sold was raw food, and there was no cooked food. Zhou Xiaochuan did not stand at the entrance of the inn. Instead he drove to a place that was farther away from the inn, and then turned the car around in order to have the front of the car face the entrance of the town, so that if something happened, he could just drive and rush out of the town. After making all these preparations, Zhou Xiaochuan closed his eyes. Start simulation. You arrived at the entrance of the Dog and Bear Inn and pushed open the door of the inn. The interior of this inn is extremely plain, with only a few worn-out wooden tables, and a few worn-out wooden chairs, and there isn't even a single customer in the inn. End of chapter. Chapter 124 Pawn Shop and Medical Center, Extra. Ask for subscription. Chapter 124 Pawn Shop and Medical Center, Extra. Ask for subscription. You open your mouth and call out, Boss, boss, anyone. I want to buy some food and packet. After you finished this sentence, an ancient scholar in rough cloth and linen suddenly drilled out from under the wooden front stage, which was still holding an ancient book in its hand, and seemed to be reciting something silently in the middle of its mouth. Well, this guest, what do you want? Although this ancient scholar is addressing you, his eyes aren't even looking at you, but instead he keeps staring at the book in his hands. You say, what do you have here? It's best to have some fish, meat, vegetables, and eggs to balance out the nutrition. After all, the beggar at the entrance of the town, that looks like he's dying, is obviously lacking in nutrition. Aha. Okay, customer, here you go, but you have to wait for me for a minute. After you waited for a minute, the scholar actually really did take out a grilled chicken, a grilled fish, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and a few eggs directly from underneath the counter. It's as if they were created out of thin air, and these things are still steaming hot even now. Guest, it's ready. After all, it's a weird world, and these are not surprising, except that this 1 minute time, again, matches the time when the security guards from the Star and Moon Theater appeared. A coincidence appearing multiple times. That's not a coincidence. There must be some kind of information hidden in there. You secretly note down this information, and then take this food into your hands, before opening your mouth and asking, Boss, how much is it? Hey, 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 the guest is a great benefactor, buying food to give alms to the beggars at the entrance of the town. I can't take money from a great benefactor. Besides, you can't afford to pay for what we want. This scholar's words send chills down your spine. How did he know what you were buying food for? There was absolutely no one at the entrance of the town at that time, and this inn is a full 2 kilometers away from the town entrance. Can I ask, how did you know about this? And, what was the original cost of buying all this food? Wasn't it money? You boldly ask. Guest, there's no need for you to know these. Besides, I can give you an announcement. Don't enter the other 2 houses in the middle of this town. The pawn shop owner and the medical center owner are not in the same camp as me. The scholar went on to say. Can you make it clearer? However, you didn't wait for an answer. You only felt a gust of wind blowing by, and you arrived outside the inn. Meanwhile, a sentence rang in your mind. I'll tell you the answer when you pass the second middle school of Spirit River. You are greatly appalled in your mind, because these words remind you of someone who wasn't in the middle of the Dog Bear Ridge. That would be the kiosk master from Spirit River's second middle school, who also once said such words to you. And now that you think about it, that scholar in the inn, his appearance is extremely similar to the grandpa in the kiosk, and you even think that he and the grandpa in the kiosk are one and the same person, only that he is the kiosk grandpa in his youth. Don't enter the pawn shops and medical centers in the middle of the town. You recalled his words, and then looked up. In front of his eyes at the inn, at this moment actually directly disappeared. However, this scribe told you that you can't go to the medical center or the pawn store, so you're inclined to go and see what's really in there. Anyway, you're in the middle of a simulation. This is the time for trial and error. You came to the medical center. You pushed open the door to the medical center. All you see is a man with a bird's beak mask and all black on his body walking up to you, and without waiting for you to speak, he opens his mouth and says, there is an avulsion fracture in the inner ankle of your left leg, and there is no cure for your disease. But cremation. You just froze. This avulsion fracture is his previous injury in the fourth floor of the stadium and the bizarre struggle in the middle of the injury. Before only felt a fracture. But in the middle of the world of this strange talk, there is no way to recuperate. Can only drag this fractured foot all the way over. It's just a broken bone. I don't think so, right? And I've had a broken bone for 8 hours now, and I'm fine except for walking with a bit of a limp, as well as a bit of pain where I broke it. You open your mouth. However, this person wearing a bird's beak mask didn't pay any attention to you at all. He directly clamped you, and came to the deepest part of the medical center. You desperately struggled, but you couldn't break free from the bird's beak mask's control at all. You were thrown into an incinerator. You're dead. After finishing the simulation, Zhou Xiaochuan was sweating profusely. When he had just entered this medical center, it was as if the beak mask had been waiting for him for a long time, and as soon as he came in, the beak mask set him up, not giving him any room for resistance at all. It seems that the inscribe was right. You can't go to a medical center or a pawn store. Through the previous information, Zhou Xiaochuan surmised that this medical center, inn, and pawn shop were most likely all different forces within the world of weird tales that had little to do with this weird tales, but had entered into this weird tales for his sake in some kind of a game. The 4 members of the girl group that we saw earlier on the elevator at the stadium could also confirm this. As of now, amongst these outsiders, there are the inn scholar, the kiosk master, and the female group members who are kind to me, and there are also those like the bird's beak mask, who are itching to kill me outright. Although this was the case, Zhou Xiaochuan still decided to use a simulation to go amongst the pawnshops to see what was going on. Retrospective simulation. You go back to before you were kicked out of the inn by the inscribe. You drove to the pawn store. You push open the door of the pawn store, only to see that directly in front of you is the huge fat man sitting in the middle of a cubicle. He's about 3 meters tall and looks down at you. Hello, bald bread. Oh no, perhaps I should call you Zhou Xiaochuan? Here you can pawn your important things, and I'll equivocate and give you something of the same value. You weren't very surprised to see the giant fat man recognizing you, because it's pretty much what you suspected before, that these people are beyond the existence of this weird talk. Good. Then I need a direct pass to the Dog Bear Ridge weirdness. No, I need a direct pass to the weirdness that is Spirit River Second Middle School. You boldly make an offer to this big fat man. Alright, meet you at the cost of pawning your life here. Your life is pawned and you die. Could it be that the offer is too hard? Retrospective simulation. I need a grain of rice. I'm hungry. Asking for a grain of rice is definitely a very simple condition compared to going through a weird talk. Alright, meet you at the cost of pawning your life here. Your life is pawned and you die. No matter what one wishes for, what is pawned can only be one's own life. In other words, if you make a wish in this pawn, you will definitely die. Zhou Xiaochuan heart palpitations, but still want to try again. If the pawn shop in the middle of nothing to do? Retrospective simulation. You entered the pawn shop, but you didn't say a word. You just looked at the huge fat man in the middle of the pawn shop. A minute later, the huge fat man spoke. Alright, meet you at the cost of pawning your life here. Your life is pawned and you die. Even if you do nothing, you will be pawned for life inside this pawn shop. This is simply a certain death. End of chapter. Chapter 125, The Second Bossly, plus more. Ask for subscription. Chapter 125, The Second Bossly, plus more. Ask for subscription. After knowing that going to the pawn shop and the medical center would end in certain death, Zhou Xiaochuan simply shied away from these 2 places, because those 2 places, which have nothing to do with this Dogwood Ridge weirdness at all, are purely things that make the weirdness harder. Even Zhou Xiaochuan doubted that this medical clinic and pawn shop would appear among other people's strange stories. However, if Zhou Xiaochuan could have seen the live broadcast, he would have felt speechless. This was because the 2 chosen ones who were still alive now were Professor Bryant of the Lighthouse Kingdom as well as Winter Snow Lotus of the Sakura Kingdom, both of whom had been sleeping in the middle of their dormitories but were transported from their dormitories to the gymnasium in an instant. As for their gym, instead of encountering the girl group members in the elevator, and the shenanigans on the second level being the martyred couple, there was no Star and Moon Theater at all. And naturally, not even the weird talk of Dogwood Ridge. As a matter of fact, Zhou Xiaochuan's strange talk had been thoroughly distinguished from the other 2 chosen ones who were still alive. Zhou Xiaochuan took the food and drove to the entrance of the town, and the old beggar was still squatting at the entrance of the town, waiting for Zhou Xiaochuan. Old man, see if this food is okay, and even if it isn't, there's nothing we can do. The inn in town is closed. Zhou Xiaochuan then handed the old beggar the food he had bought from the inn in town. Seeing so much food, the old beggar's eyes immediately reddened and snatched the food from Zhou Xiaochuan's hands, then wolfed it down. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the way this old beggar ate, and for some reason thought of the way the then King Gigi ate. That greedy look was simply the same. After the old beggar ate and drank enough, Zhou Xiaochuan glanced at the time on his cell phone. It has been half an hour. And then he wanted to say goodbye to the old beggar and go to the marketplace to buy some things first. Who would have expected that the old beggar grabbed Zhou Xiaochuan's hand and exclaimed, "Bald head strong, 2 days later in the wee hours of the morning, you will have a bloodbath." This sentence was said, immediately making Zhou Xiaochuan feel that this old beggar was not simple, because 2 days later in the early hours of the morning, Li Boss will have a killing spree. So when this old beggar said that he had a bloodbath, he didn't resent it at all. After all, this old beggar said the truth, and what made him feel even more surprised was actually that this old beggar knew his name. "Old man, tell me in detail. I believe you." Zhou Xiaochuan finished, and without any further ado, stuffed $500 into the old beggar's pocket. However, the old beggar's face was a bit unpleasant as he opened his mouth. "Bald head strong. Have you forgotten who I am? Still calling me old uncle?" Zhou Xiaochuan froze. Could it be that Bald Head Strong was recognizing this old beggar? But he is not a Bald Head Strong. Just in this one copy of the role of Bald Strong. Even if Bald Strong know this old beggar, he does not know. Seeing that Zhou Xiaochuan did not respond, the old beggar sighed and said, "Although we have already also not seen each other for a year, and my appearance has changed a lot compared to what I came from before, but you actually don't even recognize me that you have been working and serving for 5 years?" Hearing these words, Zhou Xiaochuan reacted to what this old beggar said. Zhou Xiaochuan carefully measured the appearance of this old beggar, and found that the old beggar and the old boss Li that he had seen at home before, was simply carved out of a mold. Just this old beggar's hair is really too long and too messy. His face and body is really too slim, which makes Zhou Xiaochuan fail to combine this beggar in front of him with that greasy and obese greasy Li boss. This old beggar in front of me, and Boss Li are definitely one and the same. Just how is it possible that Boss Li was so oily and blossomed so badly 2 hours ago, and 2 hours later, he had become a ragged, wasting old beggar? Old man, you're Boss Li. Boss Li, how did you become what you are now? Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Boss Li's expression dimmed. Then he spoke. "Do you still remember the incident a year ago when I came to Dog Bear Ridge to inspect your work?" Zhou Xiaochuan looked a little embarrassed. In fact, he did not remember, because he was not Bald Head Strong. He was Zhou Xiaochuan. It's just that this copy has given him the identity of Bald Headed Strong as well as a few memories. But fortunately, this Boss Li didn't notice this too much, and instead fell into reminiscing. After inspecting the work on that day, it was already dark and I was in a hurry to get to town for the night because I didn't want to squeeze into a bed with you. But who knew that I actually got lost and drove into the deepest part of Dogwood Ridge all at once? Boss Li drove into the deepest part of Dog Bear Ridge a year ago. But didn't the bizarre beginning of Dog Bear Ridge stem from Bald Head Strong being let into the depths of Dog Bear Ridge by King Gigi 10 days ago, as well as Bald Head Strong taking Boss Li into the deepest part of Dog Bear Ridge once again 9 days ago? It's not that simple. Zhou Xiaochuan listened to Boss Li's narration. Now that I think about it, I really should have slept with you for one night at that time. Ugh, it's too late to talk about this now. Boss Li sighed. Boss Li, what exactly did you see in the deepest part of the Dog and Bear Ridge? And how did you come to be in this state? Can you tell me? It's a matter of my life. Boss Li's eyes, filled with fear, trembling, said, the deepest part of the Dog and Bear Ridge is very silent, is no sound at all. But when I drive in the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, I'm always as if I'm on the back of my back, feeling that there's something behind me that's following me. Finally, halfway through the drive, I suddenly felt a hand pressing on my steering wheel and grabbing it from me. As a result, I lost control of my car and crashed into the wall of a cave. And I saw exactly what the thing that grabbed the steering wheel from me was. Boss Li swallowed a mouthful of water and spoke. That was my shadow. But what's even more terrifying is yet to come. After the car was scrapped, I witnessed my shadow gradually condensing into a humanoid shape under the moonlight, and then turning into my appearance, while my body gradually became transparent. No matter how much I resisted, I couldn't stop it from happening. At the end of the day, I turned black. I became his shadow, and he became Boss Li. I watched him take my identity and walk out of the deepest part of this forest, while I, turned into a shadow, could never leave the deepest part of this Dog Bear Ridge again. Boss Li's words made Zhou Xiaochuan feel as if he was on the edge of his seat. However, after hearing these words, Zhou Xiaochuan still had a question. Boss Li, didn't you say that you turned into a shadow and could no longer get out of the deepest part of Dog Bear Ridge? Then why are you able to stand here and talk to me again now? End of chapter. Chapter 126, Leaving the Town? Requesting subscription. Chapter 126, Leaving the Town? Requesting subscription. After hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Boss Li's expression froze a bit. Then he sighed and said, I have been wasting away for half a year in the deepest part of this Dog and Bear Ridge. not eating or drinking yet not dying, except that the feelings of hunger and thirst will always be there and deepen. I thought at that time that I was going to stay in the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge all the time. Who knows that day? The depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge actually came an old beggar. Boss Lee paused, then spoke. I could tell at a glance that this old beggar was not an ordinary person, because when he was walking, his feet could not make a single sound. Moreover, after he came to the depths of Dog Bear Ridge, he almost directly ran towards me. I had already turned into a shadow by that time, and it was hard to notice in the middle of the woods to be right. Boss Lee continued, when that old beggar saw me, he told me that as long as I could listen to him, he could let me regain my freedom and leave the deepest part of the Dog and Bear Ridge. At that time I was already at the end of my rope, thinking that no matter what, it couldn't be worse than what I am now, so I agreed to the old beggar's request. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the disheveled-looking Boss Lee in front of him, then opened his mouth and asked, "What exactly did this old beggar ask you for?" Boss Lee let out a long sigh. "It's actually very simple. He took off the clothes he was wearing and gave them to me, asking me to pretend to be him and pray at the entrance of this Dog and Bear Town until I wait for you to come. And when you come, I need to pray to you for some food, and after the prayer is successful, then I will give this item to you." After Boss Lee finished speaking, he pulled out a clay pill from his pocket that he didn't know what it was made of. Zhou Xiaochuan received the clay pill and was a bit stunned. "What is this thing? What does it do?" Boss Lee shook his head, then spoke. "That old beggar didn't tell me what this is exactly. He just asked me to tell you that if you want to go to the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge, taking this mud pill will allow you to stay fully awake for 10 minutes. After listening to Boss Lee's words, Zhou Xiaochuan felt that this mud pill was simply too useful. From the descriptions of King Jiji and this Boss Lee in front of him, the deepest part of the Dog Bear Ridge was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous place, and it would also cloud one's mind, but only if this Boss Lee can be trusted. However, for the other chosen, trusting or not trusting this Boss Lee, being able to eat this mud pill needs to be tried at the cost of one's life. But for Zhou Xiaochuan, it only takes one simulation. "Boss Lee, did that old beggar give you any other instructions? This old beggar is definitely not a simple character." However, Boss Lee's answer was very disappointing to Zhou Xiaochuan. After ordering this matter, the old beggar went to the deepest cave of the Dog and Bear Ridge and got a piece of parchment, then said a few words to the parchment, and I had my body again. Then the old beggar warned me to keep the promise, otherwise it would still turn into a shadow, and disappeared after saying those words. The old beggar could not be contacted, but in the words of Boss Lee, an extremely crucial piece of information was revealed. The deepest cave of the Dog and Bear Ridge had a parchment. It was by this parchment that Old Man Lee regained his physical body. Just as this parchment the same one that Boss Lee's shadow got? Or is there another one? That fake Boss Lee is relying on this parchment. On the entire Dog Bear Ridge turned into a weird domain. If there is still parchment in the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge, then you can rely on the second parchment to fight against Boss Lee. Boss Lee, can you tell me if that old beggar took the parchment away after he finished using it? This I do not know. I was immersed in the joy of regaining my body, did not notice the movement of the parchment, and, after the old beggar disappeared out of thin air, I suddenly fainted, and once again opened my eyes. I was at the entrance of the town. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded, so it seemed that no matter what was said, he had to go to the deepest part of the Dog and Bear Ridge to find out what was going on. Not only was there the source of this Dog Bear Ridge's weirdness, there was also a possibility that another parchment was hidden there. After this question was asked, Zhou Xiaochuan only had this last question in his mind that he wanted to ask Boss Lee. "Boss Lee, I still have one last question I want to ask you, which is that you've been waiting at the entrance of this town for half a year. Could it be that I haven't come to the town even once during this half a year?" This question involves what King Jiji said earlier about Balknabers coming back from the dead. Even if Bald Headstrong was really able to not go down to the Dog Bear Ridge for half a year, 7 days ago, Bald Headstrong was experiencing the same thing that Zhou Xiaochuan was experiencing right now. He would also be arranged by Boss Lee to go down the mountain to the middle of the town's bazaar to buy some wine and food to go back. But why is this Boss Lee behaving just like the first time he saw Zhou Xiaochuan in half a year? Boss Lee sighed and spoke. "Have you forgotten all about it? You did come down the mountain and come to this town a few times between these half a year, but every time I begged from you, you walked away impatiently, and even kicked me twice sometimes. Look, the shoe prints on my chest are from you kicking me when you came down the mountain 7 days ago." Boss Lee shook his head. "Bald Headstrong, it's you who finally had a kind heart this time and got out of the car to buy me food. Or else I really don't know how long I'd have to wait at the entrance of this town before I could go home." Hearing the words of Lee Boss, Zhou Xiaochuan a little strange embarrassed, did not expect the original this Bald Strong so no sympathy. If he hadn't had a sudden burst of kindness this time, Boss Lee wouldn't know how long he would have to beg here. He hurriedly apologized and made amends to Boss Lee, but Boss Lee seemed to not care about it at all. Instead he was very excited. Bald head strong. Still say these do what it. Become a shadow of this half a year. As well as in the town gate begging half a year. Let me see a lot. People this creature I plan to leave the dog in Bear Town now. Go home to see his wife and son. My company donated to charity. And then look for a temple to become a Buddhist monk. Hearing Boss Lee's words, Zhou Xiaochuan found a keyword, leave the dog in Bear Town now. This time, the past condition given by Dog Bear Ridge Strange Tales. One of the conditions is to leave Dog Bear Town. Could it be that Boss Lee knows the way to leave Dog Bear Town? Boss Lee, are you leaving now? Do you want me to give you a ride? But my car is out of gas. So we'll have to leave Dog Bear Town on foot. Boss Lee nodded. And his mouth kept chanting. Bald head strong. I advise you to hurry up and leave this place as well. This place is evil. End of chapter. Chapter 127, The Boundary of Dog Bear Town. Chapter 127, The Boundary of Dog Bear Town. Boss Lee led Zhou Xiaochuan. And he headed deeper into this dog in Bear Town. Zhou Xiaochuan followed Boss Lee while thinking. The path that Boss Lee was taking right now was most likely not the path to leave the Dog Bear Ridge. Because among the rules, there was a similar expression. 7th, you can leave Dogwood Ridge briefly in the Jeep in the storage area outside the cabin and head to the town fair. But please note that this is not an escape from Dogwood Ridge. You are only allowed to stay in the middle of the fairgrounds between the hours of 12 o'clock noon and 2 p.m. The rules say that from the town, there is no escape from Dogwood Ridge, and that you must find an alternative way out of Dogwood Ridge. However, even if that was the case, Zhou Xiaochuan wanted to follow Boss Lee and try it out. In case he really got out of the Dog Bear Ridge, he would have directly passed this strange talk and could leave the Star Moon Theater. Boss Lee, did that old beggar tell you about this way of leaving Dog Bear Ridge? Zhou Xiaochuan asked tentatively. Boss Lee said uncaringly. I wasn't told, but what else do I need to be told? How to get here is how to get out. Just walk along this street for 20 minutes or so to the north gate of the town. There are cabs there. You can take a car to leave the dog in Bear Ridge. Strange. You've been living in this Bear Ridge for a while now, and you don't even know about it? Zhou Xiaochuan just snorted and fooled around, because he knew that it would never be that simple to leave the Dog Bear Ridge. He had previously cajoled Boss Lee that his car was out of gas, but also because he didn't believe from the bottom of his heart that he could just walk out of Dog Bear Ridge from Dog Bear Town. If he had been in a car he would have been forced to leave Dogwood Ridge through the Dogwood Town exit at the same time as Boss Lee, but not if he had been on foot. Zhou Xiaochuan deliberately kept a body length away from Boss Lee. Start simulation. You follow Boss Lee, and after 20 minutes of walking, you finally arrive at the north gate of the town in Dog Bear Town. This is also the exit of Dog Bear Ridge that Boss Lee mentioned. Near the north gate, there were indeed several cabs parked. However, you have keenly noticed the abnormality of this place. The north gate. In the previous place near the south gate, Dog Bear Town could be described as densely populated and very lively. However, on this side of the north gate, there was actually not a single person to be seen. You can only see these cabs that stay at the entrance of the north gate, ready to solicit passengers. There are a total of 10 cabs here, and the drivers inside the cabs are all staring intently outside, and as soon as they saw you and Boss Lee coming, these 10 immediately stepped down and scrambled desperately for customers. Hey, gentlemen, sit with me. I'll only charge you 80% of your normal price here. Guest, take this car of mine. I'll provide the meal. Guest, take my car. No money. I just happen to be leaving Dog Bear Town for a trip, so I'll take you as a ride on the way, and I won't charge you. You look at the way these people are pandering, and immediately pulls Boss Lee aside. Boss Lee, don't you think these people are out of place? What's wrong? This place is rarely able to recruit guests. They are a little more attentive as nothing around but want to wait for me to sit on the car after the price is just. Bald strong. You first lend me 500. When I get home, I'll pay you back 100 times over. I haven't never been to Dog Bear Ridge. From Dog Bear Town to the nearest city, it's only $80 at the most. You look at Boss Lee and start to explain to him. Boss Lee, have you noticed that there are hardly any people at the north gate of this Dog and Bear Town? There are hardly any people. Yet there are 10 cab drivers waiting here. Can this really make money? An even more suspicious point is that these cab drivers also got out of their cars to pick up passengers when we first got this way. It means that they have been looking around and preparing to pick up passengers. Do you think that this situation is reasonable in this place where there are hardly any people? When Boss Lee heard this, he also felt that something was very wrong. These people aren't ripping off customers, are they? They want to kidnap me and ask my family for ransom? It's okay. The north gate of Dog Bear Town goes out and walks straight for 20 minutes. There's a bus stop. I'll go to that bus stop and wait for the same bus. I'll just not take their bus. Subsequently, after apologizing to these cab drivers, Boss Lee walked alone toward the north gate. You looked at Boss Lee's figure walking towards the north gate, and hurriedly ran over, and said to Boss Lee, Boss Lee, I think it's better if you don't leave Dog and Bear Town in these few days, and when I'm done with Dog and Bear Ridge, about 3 days later, we'll leave Dog and Bear Town together. I think the deepest thing's in Dog Bear Ridge. I'm afraid they won't let us go. However, Boss Lee doesn't listen to you at all. While walking, said, that magical old beggar has told me that as long as I fulfill the things he explained, I can leave the Dog Bear Ridge. How can something still happen? Maybe that old beggar wasn't talking about leaving Bear Ridge by this road? Baldy, you're confused. The only way to leave Dog Bear Ridge and enter Dog Bear Ridge is through the north gate of Dog Bear Town. There is simply no other way to leave Dog Bear Ridge. You don't need to accompany me on the rest of the way. I can walk through it myself. When you saw that persuading Boss Lee was fruitless, you could only watch as Boss Lee walked toward the north gate of the Dog and Bear Town. When Mr. Lee walked to the entrance of the town of the Dog and Bear, a black hand of mud suddenly grew out of the land below. Mr. Lee kept struggling, but in the end, he was dragged into the ground by this hand of mud. Seeing Boss Lee die, those cab drivers were still very gloating. Ha 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 ha. This is what happens when that guy doesn't ride in our car, and still wants to leave Dog Bear Ridge? Joke. There was no time to grieve over Boss Lee's death as you walked near these cab drivers. Then spoke. There's no way to leave the Dog Bear Ridge without taking one of your cars? What's this about? How did my friend die? You must give me a statement, or I will call the police. Ha 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 ha. Calling the police? You're so humorous. This Dog Bear Ridge has long since turned into a place where you can't get in or out. Only if we take our 10 cars can we break through the boundary and leave the Dog Bear Ridge. Otherwise, can only end up in your friend's end. Why has Bear Ridge become a place where you can't get in or out? My friend just came into Dog Bear Ridge from the north gate today. This friend you're talking about is the fake Boss Lee. End of chapter. Chapter 128 Dead End. Extra. Please subscribe. Chapter 128 Dead End. Extra. Please subscribe. Hey. Your friend just came to Bear Ridge today? Either he's lying to you, or he's not human at all. Anyway, if you want to leave Dog Bear Ridge, you have to take our car. Otherwise you should have seen what happened to your friend just now, right? Confronted with the driver's words, you pondered for a moment before deciding to take their car and leave Dogwood Ridge. And strangely enough, they didn't charge you. And after you got in the car, the other 9 cars followed this one to the Dogwood Ridge beyond. Along the way, there was actually really no danger encountered. Could it be that the rule about not being able to leave Dog Bear Ridge in the town is false? Brother, may I ask why Bear Ridge has become what it is? And why the only way in and out of Bear Ridge is in your car? However, no matter what you ask along the way, this driver at the wheel doesn't say a word. After about 20 minutes, the vehicle drove to a river in the middle of a forest. The car stopped. What's going on? Big brother, didn't we say we were going to drive to the city? Why did you stop in the middle of nowhere? As you ask this, you realize that a pair of hands has tightly grabbed your throat. You looked through the rearview mirror of the car window and saw that the person who had you by the throat was none other than yourself. You remembered what Boss Lee said earlier about his experience in the deepest part of the Dog and Bear Ridge, and think that this person who is choking you is most likely your shadow. Yet knowing this is also completely useless, you simply cannot resist your own shadow. At this time, the driver sitting in the front row finally spoke. Ha 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 ha. Welcome Baldy. You're the 11th cab driver in this Dog and Bear Town. The shadow behind you smiles. You were replaced by your shadow. The show at the Star and Moon Theater is over. You're dead. Zhou Shaochuan stopped his pace. The amount of information covered in the simulation was a bit too much. If you go straight out of Dogwood Ridge through the east gate, you'll be held down directly by the big hands that come out of the ground. And if you choose to leave Dogwood Ridge in the chauffeur's car, you'll be halfway through the drive and be replaced by your own shadow. So it seems that 9 times out of 10, the 10 drivers here are not themselves, but shadows of those who want to leave Dogwood Ridge. All in all, what the rules say is right. You can't leave Dogwood Ridge through Dogwood Town or you're dead either way. Baldy, what are you waiting for? There are still 5 minutes to go before we reach the North Gate. At that time, we can just take a cab from the North Gate to leave Dog Bear Ridge. Boss Lee saw Zhou Shaochuan froze in place and turned around to ask, Boss Lee, if you believe my words, don't go to the North Gate. Even more so, don't leave Dog Bear Ridge today. Zhou Shaochuan exclaimed. What's the matter? Baldy, didn't we agree to leave Dog Bear Ridge together before? Zhou Shaochuan looked at Boss Lee and said word for word, you can't leave Dog Bear Ridge from the North Gate at all. And if you want to leave Dog Bear Ridge from the North Gate, it's death either way. Boss Lee, I suggest that you continue to stay in this Dog Bear Town for 3 days. And after 3 days we'll discuss this in the long run. Boss Lee looked at Zhou Shaochuan who seemed to be a little impatient. Sigh. Bald Chang, that old beggar has said that after I give this to you, I can leave the Dog Bear Ridge. And it's only out of good intentions that I advise you to leave here quickly. Don't you think this place is particularly evil? Zhou Xiaochuan turned around and walked in the direction of the bazaar. Boss Li, I'm just advising you that leaving through the north gate isn't the way out of Dogbear Town. Instead, it'll give your life away. Go on your own if you want to go. I won't be accompanying you. Previously in the simulation, he had advised Boss Li, but as a result, Boss Li was still bent on leaving through the north gate, so Zhou Xiaochuan had no choice. Good words are hard to persuade a damn ghost. What's more, it is not certain that this Boss Li is a living person now. What if this Boss Li is creepy too? Previously delayed so much time, and now it is already 1 in the afternoon. There is still an hour must leave the dog in Bear Town. Time has been a little tight. Zhou Xiaochuan accelerated speed toward the marketplace, and did not care about the Boss Li behind him. In fact, Zhou Xiaochuan did not see Boss Li's expression change along the way because he was walking behind him. About 5 minutes ago, panic suddenly filled Boss Li's eyes. A ball of black gas then burrowed into his body. After that, Boss Li's pupils instantly turned red and filled with the color of madness. But it was only a momentary thing. Boss Li turned his head and looked at Zhou Xiaochuan's back, his eyes full of resentment, and a loud sound of bones breaking sounded from within his mouth. Zhou Xiaochuan traveled straight all the way back to the entrance of the Dog and Bear Town, and then got into the car and drove to the town's marketplace. The bazaar in the middle of the town only had 5 stalls, even though there was a lot of foot traffic, selling chickens, ducks, geese, fruit and wine respectively. Zhou Xiaochuan got off the bus and after buying a round of good wine and good food, he found that the whole good $3,000, not even a little surplus, and on the way to purchase, he had also tried to ask the stall owners some questions about the Dogbear Ridge, but these stall owners were like robots, except for asking about the price of the goods. The other words were all as if they didn't hear them. Not only the stall holders in the bazaar, but also the other residents were like some puppets, completely lifeless. With 20 minutes left, Zhou Xiaochuan didn't dare to stay long in the middle of this bazaar, and after buying food, he drove all the way to the direction of Dogbear Ridge. By the time we drove up to the bald man's cabin, it was 2:30 in the afternoon. Zhou Xiaochuan first placed these bought food on the table and did not intend to cook now. Other than that, the chicken, duck and goose had done the treatment which was to be killed by the stall owner without even plucking their feathers, and it would take at least 2 hours to try to make a meal out of them. And in the midst of this Dogwood Ridge, where you can't go out before 6 o'clock at night, he must use those remaining 3.5 hours to continue exploring Dogwood Ridge. As for cooking, it's just as well to wait until after 6 o'clock. The second thing Zhou Xiaochuan did after returning to the cabin was to open the refrigerator in the living room to check for bodies. King Jiji's mouth, with his own body hidden in a refrigerator, is very creepy to hear. But luckily, there were only some leftovers in the middle of the fridge and nothing else. Zhou Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the room. Having been to King Jiji's side in the fair, it's time to see Baldur's best friends, Bear and Bear next. End of chapter. Chapter 129, Bear Big Eats Bear 2. Requesting subscription. Chapter 129, Bear Big Eats Bear 2. Requesting subscription. The rules say all the animals in Bear Ridge have gone mad, but your old friend Bear seems to be holding on to the last vestiges of sanity. But King Jiji warns Zhou Xiaochuan that Xiongde and Xiong'er are the closest to Boss Li, so they are the most contaminated and will kill all the animals they see. Which of these is true and which is false? The treehouse where Bear Big and Bear 2 lived was only a 10-minute drive away from Bald Head's home, and after driving for 5 minutes, Zhou Xiaochuan stopped the car. He couldn't start the simulation after he got close to the treehouse. That would be too low of a margin for error. Not to mention the contaminated ones. Even if the 2 bears were not contaminated, when they saw him, they would definitely be furious and immediately pounce on him to tear him apart. Simulation begins. You drove for 5 minutes to the treehouse where the bears lived in your memory. When you arrived at the treehouse, you felt that something was very wrong, because the smell of blood in the air was too heavy. When you bought chickens, ducks, and geese at the town fair before, you had the boss help you slaughter them, but the smell of blood at that slaughter was nothing compared to 1/10 of the smell of blood at this very moment. At the same time, you noticed that from the hole in that treehouse, there are quite a few black, already dried blood stains, and at this moment, there is still bright red blood flowing out. A lot of things died in the middle of Bear's treehouse, and the fact that it's still bleeding means there are still creatures being attacked inside. You knew in your heart that if you entered the treehouse at this moment, you would more than likely suffer danger, but you still rushed in without hesitation. As soon as you enter the treehouse, you are so shocked by the sight before you that you are frozen in place, and you finally realize why there is such a strong smell of blood as soon as you approach the treehouse. Because in the midst of this treehouse, there are dead animals piled up sideways. The bodies of these animals were piled up in mountains, their eyes all open and dead, but the look in their eyes was different. Some were filled with madness, while others were filled with pain and fear. They are unified in a huge gaping hole where their chests are. Their hearts have all been gnawed away, while their bodies are still piled up here, emitting a foul odor. You carefully identify the corpses and discover quite a few old friends. Gopher Turnip Head, Squirrel Bounce, Owl Muddle. All of these were originally friends who lived with the bears, but at this moment they have actually all turned into corpses. Roar! And in the middle of this treehouse, a brown bear was gnawing on the chest of a yellow bear. The yellow bear could be seen frantically letting out bursts of hissing and desperately biting the brown bear, but it was ultimately no match for the brown bear. Although the brown bear was bloodied and had many wounds from its bites, none of those wounds were fatal. Though, finally, the yellow bear's heart was bitten out by the brown bear. The yellow bear stops hissing, and you notice that at the last moment, the yellow bear's eyes go from maniacal and bloodthirsty to intensely sad. Its eyes were dead set on the brown bear. Die in peace. But the brown bear had long since lost its consciousness. It didn't just eat the heart and then leave the other animals aside like it did with the other animals. It was heartless enough to eat the yellow bear right through all of them. With high probability, this yellow bear that was eaten is Xiong, and the one who ate it is none other than its brother Xiongdi. This is really heartless. Under the influence of the weirdness, Xiongdi not only ate all his playmates, but even his own brother, Xiong, was eaten by him. Does such a Kumobakir really look like he maintains a certain amount of sanity as stated in the rules? You're reminded again of what King Gigi said, don't ever go to the bears. Probably because they're the ones that have recently come into contact with Bosley. They're more insane and powerful than the other animals. They'll kill everything they see. You swallow hard and look at the almost insane Xiongdi in front of you, and tentatively open your mouth. Xiongda, can you hear me? I'm your old friend, Bald Head, and I need your help to fight Bosley. You. After hearing your voice, Bear stopped gnawing on Bear 2's corpse and instead turned his head to look at you with a puzzled expression. You then spoke. The one who turned Dog Bear Ridge into what it is now is Bosley. He broke into the deepest part of Dog and Bear Ridge and got a piece of parchment that can be used in the Heart's Desire. If you want Dog Bear Ridge to return to normal, you must kill him. I need your help now. However, Xiongdi tilted his head, his voice a little hoarse. Bald Bearer? Who did you say you were? Baldy? There's a play. It's true what the rules say. Bear really does retain some sanity and can still understand what you're saying. It's not uncommunicable. Roar, Baldy, don't even think about cutting down our forest. Roar. The bear lets out a roar and charges at you. Bear, I didn't come here to cut down the forest. I won't even cut down the forest in the future. I'm here to save Bear Ridge. However, Bear didn't listen to you. He roared and charged toward you, and the next moment, he was going to tear you apart. At the last moment, you took out your shotgun and aimed it at Bear. 3 shots were fired in a split second. Roar. Bear lets out a hiss of immense pain and finally collapses at your feet. Bear is dead, and you didn't convince Bear to help you in the end. There was no one else in Bear's treehouse after Bear died. You searched for a long time in the middle of the treehouse, but found nothing but animal carcasses. You terminated the simulation. Zhou Shaochuan stroked his chin. From the results of the simulation just now, it was right for Xiongdi to maintain a certain level of sanity. It could separate out what it said, but it was still crazy. And when it heard him call himself Baldy, it attacked him like a madman. It was capable of murdering even its own friends, even its own brother, Bear too, let alone an enemy. Baldy? However, Zhou Shaochuan still felt that he had to try his best to pull in and convince Xiongdi to get its help. The rules don't go nowhere, and every rule is important. Since the rules say that Beardy has some sanity, Beardy must be key in this weird story. End of chapter. Chapter 130 Allies, Request for Subscription. Chapter 130 Allies, Request for Subscription. Retrospective Simulation. You walk into Bear and Bear's treehouse, and the gore in the treehouse makes you feel very sick. Bear is tearing into Bear 2. Last time, you waited for Bear to kill Bear 2 before impressing Bear, and this time, you're planning to stop Bear from gnawing on Bear 2. Xiongde, what are you doing? This person you're hurting right now is your own brother, Xiong. After hearing your words, Xiongde obviously froze, and some clarity was restored in its eyes. It stopped attacking Xiong and fell into a daze. Brother, I have a brother. It looks like you succeeded in your actions this time. Bear went into a daze but didn't directly attack you, and Bear 2 didn't die either. The next moment, Bear 2 took advantage of Bear's daze and bit Bear to death. The moment Bear 2 bit Bear big, he immediately pounced and attacked you. It all happens in a split second, and you have no room to react. You've been bitten to death by 2 bears. Zhou Shaochuan touched his nose, before Xiongde bit Xiong to death. Uttering words to wake up Xiongde was indeed useful. Seeing Xiongde that was full of confusion, his eyes becoming clear little by little, Zhou Shaochuan remembered the way King Gigi returned to normal in the beginning. Only, once the bear stops attacking, he'll be bitten by the second bear. Moreover, Xiong'er couldn't communicate at all, and after Xiong'er bit Xiongde to death, Xiong'er would charge up and bite Zhou Xiaochuan to death regardless. In that case, Zhou Xiaochuan could only silently apologize to Xiong'er in his heart. Retrospective simulation. You enter the treehouse of the bear, and the gore in the middle of the treehouse makes you feel very sick. The bear bites Bear 2 to death and begins to gnaw on its body. Bear, hurry up and wake up. What you're eating now is your brother. You waited until Xiong'er was dead before saying such words to Xiongde. Sure enough, Xiongda's eyes froze and his movements froze. Brother, my brother, I have a brother. Xiongde sat dumbly on the ground, the corner of his eye in which 2 lines of turbid tears flowed down. I killed my brother, and I killed everyone else. You see, Xiongde regained some clarity, and immediately exclaimed, no, it wasn't you who killed them. You don't have your own consciousness at all. The one who really killed them was Boss Lee, who got you into the weirdness. I'm bald headstrong. Boss Lee will kill me the day after tomorrow. I need your help. Let's kill Boss Lee together and avenge Xiong'er and everyone else. However, after your sentence, a look of insanity filled Bear's complexion. Baldy, King Gigi has told me that it's all because of you that Boss Lee got that parchment. You are a murderer just like Boss Lee. I want to take revenge for all of you. Bear finishes and lunges at you with his teeth and claws open. This time, you fired 4 shots in a row to finish it off. At the same time you fire your 4th shot to finish off the bear. The bear's claw swings into your neck. You are paralyzed. You terminated the simulation. One more shot than the last simulation? Could it be that the more epileptic Xiongde becomes, the more powerful he becomes? Zhou Xiaochuan pondered. Just now, when he said that he was bald and strong, the crimson redness of Xiongda's eyes and the distortion of his face were all greater than the first simulation. Bear will absolutely go into a seizure once he realizes I'm bald. And I can't tell Bear I'm bald when the rules say I have to be good at being bald. And so on. Zhou Xiaochuan realized at this time that he had been intentionally misled by the rules. Rule 2, your role in this stage play is to be bald. Please be bald. The rules first tell him that he needs to play the role of Baldy and be good at it. And in his dealings with Boss Lee, he ends up being killed by Boss Lee because he doesn't show the greed of a skinhead. This gave him a preconceived mental cue that he had to identify himself as a skinhead to every creature he met. But in reality, there were times when it was simply unnecessary for him to reveal himself as a bald-headed strongman, especially in the face of the Bear Big, who had fallen into a mania. If he revealed himself as a bald-headed strongman, he would be attacked by it. Just because I'm bald doesn't mean I can't lie and say I'm not bald. Zhou Xiaochuan's thoughts were instantly clear. Retrospective simulation. You enter the treehouse of the bear, and the gore in the middle of the treehouse makes you feel very sick. The bear bites Bear 2 to death and begins to gnaw on its body. The bear sits on the ground, its eyes regaining some clarity, with 2 lines of cloudy tears crossing the corners of its eyes. Don't be sad. The one who killed your brother and your friend was not you, but the 2 fellows, Boss Lee and Bald Headstrong. For their own selfish desires, they actually disregarded our Dog Bear Ridge's ancestral tradition and traveled to the deepest part of the Dog Bear Ridge, and ended up inviting trouble. It's all Boss Lee and Bald Headstrong's fault. After listening to your words, the color of madness faded most of the way out of Xiongda's eyes, and clarity prevailed. You're right. I'm going to take revenge on Bald Headstrong and Boss Lee right now. Nope. Why do you look so much like that stinky bald guy? A thoughtful look appeared in Bear's eyes. Bears are suspecting your identity. After all, the moment you entered the Weird Tales, your looks became exactly the same as Baldur's. Xiongde, just like you have a younger brother, Baldur Chang also has a younger brother. I am Baldur Chang's younger brother. I really can't stand what Baldur Chang is doing, so I want to form an alliance with you to kill him and Boss Lee, and to save the Dog Bear Ridge. My brother was killed by Stinky Baldhead and Boss Lee. I want to avenge it. Xiongde roared, not continuing to doubt your identity. Your random nonsense actually gained Xiongda's trust. You guessed that one. It was because Xiongde was affected by the weirdness and lost his usual wisdom. And 2, it was because you mentioned your brother. Your words caused Xiongde to focus all his attention on the grief and anger of missing his brother. Xiongde, we still need to think long and hard about this matter. Boss Lee has got that parchment now. Just say a few words and we'll be dead. We need to find a suitable time to deal with him. You're the wisest being amongst the Dog and Bear Ridge, and you've also fought with Boss Lee at the same time. Can you provide me with some information? End of chapter. Chapter 131 Bald Head's True Strength? Requesting subscription. Chapter 131 Bald Head's True Strength? Requesting subscription. After hearing your words, the pupils of the bear's eyes dilate and fill with the color of anger. When I was little, my mom told me about the horrors of the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge, and she also told me about this parchment. And although parchment is scary and bizarre, it's not without a price to pay for using it. If it wasn't Bald Headstrong at that time, how would we have been made like this by Boss Lee with the parchment? Bald Head? You had a hand in the incident where Boss Lee used parchment to turn the entire Dog Bear Ridge into something spooky? Listening to Xiongda's tone, you still have a big role to play? But King Jiji said that Boss Lee killed you on the first day he came back with you, and that Boss Lee turned the whole of Dog Bear Ridge into a spooky. But it happened on the third night after you died. Who's telling the truth here and who's telling lies? Xiongde, can you tell me in detail what happened that night? What King Jiji told me was that Bald Head Strong was killed by Boss Lee 3 days ago. Bear roared. Jiji is a coward. He didn't even see that night with his own eyes. We 40 or 50 animals surrounded Boss Lee and Bald Chang, and we were trying to ask for a statement with Bald Chang Boss Lee, when Bald Chang suddenly jumped up and made a move with us. As a matter of fact, the two of us, Bear 2 and I, together, were able to barely fight against that stinking bald head, and now that so many animals are here, we are not afraid of Bald Head Strong. But who knows that the legend of the parchment is true, and that Baldur is just stalling for time, waiting for Boss Lee to use that parchment to turn all of us into something inhuman and creepy. Xiongda's words make you almost suspect that you've heard wrong. Bald Head Strong and Boss Lee were surrounded by 40 to 50 animals, and then Bald Head Strong alone jumped up and took the initiative to fight with these 40 to 50 animals? And according to Xiongde, it took 2 bears to barely stand up to Baldur Strong? That's 2 bears. Is Bald Head Strong still a human being? Xiongde, I do not remember my brother Bald Strong so powerful. Xiongde said, really a bit subverted your perception. That stinking bald head has been living in the Dog and Bear Ridge for 3 years by himself, facing the animals led by me alone, unharmed while still being able to cut down a few trees from time to time. Do you think that stinking bald head looks like a person who is incapable? The two of us, Bear 2 and I, combined, can't even beat that stinking bald head. After finishing, Xiongde walked out of the treehouse and roared toward the forest, and a big tree was blown away hard by the air that came out of Xiongda's roar. What a guy! This Xiongde actually exaggerated to such an extent. Moreover, what Xiongde said is not unreasonable. It seems that the reason why Xiongde doesn't suspect that you're Bald Headstrong is also because even though you look like Bald Headstrong, your combat power is completely incomparable to Bald Headstrong. I heard that the stinking bald come to our Dog and Bear Ridge before or a monk. The legal name is Jiqiang what? In short, if we want to go to finally boss revenge, the primary threat is that stinking bald. Without stinky baldhead to hold us back, the two of us, me and you, are more than enough to deal with Boss Lee. Xiongda's words completely gave you confidence, because in the midst of this copy, Bald Headstrong's position was taken over by you. You are Bald Headstrong. Xiongde, you don't have to worry about my brother, because our mom's birthday is in the next few days. My brother, Bald-Headed Strong, went back to celebrate his mom's birthday, and it's because of that I dared to come to Dog and Bear Ridge to stop Boss Lee. Bald-Head Strong won't return to Dog Bear Ridge until at least the morning of the day after tomorrow, and this period of time is the best time for us to confront Boss Lee. After hearing your words, Xiongde looked excited. Are you telling the truth? That bald guy is not in Dog Bear Ridge right now? Then let's set off quickly. I'll go with you now to kill Boss Lee and avenge the gang. Seeing this look on Xiongda's face, you quickly waved your hand. Xiongde, it's not the right time yet. I need a day to prepare. Wait until this time the next day. I'll come back to the treehouse to look for you, and then we'll go back to finish off Boss Lee. Xiongde nodded. Well, you're right. I know that stinking bald guy is the most cunning and tricky. In case he has set up any traps it will be over. At this moment, Xiongde, the bizarre and chaotic look in his eyes had mostly disappeared. It seems that being able to take revenge on Boss Lee has made him very excited. You took advantage of the fact that Xiongde is extremely awake at the moment and asked him about the parchment in the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge. Bear opened his mouth and said many things, but not a single sound came out. As he spoke, his face was sometimes frightened, sometimes angry, but to you, it looked incredibly funny, because it was as if Bear was acting out a pantomime. You couldn't hear a thing. I finished speaking. So, when the time comes, all I have to do is hold Boss Lee for you, and then you grab that piece of parchment, and you're done. After a long time, Xiongde opened his mouth. Xiongde, can I ask again to deepen my impression? I mainly have these 3 questions. The first question is what weaknesses Boss Lee would have when using the parchment. The second question is what exactly is in the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge. And the third question is the origin of the parchment. You have re-asked these 3 questions, but Xiongde is still as he was before, just opening his mouth to speak, but not even a little sound can be conveyed. I finished speaking. So, when the time comes, all I have to do is hold Boss Lee for you, and then you grab that parchment, and you're done. Xiongde opened his mouth. Okay, I know Bear. I'll meet you here tomorrow about this time. You terminated the simulation. Zhou Shaochuan stroked his chin, pondering why Xiongda's mouth just opened and closed when he answered these questions involving the most fundamental source of the copy. but he didn't even say anything. Could it be that it's because these involved the truth of the copy, so they can't be revealed to me so easily from Bear's mouth? Or maybe it's because it's in the middle of the simulation, so I can't get this information? In order to verify the latter conjecture, Zhou Xiaochuan followed the simulated scene and did all the practices from the last simulation in reality. However, in reality it was the same. While Xiongde spoke with a serious and dignified face, Zhou Xiaochuan simply couldn't hear anything. After stepping out of the middle of the treehouse, Zhou Xiaochuan took a long breath. Either it was a problem with the simulation or he couldn't hear Xiongda's voice. This time, however, you found a blind spot. Kumar was breathing audibly as he spoke. End of chapter. Chapter 132, 6 o'clock in the evening, request for subscription. Chapter 132, 6 o'clock in the evening, request for subscription. There was the sound of breathing, but the content of the speech could not be heard. Could this indicate that in fact Xiongde could make sounds at that time? Only that it deliberately did not speak. Not wanting to tell Zhou Xiaochuan this information, Zhou Xiaochuan stroked his chin and began to think. If it was because the most important information involving this strange story could not be learned so easily through words, he had already obtained the information earlier, on the site of Boss Li at the Dogwood Town Fairgrounds, as well as King Jiji. It's fine everywhere else. How come it's not fine for him? If it was Xiongde that deliberately concealed this matter, then what exactly was this Xiongda's purpose? According to what King Jiji had said, Xiongde was hostile to Boss Li. It shouldn't help Boss Li against himself. Also, Bear's pain at the loss of Bear 2 could never be faked. It's true, however, that Bear is not always a friend to work with. And what it says contradicts what King Jiji says. When King Jiji recounts the siege of Boss Li by the animals of Dog and Bear Ridge, he doesn't mention Bald Headstrong at all. But Xiongde says that it was Bald Headstrong's presence during that siege that led to the defeat of the animals of Dog and Bear Ridge. In the rules, it also only said that Xiongde maintained its last sanity, and did not say that it would help Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan was pondering, when he suddenly saw from the rearview mirror that although Xiongde was still sitting on the bed, his eyes were looking his way from time to time. In order to avoid Xiongde going crazy again, Zhou Xiaochuan could only drive the car to the neighborhood of Baldur's cabin. The bear is indeed suspicious and one needs to leave a heartbeat when working with it. Zhou Xiaochuan had now parked in front of his house. The time now was 3:30 p.m. There were still 2.5 hours to go before it would be time to get to the time stated in the rules that he could not leave the cabin. Zhou Xiaochuan didn't intend to waste this time. He turned the car around and drove deeper into the forest. Because it had rained in the morning at Dog Bear Ridge, the dirt was still wet and soft, and wheels running over it would leave particularly noticeable marks. When Zhou Xiaochuan drove out a few times before, he specifically avoided the car tracks inside, just so that he could follow Boss Li's car tracks and head deeper into the forest. Zhou Xiaochuan let the car try to fit the marks of Boss Li's car as much as possible, and drove towards the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge. It was just that the time spent on the journey was quite a lot. He followed the trail of the car all the way, and drove for an hour before he saw the depths of Dog Bear Ridge. The reason why Zhou Xiaochuan was able to tell where was the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge was because of this roadside sign that wrote this out. Ahead is the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge, infested with wild beasts, please do not proceed. And the depths of Dogwood Ridge were actually surrounded directly by a ring of energized wire, leaving only an entrance that allowed about one car to go in. Zhou Xiaochuan tried against the entrance and realized that the car he was currently driving could not enter. After that, if you want to enter the depths of Dogwood Ridge, you can only walk. On either side of that entrance, there were two other small pavilions, so it seemed that this was where the animals guarded the depths of Dog Bear Ridge. As King Jiji had said, only now, the door to the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge, which should have been closed tightly, was straight open, and whoever could enter it. And the two small pavilions that were used to stand guard were empty. It seems that all the animals of Dog Bear Ridge have, indeed, fallen into a state of madness. Or, there's a worse possibility. Zhou Xiaochuan drove all the way here, and in this hour between, there was actually not even a single animal. He thought of the stacked up corpses he had seen earlier in the middle of Bear's treehouse. It's not possible that all the animals in the entire Dog Bear Ridge were eaten by these two brothers. Is it? Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the deepest part of the Dog Bear Ridge, took out his cell phone and turned on the camera function. The camera function of the cell phone, apart from taking pictures, could also be used to see things clearly in the distance. Zhou Xiaochuan used the camera to observe for a long time, but did not find out what exactly was in the depths of this Dog Bear Ridge. The depths of the Dog Bear Ridge looked extremely dead. This deadness is not reflected by the absence of animals. There is not a single animal on the outskirts of Bear Ridge either. But there are clouds and wind on the outskirts of Bear Ridge, and the wind moves the leaves. But there was actually not a single cloud in the depths of this Dog Bear Ridge, nor was there any sunlight shining, nor was there any wind. It looked like the depths of this Dog Bear Ridge looked a lot dimmer than the rest of Dog Bear Ridge. Zhou Xiaochuan put away his cell phone, then carefully turned the car around and drove along the car tracks that Boss Lee had left behind earlier in the direction of his family's wooden house. He was no longer able to explore the depths of the Dog-Bear Ridge today due to time constraints. The present time, 4:30, and the drive from the entrance deep in Dogwood Ridge to the cabin of the bald-headed man would take an hour. And according to the rules, you can't leave the cabin after 6 p.m. If one explores the depths of Dogwood Ridge, then one will definitely run out of time and will have to wait until tomorrow to explore. Zhou Xiaochuan drove to the cabin. At the moment the time was already 5:30, and in front of the cabin, there was no parking of Boss Lee's vehicle. It was half an hour before 6 o'clock in the evening, and Boss Lee hadn't come back yet. Zhou Xiaochuan closed the doors and windows in the middle of the wooden house tightly, and also put steel plates where the windows were, and sealed the windows with steel plates. At the doorway, a wooden cabinet was dragged against the door of the room, leaving only a gap that could allow an adult to pass through, to be used to open the door for Boss Lee in a while. This makes the cabin a little more secure in a big way. First, do not leave your cabin after 6 o'clock at night. If something knocks on the door outside your cabin after 6 o'clock at night, whoever it is, please do not open the door. If something outside the door tries to force its way in, by all means, stop it. It was now approaching 6 p.m., and everything had to be planned for a rainy day. After all this was set up, the time came to 5:58 minutes. At this time, Boss Lee's knock sounded outside the door. Hey, Bald Belly, I'm back. Hurry up and open the door for me. Why are you blocking this door so hard? I can't get in at all. Zhou Xiaochuan stood behind the door, standing in a position that Boss Lee could not see. However, he did not open the door for Boss Lee right away. He needed to corroborate a suspicion. You can't open the door after 6 p.m., so what happens if you delay until 6 p.m., and leave Boss Lee outside the door? Will Boss Lee be killed by what's outside the door? Simulation begins. Boss Lee's knocking on the door outside was very intense, and while knocking on the door, his mouth was cursing. Skinhead, bald knubbers, open the door for me, come on, but you hear fear in his voice. Open the door for me, open the door. You didn't open the door. It arrived at 6 p.m. End of chapter. Chapter 133 Boss Lee's means, existence outside the night room. Requesting subscription. Chapter 133 Boss Lee's means, existence outside the night room. Requesting subscription. No matter what Boss Lee said, you didn't open the door, and 6 o'clock has come and gone, and Boss Lee is trapped outside the cabin. You notice that when the cell phone time reached 6 o'clock, Boss Lee lost his voice and stopped knocking on the door, as if he had been vaporized. Could it be that Boss Lee was killed by something outside the door? If that's the case, this Dog-Bear Ridge Strange Tales will be much easier to, at least, try to pass the level by surviving for 3 days. The reason I didn't choose the 3-day survival pass before was because Boss Lee would go on a killing spree in the early hours of the 3rd day. And if you can kill Boss Lee in advance, then you can wait peacefully until around 9 o'clock on the 4th day. Just as you were thinking, suddenly, the cabin directly in front of you disappeared. You're standing directly outside in the open air, and standing opposite you is none other than the resentful, pale-faced Boss Lee, who is holding the roll of parchment in his hand. You notice that this parchment, and the one you obtained in the middle of the second middle school of the Spirit River, look exactly the same. There is hardly any difference. Boss Lee, I was just about to open the door for you. Ha 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 ha. You look at Boss Lee in the darkness and laugh awkwardly. Boss Lee didn't reply, and his dark eyes were filled with resentment. Is he going to kill you with this parchment? You take a few steps back, and just as you're about to draw your gun on him, you realize that your gun has disappeared. Behind you, a monkey has snatched your gun and aimed it at you, and when you look, the monkey is none other than King Gigi. Not only that, but Fluffy, Muddy the owl, Turnip Head the groundhog, Bouncy the squirrel, Bear 2, and 40 or 50 other animals surround you. Humph, Baldy, trying to trap me out there and kill me? There are all my men outside. It's just that by doing this, you've wasted another 10 days of my layout, but it's fine. I don't mind waiting another 10 days. Boss Lee snorted coldly. Then he stretched his neck and bit towards you. You only felt your heart racing and palpitating, and for a moment you froze in place, actually unable to move. Boss Lee takes a bite out of it, but it didn't do any damage to you. The creepy necklace has defended you from one deadly attack, and it can defend you from another. The bizarre necklace given by the security guard of the Star and Moon Theater when you entered this copy in the first place, played a role in this moment and helped you withstand this fatal attack. It's just that you're a bit strange. Why is it that amongst the previous simulations, from the attacks from Mao Mao, King Gigi, Bear de Xiong Air and the others, this weird necklace didn't come into play, and only when Boss Lee attacked did it come into play? Previously, when Boss Lee just came to Dog-Bear Ridge, You were killed by Boss Lee in the simulation when you received him because you didn't show Bald Headstrong's greed for money. And on that occasion, the eerie necklace also came into play, fending off 2 fatal attacks for you. But after that, you encountered life and death crises many times. And this weird necklace did nothing. And you even kind of forgot that it even existed. When Boss Lee saw that his attack didn't work on you, he was a bit puzzled. And there was even a bit of panic among his expressions. It's futile. Give it to me. He barks orders at the animals surrounding you. The animal rushed up and tore you to pieces. You're dead. Looking at the results of the simulation, Zhou Shaochuan had his head in a bag. Originally, he only wanted to use this simulation to test if Boss Lee would be killed by the existence outside the door if he were to be locked outside the door. Unexpectedly, the existences outside the door were actually those animals that had already been killed by Bear Big and Bear 2. Moreover, these animals also obeyed Boss Lee's orders. It was impossible to deal with Boss Lee by relying on the method of shutting him out. Boss Lee was able to manipulate these animals that were caught up in the weirdness. Moreover, these weird animals didn't really die. Zhou Shaochuan observed the complexion of these animals. They were all maniacal, just like the King Gigi at that time. These animals at Dog Bear Ridge are not dead, and even King Gigi, Fluffy, and 2 bears, whom he saw die with his own eyes, are alive and well, just bizarrely contaminated. However, Zhou Shaochuan noticed that there was no Xiongdi among these animals. Bear holds on to last vestiges of sanity. Zhou Shaochuan carefully speculated. Gradually cold sweat clumped. He moved the cabinet out of the way and opened the door for Mr. Lee. Boss Lee is really sorry. Mainly this dog in Bear Ridge at night it is not peaceful. I have been in the night as the doors and windows sealed, and then used the cabinet against the door, and then the next day to open. Trouble is trouble, but it's always better to take precautions. Boss Lee snorted coldly, took off his shoes and socks, and sat down on the sofa, and the air was filled with the stench of dead fish. All the animals in Dog Bear Ridge are already dead. You don't have to do all this useless work anymore. All dead? Zhou Shaochuan secretly blanked Boss Lee. If he hadn't simulated it, he might have really believed Boss Lee's words. The fact is that instead of dying, these animals are being controlled by Boss Lee. Of course, on the surface, Zhou Shaochuan always still has to flatter Boss Lee. From the previous simulation situation, now tearing his face off with Boss Lee is tantamount to looking for death. But how are we going to develop tourism in the original jungle ecology if all the animals in the Dog Bear Ridge are dead? Zhou Shaochuan opened his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Baldy, the fact that you can ask something like that is why you're just my employee and I get to be the boss. He he he. If the wild animals die, then wouldn't it be fine to go to the zoo and buy a few of them at a high price? Besides, it's only bad if all these animals are wild. These wild animals, difficult to domesticate. If they hurt the tourists, buy a few zoo, and tell the tourists that they are wild. Then not on the line. Zhou Shaochuan skimmed his mouth. This Boss Lee is really a treacherous businessman. He pretended to climb into conversation with Boss Lee, but in reality, in the middle of his mind, he was still thinking about that simulation. Why was this weird necklace from the security guard only able to withstand attacks from Boss Lee? It was clear that he could have fended off one more attack, but it didn't trigger, leaving him alive to be torn apart by the animals. The creepy necklace has defended you from one deadly attack, and it can defend you from another. Defending against a deadly attack. Was Boss Lee's attack the only one that was lethal to him, while the other animals' attacks were not? However, he does get killed by other animals in the simulation. End of chapter. Chapter 134, Stealing Parchment. Chapter 134, Stealing Parchment. And Boss Lee's statement in the middle of that simulation was very intriguing. Humph. Baldy, trying to trap me out there and kill me? There are all my men outside. It's just that by doing this, you've wasted another 10 days of my layout. But it's fine. I don't mind waiting another 10 days. What is Boss Lee laying out? This 10-day layout, Zhou Shaochuan could understand. Because King Gigi had once said to him that the reason for this Dog Bear Ridge's weird descent was because 10 days ago, Boss Lee and Bald Headstrong had gone to the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge together and gotten the parchment. And every time about 3 days passed, Bald Headstrong would be killed by Boss Lee and then resurrected. And by the time Zhou Shaochuan was here, it was already the 4th time. Just why would ripping off Boss Lee be destroying Boss Lee's layout? Boss Lee's layout, if what King Gigi said was true, was to rule the entire Dog Bear Ridge? Only Zhou Shaochuan felt it was a bit unrealistic. Dog Bear Ridge is just a place with not much population. Is it worth Boss Lee's trouble? He knows enough about this weird talk to not have triggered past condition B. Find out the truth about Dogwood Ridge being weirdly contaminated. Zhou Shaochuan thought for a long time and realized that there was nothing but 2 pieces of information that had not been identified now. The first, what's really in the depths of Dogwood Ridge, and where the parchment came from and what it does. The second, what Boss Lee's layout is really about. If you know these two pieces of information, then more than likely you can trigger pass condition B. We must make a trip to the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge tomorrow, Zhou Xiaochuan said in his heart. And at this moment, Bosley pulled Zhou Xiaochuan out of his thoughts. Baldy, how are you doing with the things I ordered you to get this morning? Zhou Xiaochuan immediately smiled and said, Bosley, that Dog Bear Town's bazaar only opens from 12 noon to 2 p.m. I just happened to have just arrived at the bazaar at around 2 p.m. Things were bought. It's just that I haven't dealt with them yet because of the rush of time. It will probably take another 2 hours to finish processing, so I can only condemn you to a late-night snack. Still not processed? Where's the stuff? Show me. Zhou Xiaochuan took out the chickens, ducks and geese, fruits and white wine in the refrigerator and placed them on the table. Look, this chickens, ducks and geese have not even been plucked yet. They still need to be processed. Why don't you have some fruits and white wine to deal with it? And I'll go and do it for you now. After knowing that Bosley would not easily turn his back on him, much less take the initiative to make a move against him, other than suspecting that he wasn't bald and strong, Zhou Xiaochuan let loose a bit. Who knows? Bosley snorted coldly. When did eating have to be so troublesome? Even if you don't pull out the hair and burn it, isn't it just as good? After Bosley finished speaking, he hugged the chicken and nibbled on it. He even ate the chicken's bones, the chicken's blood, and the chicken's feathers together inside his stomach. The speed at which Bosley ate could simply be described as gobbling. And in a minute's time, he had eaten this entire chicken. And then, as if he was afraid that Zhou Xiaochuan would snatch it from him, he took all of the ducks and geese that were on the table in his arms. And in a 2 minutes' time, he swallowed the untreated ducks and geese inside his stomach. He then took a bottle of white wine in one hand and started the 2 bottles against the table. He tilted his head and blew into the bottle. And in a minute he had finished blowing the 2 bottles of white wine in his hand against the bottle. A 500 milliliter bottle of 53-degree white wine. Afterwards, Bosley looked at the fruits placed on the table and spoke. Bald head strong. Just eat some fruits to deal with it. When the tourism industry of Dog Bear Ridge develops well, we will naturally let you eat and drink in the future. After Bosley finished speaking, he directly walked inside the room and closed the door with one hand. Baldy strong. Just sleep on the sofa. I'm very tired today. I need to rest well in my room. Don't you dare come in and disturb me. After saying that, there was no more sound in the room. For Boss Lee's wolfing down his food, Zhou Xiaochuan actually didn't have any disgust. Instead he felt that Boss Lee was doing a really good job. It was simply just what he wanted. Originally, handling these chickens, ducks and geese required a lot of effort, and those 2 bottles of white wine were even more of a burden for Zhou Xiaochuan. Like if Boss Lee favored Zhou Xiaochuan to accompany him, he would drink white wine but he would drink unconscious. For something like wine, if Zhou Xiaochuan is allowed to sleep alone on the sofa, turn on the air conditioning and eat fried skewers and brush up on the drama, and then drink a little wine, then Zhou Xiaochuan is absolutely happy to accept. But if you're in Weird Tales world, it's tough to be forced to drink by your enemies. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his cell phone screen and it was now exactly 6:15 in the evening. The rules say you can't go out after 6 p.m., but they don't say when you can go out. Even if it's light enough to go out, it's going to be at least 6 o'clock in the morning. There were at least 12 hours in this, and Zhou Xiaochuan had almost nothing to do in these 12 hours except for closing his eyes and resting his mind, as well as clearing his thoughts. But, since Boss Lee said not to bother him in the room, then I am inclined to go to the room to see what he is doing. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaochuan first closed his eyes and prepared to take a short rest on the sofa. When Boss Lee fell asleep, he planned to go back into the middle of the room to have a look around. If it is a normal person, a liter of white wine down, I'm afraid that immediately fainted, and even have to enter the hospital to wash the stomach. However, Boss Lee is tainted with weirdness. Whether he will sleep at night or not, Zhou Xiaochuan cannot say. It's just that it's better to go and make an attempt than to do nothing at all. 2 hours later, Zhou Xiaochuan stood up from the sofa. An hour ago, the subtle snoring of Boss Lee came from the middle of the bedroom. Boss Lee is asleep. However, just in case, Zhou Xiaochuan still planned to wait for Boss Lee to sleep a little deeper before making his move. Use analog as little as you can. Zhou Xiaochuan has a vague premonition in his heart. This strange talk of the Dog and Bear Ridge. He cannot wait until the early morning of the 3rd day. Wait until the completion of the layout as described by Boss Lee. At that time, it will probably be hard to stop Boss Lee. So, the number of simulations that will be used tomorrow will definitely be high. Simulation begins. You stood up from the couch, intending to enter the bedroom while Boss Lee was asleep. To see if you could explore any useful information, you tiptoed and opened the door of the room, and found that Boss Lee was really asleep, not even taking off his clothes and pants, and laying down on the bed and falling asleep. And, you see that piece of parchment, just casually placed on the bedside by Boss Lee. A bold idea rose in your mind to steal this parchment while Boss Lee was asleep. What would happen? End of chapter. Chapter 135, the parchment was stolen. Day 2, request for subscription. Chapter 135, the parchment was stolen. Day 2, request for subscription. 9 times out of 10, this parchment is the source of this weird talk's weirdness. So if it's stolen, wouldn't the threat of this weird talk drop drastically? Not to mention the possibility of confronting Boss Lee through the parchment. You tiptoed over to Boss Lee's bedside and took the parchment into your hands as soon as you could. Boss Lee didn't react. And in fact, even if he did, it was useless, because the parchment was already in your hands. You didn't think it would be so easy to get everything. At this point, you detect a fishy odor coming from the parchment, and you know it is the smell of blood. You open the parchment, and on the parchment is being written a passage in blood. My name is Zhou Xiaochuan. When you read this, I am already dead. No matter how much I struggled, I was killed by Boss Lee in the early hours of the third day. Even if I had the gift of infinite simulation, it would be of no use. The number of times I simulated was high, but none of them managed to escape death. Not to mention the psychiatrist, a talent that can only be used in this copy on those who set up stalls in the bazaar to get them to buy groceries cheaper when I do. I'm desperate. I regret that on the first night, when I took advantage of that pickpocket, Boss Lee, to fall asleep. I didn't agree to the trade request for this parchment. It would have been better if I had agreed to it at that time. You looked at the words on the parchment and couldn't help but think of the piece of parchment you had gotten in the second middle school in Lingjiang. You tiptoe out of Boss Lee's room, and then take out the red plastic bag containing the important items in the second middle school of Spirit River from under the sofa. In the red plastic bag, a pack of instant noodles with sauerkraut and beef, a starch sausage, 3 red blood-stained towels, and Kara Sports hairband and Lynn's perfume obtained from the elevator are stored. But there is no parchment. The piece of parchment that was originally from Yanggang No. 2 middle school. You lost it. What's going on here? Before we went out to look for King Gigi this morning, the parchment was still inside the red plastic bag. Why is it gone now? Between the time you went out to look for King Gigi in the morning and the time you returned to the cabin at 5:30 p.m. Did someone come to the cabin and steal the parchment? However, from your mind, there is another possibility, and that is that this parchment is not the one that Boss Lee brought out from the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge, but rather the one that you originally obtained from the second middle school of Lingjiang. You ponder this and suddenly feel a cold wind blowing through you. You look up and realize that you are now standing in the wilderness. Your cabin has disappeared. Boss Lee is standing across from you with no sleep in his eyes. Skin headstrong. You think you can fight against me just because you stole the parchment, right? Boss Lee snorted coldly, his eyes full of contempt, saying that I collude with weirdness. Look at the parchment in your hand. Look at the plastic bag of those blood-stained towels. Look at the bottle of perfume. Hair bands. Aren't they all weird things? Don't tell me this is me talking too much. Give me on. Tear the skinhead to pieces. The animals surrounding you instantly riot and tear you to pieces. You're dead. Zhou Xiaochuan frowned, wanting to steal Boss Lee's parchment. This matter was unrealistic, because this Boss Lee was not asleep at all, but was pretending to be asleep. Moreover, Boss Lee had actually already stolen his parchment, and he now had 2 parchments in his hands. Just when, exactly, did he steal this parchment? Could it be that Boss Lee went out in the morning, came back once more halfway through, and then stole the parchment? Or maybe Boss Lee used some weird trick to steal the parchment. It's not known. Moreover, Zhou Xiaochuan always felt that what Boss Lee said was a bit cloudy, and very often there were some things that were obviously about to come out of his mouth, but he didn't say them in the end. It's as if Boss Lee he is afraid of something. Zhou Xiaochuan fell asleep on the sofa as he thought about it, because he had recently been in the middle of the Weird Tales replica and had been traveling on the edge of life and death. He was extremely tired. It was almost a dreamless night. The next day, 7 in the morning, Zhou Xiaochuan was woken up by Boss Lee. Baldy, it's 7 in the morning and you're still sleeping? You're usually like this when you're working? So unmotivated. No wonder you keep saying you can't cut wood. I think it's simply that you don't want to cut trees. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded. That's right, Boss Lee, you are right. It's just that these animals in the forest are vicious, and I can only fight them if I get enough sleep. So this biological clock is like this. I'm really sorry. This Boss Lee, he's a real crook. Asking his employees to wake up at 7? Boss Lee impatiently waved his hand. Dealing with animals? You've been dealing with them for 3 years, and not a single animal in this Dog and Bear Ridge has actually died, while I've come for 3 days and killed them all. Humph. Afterward, he walked to the door and spoke. Bald headstrong. I'm going to visit the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge. I'll probably be back by 6 o'clock in the evening. As before, prepare some good wine and food for me before I return. Then, Boss Lee gave Zhou Xiaochuan $1,000. Boss Lee, These are not enough. 3,000. Zhou Shaochuan squeezed his eyebrows and said, "This is necessary in order to play up the bald man's greed for money. You've worked for me for 3 years and I've given you $3,000 every month. You should have some savings, right? You advance it first. And when this Dog Bear Ridge tourist area develops, we'll share the dividends together and make a lot of money." Boss Lee waved and walked out the door. But, Zhou Shaochuan still wanted to say something, but Boss Lee directly scolded. "Young people don't think about money when they go to work. Don't always count the gains and losses. It's your blessing to let you go shopping for me, to let you work for me." After saying that, Boss Lee drove off in his car and drove deeper into the Dog Bear Ridge. Although he knew that this was weird talk, what Boss Lee had just said still made him uncomfortable. It was very tempting to beat up this Boss Lee. Taking advantage of Boss Lee's departure, Zhou Shaochuan again rummaged around the bedroom where Boss Lee had slept last night, hoping to find parchment or some kind of clues, but in the end, he came up empty-handed. There was basically nothing inside the bedroom, except for the odor of Boss Lee's feet. Zhou Shaochuan grabbed the red plastic bag from under the couch, carried the shotgun and chainsaw, and got into his car. Boss Lee had been gone for half an hour, and now it was time to head into the depths of Dogwood Ridge to find out what was going on. End of chapter. Chapter 136, Xiongda's Anomaly, Boss Lee's Layout. Plus more. A 4,000-word chapter is here. Chapter 136, Xiongda's Anomaly, Boss Lee's Layout. Plus more. A 4,000-word chapter is here. Driving from this cabin to the depths of Dogwood Ridge would probably take almost an hour, and it took him an hour yesterday. This time, however, he drove for an hour and a half, for the simple reason that he went halfway to the river where King Jiji and Mauve were buried and to Bear's cabin. In both of his simulations yesterday, he found King Jiji, Fluffy, Squirrel Bounce, and other animals that should have been dead, appearing in the darkness outside the cabin and taking orders from Boss Lee. When he reached the river, Zhou Shaochuan found that the river was still burning even now, and he threw a branch down, which instantly turned into a pile of black ash. Zhou Shaochuan used a simulation to try and jump into the molten lava, and was unsurprisingly burned alive. However, just because the river had turned into molten lava, it did not mean that King Jiji and Fluffy were dead. Zhou Xiaochuan's inability to survive in the lava did not mean that King Jiji and Mao Mao could not survive in the lava as well. Zhou Xiaochuan secretly kept his eyes peeled and drove to Xiongda's treehouse. While heading to Bear's treehouse, Zhou Shaochuan first turned on the simulation to avoid Bear from falling into a seizure again and attacking him. You entered Bear's treehouse, only to see Bear still sitting where it was sitting when you left, not moving a muscle, with a blank stare. "Big Bear, can you hear me? I'm Baldhead's brother. I came to see you yesterday afternoon." As you speak, you survey the corpses piled up in the middle of this treehouse. All of these corpses are horribly dead in their tracks, and have a huge gaping hole in their hearts. Moreover, Zhou Shaochuan remembers that the arrangement of these corpses was simply identical to that of yesterday. If it is true that the animals are not dead, but only faking their deaths to deceive you, there is absolutely no way that they could have done exactly the same placement arrangement as they did yesterday. Xiongde heard your words. His head moved. His eyes still a little dull. Bald head strong. Stinking bald head. Return the life of our Dog and Bear Ridge animals. You don't think that on the basis of your high martial arts. We are afraid of you. Big Bear. Xiongda. Calm down. I'm not Bald Headstrong. I'm Bald Headstrong's brother. You see that Xiongde has fallen into a seizure again, and hastened to persuade him. After hearing this from you, Bear stopped. His eyes regained their clarity, and he surveyed you for a long time, before letting out a long sigh. Ugh, you're not bald. You're not. You think Xiongda's words have a deeper meaning, but as soon as you talk about Baldur's head, Xiongde will revert back to his original maniacal appearance and attack you, so you'll leave it at that for the time being. You notice a slight look of disappointment flickering across Bear's face. Bear, I was outside the window last night and saw the dead animals. Bouncy, Turnip Head, Muddy, King Jiji, Fluffy, and even your brother Bear too were there. They seem to have taken orders from Boss Lee and are working for the tiger. You told Xiongde all about what you saw and heard last night, only reserving your talent for using simulations and the fact that you have quite a few weird props of your own. After hearing what you said, Bear's expression was out of anger. Impossible. Their corpses are all here. I didn't sleep all night last night. It's absolutely impossible to look at them wrong. And others I don't know. My brother Xiong'er was indeed bitten to death by me, and can never come back to life again. When you saw Bear on the verge of collapse, you hastened to comfort it for a few moments, and then after instructing it on a few things to watch out for in the night's ambush of Boss Lee, you drove off. You terminated the simulation. Zhou Shaochuan stroked his chin. He realized that Xiongde was an incoherent person, and there were times when it covered up, as if it was hiding something, especially after realizing that he wasn't bald-headed strong. the aura in its body suddenly weakened and fell into dishevelment. And Xiongda's reaction to seeing these animals walking at night and taking orders from Bosley was indeed too strange. This Dog and Bear Ridge is haunted by weirdness. And weirdness has harmed Dog and Bear Ridge like this. So it's not unfathomable that the dead animals are being utilized by Bosley. With all the shenanigans going on in this world, it's not unusual for anything to happen. But Xiongdi actually said that it was impossible. And it goes crazy. In yesterday, Xiongda's madness. That is a word directly rushed up to tear him into pieces. And today's Xiongde, crazy actually so meek, even with repeated references to his younger brother Xiong and Bald Headstrong, did not lose control to the point of coming to kill him. Could it be that yesterday's bear was really crazy and today's bear is just pretending to be crazy? Zhou Xiaochuan drove his car, following Boss Li's latest car tracks deeper into the Dog and Bear Ridge. While thinking about Xiongde, Bear spoke in a veiled manner, but he was definitely the most special being among the animals in the midst of the Dog-Bear Ridge, and he was the only one who still retained the last vestiges of his sanity. However, the most important reason was that the Bald Headstrong described in Bear's mouth was different from the Bald Headstrong described by everyone else in Dog-Bear Ridge. In the mouths of Boss Li, King Gigi, and the real Boss Li in the middle of Dog and Bear Town, Baldy is nothing more than a lumberjack with little ability to make money. But in Xiongda's mouth, Bald Chang was extremely powerful. He is a monk of the Shaolin Temple, with the Dharma named Ji Chang, and Xiongde and Xiong together can only barely fight against Bald Headstrong. Moreover, Bald Chang alone was enough to resist the entire animals of the Dog-Bear Ridge put together, and that was precisely why. It was Bald Chang who had held back all the animals of the Dog-Bear Ridge, and that was what allowed Bosley to be able to catalyze the parchment. To be honest, Zhou Xiaochuan was more willing to believe that the one in Xiongda's mouth was the real bald-headed strong than the lewd and shriveled, incapable yet money-hungry image of bald-headed strong in the mouths of other people. The reason is very simple. If Bald Strong really so useless, and how he and the Dog and Bear Ridge all the animals together as an enemy for 3 years? Look at the bear roar. A tree are blown down the strength of the view. If Bald Strong really no ability, still every day in the Dog and Bear Ridge cutting trees, that has long been the bear Big Bear 2 killed. And the words of Mr. Li in the morning are also intriguing. Dealing with animals? You've been dealing with them for 3 years, and not a single one of the animals in this Dog and Bear Ridge has actually died. While I've been here for 3 days and I've killed them all. Ha! Baldy has been working against the animals of Dog Bear Ridge for 3 years, and is hated by the animals of Dog Bear Ridge, but has not killed a single animal of Dog Bear Ridge, nor has he been killed by the animals of Dog Bear Ridge. If not being killed by the animals of Dog Bear Ridge showed that Bald Headstrong was very strong, not killing a single animal of Dog Bear Ridge for 3 years was intriguing. A single Dog Bear Ridge animal would never be able to fight off the bald head of a bear's mouth when it sees it. In other words, Baldy just had to catch these animals when they were alone and take care of them all in one go. But he hadn't killed a single animal by any chance. Zhou Xiaochuan felt that there was something deep and fishy here. The bear definitely knows something, and what it says is more credible, more reasonable, and perhaps closer to the truth than the other creatures of the Dog and Bear Ridge. It's just that it's unwilling to say it, or it can't say it? Zhou Xiaochuan's heart tightened. The worst plan he had made was for Xiongde to pretend to help him, but then turn against Boss Li and make a move against him. It wasn't impossible, but Zhou Xiaochuan had conducted 2 simulations yesterday, both of which had torn him apart from Boss Li. But it turned out that Boss Li had the help of the entire animal population of the Dog Bear Ridge, and he wasn't an opponent at all. He wouldn't even have a chance to shoot before he would simply be torn to pieces by these animals. Boss Li could easily take Zhou Xiaochuan out. Then Xiongde pretending to help Zhou Xiaochuan but actually turning against Boss Li at the last moment is not necessary. Xiongde was definitely no match for Boss Li even if he didn't cheat him out of his trust. In fact, even if Xiongde helped him, there was little certainty that he would be able to defeat Boss Li. Boss Li's own strength was unknown for the time being, and among the 40 to 50 animals under Boss Li's control, there was also Xiong who was comparable to Xiongda's fighting strength. Now his only hope was to find something in the deepest part of Dog Bear Ridge. Thinking about it, just saw an apple tree. Zhou Xiaochuan stopped the car, cut down the tree with a chainsaw, and picked up some apples and loaded them on the car. When I go to see Xiongde in the afternoon, it's better not to go empty-handed. If Xiongde has been sitting in the middle of the treehouse, then I think it must have been a long time without food. Find some food for Xiongde. On the one hand, see if you can obtain Xiongda's favor. On the other hand, it is also to let Xiongde have more strength at night. At the barrier near the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, Zhou Xiaochuan stopped his car, as he spotted Boss Li's Maybach, also parked outside this barrier deep in the Dog and Bear Ridge. Zhou Xiaochuan, however, clearly remembered that yesterday, at the deep barrier of the Dog and Bear Ridge, he did not see the existence of this Maybach belonging to Boss Li at all. Originally, He just thought that Boss Lee might have driven his car in, but now it seems that, perhaps yesterday, when he arrived at the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, Boss Lee had already left the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge? But after leaving the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, where did he go? Could it be that he went back to his cabin? If that was the case, then it all made sense. The theft of his parchment could also be explained away. Only, if Boss Lee would go back. Zhou Xiaochuan had driven all the way along Boss Lee's car tracks to the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge yesterday. So if Boss Lee was still taking this road, they would surely encounter it. To say that Boss Lee didn't take this path back to the cabin from the depths of Dogwood Ridge is simply impossible, because Zhou Xiaochuan clearly saw another car track on the road when he drove to the depths of Dog Bear Ridge this morning. This was not there when he went back yesterday afternoon. Between the morning and yesterday afternoon, Boss Lee drove his car and returned from the depths of Dogwood Ridge. But if that's the case, then Boss Lee must have been in the depths of Dog Bear Ridge in the first place. But where was his Maybach parked? Zhou Xiaochuan noticed that the body width of Boss Lee's Maybach was about the same as his own current one. The size of the entrance to the depths of this Dog and Bear Ridge was not big enough to allow Boss Lee's Maybach in this car Zhou Xiaochuan was now driving in and out. Since the Maybach was not parked at the entrance door yesterday as it is now, it means that Boss Lee was not in the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge at that time yesterday. But at that time, there was only a car track from when Boss Lee came. Suddenly, a thunderbolt exploded in Zhou Xiaochuan's mind, and he thought of a possibility that would be able to connect the seemingly contradictory things. There is a good chance that Boss Lee was indeed not in the depths of Dogwood Ridge yesterday, and the reason there is only one car mark is that Boss Lee used the same method as he did. By driving back along the car tracks from whence he came, he could fake the appearance of having only one car track. Then, between the time Zhou Xiaochuan drove himself out of the depths of Dog Bear Ridge, 5:30 p.m. on the first day, and the time Boss Lee woke Zhou up, 7 a.m. on the second day, Boss Lee faked a trail from Dog Bear Ridge back to the cabin. This guess is highly probable. Now that he thought about it, Zhou Xiaochuan felt that he was really abnormal last night. He actually fell asleep without realizing it, and he also slept for almost 11 hours without realizing it. And if Boss Lee hadn't woken him up, he wouldn't have known how long he would have to sleep. Not to mention in this dangerous and tense world of strange tales, even in the real world, he had never slept so deeply, unless he was sedated and given sleeping pills by the doctors at Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital. Last night, it was very likely that Boss Lee had done something to him. From the results obtained from the simulation, at that time, Boss Lee was pretending to be asleep. His purpose of pretending to be asleep was most likely not to seduce Zhou Xiaochuan in, because Boss Lee didn't want to tear his face off with Zhou Xiaochuan either. It would have spoiled his 10-day layout. That Boss Lee pretended to be asleep, and within the close to 11 hours that Zhou Xiaochuan himself was asleep, Boss Lee could have the opportunity to do too many things. And, if Boss Lee wasn't deep in Dogwood Ridge yesterday, then where was he yesterday? Could it be that everything Zhou Xiaochuan did yesterday was under Boss Lee's nose? Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. The logic that had been somewhat clear was now in a muddle. He fixed his mind, and after making sure that Boss Lee was not in the area, he parked his car within a bush in a hidden place about a kilometer away from this entrance. In this way, even if Boss Lee came out from the depths of this Dog Bear Ridge, it would be almost difficult to spot his car. After arranging all this, Zhou Xiaochuan walked towards the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge. The depths of the Dog Bear Ridge were definitely dangerous, but he had to solve this Dog Bear Ridge copy tonight, and there were only 9 hours left at most to explore the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge. Zhou Xiaochuan was pinching the mud pill that the real Boss Lee had given him in the middle of the Dog and Bear Town in his hand, and according to Boss Lee, eating this mud pill would boost his spiritual power to resist pollution in the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, but it would only last for 15 minutes, hanging around his neck. That bizarre necklace given by the security guard of the Star Moon Theater. Among the system descriptions at the time, there was also resistance to bizarre contamination. Everything is ready to explore the depths of Dogwood Ridge. P.S. 4,000 words big chapter is offered. Once again, thank you all for your support. If you can, could you please leave more comments? It gives me a lot of motivation and lets me know that my book is liked. Thank you all. The plot of Dog Bear Ridge will probably be finished in the next 2 days, and will soon return to Spirit River 2, which probably still has about 20 to 30 chapters to write. The plot of Dog Bear Ridge and the plot of Spirit River 2 are strung together, and when Dog Bear Ridge is finished you can guess the connection between the two. End of chapter. Chapter 137, The Deep End of the Dog Bear Ridge. Chapter 137, The Deep End of the Dog Bear Ridge. Simulation begins. You entered the depths of Dog Bear Ridge with a clay pill in your mouth that you received from the man who calls himself the real Boss Lee, a necklace around your neck that mitigates creepy erosion, and a shotgun loaded with 9 bullets in your hand. The depths of this Dog and Bear Ridge, although from the outside does not seem to be anything unusual, but once you walk in, You only feel bone-chilling cold all over your body, as if as soon as you enter the depths of this dog and bear ridge, you are being stared at by something in general. Entering the depths of the dog and bear ridge, you are not aimless, but have a clear goal in mind. In the depths of this dog and bear ridge, your main objective is to find the place where the person who claimed to be the real Boss Lee met the mysterious beggar in the middle of Dog and Bear Town. In the mouth of the man who claimed to be the real Boss Lee, his car was scrapped in the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, and then his shadow replaced him and stepped out of the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, and his shadow, the same Boss Lee who was now laying out the layout for 10 days, with a parchment in his hand. And then, after half a year, a mysterious beggar came to the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, and the self-proclaimed real Lee Boss reached a deal. The real Lee Boss needs to dress up as a mysterious beggar appearance, to go to the south gate of the Dog and Bear Town to spend their days begging, and after the bald head of the strong alms, the mud pills will be handed over to the bald head of the strong. The mysterious beggar, on the other hand, took the real old man Lee to the depths of a cave. In the middle of this cave depths, the mysterious beggar with parchment gave Lee Boss body, and Chinua things are done. You can leave the Dog and Bear Ridge, and right now, you're trying to find the car that was scrapped by the man who claims to be the real Mr. Lee, and that cave. However, from the time you entered the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, you discovered the loopholes of the person who claimed to be the real Boss Lee. The first and most obvious thing is that Zhou Xiaojuan walked for a while in the depths of this Dog Bear Ridge, and realized that the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge were very narrow in the rest of the area, except for the very front piece which was relatively empty and could allow a car to pass through. Deep in the Dog Bear Ridge, most of the road is only the size of a person passing through, and surrounded by dense trees on both sides of the road. It is impossible for a car to drive more than a minute in the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge. The second thing is that the man who claimed to be the real Boss Lee said that after his car was scrapped, he saw his shadow condense into substance in the moonlight, eventually replacing him. But what was obvious was that the sky standing in the depths of Dog Bear Ridge and looking up was simply gray and completely different from the sky outside. Above that sky, there were no clouds and no sun. I don't know why, but no light could enter the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, but the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge always maintained a certain degree of visibility, since not even a bit of light could shine into the depths of Dog and Bear Ridge. How did this person who claimed to be Boss Lee see his shadow condense into substance under the moonlight? Though his words are suspicious, you remain unwilling to give up this remaining clue and explore deeper into the Dog Bear Ridge. After walking around the depths of Dogwood Ridge for a while, you suddenly realize something very bizarre and out of place. Deep in the Dog Bear Ridge, the soil was even more moist and soft than the outer areas of the Dog Bear Ridge, and a light step on the ground could leave obvious traces. However, Zhou Xiaochuan did not see any footprints, or traces of people having been there. In the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, even if 10 days ago when Bald Head Strong and Boss Lee traveled to the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge too much time has passed and the traces have disappeared, then yesterday and today, when Boss Lee traveled to the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge, that should have left footprints, right? However, in fact, the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, only you alone footprints, the rest nothing. Originally you still hold the desire to track down Boss Lee, to see if you can find the traces left by Boss Lee in the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, so that you can explore what Boss Lee's real layout really is. But now it seems that there are no traces of Boss Lee left in the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge. Did Boss Lee enter the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge and deliberately cover up the traces? Do you think this is very possible? Boss Lee has parchment in his hand, not to mention covering up the traces. Even if it's the wooden house of Bald Chang's family, he can make it disappear out of thin air, so that Bald Chang can be attacked by the animals of the Dog and Bear Ridge. It's just that there is no need for Boss Lee to cover up the traces at all. There is simply no second path in the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge. Every tree in the depths is very close together. Every tree towers into the clouds. There is no other path to take except to keep going forward. You walk on the path deep in the Dog Bear Ridge for about 20 minutes or so, and then you come to the end. Since there is only one path that can be traveled in the depths of this Dog Bear Ridge, no matter how you go, you will only end up at this place. You didn't realize that the depths of this Dog and Bear Ridge were only 20 minutes away? At the end of the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, there were tightly packed trees on the left and right sides, and there was no road on the left and right sides, and directly in front of it, there was a stone mountain. This stone mountain is about as tall as a 10-story building. The stone walls are smooth, and there is no place to climb. The depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge have ended here, but you have found nothing in the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge. There is no trace of Boss Lee, nor the car scrapped by the man who claimed to be the real Boss Lee, nor the cave where the parchment was kept. This is impossible. A place mentioned by so many animals in the Dog and Bear Ridge, and even more so, a place where Boss Lee went every day during the day after he came to the Dog and Bear Ridge. How is it possible that there's nothing there? If there is nothing in the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, Then the clues to the dog and bear ridge have been cut off by this point. Originally you thought that everything would be answered in the depths of the dog and bear ridge, but it turned out to be such a result. You were upset, and turned around 5 or 6 more times in the depths of the dog and bear ridge, each time taking about 20 minutes, looking extraordinarily hard, but never discovering what mysteries were really in the rest of the depths of the dog and bear ridge. You just feel colder and colder all over your body. That eerie feeling that deepens the longer you stay deeper into the dog bear ridge. You go around and around, and eventually end up back at the end of the deep dog bear ridge, facing the pair of cold stone walls. You poked around on the stone walls of the rocky mountain and ultimately didn't find any hidden compartments. You do not find the cave. You feel your mind getting slower and slower, and your body getting colder and colder. You swallowed the clay pill you had in your mouth in order to survive. You felt a flash of light in your mind, and in the middle of this stone wall, there was actually a hole. You ate this clay pill and saw the hole. End of chapter. Chapter 138, Within the Cave. Shi Chang perished. Chapter 138, Within the Cave. Shi Chang perished. This mud pill you delayed until the end to eat, because in the bottom of your heart you don't believe that in the middle of the dog and bear town, claiming to be the real boss Li, after all, his words are really too many loopholes. But, after eating this clay pill, you actually did see what Fong couldn't see no matter how you searched for it. You thought of the description of this mud pill by the man who claimed to be the real boss Li in the depths of the dog and bear ridge. Taking this mud pill can keep you most awake for 10 minutes. You might not have been able to see the depths of dog and bear ridge before because you weren't awake enough. You do not rush into this cave, but instead survey the surroundings. You realize that other than the appearance of this cave, there is nothing particularly unusual about the rest of the place as the moonlight shines through. Wait a minute, the moonlight shines? You immediately raised your head and looked into the sky, realizing that there was actually something really high up in the sky that resembled the moon. You say it's similar to the moon because it's really a crescent-shaped thing, and it's also glowing like the moon. To say that it was only similar was because it was black in color. After looking at this thing for a long time, you always feel that this thing is also looking at you, and that it is giving you a sardonic smile. You didn't dare to keep staring at this thing and ran straight into the cave. The simulation is a blur. You terminated the simulation. Zhou Shaochuan clapped his hands, finally finding the secret of the depths of the dog bear ridge. This was mostly the most important place in the depths of the dog bear ridge as well. Even the truth of the whole Dogwood Ridge incident will come out there, because there really isn't much else to explore in Dogwood Ridge. The reason for the blurring of this analog screen, which Zhou Shaochuan had also encountered in the middle of Spirit River Second Middle School, was that it would appear when going from one floor down to another, implying that an important plot area in the replica had been reached. And within the deep caves of this dog bear ridge, there was no doubt that it was the important plot area of the dog bear ridge. I just didn't realize that I would have to eat this mud pill to be able to see that cave deep in the dog bear ridge. Zhou Shaochuan walked into the depths of the dog bear ridge and kept walking for about 20 minutes before arriving at the end of the deep dog bear ridge. At the end of this was a smooth stone wall, and no matter how Zhou Shaochuan touched it, he couldn't feel it. Zhou Shaochuan swallowed the clay pellet in his mouth, and the scene of the stone wall instantly changed, and a deep cave appeared at the originally bare stone wall. Meanwhile, the moonlight was spreading over the depths of Dogwood Ridge. Zhou Shaochuan looked up at the black moon, and just by looking at it, he felt as if his heart was being pinched by a big hand, and a sense of terror and trembling that went deep into his soul rose from his heart. He had felt terror and fear in the simulation, but it was nowhere near what he felt in reality. The image of that black moon was suddenly distorted in his eyes, and Zhou Shaochuan saw the essence of that black moon. It wasn't the moon at all. It was a giant octopus covered in maggots that had twisted into the shape of the moon and hung high in the sky. Zhou Shaochuan saw the octopus crawling toward him, spitting out laughter. Just then, the bizarre necklace Zhou Shaochuan hung on his chest shattered. His eyes instantly regained clarity and he rushed into the cave. There was no moonlight shining in the cave. Zhou Shaochuan gasped for air. Just now, if it wasn't for the necklace given by the security guard of that Star and Moon Theater, he was afraid that he would have died violently on the spot. The glance that he had just given to that moon gave Zhou Shaochuan the same feeling as he had felt when he had faced the will of the Weird World Origin in the first Weird Tales, in the Boulder Village. All over his body, he was trembling. It was as if the other party could kill him with a single thought. Even more strongly than then, Zhou Shaochuan didn't have the slightest clue as to the origin of this moon. It was just that its terror was really beyond Zhou Xiaochuan's imagination. Now Zhou Shaochuan only had one question. Why was it that when the simulation was done, the feeling for this moon was only fear and discomfort? Whereas when he saw this moon in person, he would feel his body trembling all over, even falling into a seizure and almost dying here? Why can't you simulate a deadlock? This kind of situation had never occurred in previous simulations. At most, It was just that the simulation was not allowed to be simulated because it involved an important plot or the origin of the Weird Tales world. Weird Tales of the World Origin. That moon could be related to the Weird Tales of the World Origin. I can only see him if I eat this clay pill. Zhou Xiaochuan explored the cave while thinking. Unlike the cold and cool outside, in this cave, Zhou Xiaochuan felt a long-lost peace of mind and warmth. Only, the cave, like the depths of Dog Bear Ridge, had only one path without any forks. Although the cave looked very deep from the outside, it was only a 4-minute walk inside before they reached the end of the cave. As soon as he reached the end of the cave, Zhou Xiaochuan only felt the same scorching heat and warmth that he had felt at the entrance of the cave before, as if it was about to condense into substance. His chest, soles of his feet, dantian, palms of his hands, temples, and the back of his head all felt very hot, as if a warm current was constantly swimming around him. The end of this cave is not empty, but there is something there. At the end of the cave, there was a futon, and on top of the futon, there was a mud ball. The appearance and shape of this mud pill is very similar to the mud pill that was handed to him by the dog in Bear Town that claimed to be bossly before. It was only that the previous mud pill was only the size of a normal pill, while this mud pill in front of him was terribly large, about the size of a basketball. Zhou Xiaochuan just wanted to go up and touch the clay pill, which turned into a cloud of air, as if the clay pill had never existed. On top of the futon where the mud ball disappeared, there was a note. I was deceived by Taoist Li. His purpose wasn't to eliminate the weirdness of Dog Bear Ridge at all. His purpose was, at ##dollar yen, followed by a string of unintelligible gibberish. I really didn't think that Wudong, which is on par with Shaolin Temple, would pick such a thing to absorb. At ##dollar, at, our civilization, hopeless, Ji Qiang, the head of Shaolin Dharma Temple, died here. Our civilization number 1557, which fought against the world of Weird Tales for 1,000 years, actually ended up dying at the hands of an insider. Unwilling, in a time of chaos, the Buddha is destroyed by the Buddha. Is Taoist Master Li the Demon King Bossun? After Zhou Xiaochuan finished reading the note, the futon also turned into a ball of air and disappeared. P.S. The Strange Tales of Dogwood Ridge will be finished tomorrow or the day after, and it's time to wrap things up. End of chapter. Chapter 139. Chapter 139. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the words on the note, only to feel a chill in his heart. The words on this note are all square and incomparable print, visible and not written by people, but printed out. If the note had been written, then let's say it was the last words of Baldur or Ji Qiang. But now, and underneath the futon where the note was placed, Zhou Xiaochuan saw 8 large words carved out. These 8 characters were written in a dragon's handwriting, and the carving was done with such extreme force that there were still a lot of broken stone chips around his own periphery. That's exactly civilization can be destroyed, but Buddha cannot be destroyed. These 8 words. Somehow, Zhou Xiaochuan always felt that these 8 words contained the anger and extreme sadness of the writer. I'm afraid that more than the note, these 8 words are truly the last words of Baldi. Civilization can be destroyed, but not Buddha. What does that mean? If an entire civilization is extinguished, who else is going to believe in Buddha? Creepy? Could it be that the Buddha he speaks of is not a belief, but something real? Zhou Xiaochuan associated it with what was written on that note. The 1557 civilization that Bald Chang was in was exterminated by Creepy. The reason for the demise was that Taoist Master Li of Wudong Mountain had colluded with Creepy and tricked Bald Chang into coming to the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge, and subsequently killed him. If we look at it this way, could it be that both Taoist Li and Bald Headstrong are the chosen ones of this civilization number 1557? The human civilization is not the only one in the great universe, and many scientists have had this speculation before. Zhou Xiaochuan let out a bitter smile. His own encounter in the middle of the world of strange tales. I'm afraid that it had already caused an uproar in reality. After all, it's about other civilizations, and those same civilizations are being invaded by rule geekery. However, what Zhou Xiaochuan didn't know was that his Dog Bear Ridge Strange Talk was not broadcast live in the middle of the live broadcast room, and his own appearance in the eyes of the audience right now was just standing in the middle of the second floor of the Lingjiang Second Middle School Gymnasium and gawking. If Shi Chang, the head of Shaolin Temple's Dharma Academy, is bald head, then this Wudong Mountain's Taoist Master Li is Boss Li? So the message that this cave deep in the Dog Bear Ridge was trying to tell him was that Boss Li had tricked Baldi and then killed him? But this information he already knew long ago. What is Boss Li's purpose? I was deceived by Taoist Li. His purpose was not to eliminate the weirdness of Dog Bear Ridge at all. His purpose was, at ## $yen, followed by a string of unintelligible gibberish. I really didn't think that Wudong, which is on par with Shaolin Temple, would pick something like this to absorb. At ##$, at, our civilization, hopeless, Zhou Xiaochuan thought about the words of that note. The messy code on this note thought to be something extremely crucial, especially the first one. What exactly is the purpose of Bosley? Zhou Xiaochuan fumbled around in the cave again and found that there was nothing else in the cave besides this note, so he was a little disappointed. After all, the information he had gotten in the middle of the cave was nothing more than the information he had originally known. This time, when he came to the depths of the Dogbear Ridge, he just learned that the two of them, Bosley and Bald Headstrong, were not an ordinary company owner and subordinate relationship, but rather, they were the ones who bore the burden of the future of civilization No. 1557 and who fought with Creepy. They were mostly the chosen of civilization number 1557. And the biggest difference between this civilization number 1557 and the human civilization was that civilization number 1557 seemed to practice martial arts, and this martial arts could more than likely also inflict damage on the bazaar. So this Boss Li and Bald Headstrong, one is Taoist Master Li from Wudong, and the other is Xi Chang, the head of Shaolin Temple's Dharma House. Zhou Xiaochuan also noticed that the civilization involved in this Dogbear Ridge strange talk was called Civilization 1557, and his VIP box room on the Star and Moon Theater was also room 1557, which certainly couldn't be a coincidence. Could it be that every weird story corresponds to an overthrown civilization? Zhou Xiaochuan shook his head, knowing that these things would be almost entirely unhelpful in getting through this strange talk, so he didn't think deeply on this aspect either. After passing the weird tales, in the middle of the real world, there would naturally be people from the Weird Tales Handling Bureau to study with him. The priority now was to pass the weird tales. Zhou Xiaochuan's brows were furrowed. The two things he wanted to know, what Boss Li's scheming was, and the information about the parchment, none of it was available in the depths of this Dogbear Ridge. If you don't know that these Boss Li's scheming is to kill the bald guy and sell out to the bazaar, but then what would he get? Information that he wouldn't count as knowing the truth about Dogbear Ridge being contaminated. That would be no way to pass the Dogbear Ridge weirdness. As for the remaining two clearance conditions, surviving 3 days in the Dogbear Ridge and escaping the Dogbear Ridge, they were not even in Zhou Xiaochuan's consideration. The reason was simple. The prerequisite for surviving 3 days in Dogbear Ridge and escaping Dogbear Ridge was to kill Boss Li. But he simply couldn't beat Boss Li, and even with Xiongda's help, his chances were still slim, not to mention that Xiongda wasn't necessarily trustworthy. Zhou Xiaochuan was in trouble. Originally thought that all this would be answered in the deepest part of the Dog and Bear Ridge. Never thought it would be like this. He also wandered around the cave a few times, found that there is really nothing in the cave, and used his hand to touch the civilization can be extinguished. The Buddha cannot be extinguished. The 8 big words, but also the same as nothing. Zhou Xiaochuan helpless, also cannot always stay in the middle of this cave. He looked at the time on his cell phone. From the time he entered the cave, has passed 20 minutes. According to reason, that claim to be the really boss of people to give the clay pills medicinal effect has been over. But he is still not assured. Used the simulation once, found no problem, before walking out of the cave. After walking out of the cave, Zhou Xiaochuan didn't dare to look at this moon, and quickly walked towards the exit deep in the Dogbear Ridge. These days he has been relying on the simulator as a gift. Before, the simulator did not simulate that looking at eating a mud pill and looking at the moon would kill him. It really scared him. He suddenly felt that he was a little too reliant on the simulation. Wasn't he? This time had taught him a lesson that even if the simulation was safe and secure, he still had to be careful in reality. As he walked, he thought, since the true identities of Boss Li and Bald Headstrong were known in the middle of this cave, there was no doubt that the person who claimed to be the real Boss Li in the Dog and Bear Town had told a lie. Who was the man who claimed to be the real Boss Li? And what was his purpose? His mud pill did allow Zhou Xiaochuan to find the cave deep in the Dogbear Ridge, but without the necklace from the security guard, the mud pill would have killed him. If he wanted to help him, why did he lie to hide his identity? And if he wanted to harm him, this mud pellet actually helped Zhou Xiaochuan find the cave deep in the Dogbear Ridge. Floundering, Zhou Xiaochuan sighed and walked out of the depths of the Dogbear Ridge. End of chapter. Chapter 140, The Truth About Two Bosses Li. Requesting subscription. Chapter 140, The Truth About Two Bosses Li. Requesting subscription. After leaving the depths of the Dogbear Ridge, Zhou Xiaochuan directly got into his car and drove towards the middle of the bazaar. The time was now 3 minutes past 10. And it would take almost 2 hours to drive from the depths of Dogwood Ridge to the middle of the fairgrounds. 2 hours later, just about the time the rules said the fair was to open. Since there were no answers to these doubts in the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, Zhou Xiaochuan could only hope for the man who claimed to be the real Boss Li. He lied to Zhou Xiaochuan, which also showed that this person who claimed to be the real Boss Li was not innocent. He definitely knew something. However, after arriving at the Dog and Bear Town, it made Zhou Xiaochuan very disappointed. He knew that asking the proprietors of the stalls at the fairgrounds, and the passers-by in Dogwood Town wasn't going to get him anywhere. These people were like NPCs in a game, either ignoring Zhou Xiaochuan's words or only saying the word After he arrived at Dogwood Town, he drove straight to the north gate of Dogwood Town. That person who claimed to be the real Boss Lee wanted to leave Dog Bear Town from this place yesterday. However, after Zhou Xiaochuan conducted several simulations, he found that whether he left the north gate or took the car of those drivers in the north gate, he would die without exception. Therefore, Zhou Xiaochuan exhorted the man who claimed to be the real Boss Lee for a few sentences and went to the bazaar to buy something. Now it seemed that Zhou Xiaochuan's advice was completely superfluous. That person who claimed to be the real Boss Lee was definitely not a simple commodity. In the simulation, he was killed by the weirdness when he went out of the north gate, and it is also very likely that the real Boss Lee made a setup to trick Zhou Xiaochuan that he was already dead. In Zhou Xiaochuan's memory, the last time that person who claimed to be the real Boss Lee appeared was at the north gate. Those drivers at the north gate were also different from the others in this Dog and Bear Town, and were able to communicate. Maybe we can get the whereabouts as well as information about the person who claimed to be the real Boss Lee from them. Holding this thought, Zhou Xiaochuan arrived at the north gate, but the scene in front of him caused him to be greatly disappointed, and at the same time, his heart jumped. The north gate of the Dog and Bear Town had completely turned into a miserable state of hell on earth. I saw that the cab, which had stopped at the north gate, was all but broken, while the vicinity of the cab was all covered with broken arms and limbs and foaming flesh. No doubt all of these are from those cab drivers. The piles of broken arms and limbs even made Zhou Xiaochuan unable to distinguish who these corpses were. These cab drivers are bizarre and have tried to harm Zhou Xiaochuan many times, so naturally they are not enough to die. Just who the hell killed them? The blood on the floor hadn't congealed solid yet, they were freshly dead. He had just wanted to come to them to ask about the followers of the man who claimed to be Boss Lee. And these people were dead? Is the murderer still in the neighborhood? Zhou Xiaochuan was secretly on guard when he suddenly heard someone moaning in the pile of corpses. And alive. He didn't dare to delay and got out of the car in a hurry. Big brother, who killed you? I might be able to help you get revenge if you tell me. Zhou Xiaochuan did not approach the pile of corpses, but instead asked questions from a distance. Senior brotherly, we are just following your instructions. Driving and cheating people at the north gate of the Dog and Bear Town. Not cheating that bald donkey is that we are unable to do so, but you are also not so cruel to your senior brothers who have been in the same sect for 30 years. There will be retribution when you do this kind of thing. The voice under that pile of corpses was filled with spite. Seniorly? Zhou Xiaochuan immediately reacted. The senior brotherly in his mouth should be Boss Lee. This friend. I'm not Taoist Lee. I'm bald headstrong. Tell me what Boss Lee is doing all these hurtful things in Dog Bear Ridge for, and I'll return the favor. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth. Head Jiqiang. I was wrong. Seniorly, don't go to the deepest part of the Dog and Bear Ridge. Don't eat that elixir. Don't look at the moon. The voice from that pile of bodies broke off and eventually died. Zhou Xiaochuan sighed in his heart, and after performing a simulation and realizing that these corpses would not attack him, Zhou Xiaochuan peeled away the pile of corpses and saw a body that was still intact at the bottom. To say it was complete would be an understatement, as all of his limbs had disappeared, leaving only a head hanging from his body. Zhou Xiaochuan probed under his nose with his finger, and sure enough, he wasn't breathing. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the ground-broken bodies, although he wanted to find a place to bury them, but it is too time-consuming and laborious, so he could only recite a few Amitabha Buddha. I do not know whether it will be able to transcend their souls, and then got into the car and drove to the market. After Zhou Xiaochuan left, this ground full of broken corpses was suddenly enveloped by a burst of golden light, and those corpses that had died without resting in peace and glaring angrily, gradually closed their eyes, their demeanor full of kindness. After a while, the broken bodies turned into golden light and disappeared into the road. These drivers, they are actually in league with that Boss Lee, and it looks like they are also Boss Lee's fellow disciples. They may know of Boss Lee's schemes, but unfortunately they were silenced by Boss Lee. The clues are broken again. Zhou Xiaochuan sat in the car and analyzed it. Although all of these cab drivers died horizontally, the trip was not a wasted one, and at least one piece of information was obtained. The man who claimed to be the real Boss Lee was the same Boss Lee who held the parchment. The two Boss Lees are one person, and he gave Zhou Xiaochuan that mud pill with the purpose of luring Zhou Xiaochuan into the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge, and subsequently letting Zhou Xiaochuan be killed by that moon. As for why he didn't die in the end, Zhou Xiaochuan actually had a guess in his heart. That was because Boss Lee hadn't counted on the fact that Zhou Xiaochuan still had the creepy necklace around his neck from the security guard at the Star and Moon Theater, and that the creepy necklace had helped him fend off one of the moon's attacks. Otherwise Zhou Xiaochuan would have already died. This is a killing machine that can't even be simulated. Is the simulation not simulating, or is this simulation inherently faulty? The The reason why he didn't associate the two Bossleys together before was because Zhou Xiaochuan really couldn't think of what the significance of Bossley doing this was. By falsifying his identity, he induced himself to eat the mud pills to travel to the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge. He was finally killed by that moon. Doing so was really too redundant. If Bossley wanted to kill himself, he could have done it directly. Not to mention that if he didn't kill himself, he would still be able to get inside the cave and learn the truth. As a matter of fact, Zhou Xiaochuan couldn't even figure out why Bossley was doing this right now. Since Bossley was in Dog and Bear Town yesterday, then his going to the depths of Dog and Bear Ridge is a lie to me. There are no traces left by him at all in the depths of Dog and Bear Ridge. Could it be that he has never been to the depths of Dog and Bear Ridge at all? Zhou Xiaochuan sighed. He was going to have a showdown with Bossley at 6 o'clock this evening, but until now he was still confused. End of chapter. Chapter 141 Recruiting Xiongdae. Chapter 141 Recruiting Xiongdae. Zhou Xiaochuan thought left and right, yet with Bossley pitting the cab driver at the north gate of that Dog and Bear Town, the only source of clues was broken. Without clues, no amount of pondering will yield results. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his cell phone and saw that the time on his cell phone was now exactly 12:30, and it would take almost an hour and a half to drive from the Dog and Bear Town all the way to the treehouse where Xiongdae lived. First, do not leave your cabin after 6 o'clock at night. If something knocks on the door outside your cabin after 6 o'clock at night, whoever it is, please do not open the door. If something outside the door tries to force its way in, by all means, stop it. The rules of Bear Ridge say that you can't leave the cabin after 6 o'clock at night, so you have to find Bear a place to hide in the middle of the cabin before Boss Lee comes back, and then suddenly attack Boss Lee the moment he walks in the door. Zhou Xiaochuan silently prayed that Boss Lee would come back at 6 o'clock in the evening. The rule said that there were things outside the cabin after 6 o'clock in the evening, and Zhou Xiaochuan certainly knew that those things were the Dog and Bear Ridge animals that were under Boss Lee's control, but he just didn't know if Boss Lee could summon those animals before 6 o'clock in the evening. He thought about it again, and bought an extra copy of each of the things Boss Lee had ordered him to buy, loaded them in the car, and brought them to Xiongdae. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Xiaochuan drove the jeep to the side of Xiongdae's treehouse, and saw that Xiongdae was sitting on that wooden bed, with a grimace, eyes full of blood, and shivering uncontrollably, and looked like he was suffering from great torture. His stomach, a large bulge from when I saw him this morning, looked bloated. Instead, the animal carcasses that had been sunk across the side of the treehouse had all but disappeared. Zhou Xiaochuan was shocked in his heart. Could it be that this Xiongdae lost his mind and ate all of these animal corpses as well because he was too hungry? That's not a bad possibility. Simulation begins. You approach the treehouse and tentatively call out to Beardy. Beardy, Bear Big, are you there? What's wrong with you? Do you need help? Bear Big doesn't pay any attention to you. Its face is hideous, and it can't stop trembling all over its body. Suddenly, it exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. The treehouse is filled with a foul odor. It's excreted. You stare at the pile of black and big, like a boulder general excreta, cannot help but guilty of nausea. And from the nausea outside, you feel that this excrement is very hideous, as if it has grown eyes, dead eyes on you. Vomit. The nausea brought to you by this excrement is so strong that you can't control the turning of your stomach, and in a rush, you vomit out everything you have eaten in the Dog Bear Ridge from yesterday to today. After you vomit up the contents of your stomach, you actually feel quite refreshed in your head, and you look at the bear in front of you, who looks to have regained his clarity as the blood in his eyes dissipates. Xiongdae, I am the younger brother of Bald Headstrong. We said yesterday, while Bald Headstrong will not return to Dog Bear Ridge until tomorrow, we will depart now, and go to my house to ambush Boss Lee, and take revenge for Xiongdae. You opened your mouth. Beardy froze after hearing this and nodded. Trembling, he sat up from the bed and followed you about to get into the car. Bear, there are some questions I want to ask you. When I came here this morning, there were still dead animals inside your treehouse. Where are they now? Xiongdae shook his head. I don't know. Xiongdae, I brought some food for you, seeing as you haven't eaten for a long time. Don't starve. Eat some or have the strength to deal with Boss Lee. After saying that, you open the trunk of the car, which is filled with a bunch of apples, a whole chicken, a whole duck, and a whole goose. When Xiongdae saw these things, his pupils shrunk as if he had seen some horror. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. Is the bear not eating because there's something wrong with the food at Bear Ridge? Or because it's not hungry due to the fact that it ate all the corpses inside the treehouse? Or maybe it's both? Bear struggles to get into the trunk. You drive the car toward your cabin. You terminated the simulation. No problem. There will be no danger. Zhou Xiaochuan took a deep breath, walked to the treehouse, just wanted to open his mouth, just heard a puff loud bang. Suddenly the air in the treehouse was full of stench. As if it happened in the middle of a simulation, Zhou Xiaochuan's stomach turned over. vomiting out what little he had eaten yesterday and today. However, after spitting them out, instead of feeling uncomfortable, he felt his mind clearer than ever and his body became much more athletic. There's a good chance that there's something very wrong with the food at Dogwood Ridge. And there's only good that can come from spitting that stuff out here now. Bear is helping me. He hadn't reacted to it in the simulation, but experiencing it again in reality. That unprecedented clarity surging through his mind. He completely figured it out. Since he had become clear, it was only right that Xiongde had also excreted, and should have become incredibly lucid as well. The reason why Xiongde was in pain just now was because he was fighting against the weird power. After thinking clearly about this joint, Zhou Shaojuan opened his mouth and made his intentions clear to Xiongde. Xiongde, thank you. I'm Bald Head Strong's younger brother. We agreed yesterday that while Bald Head Strong won't return to Dog Bear Ridge until tomorrow, we'll depart now and go to my house to ambush Boss Li and avenge Xiong Er. But after Zhou Shaojuan finished speaking, Xiongde suddenly roared and lunged towards Zhou Shaojuan. Bald Head Strong. I want to avenge my brother's death. Suffer death. Zhou Shaojuan was facing Xiongda's eyes, which were as bright as jewels, with no blood color at all. Xiongde had lost his mind? Why was this scene not simulated in the simulation? Not being able to think carefully, Zhou Shaojuan raised his shotgun and pointed it at Xiongde, placing both hands on the trigger. Seeing this shotgun, Xiongda's original momentum stopped and stood still, confronting Zhou Shaojuan. Xiongda, I'm not Bald Head. I'm Bald Head's brother. Didn't we agree yesterday? Bald Head Strong is not in Dog Bear Ridge right now. Now is the best time for us to kill Boss Li and avenge everyone's death. Time is not lost. Zhou Shaojuan spoke loudly. You're really not bald? Bear spoke up. I'm really not. I'm the younger brother of Bald Head Strong. And what the two of them, Bald Head Strong and Boss Li, did was so brutal that I decided to join you in your righteousness? Oh, you're really not Baldknobber. You're Baldknobber's brother. You're Baldknobber's brother. Bear said as he opened the trunk of the Jeep himself and got in. End of chapter. Chapter 142 Bear Big's Anomaly, request subscription. Chapter 142 Bear Big's Anomaly, request subscription. Why did Bear suddenly turn on me? Could it be that it has fallen into a seizure? But before, Xiongda's eyes were clearly clear and bright, with no blood at all. Where does this look like a seizure? This is not at all the same as yesterday's madness. Zhou Shaojuan pondered over every word Xiongde said at that time. Could it be that because he looked exactly like Bald Head Chang, when he saw himself, he remembered his brother's death, so he was furious? And Bear looked very much like he had something to say. Could it have seen that I was bald? But that's not right either. If it had seen that I was Bald Head Strong, it would have directly fought with me just now. At that distance just now, I had no defense at all, and if Xiongde wanted to, he could have directly slapped me to death. This was another point of doubt for Zhou Shaojuan. Although Xiongde had stormed up, he had no intention of hurting anyone. It's keeping its hand in. At that distance, in yesterday's simulation, a single flying lunge from Bear Big would have killed him, but Xiongda's flying lunge this time was not that far away. Why did it storm out if it wasn't going to hurt itself? Xiongde now looked like it had regained its senses. If it really followed Boss Li's orders, then the stroke just now would definitely risk losing its own trust and possibly even being killed. However, Zhou Shaojuan didn't do that. He knew that Xiongda's approach was bound to have a deep meaning, and the pile that Xiongde pulled just now did make him feel clear-headed. However, no matter how Zhou Shaojuan inquired, Xiongde was only perfunctory, obviously distracted, not knowing what was in his mind. Zhou Shaojuan also tried to ask Xiongde about the origins of the parchment, as well as the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge. However, it was the same result. Xiongde only said that he did not know, apparently also perfunctory. He knew that Xiongde was bound to be hiding something, and that it definitely had secrets in its heart, but looking at Xiongda's appearance, it didn't have any malicious intent towards him, so he pressed this matter down for now. There was another thing that was bothering Zhou Shaojuan right now. Compared to Xiongda's abnormality, this matter was even more important and even subverted Zhou Shaojuan's perception. What he had just encountered in the middle of the bear treehouse was not the same as what he had simulated in the simulation. In the simulation, Xiongde is not violent and hurt people, not to mention that he did not ask Zhou Shaojuan if he was bald. Something wrong with the simulation? Earlier in the depths of Dogwood Ridge as well, there was no simulation that looking directly at that moon would harm him. This was also why, if Xiongde really wanted to storm out and kill Zhou Shaojuan at that time, then Zhou Shaojuan would most likely have already perished on the spot. There was no danger in the simulation, causing him to have no defense at all. I've been relying a little too much on the gift of simulation. Zhou Shaojuan was alert in his heart. Zhou Shaojuan had wanted to find a hidden place to hide the car, and then walk on foot to the cabin, so that he could catch Boss Li off guard. But on second thought, he gave up on that plan. If there was no Zhou Xiaochuan's car outside the cabin, then Boss Lee would definitely be alerted. As a result, if he pushed open the door and found Zhou Xiaochuan inside, maybe Boss Lee would realize that something was wrong and directly take action against him. As could be seen from the fact that Boss Lee had killed all the cab drivers in Dog and Bear Town in advance, Boss Lee was mostly already extremely wary of him. After driving to the cabin, Zhou Xiaochuan placed Xiongdi in the bedroom. The bald head's cabin only had 2 rooms and 1 gate. Coming in through the gate was the living room, and going in through the middle of the living room was the bedroom. If Xiongdi wanted to hide, then he would have to hide in the middle of his bedroom, and there was no other place to hide but this one. Last night Zhou Xiaochuan had sealed all the windows in the room, so if he hadn't opened the bedroom door, he wouldn't have been able to find out from the outside that there was still a bear inside the bedroom. During this period of time, Xiongdi was so quiet that if Zhou Xiaochuan didn't listen carefully, he wouldn't even be able to hear its breathing. Xiongdi, when you hear Boss Lee come in a while, don't strike right away. I'll talk to him first to attract his attention, then you listen to the sound to judge. When he approaches the bedroom door, directly rush out and kill him. Never give him room to react. Our strengths are not equal. The entire animals of Dog Bear Ridge are now under his control. Xiongdi nodded, expressing his agreement with Zhou Xiaochuan's arrangement. Bear, I still want to ask. You said earlier that when you were a child your mother told you the legend of the parchment and the depths of Bear Ridge. Can you tell me about it? Zhou Xiaochuan remained undeterred, wanting to ask for a bit of information from Xiongda's mouth. I forgot. I only know that the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge are dangerous. No one can come back alive from the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge. Listen to my advice. Leave the Dog and Bear Ridge after solving Boss Lee. Don't go to the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge. It was rare for Xiongdi to say these words. It did not yet know that Zhou Xiaochuan had returned alive from the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge. In fact, the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge are incidental. Zhou Xiaochuan just wanted to ask about the origin of the parchment and how it looks when used. In the simulation he fought with Elder Lee many times, but Elder Lee did not use the parchment once in front of him. Making the cabin disappear out of thin air was very much like using parchment, but he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and wasn't sure. And even more Zhou Xiaochuan scrupulously is that even if Boss Lee does not use the parchment, he himself is not Boss Lee's opponent. I can only hope that Bear will give it a go and add surprise to the mix and see if I can shoot Boss Lee a few times. Seeing that he couldn't ask for any information on Xiongda's side, Zhou Xiaochuan planned to go out, rest and relax, and prepare for the big battle tonight. As Zhou Xiaochuan took a step to the door, Xiongdi suddenly opened his mouth and asked, when I came here yesterday and this morning, I saw a string of necklaces hanging around your neck. Where did that necklace go? Zhou Xiaochuan froze for a moment. Why did Xiongdi ask about this? That weird necklace. Was something given to him by the security guard of the Star and Moon Theater? And thanks to this weird necklace, it had defended Zhou Xiaochuan from the moon's attack once. Otherwise Zhou Xiaochuan would have been buried in the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge. Without waiting for Zhou Xiaochuan to answer, Xiongdi spoke again. You've been to the depths of Dog Bear Ridge? You came back alive? Yeah, I've been to the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge, and I almost died there. And the depths of that Dog and Bear Ridge can be. Zhou Xiaochuan was just about to tell Xiongdi what he had seen and heard in the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge when Xiongdi panicked. Don't say it. It's all over if you say it. That thing? You can't talk about it. You can't think about it. I wanted to tell you yesterday too, but I couldn't say anything. I fainted last night. You're not like me. If you say it, you'll attract attention and you'll surely die. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was shocked, and then he reacted that Xiongdi should be talking about the fact that he had seen the Black Moon. Xiongdi then said, are you really not Bald Headstrong? Is it true that Bald Headstrong is not in Dog Bear Ridge right now? Seeing that Xiongdi kept asking, Zhou Xiaochuan simply decided to try and see what would happen if he had a showdown with it. Tell Bear directly that he is bald. Bear's words clearly had a deeper meaning in them, and it was clearly unusual to be asked so many times. P.S. Dueling with Boss Lee tomorrow. I'm going to try to finish the Dog and Bear Ridge tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and return to Lingjiang Second High School. Originally thought that the rest of the content of the Dog Bear Ridge can soon be written. Did not expect to write down to find that you still have to write a while. If you write too fast, the rhythm will not be able to tense up. I still hope to seriously write the next story. Sorry everyone. Originally said this week to finish the Dog Bear Ridge, but the result is that you still have to write for 2 more days. End of chapter. Chapter 143, Desperate Situation. Confronting Boss Lee, request subscription. Chapter 143, Desperate Situation. Confronting Boss Lee, request subscription. Simulation begins. Xiongde, you're right. I've lied to you all along before. I'm Bald Headstrong. Not Bald Headstrong's brother. But listen to me. The one who harmed your brother and everyone in Dog and Bear Ridge was Boss Lee. And I was also deceived by Boss Lee. I feel guilty. After killing Boss Lee, I will be at your disposal. You feel that it is not a solution to keep hiding it from Xiongde like this. Xiongde has now recovered his sanity, and may have already noticed something, which is why he has been inquiring about it. And seeing that he had something in his words, he seemed to have some deep meaning, so he confessed his identity. After Xiongde heard your remarks, his demeanor changed drastically, his eyes were dyed crimson, and he was in a very maniacal state, pouncing on you like he had lost his mind. I've finally asked about you. Bald headstrong. You killed my brother and everyone in the forest. Compared to Boss Lee, you're the mastermind. I'll kill you. The space in the bedroom is small, and you don't have enough room to dodge the bear's attack. Bear's huge claws hit you. You're dead. Seeing the results of this simulation, Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. The result of the simulation was, without a doubt, that he could not tell Xiongde his true identity, or else he would be killed by Xiongde. And the purpose of Xiongde's many inquiries all along was nothing more than to extract the truth and kill him. However, Zhou Xiaochuan felt that Xiongde's words had hidden meanings, far-reaching and meaningful, and the results in the simulation were somewhat abnormal. If it was before, he wouldn't have doubted the simulation. But after the depths of the Dog-Bear Ridge and the scene in the middle of the bear's treehouse at that time, he didn't really trust this infinite simulation anymore. The results of the simulation are not always correct and may be somewhat misleading. Why don't you say something? Quickly tell me you are bald and strong or not? Xiongde then asked. Zhou Xiaochuan was just about to reply when he heard a neutral voice coming from outside the house. Baldy, open the door. This is Boss Lee's voice. It's 4 p.m. Why is Boss Lee back so early? Zhou Xiaochuan couldn't be bothered to answer Xiongde. As long as he made a sound now, he might be detected by Boss Lee. Zhou Xiaochuan just gave Xiongde a winking gesture. It's a genuine look. Zhou Xiaochuan then pushed the door out. He had thought that the answers given out by the simulation though showed that if he said that he was Baldy, he would be killed by bear. But he doesn't really believe in simulations right now. Whether you say you're bald or not, you're in danger, so you might as well avoid it and just give a winking sign. As for how to interpret it, that's up to Bear himself. At the same time, the look was a reminder to Xiongde not to forget their deal. The man who had done this to the whole of Dog-Bear Ridge was right outside the house. That man is Boss Lee. Only, this look had a different meaning in Bear's eyes. It mouthed the words without a single sound coming out of its mouth. 2 clear tears slipped from its eyes. Zhou Xiaochuan opened the door of the living room. In fact, he did not lock the door of the living room at all. This door could not stop Boss Lee. Instead, it would also cause Boss Lee's alarm. However, Boss Lee still knocked on the door honestly. This Boss Lee in front of him is different from the Boss Lee Zhou Xiaochuan saw in the morning and yesterday. Although it was still a balding and blonde middle-aged man, the previous mercenary and greasy all disappeared and was replaced by a lean and capable temperament. And Zhou Xiaochuan vaguely felt that there were a few more turbid points in Boss Lee's eyes than before. Baldy, you have been to the depths of Dog-Bear Ridge? Boss Lee looked at Zhou Xiaochuan. His pupils shrank, and he opened his mouth. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded his head undeniably, then smiled. Boss Lee, why are you back so early today? I haven't prepared tonight's meal yet, so I have to condemn you to eat raw food again. He pointed to the table, which held a duck, a goose, a chicken, some fruit and 2 bottles of wine. Boss Lee, however, didn't even bother with him. What did you see in the depths of Dogwood Ridge? Tell me quickly. Why did you go to the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge and still come back alive? Boss Lee's voice was a little anxious, or perhaps a little fearful. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was clear. His previous guess was correct. It was very likely that Boss Lee had not traveled to the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge yesterday, but had been following him, trying to lure him to the deepest part of the Dog and Bear Ridge by all means. That mud pill is Boss Lee's handiwork. If you eat the mud pill, you'll see the moon deep in the Dog-Bear Ridge. Luckily, Zhou Xiaochuan was wearing a piece of the weird necklace given to him by the security guard of the Star and Moon Theater around his neck at that time. Otherwise, he would have really been pitted against Boss Lee. I've seen everything in the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge. Toast Lee. After saying that, Zhou Xiaochuan drew his shotgun and fired 3 shots at Boss Lee's chest. Zhou Xiaochuan can see. Now the Lee boss has long been torn face to face with himself. Now is not the time to make false accusations. Now is the time to preemptively. After the time to control people. Bang, bang, bang. Boss Lee didn't even move and took the 3 shots hard. Seeing Zhou Xiaochuan shoot, instead of being afraid, the original fear and caution on his face was also swept away at this moment. Bald headstrong. Is that all you've got? Boss Lee hemmed and hawed, and the weird parchment floated in his hand again. Xiongde, why don't you hurry up and come out? Kumudai? Boss Lee and Xiongde have a partnership? Xiongde is really one of Boss Lee's men? If that's the case, then this copy is too desperate. With Bear and King Gigi, as implied in the rules, all taking orders from Boss Lee. Although it was now afternoon, Not yet 6 o'clock in the evening, and the other animals of the Dog and Bear Ridge had not yet appeared. Xiongde had actually reached a cooperation with Boss Li. It wasn't that Zhou Xiaochuan hadn't thought about this matter, but before Xiongde, although incoherent, had no ill will towards him, and many times he could have killed him but didn't. It was just that now it was not up to Zhou Xiaochuan to disbelieve. Roar! The roar with amazing momentum resounded from the middle of the bedroom. Xiongde directly smashed the door of the bedroom, stood behind Zhou Xiaochuan, and surrounded Zhou Xiaochuan with Boss Li one after the other. Bald headstrong. To tell you the truth, today, I have not even been to the depths of the Dog-Bear Ridge. These 2 days where you go, I will use stealth to follow you behind you. Those schemes are all under my nose. You still think that's seamless? Ha 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 ha. Although Boss Li let out a laugh, it was leathery and his eyes were filled with ice coldness. End of chapter. Chapter 144, I am Ji Qiang. End of Dog-Bear Ridge Strange Tales. Please subscribe. Chapter 144, I am Ji Qiang. End of Dog-Bear Ridge Strange Tales. Please subscribe. Baldy, the information you heard from King Gigi and Fluffy's side was all what I intentionally wanted to put out there for you to hear. Later, you went to find Xiongde, although it was a bit troublesome to deal with Xiongde, but, I also counted on successfully controlling Xiongde and didn't let him reveal information about the depths of Dog-Bear Ridge. Although Boss Li was opening his mouth, his eyes were not on Zhou Xiaochuan, but rather he was staring at the parchment. Zhou Xiaochuan of course knew that what Boss Li was referring to was yesterday when he asked Xiongde about the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge as well as the parchment. Xiongde did not have a voice even though he opened his mouth to speak. This was indeed Boss Li's secret manipulation. Elder Taoist Li, I just want to ask one thing. Why did you betray Civilization 1557? Now that this situation was really a close call, Zhou Xiaochuan could only move out the words he saw in the cave, trying to disturb Elder Li. When Boss Li heard this, his pupils really shrank. He was about to open his mouth to say something, but finally gritted his teeth. Xiongda, finish him off for me. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart tightened. He wanted to turn around and first use the shotgun in his hand to finish off Xiongde. After all, in the simulation, the shotgun had finished off Xiongde. Who knows? Just as he was about to turn around, he heard Xiongde shouting, Baldy Chang, crouch down. In the nick of time, Zhou Xiaochuan subconsciously crouched down, and Xiongde pounced on Boss Li's body and tore into him. Boss Li angrily shouted, what are you doing? I told you to bite that big bald guy. How could you possibly get out of my control? How is this possible? However, Zhou Xiaochuan did not focus his attention on Boss Li. After Xiongda's burst of laughter, Zhou Xiaochuan finally knew exactly where the way of life for this strange talk was. What Xiongde had just shouted was not Bald Headstrong's younger brother, but Bald Headstrong. Xiongde had always known that Zhou Xiaochuan was Bald Headstrong. Zhou Xiaochuan finally understood everything now. The entire Dog and Bear Ridge was under Boss Li's grasp, and even without the help of the entire Dog and Bear Ridge, Boss Li could easily finish himself off one-on-one. This contrast in strength between the enemy and me was indeed a bit too disparate, but this was caused by the fact that he had been preoccupied and had overlooked one of the most important rules amongst this strange talk. Second, your role in this stage play is baldnobber. Please be a good baldnobber. Play the role of the bald guy. Please be a good bald guy. In The Bears, Baldy is indeed as greedy for life and money as the Baldy he played on the first day. But who said that the baldnobber in this copy of Bears is the same baldnobber he saw on TV when he was a kid? This copy of the middle of the bald strong, instead of being greedy and afraid of death, but the cultivation is profound, is the Shaolin Temple Dharma House head Jicheng who can use his fingers to carve words on the stone surface. What Zhou Xiaochuan needed to play was not the bald Chang who was deathly and money hungry, but Chi Chang, the head of Shaolin Temple's Dharma Academy. The one who even Boss Li needed to deal with through deception and calculations. Why did Zhou Xiaochuan change from a lean young man to a bald uncle after entering the Dog and Bear Ridge? Turned into the same image as Bald-Headed Strong? Why did the words in blood on the chest of Bald-Headed Strong also appear on Zhou Xiaochuan's chest? Because this body that Zhou Xiaochuan was in now was not his own, but that of Bald-Head Strong or Shaolin Temple Jicheng. This weird talk was different from all the previous weird talks, whereas in previous weird tales, the body and soul were the chosen one's own. In this weird tale, only the soul is the chosen one's, while the body belongs to the person who needs to play it. Zhou Xiaochuan now finally understood why Xiongde had asked many times today if he was bald and strong. When Zhou Xiaochuan replied that he was not bald and strong, the disappointment in Xiongda's eyes overflowed. Perhaps, Xiongde also know in his heart, bald strong in the Dog and Bear Ridge and they against 3 years, but did not hurt one of them, bald strong instead of the Dog and Bear Ridge animals' enemy. On the contrary, the Dog and Bear Ridge animals are the biggest dependents. Thinking about this joint, Zhou Xiaochuan felt that all over his body. He was enveloped by a golden light. a warm current that instantly enveloped his entire body. This feeling had been there when he had entered the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge at that time and entered the cave. Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly felt that his consciousness had become somewhat chaotic. This feeling was the precursor to his delusional attack. His voice was solemn, but full of anger. Taoist Li, you lied to me that you had a way to eliminate the weirdness of Dog Bear Ridge, and your way is to collude with the weirdness and cause our civilization to fall? Zhou Xiaochuan's body at the moment was covered in golden light, as if he was really a reincarnated Buddha, interrogating the world about the right and wrong causes and consequences. Although Boss Li was torn by Xiongde, but with his strength, how could he be afraid of Xiongde? Xiongde merely dragged him down for 5 seconds before he was taken care of. Although he had resolved Xiongde, but seeing Zhou Xiaochuan, who was bathed in golden light, Boss Li's 2 thighs were trembling uncontrollably. As a matter of fact, if Boss Li didn't have guilt in his heart, then facing Xi Chang would also be a forcing split. But he had guilt in his heart. You came back alive from the depths of Dogwood Ridge. What exactly did you see there? Why didn't the Great Lord kill you? Why? Boss Li roared hysterically. Taoist Li, that Great Lord you're talking about, it wouldn't be the black moon that hangs high in the sky, would it? It has already been knocked down by me. Zhou Xiaochuan told a big lie in the most solemn tone. However, Boss Li himself was afraid of Zhou Xiaochuan's awakening of the knowing strong consciousness, and now faced with the Buddha's light that shone universally in front of him, even if Zhou Xiaochuan said anything, he would believe it. This can't be. It can't be possible. You lied to me. A Taiji Bagua diagram instantly condensed around Boss Li's body. In his panic, he actually didn't use his bizarre attack in the first place. Before this Taiji Bagua diagram could condense successfully, a baby-sized weirdness was seen lying on Boss Li's Taiji Bagua diagram. Gnawing on it, Boss Li spat out a mouthful of blood. Chief Jiqiang, Civilization 1557 has been destroyed, but we are not dead yet. We can cooperate. We can always live. Why fight to the death here for this civilization that has been destroyed? There was fear in Boss Li's eyes, and the eerie parchment was hanging high above his head. Head Jiqiang, the Buddhist precepts do not kill. Are you going to break the precept of killing? Boss Li's name for Zhou Xiaochuan has changed from Bald Head Strong to Head of Knowledge Strong. At this time, Zhou Xiaochuan was completely in a muddled state, and he subconsciously roared out a sentence. Civilizations can be destroyed, but Buddhas cannot be destroyed. Taoist Li, although I don't know why you betrayed our civilization, I don't need to know. You'll just go to the middle of hell and argue the sutras with Earthstore Bodhisattva. After these words were said, the shotgun that Zhou Xiaochuan held tightly in his hand actually turned into a rod that was covered in golden light and smashed at Boss Li. When Boss Li looked at the stick, he actually didn't even have the courage to dodge it, and directly urged the parchment to block in front of him. The parchment that was emitting black gas was actually really able to withstand the attack of the golden light rod that Zhou Xiaochuan's shotgun had transformed into. The parchment fluttered in the wind, emitting a whimpering wail as if it was countless babies howling. Boss Li also slowed down when he saw that the parchment blocked Zhou Xiaochuan's attack. Just now, when he saw Zhou Xiaochuan's Buddha's light and recovered his Jiqiang self, he really panicked. But now it seems that knowing strong is nothing more than that, and doesn't always stand up against the parchment. Stinky bald head. To put it nicely, our civilization is resisting the weird invasion for 1,000 years. To put it harshly, it's 1,000 years of our civilization being shrouded in the haze of weirdness. 1,000 years. Haven't you had enough? I had enough the moment I received the Taoist seed at Wudong Mountain and became the chosen one. Time and time again, wandering in a desperate situation of life and death. The end result is always the same. Boss Li's crimson eyes, for 1,000 years. No matter how deep your martial arts cultivation is, no matter how resourceful you are, the end of all chosen ones is death. Not a single chosen one has been able to end up in a good way. Fortunately, after I gave up my identity, I no longer have to struggle to survive. I am the great master's dog. Stinky bald head. You were right at that time. I am a dog. But what's wrong with being a dog? A dog can live. Not as a human. I'm not a human anymore. My master, my uncle, my grandmaster, my ancestor, all died because of weird stories. I don't want to follow in their footsteps. After the initial panic, Boss Li calmed down and relied on his weird power to counterattack. He was mad as hell, like a madman, and for a while, Zhou Xiaochuan was actually only able to spar with him. However, just at this time, Xiongde, who had been knocked to the ground by Boss Li and was covered in blood, suddenly stormed up and roared as he lunged at Boss Li. Boss Li put all his attention on Zhou Xiaochuan's body, so how could he notice Xiongde behind him? What's more, Bear's heart stopped beating a long time ago, and he was killed by himself a long time ago. But now, how did it stand up again? Roar! How could the current situation allow Boss Li to be distracted? In one split second, Xiongde tore Boss Li apart. I have avenged Xiong Air, and everyone in Dog Bear Ridge. Xiongde seemed to have used up his last strength and fell to the ground. In its chest, a green alien light was faintly emanating. The moment Boss Lee was in pieces, Zhou Xiaochuan's head regained its clarity. Moreover, his head felt hot. I'm growing my hair? Zhou Xiaochuan touched his head. That naked feeling was gone, replaced by smooth hair. Ha 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 ha. This scene, even though I've seen it countless times, it still hurts. Behind Zhou Xiaochuan, a loud laugh came. Zhou Xiaochuan turned around and saw a familiar figure. P.S. You can guess who this familiar figure is. The Dog and Bear Ridge strange talk about this chapter is considered to be finished. The next this familiar figure will explain the Dog and Bear Ridge strange talk in those unbelievable places, including why in the last moment Xiong will be turned against the water. Xiongde Wai can resist the influence of the bizarre control of the Li boss, as well as why the Li boss will induce Zhou Xiaochuan to go to the depths of the Dog and Bear Ridge. End of chapter. Chapter 145 Baldhead Not Dead? The truth about Dog Bear Ridge comes out. Requesting for subscription. Chapter 145 Baldhead Not Dead? The truth about Dog Bear Ridge comes out. Requesting for subscription. Zhou Xiaochuan turned back and the person he saw was the same security guard who had sent him to Dog Bear Ridge earlier. However, he was not wearing a security uniform, nor was he wearing that security cap with a brim so large that it could cover his 5 facial features, and Zhou Xiaochuan also got a good look at him at this moment. This security guard was a bald head. His features were a bit lewd, but very much against the grain. He gave off a feeling of righteousness and a compassionate face. This security guard, he looks exactly like Bald Head? What's going on here? Are you a security guard? Or a skinhead? I am both the security guard of the Star and Moon Theater, and also Bald Headstrong, or rather, also Ji Chang, the head of the Shaolin Temple's Dharma Academy. Bald Chang replied smilingly, and then, he changed his words. This ending is really unexpected. The things you did on the first morning made me think that it was impossible for you to pass the level. Although his heart had long been prepared, and he had known that this security guard was likely to be related to the Dog Bear Ridge, Zhou Xiaochuan's heart still jumped when he heard him say it in person. Why? On my first day at Dogwood Ridge, everything I did was following the rules, and although I know now that everything I did was under Boss Lee's control, I don't know how else to do it better, Zhou Xiaochuan inquired. On his first day at Dog Bear Ridge, he did things in stride, so to speak, and everything turned out to be under Boss Lee's nose, but he felt that his move was basically fine, and blamed all this loss on Boss Lee's parchment. However, the next words of Bald Headstrong surprised Zhou Xiaochuan to the point of cold sweat. What you did on the first day can indeed be considered as a plan and 100 calculations in one step, but everything you did at that time was under Boss Lee's control, because Boss Lee suspected you the first time he saw you. Baldy-chan paused, then spoke. For Boss Lee, you have acted really too humble and are too greedy for money. Instead of being greedy for money, I am a stereotypical and stubborn monk to the extreme in Boss Lee's impression. If Boss Lee asks about what I need to be paid, I will absolutely not take a penny. Your behavior at that time aroused Boss Lee's suspicion and made him wary of you. Subsequently, he pretended to travel to the depths of Dog Bear Ridge, but in fact, he has been following you all along. Zhou Xiaochuan was shocked when he heard this, because the conclusion that Bald Headstrong said at this moment was diametrically opposed to the conclusion he had gotten in the simulation. In the simulation, he would have been killed on the spot by Boss Lee if he hadn't played the role of Baldy's greed for money. You made the mistake of preconceived notions and mistakenly associated me with a character from the cartoon of the same name that you watched as a child, when in fact it was quite the opposite. That's why you're having such a hard time with this weird talk. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately spoke. The world of weird tales gave me the gift of simulation, which allows me to simulate scenes within the world of weird tales, and in the simulation I didn't play the role of greedy wealthy, and as a result, I was killed on the spot by Boss Lee. Originally, Zhou Xiaochuan still had some concerns. After all, the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau cautioned him not to mention his talent to anyone, as he guessed that if he told an onlooker, he would most likely be known by the Weird Tales world and thus targeted. But his talent had been revealed in the midst of the Dog Bear Ridge strange tales. Boss Lee had stolen the parchment that he had brought out from Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, and his talent was revealed within that parchment. When Bald Headstrong heard Zhou Xiaochuan's words, he even said, "Impossible. As long as you don't make a move against Boss Lee will not make a move against you on his own. He will only let the animals in the middle of Dog Bear Ridge or those few cab drivers in Dog Bear Town make a move against you. This is the restriction I set for Boss Lee when I created this weird story. Otherwise this weird story would not be passable at all." Even on the first day, when Boss Lee became extremely suspicious of you, he didn't use Wudong Taoism or weird powers to kill you, but instead tried to coax you to go deeper into the Dog and Bear Ridge and get attacked by that moon. The rules say that Bosley will go on a killing spree in the early hours of the third day because Bosley needs to use 3 days to catalyze the formation and refine the entire civilization to be sacrificed to Creepy. If you said that you didn't tear your face off with Bosley just now and chose to keep dragging it out, you are falling right into Bosley's trap. There's no way for him to initiate an attack on you, but by the time you've dragged it out into the early hours of the third day, you'll be dead for sure. This was completely different from the conclusion Zhou Xiaochuan had reached in the simulation. In the simulation, Bosley had snapped his neck many times. Zhou Xiaochuan gestured for Bald Headstrong to continue. Originally, as long as Bosley didn't suspect you, then you could have gotten the help of King Gigi and Fluffy after waking them up, and then brought King Gigi and Fluffy to Bear Big and Bear Big to stop them from killing each other. The bear who did not kill his brother and saw Gigi and Fluffy again will regain full consciousness. He has the exact same creepy necklace that I gave you, which can remove the contamination from the bodies of those animals in the treehouse. That way, Boss Lee won't be able to manipulate those animals from the parchment either. Next, even if you don't realize that you're playing the role of the head of the Shaolin Temple with high martial arts skills, there's still a good chance that you'll beat Boss Lee hard. However, in your weird story, Boss Lee used the parchment to completely control King Gigi and Mao before you arrived at the river. And even though you succeeded in decrypting it, what you heard was just the truth that Boss Lee made up. Subsequently, Boss Lee single-handedly manipulated Bear Big and Bear 2 to attack each other, and then went to Dog Bear Town to set up a trap, hoping that you would die in the depths of Dog Bear Ridge. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart is clear. The truth of the dog in Bear Ridge and the Bald Strong under the narration has come to light. There is only one point he still have doubts. Elder, there's still one thing I'm not very clear about. How exactly did Xiongde break away from Boss Lee's control? Even Boss Lee didn't realize it, and he swore at the last minute that Xiongde was on his side. Baldur replied, do you still remember that when you brought food to Bear's treehouse in the middle of the next afternoon? Bear's face was in agony, and he ended up excreting a pile of something that was strangely stinky and incomparable. The thing it excreted was the contamination that Boss Lee had done to it. The string of weird necklaces I gave you was found on Xiongda's corpse before the civilization was overthrown back then, and it was originally Xiongda's thing. Only because of Xiong Er's death, Xiongde went completely insane and swallowed that necklace inside his stomach. Boss Lee took all the animal corpses from the entire Dog and Bear Ridge and gave them all to Xiongde to devour, but the corpses ended up reacting with the necklace in Xiongda's stomach, and Xiongde became sober after excreting them. Only Boss Lee didn't know. End of chapter. Chapter 146, Civilized Historian. Chapter 146, Civilized Historian. After saying the truth about the Dog Bear Ridge, Baldhead smiled and spoke. Well, you've passed the Weird Tales, so don't think about it. You'll never have to participate in the Weird Tales again anyway. Congratulations, chosen one of the human civilization. You passed the trial. Hearing these words, Zhou Xiaochuan's eyebrows jumped. Never have to participate in a weird talk again? Even if we don't talk about the others. He hadn't even gotten through that Spirit River Second Middle School yet. He was halfway through attending the Dog Bear Ridge Strange Tales as a lucky audience member. Originally, he only thought that this was one of the weird stories embedded in the weird stories of the Second Middle School of Spirit River, and that the reason for its appearance was that those two girl group members in the elevator, Kara and Lin Lin, had killed the original weirdness of the second floor of the gymnasium as well as the president of the student council, and so the world of the weird stories had made the Star and Moon Theater take the place of the original second floor of the Yutsai building. But now it seemed that it was all too much more complicated than he had previously thought. What the hell is going on here? What is a trial? Zhou Xiaochuan decided to ask from the beginning. Bald Headstrong said, don't be in a hurry. I'll talk to you slowly. It's not a very complicated matter to say. First of all, your human civilization is not the only civilization in the universe that has been invaded by the Rule Freak. In fact, the vast majority of civilizations in the universe have fought against the Rule Freak before, in the form of choosing people from amongst their civilizations to participate in the Rule Freak, in the same way as your human civilization. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded. This matter was something he had originally guessed in the Dog Bear Ridge Strange Tales. Civilization number 1557, to which you belong, failed? Is this Dog Bear Ridge Strange Tales? The Strange Tales created with your civilization 1557 as a blueprint? Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth and asked. Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Baldy's complexion dimmed a few points. As a matter of fact, all the civilizations that were invaded by the Rule Grotesque ultimately failed. It's just that some of them held on a little bit longer, and some of them held on a little bit shorter. Our civilization number 1557 lasted for 1053 years, which is considered long. As far as the history of the Star and Moon Theater was concerned, the civilization that had lasted the longest was the creator of the Star and Moon Theater, the Songwriter Civilization. The Songwriter Civilization was civilization number 53, and had fought against the world of weird tales for a full 11,352 years. After the destruction of the songwriter civilization, the last chosen one of the songwriter civilization rode on Noah's Ark and built the Star and Moon Theater on the Ark. The purpose of the existence of the Star and Moon Theater is to preserve the history of civilizations that have been bizarrely overthrown in the universe. The history of these civilizations will be read automatically by the Ark. But only cold words are not enough. History needs vivid witnesses. Speaking here, a gleam emanated from Baldur's eyes. The Star Moon Theater will select a chosen one from each civilization. The chosen one will be able to break away from the weird tales as long as he or she passes the trial. Live on the Star Moon Theater. I have been living on the Star Moon Theater for 5,000 years. Those of us who are here, we have a designation, that's historian. And I'm the historian of Civilization 1557. And you'll be the historian of Civilization 4396, which is what you call the human civilization. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. Snatching people from Weird Tales world? Creating weird tales? You have such means. Can you fight against the Weird Tales world? Is there any possibility of destroying the Weird Tales world? Upon hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Baldy's pupils shrank. Then he said helplessly, all this is said to be majestic, but in reality, we are nothing more than a bunch of lost dogs. Do you know why we are called historians? It's because we believe that all civilizations in the universe will die out because of the Weird Tales world. So we need to record the history of these civilizations. As for your comment about fighting against the world of weird talk, if the songwriter civilization had that kind of ability, then why did it go extinct? I've heard that before the songwriter civilization. There were indeed some civilizations that were strong enough to fight against the Weird Tales world, but they all eventually became extinct. Zhou Xiaochuan spoke again. And the world of Weird Tales didn't come after you? There is. But we have escaped many times before. All civilizations in the universe were exterminated by the weird talking world. I'll tell you the exact reason for this when you join us. Now that you're blindfolded, I'm going to get you out of here and back to the Star and Moon Theater, and then help you become a historian. Before Baldy Chang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhou Xiaochuan. Then after I leave, I am the chosen one of the Summer Kingdom, of the human civilization. What about human civilization after I leave? Baldy Chang sighed, as if he had remembered something sad. Your civilization is considered the weakest among the civilizations we have encountered. To put it badly, your civilization will perish after holding out for another 5 years at most. Even if you don't join us, you're just giving the civilization a burial. But the world of Weird Tales had said that as long as a country has chosen to pass the Weird Tales, then the Weird Tales will never descend in that country. Zhou Xiaochuan thought of this and opened his mouth. Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Baldhead actually laughed out loud. What Weird Tales world is best at is giving people hope, and then finally crushing that hope completely. What makes you think that Weird Talk world will keep its word? Zhou Xiaochuan's heart went cold. With his current understanding of the world of Weird Talk, he felt that what Baldhead Strong said at this moment was right in 9 out of 10 cases. The poor people of the Lighthouse Nation thought that they would never be contaminated by the world of Weird Tales after this time Professor Bryant got through Weird Tales. Instead of Jade and Stone, why not be the historian of your civilization? As long as you are not dead, your human civilization has not perished. As he spoke, an athletic young girl with long lavender hair walked out from nowhere and said to Zhou Xiaochuan, this person, the girl group member she met in the elevator of the gymnasium of Spirit River No. 2, was the captain of that girl group, named Kara. Zhou Xiaochuan had a guess in his heart, thinking that the bald guy, the girl group he met in the elevator, and the kiosk grandpa were all in cahoots. And now he seems to be right. Yes, human civilization's heaven. Zhou Xiaochuan, as of now, you are the most outstanding chosen one of human civilization. You will definitely be able to serve as a good historian. Even the mighty songwriter civilization perished because of the strange talk world. Zhou Xiaochuan, leave a spark for your civilization. You've just seen my methods in the Dog Bear Ridge copy, but I'm simply unbeatable in front of those powerful shenanigans in the middle of the Weird Tales world. Not to mention you humans without any cultivation. Join us and become a historian. It's the only way you can get out of the weird talk, and it's the only thing you can do for civilization. The only thing you can do. Baldy said bitterly. Well said, but I refuse. You can find another job. I think Prof. Bryant of the Lighthouse State is quite suitable for this historian. Zhou Xiaochuan's answer was categorical. End of chapter. Chapter 147, The Last Civilization in the Universe? Requesting subscription. Chapter 147, The Last Civilization in the Universe? Requesting subscription. This, without waiting for Bald Headstrong to speak, Zhou Xiaochuan asked first. I would like to ask, at what point did Senior join the Star Moon Theater? Well, it was at this Dog Bear Ridge Strange Talk. The Dog Bear Ridge Strange Talk was a multi-person strange talk. All the chosen of our civilization 1557 joined in this strange talk, which lasted for 10 long years. and by the time the 7th year rolled around, there was only me and Taoist Master Li of Wudong left. Later on, as you know, Taoist Li commissioned the trickery and deceived me, causing me to sit down in the depths of the Dog Bear Ridge, and finally the demise of our civilization number 1557. But in fact, after I had written my last words, I was pulled into the Star and Moon Theater, and by that time civilization 1557 had already perished. I then joined the Star and Moon Theater and became the historian of civilization 1557. Later on, the sentence you saw in the middle of the stone cave: civilization can die, but the Buddha cannot die. It was the last words left behind, and counting. It should be 5,000 years old. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded, then asked Akira, what about this senior? I am the historian of civilization 4395, the civilization that faced a bizarre invasion on your human civilization. Our civilization is not as good as civilization 1557, and without the power of their faith, there's no way to cultivate gong methods like they do. The means we rely on to fight against the weirdness is to get seals from among the copies and use those seals to fight against the weirdness. And this is the regular means that the vast majority of civilizations in the universe use to fight against the weirdness. Don't look at me as young. I was saved by the Star and Moon Theater before our civilization's demise, and it's been almost 2,000 years now. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded, then spoke. Both seniors were saved by the Star and Moon Theater on the eve of their civilization's bizarre demise, and became historians. But just now, Senior Ji Qiang said that according to your estimates, human civilization can still last for 3 to 5 years. Human civilization hasn't even been extinguished yet, so why are you guys rushing to pull me in? Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Baldy and Kira looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, it was still Baldy who opened his mouth. It was the proposal of the creator and consul of this, the historian of the songwriter civilization number 53, who pulled you into the strange story in the first place. I don't know the exact reason, but a guess would do. Noah's Ark, which carries the Star and Moon Theater, can instantly move to every corner of the universe and can also observe the entire universe. According to the observations of Noah's Ark, the human civilization No. 4396 is likely to be the last civilization in the universe. After the fall of human civilization, the entire universe was destroyed by creepy. The universe would be completely reduced to a ghostly land by then. Perhaps it was because of the special nature of the human civilization that the consul suggested pulling you into the Star Moon Theater first. After saying this, Baldy paused, as if he was thinking about whether or not to continue. Zhou Xiaochuan saw his eyes moving up and down from side to side, like he was reading words. After a few seconds, Bald had exhaled as if he had received some instructions and then spoke. It was 100,000 years ago when the songwriter civilization was destroyed by the Weird Talk world, and in general, the more civilizations that were invaded by the Weird Talk world first, the stronger they are. The Weird Tales world would sometimes invade multiple civilizations at once, and sometimes it would invade just one, but without exception, the Weird world has not stopped. Once one civilization is overthrown, it will go and invade other civilizations, until civilization 4395 was destroyed. The world of Weird Tales actually stagnated for 2,000 years. During these 2,000 years, he didn't even bother to invade what might be the only remaining human civilization in this universe. After Bald had finished speaking, Kira, who was on the side, added, no, to be precise, it's been stagnant for 2,245 years, and during these 2,245 years, it's as if the world of Weird Tales disappeared and didn't invade human civilization. Zhou Xiaochuan had a flash of inspiration. 2,245 years? Subtracting 2,245 years from this year, that would be 221 BC. As a liberal arts student who had studied history, the number was literally etched into his DNA. This year just happens to be the time when Qin destroyed the Six Kingdoms and established a great unified dynasty. Could there be any relationship here? Zhou Xiaochuan pondered for a while and said, I can join the Star Moon Theater, but I must fight for the civilization I'm a part of until the very end. Just like you guys. If human civilization will really be overthrown, then come back to me when it is overthrown. This, Bald, Strong and Kara looked a little unnatural, or a little embarrassed and vain, and Zhou Xiaochuan also saw a little bit of guilt in their eyes. We have interfered so much with that copy of Spirit River 2 that you are working on that the difficulty of this copy of Spirit River 2 is incomparable to the original. If you want to go back now, we can provide you with a piece of information. That parchment you got earlier has escaped, and it has now fused with the weirdness that was originally summoned by Mayu in the middle of that cafeteria. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaochuan's eyelids jumped. What do you mean? Are you guys forcing me? Zhou Xiaochuan snapped. I assure you, we have absolutely no intention of doing so, and we have the highest respect for every civilization that fights against the bizarre. It's just that we really didn't expect you to refuse our request. In fact, in the 100,000 years that the Star and Moon Theater has existed, you are the only chosen one to have rejected us. The apology on Baldy's face didn't look fake. What I said earlier still stands. If I die in the midst of a strange talk, then I will come back as the historian of human civilization. After saying this, Zhou Xiaochuan's words changed. It's because of you guys that this copy of Spirit River Second Middle School is so difficult. Since you guys are so powerful, can you tell me how to pass this copy of Spirit River Second Middle School? Baldur and Kara had another difficult look on their faces. We do know, but if we tell you, the world of strange talk will continue to increase the difficulty of the copy of Spirit River Second Middle School and change the way to pass the level. I can only tell you that Spirit River Second Middle School is somewhat similar to the Dog Bear Ridge Weird Tales that I created, which is why the consul asked me to deal with you. Can't tell you directly how to get through, but we can give you a little help. After Bald Head Strong said these words, his body was flooded with boundless Buddha's light, and his eyes were filled with compassion again. Your left ankle was fractured in the middle of Spirit River too. And while it was a mild avulsion fracture with only one small bone fragment free as well as a small portion of ligament tearing, it still affects your mobility somewhat. Moreover, you were in the middle of the strange talk, and you were not in a condition to break and recuperate, and now it has deteriorated a bit. I'll help you heal your broken bones as some sort of apology. End of chapter. Chapter 148 Speculation, Request for Subscription. Chapter 148 Speculation, Request for Subscription. Zhou Xiaochuan only felt a warm current pass through him, and the pain at the fracture immediately disappeared, intact as before. Many thanks, Senior. I have an unfavorable request. This time, it was Zhou Xiaochuan who had an embarrassed expression on his face. I want to learn martial arts from you. Is that okay? Baldy's tactics are too strong. Whether it was transforming the Buddha's light to carry out an attack on Creepy, or now healing his wounds at once, it was extremely useful. It could be said that no more powerful talent would be able to match up to the skill of Baldur's. Not to mention that it was still hard to say whether the talent given by Strange Talk World could be trusted now. The gift of infinite simulation has been problematic many times, so it's hard to say if the psychiatrist is also problematic. In any case, it's hard to rely on the gift that this weird talk gave him a second time. He kind of missed his original paranoia. There is no way to teach you. The martial arts of our civilization number 1557 are not something that everyone can learn. Only those who have been chosen by a martial arts sect to receive the inheritance and pass the trials can practice martial arts. If you practice martial arts without passing the trial, you will die with broken meridians all over your body. Now that my civilization 1557 has been wiped out, there is no place to offer the trial, and I am the last heir to the martial arts of civilization 1557. Alas! Unfortunately, I also only learned the Shaolin martial arts, and the martial arts of Huashan, Tangmen, Kongdong, the Beggars, Gang, and other countries were all lost with the complete destruction of our civilization. Zhou Xiaochuan sniffed and asked again, what about Wudong? Bosley is a Taoist priest from Wudong. Earlier you said that he betrayed your civilization and surrendered to Creepy. Is he still alive now? At the mention of Bosley, a trace of anger flashed across Baldur Strong's kind and peaceful face. I don't know. Maybe still alive. Working as a hawk in the world of weird talk. Here, the words are a bit stiff. And Kara has already left when the Bald Strong showed his Buddhist cultivation and healed Zhou Xiaochuan's injuries. Elder, I would like to consult one more question. Zhou Xiaochuan will have something to say about the talent, and the subsequent talent being replaced with simulation and psychiatrists, and the simulation talent helping out in the middle of the Dog and Bear Ridge. Bald Bottom mused for a moment, his eyes rolling as he seemed to be reading the text again. The fact that the world of weird tales grants people the gift of helping the chosen to pass through the weird tales is something that has only ever happened to human civilizations. The weird talk world spends all its time thinking about destroying civilizations. So where would it give help to a civilization he invaded? The rest of our civilization fought the weird world by its own means. That the weird world would help the chosen is unheard of. But the weird world loves to fool people, and loves to give a civilization hope, and subsequently shatter that civilization's hope with its own hands. We feel that the Weird Tales world invades civilizations in the universe, perhaps not for profit, but simply for fun. It's like cat and mouse. With the ability of the world of Weird Tales, it could have just let the weirdness descend on any civilization in the universe, and that civilization would have perished in an instant. So why bother with the chosen one? If you want to say that the world of Weird Tales is helping the human civilization from this perspective, it might make sense. But if human civilizations chosen are relying on talent, I'm afraid that's exactly what the weird world wants. He is, most likely, just trying to fool around. After saying this, Baldy revealed a struggling expression, and as if he had made up his mind about something, he opened his mouth and said, but as I said earlier, Your human civilization is very special, and before invading your human civilization, the world of weird tales had been silent for more than 2,200 years. Perhaps, it's not certain that something changed in between. Looking at your human civilization's weird talk, I feel like there are two forces at the core of the weird talk world, one hoping for the continuation of human civilization, and the other hoping for the complete destruction of human civilization. This is just a bit of private speculation on my part, and does not represent the Star Moon Theater. There's no basis for it, so just listen and forget about it. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded his head in thanks. This speculation was also found among the Strange Talk Handling Bureau in Xia. He squared himself, looking serious, and suddenly bowed to Baldur. Since human civilization is in all likelihood the only remaining civilization in the universe, could Noah's Ark and the Star and Moon Theater assist human civilization in fighting against the weird tales? If all civilizations in the universe are wiped out, the world of weird tales might just move against you. Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Baldy sighed. We are also discussing this matter internally, and we are currently divided into two factions, with one faction believing that we should help the human civilization, and the other faction believing that we cannot help the human civilization. Those who are against helping the human civilization occupy the majority, but the historian of the songwriter civilization, our consul, who has the highest voting rights, has been reserving his opinion, so the matter has been left pending. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the bald man in front of him, who looked solemn and compassionate. I'd like to know which faction Senior is from. Without any thought, Baldy said without thinking, I'm in the majority, and I'm also against helping human civilizations. It's not like Star Moon Theater hasn't helped other civilizations fight against weird worlds, but as long as we intervene, the weird talk that civilization faces will be even more horrifying and bizarre. That's the main reason for our opposition. By helping, we are largely hastening the demise of the invaded civilization. There is another reason. Baldy wanted to say something, but suddenly stopped, just paused, and said, I'll tell you after you've joined us, which is soon anyway. He turned his words around and rambled a bit. In the 2,000 years before the world of weird tales invaded your civilization, we tried many times to help your civilization grow quickly, teaching technology to your civilization, as well as our means of fighting against the weird tales, and so on, but without exception, they all failed, leaving only a few legends behind. It's like a big invisible hand that is preventing us from interfering with the natural course of your civilization. We, Star Moon Theater, have actually helped many civilizations when those civilizations were not experiencing strange stories. This is the first time we have encountered a situation like your human civilization. So, your human civilization is special. The bald man waved his hand, and Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly felt the sky spinning in front of his eyes, and the wooden house in front of him at the Dog Bear Ridge suddenly changed into the VIP box that he had previously had at the Star and Moon Theater. Those rules of the Star and Moon Theater were the cover-up we had to make when we were going to interfere with the weird talk. Now that the interference has been successful, you don't have to follow those rules, and you can rest inside this box for 8 hours. That's the maximum amount of time we can stay in the middle of this copy. In 8 hours, you'll be leaving the Star and Moon Theater and heading to Spirit River too. So good luck. Bald Chang seemed like he was in a great hurry. His speech was very fast, and he disappeared after he finished speaking, not giving Zhou Xiaochuan the time to continue his questioning. P.S. Tomorrow will be the re-entry to Spirit River 2, and the protagonist's paranoia will return at the end of Spirit River 2. End of chapter. Chapter 149, Returning to Spirit River 2nd Middle School. Seeking subscription. Chapter 149, Returning to Spirit River 2nd Middle School. Seeking subscription. Zhou Xiaochuan rested for 8 hours in the middle of this Star and Moon Theater, constantly digesting the information brought by Baldhead's words, as well as recalling the information and rules of Spirit River No. 2 Middle School. After all, after not having returned to Spirit River No. 2 Middle School for 3 days, his memories of Spirit River No. 2 Middle School were a little fuzzy. Although the people from the Star and Moon Theater were unable to help him pass through Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, at the last minute before Zhou Xiaochuan returned to Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, Baldhead Strong still appeared in his box. Senior, what are you? Zhou Xiaochuan looked at Baldhead Strong with some doubt. Although Star Moon Theater couldn't directly help him through the copy, but they provided all help other than help. For example, good rest and foods that replenish nutrients. But at the last moment when he was about to leave, Baldy made another surprise visit, causing him to open his mouth and ask questions. Zhou Xiaochuan, don't use those 2 talents you upgraded from the Weird Tales World Division before. That's that infinite simulation and psychiatrist. Everyone else in your civilization's talents are fine. Only yours can't be used. I'm too late to explain why to you. And also, Spirit River 2nd Middle School has been thrown into extreme disarray, not to be confused with the situation when you left. Originally, Our interference never affected the time course of the original strange talk. But this time, Bald Head Strong paused for a moment and then immediately spoke again. This time it doesn't really have any effect. But the world of weird tales fast-forwarded the time of the Spirit River No. 2 middle school copy to 3 days later a minute ago. Watch out. His tone was extremely fast, and Zhou Shaochuan was still in a state of shock before he was teleported back to Spirit River 2nd Middle School. After Zhou Shaochuan disappeared, Bald Head Strong let out a long breath of relief. Just at this time, a long whistle containing anger rang in his ears. A white light suddenly descended beside the bald man. Bald Head Strong's face changed. Wudong Dao, Li Yen, you're really still alive. 5,000 years. You've actually grown to such a terrifying level. How did you, the dog thief who surrendered to the bizarre world, get into Noah's Ark? 5,000 years of time had passed, and Bald Head Strong had long since ceased to be the original Shaolin Temple head Ji Chang, and he did not have the slightest bit of politeness in the face of his archenemy. Within the white light, a majestic voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Baldy only felt that his whole body along with his soul was trembling, a feeling that he had only experienced once, and that was when he was in the middle of the Dog Bear Ridge, when he was facing the strange talking world origin. Don't confuse this seat with that scum. Sooner or later, this seat will personally execute him one day. After he said this, the white light transformed into a long sword, and on the scabbard of the long sword, 4 oracle bone inscriptions were carved. You are the legendary. Without waiting for Baldy to reply, the long sword said, what makes you think that our human civilization will lose? The world of weird tales is blatantly reneging on its agreement. Do you think we're really dead? That voice is full of anger. Bald Strong vaguely guessed the identity of this long sword in front of him, and did not dare to make a sound. This seed has already helped you get out of Noah's Ark. Disciple of Buddha, this seed needs you to do me a small favor. Out of Noah's Ark? Just when Bald Head Strong felt that this matter was already enough of a surprise, that long sword's next command was even more jaw-dropping and heart-stopping. Summerland, the chosen one of Xia, Zhou Shaochuan, through the weird story Dog Bear Ridge, rating at $%. The Bear Ridge series will not be coming to Xia's territory. This is the second time the chosen one, Zhou Shaochuan, has passed the Bear Ridge series. There are 7 more weird talks, and Zhou Shaochuan will be free from the world of weird talks. The cold and mechanical voice belonging to the world of weird talk rang out in the minds of people all over the world. Yet all of them were dumbfounded. What's going on? There's a bug in the world of weird tales? Wasn't Chuan's second story Spirit River Middle School? How come it's now Bear Ridge? Bear Ridge? I'm still on Bikini Bottom Beach. That's not right. Didn't Chuan just wake up from a nap on the 2nd floor of the gym? How did he get through the weird story? Chuan has already passed the weird tales. Why do you still stay in the weird tales world? The world's weird tales live streams all blew up at the moment and started discussing the matter. Not only the masses, but the weird tales handling bureaus around the world had a meeting over this, though it wasn't discussed. World of Weird Tales, Spirit River 2nd Middle School, 2nd floor of the gym. As soon as Zhou Shaochuan returned to Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, he noticed that this Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School was very different from when he left. It was so cold in here, the chill seemed to pierce the marrow of his bones. But it's clearly 9 a.m. and there's still a big sun hanging in the sky. Zhou Shaochuan shivered and picked up the red plastic bag he had placed on the ground. The contents of the bag. 3 items were missing. The loss of the parchment, which Baldur had already told him about in the middle of the Star and Moon Theater, was at the moment eerily fused with the cafeteria. This parchment and the cafeteria shenanigans are both shenanigans that were summoned earlier when the ponies were coerced. Parchment delights in fooling people and is sinister and deep. Cafeteria weirdness, on the other hand, is a very powerful weirdness power. Earlier the commissary Moncler outlet store once said that the cafeteria weirdness is the 3rd most powerful weirdness in this weirdness. Now that these 2 shenanigans are combined into one, there's no telling how scary it could be. The other 2 things that were missing were the sauerkraut beef instant noodles and starch sausage that he got from among the kiosks, which were listed as non-existent by the kiosk rules, but the kiosk master highly recommended him to eat them. The reason for the current disappearance, Zhou Shaochuan could also guess 9 times out of 10. The kiosk grandpa is a member of the Star and Moon Theater, as are the bald guy and the girl group members in the middle of the elevator. They came to Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School to test Zhou Shaochuan. Now that Zhou Shaochuan had refused to become a historian, something about the Star and Moon Theater would naturally disappear. But the sports hairband and perfume left for him by the girl group member in the middle of the elevator earlier were still there. Infinite simulation and psychic can't be used. Doesn't that mean I have no talent now? Zhou Shaochuan sighed and took out the sports hairbands and perfume in the red plastic bag. He still felt a little unsafe, and wrapped the 3 bloodstained towels in the red plastic bag around his right hand, before getting on the elevator in front of him and heading to the 1st floor. After all, based on his previous exploration, he could tell that the weirdness on the first floor of the gymnasium was more than likely the source of the weirdness in this copy Mayu. Zhou Xiaochuan had already prepared himself for a bizarre attack, but surprisingly, the elevator actually didn't have any accidents this time, and he reached the first floor of the stadium smoothly. P.S. The copy of Spirit River No. 2 Middle School is also almost finished. It won't take long to write. End of chapter. Chapter 150 Zhang Liangjin, 100 Tricky Days, Requesting for Recommendation and Monthly Tickets. Chapter 150 Zhang Liangjin, 100 Tricky Days, Requesting for Recommendation and Monthly Tickets. Just as he ran out of the elevator and entered the first floor of the gymnasium, Zhou Xiaochuan felt an extremely chilly aura drilling into his mind. He felt a shiver run through his body. The feeling didn't last long though. After about a minute the discomfort was gone. But that breath did not disappear from Zhou Xiaochuan's body. Only that Zhou Xiaochuan felt that this breath actually got along well with himself. And instead of showing a little bit of aggressiveness, it could also be used for him. Zhou Xiaochuan closed his eyes. The layout of the entire gymnasium actually appeared in his mind out of thin air. And with a thought, he actually instantly moved directly from the first floor of the gymnasium to the fourth floor of the gymnasium. He took control of the entire stadium with the help of this weird power? What's going on? There's not a single creepy in this gymnasium anymore. So where's Mr. Xiaoma on the first floor of the gymnasium? Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was pondering, a somewhat dull voice sounded in his mind. The voice was a little shaky and appeared to be extremely fearful. November 15th. Chao Haiyang and the others started to talk excitedly again about that weird talk on the internet. Sacrificing 3 fingers to summon the spooky and fulfill a wish? That's completely unscientific. I'm sure this weird talk is just as fake as the few weird talks I've practiced before. November 16th. It seems that they really intend to let me practice this weird talk. They actually don't believe in their hearts that this is true. But the publisher of the weird talk has given a heavenly reward. As long as the whole process of this strange talk is filmed, you can get the 100,000 yuan bonus given by the publisher. 100,000 yuan. I've never seen so much money in my life. November 25th. They promised to divide $10,000 with me when it is done. November 30th. They've already set the time for Christmas on the 25th of December. On Christmas Day, the school will stop the evening study for the seniors for one day in order to ease the pressure on the seniors. And the location, the gymnasium that was abandoned because of the accident. The muffled voice said this and did not continue. Is this a pony diary? Previously, Zhou Xiaochuan had collected Pony Diary I and Pony Diary II on the 4th and 3rd floors of the gymnasium respectively. So this voice in his head reading must be Pony Diary 3. So this voice in his head, it's a pony's voice? Zhou Xiaochuan spoke tentatively. Are you classmate Mayu? I'm your classmate Zhou Xiaochuan. Tang Jiacheng and Xiao Haiyang who bullied you have already received their retribution. Although they died, they were still abused by me after death. Zhou Xiaochuan had intended to persuade him to let go of his hatred, but he couldn't get the words out of his mouth. After all, Mayu was harmed by others to the point of losing his life, and now he is asking him to let go of his hatred, which is too much in terms of reason. There is no indication in Xiao Ma's diary that Zhou Xiaochuan has stopped Xiao Haiyan, Tang Jiacheng and the others from bullying Mayu's classmates. Then if Zhou Xiaochuan were to persuade Mayu to let go of her hatred, the odds were that it would only backfire and deepen the resentment in Mayu. Everyone watched when he was bullied, but no one said anything, and now the bystanders are going to persuade him to let go of his hatred? This was too shameless. Zhou Xiaochuan stroked his chin. It wasn't like he couldn't say this, but there was only one person who could say this to Mayu. That's Zhang Liangjin, who was the only one who reached out to Mayu when he was bullied in the middle of Xiao Ma's diary. Where is Zhang Liangjin? Zhang Liangjin now again? Before I left here, the last place Zhang Liangjin appeared was Yucai Building, which is the most dangerous place in Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School. Is she okay now? Zhou Xiaochuan couldn't help but worry for Zhang Liangjin. After she devoured more than 100 bazaar in the cafeteria, the bazaar battle between the cafeteria and the cafeteria in the middle of the cafeteria, and the subsequent result Zhou Xiaochuan didn't know. He only knew that Zhang Liangjin was tricked by the student council president behind him. And the student council president lied to Zhang Liangjin that he was in the Yucai Building. So Zhang Liangjin went to the Yucai Building. At this time, the muffled voice appeared again. I suggest you flip the gym back over. Your girlfriend's been waiting for you on the actual first level of the gym for 3 days now. But once the gym's back to normal, the outside stuff can come in. After saying this, it didn't move again. Zhou Xiaochuan's mind moved. Yes, since he could already control the entire stadium, he could correct the stadium's upside down and misplaced space. In the original stadium, you had to come in from the 4th floor, then ride the elevator down 1 floor at a time to reach the 1st floor in order to leave the stadium. The moment Zhou Shaochuan moved to restore the gymnasium's upside-down space. Thud! There was a loud thud on the ground, and a large door appeared where that whole side of windows on the fourth floor of the original gymnasium had been. In front of the gate, a clear and bright young girl in a school uniform was lying on the ground crying uncontrollably. Noticing Zhou Xiaochuan's appearance, the young girl suddenly looked up, a pair of tearful eyes facing Zhou Xiaochuan, looking at Zhou Xiaochuan with some heartache and sympathy. Zhou Xiaochuan, where have you been? I thought you were dead. I heard the student council president, Huang Che, say that you were in the Yutsai building, so I went to the Yutsai building, but something inside the Yutsai building said I was tricked by him and that you were in the gym. When I got to the gym, I couldn't find you there again. I'm stuck here. I can't get out at all. Whoa. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was clear. The original space of this gymnasium was upside down and misplaced, and only through a special means of entering the gymnasium from the fourth floor was it considered to be entering the real gymnasium. Although Zhang Liangjin was strong, since he had entered the gym directly, instead of finding him, he was trapped. Just when Zhou Shaochuan wanted to speak in comfort, Zhang Liangjin suddenly smiled. This laughter was piercingly mournful, and as it laughed, Zhang Liangjin's mouth grinned to the heel of his ear, and the skin on his body continued to fester, revealing white bones. The school uniform she was wearing was also stained red with blood from who knows where. Ha 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 ha, Huang Che dared to lie to me. I almost couldn't find you. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. No, just killing him is too cheap. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Liangjin laughed madly. Zhou Shaochuan tried to remind her that the student council president Huang Che was dead, but she couldn't even listen. Her mouth kept chanting about killing Huang Che. Hey hey hey. Hey 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 hey, hey hey hey. Zhang Liangjin laughed for a while, and there were actually many voices matching her laugh. Zhou Shaochuan was shocked in his heart. There were a bunch of creeps standing densely outside the door. A rough estimate was that there were almost 200 to 300 of them, and there were still a constant stream of creeps assembling towards the stadium. He now understood Baldy's earlier warning. Ling Jiang 2 can only be described in one word right now. 100 weird daylines. End of chapter. Chapter 151, surrounded by weirdness. Zhang Liangjin who fell into madness. Chapter 151, surrounded by weirdness. Zhang Liangjin who fell into madness. The spooks tried to squeeze through the gym's doors with a brainstorm, but caused a blockage as a result. Instead, only 4 spooks made it in first. The creepy one at the head of them, with a clown mask on his head that looked like he was crying and laughing, wearing tattered, blood-stained overalls, and holding a giant pair of scissors in each hand. The large scissors were the size of this creepy man, rusted and glistening with a cold light, stained with an unknown amount of blood. Looking at this weirdness, Zhou Shaochuan suddenly thought of a rule in Lingjiang Second Middle School. Dormitory rule number 8. Lawn, scissors, executioner, murderer. The rules for each area of Spirit River 2 were very separate, meaning that each area of Spirit River 2 had specific shenanigans, but now the dormitory shenanigans were actually running out? Or maybe all the weirdness in the various areas of Spirit River 2 middle school had run out and roamed around the campus? Zhou Shaochuan looked at the densely packed weirdness outside and his heart flooded with difficulty. Hey hey hey, hey 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 hey, hey hey hey. The creep with the giant scissors approached step by step, while from among the gym doors, 7 or 8 more creeps squeezed in. Just then, Zhang Liangjin's laughter drowned out all the sounds around him. Ha 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 ha. You guys are still trying to take him away from me now? Go to hell all of you. Die all of you. She roared hysterically, instantly moving behind that scissor creep and devouring that scissor creep in one bite. She then fought with the other creeps that entered the gymnasium, and she was like a madwoman, dressed in blood as she crisscrossed the entrance to the gymnasium. And within a minute, all of the creeps that came in perished in her mouth. But Zhang Liangjin was not without attrition, and the bloody clothes on her body faded a bit. Although Zhang Liangjin was much stronger than the other bazaar, the bazaar outside was boundless and increasing. Zhou Xiaochuan roughly estimated that a full 500 to 600 had gathered, surrounding the entrance to the stadium. Moreover, these weirdnesses were still gathering from all over the place, as if they were endless. Although Zhou Xiaochuan had mastered the gymnasium and utilized the power of this gymnasium in conjunction with the Zhang Liangjin who had fallen into madness in front of him currently suffered little harm, but in the long run he would definitely be trapped to death by these shenanigans. He also discovered a phenomenon that these weird-eyed chaos, when fighting with Zhang Liangjin, had absolutely no combat intelligence at all, and would only rush up one after another to hit Zhang Liangjin, nor would they defend. This was very different from the previous weirdness of Spirit River Second Middle School. The previous weirdness of Spirit River 2 Middle School was weird, but it had all the characteristics of a human being. It's as if they are being manipulated by some being and must enter the gym to kill me, even if they themselves perish in doing so. Zhou Xiaochuan muttered. Previously, Ling Jiang no. 2 middle school was weird and would run away when in danger. No, there's too much weirdness out there. If we keep dragging on like this we'll die here sooner or later. Zhou Xiaochuan's mind moved, wanting to disrupt the space of the gymnasium once again, restoring it to its previous appearance. That way the shenanigans outside can't get in. But with all his effort, he still couldn't. Your soul isn't complete enough to do anything to contaminate the gym. Don't expend your mental energy. I suggest you go to the top floor of the gym and let Zhang Liangjin take you. The voice in Zhou Xiaochuan's mind spoke again. He was now very sure that the source of this voice in his mind was Ma Yu in all probability. But no matter how much he asked, the voice in his head would not give a reply. In that case, it seemed that he could only wait for him to take the initiative to speak. However, he is quite right. Zhou Xiaochuan's thoughts moved, wanting to teleport Zhang Liangjin and himself to the rooftop of the gymnasium. But in the end, he only teleported himself. Looking at the height of the 4-story building and the densely packed weirdness under the gymnasium, he knew that it was absolutely impossible to get out of here by himself alone, and that he had to rely on Zhang Liangjin. However, when Fang tried to pull Zhang Liangjin, Zhou Xiaochuan realized that Zhang Liangjin was extremely resistant to his will, and the will that wanted to teleport Zhang Liangjin was quickly bounced away as soon as it touched her. Zhou Xiaochuan had no choice but to teleport himself back to the first floor of the gymnasium. Zhang Liangjin was still fluttering in red, instantly moving between the many bizarre things, taking the opportunity to devour a bizarre thing every now and then, but her instantaneous speed was getting slower and slower, and occasionally she would be attacked by other weirdnesses, and there were times when she failed to devour them, and was instead bitten off by other weirdnesses with a mouthful of flesh and blood down. Over 100 spooky bodies have been piled up on the floor, but the spooky source outside the house is unending. Ryakan, I'll take you to the 4th floor of the gym, then we'll escape from the 4th floor of the gym. We'll get worn out if we keep guarding this place, Zhou Xiaochuan exclaimed. However, after Zhang Liangjin heard Zhou Xiaochuan's voice, he instead laughed even more maniacally. I'm gonna kill you guys. I'm going to kill you all. You're not gonna hurt him. Don't you dare hurt him. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. I'll kill everyone who tries to hurt you. She repeated these words as she weaved her way through a multitude of shenanigans, and for a while she was actually in no man's land. The bizarre corpses on the ground were piling up more and more. Suddenly, 7 kitchen knives smashed towards Zhang Liangjin. Zhang Liangjin dodged 5 of them but was still hit by 2. A kitchen knife hit her in the arm, and a kitchen knife hit her in the thigh. She stopped her transience and was surrounded by a bizarre mass of fish leaping into the air. Leading the way amongst these creeps were 7 creeps with pig head masks. The very same uncle who wore a pig head mask in the cafeteria at the beginning to beat the food. Zhou Xiaochuan was shocked in his heart. He could still remember that he was in the middle of the cafeteria. He had spent half a day's effort to encourage more than 100 creeps to snatch the mutton from the pig-headed masked rice-beating uncle, and as a result, these more than 100 creeps and the pig-headed rice-beating uncle had died together. These 7 are spooky and definitely not easy to deal with. Zhang Liangjin was in the middle of the weird group, gradually staggering, but the red color among her school uniform was getting brighter and brighter. Ha 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 ha, kill all of you, kill all of you. Don't try to hurt him. Zhou Xiaochuan hadn't suffered a single bit of damage up until now, simply because once a trickster tried to cross Zhang Liangjin to attack him, he would be attacked by Zhang Liangjin regardless of any consequences. Just like this, Zhang Liangjin definitely couldn't hold out for long. With the addition of those 7 pig-headed masked uncles, Zhang Liangjin was clearly caught in a passive position. She was repeatedly slashed by the pig-headed masked uncle's kitchen knives, and every time she was slashed, her figure would sway. But even so, she still desperately guarded the front, not allowing any of the shenanigans to approach Zhou Xiaochuan. No, these weirdnesses to see that Zhang Liangjin cares about me, wants to me to break out Zhang Liangjin will be regardless of all the consequences of that weirdness will be resolved. But this will also make her injured. These weirdness is like being controlled by what existence? To live to Zhang Liangjin to wear out. Ryakan, run with me. We'll get worn out by them here. Zhang Liangjin still didn't care and was in a state of madness. Ha 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 ha. Kill all of you. Kill all of you. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Zhang Liangjin couldn't listen at all, Zhou Xiaochuan made a risky decision. He instantly moved directly to the center of Zhang Liangjin in creepy's combat. End of chapter. Chapter 152, Where to Escape to. Requesting subscription. Chapter 152, Where to Escape to. Requesting subscription. Zhou Xiaochuan instantly moved to the center of the battlefield, took out his perfume and sprayed it on the places where there were more weirdness. There were quite a few weirdnesses that were touched by the perfume and turned into a mass of black blood. You're not protecting me. You're harming me. Come with me or we'll be stuck here. Besides, I can protect you too. Zhou Xiaochuan righteously said. When Jiang Liangjin saw Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly come to her side, her crazy laughter stopped, and her pair of reddened eyes stared at Zhou Xiaochuan tightly, with tears of blood coming out from inside her eyes. But Jiang Liangjin stopped, but those weirdness didn't stop. Those weirdness instantly surrounded the two of them, and a kitchen knife instantly slashed at Jiang Liangjin's face. Zhou Xiaochuan stretched out his hand wrapped in 3 layers of blood-stained towels, wanting to help Jiang Liangjin block the blow, but found that as soon as his hand was stretched out, the pig-headed mask's chopper retracted as if it was afraid of hurting Zhou Xiaochuan. How come you're not hurting me? As long as Zhou Xiaochuan's hands were protecting the place, the bizarre attack would automatically retract. They actually don't attack Zhou Xiaochuan? Their purpose is only Jiang Liangjin? Not only that, Zhou Xiaochuan felt that these weirdness around him were even a bit afraid of himself. Get the hell out of here. You guys, get out of the gym. Who gave you guys permission to come in here? Get the hell out. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaochuan bellowed. He had only wanted to test the waters, but it turned out that a lot of creepy actually did what he was told. Some of the creeps had their legs bitten off by Jiang Liangjin and could only use their hands to slowly crawl out, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. The only ones left in the gym now were the 20 creeps, led by Piggy Mask, and they were all dressed in cafeteria work clothes. Although they remained in the gymnasium, they did not dare to attack Zhou Xiaochuan at all. And once they attacked towards Jiang Liangjin, Zhou Xiaochuan used his hand to protect the part that would be attacked. For a long time, Zhou Xiaochuan simply directly held Jiang Liangjin. This time these still remain in the stadium of the bazaar. Even dare not move. Directly froze in place. Jiang Liangjin gradually returned to normal after a slight pause, and the bloodstains in the middle of her school uniform disappeared. As if she wasn't the one who had just gone crazy in the weird group. She smiled a warm smile, as if it were a warm spring breeze. Why are you taking advantage of me in public? Of course, Zhou Xiaochuan knew that she was referring to the matter of him holding her, but he was afraid that those weirdness would attack her after he let go, so he didn't let go either. You didn't even listen to me just now. I'll take you to the 4th floor of the gym and then we'll escape from there. We'll be surrounded if we keep guarding this place. After hearing these words, Zhou Xiaochuan felt the strange power in Jiang Liangjin's body suddenly disappear, and then with a thought, he appeared on the rooftop on the 4th floor of the gymnasium. Where should we run to now? This downstairs is all spooky. I don't know where inside the school is safe. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth and asked. Jiang Liangjin's eyes smiled into a curved crescent moon when she heard his words. You're asking me? Wasn't it you who said you wanted to escape to the 4th floor of the gymnasium? Now you don't even know where you've escaped to. You're such a person. But her tone didn't look the least bit reproachful. Instead, it sounded like she was being pampered. I've been stuck in the gym for 3 days. The inside of the school seems to have changed drastically, and the weirdness are all roaming around on the road, so I really don't know where it's safe. Zhou Xiaochuan was a bit embarrassed. In fact, he felt that 9 times out of 10 schools were not safe anywhere these days. He mulled over the rules of the pass in Spirit River 2 for a long time while he was playing at the Star and Moon Theater. Requirements for Level B clearance. Survive 7 days at this school. Requirements for Level A clearance. Explore all non-existent locations in this school. Level S pass condition. Solve all the weirdness in the Yutsai building, gymnasium, and cafeteria. In the end, he felt that the A-rank clearance condition counted as the most realistic. The other 2 were too difficult for him. Even Zhou Xiaochuan felt that these 2 pass conditions were most likely set up to confuse him, and it was actually practically impossible to pass through these 2 conditions. The B-level pass condition said to survive for 7 days, but now on just the 4th day the school was full of shenanigans, and if we waited until 3 days later, there was no telling what was going to happen. And the S-rank pass condition is even more unrealistic. The shenanigans of the gymnasium, Yutsai building, and cafeteria are the most powerful among this copy, especially now that the cafeteria S shenanigans are also fused with the parchment. Zhou Xiaochuan does not have any capital to fight against others. Moreover, now that all the weirdness from various places had run out and were roaming around in the middle of the school, it was impossible to tell which place's weirdness was from where. So was it necessary to take care of all the weirdness in the middle of the school? Where did he get this? In this case, it seems that the most realistic pass condition would be an A-level pass condition to explore all the non-existent locations in the middle of the school. There were a total of 5 non-existent locations in the middle of the school: the 7th floor of the dormitory building, the 7th floor of the teaching building, the 8th class of the senior class, the gymnasium, and the Yutsai building, of which the 8th class of the senior class was on the 7th floor of the teaching building, which could be counted as one place. The gym had been explored by him, and there were only 3 places left. Zhou Xiaochuan even felt that this current situation where all the weirdness was roaming around outside was instead beneficial for him to explore these non-existent places, because there's less weirdness in places that don't exist. After figuring out this joint, Zhou Xiaochuan spoke. I see. Liang Jin, take me to the dormitory building first. I'm going to the 7th floor of the dormitory building. Jiang Liangjin's crystal clear eyes were still smiling and staring at him. You want to go to the 7th floor of the dormitory building? But there is clearly no dormitory building 7th floor in the school. Xiaochuan, good boy. You are stimulated. I will protect you. We are not going anywhere. Just stay here. Zhou Xiaochuan's expression changed. If he could not get Jiang Liangjin's help, then it would be impossible for him to get out of this gymnasium. Although these creeps outside didn't seem to dare harm him now, so many of them couldn't guarantee that there would be a creep that would make a move on him. Moreover, Zhou Xiaochuan felt that so many weirdnesses were roaming around in the middle of the school, in which there was definitely a being behind the manipulation, and that being that manipulated these weirdnesses, in all probability, was the cafeteria weirdness that fused the parchment. If you see this cafeteria spooky, then Zhou Xiaochuan by himself is more than likely a dead word. Taking a step back, even if none of these shenanigans attacked him, there was no way he could jump from 4 floors up. If you want to get out from the 1st floor, the entrance to the gym is already deadlocked by these shenanigans. He can only find a way to convince Jiang Liangjin. I'm wide awake. I know a lot. I know that Mayu-san was bullied by bad people and that's why she did such a wrong thing and made the school what it is now. I know that you and Mayu-san are very close. Listen to me. I can set Mayu-san free. Zhou Xiaochuan did not expect that Jiang Liangjin, who was still smiling, would instantly freeze her smile after hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, and that pair of eyes, which were originally bright and moving, were filled with coldness in an instant. What are you babbling about? Ogawa, are you remembering something? Zhou Xiaochuan clearly saw that her eyes were filled with sadness. The only people you need to care about in this school are me and yourself. You don't have to care about anyone or anything. I'll take care of you. Jiang Liangjin paused, and his school uniform was instantly dyed red with fresh again. No, just to be on the safe side. I'm going to take you to the library. Take you to the 6th floor of the library to meet the principal. It's a perfectly safe place, and no one will be able to bother us once we get there. 6th floor of the library? Zhou Xiaochuan instantly remembered a rule related to the 6th floor of the library. Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School Campus Guide Number 7. If you haven't returned to your dormitory after lights out time, you can go to the 24-hour study room on the 6th floor of the library, which is specially prepared for good students, where no one will come to bother you to study, and you can rest in peace while you study. End of chapter. Chapter 153, A Safe Library? Requesting subscription. Chapter 153, A Safe Library? Requesting subscription. Next, no matter what Zhou Xiaochuan said, Jiang Liangjin would not reply. No matter what Zhou Xiaochuan said, she would only smile and say, Don't be afraid, Xiaochuan. I won't let bad people bully you. I will protect you. Zhou Xiaochuan noticed that when she said this, there were no bloody clothes fluttering on her body. The corners of her mouth were not grinning up to her ears, and the skin on her body was not festering. She said this in a normal state of mind. Is she crazy? No longer able to communicate properly? Suddenly, Jiang Liangjin wrapped Zhou Xiaochuan in his arms, then stood above the rooftop of the gymnasium and made a long leap. Then his entire body became transparent, and he floated and moved in this manner. Zhou Xiaochuan nestled in her arms, feeling as if he was freezing all over his body, the feeling of cold hands and feet gradually reaching his heart. He felt his vision blurring until his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Waking up again, Zhou Xiaochuan appeared in the middle of the library, still being held in Jiang Liangjin's arms, but instead of feeling cold, he felt warm and very comfortable. Rio Jin, where is this? Jiang Liangjin gave him a deep look. Her eyes were full of crimson and looked very scary. She spoke faintly. You don't have to be afraid. It's safe here. They can't harm you anymore. Other people can't get in here. Only student council members and mentally sane teachers can stay here. Zhou Xiaochuan looked up at this time and realized that the words and slogans in the middle of this library were all handwritten in blue ink. Where are the rules of this library? Show me the rules of the library. Zhou Xiaochuan said softly. Who would have thought that Jiang Liangjin just gently touched his head? This is not something you need to think about. I will protect you and never let you get hurt again. Subsequently, no matter what Zhou Xiaochuan said, Jiang Liangjin ignored it, and she didn't go anywhere, just hugged Zhou Xiaochuan and leaned against the wall. And at this moment, Zhou Xiaochuan's mind worked frantically, analyzing the current situation. Although the 24-hour study room on the 6th floor of the library is said by rule to be safe, the truth of the rule is uncertain. Jiang Liangjin said that the entire library is safe, and the text inside the library is also true that the blue ink that can shield his perception is used. But from the information obtained from the parrot's mouth, only Zhou Xiaochuan is alive in the book side of the school, while everyone else is weird. It's just that some of the creeps are willing to help Zhou Xiaochuan and have a high degree of sanity, no different from normal people. while some of the creeps want to kill him when they see him. Who knows if there are any of the latter in the library? Zhou Xiaochuan observed that there was not a single student reading a book in the huge library, not even a single student walking around. Inside the large library, there were only members of the student union with red armbands, standing guard in all corners. It felt like the atmosphere here, not like a library, but rather like a military camp in general. Rio Jin, the student council president who victimized me, Huang Che, is dead, so there's no need for you to worry and be afraid. Zhou Xiaochuan purposely spoke this loudly, not only to let Jiang Liangjin hear it, but also to let the other members of the student council hear it. Although student council president Huang Che did not share the same opinion as the other student council members, and was afraid that he had already defected to the shenanigans that wanted to kill Zhou Xiaochuan, most of the other student council members did not know about this, or else they would not have listened to his mobilization. Mentioning that the student council president was dead here now might cause unrest among the student council members so that he could use the opportunity to escape. However, Zhou Xiaochuan's calculations were empty. These student council members did not react at all after hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, and still just stood dumbfounded. It was as if they could not make any movements other than blinking. There was no color at all in their eyes, and their gaze was very dull. And Jiang Liangjin's face turned even colder after hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words. It's not just the student council president, Huang Che, who wants to harm you, but with me here, there's no way anyone can hurt you. I'll protect you. Hearing Jiang Liangjin's reply, Zhou Xiaochuan spoke. Who in the world wants to harm me? I really don't understand what I did wrong. Since I returned to school 3 days ago, everyone wants to kill me when they see me. Who exactly is trying to harm me? You have to tell me clearly. Don't be a riddler. He deliberately made a very aggrieved look to Jiang Liangjin. As he said this, he thought about all the sad things in his life and actually dropped a few tears out. Jiang Liangjin wiped his eyes with his sleeve and said in a slow voice, "You don't need to know that much. All people except me want to kill you. Only I am the one who is good for you. It's good that you understand that. I will protect you and won't let others hurt you." Hearing this, Zhou Xiaochuan was certain that Jiang Liangjin was more than likely completely insane. Before, he was still able to communicate with her in a normal manner, but now her love was too morbid. We must get rid of Jiang Liangjin and go to some other place in the middle of the school that doesn't exist so that we can pass the level, Zhou Xiaochuan said in his heart, not to mention whether Jiang Liangjin was really able to protect him all the time. In the face of the cafeteria shenanigans that had been combined with the parchment, Jiang Liangjin was more than likely no match. In fact, as soon as she got out of this library and was surrounded by the shenanigans outside, it would more than likely be a death sentence as well. There was no telling who would protect who. Now that the weirdness outside doesn't dare to attack me, it won't be difficult to explore non-existent locations as long as I escape Jiang Liangjin's control. Zhou Xiaochuan made up his mind. And just at this time, a student council member came down the stairs and spoke to Jiang Liangjin. Vice President, the principal has agreed to your request. You can take him to the 24-hour study room on the 6th floor of the library. After saying that student council member went back up the stairs. Vice President? Jiang Liangjin is still the vice president of the student council? After Jiang Liangjin heard this, he immediately hugged Zhou Xiaochuan and took the stairs, going up to the 6th floor. The first 5 floors of the library were all laid out similarly, divided into 2 sections, the study rooms and the stacks outside the study rooms. But the 6th floor of the library was clearly different from the first 5. At the very top of the stairs on the 5th floor, there was a large door made of mahogany, which was carved with dragons and painted with phoenixes. Unlike the decorations that should be found in a simple school library, on the last floor of the staircase, on each step, there were 2 student council members standing. In front of the main door, there were even 6 student council members standing in front of the door, blocking it hard. Unlike the members downstairs, they weren't flinty. Instead they saw Jiang Liangjin go upstairs and had fear in their eyes. I don't know if it's Jiang Liangjin that they fear, or me. Zhou Xiaochuan actually had a certain guess in his heart about his identity. This guess was a bit absurd, but it was very reasonable. It was something he had come up with after he had cleared the Dog Bear Ridge strange tales. Why is it that Mayu is obviously close to Jiang Liangjin in Xiaoma's diary, but Zhou Xiaochuan, Jiang Liangjin's boyfriend, never appears in the diary? Why was it that the first floor of the gymnasium was clearly the most dangerous place, and there was clearly Mayu's consciousness present on the first floor, yet Mayu didn't attack him and helped him instead? Why are all the creeps out there afraid to attack him? This guess of his explains the problem perfectly. He is, in all likelihood, Mayu, but this isn't Dogwood Ridge, and it's not as if you can turn on uncanny just because you've analyzed your identity. Vice President, please come in. The student council members blocking the doorway made way for Jiang Liangjin. End of chapter. Chapter 154, The Truth About Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School? The pass is close at hand. Chapter 154, The Truth About Ling Jiangno. 2 Middle School? The pass is close at hand. Zhang Liangjin held Zhou Shaochuan and walked into the 6th floor of the library. The description in the rules is not accurate. The entire 6th floor of the library is a 24-hour study room. This 24-hour study room is not as big and spacious as it looks from the outside. Instead, the space is only the size of an unusual classroom. In the middle of the 24-hour study room, there was a huge long table. This long table directly occupied a large portion of the study room seats. Not matching the size of the long table was the fact that there were only 7 seats placed around it. 1 in the front, 1 in the back, 3 on the left, 2 on the right. As soon as Zhang Liangjin came in, he directly hugged Zhou Shaochuan and sat on the seat closest to the main door. And that seat had a name tag on it, which read, Zhang Liangjin, Vice President of the Student Union. Zhou Shaochuan followed the line of sight and saw the names written on the other 6 name tags on this long table. Student Council President, Huang Che. Director of Instruction, Su Yingchun. Vice Principal of Teaching, Yu Wubua. Vice Principal of Logistics, Zhang Yuaning. Secretary, Jian Zibei. And Principal, Tan Shanshan. Secretary, Jane Zibei and Principal, Tan Shanshan. At the moment, though, there were only 2 people sitting behind the seats behind the name tags. Vice Principal of Logistics, Cheng Yuaning and Principal, Tam Shanshan. The deaths of Director of Instruction Su Yingchun and Student Council President Huang Che were both related to him, which made Zhou Shaochuan a little sad. Vice Principal Zhang Yuaning is dressed in a black teacher's uniform, with lowered eyebrows and a look of about 30 years old, looking very elegant and dignified. And this was in stark contrast to the vice principal. But it was the principal, Tan Shanshan. She wore a refined short hair. Her body was very bloated. But she was also wearing a revealing navel dress that was extremely inconsistent with her status. And underneath her stomach, she was full of flab. After Zhang Liangjin took his seat, he sat in it for half an hour without a single word. Zhou Shaochuan had wanted to say something, but he only felt that as soon as he entered this library's 24-hour study room, he was suppressed by an extremely terrifying force. Unable to speak at all, with only his eyelids able to move all over his body. After another half hour of sitting motionless like this, the principal sitting at the front of the room, Tan Shanshan, finally spoke. It seems that only 3 of us are left alive. I don't see the need to wait any longer. Let's have a meeting. Zhang Liangjin, I believe you should know who that person you're holding in your arms is, right? You're holding him, coming to the library. Are you trying to get us killed? Principal Tan Shanshan said at the end of her sentence and slapped her hand towards the table. Her pair of meaty palms that were so fat that they looked like pork actually shook the table directly. Zhang Liangjin didn't say a word, just staring coldly at the principal, Tan Shanshan. Seeing Principal Tan Shanshan angry, the vice principal quickly smiled and said, Principal Tan, don't be so angry. Liangjin didn't come back for such a long time and handed over all the management affairs of the student council to Huang Che. She must have her own ideas since she came back this time and called us for a meeting. Maybe she's found a solution to our school's predicament. Tan Shanshan snorted coldly. What way can she find? 10 years ago she was eyeballing this Mayu all the time. I don't think she even wants to solve the strange talk. Now that we've been trapped for 10 years, so many people have died. 3 years ago, the school still only had the Yutsai building, the gymnasium, the 7th floor of the teaching building, and the 7th floor of the dormitory with weirdness. And now the whole school is full of weirdness, and we can only cower here as shrunken turtles. Nah, I see it as waiting for death. Afterwards, Tan Shanshan pointed at Zhou Shaochuan and cursed, and you, Zhang Liangjin, you actually dare to bring the culprit who caused all this to us. Are you trying to get us all killed? Zhang Liangjin didn't say anything, only his eyes became increasingly cold. The culprit who caused everything? Zhou Shaochuan verified his identity from Tan Shanshan's words. Wasn't the culprit who caused such a phenomenon in Ling Jiangno, 2 middle school Mayu? It was no wonder that Bald-Head Strong had to remind himself before he himself left that Ling Jiangno, 2 middle school and the Dog Bear Ridge strange tales that he had created were similar to a certain extent. But even knowing this, nothing has changed. Zhou Shaochuan tried to chant in his heart in order to call out to the Xiaoma classmate in his mind. But nothing worked. He could only continue to listen to the conversation between the 3 of them. It was said to be a conversation between 3 people, but in reality, only the principal, Tan Shanshan, and the vice principal were actually talking. The principal's words had the air of a shrew who cursed the street, and his words were not shocking, and the vice principal just spoke warmly. Although that's the case, he really doesn't know anything right now, so I think, since Liangjin brought him here, it might be better to let Liangjin take 50 members of the student council and escort him to various non-existing locations in the middle of the school. Maybe when he remembers everything, we'll be able to get unstuck? That's been our strategy all year, hasn't it? The principal, Tan Shanshan gradually calmed her anger after hearing the vice principal's words, and then said, "Last reincarnation. For such a plan, Yu Wuguo and Jian Ziwei were sacrificed, as well as 63 members of the student council, and we lost the teaching building completely because of it, leaving only a library. Ingchun and Huang Che died before this one was over. If we fail this time, I'm afraid we'll lose completely," the vice principal slowly said. "It's alright, principal. This kind of calamity is really not something that manpower can fight against. We just need to try our best to do it without any regrets. Can you think of a better way than this? Also, I think he can be sensitized. At the very beginning of everything, it was Liang Jin and teacher Su who sensitized him and made him let us live. And then we began our 10-year, 5 reincarnation confrontation with the weirdness that Mayu put out." The principal nodded. "Then let's make a deal. Jiang Liang Jin, you don't need to bring 50 student council members either. Together with the two of us, Yuan Ying and I, the 105 of us will go straight out of the library. And this is presumably the last chance to do so." Her voice was bold but a little shaky, as if she had made a great determination. "Let's fight to the death and send Mayu to those non-existent locations." Listening to the conversation between these two people, and combining it with the information obtained from the previous exploration in Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, Zhou Shaochuan finally understood the truth of this copy. He was indeed a fellow student of Mayu, and after he summoned Creepy under the threat of both Tang Jiacheng and Chao Haiyang, he didn't fall directly into Creepy's grasp, but was instead probed by Jiang Liangjin and the director of instruction, Su Yingchun. Subsequently, perhaps his creepy power was distributed to the students of the school, so that the students and teachers of the school were constantly struggling with the creepy one he had summoned. Only, the students and teachers of the school looked like they couldn't fight that cafeteria creepy, and more of them lost their minds and fell to the creepy, and now the rest of them could only hide in the library. In the midst of the desperate situation, the remaining students and teachers come up with the idea that he, who has lost his memories and is blending in with the students, will retravel to the various non-existent locations that have been invaded the most by the creepy, and then retrieve his memories and abilities before defeating the cafeteria creepy by himself. The more Zhou Shaochuan listened, the more pleasantly surprised he was, because the scheming of these people was simply the same as his needs. Regardless, as long as they could help themselves to explore all the non-existent locations, then they would have fulfilled the pass condition for Spirit River too. Zhou Shaochuan, who was in a state of surprise, did not notice Jiang Liangjin's increasingly icy eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 155, The Death of the Vice Principal and the Principal. Chapter 155, The Death of the Vice Principal and the Principal. Ryakan. In that case, then go and inform the members of the student council to have everyone gather on the first floor. I was swayed by my emotions earlier and didn't treat you very well. It's my fault. The principal's face eased after the decision was made, and calmed down just to comfort Jiang Liangjin for a couple of sentences. She could no longer speak. Jiang Liangjin hugged Zhou Shaochuan and in an instant, he moved to the back of the principal and devoured him in one bite. Her mouth was full of thick blood like blue ink that had trickled down from the principal, Tan-san, and she showed a maniacal demeanor as she chewed. "Ha ha 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 ha. You guys talk a good game, but has anyone asked him Zhou Shaochuan's opinion thoughts? It's because of the inaction of you people that caused him to become what he is now. Can't even remember his own name. And yet you all want him to go to those dangerous places. Don't you owe him enough? If it wasn't for his kindness, you would have died 10 years ago." Her mouth was full of blood and she yelled at the vice principal. After the principal's death, Zhou Shaochuan felt that the bizarre power that had originally suppressed his soul had suddenly disappeared, and he could speak and move around. "Liang Jin, I'm willing to take a trip to those places, and when I get everything settled, we'll be together forever and never part. Okay?" Zhou Shaochuan could only comfort Jiang Liangjin in fine words. Jiang Liangjin's expression eased quite a bit after hearing Zhou Shaochuan's words. The originally gentle vice principal, who actually didn't even have her eyes skipped a beat when she saw the principal's tragic death, opened her mouth and said, "Liang Jin, as you can see, it wasn't that we forced him, but that he was willing to go to these places on his own. You should have more respect for what he wants. We'll take all the student council members with us, and with you there, we'll be able to keep him safe. I promise." Jiang Liangjin's expression eased quite a bit, and he kept quietly listening to her finish her sentence. Just when Zhou Shaochuan thought that she was finally listening to the words and could finally communicate, she suddenly laughed maniacally and instantly devoured the vice principal in one bite. "Ha ha 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 ha, Xiaochuan has been victimized by you guys. And you guys actually want to go on to harm Xiaochuan? I won't let you guys hurt him. Never." Jiang Liangjin's school uniform was stained with blood and floated in the air, looking insane. The blood that came out of the vice principal was also thick blue ink. After the death of the vice principal, Zhou Shaochuan instantly felt that the solemn feeling that had originally enveloped the library had disappeared, and an eerie aura enveloped the library. That gloomy aura was exactly the same as the one he had felt in the middle of the stadium when he had just returned from the Star Moon Theater. Good job, Ryogam. It's because of their inaction in handling their affairs that the school has turned into what it is now. Now you actually want me to clean up their mess for them? Zhou Xiaochuan deliberately catered to Zhang Liangjin. Then his words changed. But it doesn't matter. The moment after they died, I remembered everything. They must have moved on me. I remember it all now. Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Zhang Liangjin hugged Zhou Xiaochuan up and gave him a kiss on the lips, then tasted playfully. Tell me instead, what have you remembered? Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was happy. As long as Zhang Liangjin is willing to listen to himself, then there is still hope for everything. The fear is only that Zhang Liangjin cannot communicate with himself. He paused and spoke. Actually, I'm Ma Yu, right? I'm the one who was at the gym, sacrificed 3 fingers and summoned Creepy, right? Before an hour ago. This was just Zhou Xiaochuan's own guess. And although he felt that this guess was right 9 times out of 10, a guess was just a guess after all. And now, after he had listened to the conversation between the two people, the principal and the vice principal, Zhou Xiaochuan was certain of this matter. However, after Jiang Liangjin heard Zhou Xiaochuan's words, his eyes were filled with compassion. You're no one. You're just my Zhou Xiaochuan. Don't worry about that. I'll protect you. Before I die, no one will be able to harm you. What if you can't protect me? Seeing that Wen Yan's words were useless, Zhou Xiaochuan directly questioned. Now that creep inside the cafeteria has fused the parchment again, and there are hundreds more creeps outside, I'm worried about you too, and I want to gain power to protect you. Zhou Xiaochuan spoke. After hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Zhang Liangjin froze, actually showing a thoughtful look. I will definitely protect you. If I can't protect you, we will still be together when we get down there. Zhang Liangjin looked at Zhou Xiaochuan and revealed a demented smile. Zhou Xiaochuan only felt horrified when he heard this. He heard the implication of Zhang Liangjin's words. If she's in a crisis she can't solve and can't protect herself anymore, she'll kill herself and die with her. Her love. It's so sick. Zhou Xiaochuan looked into her eyes, his mind frantically thinking of countermeasures. At the moment, the Forum of the Summerland. What does it mean? The plot is moving too fast. Is there anyone big enough to come out and explain it? To put it simply, Chuan is Ma Yu, and everything Ma Yu does is done by Chuan. This is also the reason why in Xiaoma's diary, Ma Yu is obviously very close to Zhang Liangjin, but there is no mention of Zhang Liangjin's boyfriend, Chuan, in the diary at all. The principal and vice principal who had just bled blue ink were the leaders of the student council, who had been secretly organizing the student council to fight the source of the weirdness in the school. Fawn's idea for them was to have the student council members defend Chuan, who had lost his memory, and go to various locations that didn't exist, so that they might be able to retrieve Chuan's consciousness that belonged to Ma Yu, and then fight against the source of the weirdness. Wait, this is making me confused? Didn't it say that Chuan is Ma Yu, the source of the weirdness? To be precise, the source of the weirdness amongst this copy is the weirdness that can grant people's wishes that Ma Yu summoned with 3 fingers in the middle of the gymnasium. The wish that Creepy wanted Ma Yu to wish for, without having to guess, was definitely to turn the entire school into Creepy, so that the entire school would be retributed. However, Ma Yu probably thought of Zhang Liangjin and the teachers in the school who treated him well, and ultimately did not make this wish. But since the creep was summoned by him, he still possessed a portion of the creep's power, which he gave to the teachers and students in the midst of the school to enable them to fight the creep he had summoned. Xia Gua. Hai Chang Strange Talk Handling Bureau. In the Golden House, Zhang Liangjin smiled slightly and used his cell phone to post the ins and outs of this strange talk on the forum. Teachers and students at the school formed a student council and chose mentally strong people in each class to fight against the weirdness. Gradually, however, the eerie prevailed in this tug-of-war. Gradually, places like the Yutsai building and the gymnasium appeared in the middle of the school that were occupied by weirdness, and more students and teachers fell to weirdness. Eventually, those who survived and still retained their sanity could only guard the library. However, the principal and vice principal thought that if they kept guarding the library without taking any initiative, it would be a matter of time before they were killed by the weirdness. It just so happened that at this time, Zhang Liangjin brought back Zhou Xiaochuan. They then decided to do everything they could to escort Zhou Xiaochuan to those non-existent locations in the middle of the school, to help Zhou Xiaochuan retrieve his strength and memories. You guys should have noticed a detail. That is, when Zhou Xiaochuan was surrounded in the gymnasium, those Bazaar only dared to attack Zhang Liangjin, but didn't dare to make a move on Zhou Xiaochuan. That might be because Zhou Xiaochuan had already gained some of his power and memories in the middle of the stadium. I also watched the live stream of Bryant, the chosen one of the Lighthouse Nation, who also has some weird powers after coming out of his senior 8 class on the 7th floor of the school building. Therefore, The real way to live in this strange talk should be hidden inside the past condition. Only if the chosen one explores the non-existent places in the middle of the school, and subsequently survives, can he or she truly pass the level. Jiang Liangjin's analysis was just sent out, and it caught fire all over the internet. And the rigor of this analysis even made people suspect that this strange story of Ling Jiang No. 2 middle school was the same as if she had written it. This analysis, which was translated into the languages of various countries, was informed to the chosen ones of their countries by the chosen ones of the Sakura and Lighthouse countries, who tried every means possible to streamline this text into 100 words. Jiang Liangjin himself, after this text was sent out, was subjected to even more serious controls by the Weird Tales Handling Bureau. The reason for this was that after Jiang Liangjin entered the Weird Tales Handling Bureau in Haichang, all of her belongings were placed outside of the Golden House, including the cell phone. How did she get the phone? The people at the Bureau of Weird Tales Disposal have watched the surveillance countless times and can't make out a single thing. End of chapter. Chapter 156 Black Mist Creepy in Parchment. Chapter 156 Black Mist Creepy in Parchment. Summerland. Weird Talk Lev. Have you all read the analysis of that Weird Talk bar? I feel like what he analyzed is the truth. After sending that post, the poster disappeared, and I wanted to ask him why Jiang Liangjin was fine, but now he's a sickly girl. I think it might be because she's devoured too much weirdness, causing her to become mentally unbalanced? I rather think this Jiang Liangjin is more attractive than before. Love it. Are you finding her bloody mouth grinning from ear to ear attractive? You are really hungry, old brother. Quickly find a girlfriend. I think the Principal Tan Shanshan that fat pig are better than Jiang Liangjin. It's great to get high on the internet. See if you dare to like a sick girl when you really meet one. One might even lose his life. World of Weird Tales. Ling Jiang No. 2 middle school. 24-hour study room on the 6th floor of the library. Jiang Liangjin never spoke again after saying those words, and just kept staring at Zhou Shaochuan in his arms. Zhou Shaochuan was made uncomfortable by her stare. This uncomfortable feeling didn't last long, though, because not a moment later, the library took a turn for the worse. A member of the student council pushed open the door, somewhat panicked. Principal, Vice President Jiang is not well. The whole school's weirdness concentrated at the library entrance like mad. It happened suddenly, and the first floor of the library had already been captured. We only have 80 members left. Zhou Shaochuan understood in his heart that this must be because Jiang Liangjin had just killed the principal and vice principal one after another, and the presence of the two of them made those spooks not dare to approach the library rashly. But after they died, the creeps had no scruples. Hey, where did the principal and vice principal go? I just saw them come in with my own eyes. Why are they gone? That student council member was puzzled. After Jiang Liangjin finished devouring the principal and vice principal, he didn't leave any traces behind, not even a bit of their corpses, except for the blue ink at the corner of her mouth. The principal and vice principal were killed by creepy. I'm very sad. Let's go together to avenge the principal and vice principal. Seeing that Jiang Liangjin didn't say a word, Zhou Shaochuan hurriedly opened his mouth. These student council members were needed now to help ward off the shenanigans, and they couldn't be allowed to know that the principal and vice principal had been killed by Jiang Liangjin. Although those creeps down there, most of them wouldn't dare to kill themselves. They would surround themselves. If surrounded, there's a good chance you'll be killed by the cafeteria shenanigans that fused with the parchment. Zhou Shaochuan thought that these weirdnesses in the middle of the school right now were in all probability manipulated by the cafeteria weirdness. After hearing Zhou Shaochuan's words, the student council member froze, then pointed at him and said, you're Ma Yu. Jiang Liangjin smiled warmly. What Ma Yu? He is Zhou Shaochuan. Ma Yu died 10 years ago. The student council member said, Vice Minister Jiang, why do you have blue ink on your mouth? This is not. Before he could finish, Jiang Liangjin devoured him in one bite. Zhou Shaochuan had no choice but to reach out and wipe the blue ink from the corners of Jiang Liangjin's mouth. Otherwise the student council members would see the abnormality at once. Liangjin, the student council members won't be able to withstand this for long. So take me to the 7th floor of the dormitory building while you can, and I'll help you fight against these shenanigans after I find my strength. Otherwise we'll all be accounted for here. But Jiang Liangjin didn't even care about his opinion. She opened the window and directly leaped down with Zhou Shaochuan in her arms. Zhou Shaochuan looked down. The weirdness was all blocking the entrance to the library. This window was facing the back of the library. There was not much weirdness here. After landing, Jiang Liangjin ran towards the front with Zhou Shaochuan in his arms. No matter how Zhou Shaochuan asked, Jiang Liangjin did not reveal where she wanted to take Zhou Shaochuan. She just repeated a phrase mechanically under her breath. Xiaochuan, don't be afraid. I will protect you. They are all bad people trying to harm you. I won't let you suffer any harm. However, Zhou Xiaochuan also heard panic from her mouth. After about 2 minutes, Zhou Xiaochuan felt that the air around him was getting colder and colder. It was a bone-piercing cold that was rooted deep in his soul. The road ahead was suddenly enveloped by an incredibly thick black fog, and there were many heads floating in that black fog. There are quite a few people here that Zhou Xiaochuan is familiar with, such as class teacher Mr. Huang, physical education teacher Ding Jidong, director of instruction Suing Chun, and principal Tan Shanchan. These heads were constantly wailing and hissing in the black mist, suffering to the extreme. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaochuan, all of these heads aimed their sights at Zhou Xiaochuan. Their eyes were malicious, wanting to cut Zhou Xiaochuan into 1,000 pieces. Zhou Xiaochuan, it's all because you put us in this situation. We want you to pay for your life. We want you to pay for your life. Go to hell. Kill you. Go to hell. Zhou Xiaochuan noticed that there was a piece of parchment floating at the very top amongst this black mist. It was the very same parchment he had picked up in the middle of the cafeteria at the time. Since the parchment appeared here, the identity of the creepy one in front of him was clear. This weirdness was the very same weirdness that Mayu had summoned in the middle of the gymnasium at that time by sacrificing 3 fingers. It is the strongest creep in that cafeteria. It's the same shenanigans that the student body has gone to great lengths and trouble to deal with. It looks like this creep isn't afraid of me. It won't be afraid to attack me like the other creeps. The black mist was getting closer and closer to Zhou Xiaochuan, and that coolness enveloped Zhou Xiaochuan's heart. Had ha ha, had ha ha, had ha ha. The laughter of the human head in the black mist was getting closer and clearer. Ha 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 ha. Right at this moment, Zhang Liangjin's maniacal laughter dispersed the laughter in the black fog, and caused the black fog to temporarily stop advancing. Was Zhang Liangjin a match for this black mist? Zhou Xiaochuan was a bit worried. Originally, when the black mist hadn't fused the parchment yet, Zhang Liangjin might still be able to go 50-50 with it. But now, Zhou Xiaochuan felt Zhang Liangjin's hand holding him tighter and tighter. Xiaochuan, we'll still be together even when we get to hell. We'll still be together even when you become weird. We'll still be together in the next life. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Liangjin stared tightly at Zhou Xiaochuan. His eyes flushed red, and 2 lines of blood tears flowed out from within his eyes. At this moment, her body was covered in blood and her hair was dyed red with blood. She smiled broadly, the corners of her mouth grinning up to her ears. Zhou Xiaochuan knew that this was a symbol that Zhang Liangjin wanted to devour something. She actually thought about eating herself personally if she couldn't protect herself. Zhou Xiaochuan's pupils tightened. End of chapter. Chapter 157, Zhou Xiaochuan to be eaten? Proceed to the 7th floor of the dormitory building. Chapter 157, Zhou Xiaochuan to be eaten? Proceed to the 7th floor of the dormitory building. Liang Jin, everything is still up in the air. We may not be unable to live. Calm down. It's better for us to live together than for us to die together, isn't it? Zhou Xiaochuan hurriedly comforted Zhang Liangjin. We may not be no match for this black mist. That black mist had stopped when Zhang Liangjin opened his bloody mouth, seemingly shutting down the lookout. The heads within those black mists, on the other hand, were still staring at Zhou Xiaochuan with a deadly stare. Only they did not emit any more ha-ha-he laughter. There was silence all around. Zhang Liangjin looked at Zhou Xiaochuan in his arms, his eyes getting weirder and weirder, and saliva even flowed out from the corner of his mouth. We didn't have to go this far. Didn't you promise to protect me? You. Halfway through his speech, Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly broke the perfume in the red plastic bag in his arms and threw the entire red plastic bag at Zhang Liangjin's face. After he finished exploring the gym and got a certain amount of weird power, he attached almost all of his weird power to the red plastic bag this time. Zhang Liangjin's face was in extreme pain after being hit by the red plastic bag, and his features were twisted together. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, but before she could react, Zhou Xiaochuan broke free from her hands and ran towards the dormitory building on the left. This place now was only about 100 meters away from the dormitory building. Zhou Xiaochuan, from the beginning, pretended to be cowardly and unassertive, and comforted Zhang Liangjin in fear, just to show her softness and let her drop her guard. He observed that Zhang Liangjin was actually very hesitant about eating herself. Otherwise she would have swallowed herself long ago when she transformed into a bloody mouth. But he wouldn't bet that Zhang Liangjin wouldn't eat himself. He couldn't afford to. The current Zhang Liangjin had lost most of her ability to communicate, and even if she would fight to the death with the black mist in order to protect herself, the chances of winning in the end were extremely slim. What's more, Zhang Liangjin was not looking forward to seeing himself exploring various non-existent locations and gradually regaining his memories and strength. Her love for herself was too sickly. Zhou Xiaochuan could only pretend to beg for mercy, but in reality, he was looking for an opportunity to get out of her control. 100 meters. Only 100 meters. 100 meters wasn't very far. Zhou Xiaochuan had been exercising his body in the middle of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau. 100 meters. He only needed 13 seconds at the most to run through it. But out of the black mist came another burst of laughter. That black mist instantly crossed over Jiang Liangjin and enveloped behind Zhou Xiaochuan. It's okay. 13 seconds. There's plenty of time. Zhou Xiaochuan could only console himself as he fought to run wildly. Just then, the parchment at the very top of the black fog recited an obscure, yet bizarre incantation. A little less than a second later, 6 pig-headed masked meal-beating uncles stopped at the entrance of the dormitory building. Even if he was able to break through the black mist, Zhou Xiaochuan was no match for these 6 pig-headed masks. Right at this moment, Jiang Liangjin, wrapped in blood and with a resentful face, instantly arrived at the entrance of the dormitory building. 13 seconds, not enough at all. Zhou Xiaochuan was only about 20 meters away from the dormitory building, but this distance of about 20 meters made him in a dilemma. If he rushed up, he would face the siege of Jiang Liangjin and those 6 pig-headed masks, but if he retreated, except for the front, the left, right and back were all blocked by this black mist. In the nick of time, Jiang Liangjin looked as if she was crazy and laughed up to the sky. Her hair was all polluted by blood and turned into dark red color, which made her look extremely weird. She was seen biting into a piggyback mask and devouring it into her stomach in a matter of 3 seconds. After she devoured many weirdness in the cafeteria, she devoured many more weirdness in the first floor of the gymnasium, and devoured the principal and vice principal in the 24-hour study room on the 6th floor of the library, and at this moment, she was too much stronger than piggyback mask. After she devoured the pig's head mask, she had a ferocious look on her face and her eyes were red with blood. Ha 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 ha. Just in the nick of time, she teleported behind another piggyback mask and gnawed on it. The pig-headed masks only reacted now, and were about to swarm them when they saw Jiang Liangjin jump upwards, pulling the 2 pig-headed masks towards the black fog. Those 2 pig-headed masks kept slashing Jiang Liangjin with the 9 kitchen knives in their hands, and a trail of slashes appeared on Jiang Liangjin's body, but his speed didn't decrease, and he crashed straight into the black mist. Ogawa! Ogawa! Ha 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 ha! Listening to Jiang Liangjin's maniacal and incomparable laughter, Zhou Xiaochuan understood that she was opening the way for herself. Since she couldn't let herself die at her hands, she simply protected herself to the dormitory building? Zhou Xiaochuan barely guessed Jiang Liangjin's intentions and ran towards the dormitory building with undiminished speed on his legs. The 2 pig-headed masks that were still left from earlier didn't chase after Jiang Liangjin to confront him, but instead went directly inside the dormitory building when Jiang Liangjin pulled the 2 pig-headed masks and rushed towards the black mist. The 2 of them were bloated but not enough to block the dormitory building, so they simply entered the dormitory building and waited for Zhou Xiaochuan to arrive inside before killing them. This is indeed the optimal solution, because even if the 2 shenanigans stop and block the door of the dormitory building, Zhou Xiaochuan may also be able to slip under their arms with a sliding shovel. After fusing with the parchment, this black mist was not only powerful, but also possessed a very high level of intelligence. Jiang Liangjin. It's too late to mourn for Jiang Liangjin. Now we can only know that there is a tiger on the mountain. Zhou Xiaochuan rushed into the dormitory building, only to see that the black-clothed hostel master had already torn into the 2 pig-headed masks, and although the hostel master was in a sorry state, he had firmly locked the 2 pig-headed masks in place with his elongated arms and legs. He just couldn't hold out for long. Only 5 seconds had passed since Piggy Mask had just entered the dormitory building, and he was already drenched in blood. Dormitory rule number 5, resident masters will only wear white. People wearing other colors are not resident masters, so please stay away from them. If the dorm master is wearing black, please inform the student council president immediately. He will know how to handle this. It is possible that this one is a fake rule when the hostel master is clearly dressed in black and is helping himself. Zhou Xiaochuan didn't care so much and rushed straight towards the stairs. When Zhou Xiaochuan ran to the 3rd floor, he heard a thud sound from downstairs. The hostel master can't. Zhou Xiaochuan took 3 steps at a time and climbed the stairs quickly. By the time he reached the last step of the 6th floor, he felt the wind of Piggy Mask wielding a kitchen knife already right behind him. Still, he took a fitful step and crashed through the 7th floor of the dormitory building locked by the worn mahogany door. End of chapter. Chapter 158. It's not me who's wrong. It's the world. Chapter 158. It's not me who's wrong. It's the world. As soon as he rushed into the 7th floor of the dormitory building, Zhou Xiaochuan felt an extremely chilly aura drilling into his mind, and he was a little unnerved and could not help but tremble. Within his mind, the voice continued to speak, with a slight tremor in its voice. Compared to the last time he spoke, Zhou Xiaochuan felt that the voice was becoming more and more familiar. It was his own voice. He is Ma Yu. This time the chosen one played, not actually a human, but a creep. December 5th. Cloudy. There are still 7 months left before the college entrance exam. I have to endure it. As long as the entrance exam is over and I go away to college, there's nothing they can do to me. December 10th. Sunny. Zhang Liangjin wrote this matter on a piece of paper and sent it inside the principal's mailbox. This mailbox was for students to give anonymous suggestions to the principal, but the irony was that there were cameras placed right behind the mailbox. There won't be any results. Their backgrounds are not ordinary. They won't be disciplined at all. December 15th. Ian. Teaching director Suing Chun halfway through class, directly to our class, called me and them out, asking whether the things written in the mailbox is true. There was a threatening undertone in their eyes, and I didn't dare to admit it. I only said that we are friends. This is just a mess between friends. Zhang Liangjin is too overstated, but I was still repaired by them afterward. But why did they not dare to hit Zhang Liangjin, but only me? Just because Zhang Liangjin's family is also rich and I'm just an ex-breed who was born with a father and mother but not raised by them? December 23rd. Ian. Zhang Liangjin and I had a fight. She learned about their plans from somewhere, and she told me to not come to school the day after tomorrow for now. I refused her. She's so whimsical. How can the homeroom teacher agree if she doesn't want to go to school? Is she going to skip school? I don't want to upset grandma, but she said she'd run away first and sneak in at night after school to take evidence and give it to the police. Just think of the impossibility. After saying this, the voice in his head stopped, but unlike the last time, this time the voice gasped for air and after a while, spoke again. What do you think? Zhou Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes and said, you asked in the middle of your diary why they didn't dare to hit Zhang Liangjin but dared to hit you. Apart from the reason of your family, the biggest reason is actually that you are a good bully. What did you say? The voice in his head suddenly drew up. Zhou Xiaochuan ignored the piercing cold around him, as well as the intense headache he had at the moment. He now felt that his power had increased drastically, and this dormitory building was under his control. With a single thought from him, countless crows and parrots flew out from the middle of the dormitory building, biting the two pig-headed masks on the stairs into pieces. No wonder the crows and parrots inside the school were so special that they could trade secrets with these creatures. It turned out that they were manifestations of Ma Yu's power. Zhou Xiaochuan's thoughts moved, wanting to instantly move downstairs to the dormitory building and use this power to help Zhang Liangjin. He could bite these pig-head masks into pieces in an instant, and at this moment, his power was no longer afraid of Zhang Liangjin. It was too late to take care of the black mist that was controlling the entire school's weirdness. The dormitory building to the school building journey is a full 15 minutes away. If that black mist convenes the whole school of weird blocking themselves, then it will be trouble. However, Zhou Xiaochuan was unsuccessful as he was unable to teleport to the floor of the dormitory building. Tell me exactly what you think about this. I want your truest opinion. Zhou Xiaochuan's mouth spoke uncontrollably, his expression and features becoming resentful. This was Ma Yu's soul and consciousness controlling his body. To know your truest opinion? Zhou Xiaochuan thought for a little while and then blurted out, I think you are too weak in this matter. You feel that no one is helping you, but it's actually you who are not helping yourself. If you say, in front of the director of instruction. Before the words were finished, Zhou Xiaochuan slapped himself hard. You don't understand. Even if I tell them, without evidence, they won't be punished in any way, but will bully me even more. And the head teacher is just as hypocritical as the teachers in the school. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corner of Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes. What about Zhang Liangjin? She really helped you, didn't she? Even if the teachers in the school don't act, what about the police? If you and Zhang Liangjin go to the police together, there's surveillance in the classroom, but there's also the injuries on your body, and your chatting records online. All of these can be used as evidence. No, you don't understand at all. Their family has money too. At this time, Zhou Xiaochuan clenched the tips of his teeth hard and spoke. You can utilize the weapons of the law to ferment this matter online. Netizens love to chase hotspots and fight for justice. I have a part of your memory. I remember that Chao Haiyang and Tang Jiacheng have already turned 18, right? Ma Yu didn't speak next, and Zhou Xiaochuan spoke again next. Moreover, have you noticed that they are actually not very emboldened? They asked you to test that weird talk. They were promising to give you a cut. In fact, they are also afraid. Compared to you, why don't they dare to bully Zhang Liangjin who has been reporting them? Because they are afraid. For those who bully you, tolerating will only give them an inch. You must show your sharpness. Of course, this sharpness cannot be a piker. You take the chat records and witnesses Zhang Liangjin to the police, and there is surveillance in the school, and there are still its people in the school who have been bullied by them. This may be able to make the evil people suffer the price. After saying this, Ma Yu did not say anything. Only Zhou Xiaochuan's eye demeanor became more and more vicious. Zhou Xiaochuan sighed, these are just my understandings as a bystander. If it were my turn to suffer such a thing, I would probably also put up with it or act irrationally just like you did. You're just a 17-year-old high school student. And it's not your fault that Spirit River No. 2 middle school has become like this. You're a victim. And you're still a kind kid. You didn't fall back on shenanigans. You did well enough. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was clear. Just now he was able to speak those truths because he, as a bystander, was outside the situation and naturally able to make a calm evaluation. But who can criticize Mayu when the authorities are in the dark? He understands these things as an adult. But Mayu is just a minor who hasn't been out in society. He's just a kid who's been bullied. Zhou Xiaochuan was just about to say something to comfort Mayu when his mouth went out of control and he gritted his teeth and uttered this sentence. It's not me that's wrong. It's the world. End of chapter. Chapter 159, Going to the Teaching Building. Duanwu Hong Kong. One more chapter. Please subscribe. Chapter 159, Going to the Teaching Building. Duanwu Hong Kong. One more chapter. Please subscribe. It's not me that's wrong. It's the world. These words were almost roared out in anger. And Zhou Xiaochuan could feel how much resentment and anger Mayu felt when he uttered these words. After all, Mayu and Zhou Xiaochuan, in a way, were now one person, sharing a body. You're right, but there are good people like Jiang Liangjin in the world. If I had come earlier, I would have spared no effort to help you. And the inactive teacher actually has a lot to answer for when things have gotten to this point. Zhou Xiaochuan consoled Mayu with a few words, although he knew that it was impossible to wash away Mayu's grievances. However, no matter what he said again, Mayu did not continue to speak anymore. Only that Zhou Xiaochuan was able to feel Mayu's skyrocketing resentment and anger all the time. First go and settle the black mist. Then take Jiang Liangjin to the 7th floor of the teaching building and the youth side building. Zhou Xiaochuan made a plan and instantly moved to the 1st floor of the dormitory in a flash. The tragedy of Mayu was irreparable. But as a chosen one who had cleared Weird Tales himself, he had great social influence. Once you've cleared Weird Tales yourself, you'll use that status to make publicity speeches to get the community to take this matter seriously. Even if you don't have enough influence, you can still trust the Bureau of Weird Tales to do the job. But in fact, it is not necessary to worry about Zhou Xiaochuan. In the Lingjiang Second Middle School, this copy, the development of Xiaoma's diary exposure, the netizens have long been crowded. Mother asterisk 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 her, this Tang Jiacheng, Chao Haiyang, they really don't deserve to die. And the teachers who don't act. Class teacher Mr. Huang must know about this. He just doesn't dare to deal with it. These goons only know how to maintain stability. Mayu himself has problems. He's too weak. He's just a 17-year-old kid. What's wrong with him? He didn't do anything. And people want to bully him. Countless people were on the internet, seeking justice for Mayu. And although this incident happened in the world of weird talk, it had already profoundly affected the Star Ocean continent. The Lighthouse State, for example, has a number of aspiring young men who have stormed into churches just in time to catch priests in the act of having illicit relations with young boys. With the crowd in a frenzy. What happened to that priest? Naturally, goes without saying. Summerland, Bureau of Weird Tales Processing. The director frowned. That post about Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School was posted by Jiang Liangjin of the Haicheng Weird Tales Handling Bureau? She is indeed insightful. Which is not unlike what Zhou Xiaochuan and we analyzed. But I only have one question, where did she get the phone? On the video screen call, the branch chief of the Weird Tales Handling branch in Haicheng was bitter. We don't know. I can assure you that we really did put all her electronic devices outside the door. We couldn't tell by looking at the surveillance. The cell phone disappeared out of thin air and then suddenly came into our hands. Strengthen your control over Jiang Liangjin. Doesn't the Haicheng branch have a lot of guns loaded with golden bullets? Assign them all. If Jiang Liangjin shows any aggressive behavior, shoot him on the spot. The director made an immediate decision. Although it was said that Jiang Liangjin didn't see any problems among her files, and that she was also a job seeker, her various behaviors revealed anomalies. The matter is so important that it must be resolved by Thunderbolt. Something made of gold has a certain amount of restraint against shenanigans. Guo Yu, bring 50 more men from outside and go to the Haicheng branch to help. The director continued. Well, old Ma, besides this matter, there is another thing. Professor He, who had been staring at the screen, spoke up. Look, now only the Lighthouse Country and the Sakura Country are left. The chosen one of the Sakura Country, Dong Shuelian, will be left alone for now. She only finished exploring a non-existent location and can't see much. Let's just take a look at Bryant, the chosen one of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Professor, he said. This is Professor Bryant's 9th weird story. Professor Bryant has finished exploring the 7th floor of the teaching building, the 7th floor of the dormitory, and is now exploring the gymnasium. He is completely relying on his reasoning ability and his girlfriends among the copies. There is no phenomenon of him gaining weird powers or being controlled by Mayu after exploring these non-existent venues. The director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau sighed. The Weird Tales world is really too targeted at Xiaochuan. He is only on his second Weird Tales, but it's even harder than someone's ninth. Inside Professor Bryant's Weird Tales, didn't the elevator ride not meet the girl group members either? The kiosk grandpa didn't tell him that much either. World of Weird Tales, Spirit River Second Middle School, downstairs of the dormitory building. As soon as Zhou Xiaochuan came out, he saw that Zhang Liangjin had already taken care of those two pig-headed masks and was fighting that black mist. However, Zhang Liangjin's situation was really bad to the extreme. Her limbs were all bitten off by the human head in the black mist. After Zhou Xiaochuan came out, countless crows flew towards the black fog, tearing each other apart with the heads in the black fog. However, when they saw Zhou Xiaochuan come out, the black mist did not stay for long and dissipated. This black mist didn't know where it had gone, but Zhou Xiaochuan didn't bother to think about it. The priority wasn't to solve this black mist. With each non-existent location he explored, his power grew much stronger, and the black mist creepy was now no match for him. After the black mist weirdly fused the parchment, it became tricky, and at the moment, it didn't know where to hide. However, Zhou Xiaochuan understood that he didn't necessarily need to solve this black mist creepy. He just needed to finish exploring all the non-existent locations to pass the level. Zhou Xiaochuan walked over to Zhang Liangjin's side, and just when he wanted to open his mouth to say something to her, he saw that the bloodlust and madness in her eyes gradually dissipated, and the bloodstains on her body gradually disappeared, and at the severed limbs, they were instantly grown out by a cloud of black blood mist filling them. She was back to normal now, just as she had been before she had devoured the shenanigans in the cafeteria. Only her face was a little pale and she was constantly sweating cold. Thank you, but I don't always need your protection. I can protect you too. I'm going to the 7th floor of the school building next. So you. Without waiting for Zhou Xiaochuan to finish, 2 lines of tears flowed from the corner of Zhang Liangjin's eyes. Oh, Xiaochuan, what just happened? I've forgotten. I only remember that it just hurt so much. I was almost about to lose you. Weren't we just on the 1st floor of the gym? How come all of a sudden we're under the dormitory floor? Zhang Liangjin, this is amnesia? Zhou Xiaochuan was a bit suspicious, but the current Zhang Liangjin really did not have the bizarre power on him anymore. It's good that she's not crazy, but right now she's just really crazy and wouldn't be a match for me. She's an important character to the plot. She'll have to be brought along. He immediately comforted. It's fine. Now that I have power, I'm able to protect you and won't let you get hurt anymore. Just pretend that everything that happened just now was a dream. Let's go together to end the tragedy of Spirit River No. 2 Middle School. Zhang Liangjin nodded meekly and didn't say anything more. In fact, in her current condition, Zhou Xiaochuan was worried that she would suddenly fall down. After comforting Zhang Liangjin a few more times, Zhou Xiaochuan summoned countless crows to protect around him and Zhang Liangjin, before holding Zhang Liangjin's hand and walking towards the school building. P.S. Dragon Boat Festival Well-Being. Add one more chapter. End of chapter. Chapter 160. A section of stairs to the 7th floor. Chapter 160. A section of stairs to the 7th floor. The dormitory building was about 10 minutes away from the number 3 teaching building where they were attending classes, and on this journey, Zhou Xiaochuan actually didn't see a single creepy, and the entire Lingjiang Second Middle School fell into an extremely strange silence. Zhou Xiaochuan sensed that something was wrong, and even took Crow and Zhang Liangjin with him to take a look around the library, but it turned out that there was not a single creepy near the library either. Obviously 20 minutes ago, this place was still a battlefield of hundreds of weird melees. Yet now the area around this library was extremely quiet, and there was no sound whatsoever. At the same time, it was also extremely clean, with not a single trace of the melee left behind. Liangjin, do you have any idea where those bazaar actually went? Just now there were so many bazaar mingling here. But now, Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth to inquire, yet Zhang Liangjin froze as if he was demented. Ryujin? Ryujin? I'm talking to you? Zhou Xiaochuan put his hand on her shoulder. She subconsciously flinched and only reacted after realizing that it was Zhou Xiaochuan and laughed. I was a bit distracted just now. What did you just ask me? Was Zhang Liangjin's mental trance caused by too many losses from the previous battle with the weird black mist, or was there another reason? This matter in fact, they are not asked Zhang Liangjin. Just Zhang Liangjin has always said that she herself does not remember. Her last memory is still in the gymnasium in the middle of. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at Zhang Liangjin's eyes, only to see that Zhang Liangjin's eyes were clear and radiant, with a hint of a soft smile, appearing pure and bright. Well, I was just going to ask you if you don't think it's a little too strange that we haven't seen a single creepy along the way? Where the hell did they go? Zhang Liangjin said without thinking. Didn't you say earlier that those creeps invaded the library? There's Principal Tan Shanshan and Vice Principal Zhang in the library? They're very powerful. Maybe all those weirdness were solved by the principal and vice principal? But the principal and vice principal didn't survive either. And that left no one in the school. Zhou Xiaochuan almost did not spit out a mouthful of old blood when he heard Jiang Liangjin's words. Didn't the principal and vice principal get swallowed up by your own mouth? Zhou Xiaochuan casually responded with a few words. Although Jiang Liangjin's situation was bizarre, as long as she did not show aggression and an extremely strong desire to control herself, then it was fine. The priority now was to get to the senior 8 class on the 7th floor of the school building as soon as possible, as well as the Yutsai building. Zhou Xiaochuan pulled Jiang Liangjin and walked into the middle of the school building. The way was simple and a bit unusual. There is no one in the teaching building. Extremely empty. Zhou Xiaochuan with Jiang Liangjin, 2 people, also went together to the previous classroom inside the classroom to take a look. The results of the classroom is also the same as other places. However, there is a special phenomenon. The seats in the class are all pulled apart and a bit messy, and the teacher's writing on the blackboard stops halfway through. The weirdness in the classroom is suddenly gone. After the parchment and the black mist creepy fused together, the classroom creepy left the building and wandered through the middle of the school. Zhou Xiaochuan made such a guess. After asking Jiang Liangjin about this matter, Jiang Liangjin just raised his head and said with a confused face, "I don't know. At that time, I let you enter the commissary to hide. As a result, later on, I searched for a long time in the commissary and didn't find you." She had tears in her eyes and was very aggrieved. Then Huang Che suddenly sent me a message saying that you were in the Yutsai building. So I asked the principal and entered the Yutsai building with the principal's help. But it turned out that there was nothing inside the Yutsai building. It was empty, and you weren't inside at all. And that's when I realized that I had been tricked by Huang Che. Then I went to the gymnasium. The result is that I turned over all the 4 floors of the gymnasium, and I couldn't find you. I wanted to go out to look for you in other places, but I realized that I couldn't get out. Zhou Xiaochuan patted Jiang Liangjin and comforted her while going upstairs. But just now, amongst Jiang Liangjin's narration, Zhou Xiaochuan noticed an important piece of information. Jiang Liangjin entered the Yutsai building with the principal's help? Can't you enter the Yutsai building by yourself? Zhou Xiaochuan had been strolling around inside the school for a long time, but he had not seen the Yutsai building once at all. He remembered the description of the Yutsai building in the rules. Third, if you see the Yutsai building during the day, please do not enter it, as it does not exist in the school. Fourth, if any of your classmates or teachers invite you to enter the Yutsai building for a class, please use an appropriate reason to refuse them and return to your original classroom as soon as possible. Be careful not to let them notice anything unusual. Can I see the Yutsai building only if I have been invited by a teacher or a classmate to enter the building? Zhou Xiaochuan informed Jiang Liangjin of this doubt, but Jiang Liangjin merely shook his head. I don't know how to enter the Yutsai building. I was begging the principal to send me inside the Yutsai building. I only felt a blackness before my eyes at that time, and I was transported inside the Yutsai building. I've never been to the Yukai building before either, but the layout of the Yukai building is exactly the same as the 3rd school building we're in now. After Jiang Liangjin said this, he pulled Zhou Xiaochuan's sleeve. Looking a bit scared, the only difference is that there are a lot of students in the No. 3 teaching building where we have our classes, but there is not a single one in the Yutsai building. Also, the Yutsai building has a 7th floor. When I came out from inside the Yutsai building at that time, I realized that the place where I came out was the 3rd building where we had classes. I even walked in and went inside our class just to make sure. And at that time the history teacher was talking about the history of our school. He even scolded me when he saw me appear outside the door and asked me why I skipped class. All I could think about at that time was finding you, and I ran straight away without paying any attention to him. When Jiang Liangjin said this, Zhou Xiaochuan then understood the meaning of her words. Although the outside of this place says it's the 3rd school building, the surface can be faked. Could it be? This is the Yukai building? After Jiang Liangjin said this, Zhou Xiaochuan thought of a detail that he had not noticed before. Although it is said in the dormitory rules that the 7th floor of the dormitory building does not exist, but every time he returns to the dormitory, he can see the stairs to the 7th floor, and from the outside looking at the whole dormitory, it is possible to see that the dormitory has a total of 7 floors. But the 3rd teaching building, looking from the outside there are only 6 floors, and one has never seen the 7th floor of the staircase. Zhou Xiaochuan felt his heartbeat accelerate as he walked quickly to the 6th floor, only to be surprised to see a flight of stairs. A flight of stairs to the 7th floor. End of chapter. Chapter 161. The 7th floor of the teaching building is in the middle of the Yutsai building? Requesting subscription. Chapter 161. The 7th floor of the teaching building is in the middle of the Yutsai building? Requesting subscription. This section of stairs, and the stairs on the previous floors, were all vastly different. The stairs before that were dusty on the floor and the handrails were wobbly in some cases. This staircase, however, was actually brand new. The floor smooth and clean beyond normal, and the walls without a trace of age. Ryokan. Zhou Shaochuan was just about to speak to Jiang Liangjin when he realized that Jiang Liangjin and the crows that had previously surrounded him were nowhere to be found. Liangjin, Jiang Liangjin, where are you? Liangjin, Jiang Liangjin, where are you? Liangjin, Jiang Liangjin, where are you? Zhou Shaochuan continuously shouted loudly for a long time, yet he heard but only his own echo. He tried to summon the raven, but realized he couldn't use his weird power anymore. When did these abnormalities occur? When did Crow and Jiang Liangjin disappear? I can't believe I can't react at all? Zhou Shaochuan had been professionally trained by the Weird Tales Handling Bureau and was always alert. Just a moment ago, just a moment after seeing the 7th level of steps, Jiang Liangjin and the crows disappeared, leaving him alone. Zhou Shaochuan went down a few more floors and searched the building for Jiang Liangjin's whereabouts, but came up empty-handed. And after this exploration, Zhou Shaochuan discovered an abnormality inside the building. After he had walked down the first steps from the 7th floor on the 6th floor, the building was actually not dusty at all, and was much cleaner than it would have been if it had just been built without people moving around in it. This was nothing like when he had explored the building a few minutes before. Zhou Shaochuan walked to his previous class again and looked at the seats in the middle of the class through the window, only to see that the seats were neat, and the blackboard was also very clean, with no dust at all, as if it was newly purchased. Nope, none of this is right. Zhou Shaochuan retraced his steps to the 6th floor and took a step on that step. The dilapidated one, with traces of life, is the original No. 3 school building, while the spotlessly clean one, without any traces of life, is the Yutsai building. The Yutsai building and the No. 3 school building are actually one and the same. There's a way to enter the Yutsai building from the No. 3 building? But if that was the case, what had he done to get into the Yutsai building? Zhou Shaochuan rethought the pass again, and the more he thought about it, in detail. The 7th floor of the teaching building, the 8th class of the senior class, and the Yutsai building are all non-existent locations that must be explored if you want to pass the level. But now it seems as if these 3 locations are one place. Senior class 8 is on the 7th floor of the teaching building, which was known from the beginning. But now it looks like the school building doesn't have a 7th floor at all. Only the Yutsai building does. He patted his head and ran through his thoughts. That's why the 7th floor of the teaching building only existed when the teaching building became the Yutsai building. The 7th floor of the teaching building doesn't actually belong to the teaching building, but to the Yutsai building. And along with that, senior class 8 also belongs to the Yutsai building. Zhou Shaochuan came to the conclusion that the place where he was now was already the Yutsai building. After figuring out this joint, Zhou Shaochuan then recalled some of the previous details and felt a bit fine-tuned. At that time, on the 2nd day of entering Lingjiang No. 2 middle school, when the homeroom teacher held the class committee change meeting, he told himself that as a study committee member, he should go to his office more often. And his office was next to the senior class 8 on the 7th floor of the teaching building. And there was such a rule among the rules of the previous study commissioners. 2. As a study committee member, you need to go to each teacher's office and talk to each teacher more often. If he had actually followed the rules and headed to the teacher's office, then he would probably be dead by now. Now that he thought about it, Zhou Shaochuan felt that he had been blessed by being pulled into the gymnasium in the first place. If he hadn't been pulled into the gymnasium, the first non-existent location he would have explored would most likely have been the 7th floor of the teaching building. This brings us into the Yukai building, and at the time, the Yukon building was rated by the kiosk owner as the most dangerous place in the entire school. Zhou Shaochuan sighed at the insidiousness of the world of weird talk. But this brought out another problem. Why didn't the kiosk master, the parchment, or the parrot point out that the 7th floor of the school building was inside the Yutsai building in the first place? Zhou Shaochuan at this time did not know that this situation of the 7th floor of the teaching building being right in the middle of the Yutsai building was unique to him. The first non-existent location explored by the chosen one of Sakura Nation, Winter Sheridan, and the chosen one of Lighthouse Nation, Professor Bryant, was the 7th floor of the school building, yet they had no problems with it. This situation, too, caused a huge discussion in the Summerlands Weird Talk Live. Chuan's situation is not right? According to Chuan's analysis, the 7th floor of the teaching building is in the middle of the Yutsai building. And according to his current situation, that's indeed true. But the first place that Professor Bryant and Dong Shuelian explored was the 7th floor of the teaching building. Ah, Weird Tales World is targeting me. Chuan, upstairs. It's not like the Weird World has been targeting Chuan for a day or two. Did you just realize that? Did you guys notice a detail? When Chuan opened his cell phone, I saw the date that Chuan was on, and his date was actually 3 days later than Professor Bryant's and Dong Shuelian's. I checked the replay, and it's true. When Chuan was still on the 3rd floor of the stadium, the date was synchronized with Winter Shuelian and Professor Bryant, but when he arrived on the 1st floor of the stadium, the date on his phone was 3 days later. It's possible that this is the reason. The further the Weird Tales world drags on, the more dangerous it becomes. And it's possible that Professor Bryant and Winter Sheridan's Yutsai building and the 7th floor of the academic building will merge 3 days later as well. Then why did 3 days pass instantly for Chuan? And the world of weird talk is targeting me. Chuan, it's all said and done. It's not like the weird world has been targeting Chuan for a day or two. If Zhou Xiaochuan knew about the netizens' argument, then he would have been able to personally give the reason why his time jumped by 3 days. The reason for this was because he had spent 3 days in the middle of Dog Bear Ridge Weird Tales, a copy of Star Moon Theater. Although it was said that these 3 days were not shown in the live broadcast, the World of Weird Tales still fast-forwarded him to 3 days later. World of Weird Tales, Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, 7th floor of the teaching building and 7th floor of the Yutsai building. Zhou Xiaochuan walked up to the 7th floor, where he saw many teachers' offices. History teacher's office, classroom teacher's office, psychology teacher's office, physical education teacher's office. Only there was no one among these offices. Zhou Xiaochuan found nothing after exploring these offices and finally pushed open the door of the senior class 8 next to the homeroom teacher's office. Senior class 8, the class that Mayu was in. End of chapter. Chapter 162, Senior Class 8. Tragic Looks. Chapter 162, Senior Class 8. Tragic Looks. The Senior Class 8 behind the door, instead of being unfamiliar at all, gave Zhou Xiaochuan a feeling of familiarity, as if this place had been here countless times itself. The layout of Senior Class 8 was exactly the same as his own class amongst Spirit River Second Middle School, or, rather, the 8th class of the senior year, the class in which he took his own classes. Only, this Senior Class 8 was very different from the Senior Class 7 he had previously seen downstairs, as well as the Senior Class 7 in the Yutsai building. If the Senior Class 7 in the original teaching building was one in which the students suddenly disappeared halfway through the class, and the class was full of traces of life, the Senior Class 7 in the Yutsai building was spotlessly clean, as if the classroom hadn't even been used. This Senior Class of 8, then, is chaos, the ultimate chaos. Countless textbooks and test papers were piled up on the podium, on the desks, on the floor, and in the back of the classroom in front of the back chalkboard, which had a few large letters written on it. We're graduating. It looked as if the students of Senior Class 8 had partied after the college entrance exams and made the classroom look like this, but one didn't need to take a closer look to be able to spot the abnormality of this classroom. The words on the blackboard were written, not with chalk, but with a bright red liquid that melted away with the words and flowed underneath the board. And on the blackboard, we're graduating. Below that, there's a signature and a time. Mayu 1:01 inch. Does this mean that Mayu wrote the words on the blackboard on January 1st? But the entrance exam is in June. Why would she write graduation on January 1st? And if it's about celebrating graduation, it should be signed by all the classmates. How come it's only signed by Mayu? Of course, one of the most paradoxical things about all of this is that Mayu had summoned the shenanigans on Christmas Day, December 25th, and according to earlier speculation, he was dead at that time. But here's the signature, and it's actually January 1st? Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. On top of that, as soon as he entered Senior Class 8, he smelled a stench that wasn't obvious originally, but as he stayed in the middle of the class longer and longer, the stench became more and more obvious. After smelling it for a long time, he only felt a wave of regurgitation, his stomach turning over. Zhou Xiaochuan bent down and dry heaved a few times, his expression grimacing in pain as he vomited out some stomach fluids. Zhou Xiaochuan forced himself to endure the nausea and tried to smell the stench, searching for the source of the stench. That seat, the seat belonging to Chao Haiyang, the signature above the test papers stacked on the table, also highlights the identity of the owner of this seat. It's none other than Ocean Chao. Chao Haiyan was exactly the person who had bullied Mayu the most earlier. Most likely, he was also the person Mayu hated the most. What could be in Ocean Chao's drawer? Zhou Xiaochuan simply turned his drawer upside down, wanting to dump the contents of the drawer on the floor together, so that it is also convenient to rummage. But in fact, when Zhou Xiaochuan gave the drawer upside down, he found the source of the foul odor. It was a box tucked away in the deepest part of a drawer. As the box was written on the box, the words on the box labeled the box. It is owned by Ocean Chao. The box wasn't dressed up in a very flashy way, just an ordinary wooden box. Zhou Xiaochuan shook the wooden box, which was solid. The box had no lock and could not be opened. The place where the lock should have been placed was decorated with something that looked like teeth. The string resembled 2 rows of teeth that clung to 3 finger-shaped pieces of wood. 3 fingers? Zhou Xiaochuan was keenly aware of this information. Back then, Mayu was the one who sacrificed 3 fingers and summoned the weirdness that could make one's mind work. Was it Mayu's finger? Or his own? That was now clenching the box in Chao Ocean's drawer? Although the stench from Ocean Chao's box disappeared after discovering it, a new stench came from the middle of the classroom. Zhou Xiaochuan did as he had done, and eventually found Tang Jiaqing's box in the middle of Tang Jiaqing's drawer. The 2 rows of teeth on the box were tightly clenched with 3 wooden fingers. 3 more wooden fingers. Zhou Xiaochuan was now certain that the finger in their mouths did not belong to Mayu. Instead it most likely belonged to themselves. Yet the stench hadn't gone away, and the stench continued to come from the middle of the classroom. Zhou Xiaochuan followed the stench and found 10 more boxes, 12 boxes, 36 wooden fingers. These are the people who used to bully Mayu, 12 in all. After identifying the 12 boxes, the stench in the middle of the classroom briefly disappeared. But after a few seconds, an even more unpleasant, even more massive, even more stomach-churning stench came. Zhou Xiaochuan felt that this stench was not the same as the stench of the party. If anything, the stench just now was like the stench of food piling up after rotting. Then at the moment it tastes like an acidic flavor mixed with a metallic taste. And these 12 are not all. Zhou Xiaochuan's expression remained unchanged as he walked towards the source of the stench that was coming from the very back of the classroom. The very back of the classroom was the most chaotic and dirty place among the classrooms of the entire senior class of 8. The place was piled with all sorts of worksheets, textbooks, and test papers, and there was no place for anyone to stand. This classroom had blackboards at the front and back, and like the front blackboard, this one at the back had the words red liquid written on it. This blackboard is densely covered with the word hate. Zhou Xiaochuan wasn't affected by the bizarre situation as he crouched down and raked at the blood-stained pile of debris underneath him. It didn't take much more effort on his part. Just a few random picks and the thing that was emitting the foul odor was already revealed. What was pressed under this pile of debris was actually a long string of wood-like fingers. A long string of wooden fingers of various lengths and sizes. Zhou Xiaochuan forced himself to hold back his nausea and tried to pull out this long string of wooden fingers, but found that he couldn't do it because it was too long. It was all he could do to slowly peel away the debris covering the finger, revealing as much of the long string of fingers as possible in its entirety. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to know exactly how many of these fingers, combined, there were, so that he could determine a conservative estimate of how many individuals' fingers this was. But it didn't take long for Zhou Xiaochuan to give up, because there are just too many of these wooden fingers. String after string, layer after layer. 1, 2, 3, 600. There are almost 600 wooden fingers on one level. And here, at a cursory glance, there are almost 11 or 12 levels in all. Nearly 6,000 wooden fingers? Originally, Zhou Xiaochuan thought that only 39 students in the class besides Mayu were buried among this class. Now it seems that. End of chapter. Chapter 163, Zhang Liangjin's Gift. Chapter 163, Zhang Liangjin's Gift. Zhou Xiaochuan pressed his mind and thought about the current situation. As a rule, coming to a place like this should result in receiving a portion of Mayu's power, as well as the Pony Diary. And since this place merged 3 places, the 8th senior class, the 7th floor of the teaching building, and the youth Sai building, the power of Mayu that could be obtained should also be the most. But the most important thing was not this. Even Mayu's power had become a dispensable thing in Zhou Xiaochuan's mind. Because once you've explored all the places in the middle of the school that don't exist, you'll be able to pass the strange tales of Spirit River No. 2 Middle School, the place that incorporated the 8th senior class, the 7th floor of the teaching building, and the Yutsai building was the last non-existent place Zhou Xiaochuan needed to explore. The power of Pony Diary and Maju had not yet appeared. And that was because he had not yet explored the most important place in the middle of this class. That most important place, of course, was Zhou Xiaochuan's own seat. Of course, the same could be said about Mayu's seat. Zhou Xiaochuan quickly walked towards his seat, and unlike the dirty and weirdness of the rest of the place, Zhou Xiaochuan's own seat and the seat of his table-mate Zhang Liangjin looked extremely clean. Zhou Xiaochuan's own seat was nothing. While there were a few drops of clear water on the table of his table-mate Zhang Liangjin, it was very unorthodox. The droplets of water had fallen onto the tabletop and should have melted away by all rights. Zhou Xiaochuan poked the water droplets with his hand and dipped his finger in and licked it. It's salty. Is that a tear? Zhou Xiaochuan bent down and checked out Zhang Liangjin's drawer. Zhang Liangjin's drawer was very different from the others' drawers. There was no bloodstain at all inside, and it appeared extremely clean. What was special, however, was that Zhang Liangjin also had as many teardrops among the interior of his drawer as on the desktop. Among her drawers, she kept only 2 things, and the rest was empty. Those 2 things, Zhou Xiaochuan had also seen them in the middle of the gymnasium. It was a pair of dolls, a doll cat and a doll dog. On the 3rd floor of the gym this toy cat and dog used to cause him extreme hardship. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his red plastic bag and took out the pair of cat and dog dolls, and then took out a pair of dolls from the middle of the drawer to compare. These 2 pairs of dolls roughly look down simply identical. The production of the craft is relatively rough. There are a lot of places where the threads are exposed. And some doll's face are full of simple smile, look very warm and healing. This feeling was very much at odds with the brutally scary and eerie atmosphere in the middle of this classroom. The pair of dolls, however, are still different. The difference is in the words written above the label. The words written on the label on the back of the cat doll he acquired on the third floor of the gymnasium were, in the days before the devil was born. The devil lay sleeping in the cradle of beauty. Mayu X01. The words written on the label on the back of the dog doll, on the other hand, are, if the situation is truly irreversible, I don't mind destroying the entire human civilization. X12 Mayu. These two paragraphs, based on the inscription, it was easy to see that it was written down by Mayu. As for the dolls that were turned out from among Jiang Liangjin's drawers, there were no labels on their backs, but on the back of each doll, a small sticky note was attached, and words were written on the sticky note as well. The words written on the sticky note attached to the back of the cat doll are, I've been feeling that you're very unhappy lately. You've been fighting with me a lot, but I don't blame you. Anyone who suffers from this kind of thing will become like this, right? I sewed a doll for you. You once said you liked cats, but because your family didn't have any money, you couldn't keep one. And the stray cat you once kept died of disease. I want to say it's okay. When you work you'll be free. Your grades have always been good. Surely you can get into a good university and find a good job. You'll have a cute kitten by then. Although I always say that time flies, so you shouldn't be in a hurry. But it's 4 years from the end of your senior year of high school to the end of college. And you'll have to wait another 4 years before you can get the cat you want. If you look at it like that, it's a long time. I sewed you a kitten doll. Ha 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 ha. You've got this doll. So you've got a kitten, right? I'm going to give it to you after the college entrance exams are over. I should have confessed my love to you by then. The sticky note is almost too big to write. Have a great day. Jiang Liangjin October 3rd. When Zhou Xiaochuan saw this convenient note, he didn't know why his nose was sore and tears fell. And then he was plunged into great grief. And tears flowed down as if he couldn't stop them. He knew that this was because within his body, there was now not only his soul, a human from the Star Ocean continent, but also the soul of Mayu from the world of weird tales. Such a big emotional reaction must have been brought about by Mayu. In the middle of his mouth, words came out without his own control. Ryokan, it's my fault. I've actually noticed your feelings for a long time but I've never dared to. Zhou Xiaochuan was not under his own control, kneeling on the ground and roaring in rage, grabbing the ground with his head. His forehead was smashed with blood. It took him almost all his strength to dispel Mayu's influence on his body. And then he saw the sticky note written on the mangy dog doll. Xiaochuan, it's my fault. If only I could have been a little firmer in telling you not to go to school that day. It was me who was too cowardly. I didn't dare to give you direct help. I didn't dare to face my feelings directly. I was going to the end of the college entrance examination and then confess to you. But, Zhou Xiaochuan, I like you. I really very much like you. I am sorry. If you can see it, I must say to you that I like you very much. I am sorry. I also do not know how this matter will be dealt with. Will they get the punishment they deserve? I can't see it anymore. I'd like to go down and be with you. Over there, I'll be sure to communicate my feelings directly to you. I want you to never, ever leave me, ever. But before that, I'm going to make all the lets that have hurt you pay. Jiang Liangjin, December 25th. December 25th. By this time Mayu is probably dead. After seeing this text, Zhou Xiaochuan completely understood why Jiang Liangjin was so special in this copy. It was because Jiang Liangjin was most likely not turned into a weirdness by the weirdness summoned by Mayu. 9 times out of 10, she ended her own life and turned into a creep. But there's something else that can't be understood. That is the relationship between Mayu and herself in this copy. Why Jiang Liangjin wrote the name Zhou Xiaochuan instead of Mayu on the sticky note? She knew about herself before she died? Zhou Xiaochuan was just about to continue thinking when he felt an extremely strong feeling of indignation that engulfed him like a blazing fire. He was completely unconscious. P.S. Thank you for the reward from the brothers. This copy of Spirit River Second Middle School has come to an end. I will work diligently to write the story of this book. End of chapter. Chapter 164, The Last Pony Diary. Chapter 164, The Last Pony Diary. As this extreme indignation overflowed Zhou Xiaochuan's chest, Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes went black and he directly fainted. The last realization he had while alive was that he was shielding the back of his head with both hands before he passed out. It's fine if you fall anywhere else, but if you fall on the back of your head, it's all over. You might even lose your life. When Zhou Xiaochuan woke up again, he only felt a fiery pain all over his body, and a hot current was running amok in his body. The feeling didn't last long, though, and after only about a minute or so had passed, it returned to normal. He braced himself to stand up and turned on his cell phone time. only to realize that an hour had now passed. I was out for an hour all at once. Zhou Xiaochuan hurriedly stood up and checked his body, only to find that apart from a little bruise and broken skin at his arm, he had not suffered any kind of damage. However, he soon realized something was wrong. During the time he had been unconscious, the 2 pairs of cat and dog dolls had disappeared. He clearly didn't close the door of the classroom when he came in, because he was afraid of any danger inside, and opened the door or ran out. But now, the door to this classroom is closed. During the time he had been unconscious, someone had come here and taken the pair of dolls. Who is it? If it was the black mist that was creepy, then why didn't he kill himself while he was asleep? Zhou Xiaochuan had a vague answer in his mind. The person who sneaked in while he was passed out and stole the 2 pairs of dolls was Zhang Liangjin. In all probability, who else could it be besides her? She had followed herself down to the 7th floor, but had disappeared since the moment she had reached the 1st step. Her amnesia and pathetic weak looks are also very suspicious. However, Zhou Xiaochuan did not spend too much energy on guessing and speculating about this matter. Inside this class, only Mayu's desk remained unexplored, and as long as Mayu's drawers were explored, the last of the pony's powers as well as the last of the pony's journals could be obtained. This way, the clearance conditions were met, and you could leave Spirit River Second High School. Zhou Xiaochuan fixed his mind and put his hand inside Mayu's drawer, which was empty, with only 2 pieces of worn-out paper. These 2 pieces of paper are, obviously, the contents of the pony's diary. And after Zhou Xiaochuan got the 2 pieces of paper, he immediately checked what was written on the 2 pieces of paper, more than what he had written before. What was on this piece of paper was a great shock to him. December 25th. Sunny, they took me to the gym, tied me up, and cut off 3 of my fingers. I did summon the spooky, which was a black mist. Before I had a chance to see what the black mist looked like, it instantly enveloped the entire school. In the black mist, many faces were fluttering, and I could tell that these people were classmates or teachers from school who had bullied me. My hatred couldn't wait to break these people into pieces, especially the 2 people, Tang Jiacheng and Chao Haiyang. As this black mist came out, I was able to look down on the entire school's multitude with the help of this black mist. Chao Haiyang and Tang Jiacheng and their lapdogs were looking at me with a playful face, as if they found it all amusing. Just at this time, a piece of parchment fell from the black mist. After I got my hands on this parchment, words emerged on this parchment. Human, you summoned me out, and in order to repay you, I can promise you that I will help you fulfill a wish. Human, just say it, any wish I can grant you. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the things recorded on this piece of paper. Up to here, everything was within his speculation, but next, it all developed towards something other than what he expected. After seeing the words on the parchment, a voice kept ringing in my head, a voice that disturbed my mind like the ravings of a psychopath, but I knew that voice was my own. Your wish is to kill them all. Your wish is to kill them all. Your wish is to kill everyone in the school. Your wish is to kill everyone in the school. Your wish is to kill all humans. Your wish is to kill all humans. Make your wish, and whatever your wish is, it will be granted. And isn't that what you've always dreamed of? Your wish is to kill them all. Kill all the bullies. Kill everyone inside this school. Kill all the humans. The voice was so compelling that I just felt like my body was filled with hate and I could barely think. I couldn't help but speak. My wish is. However, just as I was in the middle of my sentence, I inadvertently saw that at the entrance of the gymnasium, Zhang Liangjin's face was filled with anger, and beside her stood 2 policemen, whose faces were also filled with anger. At this time, it was as if a thunderbolt exploded in the middle of my mind. Zhang Liangjin did it for me and helped me call the police. Now she's bringing the police to save me. If you kill all the people in the school, won't you kill Zhang Liangjin too? If I kill all the humans, will my grandmother be killed too? Grandma has been selling apples all her life, and every day she has to get up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning in order to compete with other people for stalls. She has diabetes, and she can't see very well anymore. And even my face is blurry. I made a promise to my grandmother that when I got into a good university and found a good job, I would let her enjoy a privileged life. In an instant, countless memories flooded my mind, and I became quite lucid. However, the voice in my head was still disturbing me. Your wish is to kill all humans. 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 I was a little angry, but at the moment my anger was more towards this creepy, which although it said it could help me fulfill my wish, in reality it was nothing more than trying to use me as a gun. I spoke. My wish is that mankind can defeat something as filthy and nasty as you, and that things like you hurry up and disappear from this world. After I was tied up by Chao Ocean and the others, I was already filled with anger, and at this moment, I vented all of my anger on this weirdness. All the swear words I had learned in my life were spat out onto it. I'll help you get your wish. You have made a wish, and the cost of that wish is your life. I'm dead. End of chapter. Chapter 165, Xiaojun's Diary. Chapter 165, Xiaojun's Diary. This is Mayu drawer in the two pieces of paper in the first content. Have not looked at the second piece of paper. Just the content of the first has brought Zhou Xiaochuan a great shock, because the content within this diary was completely different from his previous speculation. The truth about Spirit River, as he had previously surmised, was that Mayu had been compelled by Creepy to make a wish to kill the entire school after summoning Creepy. Creepy then invades the middle of the school where it doesn't exist. The school leaders and the student council organize a student rebellion against the Creepy, which ultimately fails and falls to the Creepy. Of course, there are some parts of this that are still in doubt. For example, the school leaders and the student council have become Creepy, yet why are they working against the Creepy? Another example is why he returns as Mayu, but can't remember anything from before and can only recall it through pony diaries as well as other people's dictation. But even so, Zhou Xiaochuan still felt before that this speculation was by and large completely fine. As it turns out now, Mayu didn't even wish for a weird invasion of the school. The first step in this speculation is wrong. Not only did Zhou Xiaochuan feel shocked, Professor Bryant, who had just cleared the 9th weird tales with the information he had gotten from Zhou Xiaochuan, also felt very shocked. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of coffee when he saw the contents of this pony's diary, because the contents of this diary were completely different from what he had seen inside his own copy. Inside his copy, it was Mayu who was under a weird compulsion, and Mayu himself harbored great dissatisfaction and anger towards Chao Haiyang, Tang Jiacheng, and the others, and so made a wish that he would exterminate the entire human civilization as a whole. After making this wish, Mayu becomes one with the Black Mist Creep and follows the Black Mist Creep as they continue to kill the students in the school. But the principal, vice principal, and members of the student council chose to kill themselves to protect the rest of the students. With great resentment they self-terminated their lives, and together they also became Creepy and fought Creepy as Creepy. This, naturally, also included the vice president of the student council, Jiang Liangjin, who was still holding those two cat and dog dolls in his hands when he ended his own life. This scene touched Mayu's soul, making Mayu and the Black Mist bizarrely split. That's what makes this one weird talk. However, the truth of Xia's chosen one Zhou Xiaochuan's weird talk was actually completely different from the truth of Prof. Bryant's own weird talk. This is something that has never been seen before in all the strange stories of the ages. If Mayu didn't make the wish that caused this strange story, what is the truth among Zhou Xiaochuan's copies? Professor Bryant hung up directly on the phone calls made to him by the president of the Lighthouse Nation and the director of the Lighthouse Nation's Weird Tales Handling Bureau, and watched with rapt attention as a live broadcast of Weird Tales belonging to the Summer Nation played on the television. Weird Tales of the World. Zhou Xiaochuan frowned and picked up another piece of paper. There was a lot of content written on the other piece of paper, all in small flyhead characters, but the handwriting was extremely neat and clear, and all the pony diaries in front of it, not in the same handwriting. He soon found out who wrote the diary on this piece of paper. It wasn't Mayu, but Jiang Liangjin. The contents of this diary made Zhou Xiaochuan understand everything about this copy. December 26th. Mayu is dead. The coroner determined that he died because of cardiac arrest. But I don't believe it. A second ago, he was still alive and crying. How could he die like that? An even less suspicious point is that Tang Jiacheng, Chao Haiyang, and their lapdogs, those actually went into cardiac arrest at the same time as well? How is this possible? I want to cry, but I'm going to be strong, and I'm going to find the truth about all of this. December 27th. Cloudy. Yesterday I thought about it all night. Could this thing be related to that weird story that Pony was forced to carry out by them? Xiaoma's finger has been cut off by those unconscionable things. I didn't believe in these things. I didn't believe in them. But I couldn't help but believe in them. December 28th. Something so big happened. From classmates to homeroom teachers to school leaders gave speeches. They looked so serious and pretended to drop a few tears down. Ha 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 ha. They're also Jade's murderers. Why aren't they being punished? Tell me why. December 29th. Cloudy. I saw that Weird Talk Pony participated in on the forums. Can you make a wish by sacrificing 3 fingers? What would Pony's wish be? I'm going to make a wish to bring you back to life. December 30th. Cloudy. The gym has been blocked off, but you can get in through the broken glass window on the first floor. And I'm going to try the weird talk that Pony did the other day tomorrow. If you're in heaven, please bless me. I will bring you back to life. Surely, 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 and if I ever see you again, I will never be shy about expressing my feelings again. December 31st. Cloudy. I broke the window of the gym and got into the middle of it. You can get a wish by sacrificing 3 fingers? I simply sacrificed 9 fingers. I can make 3 wishes. After a while, a black mist enveloped the whole school, and I could overlook the whole school. I saw that the teacher had already sent my classmates all over the school to look for me, and I had missed my evening study hall to sneak here. Mayu, is this something you've seen before? I heard a voice coming from within that black mist, and that voice was actually Mayu's voice. I was very happy that although Mayu was dead, he had not disappeared from this world. Human, you summoned me out, and in return, I can promise you that I will help you fulfill a wish. Human, just say it, any wish I can grant you. I tried to communicate with this black mist, but it came back and forth with this phrase. I got a little angry and said, we agreed on 3 fingers and 1 wish. I have 9 fingers here. You should give me 3 wishes. After I finished, it actually agreed. Greedy human, I will give you 3 wishes. Now name your wish. As it uttered those words, I said my 3 wishes without thinking. First wish, I want everyone who bullied Mayu and caused her death to pay. For my second wish, I wish to resurrect Mayu. The third wish, I wish that Mayu would love me too, and that we would be together, as a couple. January 1st. Sunny, Mayu is truly resurrected, and the 3 fingers he sacrificed are back. He taught those who had bullied him a lesson with cruelty, and I was so happy that I was with Mayu. But I always feel that he is so strange. From the way he does things, from the way he looks at me. January 2nd. That black mist lied to me. That person using Mayu's body wasn't Mayu at all. Who the hell is he? Mayu is a kind child. He would never do or say such a thing. End of chapter. Chapter 166 Black Mist Creepy is Mayu. Mayu is Black Mist Creepy? Chapter 166 Black Mist Creepy is Mayu. Mayu is Black Mist Creepy? Seeing this, Zhou Shaochuan drew a tight breath. That's why, after Mayu summoned Creepy for the first time, instead of making a wish to kill everyone, Mayu made a wish to take care of Creepy. And the one who really summoned the weirdness was Zhang Liangjin? That's an unexpected and reasonable answer. No wonder Zhang Liangjin was so special amongst this copy. Zhou Shaochuan did not rush to digest and ponder over the information revealed in this piece of paper, as he clearly felt that the contents of Zhang Liangjin's diary were not yet complete. What had the resurrected Mayu done to arouse Zhang Liangjin's suspicion? What did Zhang Liangjin do after realizing that the resurrected Mayu was not normal? Moreover, Zhou Shaochuan found a detail. When Mayu summoned Creepy, it wasn't the black mist that communicated directly with Mayu, but rather a piece of parchment floated down from the black mist to communicate with Mayu. But when it came to Zhang Liangjin summoning the bazaar, it was the black mist that communicated directly with her. Zhou Shaochuan knew that the black mist Creepy and the parchment were separated at the beginning of the copy. Could it be that after Mayu summoned the Creepy, the black mist Creepy and the parchment separated? There was also the most crucial piece of information, why he had come to Lingjiang to middle school and his relationship with Mayu. Even though the information he got now was that he was Mayu, there was clearly a difference between him and Mayu. Instead of saying that he was Mayu, it would be more correct to say that Mayu's soul was parasitized in his body. Zhou Shaochuan turned the piece of paper over and looked at the words recorded on the back of the paper, and the more he looked at it, the more alarmed he became. January 10th. Mayu is now inseparable from me, but I'm pretty sure he's not Mayu, not only because of his cruelty, but also because he can't remember a lot of things that happened to Mayu. He can't even remember the name of Mayu's grandmother. He's not Mayu. That black mist trickery fooled me. But even if he wasn't Mayu, I'd be okay with that since he was avenging Mayu. I watched him kill everyone in senior class 8, along with the homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, and all the teachers. Of course the history teacher got away with it, which is why I was able to accept him. The history teacher was the only one of these tenured teachers who was nice to Mayu and often bought her lunch. I realized it wasn't as if he didn't want to kill this history teacher. He had planned to do it to the history teacher while he was eating. But as he walked near the history teacher, he suddenly trembled and a hint of timid cowardice showed in his eyes. I won't be mistaken. Those are the eyes that belong to Mayu. The eyes that belong to the real Mayu. He's not Mayu, but he's definitely related to Mayu in some way. January 11th. Cloudy. These days, Mayu kills 3 to 5 students or teachers almost every day. And the history teacher left school yesterday with a high fever. The history teacher left the school yesterday with a high fever. And there is no one left in the 8th class of the senior high school except me and him. No, perhaps, it's that I'm the only one left alive. Even with all the deaths, there was no reaction at all from the school or the community. Because the people after being killed by him didn't lose their consciousness like normal death. Rather, they became as bizarre as he was. During the week, these people maintain their original consciousness. Go to school, leave school, attend classes, answer questions, play, and eat. But there are times when the cruelest of them all is revealed. Anyone he kills who becomes creepy is also controlled by him. I even think that they mostly don't realize that they are creepy, because when they were normal, they didn't look weird at all. It is also because of this point, I have become more aware of the abnormalities of Mayu. He is really too different from the usual Mayu, whether it is the usual habits, or the tone of voice, or the eyes of the. Once he actually called me, in front of the teacher, your wife. This is also too greasy. Your wife, which is also too greasy. However, except for me, none of the other students noticed anything unusual about him. But that's not surprising. They didn't even notice anything strange about Mayu coming back from the dead. He must have used some method to block their senses. January 20th. It's winter vacation. Since we're in our third year of high school, it's only 10 days, but I'm still having fun, and I feel like I'm going to have a nervous breakdown because I'm spending all my time with that Mayu. There are 2,523 people in the school, counting the staff, and by my count, the seniors, as well as the senior classroom teachers, have all been turned into creeps by him. I noticed that the Yutsai building, where I studied and lived my senior year of high school, gradually became distinctly separate from where the rest of my classmates lived. It's amazing that freshmen and sophomores subconsciously ignore the Yukon building. One time it rained and 2 students preferred to run an extra 200 meters to another building rather than go into our Yutsai building. So many people have died already. I think he's overdone it. But no matter how much I tried to persuade him, he wouldn't speak. Not a word to me. I noticed that there was often pain in his eyes. I sometimes see him hitting himself. February 1st. Cloudy. Back to school today. The real Mayu returned. As soon as he came back he slapped me and asked me why I was so unintelligent. I was really aggravated. I just liked him. I just wanted him back. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Mayu told me that what occupies this body is that black mist weirdness. After he made a wish to defeat Creepy and make Creepy disappear from the world, the power of the black mist Creepy was weakened by a lot. Mayu said that while his wish didn't have the means to completely kill the creep, it could cause indelible damage to the creep all at once. All those who make a wish end up being devoured by Creepy. But since Mayu died filled with resentment, he became Creepy the moment he died. The black mist Creepy needed to fulfill his wish the moment it absorbed him, and in that moment, the black mist Creepy's power weakened to the extreme. The parchment that represented the wisdom of the black mist Creepy was also separated from it. Mayu thus took control of the black mist Creepy and completed the hatchet. But because of my sacrifice, I summoned another black mist Creepy. The bizarre remnants of the black mist's consciousness used my wish to descend into this world and parasitize Mayu's physical body. The black fog that descended into this world's bizarre residual consciousness kept killing people, and it had regained a small amount of its power. However, a small part of Mayu's consciousness followed the black mist's strange residual consciousness into his body, which is more in line with my wish of Mayu's resurrection. However, the black mist's bizarre residual consciousness had absolute suppression over part of Mayu's consciousness. If it wasn't for the fact that the black mist's bizarre residual consciousness killed Mayu's grandmother and allowed Mayu, who was under extreme anger, to break away from its control, it would have continued to grow until it destroyed the world. End of chapter. Chapter 167, Mayu's heavy commitment. Zhang Liangjin's backlash. Request for subscription. Chapter 167, Mayu's heavy commitment. Zhang Liangjin's backlash. Request for subscription. But the present situation is not good. Mayu said to me that although his consciousness controlled the black mist Creepy, it was also affected by the power of the black mist Creepy and became intent on destroying everything, killing and assimilating all creatures in sight. He controlled the black mist creep, but the black mist creep assimilated him as well. I told him I couldn't understand the clouded words, and he smiled shyly and said, "Simply understood. It means that the dragon-slaying teenager has finally become an evil dragon, and I'm almost on the verge of becoming the next black mist Creepy." At that time, when I summoned the black mist Creepy, he almost tried his best to suppress his desire to devour me. Otherwise I would have been devoured by the black mist Creepy at that time as well, saying that he wasn't sure how long he'd be able to keep his sanity. Mayu went to the gym with me, intending to sacrifice himself one more time. In order to deal with the seniors and teachers who turned out to be creepy, I questioned him about all the people who stood by when he was being hurt and bullied. So why are they helping humans now? Wouldn't it be better to let humanity be destroyed by creepy? He was hysterical when he heard my words. I don't even care what happens to humans. This creep killed my grandmother. I want revenge, and no matter what he does, I will stop him. Then, his tone eased, and tears flashed in his eyes. Moreover, you're also a human being. I'm really afraid that you'll also be killed by the weirdness. I must stop this weirdness. After saying this, he instantly sliced off his 9 fingers and summoned the black mist creepy once again. He spoke. I want all the weirdness all gone from the world. The same voice came from within the black mist eerie. I'm sorry, human. I have no way to fulfill this wish of yours. My power is too weak. He spoke again. Then I wish that you would offer your too weak power to the others among the school, so that they too may have bizarre powers. That is my first wish. My second wish is for the parchment that makes the rules to be owned by Zhang Liangjin. My third wish is for this school to be completely cut off from the outside world, and for all the shenanigans inside to be unable to get out of the middle of this school. Black Mist Creepy nodded. I agree with your wish. I then saw a slight struggle pass through the Black Mist Creepy's eyes. Your body. I can send to your house and bury it with your grandmother. You have 1 minute to say goodbye to the world. Ma Yu nodded. Her face reddened, and she sped up her speech and said to me, Liang Jin, I know all about your feelings. I like you. If there is a next life, we must be together. The piece of parchment I gave you can make rules that bind the spooky and the humans. If you are willing to help everyone in the school, you will use this parchment to fend off the creepy with everyone else. However, it is only binding, and you may not make rules for certain death as well as rules that are too direct. If you don't want to, you take this parchment, make a rule that only you can freely enter and leave Spirit River No. 2 Middle School, and then leave this place and never come back. You are safe if you can't get out of Spirit River No. 2 Middle School with your weirdness. Whatever choice you make, I'll support you. I love you. Thank you. I had thought I'd never get to say this again. After saying this, both Ma Yu and that black mist disappeared out of thin air. I suddenly got a piece of parchment in my hand, and I froze in place, fuming for a long time. Zhou Shaochuan also froze in place. The amount of information contained in this piece of paper was just too great. Ma Yu's consciousness and the Black Mist Creepy's consciousness were fused into one, which meant that the Black Mist Creepy that intercepted him in front of the dormitory building earlier was actually Ma Yu? But this, in turn, begs the question of why he was able to gain the power of Ma Yu as well as be influenced by his consciousness by exploring these non-existent places. From his previous experience, Ma Yu's consciousness and this Black Mist Creepy's consciousness were completely different. Ma Yu's consciousness wished to explore places that did not exist on its own, whereas the Black Mist weirdness obstructed it in every way. Zhou Shaochuan continued to read on, and his questions were answered in the last paragraph of Zhang Liangjin's diary. 5 years later, the student council, class officers of each class, school leaders, and some teachers who volunteered to fight against the creepy gained the power of the creepy, which numbered 1200, double the number of the creepy, with the rules laid out by the parchment. And these people, we managed to contain the spooky sphere of influence to the outside building. I didn't tell the others about my possession of the parchment. They didn't know about my specialness, so I'm only the vice president of the student council now, and they only treat me as an ordinary student. Although the situation was completely stabilized, I gradually felt disgusted. The student council, class officers, and school leaders pride themselves on being superior because they have weird powers, and each of them look at others with their noses in the air, often bullying others who don't have weird powers, which reminds me of how Ma Yu looked when she was bullied. To put it bluntly, these people have no remorse whatsoever. It's been 5 years since Ma Yu's death, but Ma Yu's murderers haven't gotten their comeuppance yet. It's not fair that the principal, the vice principal, and all these students, who are obviously Ma Yu's killers, haven't gotten their comeuppance yet. Ma Yu, why are you so stupid? Creepy killed your grandmother, so you want to stop what Creepy wants to do to avenge your grandmother. But have you ever thought that everyone in this school is involved in your murder? As I thought about it, a text suddenly appeared on that parchment. Zhang Liangjin, do you wish for Ma Yu to be resurrected? I can help you with that. I can guarantee that the resurrected Ma Yu will be a human. I was ecstatic to see this and agreed immediately. But I'm too weak right now to help you fulfill your wish. I'm sure you've noticed that there's no way for you to summon my main body through the sacrificial finger right now. This is because most of my main body's power has been dispersed. You must help me fight those humans, and with each lesser human, a point of my power will return. The part of me that makes the rules is under your control, and with your help, it's no problem to turn all those people into creeps. However, there's no need for you to turn them all into bizarre. As long as there are only about 200 living people left in Spirit River Second Middle School, I can help you revive Ma Yu. Of course I had no reason to refuse. Even if I couldn't revive Ma Yu, I wouldn't help those people anymore. It took me 5 years to stabilize the situation, and it's going to take me 5 years to make this school a complete hellhole. P.S. Probably tomorrow and the day after the end of the Spirit River Second Middle School, Zhang Liangjin's diary is still left the last small paragraph. After reading the diary, the protagonist will face the most dangerous situation he has encountered since he came to Lingjiang Second Middle School. Stay tuned. End of chapter. Chapter 168, The Truth About Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School. Zhang Liangjin's plot. Chapter 168, The Truth About Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School. Zhang Liangjin's plot. 8th year. Overcast. The gym, the 7th floor of the teaching building, the 8th class of the senior year, and the 7th floor of the dormitory building were additional forbidden places in the school. The number of living people in the school had been reduced to only 1203. Seeing their sad faces made me feel happy. Today was an important day, and the black mist creepy was summoned in the cafeteria. But it was still very fragile. The parchment told me that Mayu's memories and power had been divided into 5 parts by it, and were placed in the gymnasium, the 7th floor of the teaching building, the 8th class of the senior year, the 7th floor of the dormitory building, and the youth side building. Next, all that's left to do is to kill all those living people in the school until there are only about 100 left, and then we can bring Mayu back to life. I still have to help this disgusting creepy increase in power, but can I really trust it? I'll have to leave a backhand to do so. Year 10. Overcast. After 5 years of my efforts, all the places in the school, except the library, had been taken over by the weird. Next, it was time for that parchment to fulfill Chenault's promise. It resurrected Mayu's body and soul at the same time through the power of a single wish. But the resurrected Mayu has no memories or powers. It told me that Mayu's memories and powers are sealed in those 5 non-existent places. As long as the resurrected Mayu finished exploring those 5 non-existent places, it would be the complete Mayu. But it told me that it was not in accordance with the rules to resurrect Mayu directly, because Mayu had already been devoured by the black mist after summoning the weird wish twice. In order to resurrect Mayu, it is necessary to modify the rules through the parchment's modification function, modifying the perceptions of all the people in the school and the bazaar, so that everyone, including the resurrected Mayu, think that Mayu does not exist. In other words, it is necessary to give Mayu another identity. I thought carefully for a long time. Mayu wrote a novel before. The main character's name in the novel is Zhou Shaochuan. Then Mayu's new identity decided to be Zhou Shaochuan. But I don't trust the parchment and the black mist spooky. They must be plotting something. I had to have the power to be able to fight them. There were only 100 or so humans left alive in the middle of the school, which was too weak for the spooky. Though in the course of those 10 years, I'd used my parchment rule-making abilities to create parrots and crows and horses that only appeared between 24 a.m. and 5 a.m. That alone was no way to combat the school's 2000 shenanigans. 2 years have passed, and I wonder how far the Black Mist Creepy has grown in power. In order to fight Creepy, I have decided to end my life and turn myself into Creepy. And I'm going to add 3 rules. Weird rules. Rule 1, when people die they are bound to become spooky, and the power is determined based on the grievances of the person after death. Rule 2, between shenanigans, you can get stronger by devouring each other. Rule number 3, Creepy shall not harm Mayu. These are all the contents of Jiang Liangjin's diary. After reading this diary, Zhou Shaochuan finally understood everything in this copy. He finally understood why all the shenanigans were thinking about killing him before he got Mayu's memories. But after he cleared the gym and got some of Mayu's memories and powers, the creeps didn't dare hurt him. Turns out it's not so much that you're afraid to hurt, but that the rules don't allow it. Before he got Mayu's memories, the creeps hated to give everything they had to kill him. And the reason for that was because of the loopholes in the rules Jiang Liangjin had set down earlier. The creeps were not allowed to harm Mayu. But before he got Mayu's memories and power, he was not Mayu, but Zhou Shaochuan. If Jiang Liangjin had set the rule that weirdness must not harm Mayu and Zhou Shaochuan, then the situation he was in when he entered Lingjiang No. 2 middle school would not have been so bad. And the reason why Black Mist Creepy was still able to attack him was not because Black Mist Creepy was strong, but because Black Mist Creepy was sort of a Mayu? It was no wonder that Jiang Liangjin couldn't defeat the Black Mist Creepy. In fact, no matter how powerful Jiang Liangjin was, it was impossible to devour the Black Mist Creepy because the Black Mist Creepy was also considered a Mayu, and Creepy shall not harm Mayu. However, Zhou Shaochuan found another blind spot from within this diary, the parrot and the crow, one of Jiang Liangjin's powers. Then why had Jiang Liangjin never been seen using the parrot and the crow against the enemy from the beginning to the end? And why was he able to manipulate the parrot and crow after exploring the 7th floor of the dormitory building? This was clearly Jiang Liangjin's ability. Jiang Liangjin was the owner of the parchment, so was it also her arrangement that he had picked it up in the first place? When he was in the middle of the kiosk, the parchment twisted space and sent himself to the gymnasium. Was it also Jiang Liangjin's arrangement? And the weird fusion of parchment and black mist behind it? Is this all Jiang Liangjin's arrangement? Jiang Liangjin's powerlessness and weakness at that time were all feigned. Her purpose from the beginning was to allow herself to go to these 5 non-existent locations to obtain Mayu's memories and power. And all of her earlier obstructionism was really lust? Zhou Shaochuan felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He had actually been led by Jiang Liangjin from the moment he entered the middle of this copy, and it was only now that he reacted. But it didn't matter. He had already explored the entire non-existent locations of Spirit River 2 and had already reached the pass condition. No matter what Jiang Liangjin's final purpose was, it actually had nothing to do with himself anymore. Soon, he's going to pass the 2nd middle school of Lingjiang. Just then, a footstep sounded outside. Jiang Liangjin pushed the door and walked in. a faint smile on his face, smiling brightly, like a sunflower. But now Zhou Xiaochuan didn't find Jiang Liangjin cute at all. He only felt that she was horrible. Originally thought Jiang Liangjin was a silly white sweet, but did not expect such a deep heart. Xiaochuan. No, Xiao Yu. You thought wrong. At that time, when I asked you not to go to those places that don't exist, I was indeed sincere. When you finish exploring those places that don't exist, you are no longer human even though you will get all your memories. You'll turn creepy and you'll die. What's more, even if you didn't turn into Ma Yu, I think it is still quite good. I also like you. Xiaochuan, after you absorb these memories, Zhou Xiaochuan will no longer exist. Honestly, you're my creation. And at the time when you called me mom, I was kind of in the middle of it. In the middle of it all. When you lost yourself and turned into Ma Yu. Even though you only have 3 days to live, you are after all a life I made. And I will support you in whatever you do. Just like you. Just like Ma Yu supported me 10 years ago whether I chose to help the humans in my school or leave it. End of chapter. Chapter 169, Am I Zhou Xiaochuan? I'm Ma Yu? I am Pai De Xing. Paranoia returns. Please subscribe. Chapter 169, Am I Zhou Xiaochuan? I'm Ma Yu? I am Pai De Xing. Paranoia returns. Please subscribe. Jiang Liangjin then spoke. All the thoughts in your heart. I can know that you are my creation. Xiaochuan. Ma Yu. I want to tell you that I am already 28 years old this year. I am not 18. You've been treating me like an 18-year-old girl. Jiang Liangjin was still rambling on, clear tears flowing from the corners of her eyes as she spoke. Ogawa, what happens next will hurt. Really hurt. There's no way I can continue to protect you. You're going to die. But it will only hurt for a little while. In a little while, you'll be starting a new life. She had burst into tears and her eyes were red from crying. After saying these words, Zhou Xiaochuan only felt a warm current constantly traveling behind him as he let out a wail of pain. Memory after memory that didn't exist appeared out of nowhere in his mind. Born in the countryside. Father died early. When he was 3 years old. His mother abandoned him and left home, never to return. His grandparents, who raised him, when he was in elementary school, he was often scolded by his homeroom teacher, who would scold him in the most vicious language whenever he made the slightest mistake. Mother-born, motherless thing. Then grow up. Zhou Xiaochuan understood that this was Ma Yu's memory. Ma Yu. Zhou Xiaochuan. I am Ma Yu? No. I am Zhou Xiaochuan. I am Zhou Xiaochuan, the chosen one of the Summer Kingdom. I am not Ma Yu. All of this that I'm experiencing right now is nothing more than a copy of a weird story. I've reached the pass condition. If I survive this one, I'll pass and I can return. Countless fragments of memories tore through Zhou Xiaochuan's mind. It hurts. It hurts too much. The pain Zhou Xiaochuan is experiencing right now is beyond what words can describe. But even so, Zhou Xiaochuan remained clear. He fought to stand up straight and said loudly to Jiang Liangjin, I am Zhou Xiaochuan. I am not Ma Yu. Jiang Liangjin, Ma Yu is already dead. People can't come back from the dead. Please express your condolences. And you're like this. Can you really stand up to Ma Yu's explanation? Besides, how do you not know that all of this is the black fog bizarrely using you? How do you know that the one who has been resurrected must be Ma Yu? I'm not Ma Yu. I'm Zhou Xiaochuan. I am Zhou Xiaochuan, the chosen one of Xia. I'm not Ma Yu. I'm Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes were red and he was trembling. He can only keep repeating the same words over and over again to keep himself barely awake. Ma Yu's 18 years of memories were just too much. At this rate, he'll turn into a total cutie even if he doesn't turn into Ma Yu. No, it can't go on like this. Zhou Xiaochuan exerted all his strength and lunged towards Jiang Liangjin. He now possessed Ma Yu's power while fusing his memories. Even that black mist weirdness that stopped in front of the dormitory building at that time. The probability was that it was not his opponent now. However, Zhou Xiaochuan's strenuous leap was easily neutralized by Jiang Liangjin. Jiang Liangjin simply pointed her finger, and countless crows and parrots appeared in the air, blocking her. Zhou Xiaochuan crashed into the parrot and crow and fell to the ground. It was true. The parrot and the crow were still the embodiment of Jiang Liangjin's power. And at that time, he was able to manipulate the crow and the parrot only because of Jiang Liangjin's permission. Jiang Liangjin looked at Zhou Xiaochuan, who had fallen to the ground, and impatience flowed through his heart. I know it all. I know you're not Ma Yu. You can't be Ma Yu. Ma Yu does not have as strong a willpower as you do, but at this point, you must be Ma Yu. It's your choice. If you had listened to me, not explored places that don't exist, and stayed by my side in peace, I would have protected you for the rest of your life. You have to be Ma Yu. Jiang Liangjin's gaze was firm, and then Zhou Xiaochuan saw his eyes go black, and it wasn't because he was about to pass out. Rather, It was because the black fog had strangely and suddenly burrowed through the doorway and into his mind in a brainstorm. Looking at the arrival of the Black Mist Bazaar, Zhang Liangjin but seems to not feel surprised, but instead reveals a smile as if relieved. Xiaochuan, it's not me who killed you. What killed you is Bazaar. Is this Black Mist Bazaar? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Liangjin's body was crimson. His mouth grinned to the back of his ears, and his skin began to fester in patches. I knew you were restless. You'd be kind enough to part with Mayu's consciousness, that I'm sure. After all, surely you can't stand being controlled by a human's consciousness. But you and Mayu's consciousnesses have been fused for so long that to separate them, you must pay a great price. Sure enough, you lost not only Mayu's consciousness, but also most of the power that belonged to you. Now you want to turtle up and occupy the body and power that I prepared for Mayu? You want to get beautiful. I'm not the same person I was 10 years ago. I'm 28 years old. You think I'm gonna let you get away with this? Disgusting monster. All the murderers of Mayu have now been punished. Except you. Mayu was killed directly by you. Get ready to pay the price. You will be the last sacrifice for Mayu's resurrection. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Liangjin laughed maniacally. It wasn't that she didn't understand the reasoning behind seeking skin with a tiger. It was just that she had already moved on the parchment a long time ago. The parchment represents the strange wisdom of the Black Mist, and Zhang Liangjin can briefly control the parchment, so that the parchment will produce the consciousness of being devoured by Mayu. Zhou Xiaochuan could not see anything in front of him now. His body was burning, and his mind was in chaos. His body had turned into a battlefield where three forces fought. His consciousness, Mayu's consciousness, and the Black Mist weirdness. In this, the Black Mist Bazaar power is obviously the most powerful. This consciousness all the way through, breaking through to the deepest part of Zhou Xiaochuan's divine sense. Ha 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 ha. Stupid human. Still presuming to resurrect his beloved through me? Big brainless guy. In the end, it's just a graft for me. This massive weirdness laughed indulgently, and all of Zhang Liangjin's arrangements seemed like child's play in its eyes. The backhand that Zhang Liangjin had left behind on the parchment didn't take effect. Zhou Xiaochuan was trembling. His eyes were cloudy, and his mouth kept saying muddy words. I'm Zhou Xiaochuan. No, I'm Ma Yu. Ha 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 no. None of it is right. I'm not a lowly human, much less a creepy. Ha 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 turned from a human. Zhou Xiaochuan's body was wrapped in black mist, and his eyes gradually became cold and ferocious. UX large, brainless human. You really think you can count me out? After the black mist strangely controlled Zhou Xiaochuan, he looked smug and directly transformed into a large, cold hand that choked Zhang Liangjin's neck. At this moment, Zhang Liangjin was so disheartened that he didn't even want to resist. However, the hands that were choking him suddenly lost their strength. Those hands suddenly turned pink. SpongeBob, why is your face so purple? Are you okay? Zhou Xiaochuan in front of me suddenly turned into a pink starfish, originally suppressed by the power of the world of strange talk Zhou Xiaochuan's paranoia, by the black fog bazaar and Mayu's consciousness in Zhou Xiaochuan's mind after stirring actually directly attack. And his symptoms became worse. It actually did turn into a starfish, and Mayu's consciousness in Black Mist Bazaar, but also directly devoured by him. Looking at all this in front of him, Zhang Liangjin froze. End of chapter. Chapter 170, SpongeBob. Let's go catch jellyfish together. Chapter 170, SpongeBob. Let's go catch jellyfish together. When Zhou Xiaochuan, whose body was wrapped in black mist, used both hands to strangle Zhang Liangjin's neck, the black mist that had fused with the parchment had strangely invaded the very core of Zhou Xiaochuan's mind. Zhou Xiaochuan's self-cognition was being greatly destroyed at the moment, and his remaining sanity was almost about to be devoured by the black mist weirdness. However, it was precisely because of this behavior of the black mist creepy rampaging through Zhou Xiaochuan's mind that completely caused Zhou Xiaochuan's suppressed mental illness to explode. It only felt that from the depths of Zhou Xiaochuan's mind, a great spiritual pollution came. The Big Dipper? To be contaminated by a human is unheard of. It's hard to even imagine. At that time, although the black mist creepy had been dovetailed by Mayu's consciousness, Mayu had already died at that time, because his own powerful resentment had also turned into creepy, coupled with the fact that the black mist creepy was severely weakened by Mayu's wish at the time. This gave Mayu the opportunity to take advantage of it. But now, this black mist creepy had been plotting for 10 years, devouring more than 2,000 creepy in the whole school, and was even more powerful than it had been 10 years ago when it hadn't been weakened by Mayu. And as a result, it was just contaminated by a human? Black Mist Creepy looked at his hands, which gradually turned pink, and his height, too, became extremely short from 188. He felt the touch of his feet soften, and his pants changed from the school uniform pants of Spirit River Second Middle School to beach pants in pale yellow dotted with purple stripes. Is this? I am I am Pai Deshing? The black mist in Zhou Xiaochuan's soul bizarrely felt his consciousness becoming more and more chaotic and chaotic. SpongeBob, why is your face so purple? Are you okay? Zhou Xiaochuan blinked his eyes and said to Zhang Liangjin. Standing on the side of the Zhang Liangjin brain CPU are almost turned smoke. Also did not think out this in the end. What is a situation? Wasn't it Zhou Xiaochuan, Ma Yu, and the black mist creepy fighting for control of Zhou Xiaochuan's body? Just now Zhang Liangjin realized that the parchment he was in was moved on the parchment. Is this black fog weird deliberate when she almost collapsed? So when the black mist bizarrely took over Zhou Xiaochuan's body, she didn't even resist and bounded away. The black mist creepy had previously disappeared, actually devouring all 2,000 creepy left in the middle of the school. In the face of a black mist creep with such a powerful strength, all resistance was futile. Just as Zhang Liangjin felt a mix of remorse, pain, and regret, Zhou Xiaochuan, whose body was bizarrely taken over by the black mist in front of him, suddenly turned into a pink, chubby, and naive starfish. SpongeBob, what's wrong with you? Let's go catch a jellyfish together. Zhou Xiaochuan, who had turned into a starfish in front of him, watched as Zhang Liangjin froze, and with a tilt of his head, he changed into 2 nets for catching insects. He handed Zhang Liangjin an insect net and repeated what he had just said. SpongeBob, let's go catch jellyfish together. SpongeBob, are you Zhou Xiaochuan or Ma Yu now? Or that black mist? Zhang Liangjin didn't dare to take the bug-catching net, but only asked tentatively, what are you talking about? SpongeBob? I'm Patrick. I'm your best friend. Patrick, let's catch jellyfish together. If you don't come with me, I'll go find Squidward. Zhou Xiaochuan looked a bit unpleasant. SpongeBob? Isn't that a character from a cartoon? I'm obviously Zhang Liangjin. However, without waiting for Zhang Liangjin to say something in rebuttal, her body unconsciously let out a ha 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 laugh. Yeah, Pai Deshing, let's go catch jellyfish together. After catching the jellyfish we'll eat a delicious crab burger together. Zhang Liangjin lowered his head and realized that his body had turned into a ball of yellow sponge. At this moment, the summer country, the Strange Talk live room. What's going on? What's going on? Why the sudden change in style? Didn't you just bizarrely take over Chuan? How come it's SpongeBob and Patrick now? No. What is this sponge and starfish thing in front of me? And where are my brother Chuan and my sister Jeaner? Upstairs. You've never seen SpongeBob SquarePants? Did you have a childhood? Have you guys forgotten that Chuan was delusional about being the first emperor of Qin and the first copy to come? Has his delusion gotten worse? Yes, the first copy of Chuan just thought he was Qin Shi Huang, and he didn't really become Qin Shi Huang's appearance. Good change. Chuan is good. This Strange Talk world is really too bullying. My summer copy is so much harder than other countries, and at the end of the day, I still give my old man to play takeover. This is not obvious bullying? Go Chuan. Not. Have you guys noticed a strange point? Chuan clearly reached the past condition of exploring all non-existent locations when he finished reading the diary. But why is he still inside this copy of Weird Tales? Yeah, Winter Snow Lotus from Sakura Nation and Prof. Bryant from Lighthouse Nation. Both read the last diary in the Yutsai building and just passed the level. Although many things are left unresolved in the middle of the school, they are cleared when the conditions are met. It's reasonable to say that all those things behind Chuan are redundant. He should have cleared the level by the time he finished reading the diary. Are the Summerlanders sour? We in the Lighthouse Nation have already had 4 people pass the 9 Weird Tales and never have to enter the Weird Tales world again. Ha 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 ha. Are the Summerlanders sour? The dogs of Lighthouse Country go back to Lighthouse Country. Are you guys without your own live room? The live broadcast room was thrown into chaos for a split second, but soon enough, the chaos and bickering subsided. Everyone stop arguing. Quickly watch the live broadcast. Chuan is crazy again? World of Weird Tales. Lingjiang no. 2 Middle School. Yutsai Building. No. Maybe this isn't really Spirit River 2nd Middle School anymore. The place has been covered with seawater and there are many jellyfish floating in the air. A starfish and a sponge are then here happily catching jellyfish. Patrick Chow has caught 15 jellyfish, while SpongeBob Zhang Liangjin has not caught a single one. Ha 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 ha. SpongeBob, I'm the best at catching jellyfish in Bikini Bottom. You, Zhou Xiaochuan was laughing, but suddenly his expression changed and became filled with madness. What am I doing? A starfish? Jade Emperor old man, what have you done to me? My old grandson's fruit mountain. Zhou Xiaochuan's figure changed into a hairy-faced Lei Gong mouth monkey. End of chapter. Chapter 171, Zhou Xiaochuan failed? Weird Tales descend on reality. Chapter 171, Zhou Xiaochuan failed? Weird Tales descend on reality. Zhou Xiaochuan turned into the Monkey King, and the bug-catching net in his hand was suitably transformed into a weapon, and he suddenly put on a gold band on his head. Beiji, what's the situation now? Where's Master? Has Master been captured by the demons again? Zhou Xiaochuan asked Zhang Liangjin. The 8 commandments? Zhang Liangjin immediately reacted that Zhou Xiaochuan was calling himself, and immediately became a bit angry. What girl, who hears someone call her a pig, would still be happy? However, Zhang Liangjin looked at the 9-toothed nail rake in his hand, as well as the black hair on his hand, and also reacted to what he had become. However, this change didn't last long, and before long, all the monkey hairs on Zhou Xiaochuan's body fell to the ground, which of course included the hairs on his head. His face, too, had grown a lewd 8-pointed beard, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the weapon in his hand became a chainsaw. Zhou Xiaochuan, this time, turned into someone he had met before. That's the Jiqiang he met in the middle of the strange story of Dogbear Ridge. However, this time, he didn't make any more shocking remarks, only he changed. But the Zhang Liangjin in front of him changed back to a youthful and bright beauty girl with a ponytail and wearing a school uniform. I am. At this moment, Zhou Xiaochuan felt that the chaotic consciousness in his mind dissipated quite a bit, and he in turn felt that his mind cleared up quite a bit, and his thoughts flowed a lot more smoothly. What he didn't know was that it was because he had devoured the powerful black mist creepy by mistake, which allowed Zhou Xiaochuan's own soul strength to gain a substantial increase. Accordingly, his ability to think logically, his reflexes, his memory, and so on, were all enhanced. However, before the Zhang Liangjin in front of him could speak, he blacked out and fainted. He fell heavily to the ground, but luckily Zhang Liangjin was quick on his feet and held him in his arms in time. Otherwise, I'm only afraid that Zhou Xiaochuan would have to land on the back of his head. But at this moment, Zhou Xiaochuan's situation was still not much better, even to the extent that he now didn't know what had happened to him, didn't know what kind of a situation he was in right now. The memory of the party's madness was all but gone for him. His memory only went as far as after Fang read Zhang Liangjin's diary, Ma Yu's consciousness came at him, and he and Ma Yu's consciousness fought for control of this body. Then a black mist rushed into his mind, and then he only felt hot and cold inside his head, and he fainted all of a sudden. And then he woke up and realized that he was holding a chainsaw in his hand. Through the puddle that appeared on the ground for some unknown reason, in fact, it was because Zhou Xiaochuan left it behind when he deluded himself into thinking that he was Pai Dashing just now. He realized that he had once again turned into only strong in the middle of the Dog and Bear Ridge, and then he fainted once again. This time, however, the dizziness was not a loss of consciousness. He still possessed consciousness, he just had no way to manipulate his body. All he could do was open his eyes and calmly watch it all. Looking at Zhang Liangjin holding himself in his arms, tears in the corners of his eyes, he kept saying words to admit his mistake. Xiaochuan, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. People can't come back from the dead. It's because I'm too bewitched. I don't want Ma Yu anymore. I don't want Ma Yu to be resurrected. Come back quickly, please forgive me. Why don't you say anything? Are you still angry with me? In fact, it was not that Zhou Xiaochuan did not want to talk to her, but he could only open his eyes right now. Other than that, he could not control his body at all. All he could feel now was his body growing cold. And then, in his mind, another cloud of memories rushed across his mind. The difference was that this memory wasn't as overbearing as the previous Black Mist eerie one. The Black Mist creepy was trying to completely devour him, while this mass of memories that appeared in his mind now was trying to assimilate Zhou Xiaochuan. Earlier, the Black Mist bizarrely devoured Zhou Xiaochuan's consciousness and Ma Yu's consciousness at the same time, but it was countered by Zhou Xiaochuan's mental illness and ended up being devoured by Zhou Xiaochuan instead. But the Black Mist weirdly included most of Ma Yu's residual consciousness. This was tantamount to Zhou Xiaochuan devouring the Black Mist creepy and Ma Yu's consciousness all at once. Greedy chews more than it can chew. Ma Yu had long ago, 10 years ago, completed the assimilation of the Black Mist bizarre consciousness. Compared to Zhou Xiaochuan, the Black Mist bizarre power was obviously more kind to him. Zhou Xiaochuan now felt that a wave of anger suddenly filled his chest and overflowed his mind. Humanity. I'm going to destroy human civilization. I'm going to destroy human civilization. I will kill all humans. Zhou Xiaochuan's mouth muttered uncontrollably. At this moment, Ma Yu's memories were again like a walk in the park, replayed over and over again in his mind. Born in the countryside, left behind, raised by grandparents. The family is poor, and as a result is often ridiculed by classmates and insulted by teachers. As he received more and more of Ma Yu's memories, Zhou Xiaochuan's perspective at the moment became a god's perspective, growing longer and wider. It was as if he was on a cloud all over. Senior Class 8. Youth Side Building. All the locations that don't exist. The entire Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School. Now, Zhou Xiaochuan's perspective overlooked the entire Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School. And every blade of grass and tree in Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School and the wind blowing in the grass were all within his grasp. Even, he could decide the climate and weather of Spirit River No. 2 Middle School. and with a movement of his thoughts, the weirdness that was originally swallowed up by that black mist was suddenly resurrected. And those were all the students and teachers of Spirit River No. 2 Middle School. He can manipulate these students and teachers to get them to go to class in their own way. And of course, he can push them to show their weird and vicious side. With a single thought, he could send these shenanigans to their deaths. This is the power of a god. I, Ma Yu, have the power of a god. I won't be a human anymore. I will destroy the entire human civilization. Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes exploded with a brilliant aura. Ma Yu's soul, which had gained dominance over the black mist creepy 10 years ago, had long since completely lost its mind and become incomprehensible under the influence of the black mist creepy's 10 years of nourishment and assimilation. He did not want to devour Zhou Xiaochuan's consciousness, but rather wanted to complete the assimilation of Zhou Xiaochuan's consciousness. After that, Ma Yu is Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaochuan is Ma Yu. And when Ma Yu's consciousness prevailed within Zhou Xiaochuan's body, before Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes, more scenes appeared. That's the scene outside of Ruijiang's second middle school, Lighthouse Country, where a black man is buying $0 in a supermarket and a priest is doing unspeakable things to little boys in a classroom, the Three Kingdoms, where many people are drinking from rivers full of feces and sewage. This is the scene in reality. Zhou Xiaochuan was now able to see the scene in reality. Meanwhile, in the real world, a black mist coalesced above the nations. Heads swarmed in the black mist. What's going on? Didn't I, Professor Bryant of Lighthouse Nation, pass on the weird tales? Why are the weird tales still descending? In the land of the stick, a stickman is brazenly making a declaration in front of the TV. As this professor's research has shown, in fact, Qin Shi Huang Zhan was our stickman Semida. The next second he uttered those words, his head hit the ground. Zhou Xiaochuan looked down on the world, his eyes full of the evils committed by mankind. The situation has indeed reached an irreversible point, and I, Ma Yu, have decided to destroy human civilization with my own hands. Zhou Xiaochuan, or Ma Yu, opened his mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 172, I've reached the pass condition, but still won't let me pass? Chapter 172, I've reached the pass condition, but still won't let me pass? At this moment, Zhou Xiaochuan's memories and consciousness had gradually fused with Ma Yu, while also intermingling with a large amount of influence belonging to the black mist's bizarre consciousness, becoming full of madness. His consciousness turned into black mist and descended all over the world, looking down on the entire human civilization. This is a failed pass? Has Weird Tales descended to the world? No. I am Weird Tales. I will destroy the filthy human civilization. At this time, it was already indistinguishable whether this consciousness belonged to Zhou Xiaochuan or Ma Yu, or the black mist weirdness. The three had merged into one. In a supermarket in the Lighthouse State, a black man was looting the contents of the supermarket with abandon, making $0 purchases. Yet in the next moment, he landed on his head. In another area of the Lighthouse Country, a middle-aged obese older man with long pink hair and gaudy heavy makeup, dressed in a military uniform, was giving a speech. I think there are more than two genders in the world, male and female, and people should be more tolerant of us LGBT minorities. Take me for example. Although my biological sex is male, my mental sex is a female, but I like males, so that makes me a heterosexual. This middle-aged obese man in military uniform with gaudy thick makeup had not finished speaking when his head turned into a mist of blood. A high school. A group of people are holding a man down in a toilet. In just 3 minutes after the black mist descended, more than 30,000 people died around the world. Everyone must die. All of them. Zhou Xiaochuan, or Ma Yu, said loudly and angrily. And this time, even Lighthouse Country and Sakura Country, who had already cleared Weird Tales, were under bizarre attack. The world is in a state of panic. Han ha ha ha. Han ha ha ha. Han ha ha ha. However, just at this time, to Zhou Xiaochuan's ears, came the sound of crying. Say something, don't you ignore me. It was the cry of Jiang Liangjin. Zhou Xiaochuan's line of sight suddenly lowered, and lowered again. From what was a god's perspective overlooking all of mankind, it has become its own. In front of his eyes, Jiang Liangjin cried with pearly rains, literally becoming a tearful person. Xiaochuan, ooh, I'm wrong, you forgive me okay. Ogawa, I'm Zhou Xiaochuan. A thunderbolt suddenly exploded in Zhou Xiaochuan's mind. I am Zhou Xiaochuan. I am not Ma Yu. Those memories are Ma Yu's, not mine. The one who wants to exterminate all of humanity is also not me, but Ma Yu. He suddenly felt a cold sweat running down his back, but the black mist creepy had already been devoured by him. So how could he make the black mist creepy laugh? It was Ma Yu's consciousness. Ma Yu had already been assimilated by the black mist creepy earlier. So as Ma Yu assimilated himself, he himself would be affected by the black mist creepy. Maybe in reality, The consciousness of Mayu's true self no longer existed and had been completely assimilated by the black mist weirdness. The Mayu that Zhang Liangjin's heart wants to resurrect is no longer possible. After Zhou Xiaochuan awoke suddenly, he realized a very serious problem. That is, after he finished reading the diary, he had already explored all the non-existent locations in the entire Spirit River No. 2 middle school. He had obviously reached the pass condition, so why didn't he let him pass? He could now overlook the entire Spirit River No. 2 middle school. The panorama of Spirit River No. 2 middle school was all in his mind, and he could manipulate everything in Spirit River No. 2 middle school, but he soon realized the anomaly. In the middle of Spirit River 2, there was one thing that he couldn't manipulate. That's the moon that hangs high above Reijiang Second Middle School. It was a full black moon. Zhou Xiaochuan gazed and saw that the moon was actually made up of countless bizarre bugs, and these bugs were constantly devouring each other. This round black moon, Zhou Xiaochuan had once seen it in the Dog Bear Ridge Strange Tales, which was the incarnation of the Strange Tales world origin consciousness. At the sight of the full moon, Zhou Xiaochuan felt an extremely powerful sense of oppression. His soul even trembled. In this lull of his soul trembling, the memory of Mayu came flooding back to him once again, and all over the world in the real world. The black fog that had already dissipated once again shrouded the skies over the countries. Zhou Xiaochuan understood that it was the Strange Talk world's origin consciousness that was manipulating it. This was the real reason why, even though he had clearly reached the pass condition, he was unable to pass the level. The original consciousness of the world of Weird Tales didn't want him to leave this copy of Spirit River No. 2 middle school alive. It went against the rules and came down in person to try to kill itself here. Zhou Xiaochuan also finally understood the reason why at that time, after his paranoia kicked in and he devoured the black mist shenanigans, he would actually be controlled by Mayu's consciousness again. Originally, Mayu's consciousness should have long been devoured by the black mist weirdness. Although there was also the reason why Zhou Xiaochuan had devoured too much at once and was greedy and chewed too much. In all probability, there was also the manipulation of this round of bizarre moon. Zhou Xiaochuan felt his consciousness begin to become groggy, and a wave of angry feelings suddenly rushed straight into his chest. Mayu's memories came flooding back. His sights are getting higher. Zhou Xiaochuan recalled again the conversation he had with the Strange Talk world origin consciousness at that time when he passed the first copy. At that time, the Weird Tales world original consciousness, who wanted to remove himself from the Weird Tales at the cost of removing his mental illness, was refused by himself, and then the original consciousness of the world of Weird Tales threatened itself to find a way to make itself die in the middle of the next copy. First the distinctive copy difficulty, then the ceiling and limiting of talents, then the giving of 2 questionable talents, and finally actually going down himself. Weird Tales of the world. Zhou Xiaochuan hadn't even spat out the swear words he had cursed before he felt that the discomfort in his body had been swept away. He shook his head and broke free from Zhang Liangjin's arms. Being able to control your body? Zhang Liangjin's eyes were filled with tears, and she tightly hugged Zhou Xiaochuan, burying her head in Zhou Xiaochuan's arms. Zhou Xiaochuan's line of sight, on the other hand, crossed over the Yutsai building and looked directly at the eerie moon. Zhou Xiaochuan had devoured the black mist creepy in Mayu's consciousness, and at this moment, the entire Lingjiang Second Middle School was under Zhou Xiaochuan's control. In the air, next to the eerie moon, a sword appeared, a long sword glowing with white light. On the scabbard of the long sword, there were 4 large characters engraved in a flying handwriting, like a swimming dragon. Zhou Xiaochuan naturally couldn't recognize what these 4 words were. It wasn't modern writing, but at this moment, among the Weird Tales Handling Bureau, Professor He, who was watching the live broadcast, jumped up, changing his usual calmness and warmth. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Jinwu swings the devil." End of chapter. Chapter 173 Passing Spirit River Second Middle School. End of Spirit River Second Middle School. Chapter 173 Passing Spirit River Second Middle School. End of Spirit River Second Middle School. World of Weird Tales. Spirit River 2. That long sword was now facing the weird moon, and suddenly Miso, with a sound on the ground, the long sword came out of its sheath, and the entire heaven and earth became snow white. Zhou Xiaochuan only felt that a grand aura wrapped up the entire Spirit River No. 2 Middle School. A grand aura that was actually even more powerful than the weird moon that represented the source of the Weird Tales world. It completely covered the black moon's mighty pressure. The long sword constantly vibrated, emitting a soft chanting sound. A majestic voice came from the long sword. "You violated our agreement. We are only sleeping, not dead. You did not conquer human civilization. You couldn't do it 100 million years ago, and you still can't do it now." Zhou Xiaochuan saw that the center part of the black round moon opened and closed, and the black worms on it kept wriggling, seemingly saying something in response to the words of the long sword. Zhou Xiaochuan tried to listen, but found that he couldn't hear anything. "For your own good, I didn't let you hear his words, don't try to listen to them. The voice of that long sword entered Zhou Xiaochuan's ears. This long sword is protecting you? Zhou Xiaochuan looked at Zhang Liangjin in his arms. She already had red eyes and a grimace on her face. In great pain, her mouth constantly emitting moans that did not form sentences. Many worms had crawled out of her 5 senses, and the worms were the very same ones that were on the black full moon. Zhang Liangjin must have heard what that full moon said, which eventually led to this. Zhou Xiaochuan inflicted all of the bizarre power of the entire Lingzheng Second Middle School on Zhang Liangjin, and all of it was to no avail, and he could only watch as Zhang Liangjin became more and more agonized. Seniors, can. Zhou Xiaochuan was just about to tell that long sword to exert its power as well, sheltering Zhang Liangjin, when he saw that long sword suddenly grow larger and then chop down towards the black round moon. The black round moon was sliced in two, and from the break, a large, blood-red, constantly throbbing ball of flesh was revealed. Zhou Xiaochuan saw a taiji pattern looming behind that sword, growing wider and wider until it completely wrapped around the throbbing ball of flesh. Subsequently, the yin and yang ends of the tai chi rotated madly, and Zhou Xiaochuan only felt his eyes dazzled. But after a while, the meatball stopped pulsing. Do you really think we're all dead when you so blatantly violate the original agreement? We are not the only ones who are sleeping. I'll put up with the rest. It's the fact that you're so targeted that this kid manages to pass. But I really didn't think that you guys would be able to be so shameless that you wouldn't let people go even after passing the level. The voice of that long sword suddenly rose in pitch, and a silhouette cloaked in black, with golden armor and jade belt, and a foot on a black snake appeared behind the long sword. That shadow brought Zhou Xiaochuan a great sense of oppression just as soon as it appeared. A sense of oppression that was even stronger than when he had faced the strange talk world origin consciousness head-on at that time. The hand of this shadowy figure held the long sword and made a chop at the ball of flesh, which instantly turned into 2 halves and then dissipated into the sky. It doesn't matter if you don't let people go. I'll take them with me. Do you really think that my human civilization has no one? I advise you to abide by the original rules in the future. Otherwise, although I am not strong enough, whoever violates the rules that were set in the beginning, by virtue of my body dying, I will also cut that person down. After saying these words, the shadow dissipated between heaven and earth, and the place where the original black full moon was located turned into a yin and yang pair of constantly rotating taiji diagrams. After the black full moon disappeared, the abnormality on Zhang Liangjin's body also disappeared, and at this moment, Zhang Liangjin was lying calmly in Zhou Xiaochuan's arms, as if he was asleep. The long sword had now shrunk to the length of a man's height and appeared in front of Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan hurriedly said, "This senior, what exactly is going on here? What exactly are you?" He sensed that the longsword's origin was absolutely extraordinary, and it can suppress the origin consciousness of the weird talk world with a single sword. Maybe, he'll know what the weird world is and how to get through it completely. The longsword flashed, and a majestic voice came from within it. "Child, you are very good. When this copy first started, those things feared your talent and tried to weaken it in every way possible. I didn't put up a fight just to see how far you could go without this talent. You are the one chosen by the ancestors, and you didn't let me down." Longsword's words changed. "As for your question about my identity, you have already been to Noah's Ark earlier, right? You should be glad that you didn't join them, otherwise I wouldn't have stepped in to help you. I was the one who created that civilization of Noah's Ark, which was bound to sink in the end." The man who created the civilization of Noah's Ark? Zhou Xiaochuan once thought that Noah's Ark, which carried the Star and Moon Theater, was created by the songwriter civilization, only to be ridiculed by Bald Head. Zhou Xiaochuan was just about to ask a question when the long sword, as if it knew what he was thinking, took the lead and spoke. "If we go by the numbering of the songwriter civilization, I'm from civilization number 001, which is the human civilization. Earlier, I heard you talking to the historian of civilization 1557, and he actually thinks that my human civilization can only last for 5 years? Humph. My human civilization has been fighting against the weirdness for 100 million years. If it wasn't for that Zeus." His voice lurched, as if he felt his own slip of the tongue. "There are a lot of things that you don't need to know, and the more you know, the more you will be watched by those things. Child, God has given you a unique talent because you have a mission that must be accomplished. Try to live. Those things won't dare to get their hands on your empowered sky again. I must also remind you that the only people the chosen can trust are the chosen, because of the selection of the chosen one of our human civilization." Before that long sword could finish its words, it suddenly let out a miserable and incomparable wail. The ethereal and grandiose white light that surrounded the longsword's circumference instantly turned into a bottomless black fog. The long sword, then, disappeared into the air. Although it was only an instant, when that black mist appeared, Zhou Xiaochuan's consciousness, in that instant, froze. But the stagnant feeling didn't last long, and the instant the long sword disappeared, his consciousness returned. A mechanical beep sounded in the middle of his mind. The Weird Tales, Spirit River No. 2 Middle School. Rating. At $$. At. Passing bonus, your talents paranoia and schizophrenia have been reactivated. Present paranoia may actively choose a delusional role, which may only be used once. This pass rewards delusional characters Baldi and Mayu. P.S. Spirit River 2 is finally finished. It's true that I wrote it a bit too long. I've already designed the next copy. It'll be a short one. Thank you for your support. Also, brothers are welcome to add the synopsis's group chat to exchange plots. End of chapter. Chapter 174, Getting on the Bus. Leaving Spirit River 2nd Middle School. Missed class to write a chapter. Chapter 174, Getting on the Bus. Leaving Spirit River 2nd Middle School. Missed class to write a chapter. The machine-like, indifferent beep also gave a brief description of the two delusional characters. Delusional character, Baldi. Description, the chosen one of civilization No. 1557. An exceptional genius rarely encountered in 1,000 years. His Buddhist cultivation is one of the best in all the generations of civilization No. 1557. He is proficient in most of the Shaolin Temple's mastery. Delusional side effect, IQ reduced by 10%. Kindness increased by 100%. As an accomplished monk, you will almost never refuse someone's request. You will have a big shiny bald head. Delusional character, Mayu. Description, after the black mist strangely disappeared, you became the master of the replica Spirit River No. 2 Middle School, controlling the whole Spirit River No. 2 Middle School. When you become Mayu, you can parachute the entire Spirit River 2nd Middle School into the middle of the world you belong to. Delusional side effect, loss of IQ, loss of consciousness. The weirdness of Spirit River No. 2 Middle School will dominate your body. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at these two delusional characters and twitched his mouth. Especially the delusional character of Mayu. He felt deep malice. Lose your wits. Lose your consciousness. And the weirdness of Ruijang 2nd Middle School will dominate your body? In that case, is he still himself? Or is it the same as earlier? With the consciousness being devoured by some weirdness? Zhou Xiaochuan pressed these doubts down for now, as there was a more pressing matter to deal with in front of him. That is, why hasn't he returned to the real world when he's clearly cleared Weird Tales? If it was said that the reason that the pass condition was reached just now but there was no pass prompt was because the origin consciousness of the Weird Tales world had moved in it, playing tricks and not wanting to let himself leave this copy. So now that the clearance prompt is out, you're still not letting yourself go? Zhou Xiaochuan remembered that in his first Weird Tales copy of Boulder Village, although he was held back for a while by the Weird Tales world consciousness after clearing the level, after the Weird Tales world's origin consciousness had disappeared, he had only seen a flash of white light and traveled back to the real world. All chosen ones see a flash of white light after passing through the Weird Tales, and then their vision buckles and they are back in the real world. But why don't you see it yourself now? Why can't you leave yourself now? The pass conditions and pass rewards are out. They shouldn't be. At this time, Zhou Xiaochuan heard a somewhat weak voice ringing in his ears. In front of the school, there's a bus. Get on this bus and you'll be out of your copy. After Lighthouse Nation's Brian Kirby passes this copy, Lighthouse Nation will have 4 people who have passed the 9 Strange Tales. Humanity's Weird World. Entering the second stage. Be more careful yourself. This seat can't step in to take care of you. That voice was the voice of the longsword that had appeared in the air earlier, cutting the moon with a single sword. His voice was still majestic, but a little weak. After hearing his words, Zhou Xiaochuan's divine sense covered the entire Lingjiang 2nd Middle School and found that there was indeed a bus parked at the entrance of Lingjiang 2nd Middle School. The bus was dark green, a little worn, and had an advertisement for a men's hospital on the body. The bus's lights were on, but there was no illumination, because beyond the gates of Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, it had become nothing but a white, empty, nothing. This was different from when Zhou Xiaochuan first entered Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School. When he first entered Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, the outskirts of Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School was shrouded by a bottomless black fog. At that time, whenever Zhou Xiaochuan looked outside the school gates, he would feel that he was being watched by something extremely terrifying. That pressure made his body go cold, as if he was going to die the next moment. And at that time, when he had just entered Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, Zhou Xiaochuan would hear eerie laughter in his head whenever he thought of escaping directly through the school gate. Now, Zhou Xiaochuan's wouldn't feel this way no matter how long he looked his eyes out the school gates to see. There was no one on that bus, not even a driver in the driver's seat. The entire Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School was under Zhou Xiaochuan's control at this moment. With a single thought, Zhou Xiaochuan himself instantly moved to the school entrance. With another thought, the gate at the school entrance was opened by Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan looked back at Lingjiang 2 middle school with a somewhat complicated gaze. Although the time span was only 2 days that one was practically in Lingjiang 2 middle school. In those 2 days, one experienced many things at once, not to mention a day at the Star and Moon Theater and 3 days at Dogwood Ridge. At this moment, he was already a different person from the one who was led into Lingjiang 2 middle school by the head teacher. He was just about to turn his head, walk out of the school and get on the bus when he heard a cry coming from behind him. Oh, Xiaochuan, don't go, don't leave me. What happened earlier was my fault. Please forgive me. Okay, you don't leave me. I want to be with you all the time. Zhang Liangjin floated in the air. Half of his body was dyed red with blood, yet he was not at all aggressive and cried into a tearful person. Zhou Xiaochuan turned back, somewhat helpless. Liangjin, this matter really do not know how to explain to you well. Simply put, I am not a person in this world. We are just a passing guest who meets in passing. I am also not the Mayu that you want to resurrect. I am Zhou Xiaochuan. I am only Zhou Xiaochuan. I can only be Zhou Xiaochuan. I am going to leave. Have the fate to meet again. After devouring Mayu and the Black Mist Creepy, he now held the creepy power of the entire Spirit River Second Middle School, as long as Zhou Xiaochuan wanted to. In the middle of Lingjiang 2 Middle School, he could make Zhang Liangjin go up in smoke in an instant. But, Zhou Xiaochuan still decided to let Zhang Liangjin continue to live in Lingjiang Second Middle School. I know you're not Mayu, you're Zhou Xiaochuan. You are my Zhou Xiaochuan. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I won't do anything to hurt you in the future. Don't leave me. Oh. Zhou Xiaochuan sighed and moved his thoughts. The whole Lingjiang 2 Middle School then became vibrant from the previous dead atmosphere. The teachers, students, and staff in the middle of the school all came back to life, and they did their jobs as if they were normal people. For Zhou Xiaochuan, who dominated Spirit River 2 Middle School, resurrecting the more than 2,000 creeps that had been devoured by the Black Mist Creepy wasn't a difficult task. It would just weaken his power. Only, the power couldn't be brought back either, and it could only be used here. Jingle bells. At this moment, the class bell rang at Spirit River 2 Middle School. Liangjin, go back to class. This class should be history teacher Ma Hongmei's class. I'll do my best to stop Mayu's tragedy from happening elsewhere. After saying this, Zhou Xiaochuan left the school without looking back and stepped onto the bus. The broadcast ended the moment he walked out of the school. No one noticed that Zhang Liangjin, unknowingly, lying on Zhou Xiaochuan's back, turned into a cloud of shadows and disappeared in the air. P.S. Spirit River 2 is officially finished. The Zhang Liangjin and the duplicate has also been brought out. So now there are 2 Zhang Liangjins existing at the same time. I missed class to write this chapter. Ha ha ha. End of chapter. Chapter 175, something unbelievable happened? Absent from class to write. Please subscribe. Chapter 175, something unbelievable happened? Absent from class to write. Please subscribe. After Zhou Xiaochuan got on the bus, he found that the bus was extremely old and had a strong gasoline odor. If one is a person who gets motion sickness, it would definitely be especially bad to ride this bus. The light on the bus was also extremely dim, and this bus, actually, had no lights on. The bus was filled with a chilly atmosphere, and Zhou Xiaochuan searched the bus for a long time without finding a piece of rule paper. It was a relief to him. It would be devastating to have another bus rule on this bus. He sat down in his seat, and within a moment, he felt a drowsiness come over him, flooding his brain. No matter how much he fought it off, he couldn't stop the drowsiness. He's asleep. When Zhou Xiaochuan woke up, he was already lying in the middle of his house, located in the underwater town where the Weird Tales Processing Bureau is located. This room is extremely safe and quiet, and is usually not disturbed in the slightest. Finally back to the real world. Really tired me out, but I clearly fell asleep sitting on the bus. Why did I wake up in my bed at home? Zhou Xiaochuan sent a message to each of the 4 people. Chief Ma, Professor He, Lin Xie, the director of the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, and Ho Guoyu, aiming to explain that he had returned from the midst of the world of weird tales, and he also relayed his doubts to the 4, and in no time at all, he got a reply. The 4 replies were basically pretty much the same, congratulating him on passing weird tales and then giving no response from the remaining 3 as to why he fell asleep on the bus only to return to bed. Only Ho Guoyu, who was also a chosen one, gave a certain guess. As I see it, this is merely a change in the way you were sent out of the weird world. The previous way of leaving the world of weird tales was nothing more than a white light, which then recalled the chosen one. The previous method of recall was rather simple and crude. When we returned to the real world, there were times when we would feel dazzled and rather dizzy, and even vomiting had occurred. But your bus ride back to the real world is obviously much gentler. There are two possible reasons for this change I feel. The first reason, which is most likely because you were sheltered by that sword, out of protection, allowed you to leave on the bus. That said, the bus could be a representation of that sword and the forces behind it. If it's the first reason, then you're the only one who returns by bus afterward, while the other chosen remain recalled by white light. But there's a second possibility, and the second possibility is that, because Professor Bryant of the Lighthouse Nation has passed the 9 strange talks, the Lighthouse Nation is out of the strange talks, and so the world of the strange talks has entered a second phase. Not only that, but the weird stories that follow may be very different from any we've experienced previously. These are two possibilities that we discussed when we saw you out of the school and about to get on the bus. Incidentally, from the time you walked out the door to the time you messaged us, exactly 24 hours passed. Also, we've been closely observing this place since you left Lingjiang 2 high school, but nothing has been observed. In other words, your regression is not phenomenal at all. It's quite possible that it came straight back into the real world out of nowhere. By the way, Ogawa, you should head to the Weird Tales Handling Bureau right after you finish resting. While you were conducting the Weird Tales, something unimaginable happened in the real world. I'm dealing with this matter in Haicheng now. It's very tricky. Come to the bureau and take a look. It's related to that weird talk in Lingjiang 2 middle school. The information Hogwoyu gave out was roughly similar to Zhou Xiaochuan's own guess. Only the information he gave out that he woke up after 24 hours himself surprised Zhou Xiaochuan a bit, because originally, after clearing Weird Tales, the chosen one was immediately returned to the real world. At the end of the message, Hogwoyu told him to go to the Weird Tales Processing Bureau after he finished resting, and the message given out by the director of the Weird Tales Processing Bureau, the director of the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, Lin Xie, as well as the message given out by Prof. He also told him to go to the Weird Tales Processing Bureau after he finished resting, and there was a note of urgency in their tones. Normally, the chosen one does head to the Weird Tales Handling Bureau for a meeting after passing the Weird Tales, usually to summarize the difficulties encountered during the Weird Tales, and to analyze any other paths to life that might be available for this Weird Tales. But never has it been as urgent as this one, because the chosen one has just passed the Weird Tales under extremely stressful circumstances and deserves a good rest. Just like reading a novel. If the plot is constantly tense and agitated, then the reader will be tired of reading it, and will need to spice it up with some properly written soothing, everyday plots. Besides, analyzing and reviewing the Weird Tales is something that can be done anytime. Even if the time between each Weird Tales isn't as generous now as it was a month apart before, there's still a week between 2 Weird Tales. Why rush it? Something happened in the real world? It's also related to Spirit River 2 middle school? Zhou Xiaochuan carefully pondered over the wording of the 4 of them telling Zhou Xiaochuan to quickly go to the Weird Tales Handling Bureau. Since something happened in the real world, there should be wind of it on the cell phone. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his cell phone and checked the hot search list. There are 3 things that are generating the most discussion on the Hot 100 right now. The first thing, Prof. Bryant has passed 9 weird talks. The Lighthouse State has passed 4 weird talks. The Lighthouse State is out of weird talks. There's really not much to read about this. It's all about the Lighthouse Nation showing off and strutting their stuff down there. And the second thing is something that Zhou Xiaochuan has personally experienced. At that time his consciousness was assimilated by Mayu, and he descended into reality for a few minutes as a bizarre black mist, killing probably tens of thousands of people. Originally Zhou Xiaochuan thought that he would cause public anger because of this matter, but I did not expect that the internet is clear of praise Zhou Xiaochuan. Warrior Zhou Xiaochuan. Weirdness is the key to eliminating evil and promoting good. Lighthouse State priests have victimized 103 boys in 23 years, killed by a bizarre black mist. According to statistics, a total of 23,793 people died in prisons around the globe as a result of the strange descent of the black mist, accounting for 2/3 of the total death toll from the last weird talk. Good lord, when he himself was in the form of a black mist that eerily descended into reality, the people he killed were actually evil. And the last time the black mist of weird talk weirdly descended on reality, it was the only time that the weird talk in Spirit River 2 led to a weird invasion. By all rights, only Xia, Lighthouse, and Sakura passed the Weird Tales last time. The rest of the globe should have been invaded by the weirdness, and as a rule at least a few million people around the globe would have to die. And in the end, less than 50,000 died. Many people attributed this matter to Zhou Xiaochuan, and even believed that Zhou Xiaochuan was deliberately assimilated into Mayu's consciousness so as to reduce the casualties of the bizarre invasion. Most importantly, the people who died were the ones who deserved to die. Zhou Xiaochuan was instantly popular all over the world. There are even many people to Zhou Xiaochuan pressed a cynical reputation. Many people in the summer country will Zhou Xiaochuan called the warrior. The third thing was that some people were analyzing the true identity of the sword. The shadow that had severed the moon at that time. The 4 words on the scabbard have already been analyzed as Wu swatting demon. That's why many people speculated that the silhouette was the 9 heavenly demons swinging Heavenly Father, true martial emperor in the mythology of the Summer Kingdom. Of course, there is some other speculation. For example, an expert from the Qin Shi Kingdom made the assertion that the sword was an item from the myths of the Qin Shi Kingdom, and that the imaginary shadow was a person from the Qin Shi Kingdom. As for the evidence, the expert said that he was collecting historical materials to prove the matter. All 3 of these things, while having a pretty big impact on reality, aren't exactly crunchy, are they? Not so critical that you need to make a trip over there as soon as possible, much less so tight as to require Ho Guoyu's personal attention. Zhou Xiaochuan tossed and turned in his bed, unable to sleep in any way, so he put on his clothes, intending to immediately head to the Weird Tales Handling Bureau. P.S. Reality's not to be missed, as you should have guessed. Incidentally, the Lighthouse State is out of Weird Tales, but there's nothing that says they can't be pulled back in. Getting out of Weird Tales doesn't mean I can't re-drag you in again. This chapter was also written by Skipping Class. End of chapter. Chapter 176, Welcoming the Triumphant Return of Zhou Xiaochuan, Hero of the Summer Kingdom. Chapter 176, Welcoming the Triumphant Return of Zhou Xiaochuan, Hero of the Summer Kingdom. After arriving at the Weird Tales Handling Bureau, Zhou Xiaochuan saw a banner hanging inside the house. The banner reads, Welcome the Triumphant Return of Zhou Xiaochuan, the Hero of Xia. And in the center of the Weird Tales Processing Bureau, a table that was originally used to set up a monitor was set up with a large 10-layer cake with Zhou Xiaochuan's name engraved on it. Next to the cake, there were drinks and beverages such as beer, white wine, yellow wine and coke. With this weather, Zhou Xiaochuan was on the verge of suspecting that he had come not to defend the Summer Kingdom and the Summer Kingdom Weird Tales Handling Bureau, which was responsible for dealing with the Weird Tale events in the Summer Kingdom, but rather, he had arrived in the middle of a hotel, and friends and family are celebrating their birthdays now. However, at this moment, within the Weird Tales Handling Bureau, there was only a young woman with a clear face, shoulder-length short hair, and wearing a black dress. This young woman was originally lying on the table looking at a book called I'm Delusional. You're asking me to participate in a weird story? The online novel froze for a while before reacting to Zhou Xiaochuan walking in front of her. She had raised her head somewhat sleepily and loosely, wanting to see exactly who the visitor was, but as soon as she saw Zhou Xiaochuan's face, she stood up in a great panic. She stood up straight, so she looked a little stiff and rushed. In fact, she did seem quite rushed right now. She suddenly blushed under the light makeup applied between her cheeks, like oil stains on a piece of paper, and in an instant it spread all over her face, making her look very coy and flustered. Are you the chosen one of our Summer Kingdom, Zhou Xiaochuan? Her mouth stammered, somewhat afraid to look Zhou Xiaochuan in the eye. Zhou Xiaochuan was a bit puzzled to see her in such a rushed state. This girl, I am indeed Zhou Xiaochuan. Which one are you? She stammered and spoke. I'm the director's assistant, in charge of handling some miscellaneous things for the director. My name is Shin Wichin. The director arranged for me to keep watch here, and if you come just entertain you, and then contact him. You don't tell him I'm touching the fish, okay? I thought this you also can't come at 1 a.m. to Weird Talk to deal with the bureau now and there is nothing to do. So I will look at the novel. By the way, this book, I'm Delusional, you're making me participate in Weird Tales, which I think is very well written, is a novel based on you. You can read it. Oh, you don't seem to have time for novels. Ha 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 ha. She spoke in a very tense tone, with a hint of weakness and nervousness at having her groping fish bumped into. The time in the Weird Tales world was not synchronized with the time in the real world, and it was still daytime in the Weird Tales world when he left Spirit River No. 2 middle school. 24 hours had passed, but it was 1 in the morning in the real world, which did make Zhou Xiaochuan feel a little uncomfortable as well. Zhou Xiaochuan skimmed his mouth and spoke. Don't worry, this kind of small matter, I won't tell Director Ma, even if I do, he won't care, right? Shin Wichin hurriedly gave Zhou Xiaochuan 3 bows, which gave Zhou Xiaochuan a little embarrassed by the whole thing. You don't really have to. Then again, I don't remember you being the assistant to the director last time, did you? Where is she? Shin Wichin said. Oh, you said she The director felt that she had problems with her business ability, and often put on a face, so she fired her. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded. The previous assistant director of the Weird Tales Processing Bureau was indeed unpleasant, and seemed to hold a grudge against her because he had rejected the deal for the Weird Tales World Origin Consciousness. This kind of person, he was a bit skeptical as to how he managed to get into the Weird Talk Processing Bureau job. Could it be that he had gone kidney? After but 5 minutes, Director Ma and Professor He of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau hurriedly arrived at the bureau of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau. Professor He had dark circles under his eyes, and eye droppings were still visible among his eyes, while Director Ma even came out directly in his pajamas. Obviously neither of these two were rested. It's worth noting that the pajamas worn by Commissioner Ma are actually cartoonish in the shape of a dinosaur. It's a little out of character for his middle-aged uncle status. When Director Assistant Shin Wei-chan saw Director Ma's outfit, he pursed his lips hard, his eyes looking towards his toes, and within a few short seconds, he had already thought about all the sad things he had encountered in his life all over again. That's why I couldn't control it and didn't laugh. On the contrary, Zhou Xiaochuan, all of a sudden pfft out of laughter. Ahem, Xiaochuan why don't you sleep more? We really didn't expect you to come over in the middle of the night. You see, we were planning to give you a celebration banquet. It's just so much harder. We feel thrilled watching your weird talk. It's just so much harder than other people's weird talks. It's even harder than Professor Bryant's Weird Tales from Lighthouse Nation, who passed his 9th Weird Tales. Not to mention that even if you pass the level, the Weird Tales world still won't let you go. And in that case, you still managed to return safely to the real world. And all of us especially admire you. Chief Ma coughed softly twice to hide his embarrassment. Professor He also said, yes, Xia is not right. Many people all over the world have worshipped you as a hero. You are not aware that some small countries have even repaired temples to worship you. For these small countries, they can't afford the blow of weird talk anymore. And as a result, I didn't realize that this time, Spirit River 2 had such a small impact on reality. And everyone thought it was because of you. We were just thinking about celebrating. And then we didn't realize you were coming in the wee hours of the morning. Zhou Xiaochuan said. You and the director and Dean Lin, Brother Electric Stick all told me to come to the Weird Tales Handling Bureau quickly, so I came straight here. That celebratory dinner won't be necessary. I'm one of our own from the Weird Tales Handling Bureau, so there's no need to be so outgoing. This was just a polite remark. The real situation was that Zhou Xiaochuan really did not like this kind of socializing scene. He could fight to the death in the midst of the world of strange tales. But he really felt a bit of social panic when faced with this kind of social celebration in the midst of the real world. Xiaochuan, it's true, but apart from celebrating your success, it's also a party for us in the bureau to relax, enlist our feelings, and release some stress. Because of the multiple failures of the previous Summerland Weird Tales, coupled with the imminence of the coming of the Weird Tales world, it resulted in many people actually being psychologically stressed out, and some even had a change in temperament. The last assistant, for example, who was originally a mild-mannered young person as well, has been, alas, since her entire family was killed by the weirdness that descended upon reality after the failure of the last weird talk. That's why I felt it was necessary to have a party to let everyone relax. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded and pulled the topic over. Let's talk about this matter afterward. I want to know what exactly is the big event that you guys texted about happening in reality that is actually so urgent? End of chapter. Chapter 177, Jiang Liangjin in reality. Chapter 177, Jiang Liangjin in reality. This is actually related to your girlfriend named Jiang Liangjin in Lingjiang Second Middle School. Professor He opened his mouth and then showed a post to Zhou Xiaochuan. The title of the post was based on the available information. Some analysis of the truth and the way of life in Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School. The ID of the poster is Chuan's little fangirl, related to Jiang Liangjin. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart tightened as he first looked up at the post. I feel that the truth in Lingjiang No. 2, simply put, is that Chuan is Mayu, and everything Mayu does is Chuan's doing. As for the source of this copy's weirdness, it was the weirdness that could grant people's wishes that Mayu had summoned in the middle of the gym with 3 fingers. The wish that Creepy wanted Mayu to make. It didn't take any guessing to guess that it must be to turn the entire school into Creepy, so that the entire school would receive retribution. However, Mayu probably thought of Jiang Liangjin and the teachers who treated him well in the school, and eventually did not make this wish. Looking at the analysis of this post, Zhou Xiaochuan made a comment. The analysis of this person posting about the truth and the way of life in Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School is basically the same as the one I did when I didn't go to the Yutsai building. I can see that this poster has a strong ability to think logically. Is this poster a member of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau? I feel like a lot of people in the bureau could make this analysis. Professor He nodded after hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words. Yes, from the analysis alone. At that time, our bureau actually made pretty much the same analysis as she did, only differing in the details. Of course, in the end, it turned out that most of those details were different, and she was right in her analysis. However, it's not the content of the post itself that's critical, it's the poster of the post. The poster of the post? Chuan's little fangirl? Zhou Xiaochuan immediately clicked on this person's homepage and found that other than this one post, She had only made a few posts. The postings are all within those 2 months. No posts forward. And these posts are basically a sharing of real life. Going to play in a kimchi country. The kimchi country is too small, isn't it? I carefully researched before I realized that the bitter lovebirds in the original kimchi drama who were separated from each other in life and death and on different sides of the world. The distance they were separated from each other was just as big as a province in my summer country. I went to the Sunset Empire to play today. The food in the Sunset Empire is so bad. There is no food at all in this country, right? I'd like to show you my new pet. A cockroach that I've named Dame. I hope it will get along well with Dasha. Marshall is the pet cat I have. What to do when the Marshall eats Omi? None of these posts, with the exception of the one about having a pet cockroach, are accompanied by pictures. It looks like the poster of this thread is a girl who loves life? Qin Shi Huang came to a conclusion. However, the next video director Ma showed him left him completely shocked and speechless. In the video was the image of Jiang Liangjin sitting in the middle of a room made of gold, using his cell phone to knock out this post word by word. Word by word. The video didn't capture how Jiang Liangjin got the phone. The dress skirt she was wearing didn't have pockets, and there was no bag in the room. This cell phone just appeared out of nowhere in Jiang Liangjin's hand. Jiang Liangjin. This is a picture in the middle of the real world, not the strange world of Spirit River Second Middle School? Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes widened, and the clothes on his back were already drenched in cold sweat. Yes, she submitted her job resume to our processing bureau 2 months ago, but we didn't see it until we were halfway through this weird conversation in Spirit River 2. Because the Bureau of Weird Tales Processing has too many resumes for the job. Lin Xie, the director of the Castle Peak Mental Hospital, told us that this Jiang Liangjin has always existed in the real world, and that she once visited the Castle Peak Mental Hospital 5 years ago. How can this be so coincidental? Same name, same look, Zhou Xiaochuan said. He then watched another video. This video is the director of the Ma interviewed Jiang Liangjin. The video Jiang Liangjin demeanor calm, dignified atmosphere, always hanging a gentle smile, in and out of the appropriate. And the answers to questions about weird stories are logical and more than a little insightful. This was slightly different from the Jiang Liangjin of Lingjiang Second Middle School. That Jiang Liangjin smile was bright and very infectious, obviously out of sincerity. But Jiang Liangjin in the video, although his smile is gentle, it carries a sense of distance. And this smile is obviously very polite. What's more, this Jiang Liangjin in the video was clearly much more mature than the one in Strange Tales World Spirit River Second Middle School. Jiang Liangjin from Lingjiang Second Middle School. Although she is already 28 years old, her speech and behavior are still not much different from that of a small high school girl. Jiang Liangjin in the video, but like a born in a family of books, know how to read and write a good girl. Speech and behavior in every way appropriate. However, these differences are not the main thing, because personality, speech and behavior, these can be influenced through later life. The key was that the Jiang Liangjin in this video and the Jiang Liangjin in Lingjiang No. 2 middle school spoke with the exact same voice. Names, looks, and voices are all exactly the same. What in the world could be so coincidental? At this time, Director Ma showed Zhou Xiaochuan another copy of Jiang Liangjin's file. Name Jiang Liangjin. Sex, female. Graduated from Hao University, B.S. Kyungmoon University, M.S. Age, 23. Family and social background, abandoned as a child. She was adopted by her foster father until the age of 18. At the age of 18, her adoptive father was killed in a car accident, and she has had no family since then. No friends. Jiang Liangjin in this real world, actually only 23 years old, but already more than 28 years old. Jiang Liangjin in the middle of the Spirit River has matured more than a little. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the file in front of him and felt that the piece of Jiang Liangjin's family background and social background was suspicious in any way. No father, no mother, adoptive father dead, no friends. Doesn't that amount to a blank background? Professor, he spoke. Not only that, we investigated and found that her elementary school homeroom teacher, middle school homeroom teacher, high school homeroom teacher, college counselor, and master's degree advisor all died in a car accident about a month after she graduated. We also went to ask her classmates in elementary school, junior high school, undergraduate and graduate school, and the answers we got were relatively uniform. That is, Jiang Liangjin is silent in the middle of real life, hardly communicates with people, and is in a state of being a transparent person in school. And after she graduated with her master's degree, she submitted her resume for a job, then traveled around the world for 2 months. What's also coincidental is that just 12 hours after the strange talk started in Spirit River 2, she returned to Xia. Listening to Professor He's words, Zhou Xiaochuan's mouth twitched. That literally puts the words "I have a problem" in my face. End of chapter. Chapter 178, Call Me Husband? That's not right, is it? 2 in 1. 4,000 words chapter. Chapter 178, Call Me Husband? That's not right, is it? 2 in 1. 4,000 words chapter. Prof. He continued. If he's alone, then there is still a slight possibility that it was a coincidence. Even her elementary school homeroom teacher, junior high school homeroom teacher, high school homeroom teacher, college counselor, and master's tutor could have died because of coincidence. We have no evidence that can prove that these things are related to her, but the fact that she was able to get a cell phone out of thin air is proof enough that she's not normal. Not to mention, Professor, he paused and spoke. What's more, from the moment she entered the middle of the golden house in this sea city, she has been sitting in a chair without saying a word, her eyes staring straight at the camera, and she doesn't eat. This is already the third day. She hasn't moved. After Prof. He finished speaking, Director Ma opened the monitor, which was illuminating Jiang Liangjin's current appearance. She sat demurely and elegantly in her chair and didn't move a muscle. Even if there was already a light layer of dark circles on her eyes, she was not willing to lie down on the soft bed that had been prepared for her and go to sleep. Her gaze, straight on the monitor, held a gentle smile. Although this smile was gentle, Zhou Xiaochuan always felt that looking into her eyes made him feel that his back was chilled. It gave him a feeling of being on the edge of his seat. In all fairness, if Jiang Liangjin's gaze was looking at someone in reality, it would give people a feeling like a spring breeze. But the thing is, she's staring at the monitor right now. Obviously they were the ones spying on Jiang Liangjin, but at the moment, they had an absurd feeling of being given surveillance by Jiang Liangjin. Director Ma, Professor He and Assistant Shun. So what should we do now? Zhou Xiaochuan asked. Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan call to himself, Assistant Director Shen Wuchen hurriedly hit his cell phone to the side and laughed awkwardly. Where do I have any solutions? Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Just ask the director and the professor. There's no need to ask me. Zhou Xiaochuan said. No. One more person is more power. Brainstorming. Director Ma nodded. Yes, that's right, little Shun. If you have any ideas, just say them. Shen Wuchen pinched his nose. In my opinion, this Jiang Liangjin has been wanting Chuan to go to Haicheng to meet her? Why don't Brother Chuan just go to Haicheng to meet her? Anyway, the world of strange talk is so dangerous have come over. Professor He immediately said. No way. Xiao Chuan is pulling too many hidden secrets. It's not just his unbelievable talent. There's also that sword connection. What if this Jiang Liangjin is invading reality shenanigans and goes to Haicheng to put Xiao Chuan in danger? Weird Tales World is targeting Ogawa. That's something we all know. Who knows if there will be any accidents? By the time Ogawa doesn't die in the weird world. But in the real world. No way. Absolutely not. Prof. Ho's reaction was extremely strong. When Zhou Xiaochuan heard the words of Assistant Director Shen Weichen, he wanted to express his approval, but he also felt that it was too risky. He's experienced firsthand what the world of weird talk can do. Obviously reached the pass condition, but not let him pass. This shameless degree can only be said to be unprecedented. I think this matter of Jiang Liangjin in reality, although it's fishy, it's not necessarily urgent. Zhou Xiaochuan stared at the surveillance, as well as the video for another long time, and finally came to a conclusion. This Jiang Liangjin, I know with my toes that there is something wrong, not to mention all these coincidences from before. Just the fact that she picked up things from the air, as well as the fact that she didn't eat for 3 days, one could conclude that she wasn't human. Because even if Jiang Liangjin is indeed spooky, she's now trapped in a golden house made of gold. Gold is extremely repressive to creepy. Not to mention that the golden house in Haicheng was used for experiments on creepy in the past, right? Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth. As the chosen one, he was told a lot of inside information about the Weird Tales Handling Bureau. Weird tales descend in the midst of the real world, and there are currently 12 weird tales in the Summerland. 3 of these have been addressed. The widespread, massive descent into weirdness has caused the world to study the weirdness, though in the end, only one conclusion has been reached. That is that gold has a restraining effect on weirdness. It's a study, but it's purely coincidental that this conclusion was reached. Once, strange talk descended on the capital of the Oil Kingdom, which was instantly reduced to a hell on earth. But the Oil Kingdom has another alias, the Kingdom of Dirt. Their main focus is a man with a lot of stupid money, and quite a few people in the royal family of the Oil Kingdom have their houses made of gold. And that time the strange talk came down. These people who lived in the Golden House were unharmed. It took another series of practical proofs to come up with the findings that gold has a restraining effect on weirdness in the real world. However, this doesn't apply in the world of weird tales. It cost the lives of many chosen to experiment with it. Those 3 solved strange stories in Xia were solved by the members of the armed department of the Strange Story Handling Bureau, wearing armor made of gold and armed with golden guns. Not only that, But having gold alone doesn't necessarily solve the shenanigans. It's simple. We're something made of gold. And while creepy can't hurt directly, creepy can kill by affecting the environment. The golden weapon, on the other hand, was able to deal damage to creepy, but that was only if it could touch creepy. The reality of Weird Tales, although it's an unpassed copy of Descent, can be even harder than a copy. This is evident just from the coverage of the Weird Tales copy. That's covering an entire city. Each of those 3 resolved oddities lost the lives of about 100,000 members of the armed services. However, this research, as well as these few actions to address the strange talk, have validated a point. That is, gold has a restraining effect on weird talk, which is true in the real world. It was for this reason that Zhou Xiaochuan did not think that Zhang Liangjin's matter was urgent. That room doesn't even have windows. She can't escape, and as soon as she has the slightest thought of trying to escape, Brother Electric Stick is guarding the door with his men, all of whom are dressed in gold armor, so that they can take care of her at the first opportunity. Zhou Xiaochuan continued. However, the most bizarre point on this Zhang Liangjin was that she was able to fetch a cell phone through the air. This was mostly with a weird power. Gold can suppress bizarre forces. Either this conclusion is false, or Zhang Liangjin is too strong to be suppressed by so much gold. But no matter which of these 2 conclusions comes true, it means they have no way to deal with Zhang Liangjin. Zhou Xiaochuan had a bit of a headache. He said that this matter was not urgent. In fact, it was only because they could not solve this matter with their current abilities. Because for the usual shenanigans, as soon as you enter this golden house made entirely of gold, you will go up in smoke. Even if it doesn't go up in smoke, it's going to be painful. But Zhang Liangjin is not at all. But to say she's not creepy, I guess, that's impossible. Getting a cell phone in your hand across the room in a closed room, under the watchful eyes of many people, is not a bizarre tactic. What's more, she hadn't eaten in 3 days, and she actually didn't feel any discomfort. Zhou Xiaochuan thought of Zhang Liangjin in the middle of Lingjiang 2 middle school and suddenly had a pang of fear. In the middle of Lingjiang 2nd middle school, he was the master of the entire 2nd middle school, but in the real world, he had no power whatsoever, and his talent could only be used in the middle of the Weird Tales world. Zhou Xiaochuan said all of this before adding, if the Weird Tales world wanted to kill me, it would probably be easier in reality than in the Weird Tales world. Director Ma said, don't worry, this is something we have all taken into consideration. This sea is guarded by heavy troops, all equipped with gold weapons. It can be said that in the entire Xia kingdom, half of the armed forces equipped with gold weapons are here. And this underwater town looks simple, but according to our tests, all the buildings in this town are pure gold. Using pure gold to build such a simple town. Maybe this is the work of the power behind the sword engraved with the true martial swinging demon. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded. If it wasn't even safe here, then there was no safe place to speak of in the real world. He spoke. Director Ma, Professor He, I want to make a video call with this Zhang Liangjin to test her. Even though I can't see her in reality, it's always okay to see her through the screen. Chief Ma nodded. Shen Weichen, the assistant to the director, immediately gave a manipulation to a monitor. And then the large screen in Zhang Liangjin's golden house lit up. The big screen was behind the surveillance that Zhang Liangjin was watching. Zhou Xiaochuan was just about to speak to Zhang Liangjin on the big screen when he saw Zhang Liangjin gracefully turn around, stand up from his chair, and bring his face to the big screen. At once, the screen in Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes had been fully occupied by Zhang Liangjin's pupils. Hiss! The 4 people in front of the screen simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. This Zhang Liangjin has one thing in common with the one from Lingjiang 2 middle school. Both don't play by the rules, so people can't imagine what she's really thinking. Zhou Xiaochuan slandered in his mind. It didn't last long, though, only 3 seconds before she took her face away from the screen. With a soft smile on her end, she looked at Zhou Xiaochuan in the screen, and the original thrill of watching the surveillance was swept away. Instead, she gave people a feeling like a spring breeze. Husband, I guess you must have been thinking in your mind just now, how I'm always out of line, so that you can't guess what I'm thinking, right? When she finished, she let out a soft huff, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Zhou Xiaochuan's heart tightened. She could also read minds? It was actually able to know what was going on in his heart. Wait, Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth. Who are you referring to when you say husband? We've obviously never met in our ordinary lives, so don't take your word for it. Hearing what Zhou Xiaochuan said, Zhang Liangjin instantly revealed a look of resignation. Alas, you weren't like this in Lingjiang 2 middle school, but it's fine. You don't want to be my husband. It's fine to be my son. Didn't you call me mom so many times in Spirit River too? After saying this, the aggrieved look on Zhang Liangjin's face was swept away, as if everything that happened just now was feigned. The gentle smile was back on her face. Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly felt that his previous stereotype was wrong. Although this Zhang Liangjin looks gentle and generous, knowledgeable, but I did not expect a photo look down. She is actually in Lingjiang Second Middle School. Zhang Liangjin is a nature? Also spiteful. Zhou Xiaochuan did not continue on her words, but spoke. What is your relationship with Zhang Liangjin of Lingjiang Second Middle School? It would be unthinkable to say that the Zhang Liangjin of the real world was the Zhang Liangjin of Lingjiang Second Middle School. The time is not right. When Zhou Xiaochuan was in the second middle school of Lingjiang and Zhang Liangjin was born and died, this Zhang Liangjin in front of him was already in the Golden House. Besides, this Zhang Liangjin had a full career curve in the real world, not out of nowhere. She's been alive in reality for a full 23 years now. More importantly, when I was about to leave Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, Zhang Liangjin cried like a pear with rain, with the intention of listening to me and everything from now on. But why does this Zhang Liangjin always give me the feeling that I am being played by her? Zhang Liangjin in Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School is not mature enough, but Zhang Liangjin in reality is so mature. Zhou Xiaochuan mused in his mind. Husband? I'd better call you husband, otherwise it's too unseemly. I know what's on your mind. This question, you will know later. I can't tell you now. After all, the walls have ears, and if we don't behave, then they won't either. These words exploded a thunderbolt in Zhou Xiaochuan's brain. Zhang Liangjin's tone and accent reminded him of someone. That was the sword that he had encountered in the middle of Spirit River 2. Civilization 001. 100 million years against the world of weird talk. This Zhang Liangjin in front of you, is he related to them? But how could one verify whether what she said was true or not? What if she was being spooky and it was all a lie to his trust? We can't take her word for it, can we? You mean, you're related to Zhang Liangjin from Lingjiang Second Middle School? You're also related to... Before Zhou Xiaochuan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Zhang Liangjin. Husband, can you add the word mama in front of you when you talk to me again? Zhang Liangjin actually outright whimpered and cried. Don't you cry. Me. Before Zhou Xiaochuan could finish his sentence, Zhang Liangjin smiled cheekily and raised her head. Where was there any trace of crying? But just now, Zhou Xiaochuan clearly saw that her eyes were red and tears were flowing out. Husband, what you want to know about this? I won't tell you. Oh, well, actually it's not impossible to say to you. No, it's definitely not possible to say to you. Can husband come and visit me in Haichang? I won't hurt husband. I promise. After saying this, she gave a wry and somewhat mischievous smile. Why does it work 1 minute and not the next? Zhou Xiaochuan spoke. Call me what? Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly felt up and down his body. Suddenly Ling added a great pressure. That pressure controlled his body. Let him spit out those 2 words before dispersing. Mother, I won't leave here until I've passed the 9 weird talks. You. Zhou Xiaochuan was about to say something when he saw Zhang Liangjin suddenly approach the big screen and give Zhou Xiaochuan a kiss on the big screen. Then, the screen on Zhou Xiaochuan's side went black. Director Ma and Professor He both were seeing the key and said in unison. Shin, what's going on? Xin Wuchen had long since found out the reason within seconds of the black screen. There's nothing wrong with the device. It's losing signal. Let me see why it's losing signal. She was just about to check when the landline phone next to her went ding 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 ding. Hey, Directorate General of Weird Tales Handling Bureau. It's so late. You. What? What are you saying? The entire Haichang Weird Talk Processing Bureau along with the people inside all disappeared instantly? Xin Wuchen hurriedly clamped the phone with his shoulder and ear and opened the satellite map. 2 seconds later, her entire body collapsed to the floor. Zhou Xiaochuan, Director Ma, and Professor He also froze when they saw that the place on the satellite map that was supposed to be the Haicheng Strange Talks Processing Bureau had turned into an empty grassy field. P.S. Because the reality of the chapter, readers will be a little less than the world of strange talk, so I will be the reality of the chapter 2 and 1, the essence of no difference. I hope you can understand. Oh, thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 179, True Martial Emperor, Transition of 4,000 Big Chapters. Next chapter into New Weird Tales. Please subscribe. Chapter 179, True Martial Emperor, Transition of 4,000 Big Chapters. Next chapter into New Weird Tales. Please subscribe. The entire Weird Tales Processing Bureau in Ocean City has all but disappeared? Zhou Xiaochuan's jaw dropped. Zhang Liangjin is still in there. And there's the electric stick brother Hogwoyu. Is this bizarre descending into reality? Xin Wuchen said with palpitations. Zhou Xiaochuan was the earliest to come back to his senses. And as the chosen one, his quick wits to respond to a crisis were the strongest amongst all the people on the spot. In this case, the probability is that it is not a weird invasion of reality. The Directorate General of Weird Tales Processing Bureau in every place has a large amount of gold hidden in it, and in the past, when weirdness invaded reality, It wouldn't pick the Weird Tales Processing Bureau at all, because in the real world, gold has a strong restraining effect on weirdness. And the main point is that a single Weird Tales Disposal Bureau numbered no more than 500 people at the most, which is far too few compared to the size of the previous bizarre invasions of a city at every turn. He concluded. He fixed his mind. I feel that all of this is, in all probability, related to that Zhang Liangjin. Her current enemies and friends are unknown. Director Ma. I suggest that some manpower be stationed at the old site of the Haicheng Strange Talk Processing Bureau to improvise. Chief Ma nodded. There is also that Zhang Liangjin. I contacted in Lingjiang Second Middle School also contacted that Zhang Liangjin. I think the reality of Zhang Liangjin although in Lingjiang Second Middle School has a small place is not like, but definitely have a very deep connection. Prof. Ho questioned. Like what? It's just a feeling. The reality of her and the one I just met in the middle of the world of weird stories are both a bit elusive. Xin Huichen was very excited after hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words. For example, in detail, I wrote it to I'm paranoid. You're asking me to participate in weird talks? Inside, Zhou Xiaochuan stroked his chin and was just about to speak when he heard Director Ma angrily say, Xiao Shun, that novel was indeed written by you. Already written 400,000 words? Not doing your job. It's over. It slipped out. Xin Huichen didn't dare to look directly into Director Ma's eyes, but the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. So he gathered his courage and rushed at the director angrily. My main job here is to handle equipment and muck in, right? It's not like there's a problem with the equipment. And even if there is, it's only a matter of minutes to deal with it. As for the odd jobs, there are no odd jobs for me now. I have nothing to do here. What's wrong with writing a novel? What's wrong with that? What's wrong? Xin Huichen changed from his previous coy appearance and reddened his face as he said to Director Ma, if you have nothing else to do, you can clean the inside of the bureau or go organize the files, which is what the assistant director should do. A few tears flashed out of the corners of Xin Huichen's eyes. You guys just know how to engage in all this formalism. Where is this place dirty? I mop twice a day, morning and afternoon. When Director Ma saw Xin Huichen crying, he said in a positive voice, the work of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau is related to the survival of humanity. You are not doing your job. Your mind is not on your work is. I did all the work as fast as I could and took on other people's work. I wasn't unproductive. Writing novels is just a break and a pastime for me. It's not like hours worked equals efficiency. Isn't it true that the more efficient and productive the work is, the better it is? But the longer the hours worked, the better it is. Xin Huichen's words were so loud and clear that Director Ma, realizing that he was at a disadvantage, tried to pull over the topic. Xiaochuan, do you know something? When you were halfway into your Weird Tales Spirit River 2, suddenly everyone received a prompt from the Weird Tales world. The hint said that you passed a copy called Dog Bear Ridge, and the matter caused a great deal of discussion for a while, but it was left unsettled because there wasn't a single clue or detail, so I don't know if you know anything about it. Zhou Xiaochuan did not reply to Director Ma at first, but patted Xin Huichen's shoulder and said softly, you add me as a friend, and when I'm free I'll tell you about my experiences in the world of weird stories and the details you'll write in your novel. I'm rooting for you to write a novel, and good luck with the sale. Zhou Xiaochuan whirled around and opened the Starting Point Chinese website, giving Xin Huichen's novel I'm Paranoid. You're asking me to take part in a weird talk? Rewarded a Gold General Alliance. When Xin Huichen heard Zhou Xiaochuan's words, he was a bit incredulous and even drifted a bit complacent. Zhou Xiaochuan is now a heroic idol in the hearts of most Xia people. No, even most people in the world. And Zhou Xiaochuan's support has touched her to no end. Xin Huichen immediately retreated to the side, picked up a paper notebook and pen, and made preparations to record. She was to take down all the contents of the next conversation between Zhou Xiaochuan, Professor He, and Director Ma on paper. This was actually originally a request from Director Ma as well, but Xin Huichen thought that nowadays, with technology being so advanced, all of their conversations would have been recorded by the Handling Bureau's surveillance throughout the entire process. With the computer backing up the entire process, all she had to do was export, organize, and back up the conversation when it was over, and subsequently print out the text. Using pen and paper to record it was not only redundant, but also particularly cumbersome. But Zhou Xiaochuan's words energized her. Vowing to find something to do, Zhou Xiaochuan told the whole story of all he had seen and experienced at the Dog and Bear Ridge as well as the Star and Moon Theater, and after listening to it, all the people present were stony-faced. Professor He was the first to break the silence. The world of weird tales has not only invaded one civilization, the human civilization, but also 395 civilizations in front of it? Human civilization is already the last civilization in the universe? And according to their words, it's false that with 4 chosen ones passing the weird tales 9 times, the country will pass the weird tales forever? Zhou Xiaochuan said helplessly. I think it's indeed like this. The world of weird talk gives people the feeling of a cat catching mice, always giving people hope, only to tell them in the end that it's all a falsehood. Both Director Ma and Professor He were silent. Originally, most people, including the staff of Weird Tales World, had as their hope and goal the emergence of 4 chosen ones who would pass 9 consecutive Weird Tales to get the country out of the Weird Tales. But now suddenly we learn that this is false. I didn't expect Qin Huang to actually laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, lol. I can't wait to see the dismayed feelings of these high and mighty people in the lighthouse state who think they've gotten high and mighty when they're pulled into the weirdness of it all again. Everywhere you go online these days, you see smug lighthouse people. Assistant Shun, do you think there is a possibility that the fact that the lighthouse state has not been able to get rid of the weird talk through this means that we have not been able to get rid of the weird talk through this either? And based on what's going on, nowhere suggests that we won't be able to get rid of Weird Tales World. Zhou Xiaochuan raised an eyebrow. This assistant to the director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau, Shen Huang, really had a different way of thinking about things. Director Ma originally wanted to reprimand Shen Huang with hatred, but the words were snatched by Zhou Xiaochuan, and the matter was settled. He coughed twice. This matter, don't publicize it for the time being. Xiao Shun, you will edit out this record of our conversation tonight. I'm afraid that if this information is released, it will make the Bureau panic. Shen Huang nodded. Assistant Shun, I think you can write out this plot first in the middle of your novel so that you can also see people's reactions, and then it can also be a shot in the arm for other people's hearts and minds, so that they can easily come to terms with it afterward. Shen Huang was a bit excited. Is this okay? Is it really possible? Director Ma nodded. Xiaochuan is right. Right when you have nothing to do. It's also good to see everyone's reactions. But if we're talking about the time interval between the previous descents of Oishi Village and Spirit River Second Middle School, there are still 6 more days before the new Weird Tales will descend. That is to say, if this information is true, then in 6 days this will be known to the world, and it won't be possible to hide it for much longer. Afterwards, the two people, Director Ma and Professor He, looked at each other and bowed deeply towards Zhou Xiaochuan. When Shen Huang saw the two of them bowing to Zhou Xiaochuan, although he was a little unsure, he also followed suit and stood up, bowing in a panic. What is this for? I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Get up, Director Ma said with a straight face. We bow to you on behalf of all of humanity, and in all fairness, if it were up to me, the odds are that I would have agreed to Star Moon Theater's invitation. Professor He also said, Xiaochuan, I can really convince you this time. Thinking about when you just entered the strange talk, we also spoke out against you. Now think about it, really ashamed. Zhou Xiaochuan was a bit embarrassed. Although he was all the way across the board in the middle of the Weird Tales world, he couldn't stand this kind of interpersonal interactions the most in reality. Simply put, he's a little sociopathic. Actually, it's mainly because the Star Moon Theater's deeds are really suspicious. According to them, they want to preserve the fires of other civilizations, so they want to save a chosen one from each civilization to be the historian of the civilized people. This statement is indeed moralistic, but after what I've learned, the chosen of other civilizations have been summoned by the Theater of the Stars and Moons at the very moment when their civilizations were about to be destroyed. But they confessed that according to estimates, human civilization could last another 3 to 5 years. Then why are they in a hurry to recruit me? There must be a demon when things go against the grain. Zhou Xiaochuan paused and continued to speak. What's more, these are just their words. What if what they say is false? A more serious speculation is what if this Star and Moon Theater is actually from Weird Tales World? Weird Tales World loves to give people hope and then tell them it's actually a phantom bubble. Maybe if you agree to join the Star Moon Theater with all your heart in the first place, you'll end up getting wiped out instead. What Zhou Xiaochuan said was not unreasonable, but they still expressed some admiration for Zhou Xiaochuan. These words are of course from the heart, not compliments polite, but still let Zhou Xiaochuan listen to some embarrassment, some shame. It was an atmosphere that was really hard for him to get used to. They then discussed the sword that came out in the middle of the sky to save the day when Spirit River 2 was about to end. That sword claimed to be the existence of Civilization 001 and said that Civilization 001 was actually the human civilization. From his words, it could be surmised that they were the ancestors of human civilization, which had long confronted the world of strange talk, but had finally failed. After that it made some kind of contract or pact with the world of weird talk and fell into a deep sleep. These are the information I deduced from the words that came out of that sword's mouth. And this information also matches with the information I got in the Star and Moon Theater that the human civilization is the last civilization in the universe, and also the most special one, Zhou Xiaochuan said. Professor He listened and nodded. Well, Xiaochuan, your speculation is basically the same as ours. The 4 big characters written on the scabbard of that sword are precisely the 4 characters of Jinwu slaying demons among the oracle bones, and later lifted the sword of the virtual shadow. The image in our ancient mythology in the cloak of hair and black clothes, gold armor and jade belt, sword angry eyes, feet on the tortoise and snake. The top cover the round light of the real Wu Da Di basically the same. So we hypothesize that if all of that sword is true, his true identity is likely to be our country's ancient mythology, the heavenly god Jinwu Da Di, also known as Jinwu swinging demon heavenly emperor, who is in charge of the north, true martial emperor. If this matter was true, then wouldn't it mean that all those gods and goddesses in the ancient myths of the Summer Kingdom were real? Shinwichen was a bit excited, and her 2 willow eyebrows looked like they were dancing. Wow, this is too cool. Doesn't that mean that the first batch of people to fight against the weird talks were no other than the ancestors of our Xia civilization? Since true martial emperor exists, wouldn't Monkey be there as well? After a while, though, her demeanor waned. If none of these immortal gods have been able to solve the shenanigans, Zhou Shaochuan was silent. If the civilization 001 was the gods and goddesses in the mythology of Xia, then from Jiang Liangjin's words, it could be surmised that she was also in existence of that civilization. Which fairy is she? Female gods and goddesses in myth. And why did she come to mess with herself and call herself husband? The myths of the Summer Kingdom were not like other myths, where there were almost no female deities with a watery yang. And against the myths, it was impossible to find a single female deity with a character like Jiang Liangjin. What's more, Jiang Liangjin in Spirit River No. 2 is clearly a copy of the bazaar controlled by the world of weird talk. How did he get involved with the ancient gods of Xia in Civilization 001? They discussed for a long time. Mainly because Zhou Shaochuan recalled some specific details in the middle of the Weird Tales world that the live broadcast did not broadcast. And then it was compared as well as reviewed against the live replay of the chosen one from other countries. Watching the live replay of other countries chosen, Zhou Shaochuan once again felt the deep malice of the Weird Tales world. Compared to his own weird talk, Professor Bryant's and Winter Sheridan's weird talk was just plain easy. The day after that, Zhou Shaochuan attended a celebratory banquet held in his honor by the Weird Tales Handling Bureau. Although he was personally extremely uncomfortable with this kind of scene, this was not just a celebratory feast for him alone, but also for the other members of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau. The next 5 days, Zhou Shaochuan days are relatively uneventful, mainly training, review and so on. It is also worth mentioning that she shared some of her heartfelt feelings while participating in the weird talk with Shinwichen, giving her fodder for writing a novel. She is in a very good mood these days as a result, and snatches up everything. As for the Ocean City branch of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau, there was no information whatsoever during these 6 days, as if it had never appeared, disappearing into thin air. Along with those who disappeared, there were also Jiang Liangjin, Electric Stick Brother Ho Guoyu and others. Armed members of the Bureau of Weird Tales disposal cordoned off and crouched in that area for 6 days, but found nothing. If you have something to say, it's long. If you don't, it's short. 6 days later, the strange talk descended again. P.S. Reality Overload chapter written. The next chapter goes into the new Weird Tales. Since Spirit River 2 is quite long, the next Weird Tales will be shorter and slightly more neutralized. Thanks for the support, meow. After finals on July 11th, I'm going to give you all a blast. End of chapter. Chapter 180, Multiple Oddities. Chase in. New copy, please subscribe. Chapter 180, Multiple Oddities. Chase in. New copy, please subscribe. Strange talk has once again descended upon the world, and people all over the world are tightening up, begging the heavens to bless their country with a good chosen one in the draw. Except for the Lighthouse State. After Prof. Bryant has passed 9 weird talks, the Lighthouse State is out of the loop. The Lighthouse State celebrated by awarding all 4 chosen ones with medals and proclaiming them as heroes. There were also many people from other countries who immigrated to the Lighthouse country, and among them was even the national hero of Kimchi, the only chosen one in Kimchi to have passed the 9 strange talks, Shi sang. Ah, it's so cool when things don't matter. I, Lighthouse Nation, am worthy of being the lighthouse of world civilization, and even if we get rid of the weird talk, we are still the first of mankind. Well deserved. To the chosen ones of my Lighthouse Nation, the legendary pilot Zorbayan, the legendary singer Justin, the legendary basketball player James, and the legendary Professor Bryant. The braggadocio behavior of the people of the Lighthouse State, while highly offensive to the vast majority of the world's population, can't be helped. After all, they are literally 36 times through the weird. However, they were soon to be unhappy, because the world of Weird Tales has, actually, once again, pulled the Lighthouse State into the weirdness. That somewhat grim beep sounded in the minds of people all over the world. Due to the successful emergence of 4 chosen ones who have passed the 9 strange talks in the Lighthouse State, the Lighthouse State is officially out of the strange talks. Weird Talk officially enters its second phase. The Lighthouse State is redrawn into weirdness. A new round of Chosen One selections. A new round of Chosen Ones has been selected. And this copy of Weird Tales is a multiplayer copy. The current Chosen Ones are Zhou Shaochuan, the Chosen One of Xia, Zhang Liangjin, the Chosen One of Xia, Justin, the Chosen One of Lighthouse Kingdom, Samit, the Chosen One of Atrite Kingdom, Fujita Bin, the Chosen One of Sakura Kingdom, Ishi Taesang, the Chosen One of Kimchi Kingdom, Mikilo, the Chosen One of Mulberry Leaf Kingdom, and Alice, the Chosen One of Sunset Empire. Weird Tales, Chase Hotel loaded successfully. The outside world may not use the alert function to alert the Chosen One during a multiplayer Weird Talk. The emergence of this information drew shock from all over the world. Weird Tales coming down are supposed to be a big deal in the world. Not to mention that this one is clearly unusual. Oh, my god. What the hell is going on here? I thought my lighthouse country was free of weird stories? And where did all this come from? Multiplayer copies. What does that mean? That's not fair. Didn't the Weird World say before that as long as 4 Chosen passed the Weird World in a country, they could break away from the Weird World? Why is it backtracking now? Older brother. You're talking about fairness with the Weird World? That copy of Ling Jiang No. 2 Middle School. When our Chosen One Zhou Shaochuan from Xia was targeted by the Weird World, you Lighthouse Nation had quite a bit of gloating to do, right? The world of Weird Tales just said it would let you get out of Weird Tales, but it didn't say that if you got out of Weird Tales, you couldn't be pulled back in again. I'm letting you out of Weird Tales is not equal to you won't get back in. It's faster to have a formula to do the problem. The people of the Lighthouse State have been acting so flamboyantly online these days that they have now caused public outrage. However, there are many people who have deep concerns about this change in Weird Talk. Summerland, Directorate General of Weird Tales Processing Bureau. The time of this strange descent was exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, so the members of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau happened to be in the middle of their work. Although the beep for the start of the Weird Talk had come out, the live screens of the countries were all blacked out and nothing could be seen. That's why the members of the Weird Tales Processing Bureau can only analyze it based on the cues from the Weird Tales Processing Bureau. But even so, the beeps at the start of this Weird Tales world had revealed quite a bit of information. Professor He knocked on the table and analyzed. The world of Weird Tales has entered the second stage. And although we don't know specifically what the difficulty of the Weird Tales replica will become, the form of the Weird Tales this time around is definitely very different from the previous Weird Tales replicas. Those past experiences, those subterranean rules of the weird world practiced by countless chosen people. I wonder how much is left to use. He then summarized. This time's Weird Tales, named multiplayer copy, does not allow us to make external prompts. And of the 8 chosen, 4 of them are actually chosen who have already passed 9 copies of Weird Tales. Justin, the Chosen One of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Samite, the Chosen One of the Aguni Kingdom. Bin Fujita, the Chosen One of the Sakura Kingdom. And Taesang Ishi, the Chosen One of the Kimchi Kingdom. These are the Chosen Ones who have already passed the 9 strange talks. And Mikilo, the Chosen One of the Mulberry Leaf Kingdom. And Alice, the Chosen One of the Sunset Empire, are Chosen Ones who have never participated in a Weird Tale before. And my country, Xia, actually has 2 chosen to participate in the Weird Talks at once. They are Chuan, who has passed 3 Weird Talks, and Zhang Liangjin. Professor He frowned. Zhou Shaochuan would go to the Weird Talk. Everyone knew that. However, none of them had expected that a second Chosen One would actually appear when Xia had already had chosen one Zhou Shaochuan. This thing, it's unprecedented. And what they didn't expect was that the Chosen One chosen this time was actually still Zhang Liangjin, director. According to the information coming from the side of the people investigating at the Seaside Strange Tales Handling Bureau branch, there is still no abnormality at the Seaside branch. Electric Stick Brother Hogwoyu, as well as the people from the Haicheng branch, are just as unreachable. Director's assistant Shin Wichan reported. Chief Ma nodded. They internally speculated that the instantaneous disappearance of this Haicheng branch was in all likelihood related to the Zhangliang Jin that was being held in the branch. This Zhangliang Jin's identity was absolutely extraordinary. Not human at all, and had designs on Zhou Shaochuan. Non-humans can become the Chosen One and join the Weird Tales. Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Zhou Shaochuan felt everything around him turn gray and everything around him become silent after he heard the beep of the Weird Tales copy descending. He wasn't surprised that Strange Talk would descend today, because the interval between his first copy of Boulder Village and the second copy of Spirit River Second Middle School descending was 1 week. But summoning the Chosen One to the Weird Tales format is something that has never been done before. As if there was a consciousness guiding Zhou Shaochuan in the underworld. Zhou Shaochuan unconsciously opened the door to his room and was seeing a bus parked outside the house, dilapidated and bleak. It was the same car that had picked him up in the middle of Spirit River too. Will the other Chosen Ones be up there too? Zhang Liangjin, Zhou Shaochuan pondered while getting on this bus. The moment he got on the bus, he fell into a deep sleep. Before going to bed, he saw that the bus was empty. End of chapter. Chapter 181 Entering a copy. Delusional failure? Requesting subscription. Chapter 181 Entering a copy. Delusional failure? Requesting subscription. When Zhou Xiaochuan opened his eyes again, the bus had already stopped next to a dilapidated two-story small hotel. If it wasn't for the 4 words Chase Hotel written on the hotel's doorplate, Zhou Xiaochuan would have thought that it was just a residence of a farming family. The siding by the front door was broken and crumbling and falling off, revealing the concrete inside, obviously in disrepair. That doorplate wasn't carved directly into the house either, but a wooden plaque that was hung over the front door. There are 2 trees in front of the door. One is a date palm and the other is also a date palm. In the car, that was all Zhou Xiaochuan could see. It was snowing heavily in the sky, and the surroundings were covered with snow. And the places outside this Chase Hotel were all covered in a thick layer of black fog, so it was impossible to see clearly. Once Zhou Xiaochuan stared for too long, he would have a creepy, watched feeling. At this moment, a coolness suddenly surged into Zhou Xiaochuan's heart. The door of the bus was open at the moment, and the door of the bus, facing the door of this very hotel. If we don't get off this bus soon, we'll die. Zhou Xiaochuan felt his body getting colder and colder as he hurriedly rushed out of the bus and pushed open the wooden door of the hotel. As he pushed open the wooden door of the inn and was about to enter the inn, his feet suddenly felt as if they had been filled with lead, and his entire body couldn't move. Then, his eyes went black, but in his mind, a grim voice came. Entering a copy of Strange Tales, Chase Hotel. Please initiate your gift, Paranoia. The characters you can currently delude yourself about are Balknabers, Ma Yu, delusional character, Baldy. Description: the chosen one of civilization No. 1557. An exceptional genius rarely encountered in 1,000 years. His Buddhist cultivation is one of the best in all the generations of civilization No. 1557. He is proficient in most of the Shaolin Temple's mastery. Delusional side effect: IQ reduced by 10%. Kindness increased by 100%. As an accomplished monk, you will almost never refuse someone's request. You will have a big shiny bald head. Delusional character, Ma Yu. Description: after the black mist strangely disappeared, you became the master of the replica Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, controlling the whole Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School. When you become Ma Yu, you can parachute the entire Spirit River 2nd Middle School into the middle of the world you belong to. Delusional side effect: loss of IQ, loss of consciousness. The weirdness of Spirit River No. 2 Middle School will dominate your body. Please take the initiative to choose the character you need to delude yourself into becoming. Zhou Xiaochuan had carefully weighed these 2 roles in the middle of the real world, and although Bald Headstrong would lower his IQ by 10%, and would also turn into a Madonna, it was always better than being delusional and becoming a Ma Yu. The side effect of delusion into Ma Yu would be a loss of intelligence and consciousness. Although it did look like the entire Spirit River 2 was parachuted directly into the middle of the copy, which was indeed epileptic and strong enough. But, the self that lost its intelligence, lost its consciousness, and had its body dominated by the shenanigans of Spirit River No. 2 Middle School, is it still itself? Will a lost consciousness ever return? Zhou Xiaochuan felt that this delusional character, Ma Yu, was full of total bad taste. Please take the initiative to select the character you need to delude yourself into becoming. Otherwise the character will be deluded for you as you go along. Zhou Xiaochuan's mind was certain, and he silently chanted, delusion. I choose to become bald. Delusion failed. You have deluded yourself into becoming at yen hashtag. Description: at hashtag delusional side effects, at hashtag $yen %. The amount of information in this instant was too great, and before Zhou Xiaochuan could react, he felt an extremely large, complicated sense of chaos surge into his heart. The hair on his head fell out, and his mischievous bald head was dotted with 6 ring scars. The tracksuit he had been wearing had also turned into a motley colored surplice. On the corners of his mouth, a smile, if any, hung for a while, and he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping compassionately over the scene before him. Surprisingly, the interior of this Chase Hotel was not as simple as it looked from the outside. Instead it was decorated in an extremely cozy and ancient style. The overhead lighting was warm, and most of the decor on the first floor was very vintage, with mahogany tables, mahogany chairs, and wooden floors. Counter place, sitting on a plump woman lying on her back asleep, although the woman has eyes closed tightly, but still looked gorgeous. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaochuan heard a bellowing sound coming from him. We've been discussing this for an hour now. In my opinion this matter doesn't need to be discussed at all. Let's just vote directly. Those who are willing to drive away these 2 chosen ones from Xiao will just raise their hands directly. The one who opened the door was a white man with a Negro perm. who had a determined look in his eyes and an airy face. This is Justin, the chosen one of the Lighthouse Nation, who passed the 9 strange talks. Although looking at the mouth, this Justin was speaking English, but it fell into Zhou Xiaochuan's ears but turned into Chinese. It must be the balance made by the world of weird talk. Otherwise a multiplayer copy with people from each country speaking each country's language. That copy wouldn't go on anyhow. Zhou Xiaochuan was originally lying on the table and had been in an unconscious state. After hearing Justin's words, he stood up from his chair, flung out his robe, and said, "Fellow monks, if there are any matters that need to be discussed, count the poor monk in as well. Husband, you're finally awake." Zhang Liangjin, who was wearing the school uniform of Lingjiang No. 2 Middle School, with a single ponytail and a bright smile on her face, saw Zhou Xiaochuan awakening and instantly pounced towards Zhou Xiaochuan. Then it was dodged by Zhou Xiaochuan with a sidestep. "Mistress Jiang, the poor monk is a monk. How can he be your husband? I advise you not to jeopardize your own reputation." Alas! Sin. Zhou Xiaochuan did not look at Zhang Liangjin, but instead shook his head and scanned the circle of the 6 people around him at the moment. Sitting next to Justin, the chosen one of the Lighthouse Nation, grasping the food on the table with his hands and eating it endlessly, was Samut, the chosen one of the Azhamanga Nation. The yellow man chosen one who looked at the Lighthouse Kingdom chosen one with a fawning smile and constantly nodded his head was naturally that Kimchi Kingdom chosen one who had immigrated to the Lighthouse Kingdom. Shi Tae sang, a blonde little lowly with an innocent face, wearing a long white dress, and a white man with a duck-tongued hat were all things that Zhou Xiaochuan had no impression of at the moment. It was assumed that these two were the new chosen ones. Alice, the chosen one of the Sunset Empire, and Mikilo, the chosen one of the Mulberry Leaf Kingdom. There was also an 8-bearded, long-haired middle-aged man with a glowing face, an ambiguous smile, and a gaze that never left Zhang Liangjin, whose name was Fujita Bin, the chosen one of the Sakura Kingdom. Fellow monks, if there are any matters that need to be discussed, count the poor monk in as well. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth with a smile. Justin instantly greeted him angrily. The rules say that one of us is a tricky impersonator. I think it's either you or that Zhang Liangjin. Except for you, all of us were teleported directly inside this Chase Hotel. And you were the only one who came on a bus half an hour later. There's a devil in everything that goes against the grain. And the other chosen one in your summer kingdom isn't normal either. Isn't this the female shenanigans of that copy of your summer kingdom? End of chapter. Chapter 182, Rules of the Chase Hotel. Poor Monk Tang San Burial. 4,000 words for subscription. Chapter 182, Rules of the Chase Hotel. Poor Monk Tang San Burial. 4,000 words for subscription. Justin's words were not without merit. Zhou Xiaochuan was getting off a bus when they found him, then pushed open the door and fainted. Everyone other than Zhou Xiaochuan was directly teleported into this inn at the start of the copy. Zhou Xiaochuan was the only one who appeared in such a weird way. It would have been fine if it was just this. Upon realizing that Zhou Xiaochuan had fainted, Zhang Liangjin carried him to a chair to rest. Under the influence of Zhang Liangjin's coercion and Zhou Xiaochuan's reputation, others did not dare to make things difficult for Zhou Xiaochuan. After all, Zhou Xiaochuan's performance in the previous 2 strange talks was too bright. However, after seeing the rules of the Chase Hotel, 5 of the 6 changed their minds and wanted to expel Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhang Liangjin. Rule 3, there are more than just humans among the inn's occupants. Every night at 8 p.m. You may vote to banish a resident at the innkeeper's office. For the sake of the lives of the residents, we advise you to look out for non-humans among the residents. Rule 4, due to the recent snowstorm, the outside roads are impassable. So please do not leave the hotel. Staying at the hotel is the only way to survive. The appearance of these 2 rules caused mutual suspicion among the chosen. Originally, they suspected that the Zhou Xiaochuan in front of them was abnormal. And when they saw this rule, Zhou Xiaochuan's body suddenly glowed with golden light. His full head of hair instantly fell off, and his scalp was marked with 6 ring scars. The sweatshirt on his body, too, turned into a miscellaneous colored surplice after a flash of golden light. What's not creepy if it's so unusual? Plus the appearance of Zhang Liangjin in front of him was just too suspicious. Xia's strange story of Ling Zhang'erzhong is the focus of every country's strange story processing bureau, and everyone present has seen Xia's strange story of Ling Zhang'erzhong. Naturally, they all knew what kind of role Zhang Liangjin played in that strange talk. That's spooky. The 2 chosen of summer. One looks like creepy and one was creepy inside the last copy. If there was weirdness among the 8 people present, it was none other than these 2. Another unusual thing. Why is it that everyone else has a different country, but just 2 people from Xia are from the same country? With all the speculations, Justin of the Lighthouse Nation advocated banishing Zhou Xiaochuan first, although Zhang Liangjin was also highly suspected. She hadn't shown any abnormalities inside this copy after all, and had arrived here at the same time as them. As for Zhou Xiaochuan, first, unlike everyone else, he got off the bus and fainted immediately after coming in. After fainting for a while, his body was covered in golden light again and he turned into a monk. There's something wrong with how you think about it. The chosen of the pickle country have all emigrated to the lighthouse country. And naturally, Justin is the only one who looks up to them. Although the chosen one of Agua had also passed the 9 strange talks, he belonged to the earliest batch of people to participate in the strange talks and enjoyed the benefits of the strange talks being relatively easy at the beginning, and was not outstanding in intelligence per se, and by Justin's words, he also felt that Justin's words were particularly reasonable. The remaining 2 people, Mikilo, the chosen one of the Sunga Kingdom, and Alice, the chosen one of the Sunset Empire, were newcomers who had just entered the world of weird tales, with little opinion, and pinned all their hopes of passing this weird tales on being able to be taken flying, and could only follow Justin as a human being. However, what Justin didn't expect was that Sakurakuni's chosen one, Fujita Bin, actually opposed his proposal. Justin, do you have any evidence that proves conclusively that Zhou Xiaochuan is creepy? If not, Zhou Xiaochuan's performance in the previous 2 copies is there for all to see, and we still need to rely on him a lot more in this strange talk. How can we banish him on the basis of your own words? After saying this, Fujita Bin seemed to feel particularly maverick and poised as she tossed her long hair in front of her forehead and threw a wink at Jiang Liangjin. Miss Jiang, don't worry, uncle will keep you safe. Be good, touch your head. He repeatedly showed Jiang Liangjin his favor, yet Jiang Liangjin's gaze never even looked at him. Her gaze, always on Zhou Xiaochuan, did not even glance at Fujita Bin. Yet even then, Fujita Bin still said to Jiang Liangjin with a greasy face, Miss Jiang, would you be happy if uncle objected to banishing you and your boyfriend? Jiang Liangjin only nodded gently. Fujita Bin was a bit embarrassed. Miss Jiang, can you have a word with me? Jiang Liangjin shook his head. Uncle will vote against the move to banish Zhou Xiaochuan among the votes later, so just say a word to uncle, okay? Jiang Liangjin still didn't look at Fujita Bin, but just faintly said, okay, good. And then, a greasy grin stayed on Bin Fujita's face as he turned the left side of his face to look at Justin with half of his face in a flirtatious manner. Looking at this Sakurakuni chosen one's greasy, frivolous, and out-of-tune appearance, Justin was furious and wondered how this guy had made it through the 9 strange talks. These 2 chosen of the Summer Kingdom showed that there was something very wrong, different from everyone else present, and if we were to say who was being weird, then the 2 of them were definitely the most suspicious. When Zhou Xiaochuan heard the words of the Lighthouse Nation chosen one, he looked calm and folded his hands. Sin. The poor monk had an occasional wind chill and fainted as soon as he entered the middle of this room, and he hasn't seen the rules of this copy yet, so why don't you wait for me to read the rules and then make a decision? Before the others could speak, Jiang Liangjin called out, Husband, the rules are on your phone. Zhou Xiaochuan hurriedly said, This female monk, the poor monk is a monk. Are you trying to defile your own innocence and at the same time force me to commit the great offense of bullying the Buddha? After saying this, he picked up his cell phone, and sure enough, in the text message in the middle of his phone, he saw the rules of this copy. The rules of that copy were not in the form of text, but a picture. The picture is of a bloodstained parchment. Chase Hotel rules. Thank you for your trust, and we at Chase Hotel will do our best to provide you with the most comfortable and satisfactory service. However, in order to ensure the safety of our residents, we ask that you observe the following rules. Rule 1, the Chase Inn is located in the middle of Daliang Mountain, in a remote area, and you are the last group of residents. There will be no new travelers for 3 days after the 8 of you check in. Rule number 2, if within 3 days of the 8 of you checking in, a new resident knocks on the door, wanting to check into the hotel, do not open the door, it is not a resident. It may not even be human. Underneath the rules 2-pointed black lettering is a small, distorted line of red text, which has several blank spaces within it, making it difficult to discern what it is trying to say. Travelers, large blank, fake, large blank, out there. Rule 3, humans are not the only occupants of the inn. Every night at 8 p.m. You may vote to banish a guest at the innkeeper's office. For the sake of the residents' lives, we advise you to look for non-humans among the residents. Rule 4, please do not leave the hotel as the outside roads are impassable due to the recent weather storms. Staying at the hotel is the only way to survive. Rule number 5, there is no pork at the Chase Inn. So if the owner offers you pork, refuse immediately and break her arm. Rule 6, the innkeeper's daughter only exists in the owner's cell phone. She won't kill anyone, so please don't worry about the residents. After this paragraph, a piggyback doodle was drawn. Rule number 7, if the innkeeper asks the resident to take care of her daughter, don't turn her down. She loves her daughter. Though and asterisk. Add at hashtag. Rule number 8, please don't deny the boss's daughter everything she asks for. And please don't upset the boss's daughter, she's a fairy in the sky, the most beautiful being in the world, and you wouldn't want to upset her. Rule 9, before you go to bed at night, please see the innkeeper to register your personal information, and only after you have done so can you sleep in your room on the second floor. Rule 10, between the hours of 8:30 p.m. M. and 8:30 a.m. M. Please stay in your room on the second floor of the hotel, and do not come out of your room, no matter what you hear, no matter what you see in your room, no matter what you encounter. Rule 11, the inn will only receive each guest for 3 days. On the third day, at 8 p.m. M. the innkeeper will ask the guests to leave the inn in order to receive the next group of guests. Requirements: survive 4 days in the hotel. After Zhou Xiaochuan read the passage, he could see that there were some places in the passage that were contradictory. The hotel will only accommodate each guest for 3 days, but the pass requires the guest to survive 4 days in the hotel? And according to the rules, leaving the hotel would be an absolute dead end. To twist the innkeeper's arm while he is providing pork? Is the innkeeper definitely not a normal person who can let someone break his arm just like that? And this rule says that at 8 o'clock every night, visitors can be banished at the innkeeper's, which is why Justin and the others are anxious to banish themselves. Justin blurted out as Zhou Xiaochuan read the rules. Gentlemen, there is no time left. The rules say that the innkeeper will evict us at 8 o'clock on the third day, and we only have 2 chances to banish. In my opinion, banishing Zhou Xiaochuan on the first try, everything about him is too suspicious. Even I think he might not be the real Zhou Xiaochuan. The chosen one of Agua finally put down the meat bun in his hand at this moment and said vaguely, I think so. Was Zhou Xiaochuan among the previous 2 copies a bald monk? Was he wearing a robe? Maybe the real Zhou Xiaochuan was already dead at the beginning of this weird talk. His coma is a sign of death, and the bubbling golden light is a sign of weirdization. For a moment, within the 8 people, other than Zhang Liangjin and Zhou Xiaochuan himself, only Fujita Bin, the chosen one of the Sakura nation, opposed Zhou Xiaochuan's expulsion. Zhou Xiaochuan at this moment put his palms together and recited a Buddha's name. His body gleamed with golden light, appearing solemn and incomparable. You guys are right. The poor monk is indeed not Zhou Xiaochuan. Justin's face changed. Not good. My suspicions have come true. This creepy is going to flip. Let's go vote to evict him. Zhou Xiaochuan. That's the name of the poor monk before he became a monk. Once in the Buddha's door is as deep as the sea. The Buddha's law is boundless. The poor monk has long been converted to the Buddha's door. Once upon a time the identity of the monk is like a floating cloud in me. He took a step forward, and Justin only felt his body solidify as a great pressure was placed across his body. More than the creepy sort of eerie aura, Justin just found it solemn and vast. The poor monk's name is 3 burials. Tang 3 burials. Burying the heavens, burying the earth, and burying all living beings. If you want to slander the poor monk indiscriminately, the poor monk will be impolite. Zhou Xiaochuan's skin turned golden all over his body, and the golden light around him flickered as if a true Buddha had descended to earth. Everyone present, who had lost their ability to act, could only tremble under Zhou Xiaochuan's residual power, except for Zhang Liangjin. She walked over, pulled Zhou Xiaochuan's wide sleeve, and said, Husband, don't play rough inside this copy, or it will cause great. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the innkeeper, who had been sleeping on the table, suddenly stretch out a lazy slouch and sit up. She narrowed her eyes and let out a ghostly voice. Residents, please do not fight in this inn. Although these words were light, they seemed to be like a possessed ghost, haunting the hearts of everyone on the spot, making everyone shiver. As for Zhou Xiaochuan, a skeleton actually appeared directly beside him, gnawing away at the golden light around him. The moment the golden light was chewed clean, Zhou Xiaochuan felt that deep, cold aura rush straight into the depths of his soul, making him unable to move. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and it made him stiffen in an instant. At this rate, it's going to kill you. Just at this time, Zhang Liangjin walked over to Zhou Xiaochuan's side. Husband, it's not acceptable to use one's own power to deal with the chosen one in the middle of a copy. Even the bizarre have to wait for the chosen to break the rules before they do anything. And this copy is too restrictive for your kind of situation. Next time, don't be so reckless again. She patted Zhou Xiaochuan's back, and Zhou Xiaochuan's body, which was originally as stiff and frozen as if it had been melted by hot water, regained consciousness. Zhou Xiaochuan let out a long sigh. Don't even need my eldest disciple to be there. It is my second disciple to wipe out the 8 worlds and my third disciple to kill the endless present. Why should I be afraid of these petty people? Alas, the tiger falls down and is deceived by the dog. The corners of Zhang Liangjin's mouth twitched a bit. You should be talking about Piggy and Sha Wujing, right? Would the Tang monk really talk like this? My god, you're delusional as hell. After Zhou Xiaochuan's golden light disappeared, Lighthouse Nation Chosen One Justin immediately shouted, Gentlemen, This Zhou Xiaochuan's performance just now has further corroborated that he is the creepy boss. I propose to expel Zhou Xiaochuan. The innkeeper, who had just woken up from her nap, surveyed the crowd with flirtatious eyes and opened her mouth. Those who agree to banish Zhou Xiaochuan raise their hands, and those who don't raise their hands are regarded as disagreeing. Well, 4 against 4. Banishment failed. Today's banishment opportunity has been used. Come back tomorrow. 4 against 4? Justin's eyes widened. Who hadn't raised their hand? Not only him, but everyone else was also very shocked. Only Zhou Xiaochuan had a compassionate face. His hands were folded, and he could not see any sadness or joy on his face. You, Shi Taisang, why don't you raise your hand? Can't you see that this Zhou Xiaochuan is abnormal? Shi Taisang, as a Kimchi Kingdom chosen one, was very thin compared to the others. Like a monkey, he walked quickly to Zhou Xiaochuan's side and shrilled, "Maia, this lighthouse nation chosen one. How unreasonable. You keep trying to banish my brother Chuan. You're the one who seems creepy to me. Mama 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 mama." Afterwards, he looked at Zhou Xiaochuan with a fawning face. "Brother Chuan, I don't see much of a future for this lighthouse country. I want to immigrate to Xia. Can you help with this? Nice guy. First you immigrate from the pickle country to the lighthouse country, and now you want to become a Summerlander, a contemporary Lubu." End of chapter. Chapter 183. How in the world did such a person pass the weird tales? Requesting subscription. Chapter 183. How in the world did such a person pass the weird tales? Requesting subscription. Hearing Shi Taisang's words, Zhou Xiaochuan hadn't said anything yet, but Justin couldn't tense up. His face was red, and his body's temperature kept rising from anger. Shi Taisang, if the one here was a chosen one from another lighthouse kingdom, it would be fine, but it's me who's here. You forget how you begged me to help you join the lighthouse state 7 days ago. After Professor Bryant passed on the strange talk, Justin flared up in anger and slammed his fist down on the table. He didn't notice that after Shi Taisang jumped against him, the chosen of the Maple Leaf Country and Sunset Empire had quietly moved and stood farther away from him, as if they were afraid of having anything to do with him, the chosen one of the 3 kingdoms. At this moment, suddenly, but returned to silence, and just sat down in his seat, feasting on his own. Shi Taisang's eyes rolled, and he immediately coldly grunted. "I joined your lighthouse nation in order to help all the countries in the world together to pass the weird tales. As a result, I didn't realize that instead of helping the weak, your lighthouse nation is bullying the weak." Afterward, he poked Zhou Xiaochuan with his hand and said, "Compared to our Chuan brother, you are simply far worse. I, Shi Taisang, have decided to abandon my darkness and defect to Xia." Seeing Shi Taisang's behavior, the netizens of the lighthouse nation were furious. Hasn't this guy joined us in the lighthouse nation? Why did he go back on his word? My god, this Shi Taisang is simply Judas incarnate. Betrayer Shi Taisang. The netizens of Xia, on the other hand, were somewhat delighted with this scene. Ha 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 ha. Have you guys ever thought that since this Shi Taisang was able to betray his own motherland, Kimchi Kingdom, it wouldn't be strange to betray the Lighthouse Kingdom one more time, would it? I feel that this guy is very much like Lubu in one of our country's novels Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, The 3 Surnames. Ha 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 ha. World of Weird Tales, Chase Hotel. In the face of Shi Taisang's fawning, Zhou Xiaochuan only smiled slightly. Joining the Summer Kingdom is a matter of great significance, and is not something that a poor monk can decide. There is still a need to go through the appropriate process, but the poor monk can guarantee that he can give you shelter in the midst of this copy. Shi Taisang immediately nodded and stood a little closer to Zhou Xiaochuan again, but was pushed away by Zhang Liangjin in disgust. But this person actually still has no red face or heart. It's fine. Even if I can't be a person of the great Xia Kingdom, I, Shi Taisang, am still willing to be a dog of the Xia Kingdom. I've long looked at the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Pickle Kingdom with displeasure, especially the Pickle Kingdom, which is supposed to be an ancient part of the Summer Kingdom, and has the audacity to jump up and down like that. Mom, all day long, they say the intangible cultural heritage of Xia is their kimchi country. Oh, my god, this kimchi country, is it stupid to eat kimchi? Is it so shameless? Everyone present, after hearing Shi Taisang's words, unconsciously felt a blush on their faces for him. There is nothing wrong with what he said, but the point is that he is a kimchi countryman. Is there such a thing as talking about one's own country? Oh no, he's now calling himself a Summerlander. Justin took a deep calming breath and glared viciously at Shi Taisang, then actually bowed his head and apologized to Zhou Xiaochuan. Mr. Zhou, I wasn't targeting you earlier, but your actions were indeed too suspicious, and I had to suspect that you were being weird. Here, I'll make amends to you. Of course, the truth was that Justin still hadn't dispelled his suspicions about Zhou Xiaochuan's bizarre identity even now, but since the opportunity to expel Zhou Xiaochuan by voting had already been used up, It would be dangerous for him to continue to cross paths with Zhou Xiaochuan. He could only make a false peace and concede first, and then act when the opportunity arose. Zhou Xiaochuan shook his head. Schism Master Jia, I'm not blaming you. You are overly concerned. Master Jia? Zhang Liangjin couldn't help it. Husband, Justin's last name is Johnson. His full name is Justin Johnson. It's not his last name is Jia called Justin. Even if you want to call it, you have to call him Johnson Schmuck to be right. Red tape, what's the point? I don't think we have the time to dwell on that at such a perilous time as now. Just as I won't dwell on the fact that you defiled the Buddhist sect by calling me your husband for no reason at all. Zhang Liangjin looked unhappy after hearing this. Although she was still wearing the school uniform of Lingjiang No. 2 middle school, an image of an unpolished high school student, she was already a beauty like a clear water hibiscus. Fujita Bin hurriedly walked over and said angrily to Zhou Xiaochuan, chosen one of the Summer Kingdom. You're greatly lacking in gentlemanly manners. Afterwards, taking off his coat, he tried to put it on Zhang Liangjin's body. Miss Jiang, I realize that your boyfriend doesn't love you at all. The weather is so cold. You are wearing such a thin coat, and you are not afraid that you will freeze. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Liangjin slapped him in the face. If you do that again, I'll kill you next time. Her voice was icy cold, as if it was a piece of ice that had not melted over the years. The crowd was aghast. They all felt that Zhang Liangjin's words were not at all like a lie. At this time, Zhou Xiaochuan smiled and walked over to Fujita Bin's side. Fuji sure. Do you know that my Buddha once had a motto dash? Behind the warmonger platoon dogs. When these words came out, Zhang Liangjin's cheeks swooned with 2 flushes of red, and the others were also staring at each other with jaws dropping. He calls himself a monk. Is that how a monk talks? If you don't know, you'll think it's a gangster. However, remembering Zhou Xiaochuan's previous performance as Qin Shi Huang, the crowd was not surprised. At this time, Shi Taisang pointedly mocked. Ma, if you want to be considerate of Sister Jiang so much, why don't you buy a peach for Sister Jiang in a little while, and let Chuan's Sister Jiang use your peach tonight to get you a little involved. As soon as these words were said, Zhou Xiaochuan slapped Shi Taisang, and the force of this slap was so great that it directly slapped Shi Taisang to the ground. Sure master, don't defile someone's innocence for no reason. The poor monk is a monk. You're violating the taboo of not honoring the Buddha at the same time. Sin. After Shi Taisang was slapped, he apologized while nodding his head and looking extremely flattering. Fujita Bin, on the other hand, was still staring at Zhang Liangjin with a greasy face, thinking about Zhang Liangjin's performance in the last copy, as well as her also likely bizarre identity. Justin and the others were amazed at where the hell this Fujita Bin guy got the courage to do such a thing. His current actions were hostile to Justin and others who were jealous of Zhou Xiaochuan on one hand, and on the other hand, he was directly angering Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhang Liangjin. How in the world does a guy like that survive 9 weird talks? Just as the crowd was thinking this, Samite, the chosen one of the 3 kingdoms, who was originally desperately eating a bun, suddenly let out a loud scream, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his body exploded into a mass of blood and flesh. End of chapter. Chapter 184, The Second Victim, Request for Subscription. Chapter 184, The Second Victim, Request for Subscription. The chosen one of the 3 kingdoms is dead? The first victim has finally appeared. How did he die? With such doubts in mind, the crowd looked at the corpse of the Ajamanga chosen one. In fact, it was impossible to see anything at all by looking. The body had blurred into a mass, and his face was not at all visible. The only thing that could be seen was that his stomach had burst open, and in the middle of the split was a pink ball of flesh. Seeing such a disgusting scene, Sunset Empire's chosen Alice had already covered her mouth and started to vomit. Well, this would be an unformed piglet. I'm a zoologist, and I once saw what a pig cub looked like in a magazine. Fujita Bin rested his chin on his hand and spoke. Piglets? The crowd immediately thought of a rule. Rule number 5, there is no pork in the Chase Hotel. So if the owner offers you pork, refuse immediately and break her arm. The poor monk has seen that this chosen one of the 3 kingdoms of A has been eating the food on the table since he arrived here. The poor monk woke up late, so I wonder where this food on the table came from. Was it provided by the innkeeper? Zhou Xiaochuan asked. Husband, I saw the table of food as soon as I came in, mainly some dry food such as buns, steamed buns, bread, and so on, as well as some wine. We don't even dare to eat these things casually, but it turns out that this stupid bastard from the A.S. actually just sat down and then feasted on them. Zhang Liangjin replied. Shi Taisang's eyes gurgled and immediately bowed his head. Brother Chuan, as soon as this odd was chosen one came in, he didn't say more than 2 sentences, and only chimed in when that Justin guy said he was going to vote to banish you. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded. He didn't bother about this matter of Zhang Liangjin calling him his husband anymore. Instead he spoke. In that case, the poor monk thinks it's likely because the chosen one of the three kingdoms of A's died from eating pork. Zhou Xiaochuan said, reached out and picked up the bun on the table, broke it in half, and sure enough, it was filled with pork. This, Justin shook his head and said, gentlemen, we are in the midst of the world of weird tales. Everything must be done with care, and deaths like that of Samite, the chosen one of the Argonauts, are completely avoidable. Sangye Kingdom's chosen one, Mikaro, was even more disdainful, and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto the corpse of Ogwa's chosen one. Yuck. I really don't know how this guy passed the 9 strange talks. As soon as he came in he didn't even say a word and indiscriminately took the food and ate it. Mikilo even stepped forward and stomped on the chosen one of the Azteca twice. His Ogwa can't afford to eat anymore. It's diabolical that he's dying here now. Mikilo, the chosen one of the Sangha, is an underground punk in the Sangha who has done almost everything illegal. At this moment, when he saw the performance and reaction of the crowd, he already felt that these chosen ones who had passed many strange talks were nothing more than that, and was quite confident in his own talents. Mikilo's words and behavior were rude and offensive, but his words spoke to the hearts of everyone in the room. Samite, the chosen one of Aguni, was a chosen one from when the world of weird tales first descended, and the 9 weird tales he passed weren't very difficult, but after all, he was also a chosen one who had passed 9 weird tales. All 9 of his weird talk passes are still stored inside the archives of various countries. The summit in the middle of that video archive is a bit of a daredevil, but he's also a bit of an intellect, or he wouldn't have been able to get through the 9 strange talks. But why is it so bad when you get here? Without even taking a close look at what this food was, the moment he came in, he just ate. Zhou Xiaochuan fixed his mind. Venerable monks, I suspect that there is something else strange about Venerable Sa's death. It's very likely that he was compelled by the weirdness. Otherwise, with my knowledge of Shifu Sa, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Most likely, he was in over his head when he ate. I suggest that the next time we see someone suddenly eating, we all work together to stop that person. Justin nodded. I agree with what Mr. Zhou said. Summit's death was indeed very strange. However, all of our attention was on Mr. Zhou at the time, and we actually didn't notice anything unusual about him. At this time, Sunset Empire's chosen Alice said, I was closest to him just now, and I vaguely heard a pig squeal coming from Samite's stomach before he died, but that sound was too blurry, so I didn't warn everyone. Her eyes were red. Obviously the world of weird talk was still too harsh for a little girl like her. Mikilo, the chosen one of the Mulberry Leaf Kingdom, at this time, crouched down his body and took out that meatball from Samite's chest. Afterwards, he actually pulled out a small knife from his pocket and was about to slice this meatball. This meatball is bulging inside. There might be something. Mikilo's eyes were crimson, and he looked nothing like he had earlier. His 7 orifices were bleeding and he was in a state of madness. The closest to him was none other than Alice, the Sunset Empire chosen one who had just entered the weird tales as he had. And with a look of horror on her face, Alice ran over to Fujita Bin, the chosen one of the Sakura Nation. Fujita Bin shielded Alice from him, but didn't dare approach Mikilo to stop him. After all, 9 times out of 10, the way Mikilo looked right now, he was being affected by some kind of shenanigans. Even if he had no influence, he still had the knife in his hand, with a muscular body and a scar on his face. Mikilo was clearly not a good character to deal with. At this time, Zhou Xiaochuan stepped forward and said softly, Mr. Mi, this meatball is likely to be transformed by the bazaar. If you are so impulsive and adventurous, be careful that you will fall into reincarnation in a while. The expression on Mikilo's face was like a smile. Who are you cursing, you big bald head of a fake monk? I'll kill you first. But after he said this, the meatball in his hand directly grew larger and completely wrapped around him, absorbing him. The meat on that ball of flesh wrapped around his entire being in but a moment. He was not able to make a move to deal with Zhou Xiaochuan. Instead, he was incapacitated in a split second and could only ask for help from the others. The scenario shifted just too quickly. Everyone, someone, help me, please help me. At the moment, not a single person dared to approach him. Zhou Xiaochuan shook his head and recited a few Buddha's names, saying, what kind of demon is it that hurts a poor monk in front of him? Great mighty heavenly dragon. As he spoke, Zhou Xiaochuan's body was filled with a Buddhist light. Just at this time, Zhang Liangjin suddenly placed his hand on Zhou Xiaochuan's shoulder and whispered into his ear, Husband, don't be impulsive and wait and see what happens. This matter is not that simple. End of chapter. Chapter 185, 6 people, 4 rooms, 4,000 words big chapter. Chapter 185, 6 people, 4 rooms, 4,000 words big chapter. Upon hearing Zhang Liangjin's words, the originally vast and majestic golden light on Zhou Xiaochuan's body just dissipated. It was not that Zhou Xiaojuan was impressed by such a simple sentence from Jiang Liangjin, but because Jiang Liangjin's shot, directly into his body, injected an extremely gloomy and cold aura, which dispelled Zhou Xiaojuan's Buddha's light. I'll be damned. Guys, how did this Jiang Liangjin become so powerful? He was able to stop the crazy Chuan? There's definitely something wrong with Jiang Liangjin. How was she able to get out of the last copy and at the same time participate in the weird tales as the chosen one of my summer kingdom? This doesn't make sense. Jiang Liangjin has problems at first glance, but she didn't look as if she wanted to hurt Chuan in this copy, and she even defended Chuan many times. I'm in favor of Jiang Liangjin anyway. She doesn't look like a bad person by her face. Might as well say that this time Chuan doesn't know what he's imagining himself to be. This is a living holy mother. The chosen one of the mulberry leaf country is saying that he wants to kill Chuan, but Chuan is actually helping him. Stupid. The chosen one of the mulberry leaf kingdom was bleeding from his 7 orifices and his eyes were red as he said this. It's quite obvious that he's being controlled by the bizarre awe. It's useless to talk about this now. Why don't we have a bet on who's the creepy one among the residents? I'm betting a pack of chorizo that Jiang Liangjin is creepy for the simple reason that she was creepy in her last weird talk. Screw you. I'm expressing my displeasure as a fan of Jiang. I'll bet double. I see that Sakurakuni Fujita-bin who has been behaving abnormally is being the most bizarre. At this moment, the Summerland's Weird Tales Processing Bureau personnel are analyzing the situation on the field. The main analysis, but the identity of Jiang Liangjin. Since the Weird Tales Handling Bureau was not able to tip off the chosen one in the midst of this weirdness, there was less urgency in researching the contents of the copy. Professor He pointed to the Lingjiang Second Middle School uniform worn by Jiang Liangjin in the middle of the screen, collated the opinions of the other members, and concluded, the Jiang Liangjin in the copy is similar to the Jiang Liangjin in Spirit River Second Middle School in appearance and dress, but the Jiang Liangjin in Spirit River Second Middle School is obviously still a young girl who is still young. The demeanor of Jiang Liangjin inside this copy was yet extremely similar to the Jiang Liangjin who was previously imprisoned in the Haicheng Strange Talk Handling Bureau branch, especially that quirky feeling of hers. The director of the Weird Tales Handling Bureau took a sip of tea, staring intently at the screen, while his mouth spoke. Well, the world of weird tales can't be measured by common sense in the first place, regardless of whether this Jiang Liangjin is from Spirit River Second Middle School or Haicheng. It doesn't make sense. If it's from Spirit River too, then why would Weird Tales World summon a creepy to a Weird Tales? If it's from Haicheng, according to the information we received earlier, the 001 civilization represented by Jiang Liangjin in the real world is not allowed to make direct contact with the world of strange tales. No matter which Jiang Liangjin, she shouldn't be in the middle of the Weird Tales world. Could it be that our guesses are wrong? World of Weird Tales, Chase Hotel. Zhou Xiaochuan's golden light dissipated when he was slapped by Jiang Liangjin like this. Master Jiang, you. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the puddle of flesh explode on Makilo's body. This chosen one of the Sangyi kingdom was suddenly reduced to the same situation as the chosen one of the Azumangdaku kingdom, turning into a corpse. In these few short minutes, 2 chosen died in the middle of the hall, and the owner of the chase actually didn't even look at the place, just staring fixedly at the wooden table in a daze. It is very likely that the chosen one of the Asun kingdom died from eating pork, while the chosen one of the Sangyi kingdom, the cause of death was most likely due to touching the meatballs in the midst of the body of the chosen one of the Asun kingdom. Justin, the chosen one of the Lighthouse Nation, mused. Well, besides, both of these men were acting under the manipulation of the trickster, and not in the way they intended. Trickery induces us to break the rules. What did they do to be controlled by the weirdness, as well as being affected by the weirdness? In the poor monk's opinion, we must know exactly why these 2 were manipulated by the weirdness. Whether or not they broke any taboos before they were taken over by creepy is what we need to consider. After Zhou Xiaochuan said these words in his head, the crowd discussed for a while, but they didn't have a clue. As soon as the chosen one of the 3 kingdoms entered this copy, he began to eat and drink like a madman. If anything, he was controlled by the weirdness as soon as he entered this copy, but we all entered the copy together. So why was he being controlled by creepy, but the others weren't? Could it be because he entered the Chase Hotel with his right foot first? As for the cause of the death of the chosen one of the Sungda kingdom, there could be some speculation. The chosen one of the Sungda kingdom was originally normal, but became insane after coming into contact with the corpse of the chosen one of the Azumanga kingdom, especially after touching the meatball in the middle of that Agwa chosen one's stomach. Therefore, all of them kept their distance from the bodies of both the Agwa chosen one as well as the Sangyi chosen one. Since we don't have any clues, and it's already 8:15 now, with only 15 minutes left until 8:30. The poor monk suggests that we should all go and register first, and then go to our respective rooms on the second floor afterwards to have a look around. Rule 9, before you go to bed at night, Please see the innkeeper to register your personal information, and only after you have done so can you sleep in your room on the second floor. Rule 10. During the period from 8:30 p.m. m. to 8:30 a.m. m. Please be sure to stay in your room on the second floor of the hotel, and do not come out of your room, no matter what you hear, no matter what you see in your room, and no matter what you encounter. After Zhou Xiaochuan finished speaking, he stood in front of the Chasen owner with Jiang Liangjin. In fact, without Zhou Xiaochuan's reminder, the crowd had already thought of registering on the innkeeper's side, only to be put on hold because there were too many things going on earlier. First, it was Justin and the others who wanted to banish Zhou Xiaochuan at 8 o'clock, the time point of the first banishment. 2 more chosen from the Sungda Kingdom and the Agri Kingdom are dead. There hadn't been much information about the inn, and 2 of the 8 chosen had already died. One of them was also the chosen one who had passed the 9 strange talks before. A layer of gloom was cast over the hearts of all the people, especially Alice, the chosen one of the Sunset Empire, for whom, as an 18-year-old still in high school, the rule grotesque is indeed too cruel. If anyone had looked closely they would have seen her skirt dripping and wetting her socks. Upon arriving at the innkeeper's place, the crowd realized that things were not that simple. All residents, well, there are 6 of you, but I only have 4 rooms here. 444, 414, K74, 1 and 4, a total of just 4, but also all single rooms. This can be difficult. The flirtatious, generously dressed innkeeper said somewhat mournfully. Only 4 rooms, but 6 people? That means 2 people have to stay without a room? The rules already say that you have to stay in your room between 8:30 p.m. m. and 8:30 a.m. m. So that means 2 people are going to be in danger? That's even with 2 chosen ones already dead from the Sungda Kingdom and the Azhamangda Kingdom. If they have to register as soon as they enter this hotel, that's 8 people for 4 rooms. Half the people are going to have no room to sleep. I can see that both the number of rooms in this room, and the fact that there is a weird, banishable rule among the residents, are everywhere causing the chosen to fight each other. 1 more person is 1 more power, and the chosen one is not a cutie pie. In those weird online articles, it's not easy for the 2 chosen to fight each other for no reason without even reading the rules, looking at their own lives as if they're child's play. I had thought that with multiple people weirding out, our chosen ones could brainstorm and face the weirding out in unity because there were so many of them, but it turns out that the weirding out is actually leading the chosen ones to fight each other. 6 people in 4 rooms. There must be 2 people without rooms. I see the chosen ones are going to fight the next second. The world of weird tales with sinister intentions. The moment the innkeeper said this, the chosen one from Qin Shi Kingdom picked up a pen and wrote his information on the registration form. Name, Shi Taisang. Age, 25. Profession, Anchor. League of Legends Pro. Room 414. He again wanted to help Zhou Xiaochuan and Jiang Liangjin fill out their information first. After all, he was already on their side, but he was told by the innkeeper that he could only fill out his own information, which made him stop. Ma, Chuan, Sister Jiang, I'll hold the pen for you, so take the pen and write your names on it. Shi Taisang tightly grasped the pen for filling out the information in his own hand, looking like he didn't want anyone else to take it away. In the real world, the people in the live streams of various countries couldn't help but see Shi Taisang's behavior. Oh, my god, the chosen one of this pickle country is actually more ruthless than even my neighbor's old Jack has a heart of gold. Betrayer Suk Taisang, vicious Suk Taisang, this kimchi country guy, what a cheeky scumbag. Of course, there are many people who defend Ish Taisang's behavior. In the world of weird talk, the first thing to consider is of course one's own life, followed by the rest. I see this as a reflection of Shi Taisang's proclivity to adapt to the situation. Yeah, those who know think this is Weird Tales world, but those who don't think you're playing house. And who can blame you for not making the right decision on your own? Shi Taisang's behavior is the way to survive in the weird world. If you keyboard warriors, Holy Mother watch go to the weird world. I'm afraid you won't survive more than 10 minutes. World of Weird Tales, Chase Hotel. After Shi Taisang handed Zhou Xiaochuan a pen, Zhou Xiaochuan did not reject it and instead took it with a smile. The 3 people, Justin, Fujita Bin, and Alice, although unconvinced, thought of Zhou Xiaochuan's aura and performance just now, and all of them did not dare to directly grab the pen from Zhou Xiaochuan's hands. Of course, they were even more afraid to snatch the pen from Jiang Liangjin's hands. The calculation they had in mind was to wait for Zhou Xiaochuan and Jiang Liangjin to finish writing their names before fighting for the pen from the other 2. The other 2 were always much better to deal with than Zhou Xiaochuan and Jiang Liangjin. However, the next thing that Zhou Xiaochuan said made them instantly relax. Boss, can we register 2 people together? 2 people in 1 room? Don't worry, we'll pay for 2 rooms. After the boss heard Zhou Xiaochuan's words, his expression was obviously a bit lost, but he pretended to be unconcerned. Sure, I don't mind if 6 of you live together if you're not too cramped. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaochuan smiled. In that case, I'll just fill in with Cultivator Jiang. Cultivator Jiang. Shall we choose 444? Zhang Liangjin nodded after hearing this, then was a bit ashamed. Husband, you want to live in a room with me without even asking? As a monk, aren't you supposed to hold precepts to avoid suspicion? Moreover, even if it's to be 2 people filling in together, then it should be the 2 girls, Alice's sister and I, filling in together. Husband, you're really shameless. Although Zhang Liangjin was scolding Zhou Xiaochuan, but from her tone, instead of hearing the meaning of blame, she was extremely joyful inside. Unexpectedly at this time, Zhou Xiaochuan snorted coldly and did not give Zhang Liangjin a good look. Enchanter Jiang, I advise you to respect yourself. The poor monk wants to fill in with you only because the poor monk thinks that out of the 6 people present, you're the most likely to be bizarre. It's suspicious that you were actually able to suppress the poor monk's magic power. The poor monk wants to fill in with you, not because he has any improper thoughts, but simply because he wants to keep an eye on you. The demon, whether you are willing or not, you must fill in with me. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately filled in his own information on the paper, and then took Zhang Liangjin's hand and forced her to put her own information in with his as well. Although it was said to be forced, instead of resisting a little, Zhang Liangjin had a face of shyness and delight. Those words from Zhou Xiaochuan's party clearly did not make her feel sad or angry. At this time, the Sunset Empire's chosen one, however, blushed and blurted out, Chuan Jun, I am also willing to fill in with you, Sister Jiang. We can have 2 women serving 1 husband, and I am willing to share Chuan Jun with you. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Liangjin directly slapped him. No shame. Sunset Empire chosen one. Alice's 2 eyes reddened, and she actually cried out directly. A man as capable as Chuan Kuan should have had many wives and concubines. What gives you the right to have Chuan Kuan all to yourself? What gives you the right? She didn't genuinely like Zhou Xiaochuan, but she was really scared out of her wits by this weird talk world and wanted Zhou Xiaochuan to protect her. Zhou Xiaochuan folded his hands and said, the poor monk is already going to run out of energy by holding back the Jiangshi Master. If the Jiangshi Master goes berserk in the middle of the night, I won't be able to protect you, AI Sure Master. Zhang Liangjin's expression was ghostly cold. If you dare to fill in with my husband, I guarantee you won't live past 12 tonight. His face was so grim that it looked as if it was about to drip. P.S. I'm going to the hospital today for a minor surgery, so I'm posting this chapter early. End of chapter. Chapter 186, the second floor of the hotel. Chapter 186, the second floor of the hotel. Alice was trembling and didn't dare to speak. She knew that what Zhang Liangjin said was mostly true. She had seen the strange talk about Ruijiang's second middle school in Xia. The image of Zhang Liangjin in the middle of that strange story, dressed in blood, with festering skin, opening his bloody mouth to the root of his ear to eat people, is still vivid in my mind. And what she's wearing now is also still the uniform of Lingjiang No. 2 middle school. She straightened and shivered, and just as she was about to speak, she saw the pen being taken by Fujita Bin of Sakuragoku. Fujita Bin very sharply chose a room, and filled out his other information again, leaving only the occupation field empty. He cleared his throat. Alas, I've been a host, I've been a backpacker, I'm an amateur goldsmith, silversmith, tanner, I'm a poet, and a famous ballad singer. I've owned a bar, I'm a barkeep, and I've owned a beef soup restaurant. I'm also a writer. I've read Animal Crossing. I'm also a biologist. And oh yeah, I'm also the deputy director of the Sakurakuni Weird Tales Handling Bureau. Fujita Bin let out a long sigh. That's a lot of occupations I have. Which one should I fill in? He put pen to paper and actually wrote down all the occupations that had been mentioned above. This led to the room he had chosen, and there was no blank space left, just enough to fill in his information alone. Justin saw this Fujita Bin look and knew that this was actually Fujita Bin's mind trick. He didn't want to share a house with Alice and made such a spectacle out of it. Justin wrote his name on the blank of the last house and helplessly said to Alice, MS, Alice, you'll share a house with me, but I can't keep you safe, and when you encounter danger, you'll improvise on your own. Alice gave Justin a grateful look, her whole body almost pressed against Justin's, and this one move made the crowd put away their contempt for Fujita Bin. First, he disguises himself as an oily denizen, and then, finally, he relies on this persona, which he has already established earlier, to get himself out of the way. It was likely that this Fujita Bin's heart and calculations were deeper than many of the people present. Justin gave Fujita Bin a deep look before leading the two Alice to their room K74. It was worth mentioning that Shi Taison's room number was 414, while Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhang Liangjin's room numbers were 444, and Fujita Bin's room number, 1N4. Die a death, die a death, die a death. I want you to die. Go ahead and die. It's amazing how unlucky all 4 of these room numbers harmonize. Generally hotels and inns, in order to avoid, will deliberately avoid these harmonically inauspicious room numbers. This Chase Hotel is good. Not only do not avoid, on the contrary, as if deliberately want to make up these unlucky numbers in general. 444, 414, 1 and 4, K74, these 4 room numbers are, let's not say, irrelevant, they are simply not related at all. After the 2 Justin and Alice had gone, the others immediately walked to the 2nd floor without half a moment's delay, because after the little episode of choosing a room, the time was now 8:25 minutes, 5 minutes to go. It's going to be the time the rules say you can't go out. Zhou Xiaochuan and the others walked to the 2nd floor, only to see that the 2nd floor was different from the warm style of the 1st floor, and the entire 2nd floor was permeated with an extremely gloomy and cold atmosphere. This grim aura is reflected from all sides. The most notable feature of the 2nd floor is the blackness. Here actually do not even have a light. The wooden floor is also worn out. With a foot on it, will also send out a squeak squeak squeak. And this 2nd floor, there is actually wind. The wind was blowing right at several of them, especially Zhou Xiaochuan, whose clothes were blowing and fluttering in the wind. Monks, the poor monk is puzzled by one thing. This place has no windows. Where did the wind come from? Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Shi Taisang didn't have the heart to spit out his half-literary, half-white words, but instead probed around the 2nd floor. Then he spoke. Brother Chuan, I've searched the place and there's really no air vent in this place. Zhou Xiaochuan shook his head. Sure master. This is not true, but I have a different opinion. After saying that, Zhou Xiaochuan walked to the end of the 2nd floor, which was a rather dilapidated and yellowed wall, and there was not even a window on the wall. Zhou Xiaochuan poked his hand there, and the wind drummed across his sleeve. The wind is blowing from this side. This wall is permeable? You can't say it's breathable. You can almost say that this wall is transparent and doesn't block the wind at all. Zhou Xiaochuan used his hand to touch it, but found that he was able to touch the wall's solidity. But the touch was particularly strange. Not the normal touch to the wall, but slippery and very greasy. After touching it, Zhou Xiaochuan put his hand to his own nose and smelled it. Monks, come and touch this wall. There is something wrong with this wall. The touch of this wall is completely different from the touch of a normal wall. The poor monk had once killed a fish. This is clearly the touch of a fish. And the poor monk's hands were also full of the smell of fish after touching this wall. Jiang Liangjin guffawed. Husband, didn't you say you were a monk yourself? Why are you killing fish again? Zhou Xiaochuan proudly said. When the poor monk was fetching scriptures from the west, he crossed 5 hurdles and killed an unknown number of demons. My Buddha also has a Vajra rage. When the poor monk sees those demons and devils, then he directly kills them all together. And among them is the catfish monster under the seat of the Supreme Lord. Shi Taisang simply did not seize the mistake inside Zhou Xiaochuan's words, but instead, with a flattering look, he went to touch the wall, and then complimented Zhou Xiaochuan over there. Chuan, I don't think you're the Tang Sanzang, you're Zhuge Liang. You've discovered such a hidden scene. Awesome. His next compliment, however, backfired. Zhou Xiaochuan had gone through delusions and become a bit of a jerk, but he hadn't turned into a cutie. The problem with this wall, rather than being hidden, is quite obvious. Even without touching this wall, just from the sound of the wind in this 2nd floor corridor, one could already tell that something was wrong. There is clearly a wall, but the wind is blowing through it. So doesn't that make it obvious that there is something wrong with the wall? Zhou Xiaochuan recited 2 Buddha's names, then sighed. Sure way. If only you had put the effort of slipping up on properly researching and exploring strange stories. The problem with the wall is really too obvious. The poor monk even thinks that it's so obvious that it's a bit deliberate. Now that it's getting late, the problem of the wall, wait until tomorrow morning. Let's discuss and deliberate together. After saying that, Zhou Xiaochuan and Jiang Liangjin entered the room together. Fujita Bin, on the other hand, had disappeared down the corridor to his room at some point. Shi Taisang, however, stood by the wall with a gloomy face, not knowing what he was thinking. At the moment, the time was 8:29. End of chapter. Chapter 187. Chapter 187, if you want it, come and get it yourself, request for subscription. After Zhou Xiaochuan and Jiang Liangjin entered the room, Jiang Liangjin took off her shoes and laid down on the bed, her eyes staring straight at Zhou Xiaochuan. This room is extremely inconsistent with the style of decoration and arrangement of the corridor outside. The corridor outside is so dark and dilapidated, but this room is extremely warm and cozy. The lighting is similarly warm like the arrangement on the 1st floor. In the middle of the room was a large white bed, though just as the innkeeper had said, it was a single bed with only 1 pillow and 1 quilt on it, but the bed is perfectly big enough for 2 people. Instead of a single room, This place is more like a king-sized room. The sides of the bed were empty, while the bottom of the bed was hollow, and the empty darkness of the bottom of the bed could even fit 5 or 6 people in it. Zhou Xiaochuan took a flashlight and shone it at the bottom of the bed, and found that the bottom of the bed was empty. Although the bottom of the bed was empty, there were no piles of clutter, but instead it was very clean. So clean that it was spotless. Husband, you're afraid there's something under the bed, aren't you? Zhang Liangjin laughed. Zhou Xiaochuan folded his hands and called out several times for his sins, and spoke. What this female monk means is that the poor monk still doesn't need to be careful in this weird world? What if a female goblin suddenly comes out when we fall asleep? Zhang Liangjin softly said. Don't worry, husband, I will protect you, Zhou Xiaochuan said while checking the closet, nightstand, curtains, and the bathroom, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Female cultivator, there is no need for you to protect the poor monk. Don't hurt the poor monk, and the poor monk will be thankful. Zhang Liangjin's willow brows frowned lightly. Husband, do you mean you can't trust me? I'm so sad. Saying that, her tone was actually really quite miserable and complaining, shedding 2 lines of clear tears. I'm all about protecting you, but you doubt me and can't trust me. Oh. Zhou Xiaochuan sighed softly. White bone demon, although you are a demonic spirit, you are also a demonic spirit of my Daxia kingdom. Even if you don't think about yourself, you still have to think about my Daxia people. This is clearly prudence on my part. And in the world of weird talk, prudence is not only responsible for my own life, but isn't it also responsible for your life? White bone spirit, your ideological awareness is really. Husband, what did you call me? You're the demonic spirit. Before Zhou Xiaochuan could finish his sentence, Zhang Liangjin threw a pillow over and smashed it into Zhou Xiaochuan's face, then buried her head in the quilt and cried. Zhou Xiaochuan, however, did not care about her because there was another place in this room that he had not yet investigated. That would be a laptop computer that sat at the foot of the bed, which sat on a wooden table. Zhou Xiaochuan sat down on a chair and opened his laptop. If things go against the grain, there's a demon. The inexplicable appearance of a laptop in this place was clearly out of character. How is it possible to equip every room with a laptop in such a shabby little hotel? It's not like this is a gaming hotel. But after opening the computer, it disappointed Zhou Xiaochuan. This laptop has a password set to turn on the computer. You can't turn it on without the password. Zhou Xiaochuan tried many of the more common passwords and was unsuccessful in opening them. Rummaging through the cabinets again and searching every inch of this room, even Zhang Liangjin, who was lying under the quilt, was pulled up by Zhou Xiaochuan and searched the entire sheet quilt. Still no clue as to the laptop's password. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his cell phone, wanting to see if he could contact the other chosen in order to ask them if they had information about the code. However, the phone only had 3 pieces of software. Information, flashlight, calendar. There is also only one contact among the messages. The name of that contact, Xia Jiajiu, wasn't the name of any of the remaining chosen who were still alive. Zhou Xiaochuan clicked on the person's identity notes and found that other than his name, they were all empty. No other information is available. Zhou Xiaochuan tried the combination of Xia Jiajiu's cell phone number as well as her name, and still didn't find the correct password. Enchanter Jiang, I wonder if you have any insights on the password for this laptop? After all, this is in all probability the most important thing about this copy. Zhou Xiaochuan looked towards Zhang Liangjin, who was sitting amidst the pile of bed sheets he had messed up with a grimace, and opened his mouth to ask, Oh, this is the Jiang Master again. Wasn't it the female Master just now? Wasn't it the white bone goblin just now? Wasn't I a demonic spirit? Why are you asking me questions? And I just slept well. You woke me up without saying a word. Not even a word of apology? Zhang Liangjin's voice rose in pitch, obviously a little angry. Zhou Xiaochuan looked embarrassed, bowed his head and folded his hands. Even said a few sins. Jiang Master, the matter is urgent, can only be from the right. The poor monk did not greet you precisely because I saw that you have fallen asleep. Sorry to disturb. The poor monk is here to apologize to you. I hope you don't have a general understanding with the poor monk. Everything is in the overall situation of the Xia kingdom. If we die here, that's still a small matter. If we let the strange talk descend in the Xia kingdom, that's another hundreds of thousands of lives to say the least. After Zhou Xiaochuan finished, he approached Zhang Liangjin, his head lowered, his face full of guilt. Master Jiang, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Liangjin shook his head impatiently. Husband, do you know that even if you don't know the boot password, there are at least 5 ways to reset it? Zhou Xiaochuan looked a little embarrassed. Not to mention him in this state now. Even under normal circumstances, Zhou Xiaochuan is completely clueless about these computer information types. His knowledge of computers was limited to knowing some office software and being able to install and uninstall games. Summerland, Bureau of Weird Tales Processing. Shin Huichen looked at Zhou Xiaochuan's performance and was simply anxious. Ouch. Even if you don't know how to do it, you can always press F8 and go to administrator, right? Director Ma was also a bit embarrassed. Zhou Xiaochuan has been here at this weird talk handling bureau for 2 weeks now, and most of the training he received was physical training as well as training in skills such as swimming and rock climbing. So when Xiaochuan comes back, you'll be responsible for teaching him about computers. Shin Huichen nodded. World of Weird Tales, Chase Hotel. The dilemma, however, did not last long. Zhou Xiaochuan shook his head and said, Jiangshi Master does not know. The poor monk has not set foot in the human world for 1,000 years since he fetched scriptures from the western heaven, and his understanding of these emerging things is really limited. Before he could finish his words, Zhou Xiaochuan saw a USB flash drive pressed next to Jiang Liangjin's thigh. Abbot Jiang, this USB flash drive is likely to be the thing that breaks the game. Can you pass it to me? Jiang Liangjin sked lightly and pressed the USB drive under his leg. Husband, if you want it, come and get it yourself. End of chapter 188. Chapter 188, Computer Booting, Request for Subscription. Zhou Xiaochuan walked to Jiang Liangjin's side without turning red or jumping, and then reached out and pulled out the flash drive from under Jiang Liangjin's thigh. This was so fast that even Jiang Liangjin didn't react. Just for a second. You didn't say you're a monk. You're not. Her face was covered with redness. Her voice was as thin as a micro-mosquito, and she couldn't stammer out a sentence. Zhou Xiaochuan clasped his hands together and said 3 sins in a row. Then spoke. Master Jiang, poor monks have always been compassionate, and this strange talk involves countless lives, so poor monks can only take this sin on behalf of the world's living beings. He had tears in the corners of his eyes. Jiang Liangjin's face reddened. You mean, you're still at a disadvantage instead? You're shameless. After saying that, a pillow was thrown at Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan caught on the body. I'm sorry Jiangshi Master. The poor monk on behalf of the world's living beings thanked you for your sacrifice. Wine and meat through the heart. Buddha's heart to stay. The poor monk will be responsible for you. As long as you're not weird, even if you're a white bone spirit, the poor monk will do his best to protect you in the midst of this copy. After saying that, Zhou Xiaochuan didn't look at Jiang Liangjin, but directly picked up the USB flash drive and surveyed it. The USB flash drive was gray in color, which was similar to other USB flash drives, but there was a piece of paper attached to the top of the USB flash drive. There was a string of numbers written on the paper. 15574396, 1020. Zhou Xiaochuan looked at this string of numbers and immediately noticed something unusual about it. If it wasn't him, but some other chosen one who got the string of numbers, they would definitely be unimpressed and unaware of it, because I'm afraid he's the only one in all of mankind who knows what's in that number. Civilization number 1557. Isn't that the civilization that Jiqiang represents? He had originally wanted to delude himself into becoming Jiqiang, but he had failed and deluded himself into becoming this character who didn't know what he was. And civilization number 4396 is the codename of the human civilization in the middle of the Star and Moon Theater. And what exactly does this 1020 mean? Zhou Xiaochuan pondered for a while, but still did not think of any results, so he tore this note down. Master Jiang, where did you get this USB flash drive? How much do you know about the numbers on this U-disk? Jiang Liangjin looked like his residual anger had not yet subsided, and his entire body burrowed inside the quilt. Stammering and speaking, I found it under my pillow. I don't know what the numbers mean. Oh, Zhou Xiaochuan chatted with her a few more times, then sat down in front of the computer desk, opened the computer, and used the string of numbers as a password, and typed it in. Listening to the melodious startup music, Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was greatly pleased. Sure enough, the mysterious string of numbers was the password to this computer. Only the odds are that the string of numbers isn't just a password. It has a special meaning. Zhou Xiaochuan silently wrote down the string of numbers. After about 2 or 3 minutes of waiting, this computer slowly and languidly booted up. Zhou Xiaochuan first closed a computer butler's congratulations. Your computer boot speed exceeded the national 0.1% of users prompt pop-up window. Then he checked the information on the computer. After booting up the computer, what came into view was the desktop of this computer. The wallpaper on the desktop. A family photo. Dad, Mom, daughter. Dad's body was a little bloated, but not fat, but more like the puffiness that comes from being in water for a long time. His face, on the other hand, was obscured from view by a cloud of blood. Mom is the only character out of the 3 who can see her face clearly. This Mom is the owner of the Chase Inn, the same woman who just sat at the front desk and asked them to register their information. In this family photo, she was wearing a cheongsam, making her already prominent figure look even more exquisite. On her face, She was wearing a flirtatious and playful smile. Within his gaze, there was a hidden cunning. It's not normal. What kind of person takes a family photo with that look on their face? Don't people generally exude happy smiles? If they weren't happy, why take family photos? And it wasn't like she was faking this smile because she was unhappy. To Zhou Xiaochuan, this smile vaguely carried a strong sense of mockery. And because her flirtatious and playful eyes were looking at Zhou Xiaochuan, there was always something creepy about looking at Zhou Xiaochuan. But she looked so much more normal than her daughter and husband. The most dysfunctional part of this family photo is the daughter of the two of them. The daughter sat on her mom's lap with a bright sunny smile on her face. But this daughter is actually not a person. Instead, it's a pile of white bones. The reason you can see the smile on the white bones is because the daughter has left a little bit of skin at the corners of her mouth and nose. The bone and flesh sticking to the skin made it even creepier. Zhou Xiaochuan carefully scrutinized and studied this desktop wallpaper for a while, but didn't see anything. It just seemed that the longer he looked at this desktop wallpaper, the more he felt that the character in the middle of the wallpaper was looking at him. Zhou Xiaochuan first put down the wallpaper and began to browse through the files on the computer. He first opened the browser. This computer is naturally no network. Cannot use the browser, but you can see the browser history browsing record. How about $10 for 10 days? Does nail cutting for onychomycosis hurt? How much does it cost? What if I don't want to go to school? What is the direction of employment after majoring in Chinese language and literature? Career prospects for Chinese language and literature majors? Zhou Xiaochuan was bored and pulled to the end, but as a result, he didn't find any powerful content, nor did he find anything valuable, just something that normal people would search for. As for QQ, Weibo and other chat software, it is even more inaccessible because there is no network. However, it is worth mentioning that the microsignal on this computer happens to be X plus Xie Jiajiao's cell phone number. The name of her microsignal and QQ number is called Jianzhua Guanzhong. In other words, the odds are that this computer belongs to Jiajiao Xie, but who is Jiajiao Xie? Zhou Xiaochuan opened other files on the computer, but found almost nothing, because these files, all of them, just have a name and no content exists. For example, there is a folder on the desktop. The contents of the file is Jojo from the age of 1 to 18 years of age photos. Zhou Xiaochuan would have liked to open, so as to see who Jojo in the end. It turned out that when I opened the folder, there wasn't even a single file in it at all. However, even so, Zhou Xiaochuan vaguely sensed the true identity of this Jiajia. In all likelihood, she was the daughter of the owner of this Chase Inn, and at the same time, she must also be an important role in this copy. Zhou Xiaochuan took a deep breath, settled down, and inserted the USB drive into the computer. End of chapter 189. Chapter 189, Second Floor Bedroom Rules, Request for Subscription. Zhou Xiaochuan plugged the USB flash drive into the computer, and the contents of this USB flash drive made Zhou Xiaochuan feel a little afraid. Master Jiang, Monk Jiang, quickly look at the contents of the files inside this USB flash drive. Hurry! Jiang Liangjin's eyes were red, and she got out from the quilt, just wanting to play a temper. She was directly hugged by Zhou Xiaochuan and carried to the computer. You, she said, her face growing red. Scholar Jiang, it's better to put down all the differences between men and women and worldly rituals when it comes down to it. The poor monk is afraid that if you keep playing with your temper and not coming, you'll miss out on something big and end up in danger. Zhou Xiaochuan had a serious face, and as he spoke, the golden light of the Buddha face flashed on his body. Not like he was faking. Jiang Liangjin could only use a voice as thin as a mosquito, and softly agreed. The voice had been so small that it was so weak and micro-mosquito that it was almost inaudible. The main reason why Zhou Xiaochuan called Jiang Liangjin to the table was because of the 3 files in the middle of this USB folder. Even if Zhou Xiaochuan hadn't looked at these 3 documents yet, just by looking at the file names, he already knew that these 3 documents were unusual and of great importance. The first file name, in the form of a Word document, is called Second Floor Bedroom Rules. The second file name, Mom's Been a Little Off Lately, is also in the form of a Word document. The third file, on the other hand, is a picture. Mistress Jiang, it's best to look at the rules first. After all, the rules are the most important. After saying that, Zhou Xiaochuan opened the file called Second Floor Bedroom Rules. Welcome to the Azu Inn. At Azu Inn, we will do our best to provide you with an excellent experience. However, as you may have noticed, there are some irregularities in the hotel. But don't worry, as long as you follow the rules below, you will be able to have an enjoyable experience at Azu Ryokan. First, guests of this hotel are requested to stay in their rooms on the second floor of the hotel from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. The rest of the time, please leave your room, preferably away from the second floor. The rest of the time, please leave your room, preferably away from the second floor. Second, there is a crazy murderer mixed in this hotel. His characteristic is that he likes to ask the target whether he prefers to eat rabbit meat or pork. So please be careful and do not answer his questions. Third, when the mad murderer is on the prowl, the lights in the room will flicker and then go out. If you encounter this phenomenon, please do not panic and immediately get under the quilt or under the bed and do not come out. The following is annotated in red, hee 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 hee. Don't ever come out, oh. Don't ever be found by me, oh happy face carrot. Fourth, please be assured that the rooms on the second floor of the hotel are perfectly safe, and it is best for all honored residents to remain in the hotel 24 hours a day and not come out. Please don't worry. We provide an ensuite bathroom in the room with hot water 24 hours a day. And when it comes to the mealtime, there will be staffs with delivery up. However, due to the snowy road closure, we can only provide pork and rabbit meat here. The staff will ask residents at the door if they prefer pork or rabbit when they deliver their meals. So be sure to answer his question within 3 seconds. Ha 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 ha. Sixth, don't look out the window at the moon. The moon is the cue. Seventh, the name of this inn is Azu Inn, not Chase Inn. If you are entering the Chase Inn, then the above rules still apply. Good luck, poor man. Eighth, this hotel is called Chase Hotel. Zhou Xiaochuan's head simply grew big when he saw the rules. A short 8 rules. Contradictory almost everywhere. First is the first rule. The first rule requires that you stay in your room on the second floor of the hotel from 11 p.m. M. to 6 a.m. M. and leave your room the rest of the time. But this is in conflict with the previous rule on the first floor that you must stay in your room on the second floor of the hotel from 8:30 p.m. M. to 8:30 a.m. M. As if that weren't enough, this first rule in turn conflicts with the fourth rule, which suggests that occupants stay in their rooms 24 hours a day. In the meantime, never respond to a crazed murderer asking if he prefers rabbit or pork and contradicting the delivery staff again, because the delivery staff, too, would ask if they preferred rabbit or pork, but all the rules required was that they had to respond as soon as possible. As for the fifth rule, that's even more ridiculous. Ha ha ha. In his cell phone, the only contact is Xie Jiajiao, and the owner of this laptop. The probability is also Xie Jiajiao. He has already contacted so much information about Xie Jiajiao. This rule, obviously, is a problematic one. You saw the message and you're going to cut off your nose and offer it to her? To whom? Who is she? The innkeeper? And there is also the form of hey 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 plus ellipsis, giving Zhou Xiaochuan a feeling of returning to the second middle school of Lingjiang. The sixth rule, moreover, directly contradicts itself. Sixth, don't look out the window at the moon. The moon is a hint. Again, they say not to look at the moon, and they say the moon is a hint. But how can you get a hint if you don't look at the moon? Rule number 7 says this is called the Azu Inn, but number 8 says it's the Chase Inn, and this copy is called the Chase Inn. Zhou Xiaochuan sighed deeply. Although it was said that he had obtained the second copy of the rules through this USB flash drive, this second copy of the rules informed the information while also leaving him with a lot of questions. Zhou Xiaochuan turned his head and looked at Zhang Liangjin, but the latter didn't even look at the computer screen, but kept staring at Zhou Xiaochuan. So when Zhou Xiaochuan turned his head, he happened to be on a 4-eye contact with Zhang Liangjin. Zhang Liangjin's face slightly reddened as Zhou Xiaochuan asked, Master Jiang, I wonder if you have any thoughts after looking at this bizarre, contradictory and twisted rule? Zhang Liangjin pondered for a moment and spoke. Husband, do you really not see it? The sixth rule is actually not contradictory. After Zhang Liangjin said this, Zhou Xiaochuan also finally understood the meaning. Rule number 6 says don't look out the window at the moon, but it doesn't say you're not allowed to look at the moon somewhere else. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately closed his eyes, and as soon as he pulled open the curtains, the bright moonlight suddenly shone in the room. He picked up his cell phone and pointed it at himself, his own back to the window, and saw the moon on it. The moon was no different from a normal moon, but the moonlight shone on Zhou Xiaochuan's face, but it formed a section of words on his face through the way of shadows in an extremely bizarre manner. Run! Watch out for Zhang Liangjin! Zhou Xiaochuan turned around in shock, only to see that Zhang Liangjin's uniform of Lingjiang No. 2 middle school was dyed blood red. The skin on his body began to fester and fall off, revealing white bones, and his mouth was grinning to the root of his ear. Husband, I love you. I really love you so much. Why don't you accept me? But it's okay, you'll have to accept it in a while. He. Zhang Liangjin in such a bizarre state floated towards Zhou Xiaochuan like this. All of this change was in a flash, unguarded and sudden. End of chapter 190. Chapter 190, found you, request for subscription. The bizarre appearance of Zhang Liangjin in front of him was no different from the Zhang Liangjin in the middle of Spirit River Second Middle School. Her red clothes fluttered as she floated towards Zhou Xiaochuan. Is that a hint from the moon? Zhou Xiaochuan said a few Buddha's names in a row, and his body was covered in golden light. appearing majestic and compassionate. White bone demon. The poor monk really didn't misread you. Before the words were even halfway out of his mouth, he immediately paused. It was because after he displayed Buddha's light all over his body, Zhang Liangjin became normalized. What with the red clothes, the white bones, the ulcers, and the bloody mouths, it all actually seemed like a fake. Zhang Liangjin blinked his eyes and looked at Zhou Xiaochuan with a somewhat playful and frivolous expression. Husband, why did you just call me a white bone spirit again? And also, are you looking like you want to rough me up? You just took advantage of me, and instead of comforting me, her eyes were red and she cried again. Zhou Xiaochuan always felt that although this crying of hers was very real, it was like she was faking it. Zhou Xiaochuan converged on the Buddha's light, and the Zhang Liangjin in front of him turned into that bizarre appearance again. Ling Jiang's second middle school uniforms were stained red with blood, the skin on the face festered, revealing the white bones, a cherry mouth showing a smile, open and wide to the side of the ear, looking extremely horrible. Husband, I love you. I really love you so much. Why don't you accept me? But it's okay, you'll have to accept it in a while. He. She recited the words, full of grudges, and floated towards Zhou Xiaochuan again. However, when Zhou Xiaochuan raised the Buddha's light again, the Zhang Liangjin in front of him became normal again, just standing next to the computer desk, looking at Zhou Xiaochuan with a resigned face. Zhou Xiaochuan looked as normal and restored the Buddha's light, then used his hand to touch the abnormal Zhang Liangjin, only to find that what he touched was just air. Is this fake? A hallucination? The moon gives false hints? Moonlight brings hallucinations? Zhou Xiaochuan hurriedly pulled the curtains closed so that the moonlight could not shine into the room. After this act was done, the Zhang Liangjin in front of him immediately returned to normal. Looking at all this, Zhou Xiaochuan got up thinking, and at this moment, there were many people discussing this matter in the live broadcast room of Xia. What's going on here? I'm getting dizzy. Just arrived. Zhang Liangjin is a good guy and a bad guy? Is that even a thought? Of course it's a good guy. You're too young to understand. When you are in danger, the one who will help you is a brother, and the one who will help you a few times is a woman. Moonlight causes hallucinations, and the reason why there are no hallucinations when one manifests the Buddha's light is probably because one's Buddha's light disperses the weird power. Shouldn't look at the moon, Zhou Xiaochuan secretly said in his heart. Subsequently, Zhou Xiaochuan sat down on the chair next to the computer desk and checked the other two files on the other USB flash drive. The first thing he did was to open the Word document. Mom's been a little off lately, but there were no clues in it at all. Instead, it's an intimidating, threatening paragraph. These cursed words are repeated over and over again, and pulled to the end of the document is an enlarged string of red text. You've been discovered. Zhou Xiaochuan turned his head and asked, Master Jiang, do you have any thoughts on this? Zhang Liangjin shook his head indifferently, his tone somewhat disdainful. Isn't this just words of intimidation? What's so good about it? One look and I know it's just scaremongering. Zhang Liangjin then placed her smooth, jade-like, white and tender hand on the mouse and forked the document. This is obviously useless information. No need to read it. She then clicked on the last of the three files, which was in picture form. Just as soon as I clicked on it, the picture startled the viewers of the live broadcast, because the person in the middle of this picture was no other than Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhang Liangjin, who were checking out the documents at the moment. And the viewpoint from which this photo was taken was the viewpoint seen by the people in the middle of the live broadcast. Even the computer screen can be seen very clearly in this picture. It's like, the person who took this picture is the same person who was sitting in front of a computer or in front of a cell phone screen, watching Weird Tales live. What's going on? This picture was taken by a viewer watching the live broadcast? Can someone explain to me what's going on? Not only can the weird world interfere with the real world, but the real world can interfere with the weird world? It's a mess. It's a mess. It's all messed up now. The members of the Weird Tales Processing Bureau, when they saw this one picture, even held an emergency meeting to study about it. Even more so, he had directly utilized hacking techniques to monitor all the computers that were watching the live broadcast of Weird Tales World, but he still found nothing. World of Weird Tales, Chase Hotel. Zhou Xiaochuan was also a bit surprised after seeing this one photo. Enchanter Jiang, what do you think of this picture? Zhang Liangjin opened his mouth and was just about to speak when he saw that the content within this picture had changed again. The picture turned out to be the two of them in their current state. It was the way Zhang Liangjin wanted to speak but didn't open his mouth to do so. And here's what these two pictures have in common. They were both given with a cell phone. How else did the picture change a bit? Zhou Xiaochuan's words had just been uttered when the picture on the computer screen changed back to the latest status of the two. There's a creep peering in and also, as if playfully, filming all of their real-time movements for them to see. Is the purpose intimidation, deterrence, or was it a precursor to this bizarre move? Zhou Xiaochuan stood up, and the Zhou Xiaochuan among the pictures on the computer also stood up. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiaochuan let out a cold snort, folded his hands, and covered his body in Buddhist light. Not only that, the skin around his body also became golden, and the ring scar on the top of that head, even more so, let out 10,000 lights. Demons and devils, how dare you show off your skills here? The poor monk will subdue the demons and get rid of them. Afterward, Zhou Xiaochuan raised one palm, and the 18 golden dragon shadows appeared behind him. Zhang Liangjin pressed his hand on Zhou Xiaochuan's shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Husband, what are you doing? Do you know where the weirdness really is? Zhou Xiaochuan shook his head. So, with this look, are you trying to break this computer? Maybe this computer is still useful. Zhang Liangjin opened his mouth. Hearing Zhang Liangjin's words, Zhou Xiaochuan then put away his stance. However, in the next moment, the image on this computer changed again into the appearance of the Buddha's light on Zhou Xiaochuan's body just now, raising his palm. The difference is that this time, the picture has a paragraph in bright red. He, found you. End of chapter 191. Chapter 191, Xie Jiaojiao, request for subscription. Found you? The bright red text is something that none of the previous pictures had. Zhang Liangjin's body shrank backward when he saw the bright red text. In fact, this related description has come up before. At the end of the USB flash drive document, there was also this big red paragraph. You've been discovered. Found you. You've been spotted? Zhou Xiaochuan snorted coldly and shouted. The poor monk has also found you. Don't be arrogant, little demonic spirit. Zhang Liangjin's pupils widened slightly and her mouth opened in some surprise. Husband, you really found it? Where is it? How come I didn't see it? Zhou Xiaochuan said softly. To be honest, the poor monk didn't find where the demonic spirit was. The reason why he said that was just to bluff it and make it panic. Zhang Liangjin was a bit speechless. Will weirdness still panic? Before the words were finished, the lights flickered in the room, bright and dark, and after a while the lights were turned off completely, making it impossible to see into the room. Third, when the mad murderer is out, the lights in the room will go out after flickering. If you residents encounter this phenomenon, please do not panic and immediately get under the quilt or under the bed and do not come out. This fits perfectly with the third rule in the second floor bedroom rules, which I had seen earlier, on the laptop USB drive. It's a precursor to when the mad killer appears. You've been discovered. Found you. The person who found it was the crazy killer demon among the rules? And the person who found Zhou Xiaochuan is also the crazy murderer? And this rule says that when you encounter this phenomenon happening, you have to get under the covers or into the bottom of the bed and not come out in order to escape. But the problem is that the method within this rule defies common sense. Hiding under the covers or hiding under the bed. Isn't that just a cover-up? It's only a matter of time before the mad murderer is found. But if you don't do this, you're not allowed out of your bedroom at the current time of 9 o'clock at night. Just as Zhou Xiaochuan was thinking, a knock sounded on the door. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. A somewhat deliberately lowered voice then came through the door. The voice was somewhat on asterisk, like a male voice, but with a sharp throat. Residents of room 444, Zhou Xiaochuan, Zhang Liangjin, I'm the food delivery staff. May I ask if you prefer pork or rabbit meat? Here we go. Sure enough it came. Second, there is a crazy murderer mixed in this hotel. His characteristic is that he likes to ask the target whether he prefers to eat rabbit meat or pork. So please be careful and do not answer his questions. The second rule of the bedroom rules then states that this crazy murderer likes to ask his targets whether they prefer rabbit meat or pork, and that they should never answer his questions. Yet another rule says, when the staff delivers the meal, they will ask the resident at the door if he prefers pork or rabbit. So please be sure to answer his question within 3 seconds. One says that you must not answer his question, but the other says that you must answer his question within 3 seconds, which contradicts each other. Which one is true and which one is false? Joe tends not to be able to answer that it's true, because among the files on the computer's USB flash drive before, it had appeared, I found you. You've been found. The words, and the earlier scene of flickering lights inside the house fits the prerequisites of the rules when the mad murderer appears. And more to the point, this rule of the staff, itself, contradicts the rule that you just got as soon as you entered the copy. Rule number 5, there is no pork in the Chase Hotel. So if the owner offers you pork, please refuse immediately and break her arm. There's no pork in the Chase Hotel, so why is the staff offering pork? What's more, on the first floor of the Chase Hotel, there was never any staff seen, only the hotel owner. And where did this staff come from? Zhou Xiaochuan figured out the episode and was just about to make a countermeasure when he felt a chaotic realization hit him in the middle of his mind. And he was in a magnificent mood. Ha ha! I don't want neither pork nor rabbit. I want your meat. At these words, the knocking at the door stopped, and the person knocking at the door seemed to be in some sort of shocked mood. The atmosphere, for a while, became very strange, yet very serene. This tranquility was broken by Zhang Liangjin. Mr. At the door, I'm sorry, my husband is drunk and babbling. Please don't take it seriously. We're not hungry. I'm sorry to trouble you. Her tone was calm, her speech gentle and slow, and she appeared polite and courteous. So polite that she simply didn't look like Zhang Liangjin. After she said this, the knocking at the door stopped, and then another footstep sounded outside the door. Only this footstep faded away until it was finally inaudible. It was only after the footsteps had gone far away that Zhang Liangjin became a little annoyed. Husband, what do you mean by that? Are you tired of living too long? To actually provoke it, you don't even care about the rules anymore? Zhou Shaochuan just spoke faintly. Rules? Are rules meant for people like us? If it dares to come in, then the poor monk doesn't mind sending it to see the Bodhisattva of the earth. Originally, the lights in this room were not lit up, and when Zhou Shaochuan spoke, the room was still dim. But when Zhou Shaochuan finished speaking, a golden Buddha light lit up all over his body, actually directly illuminating this part of the room. I go. So the real solution to the problem is here. The rules, although the requirements say that you have to reply, but whether you choose pork or rabbit meat is a dead giveaway. Yes, choosing pork is needless to say. As I said earlier, there is no pork in the hotel. Even if you choose rabbit meat, then the crazy murderer outside the door will come in to deliver the meal, and then it will be a fateful end. Despite this, we still want to see the crazy ogre come in and Xuan fight him. Yes, that's right. That's right. The light in the middle of the room remained dark after the knocking was far away. Husband, it's getting late. Why don't we go to bed first? What's more, there's not even a light right now, so we can't do anything. Zhou Shaochuan nodded. Zhang Liangjin was delighted in his heart and lay down on the bed, pulling back the covers and signaling Zhou Shaochuan to come in. I didn't expect Zhou Shaochuan to directly head to the bottom of the bed. Master Jiang, men and women are not related. Poor monk. In order to avoid suspicion, I'll sleep at the bottom of the bed tonight. As a result, I didn't expect Zhou Shaochuan to realize that something was wrong as soon as he got under the bed. It was dark outside, but very bright under the bed. A little girl with a rabbit head mask lay on her back at the bottom of the bed, her eyes glowing green underneath the mask. Good, then I'll keep you company tonight. When this voice came out, Zhou Shaochuan was startled. Wasn't this the voice of the misogynist who had knocked on the door earlier? No wonder the voice was not male or female. It turned out to be because the person who gave out this voice was a little girl. Zhou Shaochuan and the little girl with the rabbit head mask then just looked at each other. Neither man embodied aggression. What's your name, little girl? Zhou Shaochuan broke the silence first and asked. Thank you, Jiajiao. End of chapter 192. Chapter 192, you're still getting the better of me? Jiajiao Xie? This person is actually Jiajiao Xie? Her voice was the same as the knock at the door earlier. Could it be that the staff of this Chase Hotel and the murderous maniac in the middle of the hotel were both Xie Jiajiao? Ha. Just seeing the information about Jiajiao Xie requires cutting off your nose. So what if you see Jiajiao Xie directly? But if the person in front of him was Xie Jiajiao, that seemed a bit off. Zhou Shaochuan once saw an empty folder called Xie Jiajiao's photos from age 1 to 18 on his computer. Zhou Shaochuan coldly said, Impossible. You can't be Xie Jiajiao. The rules on that USB flash drive have already said that there is no one named Xie Jiajiao in the hotel. Who exactly are you? Are you a homicidal maniac or a staff member of the hotel? Xie Jiajiao's head poked forward. He. I am Xie Jiajiao. Do you take whatever the rules say for what it is? He. How dare they say I don't exist? You read that rule to me in its entirety? Zhou Shaochuan transported golden light all over his body, appearing majestic as a whole. He wanted to move his body outside of the bed, but realized that it was like there was a boundary between outside and inside the bottom of the bed. It wasn't that he couldn't control the movement of his body, but when he moved to the demarcation line between the bottom of the bed and the bottom of the bed beyond, he couldn't move an inch. The poor monk has already been trapped here for so long. Why hasn't the monk Jiang moved or reacted yet? Could it be that perception has been blocked? The bottom of the bed and the outside of the bed are each a small heaven and earth? Zhou Shaochuan secretly said in his heart. He wanted to luck out and attack Xie Jiajiao, but realized that he was able to lift this chi up, but could not manage to swing it out. Xie Jiajiao smiled cheekily. Stinking monk, you're a bit capable. Outside I'm not your opponent, but inside here well, I advise you have to listen to this girl, or else even if this girl can't kill you, she can. He. Zhou Shaochuan sighed. The man is the chopper and I am the fish. After deluding himself into this unknown role, his most notable characteristic is that he becomes reckless and less cautious than before. Of course, the advantage is also extremely obvious. That is, the strength is greatly increased. Even if he entered underneath this bed, such an obviously bizarre territory, he could still possess a certain degree of self-preservation. Also, let this Xie Jiujiao, said she did not have the means to kill himself, has been considered very powerful. Zhou Xiaochuan could only make false pretenses first, and as she requested, he read the rules he had seen as soon as he entered the Chase Hotel and the rules of the hotel's second floor rooms that he had just seen on the USB drive to Xie Jiaojiu word for word. After hearing this, Xie Jiaojiu let out another sinister smile. Good. Things have actually turned out like this. There is still no Xie Jiaojiu. Zhou Xiaochuan hurriedly spoke. This female monk. The poor monk has already accomplished your request. Next, the poor monk has a few things he would like to inquire about. I wonder if it is possible. You ask. But this girl doesn't always answer. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth, his tone solemn, as if he was truly Maitreya in the world. This first thing, is the female monk's exactly how old? Poor monk's earlier in the computer has seen an empty folder. The name is the female monk's 1-year-old to 18 years old photos, but the view of the female monk's age and does not look like so big. More than unlike, Xie Jiajiao's age looked like she was probably just 12 or 13 years old, and judging from her voice, she was also a 12 or 13-year-old girl who had not yet changed her voice and developed to maturity. How could it be 18 years old? Unless she's like the two Huang Xiaoqin and Huang Xiaoyong. Xie Jiaojiao laughed twice. This girl is 23 years old, older than even you. 23? From her appearance, her voice, and the tone and inflection of her voice, she was completely a 12 or 13-year-old child. This contradicts. Zhou Xiaochuan asked a second question. The poor monk's second question is whether or not scholar Xie is, as stated in the rules of the Chase Inn, the daughter of the innkeeper? After hearing this question, Xie Jiaojiao sounded a bit angry and said angrily, I'm not her daughter. This rule nonsense. It seems in all likelihood, this Xie Jiaojiao, most likely that the Chase Hotel owner's daughter did not run. Zhou Xiaochuan secretly said in his heart, if it really wasn't her daughter, then this Xie Jiaojiao definitely wouldn't have reacted like this. The reaction of the Xie Jiaojiao in front of her was as if she was a small child who had fallen out with her own family and wanted to run away from home. Monk Xie, the poor monk would like to ask one question, and that is how to survive for 4 days within this Chase Inn? Zhou's question arguably touches on the very root of this strange talk. After all, who participates in the strange talk? The ultimate goal is not to pass the copy alive? And this time the copy of the pass conditions in the rules is directly to point out, that's 4 days in a hotel. But, according to Rule 11, the hotel would only receive them for 3 days. On the third day, at 8 p.m., the innkeeper will ask them to leave the inn in order to receive the next group of guests. But to leave the hotel is to die. Yet there was something wrong with this rule, and that was that the hotel would only receive them for 3 days, which did not seem to be 3 full days of 72 hours, because they got here at 8 p.m. On the first day, and by 8 p.m. on the third day, that's a total of only 48 hours. So it seems that the count should be natural days, not hours. After Zhou Xiaochuan inquired about how to survive for 4 days in the middle of the hotel, Xie Jiaojiao froze for a while. Only then did he speak. Today is your first day in the inn. Count the hours. Just survive until the wee hours of the 4th day. That means either you live 4 hours after getting out of the hotel, or you find a way to stay in the middle of the hotel for 4 more hours. After hearing Xie Jiaojiao's words, Zhou Xiaochuan was then certain that what he had just thought was not wrong. Surviving 4 days in the middle of a hotel is not counted as precise hours, but as natural days. After receiving this news, Zhou Xiaochuan thanked him repeatedly, then opened his mouth and asked, then how can a poor monk dare to ask how he can live for 4 hours after leaving the inn, or stay in the inn for 4 more hours? Xie Jiaojiao shook her head impatiently. Dead monk, you have too many questions. I answered a few of your questions on the basis that you told me the rules and I can't kill you, and you're still getting an inch on me? End of chapter 193. Chapter 193. What Jiangshi Master? Am I not Lin Daiyu? Facing Xie Jiaojiao's questioning, Zhou Xiaochuan was a bit embarrassed, but still didn't change his face. Please tell me, this is not only about poor monk Jiangshi Wei, but also about... Before Zhou Xiaochuan could finish, Xie Jiaojiao impatiently waved her hand. I know what you're trying to say. You monks are all the same. You all like moral abduction. What's it to me if other people live or die? Don't morally kidnap this girl. I don't eat that. Zhou Xiaochuan still wanted to continue saying something, when he heard Xie Jiaojiao say, you don't have to ask. This matter this girl doesn't know. You have to find your own way. This girl even needs you to tell this rule. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaochuan thought about it and felt that the reasoning was indeed this. So he asked, Monk Xie, the poor monk has the audacity to ask, which of these rules are true and which are false? You sound exactly like the mad killer described in the rules. Are you the mad killer described in the rules? Are you the same person as the hotel staff? Also, is this hotel called the Azu Hotel or the Chase Hotel, and why are the rules contradictory? Zhou Xiaochuan didn't ask several questions in a row. He would pause for a while before asking each question. Just that Xie Jiajiao didn't give him an answer. That's why it seemed that Zhou Xiaochuan asked several questions in a row. By the time Zhou Xiaochuan finished asking, is this hotel called a Shuwei Hotel or Chase Hotel? Xie Jiajiao finally spoke up. Boring. Some of these things this girl doesn't know, and some this girl won't tell you even if she does know. This girl is just thanking you for telling me the rules and answering a few of your questions. And you're just getting ahead of yourself. This girl can't kill you, but she can lock you up for a. She was going to make that number a little bigger, but as if she suddenly remembered something, she paused for a moment before her tone changed and she continued. Put you away for 12 hours. Zhou Xiaochuan keenly sensed this. Jiajiao Xie can't kill him, and can't keep him under the bed for too long. After learning of this news, Zhou Xiaochuan smiled faintly and somewhat boldly. Master Xie, you must be able to see that the poor monk is a high monk of the way, who once took 3 disciples all the way to the west to fetch the scriptures and cultivate the right fruit. As a goblin, you should have heard a little bit of the poor monk's deeds, so you might as well tell your grievances, and the poor monk will definitely be able to clear your name, and subsequently transcend you and send you to reincarnate. After hearing this, Xie Jiajiao slightly inclined her head sideways and whispered, What? Never heard of it. What number are you? Never heard of it? Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes widened after hearing this. The poor monk, Tang San Burial, was ordered by Emperor Ing Zhang of Qin Shi Huang to fetch scriptures from the west, and with his 3 disciples, he traveled all the way through 5 hurdles and 6 generals, and finally killed Dong Zhuo, the Han trader, in front of the great Thunder Sound Temple, and gained the scriptures and cultivated the fruit of righteousness. Isn't this an ancient tale that has been told by millions of people? You, as a goblin, have never heard of it? Zhou Xiaochuan let out a long sigh. It seems that all of you goblins are blinded by hatred and are unwilling to learn about things in the world. Poor thing. However, if I tell you my deeds in detail, I'm sure you'll know who I really am, and you'll believe in me. Xie Jiajiao did not say anything, but her body was slightly leaning forward, as if she was also trying to find out what kind of words Zhou Xiaochuan could actually say this time. Ahem. Poor monk Tang San Burial, burying the sky, burying the earth, and burying all living beings. This is the poor monk's name after he became a monk. But the poor monk's real identity is actually Qin Shi Huang's eldest son, Gongzi Fusu. By the order of his father, he went to the west to fetch scriptures. However, when the scriptures were taken, 500 years had passed, and everything had gone by, and the great Qin had perished. In these 500 years, I and my 3 big disciples in the world has made a great reputation. My eldest disciple is the most famous, the great sage of Qi Tian, Sun Wukong. You should have heard of this one. Xie Jiajiao nodded. You're right. The great sage of Qi Tian, Sun Wukong. A human has heard of it. Stinking monk, you go on. Zhou Xiaochuan saw Xie Jiajiao nodding her head and immediately danced with joy and blushed. He exclaimed, although my eldest disciple, the great sage of Qi Tian, is the most famous, and his skills are the highest among the 4 of us masters and disciples, he is the most overly pedantic. Whenever the poor monk tried to subdue the demons and get rid of the devils, he recited the tight ban incantation given to him by Guan Shirin, interfering with the poor monk, letting the demons go, and showing off that woman's benevolence. My most beloved are still my 2 disciples who are like-minded with me and who draw their swords in anger at the sight of the road. Xie Jiajiao laughed softly twice and snatched. I know. My elementary school teacher told me about it. Isn't it Piggy and Sha Wujing? These 2 people, one is the heavenly puff marshal and the other is the rolling curtain general, are indeed capable. Zhou Xiaochuan shook his head. I'm really a loner. Even my name is wrong. The poor monk's 2nd disciple, his name is Execution of the 8 Realms, and the poor monk's 3rd disciple, his name is Killing the Endless. All of them are resounding heroes. In front of the great Thunder Sound Temple, I and my 2nd and 3rd disciples, the 3 of us were married in the peach orchard as brothers with different surnames, and together we killed that Han thief Dong Zhuo, and finally took the true scriptures. Xie Jiajiao snorted and laughed out loud. Then according to you, do you recognize Lin Daiyu and Song Jian? Zhou Xiaochuan nodded solemnly. Lin Daiyu is the white bone demon that my master and disciples encountered on their way to fetch the scriptures, and it is also the same Jiang Liang Jin that is now sleeping in the bed. I don't know how, but I have lost my memories today. As for Song Jiang, that's just a rat that I chopped down when I went through the 5 hurdles and cut down the 6 generals. It's nothing. Xie Jiajiao laughed after hearing this. Zhou Xiaochuan spoke. Monk Xie, since you already know the bottom line of the poor monk, I wonder if you are willing to help the poor monk. Xie Jiajiao was laughing. Ha 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 ha. But suddenly her face changed and she looked at the mouth of the bottom of the bed in fear. Zhou Xiaochuan followed her gaze and was seeing Jiang Liangjin lying on the bottom of the bed, staring at them. Her face was frosty, and a cold smile hung at the corner of her mouth. Good wow. Husband, you just didn't promise me and burrowed under the bed, so you found another new love? Look at her like this. You can also go down on her. What a thing you are. Hearing Jiang Liangjin's words, Zhou Xiaochuan hurriedly said, Master Jiang, you've misunderstood. I'm innocent with this Sister Xie. It's just that the poor monk wants to help Sister Xie clear her name and wants to cooperate with her. The poor monk also did not know beforehand that there was someone under the bed. Just remembering that men and women are not close to each other before drilling into the bottom of the bed. I did not expect to. Jiang Liangjin snorted coldly. Do you think I'll believe it? Besides, what monk Chang? Am I not a white bone spirit? Am I not Lin Daiyu? End of chapter 194. Chapter 194. Does he know that he is your husband? Right. You are the Jiangshi master, and the white bone demon, and the Lin Daiyu. That's a fact. Zhou Xiaochuan opened his mouth with a face that took it for granted. Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Jiang Liangjin's entire body was furious. You, husband. It's not even if you disrespect me and bully me, but you also changed your heart. I can't stand you anymore. After saying that, she tried to burrow under the bed, only to be thwarted by a barrier. This sister is so fiery. You can spy on the movements underneath my bed, but without my permission. It is absolutely impossible for you to enter underneath this bed, just like it is impossible for this monk to go out from underneath this bed without my permission. Xia Jiajiao laughed twice and stared outside at Jiang Liangjin with a playful face. After being taunted by her like this, Jiang Liangjin's entire body was on fire and furious. Husband, are you letting her bully me like this? You didn't even say a few words for me? I really loved you in the past for nothing. Jiang Liangjin stared at Zhou Xiaochuan and Xie Jiajiao with crimson eyes, as if he wanted to pry something out of the two of their faces. Or do you really like this little goblin and don't want me? Zhou Xiaochuan was originally indifferent, but when he heard Jiang Liangjin say the word goblin, his eyes widened. A demonic spirit? Could it be that you know what kind of goblin this monk Xie is made of? If that's the case, that would be a great favor to me. Please tell me truthfully. After hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's words, Jiang Liangjin, who was originally very angry, suddenly paused for a moment and then let out a cold laugh. Not bad. I do know now this and you Wangbot and Mung Bean see eye to eye. The Xie Jiajiao in the end is what kind of goblin, but I just don't tell you. If you have the ability, you let her say it herself. She actually threw her head away and didn't look at the two people, Xie Jiajiao and Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan pondered for a while, then looked at Xie Jiajiao again and opened his mouth to ask, Princess Xie, could it be that you are really one of the demonic spirits that were accidentally overpowered by a single one of the monks when the poor monk was fetching scriptures from the west back in those days? Could it be that you harbor a grudge against poor monk because of this? And that's why you're thinking of coming to oppose poor monk? Zhou Xiaochuan looked at the eyes behind Xie Jiajiao's rabbit-faced mask and sighed softly. The poor monk was indeed young and impetuous at the time, and created a lot of grievances and sins. In fact, now that I think about it, a lot of goblins don't have to be killed. Speaking here, Zhou Xiaochuan turned his head with a sad face, and turned his sights on Jiang Liangjin outside the door. For example, this monk Jiang outside the door. This white bone spirit. The poor monk overpowered her because of his youthful exuberance. So this white bone spirit became the poor monk's sinful karma, and came to haunt the poor monk in this life. Alas! Hearing these words, even Jiang Liangjin, who pretended not to look at Zhou Xiaochuan, had an angry look on his face. What did you say? Who are you calling a white bone spirit? How dare you say I'm a white bone spirit? I'm telling you I'm not a white bone spirit. Jiang Liangjin pointed his finger at Xie Jiajiao, who was wearing a rabbit head mask, and said loudly, let me tell you, she's the white bone demon. She's been thinking of harming you all along. Why else would she lock you in here and not let you out? As Jiang Liangjin spoke, the skin on his face gradually rotted and festered, revealing the white bones, and that Ling Jiang No. 2 middle school uniform was also dyed red with blood. Husband, the only one in this world who will treat you well is also me. You don't need to be in contact with any other people. You only need to have me. Everyone else will bully you, will harm you, but I won't. Jiang Liangjin's face hung an inexplicable smile. The amplitude of this smile is extremely large, the smile face grinning to the root of the ear. And Xie Jiajiao behind Zhou Xiaochuan was also not willing to show weakness. Yo, does the sister outside want to bully others with her power? Do you really think you must be better than me? Where did you get this backbone? Can you come in? On those hands of Xie Jiajiao, a bright red scythe changed out of nowhere, and she instantly moved to Zhou Xiaochuan's body, the rabbit face mask directly at Jiang Liangjin. No, I shouldn't call you sister. I'm older than you by I don't know how much. Little sister. You should call me sister. And I don't know how much better I am than you when it comes to dealing with men. Xia Jiajiu sneered. That big bald guy behind you doesn't like you. And you still want to fall back. Aren't you a criminal? Ha 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 ha. Zhou Shaochuan sighed and spoke. You are wrong to say that. The poor monk did indeed move his mortal heart towards this white bone demon when he was fetching scriptures from the western heaven 1,000 years ago. And the current situation is indeed the poor monk's retribution. This is 10,000 times not to blame the Jiangshi master. She is because the poor monk moved the mortal heart 1,000 years ago, only to have the current scene. Alas, sure Master Jiang is also a pitiful person. Zhang Liangjin said angrily, don't go crazy at this time. I don't need your pity. Just tell me, who do you like more, me or this little goblin? If we both fell into the river at the same time, who would you save first? After fuming, Zhang Liangjin suddenly thought of something and opened her mouth. By the way, husband, you said earlier that you were Qin Shi Huang Yingzhang's son, Fu Su, but you are now saying that you took scriptures in the West 1,000 years ago. This is too much contradiction between them. At which point in time did you actually go to the West to take scriptures? After Zhang Liangjin said these words, it was as if he had regained some of his senses, and there was a faint white light radiating from his body, making him appear very ethereal and dusty. But this ethereal and dusty aura immediately disappeared the moment it appeared, and Zhang Liangjin became disoriented and agitated again. Zhou Shaochuan keenly sensed this. In the middle of this copy, Zhang Liangjin lost her sanity, most likely not in the way she intended. The poor monk. Alas, the poor monk is old. His memory is more and more inferior to the past. Actually, even the poor monk's journey to the West is how many years ago has been forgotten. The poor monk remembers that it was taken once 5,000 years ago, once 2,000 years ago, and twice 1,000 years ago. So exactly how many years ago was it taken? Zhou Shaochuan looked perplexed and his gaze was a bit dull. Zhang Liangjin looked at Zhou Shaochuan angrily. I don't care about that right now. I only care about one thing right now, and that is me and this little vixen fall into the water at the same time. Who will you save? Xia Jiajiu was also a bit angry, looking at Zhang Liangjin with a cold face. Little girl, every day you say that other people are little vixens. Let's not talk about whether this girl is or isn't. Let's first say that this big bald guy is really your object. I've been watching you guys since you entered the second floor. Why does it look so much like you're unilaterally backstabbing? Does he know that he is your husband? Or does he simply treat you as a goblin? End of chapter 195. Chapter 195. Both of you are white-boned. Does he know he's your husband? These words could infuriate Zhang Liangjin. Her face was worshipful at the moment, and the blood light in her eyes seemed to be condensing into substance. Mom, women's quarrels are so scary. You guys say these two women are fighting over Chuan, no? I think that Xie Jiajiu may simply just be scolded by Sister Jiang. So the heart is not happy, has been angry at Sister Jiang. How can really like Chuan? It's wow. And if she likes Chuan, then wouldn't Chuan be a pervert? That's right. That's right. The people in the Weird Talk live room, after knowing about the specialness of these two people, Zhang Liangjin and Zhou Shaochuan, didn't actually take the threat in the middle of the replica seriously, but instead discussed the matter as if they were discussing a romantic drama. At this moment, 2 billion people were gathered in the Summer Country's Weird Talk livestream, watching the live broadcast. It wasn't because all the chosen from other countries had died out, but because this multiplayer copy of Weird Tales was just too special. Originally on the first floor, several other countries participating in the Weird Tales were able to see their chosen one's perspective and footage through the live feed. But once they entered the second floor, or to be precise, after the individual chosen ones walked into the room, they could only see the image of Xia's chosen one, Zhou Shaochuan. That is to say, of the 8 countries that participated in the strange talks, except for the 2 countries whose chosen one had died, causing their country's live room to be a black screen. The live room screen of each of the other countries was from Zhou Xiaochuan's point of view. Justin, the chosen one of the Lighthouse Kingdom; Bin Fujita, the chosen one of the Sakura Kingdom; Taisang Ishi, the chosen one of the Kimchi Kingdom; and Alice, the chosen one of the Sunset Empire. All of these people's perspectives were gone. As a result, viewers from other countries could only watch Zhou Xiaochuan's perspective in their own home broadcast rooms, with no way to see what their own chosen one was doing. Since we can only see Zhou Xiaochuan's perspective, it would be better to go to the Xia live broadcasting room dedicated to Zhou Xiaochuan to watch it, and that would be a little more lively. Everyone was still talking in tongues. Who do you think this Xie Zhejiao's real identity really is? Is there a possibility that she is the source of the weirdness in this copy of Weird Tales? I had thought it was possible, but if she was the source of the weirdness, then the B-frame of the source of the weirdness was too low, right? To show up on the first night? And even competing with Sister Jiang? Then again, do you guys think Chuan will speak for Jiang Jie or for the Xie Jiajiao? You don't need to ask? Of course Chuan will speak up for Sister Jiang. She's just as much a chosen one of our summer kingdom. But, if it's to speak for Sister Jiang, wouldn't that be offending Xie Jiajiao? That's not sensible. She's a creep. Who gave you guys the illusion that Chuan is still sane now? He doesn't even know at which approximate historical time period the Tang Sanzang was fetching scriptures from the west. What Tang Sanzang? Chuan is Tang San burial. Burying the sky. Burying the earth. Burying all beings. Ha 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 ha. Unlike the playful atmosphere of the viewers in the Weird Tales broadcasting room, a grave atmosphere permeated the Weird Tales handling bureau in the Summer Kingdom. They were, originally, having a discussion about the identity of Zhang Liangjin in the middle of this copy of the Chase Hotel. There was a faction of people who believed that the Zhang Liangjin in the world of Weird Tales and the Zhang Liangjin in Spirit River No. 2 Middle School were one and the same person. In other words, this Zhang Liangjin is a weird. For this weird talk, a creepy was chosen to participate in the weird talk. This faction took up the majority, and their argument was the simplest and crudest, which was that Zhang Liangjin's display of aggression in this copy could be said to be exactly the same as Zhang Liangjin's display of aggression in this copy of Spirit River 2nd Middle School. All blood-stained school uniforms, skin festering in white, revealing white bones, mouths grinning up to their ears. And the more conspicuous point is that this Zhang Liangjin is wearing, or the school uniform of Lingjiang 2nd Middle School. But the opposition has a point. Zhang Liangjin had already obeyed Zhou Shaochuan at the end of his time in Lingjiang 2nd Middle School, living up to the appearance of a little daughter-in-law. But the way he got along with Zhou Shaochuan in the middle of the Chase Hotel was different from Zhang Liangjin at any other time in the middle of Lingjiang 2nd Middle School. That kind of quirky implication was very similar to that Zhang Liangjin who was trapped in Haichang in the real world. But this likeness is only a little bit similar. It is still fundamentally different. The Zhang Liangjin in the real world had a more dignified atmosphere than the Zhang Liangjin in the Chase Hotel. It didn't take long, though, before the arguments between their two factions were forced to stop. The reason was simple. The electronic screen that had been used to contact the Bureau of Weird Tales handling in Sea City had actually lit up again. Xin Wuchen exclaimed, "There's a signal! There's a signal! There's a signal!" But no matter what she was calling for, none of the eyes of the members of the Weird Tales handling bureau were focused on her. Because at this moment, not only was the electronic screen that was originally used to contact the Sea City Weird Tales handling bureau lit up, all the other screens, too, were all lit up. These screens, which also include those used to observe the world of Weird Talk, are used to watch the Chosen One live. At the moment, on each of these screens, a content was revealed. That would be Zhang Liangjin. Zhang Liangjin, who was in the middle of the screen, remained in the same stance as before when the Haichang Weird Tales handling bureau disappeared. She sat on the bed, looking solemnly at the location of the monitor, as if she were staring at everyone in the middle of the Bureau of Weird Tales processing. The only difference, though, was that the clothes she was wearing had changed, becoming a long, complicated set of white palazzo dresses. Director Ma of the Weird Tales handling bureau widened his eyes and bowed to the screen. "Senior, I know that you are a senior in our human civilization, but I don't know what your intentions are in doing this, and I'd like to know if I can get." Before the words were finished, Zhang Liangjin, who was originally sitting on the bed, suddenly stood up, made a face at the monitor, and then gave the monitor a middle finger. Such a large human civilization. It's amazing that husband is the only smart one, and everyone else is so dumb and stupid. After that, the screens in the middle of the entire Weird Tales Processing Bureau all returned to normal. Only the members of the Weird Tales Processing Bureau were left to look at each other in disbelief. "World of Weird Tales, Chase Hotel," Zhou Shaochuan shouted out. "Master Jiang, Master Xie, if the two of you fall into the river, the poor monk will save you together. You guys don't want to be like this. It hurts the peace." It finally occurred to the poor monk that both of you were the white bone demons that the poor monk had killed on his way to fetch the scriptures back then. End of chapter. Chapter 196, Like a Dream, 4,000 words. Both are white-knuckled? When Xie Jiajiao heard this, she just sneered and didn't make a sound. And the angry look on Zhang Liangjin's face eased a little as she slowly spoke. "Who is as white as this person?" Zhou Shaochuan had a serious face and was just about to say more when he saw Xie Jiajiao's body trembling and deep black bruises coming out of the back of her head. Just as he tried to care, he felt a powerful, huge force push from his back, pushing him out under the bed in one fell swoop. This huge force carried a very powerful and cold aura, not soft, but very rough, pushing Zhou Shaochuan to almost fall into a dog, but fortunately was caught by Zhang Liangjin. Things happened too suddenly. Zhou Shaochuan looked back again. Under the bed has long been empty. where there is still a bright light, where there is still Xie Jiajiao with a rabbit head mask, and in the middle of the room, the light was restored at the moment Jiajiao Xie disappeared. Zhou Shaochuan carefully pondered over Xie Jiajiao's behavior before she disappeared. It was too sudden, but it was not without prerequisite signs. The precursor sign was the dark black bruise that flowed out of the back of Xie Jiajiao's head, followed by what just happened. It seems that it wasn't that she was actively trying to disappear, but that she was damaged at that time and had to disappear. Most likely, there was another force that was forcing her to disappear from the middle of this room. Who is this force? This question is so crucial that it may even be directly related to the truth of this copy. Senior Jiang, did you see what actually happened to Senior Xie just now? The poor monk only felt an eerie and strange force pushing from behind the poor monk, and then the poor monk came out from under the bed. Then Shifu Xie disappeared and everything became normal. After Xie Jiajiao disappeared, Zhang Liangjin's complexion also became a bit more relaxed as she tightly wrapped her arms around Zhou Shaochuan in her arms and said softly, "How could I have known about her movements? I was just focused on you." Zhou Shaochuan gently exerted a force, and broke free from Zhang Liangjin's embrace, and his face was contemplative. Well, originally, the poor monk was of the opinion that the two of you are the same as the white bone spirit of 2,000 years ago, and have already been in the underworld, and it is not possible to say that you will be telepathic. But now it seems that it was the poor monk who thought too much. After Zhang Liangjin heard this, he actually didn't retort, and after running his hand through his previously disheveled hair, he lifted the covers and laid down on the bed. Enchanter Jiang, according to your opinion, that Enchanter Xie with the rabbit mask just now, what exactly is his position in this copy? Zhou Shaochuan saw Zhang Liangjin go to bed and then, in the spirit of the principle of male and female conferral, he directly drilled under the bed again, not caring whether it was difficult or not, and directly lay down under the bed. Only this time, nothing unusual appeared under the bed. If we look at it according to the rules, in all likelihood, Cultivator Xie is a foe, not a friend, but judging from Cultivator Xie's behavior just now, it seems that she is different from the usual shenanigans, and doesn't want to directly harm us. Zhou Shaochuan continued. Zhang Liangjin, who was lying on top, said a bit unkindly, "She just locked you under the bed, and you still think she doesn't want to hurt us?" Zhou Shaochuan nodded. Through her, I was reminded of Shi Jiang during the time of Lingjiang No. 2 middle school. Back then, Shi Jiang, you did not want to harm the poor monk either, but what you did put the poor monk in jeopardy. Zhang Liangjin said, that is. Forget it. Do you want to come up to sleep? It is always uncomfortable to sleep under the bed. Zhou Shaochuan denied her request, and then continued, Master Jiang, in fact, there is still one thing that the poor monk is still unclear about. And that is whether you are the Master Jiang from the second middle school of Spirit River at that time, or the one who made the strange talks handling bureau of the high city of my summer country disappear at that time, in the midst of the real world? After Zhou Shaochuan finished, his words lurched and seemed to have a deep meaning. These two Jiangshi masters, although they have something in common, the poor monk is no cutie pie. It's obvious that these two are very different. Zhang Liangjin did not reply after hearing Zhou Shaochuan's words, but remained silent for a few minutes. These few minutes were not long, but for a normal conversation, it had almost made Zhou Shaochuan think that Zhang Liangjin was unwilling to answer. But Zhang Liangjin finally replied, and although the reply was rather brief, he still gave a reply after all. Both. Hearing this answer, Zhou Shaochuan pondered, but did not feel surprised as he spoke faintly. In that case, Monk Jiang, the poor monk would like to ask, where has this part of my summer country's Hai Chang Weird Tales Disposal Bureau branch gone to nowadays? On this topic, Zhang Liangjin didn't reply. She looked away. Right now in the middle of this copy of the Weird Tales world, there are some things that I'm not in a position to say explicitly, so you'll know when you should know. When it's time to know, it will be known? Could it be that Zhang Liangjin was afraid of the power of the Weird Tales world and that's why he didn't say anything? Zhou Shaochuan thought in his heart. Zhang Liangjin then spoke. Husband, it's getting late, so quickly go to bed. Zhou Shaochuan said. Can one sleep in peace in the midst of this weird talk world? What if we are attacked by weirdness while we are sleeping? Let's discuss a time for a vigil. The current time is 11 o'clock at night, and according to the rules, we can't leave the room until 8:30. In that case, from 11 to 3 in the morning, you'll have to work hard to keep watch. At 3 o'clock in the morning, I trouble you to wake up the poor monk, who will then keep watch until 8 o'clock. After 8 o'clock, the poor monk will sleep for another half hour, and then you and I will go out together. Zhang Liangjin didn't refute Zhou Shaochuan. Only his voice was a bit lethargic. Okay, let's do it according to what you said. I'll try not to fall asleep. Hey, 4 hours? Sleepy. Enlightened Master Jiang. If you're sleepy, You can go to the restroom, wash your face, and sit on the chair. Jiang Liangjin's voice was a bit lethargic. Forget it. I promise I won't fall asleep. Husband, you go to sleep first. I'll shout at you when it's time. Zhou Xiaochuan promised. In this way, both of them were on watch for 4.5 hours. And whether it was Zhou Xiaochuan or Jiang Liangjin, both of them could maintain sufficient energy for the next day. It says 11 o'clock, but it's actually 11:10 now. According to the rules I was given when I first entered the world of weird tales, the 12 long hours from 8:30 at night to 8:30 in the morning required staying in a second-floor room at the hotel. However, according to the results of the time obtained on the computer's flash drive, it is necessary to stay in the room on the second floor of the Chase Hotel from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. and away from the room at other times, and so on, 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. All other times you need to leave your room on the second floor of the hotel. And they followed the rules exactly as they had been given them when they first entered the world of weird tales, based on the period from 8:30 p.m. to 8:30 a.m. And while they didn't suffer anything out of the ordinary at 8:30 p.m. when they first entered the room, they were in danger at 9 p.m. when they got the flash drive and saw the rules. The lights were obscure and flickered and then went out. And then there was a knock at the door asking the question of whether pork or rabbit meat was preferred. This is the murderous madness documented among the flash drives. After the homicidal madness retreats, he himself sleeps under the bed and encounters Xia Jiaojiao, who is wearing a rabbit-faced mask. So it was under this bed with Jiaojiao Xia for a while. This period of time, Zhou Xiaochuan thought back carefully, was not too long, but in fact, it was actually as long as 2 hours. Then he saw Xia Jiaojiao's body tremble, blood flowing from the back of her head, and herself being pushed out of the bottom of the bed by an insidious force. At that time did not pay attention to the time. But now looking back and thinking about it, the time when Xia Jiaojiao disappeared, was it not 11 o'clock at night? 11 o'clock at night. That's exactly when the rules of the USB flash drive say that you need to stay in your room. First, residents of this hotel are requested to stay in their rooms on the second floor of the hotel from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. The rest of the time, please leave your room, preferably away from the second floor. For the rest of the time, please leave the room, preferably away from the second floor. So he met Xia Jiaojiao during the 2 hours between 9 and 11 because he didn't follow the rules and stayed in his room in the middle of the hours other than 11 to 6? A homicidal maniac? Now, although it is still unknown if Xia Jiaojiao and Crazy Murderer are one and the same person, all signs indicate that these two people are extremely related. It would at least briefly equalize the two. For the rest of the day, please leave the room, preferably away from the second floor. If not, you'll meet Jiaojiao Xia, or a homicidal maniac? Is Jiaojiao Xia the danger stated on the rules on the U-Drive? This makes sense. During the time between 11 o'clock at night and 6 o'clock in the morning, if you stay on the second floor of the hotel, you can see Xia Jiaojiao. In that case, then tomorrow, between the hours of 6 and 8:30, I will be able to see Xia Jiaojiao. As Zhou Xiaochuan thought about it, he felt a sense of sleepiness emerge in his mind. It was a bit out of his league. As a Taoist monk, as a cultivator, he should have enough spiritual power to the point that he would have no problem not sleeping for 10 days and half a month. The previous comment about alternating night watches with Jiang Liangjin was merely to use it as an excuse to pretend to be asleep to observe Jiang Liangjin's movements. One would never fall asleep in the world of weird tales, in such a dangerous situation. But now, this sleepiness, completely out of Zhou Xiaochuan's control, came towards Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan clenched his tongue, trying to use the pain to wake himself up a bit, but it was of no use at all. Sleep gradually came over me. Zhou Xiaochuan fell asleep. In his sleep, there was chaos, and Zhou Xiaochuan only felt countless memories that were like sharp shards all flooding his mind. These memory fragments, like knives, cut through his mind, and all he felt was a splitting headache. That's not true. I'm not sleeping here, am I? How can one feel pain while sleeping? Wait, I've realized I'm sleeping? Doesn't that mean I can control my own dreams and even wake myself up? Just as this realization of Zhou Xiaochuan's rose, a chaotic feeling once again surged into Zhou Xiaochuan's mind, and Zhou Xiaochuan could only feel his consciousness blurring. Countless voices, at the moment like the ravings of a psychopath, were constantly ringing in his ears. This monk, these three disciples of the poor monk's looks, are different from normal people, but their hearts are very kind. I hope that you will not be separated because of their appearance. I am the first emperor. Subsequent generations will be counted, the second and the third to 10,000 generations, and the transmission will be endless. Today the next 3 points. Age-o fatigue. This is a critical survival of the fall also. Qin Hui. How can the world be convinced by these 3 words of Mashu? These countless noisy and disorganized voices were constantly rushing through Zhou Xiaochuan's mind, and Zhou Xiaochuan only felt muddled, not knowing where his consciousness had flown to. As soon as he opened his eyes again, he saw a white and empty world. Here, Zhou Xiaochuan only felt endless depression and coldness, and he could not help but shiver. Master Baoji, you feel cold. Do you want to add an extra piece of clothing? Zhou Xiaochuan turned his head and realized that Zhang Liangjin was standing right behind him. However, this Zhang Liangjin in front of him, although it was largely similar to the previous Zhang Liangjin, there was a difference in the shape of his face. Whether it was Zhang Liangjin in Lingzheng Second Middle School, in reality, or in the Chase Hotel, the face type was a melon face, but the Zhang Liangjin here at the moment had a googly egg face. Moreover, the temperament was also different from the Zhang Liangjin that he had met before. The Zhang Liangjin from before, although there was an occasional feeling of sadness, but the overall temperament was still bright. But at this moment, Zhang Liangjin's entire person revealed a ghostly and desolate aura. Her two curved, seemingly frowning non-frowning bird's eye brows, a pair of seemingly happy non-happy eyes. Look at Zhou Xiaochuan, some stunned. Baoji? Bao Yu? Nerd? Husband? She called out several times in succession, but Zhou Xiaochuan did not respond. Gradually anxious, she hurriedly said, "Girl, quickly come and see your father. He's suffering from dementia again." Father, what's wrong with you? A little girl with two pigtails bounced over. She had inherited Zhang Liangjin's beauty, but she was a little more bright and lively than the cool and mournful Zhang Liangjin here. It looked like the kid was only about 11 or 12 years old. The little girl used her hand to give Zhou Xiaochuan a pulse, and then reached out to measure Zhou Xiaochuan's forehead, and then shook her head and said to Zhang Liangjin, Father, he doesn't seem to be a relapse of an old disease from his pulse, but now he looks extremely demented and stupid. Could it be the legendary spirit separation syndrome? Zhang Liangjin was shocked. What? Soul departure syndrome? What kind of symptom is this? As the little girl spoke, tears appeared out of the corners of her eyes, and by the looks of it, the soul separation disorder should be an extremely serious condition. Zhou Xiaochuan desperately tried to speak, but even with all his strength, he was unable to utter a single word. End of chapter. Chapter 197, The Unobservable. Elusive octopus-headed monster, request subscription. The little girl spoke up. Mother, this so-called soul departure syndrome. The syndrome is just like its literal meaning. Soul departure, 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 soul departure. Meaning that the soul has left its body. Zhang Liangjin was a bit surprised. A pair of willow eyebrows drooped. The soul left the body. Where did the soul go? The little girl had tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. I don't know. It's possible that it's floating around between heaven and earth. It's also possible that it's already gone up in smoke. But Father's situation shouldn't be that serious. Father's eyes are still rolling. There is still breathing. There should still be some soul left in the body. Jiao, you have such a high medical talent. In your father's case, can you see if there's anything you can do to cure him? Zhang Liangjin was a little anxious. Zhou Xiaochuan looked back. This little girl's appearance and figure were very similar to Xie Jiao. Now that I think about it, the way she spoke sounded a lot like Xie Jiao as well. Only that Xie Jiao's speaking voice was a bit middle-aged, so it sounded a bit unmanly when she spoke, and that was because she was still in her voice-changing phase. But this little girl here, who was no longer speaking in the middle of her voice, was the way a normal girl would speak. Zhou Xiaochuan listened carefully. This girl's tone of voice, and the Chase Hotels that Xie Jiao exactly the same. In other words, Zhang Liangjin is his wife and Xie Jiao is his daughter? As soon as this thought popped up, Zhou Xiaochuan recited a few Buddha's names, even saying Sin. The poor monk is a monk. How could he possibly have a wife? And even if he did have a wife, it would be impossible for him to have a daughter. Sin. This condition of father's is difficult to solve medically, and in the end, even if he is cured, he will most likely become demented for life. Jiao Xia cried as she opened her mouth. My crow's mouth. After saying that, Zhang Liangjin violently picked up her own delicate hand that was as white as a white onion and drew it to her face. Snap, pop, pop. This instantly drew out several red marks on her originally white and smooth face that was like jasper. Mother, don't beat yourself up. No matter how much you beat yourself up, father won't recover well. Mother, don't trample on yourself so much. It's not your fault that father has become like this now. Xia Jiao grabbed Zhang Liangjin's wrist with her hand to stop Zhang Liangjin from proceeding to hit herself. But Xia Jiao was only in the shape of an 11 or 12-year-old girl, so how could she stop Zhang Liangjin? If I had stopped your father, if I had been more resolute, things wouldn't have happened the way they did. Zhang Liangjin was already in tears. Mother, this thing was originally also no way things are. However, father now this way, is not no salvation. Perhaps father is caused by going there and being possessed by an evil spirit. Find a Taoist Highlander to expel the evil spirit maybe. When Xie Jiajiu said, maybe it's because father went there and was possessed by an evil spirit, she involuntarily twitched, obviously extremely frightened. Zhang Liangjin held Zhou Xiaochuan with one hand and Xie Jiajiu with the other, comforting her. Good boy. Don't be afraid. They can't hurt you. You said that there are Taoist masters. I heard that Zhang Sanfeng, the ancestor of Wudong Mountain, and that Tang Sanzang, are all Taoist masters. Mother will now go to invite the two of them. No, the invitation is mostly impossible. Jiajiu, mother takes you and your father together to Wudong Mountain, to pay homage to Zhang Jinren. After all, that Tang Sanzang is traveling around in the clouds and is hard to find. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaochuan finally believes that this Zhang Liangjin is indeed his wife, and Xia Jiajiu, again, is indeed his daughter. This was, after all, a dream, but the appearance of such a bizarre and strange dream could never be nothing. There must be some message hidden in it. Is it related to this strange talk at the Chase Hotel? What is the relationship between Zhang Liangjin and Xie Jiajiu in the dream world and the two in reality? Why did you get the so-called disembodied spirit syndrome when you were in the dream world? One of the most crucial points should be why he had gotten the soul departure syndrome, the place that gave him the soul departure syndrome, and why it made the two people, Xie Jiajiu and Zhang Liangjin, so scared. One more thing. Isn't the Tangsan burial that the two of them were discussing just now the name of the poor monk? In this dream, how come the poor monk was split into two? As Zhou Xiaochuan thought about it, without realizing it, a chaotic consciousness once again came at him. He drifted off to sleep again and lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he opened his eyes and instead of seeing the floor of the Chase Hotel, he saw countless limbs and broken arms. He looked up as dense, differently dressed people floated in the air, fighting each other. Some of them were cloaked in hair, and when they raised their hands and feet, they were flying sand. Some of them were red in the face, and when they opened their mouths, they could spit out flames. There were even some who, although their bodies looked very much like human bodies, had the heads of all sorts of beasts. Of course, there were more of them, or some fairy-like humans in gorgeous battle armor, floating in the air pinching their fingers and chanting spells. Surrounding the center of these strange aliens was a giant humanoid octopus-headed creature. Although it was true that the huge humanoid octopus-headed creature was surrounded by so many people, the reality of the situation was that the tentacles on its head swept by, and it was piece after piece of the Inhumans that died. As they died, the dowsing light all over their bodies exploded, intent on causing damage to the octopus-headed creature. But it was a drop in the bucket. Zhou Xiaochuan carefully scrutinized this humanoid octopus head creature. After all, now instead of it being surrounded by these people, it was better to say that this octopus head creature had surrounded these people with its own strength. Looking at what looked like a fight between these people and the octopus-headed creature, it was better to say that it was a massacre carried out by this octopus-headed creature with its own strength. Its head was like an octopus, with dense, countless tentacles, and there was a glue-like mucus growing all around its body. And these Inhumans that surrounded it would die instantly as soon as they touched the mucus. This octopus-headed monster, huge in size, stood horizontally above the sea, as if it was a mountain range on the sea. As for Zhou Xiaochuan himself, he was lying on a lonely island in the sea, watching the immortals in the sky besieging this octopus-headed monster that seemed to be aligned with the sky. Zhou Xiaochuan wanted to continue observing, but realized that this octopus-head monster gave him a plausible feeling. It felt like he couldn't touch it no matter what. And no matter how he tried to describe it, it was wrong, unobservable and elusive. End of chapter. Chapter 198, Sleepwalking? Requesting subscription. At the same time, a moan-like murmur resounded in Zhou Xiaochuan's mind. Lalai, Gatano Toya, Isagda. These tones, none of them sounded like something a normal human could make, and Zhou Xiaochuan could barely make out what it was saying from the syllables it was making. But what do these few syllables, which have no specific meaning but are extremely distorted, represent? Zhou Xiaochuan was completely unable to even think about it. Although Zhou Xiaochuan had only summarized these syllables from this murmuring didn't stop at all, still repeating over and over again in Zhou Xiaochuan's ears, causing Zhou Xiaochuan to have a splitting headache. I don't know what's going on right now, but I definitely can't proceed to listen to this ravings anymore. If this keeps up, one will go absolutely crazy. Zhou Xiaochuan looked up to the sky, thinking with one's toes. One could know that the source of this raving was in all probability this octopus-headed monster above the sky. To put an end to this murmuring, the octopus-headed monster had to be dealt with. Solve this monster. Solve this monster. There are fewer and fewer people surrounding this octopus-head monster in the sky, and countless immortals have been killed by this octopus-head monster. Zhou Xiaochuan's consciousness gradually blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he finally saw the floor of the Chase Hotel. I did not think that the sleep in the middle of this Chase Hotel, actually slept into this, actually made such a strange and bizarre, but looked full of deep meaning dream. The first dream, Zhang Liangjin according to the first dream, was his wife, while Xie Jiujio according to the first dream, was his daughter. Zhang Liangjin had always called herself husband during the weekdays, and she herself was able to appear in reality directly from the copy of Spirit River No. 2 Middle School, making the entire Hai Cheng's Weird Tales Handling Bureau disappear, and she was able to follow herself to this Chase Hotel weirdness. This kind of thing was unprecedented and showed the special status of Zhang Liangjin. So is it possible that the relationship between him and Zhang Liangjin did exist before between husband and wife? That would be more metaphysical, but it makes sense. So Jiajiao Xie is her own daughter? But from the rules of the Chase Inn, it can be roughly deduced that Jiajiao Xie is the daughter of the languid proprietress sitting on the first floor of the Chase Inn. This Xie Jiujio was, in all likelihood, also an extremely dangerous creep in the middle of the Chase Inn. If Xie Jiujio was really her own daughter, why would Zhang Liangjin be jealous of her? And wouldn't that make him the husband of the flirtatious owner on the first floor of the Chase Hotel? But this flirtatious boss doesn't look like Zhang Liangjin in any way. Zhou Shaochuan seemed to have thought of something inside. In that case, there's only one possibility that makes sense. There are so many affair debts that the poor monk owed in his previous life. Could it be that they are all affair debts owed by the poor monk in his previous life? And now they appear in the weird tales in order to collect debts from the poor monk? Although it was obvious that this guess was not reliable. Under the influence of paranoia, Zhou Shaochuan was certain of this guess and planned to make it up to them afterwards. The karmic obstacles that the poor monk has committed will only be repaid by the poor monk himself. It's these chosen ones from other countries that have to accompany the poor monk to suffer. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaochuan's head turned again. That's not right. If you think about it along these lines, these people are all karma that they have committed in their past lives and are coming after them to collect their debts. And if Zhang Liangjin, who was also a chosen one, was also a karmic obstacle that he had committed in his previous life, then how could these other chosen ones, since they had been chosen to be part of this strange talk, have absolutely nothing to do with this matter? In that case, it seems likely that they are also the poor monk's karma. Yes, since the poor monk has more than one wife, it's more than likely that he has more than one heir as well, and the other chosen are in all probability the heirs of the poor monk's previous life. These are all the poor monk's karma. This is the only way to explain why the world of weird tales broke the mold and came up with a multiplayer copy that had never existed at all before. Zhou Shaochuan looked sad and solemn. His body emitted bursts of golden light, and his whole body looked like a Buddha in the world, wanting to ferry all beings. In any case, the responsibility for this strange talk lies with the poor monk, who must solve this strange talk and return justice to all. Thinking about it, Zhou Shaochuan picked up his cell phone again and glanced at the time of the moment. The time was exactly 6 o'clock. Between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. If you remain inside this room outside of this time, you will meet Jiajiao Xie. Not good. The original and Jiangshi master said is 11 to 3 o'clock her vigil. Now has passed 3 hours. Did not expect the poor monk actually asleep. Sleep for 3 hours. Call also cannot wake up. Zhou Shaochuan was a little ashamed in his heart. So he opened his mouth and said to Zhang Liangjin above him, Scholar Jiang. Scholar Jiang. The poor monk encountered a little situation while he was sleeping just now, making you keep watch for 3 more hours of the night. I'm really sorry for you. After saying that, Zhou Shaochuan drilled out from under the bed, and as soon as he did, he met Zhang Liangjin's pair of eyes right in front of him. Although he hadn't slept all night, Zhang Liangjin's eyes were still full of vigor and didn't look half depressed. Husband, you finally woke up. I called out to you for a long time but you didn't wake up. In the end, I even pinched your body so many times and you didn't wake up. You were still talking in your sleep. Scholar Jiang, I'm sorry, but the poor monk was in his sleep and encountered some changes, and was not able to wake up, causing you to keep watch for an extra 3 hours of the night for no reason. Zhou Shaochuan opened his mouth. I didn't expect Zhang Liangjin. Instead of showing a half-hearted look, his eyes curved and bent into a crescent shape, and the corners of his mouth couldn't control the smile. It's alright. I know that my husband had a little problem in his sleep. He was holding my body tightly in his sleep and kept calling out to me. My mother, husband even said that we have a daughter. But I'm not pregnant. Does husband want to have a daughter with me? Our daughter will definitely inherit my looks and have husband's talent. He. Zhang Liangjin's face was filled with a happy smile, and her eyes were going numb as she looked at Zhou Shaochuan. As it is, one tries desperately to speak and act in the first dream, but is unable to do so in the middle of the dream. But the fact that one's own desperate attempts to speak and act control the actions of one's own actions in the middle of the real world? In other words, one sleepwalked last night. Poor monk. Was there any transgression of the precepts last night? Jiang Liangjin's smiling eyes shifted downward. Zhou Xiaochuan suddenly felt that he had a place that had the red, swollen and painful sensation of having been pinched. She said she pinched herself a couple times. Should she? End of chapter. Chapter 199 Rabbit Head, Request for Subscription. As if knowing what Zhou Xiaochuan was thinking in his mind, Jiang Liangjin just smiled gently and said softly, "Don't worry, husband. I have a sense of propriety. I didn't do anything that I shouldn't have done." Although she said so, Zhou Xiaochuan still looked apologetic. Alas! Sins? Sins, ah! What sins has the poor monk created? However, this expression of his flickered. After all, Zhou Xiaochuan knew that it would be better to engage in all this nonsense while currently in the middle of the world of weird tales, rather than spend more of his mind and time thinking about weird tales. In Weird Tales world, staying alive, that's all that matters. Master Jiang, poor monk's dream is very strange. Look, Zhou Xiaochuan told Jiang Liangjin all about what he had dreamed. One by one. Husband, you dreamed of these things. Must not be mentioned in front of others. These things cannot be talked about. Zhou Xiaochuan was just about to continue to pursue his question when he felt an extremely cold aura descend upon him. He felt that as soon as this thought of his continuing to pursue the matter was brought up, he would be dead in the water. And when he suppressed the thought of continuing to pursue the question, this extremely cold and terrifying aura disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xiaochuan was just about to say something when he saw Jiang Liangjin shake his head. This is something that can't be talked about. Could it be related to the descent of the weird world? The origin of the weird world and the civilization of 001, which are all taboo. Zhou Xiaochuan now had a bottom in his heart. Just then, there was another knock at the door. Guests of room 444. I'm a staff member of the Azu Inn. We provide free 3 meals at the Azu Inn. May I ask the honorable guests if they would like to eat pork or rabbit meat? Here we go again. The voice came back. This voice, however, was different from the sound of Xie Jiaojiao's knocking on the door around 9 o'clock last night. Xie Jiaojiao's voice is due to the fact that she is too young and has not yet reached the stage of voice change, so she appears to be neither male nor female. This person's voice, however, was extremely thick, clearly an adult male. Things weren't that simple. There was an eerie feeling in this adult male's voice. In addition to being thick, it was as if the male was talking with something in his mouth. Jiang Liangjin adopted the same strategy as last time and spoke. My husband and I are not hungry. Thank you. No need to offer breakfast. But the man out here wasn't as nice as the last person who knocked on the door. Guests in room 444. According to our information, it has been 10 hours since you entered the hotel. Between these 10 hours, none of you have eaten. For the sake of your health, please accept our food. We serve delicious and healthy food at the Azu Inn, and we don't charge for it, so you're sure to be satisfied. Zhou Xiaochuan spoke at this time. This monk, the poor monk thanks you for your kindness. It's just that the poor monk brought his own dry food. Because the poor monk is a monk, he cannot eat meat. So rabbit meat and pork, both of them cannot be eaten. I'm really sorry. After we leave here, we will explain the situation to the owner and won't embarrass you. Zhou Xiaochuan has no problem with this answer. No one can possibly pick on the fact that monks can't eat meat. The man at the door, however, was clearly not among those who could not be picked out. Even the man outside this door could not be considered a human being. This guest, I'll say it again. We at Azu Inn will provide a good dining experience for all our residents. Are you questioning our level of service? Our level of hygiene by not eating our food? Zhou Xiaochuan frowned. The poor monk has absolutely no such intention. It's just that as a monk, it's too inappropriate for him to eat either pork or rabbit meat. It's against the precepts. The voice outside the door grew angrier and angrier. In other words, you, this guest, are unwilling to eat either rabbit meat or pork. Is that right? Who gave you the guts to question the services of our Azu Inn? This waiter outside the door. His attitude is bad to the extreme. And even Zhou Xiaochuan also heard that in his tone, with an extremely strong threatening meaning. It was as if one didn't eat what they were offering, then one would be dead in the water. At the same time, Zhou Xiaochuan also noticed that in addition to this waitress's service attitude, which was worlds apart from the previous Xie Jiaojiao, there was another place that was completely different from Xie Jiaojiao. That is, Jiaojiao Xie had never, since the beginning, said that she was from the Azu Inn, and that she recognized the existence of the Chase Inn. But the waiter at the door said he was from the Azu Inn. That's a contradiction. What is the relationship between the Azu Inn and the Chase Inn? Anyway, Zhou Xiaochuan directly voiced this doubt. This monk, earlier you said that you were the Ashuwei Inn, but when poor monk checked in, it was clearly the Chase Inn. In that case, no matter how good of a service you, the poor monk, offer, the poor monk does not have to accept it, because the poor monk has not stayed at your Ashuwei Inn at all. Do you think the poor monk is right? Zhang Liangjin also spoke up at this time. That's right. My husband and I paid money to stay at the Chase Inn and get the services of the Chase Inn. And what kind of inn is this Shui Inn of yours? We've never even heard of it. The two men rejected the attendant at the door over this issue of the hotel's name. As a result, instead of convincing the waiter outside the door, these words made the waiter outside the door even more angry. You guys think I'm a cutie, don't you? You're making up a Chase Motel when it's clearly the Shui Motel. We're famous all over the world. Who in the whole world hasn't heard of us? And to say that this is the Chase Inn. In this city, all the inns are named Shui Inn. All the hotels in this city are named Azu Hotel? If what the waiter outside this door said was true, then the size of this Azu Inn could be considered very large indeed. The Azu Inn will provide every guest with as good a service as you can get. But for those who do not wish to receive the service, then they are no longer our guests at the Azu Inn. After saying that, he slammed the door of this room open in one go and barged in. Because the door of the room did not have a cat's eye, Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhang Liangjin did not have a way to see what the person outside the door looked like before. After the door was slammed open, the two could finally see the appearance of the overbearing to the point of being almost unapproachable waitress outside the door. This waitress, she's not even human. He had a human body, but what grew above the human body was a rabbit head. End of chapter. Chapter 200, Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Requesting subscription. He was about 2 meters tall, and if you counted his bunny ears that hung high, I'm afraid he had to be 2 meters 10. This waiter's body was extremely strong, and although he was wearing a suit, the muscles on his body were almost bursting out of the suit. In stark contrast to his burly frame was his head. His head, an extremely protruding rabbit head. Unlike Xie Jiajiu who wore a rabbit face mask, the person in front of him didn't wear any mask. His head was directly the head of a rabbit. The eyes were bright red, the long rabbit ears stood up, and the whole head was furry and small compared to the beefy muscles underneath it. In this extremely bizarre scene, this rabbit-headed waiter spoke. When he opened his mouth, his petite rabbit mouth opened and closed, clearly not looking like it was capable of producing speech that a normal human could speak. If you go by the look of his rabbit mouth, you'll be able to make rabbit noises at best. However, he favored a human voice. Two guests, I'll give you your last chance. Do you want pork or rabbit meat? This time, he did not give the two Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhang Liangjin time to react and answer. As he said this, he moved closer to Zhou Xiaochuan and used the two hardest large incisors amongst his rabbit mouth to bite down towards Zhou Xiaochuan's head. Then, Zhou Xiaochuan was covered in golden light. This waiter's teeth, they just chipped right off. Heaven has the virtue of good life. The poor monk does not want to eat meat. Please ask the monk to return. Zhou Xiaochuan, who was covered in golden light, spoke faintly, and there was certainly some compassion in his tone, but more than that, it was still majestic. Zhang Liangjin, on the other hand, looked at the rabbit-headed waiter in front of him with a teasing smile on his face, as if he had already expected this to happen. You, this guest, you, how is this possible? The rabbit-headed waiter's tone obviously carried some incredulity. This kind of thing had never happened before. It then opened its mouth again and bit down towards Zhou Xiaochuan's head. Since you bald head won't eat anything, you'll be reduced to food for my Azu Inn. Then, a crisp click was heard in the room. The jaws of this rabbit-headed waiter came right off. It was a real literal dislodgement of his jaw area, which just fell to the ground, with blood pouring out of his face, and visible bone joints visible at the dislodgement. The bones of this rabbit head attendant were very fine and not human bones, but indeed rabbit bones. Zhou Xiaochuan shook his head. This monk, when the poor monk was fetching scriptures from the western heaven back then, there were really not too many goblins like you who wanted to eat the poor monk's meat, thinking that you can live forever by eating poor monk's meat. In fact, how can there be such a good thing? If you want to live forever, you should honestly do more good deeds and accumulate more virtues. The poor monk has said this countless times, but there are always goblins who want to eat the poor monk's meat. After these words were said, the golden light on Zhou Xiaochuan's body flourished, and behind him, a giant Buddha vaguely appeared behind him. At this moment, Zhou Xiaochuan's aura was as if it was a high mountain, giving rise to a sense of fear. Things don't happen 3 times, but the poor monk has already reminded you more than 3 times, right? The poor monk will now realize the monks and send them to see the Earth Store King Bodhisattva, De Wei Tianlong. A golden light flashed and the sound of a dragon's roar resounded throughout the room. The rabbit-headed waiter was filled with shock and disbelief. What's the deal with this human? Isn't it said that when humans enter their world, they are only able to be fished and slaughtered without any ability to resist? As long as they follow the rules, they are allowed to slaughter humans as permitted by the rules. But what is this now? Is this really a power that humans can possess? The rabbit-headed waiter looked at the golden light that enveloped the entire room, which seemed to have a golden dragon hidden within it. The momentum is magnificent and majestic. full of killing intent but with great compassion. Before he could react, before he could even utter a word, he turned into a flying ash under the golden light. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast did not expect this rabbit-head waiter to be so unbearable, and was vaporized by Zhou Xiaochuan in an instant. Zhou Xiaochuan clapped his hands, his face full of sadness, as if he was feeling sad for the death of the rabbit-head waiter. Even he shed a few tears. It's always like this, and poor monks don't always want to make killings, but letting this kind of demon exist in this world is a scourge for all beings. Zhang Liangjin, however, had some complaining intentions. Husband, this rabbit-head attendant is all thunder and no rain, and isn't as powerful as that Xie Zhaozhao from last night, so of course you could have easily killed him, but if you'd left a live one just now, we might have been able to get some of the hotel's secrets out of him. It's 6 a.m. We have exactly 36 hours before we're evicted from the Chase Hotel. This is supposed to be a desperate situation that the copy is going to face at the end, but we know next to nothing about this copy right now. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded, obviously agreeing with Zhang Liangjin. This rabbit-headed waiter claimed to be the waiter of the Azu Inn. This Azu Inn had appeared in reality for the first time, except for once in the rules. Why is it that the rules you get on the flash drive call this the Azu Inn, but both the copy prompt and the rules you see when you just enter the copy suggest that this is the Chase Inn? What are the secrets of the Azu Inn and the Chase Inn? That's a question that might have been asked of the rabbit-headed waiter. However, Zhou Xiaochuan turned his head again and said, Master Jiang, your perception ability is not as good as the poor monk's by too much. The poor monk clearly felt that there were 5 other strands of demonic chi outside the door like that rabbit-headed demon in the square. It is for this reason that the poor monk has neutralized this rabbit-headed demon. Zhou Xiaochuan squinted his eyes. He was able to sense that at the entrance of each of the other 3 rooms, there was a cold aura. That cold aura was exactly the same as the one that came from that rabbit-head waitress just now. It was thought that besides their room, the chosen among the other 3 rooms had also suffered from this rabbit-headed monster at this time. But in addition to that, he also felt a chilling aura at the end of the corridor outside and at the stairs. This gloomy aura was much more powerful and obvious than the other 3. End of chapter. Chapter 201, Trapped in the Corridor. At the time when Zhou Xiaochuan was still saying these words, these gloomy auras were not yet obvious. At least not so obviously that everyone can feel it. But after Zhou Xiaochuan finished those words, these gloomy breaths expanded extremely fast, expanding to the point where they almost condensed into substance. The air was also heavily damp from being filled with these chilly scents, and the room was filled with fog. Zhang Liangjin smashed his mouth. In that case, what you're saying is, why don't we just go out and catch a few creeps to ask about the situation? But the rules? The rules require that no one leave this room between the hours of 8:30 p.m. and 8:30 a.m. The time now, it's only 6 o'clock in the morning. When the way of life appears, there is no need to follow the rules. Zhou Xiaochuan made an immediate decision. This rule of not being able to leave the room during the hours between 8:30 p.m. and 8:30 a.m. is itself in conflict with the rule of having to stay in the room during the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. and leaving the room the rest of the time. And these rabbit-headed monsters are, in a way, a punishment mechanism for breaking this rule that they need to stay in their rooms between the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. Observing the rule of staying in the middle of the room from 8:30 p.m. to 8:30 a.m. led to a bizarre attack. Then maybe the rule is a fake rule. The real correct rule is the one they saw on the USB drive. That is, the first of the second floor bedroom rules. First, residents of this hotel are requested to stay in their rooms on the second floor of the hotel from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. The rest of the time, please leave your room, preferably away from the second floor. For the rest of the time, please leave your room, preferably away from the second floor. Zhou Xiaochuan stripped out his guesses to Zhang Liangjin in full, and Zhang Liangjin also felt that Zhou Xiaochuan's words were quite reasonable and nodded his head. Since we have already suffered the punishment of violating one of the 2 conflicting rules, there is even less need to fear the other. Although the door was opened, room 444 and the corridor looked like a huge mist separating them. From the inside of room 444, it was completely impossible to see what kind of situation was outside the corridor. Peeking through the doorway, all that could be seen was a gray haze. Other than that, nothing else. Therefore, Zhou Xiaochuan took a big step forward and stepped out of the room. Since the door of this room had previously been smashed by the rabbit head trick that entered room 444, Zhou Xiaochuan left room 444 without any hindrance and came into the corridor. Zhou Xiaochuan, who was bent on catching the rabbit's head strangely and wanted to ask the truth about this copy from it. As soon as he entered the corridor, he felt that the gloomy and cold air, which was originally very dense in the room, actually became even more violent. This cold aura rushed directly from Zhou Xiaochuan's skin into his internal organs. He only felt that his body was freezing cold, and his internal organs felt as if they were going to be frozen. And even his thinking had become very slow. His brain now felt like it was glued to a lump of paste, unable to think and only able to make simple judgments. Damn! It seems that leaving the room outside of the period between 8:30 p.m. and 8:30 a.m. will be severely costly. Zhou Xiaochuan tried to lift his leg, and although his leg was as stiff as if it was frozen and as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, he was able to get his body to move a step with all the strength he could muster. And the closest room to him was room 1-4 on the left directly across from him. The occupant of this room was none other than Fujita bin of Sakuraguk. From this room, Zhou Xiaochuan probably only needed to take 4 steps before he could walk in, and the closest one to the end of the corridor, the wall that constantly gives out wind, is room 414, which belongs to Kimchi Kingdom's chosen one, Shi Tae-sang, and Zhou Xiaochuan has to walk about 15 steps to reach it. The furthest away from Zhou Xiaochuan was the room closest to the stairs, room K74. That room belonged to Justin, the chosen one of the Lighthouse Nation, and Alice, the chosen one of the Sunset Empire, and Zhou Xiaochuan had to walk about 20 steps to reach it. It is worth noting that the doors to all 3 rooms, like Zhou Xiaochuan's own room 444, were violently opened from the outside. Zhou Xiaochuan was in the middle of the corridor and was completely unable to observe the situation inside the room. It was the same as when the party was in his room and he couldn't observe what was going on outside the corridor. It was as if the corridors and the various rooms were blocked by a heavy black fog. That gloomy aura pressed on Zhou Xiaochuan's heart, almost suppressing all the golden light on Zhou Xiaochuan's body. The longer he stayed in the middle of this corridor, the colder Zhou Xiaochuan felt on his body, and he felt his chest sinking. It took him a minute to lift his leg and take a step now. Even traveling to the closest room, 1-4, which belonged to Fujita bin, would take 4 minutes. No, staying in this corridor is just too much for the poor monk. Not to mention 4 minutes. If we stay for another minute, the poor monk won't necessarily be able to eat. Zhou Xiaochuan looked left and right, observing the surroundings. Of the 5 original auras that belonged to the weird ones, the 3 that stood at the entrance of each room had disappeared, and must have broken into the room. Earlier, the poor monk was still able to detect these 3 scents, but as soon as the poor monk entered the corridor, these 3 scents disappeared. Could it be that these 3 scents, when the poor monk entered the corridor, entered the room at the same time? If this guess of Zhou Xiaochuan's is correct, then it indicates a more serious problem. Was it because he was out in the hallway that these 3 creeps broke into the house? Why else would the 3 eerie auras disappear as soon as he entered the hallway from the room? Or was it likely that Zhou Xiaochuan's ability to feel these bizarre auras in the room was originally something that the bizarre ones had intentionally allowed Zhou Xiaochuan to feel? Are these weirdos deliberately trying to make Zhou Xiaochuan come out of his room, violating the rule that he must stay in his room between 8:30 p.m. and 8:30 a.m. These relatively weak 3 bizarre auras disappeared, but the 2 more powerful bizarre auras that Zhou Xiaochuan had originally sensed were still in place. One was at the end of the corridor, over by the wall that was clearly windowless but still let in the air, and one, over the stairs on the 2nd floor. If the poor monk was in a normal state, he would not be afraid of them. But now, better get back to room 444 first. At the same time Zhou Xiaochuan moved this thought, the door of the room was closed with a bang. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately froze in place. End of chapter.